Wait, what's going on? Where exactly is this place? In a modest apartment, a handsome young man dressed in casual clothes sat on a chair, staring at the computer screen in front of him with a face full of confusion. He looked around and found that everything here was unfamiliar: an unfamiliar door, an unfamiliar bed, an unfamiliar mirror, and even the computer seemed unrecognizable. Did I transmigrate? The young man touched his cheek, using the reflection on the computer screen to finally get a clear look at his appearance. It was still the same face, but I became younger? He froze. Before he could process what was happening, a flood of strange thoughts suddenly surged into his mind. Various fragments of memory flashed through like a revolving lantern. I really transmigrated? After confirming this, his eyes lit up as he abruptly stood up. There was no doubt now, he had transmigrated. His name was still Lin Gu, but he had traveled to this entirely new world. The will of this world had created an appropriate identity for him to better adapt to his new surroundings. The fragments of memories just now were the knowledge about this new world, passed on to him by the world's will. This world was entirely different from the one he came from. It resembled a fusion of a game and reality, filled with various unique professions and all sorts of strange monsters, making it far more vibrant and diverse than his old world. Luckily, as someone who enjoyed watching movies, he was quick to accept new and unusual things. After absorbing the information, he decided to go with the flow. After sorting through everything, Lin Gu moved the mouse, and the computer screen happened to display the profession selection interface. In this world, everyone could draw their profession at any time, regardless of age or gender. You could draw it at 10 years old or at 30. However, once you drew your profession, there was no changing it. Lin Gu stared at the screen, took a deep breath, and quickly grabbed the identification card placed next to the keyboard, typing in the recognition code at lightning speed. I need a powerful profession. I can't embarrass the title of a transmigrator. The moment he placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner, the roulette on the computer screen began spinning rapidly. As the spinning slowed, the pointer eventually stopped on a question mark symbol. Lin Gu was stunned. A question mark? What kind of profession is that? Ding! Congratulations! Profession successfully selected. You have obtained hidden profession. Would you like to activate it? What the hell? The voice of the world's will rang in his mind, and Lin Ji's eyes widened in shock. A hidden profession? Did I really just draw a hidden profession? He immediately stood up, his face full of disbelief. Opening his inventory, he saw that the first slot indeed held an item with a question mark icon. Without hesitation, he clicked to use it. This was a hidden profession. Not even a second of hesitation was allowed. In this world, professions were classified by color to indicate their strength and potential. According to the world's will, there were only 12 individuals with hidden professions across the entire Dragon Nation. Just imagine how rare hidden professions were. And bear in mind, although Earth's population had drastically decreased due to a great upheaval, over the course of hundreds of years, the Dragon Nation's population had recovered to 1.2 billion. The probability of obtaining such a profession was essentially 1 in 100 million. Lin Gu rubbed his hands together in excitement. After clicking use, the voice of the world's will echoed in his mind again. Ding! Activation successful. Your hidden profession is Netherworld Priest. What the hell is this? Lin Ji's eyes widened as he opened the combat log in shock. After reading it, he finally confirmed that he hadn't misheard. This hidden profession is actually Netherworld Priest? Netherworld Priest? What kind of profession is this? Is it from the Netherworld or a priest? Anyone who's played games knows that priests are typically healers. How could such a profession be considered a hidden one? He was completely baffled. But since the decision was already made, there was no changing it. He could only accept it. After all, it was a hidden profession, it had to be special, right? With that thought, he opened his character panel. Name, Lin Gu. Profession, Netherworld Priest. Potential, Red. Level, LV0. Strength, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 50. Constitution, 40. Equipment, Novice Staff. Skills, none. Talent/outrageous, Red, all your skills are outrageous skills. Talent/transcendence, Red, the effects and damage of all your skills are enhanced by 100x. Talent/destiny, Red, all your skills will always hit, always critically strike, and critical damage is increased by 200%. What? Lin Ji's eyelid twitched as he jumped up. No way. 3 hidden talents? And they're all 100-fold boost with guaranteed critical hits? Isn't this way too overpowered? According to the world's will, only professions with orange or golden potential could have 2 talents. Other colors could only have 1 talent at most. Furthermore, the talents were supposed to align closely with the characteristics of the profession. But this was beyond ridiculous. Setting aside the outrageous talent, which he couldn't even understand yet, just the Transcendence talent with its 100-fold enhancement meant that even an ordinary skill would become forbidden spell level. Not to mention that all skills were guaranteed to critically strike, and the critical damage was tripled on top of that. This is absolutely ridiculous. Is this the true value of a hidden class? Lin Ji's eyes lit up as he grew excited. Just this talent alone can make any skill take off. And I actually have 2 of them. No, wait, 3. After the initial excitement, he stared at the ridiculous talent for a long time, still failing to grasp its exact meaning. All skills are ridiculous skills. Lin Gu muttered to himself with a frown, contemplating for a long time but still unable to figure it out. Something like the 100-fold amplification is easy to understand, but this ridiculous is so vague. Wait, I should just try it out. Suddenly, he remembered that every person who changes their class receives an official skill book as a gift. Since it was related to skills, it made sense to first study the skill book and see what it was about. With this thought, he quickly opened the mailbox in his information panel. After successfully changing classes, his personal panel and inventory functions had all been unlocked, making things very convenient. However, when he opened the mailbox and took out the skill book gifted by the game, the smile on his face instantly froze. Because the skill name was utterly terrifying. Plague LV1. Exclusive skill for Lin Gu. Description: when actively cast, this skill poisons all units within a 300-meter radius of the target, dealing 3,500 damage per second for 1,000 seconds. Passive effect: all your skills inflict the plague contagion effect without consuming any mana. Hiss. After reading the skill description, Lin Gu couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Based on his understanding, this skill alone inflicted insanely high damage, and on top of that, any other skill he used would also infect enemies with the plague. What was even more terrifying was that the plague's effect wasn't centered on himself but on the target, with a massive range and an even broader impact. The power of this hidden class was simply unimaginable. In other words, the moment he cast the skill on a single target, every enemy within 300 meters of that target would also be infected. The contagion would spread like a virus: 1 infects 2, 2 infect 3, a chain reaction with no end in sight. And let's not forget, he had the 100-fold amplification talent, meaning every attack would be a critical hit. He estimated that the skill's 3,500 damage per second over 1,000 seconds was definitely tied to his 100-fold amplification. Normally, a level 1 skill only caused a few dozen damage points. Dividing this by 100 times amplification roughly matched the standard damage level. This was good news for him. He wished the damage was even higher. And since his level was currently low, and so was the skill's level, its true power had yet to fully manifest. Once his level increased, the skill's might would become unimaginable. As expected, this is the legendary Underworld Priest, unbelievably powerful, Lin Gu muttered, a grin slowly spreading across his face. Now that I've chosen my class and learned the skill, I have to test it out properly. Plus, I need to get more skill books. 1 skill definitely won't be enough. It's worth noting that skill books could only be obtained by defeating bosses or specific monsters. If he wanted skill books, he'd have to grind for them himself or buy them from the official auction house. But he was an orphan, broke, and couldn't afford to buy anything. Besides, this was his first time crossing into this world. He was brimming with excitement. Having drawn a hidden class, how could he not give it a try? With this in mind, he sprang into action immediately. He sat down, opened the class forum, and began searching for suitable leveling spots for beginners. Low-level monsters wouldn't do, as his skill damage was too high. Monsters below level 3 wouldn't even survive a second. So he decided to look for public dungeons with monsters around level 5 to level 20. Public dungeons didn't require tickets, which was important. Soon, he locked onto his target, the White Stone Plains. This was a public dungeon, and the monster levels fit his requirements perfectly. After reading some strategies, he grabbed his clothes and his meager savings and dashed out the door in high spirits. Half an hour later, Lin Gu got off the bus, looked around, and stepped into the safe zone of the White Stone Plains. This area served as a gathering point and was bustling with people. Most of them were players who had just changed classes or were low-level, coming here to farm gear. After all, not everyone could find a high-level player to carry them. Most people, like him, had to rely on themselves. In the early stages, when players had neither gear nor damage output, forming a team was undoubtedly the best option. But Lingu turned down several team invitations, choosing instead to venture into the White Stone Plains alone. The White Stone Plains were vast and varied in terrain, with mountains, forests, lakes, and grasslands. Though it was a public dungeon, it resembled a large-scale outdoor leveling area. Most players stayed near the forest at the entrance to level up. Lingu didn't linger there and headed straight toward the deeper grasslands. The monsters there were mostly between level 5 and level 20, making it the perfect place for him to test his skills and level up. What he didn't expect was that just as he entered the White Stone Plains, 2 luxury sports cars suddenly pulled into the safe zone. The sight immediately caught the attention of the other players, whose eyes lit up. Holy crap, limited edition supercars. That's insane. So jealous. When will I ever get to drive a supercar? If only I had. This car would definitely make finding a girlfriend a lot easier. Too bad, something like this can only happen in dreams. Bro, this car is clearly driven by a girl. You need to be dreaming like a man instead. Holy crap. I know this beauty. She's by Jinqing, the heiress of the Bai family, the second most powerful family in Apocalypse City. Hearing this name, the crowd was stunned. They took a closer look at the beautiful woman who had just stepped out of the car and immediately lit up with excitement. Holy crap. Wow, it's really Bai Jinqing, the goddess herself. My god, what's she doing here? The Bai family is so rich and powerful, why isn't someone leveling up for her? With a family like hers, she doesn't need anyone's help. The family retainers must have already taken care of everything for her. Hey, you're all focusing on the wrong thing. I just want to know when exactly she changed her class. Are you serious? Don't tell me she just changed classes recently? Vroom vroom vroom. Just as everyone was buzzing with excitement, the roar of sports car engines came from the distance. Moments later, several limited edition sports cars parked beside Bai Jinqing's car. A handsome young man stepped out, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Holy crap! It's Shi Tengfei. That's right, the young master of the Shi family, the #1 family in Apocalypse City. What's going on today? Both the young master and young miss of the Shi and Bai families are coming to this wilderness dungeon? Did the young master of the Shi family also just change classes? I heard he's been secretly in love with the Bai family's young miss for years, following her around during school breaks. Doesn't that make him a simp? Watch your words. Are you looking to get yourself killed, daring to talk about the Shi family's young master like that? Shi Tengfei glanced at the noisy crowd, completely indifferent, and walked straight over to Bai Jinqing, who looked like a goddess descended from the heavens. Jinqing. My dad got me tickets to the cavern dungeon. Let's go level up there. It's less crowded and has more monsters, super efficient. No need. Bai Jinqing coldly interrupted him, pulling her best friend Chen Rui along as they headed straight for the forest entrance of the White Stone Plains. Shi Tengfei's face darkened, but he refused to give up. He hurried after her and whispered, Jinqing. This place works too. I brought a demonic abyss stone. How about we open up an abyss dungeon? The monsters in the abyss dungeon give more experience, and I brought the key. You really spare no expense, Bai Jinqing interrupted him again, her tone sharp. But I don't need it. Stop bothering me. Seeing that Bai Jinqing wouldn't even spare him a glance, Shi Tengfei gritted his teeth in frustration. His lackey Zhao Ming quickly leaned in. To console him in a low voice, Boss, don't get mad. The fun's just getting started. At least the goddess is still willing to talk to you. Shi Tengfei twitched his lips, thinking to himself, if there weren't so many people here, I'd beat this guy to a pulp. What a lousy day. Let's get moving. She's here anyway. I'll get my chance eventually. Shi Tengfei scanned his surroundings, lifted his chin, and headed toward the gathering point. Let's start with the grassland area for leveling. Once I hit level 5, I'll head straight to the White Stone Mountains. I must complete a class change before the Dragon God tournament. Looking at the black stone in his hand, Shi Tengfei's eyes turned cold, and a sly smile crept across his face. Meanwhile, in another location, Lingo had been running through the forest for over 2 hours, finally breaking through the trees to arrive at the grasslands. Taking a safe route, he hadn't encountered a single monster. As soon as he stepped into the grasslands, he saw several 5-person teams hacking away at prairie wolves. He avoided the crowds and walked toward a more open area. Finally, he spotted a lone monster. Prairie wolf. Race, wolf tribe. Level 6. Health, 3000. Mana, 1200. Armor, 28. Attack, 15 to 35. Skills, bite. Not bad. With 3000 health, Lingo could easily take it down in one blow. He looked around and noticed a few more groups of prairie wolves gathered nearby. perfect to test whether these monsters' talents and skills were as powerful as rumored. Lin Gu pulled a staff from his backpack, aimed at the distant prairie wolf, and cast a spell. Plague. Buzz. A faint glow appeared as a low humming sound echoed. The prairie wolf, startled like a frightened rabbit, leapt into the air. But then something terrifying happened. A green mist suddenly enveloped its body. In the next moment, the prairie wolf froze in place, and a massive critical damage number appeared above its head. Minus 3,690. You have defeated the prairie wolf. Gained plus 94 experience points. The prairie wolf didn't even have time to let out a sound before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Lin Ji's experience bar jumped up by more than half. Even though he knew this would happen, Lin Gu was still utterly shocked. Sure? Is that you, sure? This damage, it was exactly as the skill description had stated. And don't forget, he was only level 1, without any equipment bonuses. Relying solely on a newbie staff that added just 1 point to magic attack, he had managed to one-shot the enemy. The power of this skill was simply absurd. As Lin Gu was still reveling in his delight, the dead prairie wolf began emitting green mist again. Moments later, another prairie wolf in the distance was also enveloped in the same green mist. Howl. Roar. The prairie wolf's eyes turned blood red, its body shrouded in a green mist. It howled mournfully at the sky before collapsing to the ground. 3690. You have defeated a prairie wolf, gained 94 experience points. It was as if a floodgate had been opened. One prairie wolf after another emitted green mist from their bodies. In Lin Ji's mind, the voice of the worlds will resonated continuously. You have defeated a prairie wolf, gained 94 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Level up! You have defeated a prairie wolf, gained 87 experience points. You have defeated a prairie wolf, gained 87 experience points. You have defeated a prairie wolf, gained 87 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Level up! The voice of the worlds will echoed repeatedly in his mind. Within just half a minute, Lin Ji's body flashed golden light 3 times in succession. And apart from activating his first skill, Plague, Lin Gu had done nothing at all. His level had skyrocketed directly to level 3. Lin Gu licked his lips, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upward. So fast, such high damage, this is the power of a hidden class? Only after using it did he fully understand its potential. The more he used it, the more he liked it. Staring at the prairie wolf corpses on the ground, where the green mist was gradually dissipating, Lin Ji's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This skill is just too powerful. But I love it. Its name might sound absurd, but its effect was unbeatable. Compared to those flashy names with mediocre damage, he much preferred a skill that delivered devastating results directly. Alright, now that I'm level 3, let's check the attribute changes. Lin Gu hurriedly opened his character panel. Name, Lin Gu. Class, Netherworld Priest. Potential, Red. Level, LV3. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Mental Strength, 110. Constitution, 70. Equipment, Novice Staff. Skills, Plague LV1. Wow! Seeing his upgraded stats, Lin Ji's eyes lit up. At just level 3, his mental strength had already exceeded 100? This was insane. He had seen many players sharing their panels on the forums, and for most of them, the highest attribute at level 3 was around 30. He now had 110. Lin Gu calculated silently in his mind. Each level up added 10 points to strength, agility, and constitution, and 20 points to mental strength. In other words, leveling up gave him a total of 50 attribute points. According to the forums, normal classes gain 10 points per level, rare classes gain 15 points, and special mutation classes gain 30 points. At this rate, the growth of his hidden class was over twice that of special mutation classes. Lin Ji's eyes gleamed, and a smile spread uncontrollably across his face. At this pace, by the time I reach level 10, my attributes will definitely surpass those of a first transformation rare class. At level 30, he could undertake the first transformation quest. After completing it, his class would upgrade, a process commonly referred to as a class transformation. Class transformations not only brought a significant boost to 4-dimensional attributes but also unlocked advanced skills. Of course, these skills had level and class restrictions. For ordinary classes, blue or below, it usually took about a month to reach level 30. Rare classes or special mutation classes, purple or above, leveled up faster. But according to Lin Ji's calculations, at his current rate, he could max out his level in under 3 days. If others knew of this speed, they'd undoubtedly be speechless with shock. The faster, the better, though. In this world, without strength, one couldn't survive. Lingu gazed at the endless, undulating prairie in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to gather the dropped coins and venture deeper into the prairie to try his luck. Maybe he could encounter the Prairie Wolf King. According to the compendium, the Prairie Wolf King was a level 15 elite boss with strong defensive capabilities. For him, this meant more opportunities to withstand attacks and learn skill books. The compendium noted that these bosses had a chance to drop skill books, and Lingu naturally wanted to test his luck. Although there were many prairie monsters, the map was vast, and the monsters were scattered. Plus, the area was crowded with players aiming to level up, forcing Lingu to constantly run around to find monsters. Fortunately, he had the plague skill, which could instantly kill all monsters within a 300-meter radius. If he only had single-target skills, he wouldn't even level up a few times after grinding all day. This wasn't just the case in the Prairie Zone. The entire Whitestone Plains dungeon was like this. Monsters were scattered, players were numerous, and competition for kills was intense. What he needed most now was a secluded spot with concentrated monsters to grind levels. Only by relying on the overwhelming strength of his hidden class could he stay ahead of others. In this world, the weak were always on the brink of elimination. Just as Lingu was collecting coins, a furious wolf's howl echoed, shaking the air around him. A whoa! Immediately, a giant prairie wolf, standing a full 5 meters tall, appeared on the small hill opposite him. The faces of several leveling teams in the distance turned pale at the sight. Damn, it's the Prairie Wolf King. Wasn't it supposed to stay deep in the prairie? Why has it come to the outskirts? Who knows? Let's get out of here. A level 15 elite boss is stronger than a level 25 normal monster. We'll be dead if we go there. Upon hearing these words, the others turned and ran without hesitation. Only a 5-member team did not immediately flee. Among them, Liang Ying, who held a staff, had her eyes light up as she gripped her staff tightly and said, "Big brother, the Prairie Wolf King is a magic-type elite boss, and it drops magic-type equipment. I still have plenty of health potions and mana potions. With our current setup, if we lure it to a safe spot, we can definitely slowly whittle it down to death. Big brother, let's charge." Elite bosses above level 15 were tough to handle without having a significant advantage in equipment and levels. Otherwise, the only way to defeat them was to chip away at their health. Slowly. In the early stages of the game, with few skills, low damage, and poor equipment, the only options for taking on a boss were either having a large group or taking it down gradually. The team leader, Liang Hu, whom Liang Ying referred to as Big Brother, frowned and said, "Don't rush. Let's observe first. I feel like there's something off with this boss." The other team members nodded seriously. Right, this Wolf King usually only roams deep in the prairie and has never come out to the outskirts like this. If it suddenly ran out here, something must have happened. Wait a second. The team's rogue squinted as he shielded his eyes from the sunlight, carefully observing the Wolf King. He quickly said to Liang Hu, "Brother Hu, look, isn't the Wolf King's hind leg injured?" Liang Hu was stunned and took a closer look. Sure enough, from their vantage point, they could clearly see several wounds on the hind leg of the Wolf King, with blood still dripping from the injuries. Looking further up, there were scorch marks on the side of its hindquarters. Liang Hu's expression changed, and he immediately ordered, "Let's go quickly. This boss has a backer." For someone to directly confront a boss, inflict such severe injuries on it, and yet still have to flee, it meant that whoever had lured the boss was incredibly strong. Usually, in such scenarios, it was either a major guild training new recruits or a prominent family farming levels and equipment. Ordinary players like them could not afford to provoke such forces. Everyone understood this logic, so no one said another word. They turned and fled. Suddenly, Liang Ying pointed to the distant Prairie Wolf King and shouted, "Big brother! Look, someone is charging at the Wolf King. Does he intend to compete with those big shots for the boss?" The group instinctively looked back, and their expressions instantly grew heavy. "Doesn't seem like it. How can one person farm a boss? He probably has teammates nearby and is trying to draw the boss's aggro. Whatever the case, this isn't something we can handle. Let's keep running." "Wait, Brother Hu." The rogue stopped him. "Right now, he's alone. Maybe we can take advantage of the situation and benefit. Even if we don't gain anything, we can at least see how they farm the boss. That's valuable experience for us." While map strategies could be found on forums, detailed boss guides were usually private resources, rarely shared. For ordinary players like them, without the resources of a guild or school, they had to rely on themselves to figure things out. If they could learn how to farm the Prairie Wolf King, they might have a chance to try it in the future. After all, dying to a monster was a permanent failure, and no one wanted to risk their life making mistakes. Liang Hu's eyelid twitched as he watched the figure charging toward the Wolf King. He hesitated for a second before pointing to a small hill in the distance. Whether it's a big guild or a prominent family, we can't afford to provoke them. Don't think about taking advantage, that's just asking for trouble. We'll hide over there and observe from a distance. Record how they farm the boss. That spot was at least 500 meters away from the Wolf King, out of the boss's attack range, and the people farming the boss wouldn't notice them. It was the safest approach. Everyone nodded in agreement and quickly ran toward the small hill. The person charging at the Wolf King was none other than Lin Gu. Since he was facing the front, Lin Gu hadn't seen the wounds on the Wolf King's side. But even if he had, it wouldn't have mattered. How could he let a nearly secured prey escape? I was just fretting about how weak the small monsters are, dying in one hit. I didn't expect trouble to come knocking just as I was about to make a move. Lin Gu chuckled, dropped the corpse in his hand, and dashed forward with his staff. As he got closer, he suddenly froze. The Wolf King's eyes were blood red, seething with rage. It glanced back at something behind it, then let out an angry roar. Its front paws scraped the ground fiercely, gouging out a deep pit in the earth. What's going on? Did the boss go berserk? Why does its health bar look incomplete? Lin Gu instinctively checked its stats. Prairie Wolf King, Elite Boss. Race, Wolf. Level, 15. HP, 50,000. MP, 23,000. Armor, 123. Attack, 120 to 370. Skills, Wind Blade, Binding. Great, 50,000 HP. That'll be fun for a while. If Liang Hu and his team heard this, they'd be furious enough to curse and then leave the chat group. For their 5-member team, defeating this boss would take at least half an hour. In the beginning, there was no room for error here. But for Lin Gu, this was just a game. It couldn't be helped. Lin Gu was too strong, practically a walking stat monster. He laughed, in a great mood, and pointed his staff at the Prairie Wolf King, unapologetically unleashing his plague skill. In the next second, his staff flashed with white light, and the Wolf King's body suddenly arched. Its high, raised back emitted a cloud of green smoke, while its gray fur. Suddenly, it stood upright. Oh whoa! The Prairie Wolf King let out a mournful howl, scanning its surroundings with a face full of fury. Quickly, it spotted Lin Gu not far away. Without hesitation, it opened its massive jaws and roared, charging straight toward Lin Gu. It was the epitome of an enraged encounter with a sworn enemy. This scene left Liang Hu and the other 4 completely dumbfounded. Big brother, didn't you say he had teammates? Why is he charging in alone? Liang Hu was also stunned. Liang Ying, looking puzzled, asked, and isn't he holding a newly acquired novice staff after just transitioning into his class? Aren't staff users typically from magic-based classes? Aren't magic classes generally fragile? How is he charging in alone to tank the monster? Liang Ying bombarded him with questions, none of which Liang Hu could answer. He was equally baffled by the situation. Maybe his teammates are nearby. Then why is the Wolf King emitting green smoke? Could it have been bitten by another wolf? Liang Hu forced a bitter smile, utterly confused. This, probably? The more they watched, the more perplexed they became. However, upon seeing the Prairie Wolf King charging at him, Lin Gu became excited instead. Now this is a proper boss, nice and sturdy. Plague. Without hesitation, he continued to use his skill. Although the damage from plague couldn't stack, its duration and intervals were independent of each other. This meant that if he timed it right, casting 2 plagues could deal double the continuous damage. He had discovered this trick earlier while farming prairie wolves, which made it especially effective for leveling up and grinding monsters. In an instant, the Prairie Wolf King shuddered, and the green smoke enveloping its body grew even denser. Poisoned, it suddenly screeched to a halt and howled skyward. -5,632. -2,354. Oh whoa! The Wolf King's cries grew louder in agony due to the pain, and the health bar above its head visibly dropped. Lin Ge's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected plague to be this effective. It was incredible. But he knew he had to take advantage of the situation and finish it off quickly. In just under 5 seconds with 2 plague casts, the Wolf King had already lost a third of its health and was still bleeding out. However, should it get close to him, his frail body wouldn't stand a chance. Plague. Boom. -4,534. As the Prairie Wolf King tried to endure the pain and run, it barely managed a couple of steps before its body stiffened again. Boom. -3,456. Oh whoa! Finally, after 5 seconds, with one last burst of damage, its massive body collapsed with a pained howl. A flash of golden light erupted from its body. Boom! Clatter! You have defeated the Prairie Wolf King, Elite Boss, earning 6,273 experience points. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Lin Ji's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ignoring the golden light emanating from his body, he rushed forward eagerly. This was the first boss he had ever defeated, and he was naturally filled with anticipation. As he approached, he quickly picked up all the loot. You have obtained 25 gold, 52 silver, and 75 copper. You have obtained damaged Wolf King hide. You have obtained equipment, Wolf Fawn necklace, blue, dot. You have obtained a skill book, 10 fingers linked LV1. Lin Gu froze, unable to believe his eyes as he opened his inventory. What the hell? A skill book actually dropped? How rare was a skill book? Lin Gu had specifically researched this before coming here. Skill books only dropped from bosses and special monsters. The drop rate for skill books from field or dungeon bosses was a mere 1%. This 1% didn't mean that killing 100 monsters guaranteed a drop. Instead, each monster had a 1% chance individually. Only new instances, new dungeons, or first kills had a 5% chance of dropping a skill book. This underscored just how rare they were. Not to mention this Prairie Wolf King, which had likely been killed at least 9 to 10,000 times in the Prairie Zone. For it to still drop a skill book, Lin Gu couldn't believe his luck. Coming back to his senses, he quickly examined the skill description, as he recalled that the Wolf King was a magic-based monster. 10 fingers linked LV1. Exclusive skill for Lin Gu. Description: instantly causes the target's fingernails and toenails to shatter, dealing 5,000 damage and inflicting an injured status on the target, lasting 1,000 seconds. What the hell? After reading the description, Lin Ji's mind went blank. For some reason, his own fingernails began to tingle with phantom pain. Forget the damage, just the description of this skill alone was enough to make anyone wince. It was way too over the top. Lin Ji's lips twitched as he felt, for the first time, the true macabre nature of his Yin-Yang priest class. But on second thought, a skill book dropped by a monster being exclusive to him? That was odd. It made sense for skill books given out officially to be labeled as exclusive, but for a monster's drop to also be exclusive? Very strange. He recalled reading on forums that skill books were generally categorized as universal or specific to a class type. Was it because of his unique talent? Lin Gu pondered this and decided that was the only plausible explanation. It seems hidden classes come with plenty of perks. I wonder if there will be more exclusive skills in the future. He shook his head, filled with anticipation, and reopened his inventory to examine the equipment. Then, he prepared to venture deeper into the prairie, eager to test just how powerful this skill truly was. After all, he had already cleared out the small monsters in this area. And furthermore, remember, the prairie area did not only have the Wolf King as an elite boss. He still needed to locate other bosses, aiming to get another skill book drop. Wolf Fawn necklace, blue. Part, necklace. Attributes, Spirit +3, Constitution +2. Durability, 10 out of 10. Note, equipment levels are categorized as white, green, blue, purple, black, orange, gold, corresponding to awakening potential colors. Lin Gu looked at the Wolf Fawn pendant in his hand, only the size of a thumb, with an expressionless face. Its attributes were mediocre. But he was already very satisfied with the skill book drop. Moreover, he could use this necklace, so it wasn't a loss at all. Putting on the necklace, Lin Ji's gaze locked onto the depths of the prairie. He stood up and ran towards the deeper part of the grasslands. In the distance, Liang Hu and his 4 companions were still frozen in place, dumbfounded and unmoving. It wasn't until Lin Ji's figure disappeared that they suddenly snapped out of it. No way, Brother Hu. Did I see that wrong? Brother Hu, I didn't see it wrong, did I? The Wolf King is dead? How did he do it? I feel like he only used 2 or 3 moves, and the battle was over? That Wolf King, after just a few hits, was dead? Looking at the astonished Liang Hu, Liang Ying suddenly snapped back to her senses. Pointing excitedly at the Wolf King's corpse in the distance and then at the direction where Lin Gu had vanished, she stammered, "Be big. Big brother, did you see that? Oh my god. Oh my god." Liang Ying flailed her arms in panic. That Wolf King just went bam. And died like that? How on earth did he do it? My god, from the moment he charged at the Wolf King to the end, was that even a minute? It wasn't even close. The rogue stiffly shook his head. I just reviewed the playback. The entire fight only lasted 12 seconds. Hearing this confirmed, Liang Ying's mouth fell open, leaving her completely dumbfounded. 12 seconds? It was basically 1 second per hit, for a level 15 elite boss? My god, Liang, whose eyelid twitched, filled with disbelief as he swallowed hard. We just ran into a god-tier player. The other four nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. That's absolutely a top-tier expert. Killing a boss in 12 seconds, without the boss even having a chance to touch him. Damn, I've really seen something amazing today. The three rogues exchanged bewildered glances, finding it hard to believe even though they had witnessed it firsthand. Liang Ying's expression changed. She quickly grabbed Liang Hu's arm and said, "Big brother, that person was holding a beginner's staff. Shouldn't he have just recently changed classes? Could it be that our Apocalypse City has produced a gold potential class user?" Hearing this, Liang Hu and the others' expressions changed dramatically. But the next second, they all shook their heads. No, that's not right. The official forum just posted an announcement today. Our Apocalypse City only has 2 orange potential unique class users. One is from the Shi family, Shi Tingfei, and the other is from the Bai family, Bai Jincheng. The highest anyone else has managed is purple potential. There's definitely no gold level, mythical tier player. This information was public. As soon as players completed their class draw, the official system would update the records in real time, which anyone could check. Moreover, even a purple potential user was already a big deal for some families, not to mention anything above orange. If a gold tier player had appeared, the entire city would have gone into a frenzy, even without official announcements. However, Lin Ji's class was a hidden one, which didn't seem to have been recorded on the official forum. Seeing Liang Ying's confusion, one of the rogues suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "Could it be someone from another city leveling up here? After all, with this level of skill, even an orange potential class user couldn't pull it off." Liang Hu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. That's very likely. Dungeons and secret realms were shared resources that anyone could enter. Aside from the cost, the only other issue was the travel distance. Most players preferred leveling up nearby, but it wasn't unheard of for someone to travel to a different city to avoid exposing their secrets. Wait, brother Hu. Someone's coming. Hearing the rogue's alert, everyone instinctively looked into the distance. Sure enough, 2 figures were now standing beside the Wolf King's corpse, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Liang Hu squinted his eyes slightly to get a better look, and when he recognized the person, his face changed drastically. Shi Tengfei? How could it be him? Boss, is the Wolf King dead? Zhao Ming asked in surprise as he looked around. And this corpse, he couldn't help but feel puzzled since the Wolf King's body looked a bit odd. It was still emitting green smoke? Was it sprayed with green smoke by another wolf? Zhao Ming blurted out, only to be smacked hard on the back of the head by Shi Tingfei. Stop spouting nonsense. Shi Tingfei, his face darkened, looked at the green smoke-covered Wolf King, grinding his teeth in rage. They had painstakingly tracked down the Wolf King and had their bodyguards hold its aggro. However, because the bodyguards' levels were too high, the Wolf King countered their control after taking just 2 hits and managed to escape successfully. And that wasn't the worst part. After chasing it for so long, the Wolf King had ended up being snatched by someone else. How could Shi Tingfei not be furious? Zhao Ming nervously looked at the corpse and said, "Boss, there are no obvious wounds on this Wolf King. Could it have been taken down by someone who just advanced past their first class change? And we were chasing it for less than 5 minutes, Fi. It only took a few minutes to take down this boss." Shi Tingfei was no fool, he clearly understood the implication of the other party's words. What he said was true typically, no professional player could take down an elite boss unscathed in such a short time. But Shi Tingfei wasn't afraid in the slightest. So what? Shi Tingfei's bloodshot eyes stared at the other man. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to steal a boss from me, Shi Tingfei, in Apocalypse City, they will die. Zhao Ming's face turned pale, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. Then, boss, what about our plan? Proceed as planned. Shi Tingfei snorted coldly, his expression dark and gloomy. Forcing himself to suppress the nausea, he began stuffing the corpses on the ground into his backpack. No one will stop me from executing my plan. This way, I don't even have to dirty my own hands by killing. After packing up the corpses, Shi Tingfei scanned his surroundings, his face ashen. Let's go. This is enough for now. Zhao Ming dared not speak, quickly following Shi Tingfei as they headed deeper into the grasslands. It was only after the two had disappeared that Liang Hu finally dared to poke his head out. Brother Hu, why do they need so many corpses? Someone asked cautiously. Liang Hu shook his head, his expression serious. I don't know, but something about this feels very wrong. The rogue beside him opened his mouth to ask, "So, what should we do?" Liang Hu thought for a moment before decisively saying, "Whoever that man is, whether it's Shi Tingfei or someone else, they're not people we can afford to provoke. The situation is unclear right now, so let's head to the forest area near the grasslands to level up. That area is close to the lake zone. We might even come across a merman boss, and we can get some gear for xiaoying while we're at it." The other three nodded in agreement. The rogue hesitated for a moment and then asked, "So, should we keep or sell this video? It might not have much strategic value, but selling such explosive content to the media could make us a lot of money." "We can't sell it," Liang Hu said sternly. "That man is likely from another city. If he's doing this, it's definitely because he doesn't want others to know about his presence. Also, he might be a golden potential class holder. Making friends with someone like that is far better than making an enemy." The rogue froze, then nodded in agreement. "Alright, then we'll just keep the video for ourselves." Liang Hu hesitated for a moment before adding, "I think, if we get the chance, we should try to befriend him. Even if it costs us something, it'll be worth it." The others were stunned into silence by his words. At the edge of the forest, Lin Gu stared at the monsters near the boundary between the grasslands and the forest, his eyes sparkling. The grassland zone was the core area on the outskirts of the white stone plains, and the deeper you went, the higher the levels of the monsters. The monsters here were at least level 15, so not many players came to level up. After all, once players reached level 10, they typically went to dungeon instances to grind. Dungeon maps were smaller, monsters were more concentrated. The experience was higher, and the drop rates for boss loot were better. The efficiency for leveling up far surpassed that of the wilderness. But for Lin Gu, this area was just right. Without hesitation, he charged into the group of monsters, instantly drawing the attention of over a dozen of them. Raising his staff, he immediately cast a skill. Heartstrings. The staff emitted a low hum, and a flash of white light shot out. The charging monsters suddenly froze in their tracks. Though they bared their fangs and claws, they couldn't move a single step. Not only that, but every monster within a 300-meter radius of Lin Gu was also paralyzed. The next second, their fingernails were all suddenly ripped off. Boom! Minus 4,546. Ayu! A group of scarecrows, tigers, wolves, and big cats screamed in agony, writhing on the ground in pain. Lin Gu couldn't help but grin as he stepped back. To be honest, the initial damage of this skill was pretty high, and the monster's health noticeably dropped. However, whether this skill was truly effective remained to be seen. This time, Lin Gu did nothing further, simply standing off to the side and watching. The monsters slowly bled out on their own, turning into his experience points. "You killed a scarecrow. Experience plus 120. You killed a scarecrow. Experience plus 120. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up." Another level up? He had just leveled up after defeating the Wolf King, and now he had done so again. Lin Gu was now level 6. Name, Lin Gu. Class, Netherworld Priest. Potential, red. Level, 6. Strength, 90. Agility, 90. Spirit, 173. Constitution, 102. Gear, Beginner's Staff, Wolf-Fang Necklace, blue. Skills, Plague LV1, Heartstrings LV1. It took me around 4 hours in total. Lin Gu calculated silently. Subtracting the time spent running across the map and finding monsters, the actual leveling process had taken less than an hour. In other words, 2 hours were spent traveling the map, and grinding monsters took only 5 minutes. This leveling speed left Lin Gu very satisfied. Others would probably need 5 days to reach level 4 or 5. With one more level, all 4 of his primary attributes would break 100, and that's without any equipment bonuses. Even those with strong orange potential classes wouldn't achieve this until around level 15. It seemed this hidden class was truly overpowered. However, 2 things annoyed him. One was the constant need to run map hunting monsters. The second issue was skill leveling being way too slow. Skill upgrades didn't depend on how many monsters were killed but rather on how many times the skill was used. At this rate, the first skill to max out was likely to be Plague because it kept spreading to nearby monsters. However, Lin Gu still felt it was way too slow. He had reached level 6, yet his skill was still at level 1. If it were someone else, their skills would probably already be at level 3 or 4. That said, despite the low skill level, the damage was undeniably overwhelming. As he was deep in thought, a rumbling noise suddenly echoed through the forest. Lin Gu instinctively looked in that direction. The buzzing sound grew louder, accompanied by a rising cloud of dust. Heavy footsteps emerged from the depths of the forest. The next second, a terrifying roar erupted, and a giant scarecrow, leading a horde of monsters, burst out of the woods. So many monsters? Lingu was stunned. Wait, what? Why has the scarecrow boss wandered into the forest? He froze for a moment but quickly regained his composure. A rough estimate put the group at dozens of monsters. Killing them all would surely gain him several levels. Plus, with a boss among them, there was even a chance of dropping a skill book. The more, the better. The more bosses, the better. Lingu laughed as he charged forward, gripping his staff tightly. Plague. 10 fingers connected. He swung his staff, simultaneously unleashing 2 skills that exploded on both sides of the monster horde. Instantly, the high-level monsters above level 15, now enveloped in green smoke, let out agonized cries as critical hit numbers continuously popped up on the screen. His experience points shot up rapidly, climbing as fast as a rocket. You've killed a serrated cat, EXP plus 251. You've killed a savage scarecrow, EXP plus 452. You've killed a black wind bear, EXP plus 372. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up. You defeated a green-tail bear, gaining 363 EXP. You defeated a red-feathered vulture, gaining 123 EXP. You defeated a cyclone snake, gaining 274 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up. Lingu watched as his body emitted a dazzling golden glow, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. If the monsters here kept coming at this rate, he might as well ascend directly. After leveling up twice, his skills leveled up as well. Ding! Congratulations, your skill plague has leveled up. Before Lingu could even react, all the monsters within a 300-meter radius started emitting green smoke. The sound of cracking nails and piercing howls rang out one after another, while the speed of his experience gain became shockingly fast. Damn! This is insanely powerful. Lingu gaped in awe, watching almost all the monsters become infected with the plague, writhing in agony. The skill's range had nearly doubled. It was sheer madness. He quickly opened the skill description, his eyes lighting up. Plague LV2, when actively cast, poisons all targets within a 500-meter radius, dealing 7,000 damage per second. For 1,000 seconds. Passive effect, all skills spread the plague infection and consume no mana upon casting. The range had expanded by 200 meters. Lingu couldn't stop grinning. For context, a lap around the school track was only 400 meters. Standing at the center of the track, his skill's coverage was already larger than the entire field. How could that not be absurd? Coupled with his ridiculously high skill damage, these level 15 and above monsters couldn't even get close to him. As he watched more and more monsters charge out of the forest, Lingu licked his lips, his eyes sparkling. This was free experience, plain and simple. And with the monsters being high level and having large health pools, he could continuously use his skills to grind levels. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Standing atop a large rock, he waved his staff around like a conductor. His experience bar skyrocketed. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Baishur Plains grassland area, over a dozen people, dressed in various outfits, stood guard at the entrance to the plains, maintaining a 3-meter distance from one another. A man in a suit stared icily at the hundreds of players ahead and said, "The grassland area is reserved for us today. If you want to level up, head to the forest area or the lake area instead." Though most players were too scared to protest, a few stepped forward to challenge him. "Why aren't we allowed in? This is a public leveling zone." "Yeah, the grassland area is the best for leveling up below level 10. How can you just claim it for yourselves?" "Bro, stop talking. These are people from the Sure family. If you don't want trouble, just shut up." "The Sure family? So what? Do they think they can cover the sky with one hand? Even the Holy Heaven Guild doesn't act this tyrannical." "Ha, don't kid yourself. The Holy Heaven Guild is far stronger, they just don't bother with trash maps like this. Why are we talking about the Holy Heaven Guild when it's the Sure family causing trouble? I'm only level 8 and was planning to level up here. What do I do now?" No matter how powerful a family is, they can't monopolize a public leveling area. The man in the suit spoke coldly, "Youngsters, don't bring trouble upon yourselves. If you're not gone in 10 seconds, we'll take action." As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so professionals beside him revealed their weapons and gear. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Holy crap! Second-tier professionals? Their levels must be at least above 60. Their aura is overwhelming. Let's get out of here. Alright, I'll go to the forest area to level up. The others took one look and immediately bolted. Without any backing, who would dare to stubbornly endure such a loss? Watching the crowd disperse, the man in the black suit turned to the professionals behind him and gave an order. Start patrolling separately right away. The demonized abyss is about to open. Don't let anyone sneak in and cause trouble. Protect the young master. Understood. The group responded in unison, quickly scattering and setting up a perimeter around the grassland. The man in the black suit was just about to take out a cigarette when a loud explosion suddenly echoed from deep within the grassland. Boom! Woo-woo! The sound of the wind, mixed with the distant blare of a horn, rushed toward them. The professionals who hadn't gone far instinctively stopped in their tracks. Many were shocked, pointing at the black smoke rising in the distance. What's that? Black smoke in the grassland area? Is there a fire? This is bad. It's a sign of the demonized abyss. Someone's opening the demonized abyss. What? Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The demonized abyss? Doesn't that mean all the monsters here will become demonized? Not that quickly. The white stone plains are too vast, it'll take at least a few hours. But the grassland area will fall soon. A burly man carrying a shield frowned, glanced at the man in the black suit, and continued speaking. The Sure family really dares to go all out, opening the demonized abyss in a low-level dungeon. Looks like they're doing it to help Sure Tang level up quickly, using any means necessary. Someone nearby chimed in. I heard the conditions to open the demonized abyss are really strict, and the drop rate for bosses is 3 times higher than in regular dungeons? It's even more extreme than that. The burly man sneered. The drops from demonized bosses change, and they're more likely to drop high-level equipment. Plus, bosses that emerge from the abyss rift have a chance to drop orange tier weapons and divine tier weapons, and skill books are more likely to appear too. Everyone's eyes lit up. Holy crap! Orange weapons? Divine weapons? If I could get an orange weapon, I'd ascend instantly. The Sure family is really going all in. The burly man sighed. Stop dreaming. Let's get out of here. Once the demonized abyss fully opens, it'll connect to the abyss rift. Not only will the dungeon monsters become 10 times stronger through demonization, but 10 times the number of monsters will also pour out of the rift. Even a single one of them would be too much for me to handle. Not to mention the bosses. Their stats and damage will increase 20-fold. A second-tier professional would die from just a light touch. Everyone's faces turned pale. Holy crap! That's insane. Then what are we waiting for? Run! Without another word, they turned and fled. Even second-tier professionals couldn't withstand it, so for them, as level 10 or so damage-dealing classes, staying would be a death sentence. Boom! Woo-woo! What's that noise? Lin Gu, who was kiting the scarecrow boss, looked back at the increasingly thick black smoke in confusion. Did the Wolf King revive and explode again? Woo-woo! The horn sounded again, this time clearer. The black smoke suddenly surged, tripling in size, shooting into the sky like black flames and spreading rapidly. Dark clouds loomed overhead, the oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe. Something's wrong. Lin Ji's expression changed as he suddenly remembered something. This is the demonized abyss. He had come across related information on a forum before. The demonized abyss could be triggered in 2 ways. One was by using a large number of monster corpses and a demonized abyss stone, the other was a random trigger, with no known cause. Regardless of the method, the demonized abyss was every professional's nightmare. Without the protection of a large number of high-level professionals, no one could survive inside. Otherwise, professionals of his level would simply be waiting to be eliminated. But this path was only suitable for ordinary professionals. For Lin Gu, it was a golden opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. The demonized abyss would spawn 10 times the number of monsters and make all the dungeon's monsters and bosses stronger. Sometimes, when connected to the abyss rift, even more abyssal monsters would emerge. But the last thing Lin Gu feared was a large number of monsters. He had just killed hundreds of them, leveling up his plague in 10 fingers linked heart skills to level 2. The more monsters there were, the faster his grinding efficiency. Regular monsters becoming 10 times stronger, bosses becoming 20 times stronger? To him, it just meant the monsters would have slightly higher resistance. As long as he stays vigilant, moves flexibly, and activates his flame burn skill, no matter how many monsters there are, they're just tools for him to farm experience. Don't forget, he has the 10 fingers linked heart skill monsters can't touch him unless he stands still. I remember someone on the forum said that while the attributes of demonized monsters are stronger and their levels are higher, the experience they give is double that of monsters at the same level, and the bosses drop better equipment. Lin Ji's lips curled into a smug smile as he looked at the increasingly dense black mist in the distance, his eyes growing more confident. Whether it's man-made or randomly generated, this is practically a gift delivered right to my door. Lin Gu cracked his neck, continuing to release skills while keeping his distance as he moved. The demonized abyss takes time. It would take at least an hour for the grassland area to be fully demonized. 2. Completely demonize the entire Baishur Plains. It would take until the next morning. He wasn't in a hurry. First, he had already cleared out the nearby monsters, and to find more, he'd have to venture deeper into the forest, which would take time. But the demonized abyss spawns monsters based on the total number of monsters in the instance, regardless of how many have already been killed. So by staying here, the monsters would only increase in number. Just like the monster corpses lying on the ground that hadn't refreshed yet, they would immediately revive after being demonized. He could wait here patiently. Second, most of the players coming here to level up and farm equipment were ordinary professionals. Encountering the demonized abyss, they would just run away to avoid competing for monsters. Moreover, the Baishur Plains were vast. Even with the backing of a family or guild, they couldn't outfarm him. Third, at his current farming speed, even if he were given 2 zones, he could level up to around 20. If he was fast enough, he could even reach level 30 and directly take on the class advancement quest. And Lin Gu didn't have any other advantages at the moment, just his fast farming speed. Even a team of second-class professionals couldn't match him. Because he had the plague skill, which infected within a 500-meter radius, combined with the high-damage 10 fingers linked heart. His farming speed was unmatched. What did you say? In the forest, Bai Jinqing looked at her best friend Chen Rui with a face full of confusion. Sure, Tengfei is really going to activate the demonized abyss? Chen Rui helplessly spread her hands. Yes, Chen Er just messaged me, saying the Sure family has already reserved the grassland area of the Baishur Plains. Bai Jinqing frowned, her eyes full of disdain. Chen Rui raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hey, Qingqing, you have to admit, Sure Tengfei is really going all out for you. Bai Jinqing immediately pouted. I don't care. That guy just makes people sick. Chen Rui teased, who in Apocalypse City doesn't know Sure Tengfei likes you? Who doesn't know he's used every trick in the book to chase you? This time, he specifically waited to draw the class advancement with you, just so he could level up with you. Yesterday, when he found out you weren't going to the cave and planned to level up on your own, he immediately begged his dad to spend a fortune to buy the demonized abyss stone for the Baishur Plains. Isn't it all just to level up with you? And he even wants to participate in the Dragon God tournament with you, win the prize, and give it to you. He's trying to win your heart with this. Seeing Bai Jinqing's face darken, Chen Rui shrugged helplessly. Don't be mad, Qingqing. Do you believe me? Sure Tengfei will contact you any moment now. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Jinqing's communicator rang. Chen Rui couldn't help but laugh, spreading her hands with a teasing expression. Bai Jinqing glanced at it. It was indeed Sure Tengfei. She immediately turned off the communicator and blocked him. Seeing this, Chen Rui had no intention of letting her off. See? You blocked him, didn't you? Do you believe me now? He'll definitely come looking for you in a bit. Bai Jinqing responded coldly, he can do whatever he wants, it has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't have added him as a friend in the first place. Chen Rui sighed. I know, but what can you do? The Sure family is the top family, after all. The Bai family is strong, but it still can't compare to the Sure family, so there are always restrictions. Bai Jinqing sneered. So what? My affairs are my own to decide. Don't mention the Sure family, even my dad can't control me. Boom! Bang! As soon as the words fell, a loud explosion sounded in the distance. The two immediately looked over. A plume of black smoke shot straight into the sky, quickly spreading in all directions. Chen Rui's eyelid twitched, and she exclaimed in surprise, that guy really opened the abyss of demonization. Everyone knew how dangerous the abyss of demonization was. It seems he must have killed quite a few monsters. Seeing Chen Rui staring at her strangely, Bai Jinqing's face darkened. I said, he can open his dungeon and play by himself. I'm not teaming up with him. Chen Rui quickly grabbed Bai Jinqing's hand. Hey, who said we have to team up with him? Our damage output is already enough. Besides, since the abyss of demonization is open, we don't need to join them. We can solo it ourselves, no need to get angry. Chen Rui raised her eyebrows and said, let me tell you, the rewards from the abyss of demonization are very precious. Our Chen family can't afford to buy them. Since I've encountered it this time, I definitely have to farm it. Bai Jinqing remained silent, and Chen Rui blinked. That's more like it. Just because he opened the abyss of demonization doesn't mean the dungeon belongs to him. We can go farm somewhere else. Isn't there still the final boss in the Whitestone district? We can just go for the rewards there. Boss, how's it going? Did you get in touch with her? Grassland district. Zhao Ming poked his head out with a flattering smile and asked, the goddess Qing must be very touched knowing you want to take her to farm the abyss of demonization, right? Sure. Teng Fei's eyelid twitched, and he slapped Zhao Ming hard across the face. Smack. Are you stupid? She's already blocked me. Take her, my ass. Touched, my ass. Zhao Ming clutched his head, almost crying from the pain. No, boss, I was just asking. Sure, Teng Fei was so angry his teeth were about to grind to dust. That wretch, truly ungrateful. He cursed for a while before finally calming down. Zhao Ming was too scared to make a sound. Forget it, let's start farming monsters. Zhao Ming quickly nodded. So, boss, should we start farming from the grassland district? Yes, hurry up. They were in the center of the grassland district, where the abyss of demonization had also begun. Sure, Teng Fei glanced at the corpses on the ground and quickly said to Lu Hong, get ready. Those corpses are about to revive. Lu Hong responded and led the group to quickly set up defenses. Soon, the first prairie wolf stood up, followed by one prairie wolf after another and scarecrows also reviving. Their bodies were wrapped in black demonic energy, corroding them, their sizes gradually growing larger, becoming fierce and ferocious. Whoa! With the howl of the first prairie wolf, the abyss of demonization officially began. All the monster corpses suddenly became berserk. Lu Hong saw the red-eyed monsters charging at him and quickly raised his weapon, shouting, defensive warriors, activate shields. Paladins, activate marks. Priests and druids, watch the tank's health. Melee fighters, don't rush in yet, let the ranged attackers test the damage first. Remember, leave the final blow for the young master. Understood. Dozens of professionals responded in unison, and the tanks immediately charged forward. Seeing this, Sure Teng Fei kicked Zhao Ming and shouted, quick, protect me. Zhao Ming smiled flatteringly, not even bothering to wipe the footprint off his pants, and hurriedly stood in front of the temple knight with orange gear potential. The monsters in the abyss of demonization not only had greatly enhanced attributes but also had different skills. Some prairie wolves that only used wind blades could now shoot black fireballs. Especially the scarecrows, long-legged cats, and black-haired baboons that followed. Their skills were no longer limited to their original attributes, and even area attacks appeared. However, these monsters were still just for beginner professionals. As long as they coordinated well, they were practically giving experience to Sure Teng Fei. Lu Hong saw the timing was right, and quickly shouted, young master, go farm these monsters. Sure Teng Fei smiled, raised his greatsword, and charged forward. Before long, dozens of monsters in front of him had all fallen. Sure enough, golden light flashed continuously on Sure Teng Fei's body. Ha ha, awesome. Leveling up is so fast. Zhao Ming quickly ran over with a flattering smile to congratulate him, but strangely, as soon as he saw Zhao Ming, Sure Teng Fei thought of Bai Jinqing. So annoying. Sure Teng Fei hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, forget it, since the next wave of demonized monsters will take some time, I'll use this time to go to the forest area to find her. If I go personally, she has to pay attention to me. After saying this, Sure Teng Fei spat on the ground and ran angrily toward the forest area. At the edge of the grassland area, Lin Gu was running while casting skills. Now, only a scarecrow boss was left behind him, all the other monsters had been killed. The scarecrow boss's health was less than 1/10, and it wouldn't last long under the plague and continuous damage. Boom! The massive scarecrow fell, and gold coins scattered all over the ground. You have killed the giant scarecrow and gained 1258 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he ran over excitedly. Leveled up again? Haha, as expected, hidden classes level up so fast. He laughed, his steps light. At this rate, he would be able to change classes soon. Running to the boss's corpse, he bent down to pick up the dropped items. You have obtained 12 gold, 23 silver, and 56 copper. Obtained Scarecrow's scythe. Obtained Scarecrow's headband. Obtained Scarecrow's button. Obtained equipment, Scarecrow's ring, blue, dot. Obtained skill book, chest crushing stone LV1. What kind of luck is this? Dropping equipment and a skill book? Lin Ji's heart raced as he quickly opened his inventory to check. Scarecrow's ring, blue, slot, ring attributes, spirit +5, constitution +2 durability, 10/10. It looked like a small, shabby ring, but he decided to put it on and try it out. Lin Gu didn't linger and focused his attention on the skill book. Chest crushing stone LV1, Lin Gu. Exclusive skill, description, upon activation, the target's chest is instantly struck with a heavy blow, causing the chest to collapse and dealing 8,000 points of continuous damage per second for 1,000 seconds. What the? Lin Ji's mouth fell open, and he was completely stunned. Who still uses such a straightforward skill name these days? The name was certainly fitting. In all his years, this was the first time he'd seen such an exaggerated skill name. But then again, the skill's damage was indeed insane, far stronger than the plague skill. Of course, the plague skill mainly relied on its contagion effect, not pure damage. But if the two were combined, Lin Gu couldn't help but imagine how satisfying that scene would be. I have to try this out. Snapping back to reality, Lin Gu looked up into the distance. The demonized abyss had opened, and there were more monsters with higher health, making it the perfect opportunity to test his new skill. He couldn't wait to see its power. Without hesitation, Lin Gu dusted off his pants, took a sip of mineral water, and immediately ran toward the white stone area. That was the ultimate zone of the white stone plains and the location of the final boss. In the dungeon, the best chance to get good equipment was always from the final boss. He planned to check it out while practicing his new skill. However, after running just a few steps, he heard a commotion ahead, and the closer he got, the louder it became. What's going on? As Lin Gu approached, he saw a large group of monsters gathered in a circle at the border between the forest and the grassland, attacking furiously. When he got closer, he realized that the ones surrounded were two beautiful girls, both anxiously casting their skills. Ching Ching, run! I'll cover you. Rue, don't be ridiculous. I'm stronger than you. You go first. I'll hold them off. At the border of the grassland and the forest, Bai Jinqing and Chan Rue were surrounded by monsters. Their expressions tense. They had been traveling smoothly, but they forgot that after the demonized abyss opened, the monsters in the dungeon would flee their original areas in panic and gather here. Fortunately, there were no boss-level monsters in this group, otherwise, a mage and an archer wouldn't have been able to hold out at all. Even so, the two of them were urgently drinking potions while running around a large tree, trying to use line-of-sight blocking to stall the monsters. But their potions were limited, and as time passed in the demonized abyss, the monsters were becoming stronger and stronger. If this continues, their job change plans will be ruined. Summon Snow. Bai Jinqing quickly cast an area skill while the monster's vision was blocked. Instantly, tiny snowflakes the size of fingernails began to fall. When they touched the monsters, they froze and started losing health. However, each hit only dealt a little over 400 damage, and it would take at least 10 more casts to kill this group of monsters. The problem was that the skill required charging, and Bai Jinqing couldn't move while casting. Although she had blocked the monster's vision behind her, she forgot that they were attacking from all directions. Just as she stood still, the monsters immediately charged at her. Chen Rui was shocked, drawing her bow and shouting, "Xing Xing, run! The monsters are coming!" Bai Jinqing froze for a moment, then quickly cancelled the skill when she realized what was happening. But as she turned around, the monster's weapon was already swinging toward her. Her pupils contracted sharply, and death loomed so close it was suffocating. Her mind went blank, unable to think of anything. Just as the monster's weapon was about to strike her face, the monster's chest suddenly caved in, as if collapsing with a loud crack, accompanied by the sound of ribs breaking. Crack! -8,932 ARG. A string of nearly 9,000 critical damage numbers appeared before her eyes, and Bai Jinqing's eyes widened in shock, her entire body frozen. The next second, the monsters screamed and fell to the ground, one after another. Seeing this, not only was Bai Jinqing stunned, but even Chen Rui was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth wide, staring at Bai Jinqing in astonishment. Ching Ching? What did you just do? Bai Jinqing snapped back to her senses. I didn't do anything. The monsters just fell on their own. What are you standing there for? Run! Do you want to die? A deep, magnetic male voice came from behind Shen Rui. The two turned toward the voice and saw a handsome man holding a staff standing there. It was Lin Gu. Seeing their stunned expressions, the corner of his mouth twitched. Stop standing there! Run, girls! Hearing this, the two finally came to their senses, their cheeks slightly flushed, and quickly ran toward him. This handsome guy was right, they were still fighting monsters, so how could they just stand? They're in a daze? You two run, leave this to me, Lin Gu said. Bai Jinqing and Chan Rui were both stunned. No, I'll stay and help you. I don't know if you know this, but I'm an orange potential class holder. I can definitely help. I'm also a purple archer. I can help too. No need. Lin Gu firmly rejected them. Seeing their confused faces, he cast a skill and pursed his lips helplessly. You can't help, you'll just get in the way. Go, the farther the better. Bai Jinqing hesitated for a moment, then looked back at the large group of monsters behind her, gritting her teeth. You're holding a beginner's staff, so your level must not be high. I'll stay and help you. After all, we were the ones who provoked the monsters. It's our responsibility, we can't let you bear it alone. Chen Rui nodded seriously. This is our problem. You've already saved us from danger. We won't be ungrateful and leave you behind to escape. They both thought Lin Gu was trying to sacrifice himself to protect them. Although it sounded like a cliché hero saving the damsel scenario, this time the danger was real. Death meant death. Lin Gu had just changed classes and was still holding a beginner's staff, indicating that his family wasn't wealthy. They, on the other hand, came from prominent families and had resurrection methods, so they weren't afraid of dying, only of wasting time. No matter what, even if they could survive, they would never abandon someone who risked their life to save them. Their upbringing wouldn't allow it. But Lin Gu genuinely wanted them to leave quickly. After all, this had nothing to do with some hero saving the damsel story. What he was worried about was them stealing his experience points. With so many monsters, this was a great opportunity for him to level up. If he shared it with them, there wouldn't be enough experience to go around. This isn't being ungrateful. Lin Gu looked at Bai Jinqing seriously. Go now. I can get away. If you're here, I can't escape. I promise you, once you're far enough, I'll run. I can definitely make it. Bai Jinqing's face turned red. Upon hearing this was the first time in 20 years that a man had spoken to her so closely and earnestly. Moreover, he prioritized her safety, sincerely urging them to escape for their lives. To be honest, Bai Jinqing, who had been closed off for 20 years, suddenly felt something strike her heart, making her feel different. Lin Gu sensed an unusual atmosphere. It was completely different from the repulsive feeling she got when seeing Shi Tingfei. This man made her feel comfortable, his eyes sparkled, and he was particularly attractive. I think I'll stay and help you, Bai Jinqing said. Lin Gu thought to himself, oh my goodness. You guys need to leave quickly, this monster is about to die. He was so anxious he almost jumped up and down. He hadn't expected that even after saying so much, she still wanted to stay. Lin Gu couldn't help but blink and quickly used a plague skill, whispering, don't worry, I value my life too much to throw it away. Who wants to die? Staying alive is the only way to have a chance. What he said was absolutely true. After all, he was a hidden class player with a bright future ahead. He meant every word. But Bai Jinqing and the other person felt a bit strange after hearing it. Their faces turned red, and they didn't dare look directly at him. They exchanged glances before nodding softly. Then be careful. We'll leave first. Lin Gu felt amused inside but kept a serious expression on his face, waving his hand and saying, quick. You guys need to go. I'll lure the monster away, you two hide deep in the forest. Okay. The two nodded earnestly and quickly ran deeper into the forest as Lin Gu started running. Bai Jinqing turned back to look halfway through, but Lin Gu resisted the urge to rush over to help, waving his hand instead. She finally ran far away. Only when the two disappeared from sight did Lin Gu breathe a sigh of relief. He raised his staff and struck the monster's chest. Hard. Bang. Instantly, the monster's chest felt as if it had been hit by a giant boulder, and they all fell down. A massive critical hit of 9,000 points appeared. The monsters screamed as they collapsed, leaving a trail of death and injury. At the edge of the grassland, Lin Gu sat on a rock, munching on bread while flipping through his backpack. Inside was a messy pile of materials, along with over 130 gold coins. Converted into money, it was about 13,000, more than he earned working for half a year. No wonder everyone said that professionals never lacked money. Even in this ordinary leveling area, he could earn so much. Not to mention high-level dungeons or secret realms, where the gold coins would be even more abundant. Gold coins could not only be exchanged for money but also used for forging, enchanting, smelting, and other sub-profession materials. Auctions or private transactions also relied entirely on gold coins. It could be said that in this world, gold coins were the universal currency. The level aspect was even more exciting. Name, Lin Gu. Class, Underworld Priest. Potential, Red. Level 12 Strength, 150 Agility, 150 Spirit, 293 Constitution, 162 Equipment, Beginner's Staff, Blue Wolf Fong Necklace. Skills, Plague LV2, Heartstrings LV2, Chest Crushing Stone LV2. That's right. After clearing the monsters earlier, he had already leveled up to 12. All 3 skills had also leveled up to 2. Based on his tests, the damage of the 3 skills had increased by about 30%, and each attack could now deal over 9,000 points of damage. All 4 attributes had also exceeded 100. This was why he could defeat monsters above his level and gain a large amount of experience. If he were fighting monsters of the same level, each monster would only give a few dozen experience points, and leveling up to 12 would take at least a week. At this rate, I'll be able to undergo my first class advancement soon. Lin Gu tossed the bread bag into his backpack and looked up at the sky, which was now shrouded in black mist. He estimated the time. It's been about an hour. He glanced at his watch. It was already 5 p.m. It had been 6 hours since Bai Jincheng and the other person left. However, due to the demonic abyss ahead, he couldn't leave yet. He had to wait until the monsters were cleared before he could go. The monsters wanted to escape, but it seemed he would have to stay here for 2 or 3 days. Just as he was thinking, a wolf howl suddenly echoed from deep within the grassland. Lin Gu froze, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Could it be that the Wolf King has been resurrected? As soon as he finished speaking, the black mist at the edge of the grassland suddenly began to churn. Lin Gu quickly stood up and walked to the clearing. A massive wolf, towering at 10 meters high, suddenly charged out of the black mist. Oh whoa! The giant wolf's eyes were blood red, its body covered in rotting wounds so deep that bones were visible. Its originally grayish-blue fur had turned black, emitting black smoke like flames and faint green mist, making it look as though it had been infected by Lin Ji's plague. Lin Gu immediately recognized it. It was the same grassland wolf king he had killed before. Is this a reunion with an old friend, or did it sense its resurrection and come specifically to seek revenge? If it were a newly refreshed system boss, it wouldn't have any wounds. Since it carried injuries, it meant it wasn't newly spawned. Someone must have sacrificed its corpse to the abyss. Lin Gu clearly remembered that activating the abyssal corruption required a large number of monster corpses. Looks like after I killed the Wolf King, someone picked up its corpse. As the Wolf King bared its fangs, black and red saliva dripping from its mouth, Lin Gu slowly raised his left eyebrow. Well, since it's a feast delivered to my doorstep, I might as well enjoy it. Muttering to himself, he immediately checked the Wolf King's stats. Abyssal Wolf King, Rare Boss, Race, Corrupted Wolf. Tribe Level, 30 HP, 1 million MP, 760,000 Armor, 7,689 Attack Power, 5,436 to 8,923 Skills. Sun Wind, Corruption 1 million HP? Lin Ji's mouth twitched, slightly shocked. The previous Wolf King only had 50,000 HP, but now, after corruption, it had skyrocketed to 1 million. Its attack power was also insane. At level 30, it could deal nearly 10,000 damage. Ordinary monsters weren't this strong, even level 50 monsters couldn't compare. No wonder regular players couldn't handle the abyssal corruption. It was filled with monstrous creatures. However, Lin Gu wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt excited. If he could take down this boss, it would prove he could easily solo level 50 ordinary monsters. Then, leveling up would only require visiting high-level dungeons, without wasting time on low-level ones. High-level dungeon monsters offered more experience and better loot. For professional players, equipment was crucial, especially for someone like him with a hidden class. Having high-level gear would significantly boost his strength, making him far more powerful. Thinking of this, he immediately sprang into action. Before the Wolf King could charge at him, Lin Gu cast Plague on it. Instantly, the Wolf King's body emitted even thicker green smoke. -9232. The Wolf King shuddered from the attack, its fur standing on end. Oh whoa! Memories of its death hit it like a heavy hammer, igniting its fury. It glared at Lin Gu, enduring the pain of the poison, and charged at him swiftly. Lin Gu raised his staff. Time for a new skill. Chest crushing. Stone. Boom. -9322. The Wolf King, halfway through its charge, suddenly had its chest cave in, the intense pain slowing it down significantly. 10 fingers to the heart. Slash. -8923. Awoo. Just as the Wolf King adjusted to the chest pain and tried to accelerate, the next moment, its claws were shattered, blood gushing out, the pain nearly causing its eyes to pop out. A deafening beastly roar erupted from the Wolf King's mouth. Oh whoa! If it could speak, it might be boasting proudly right now. But the reality was, it could only endure the agony. Taking advantage of its still high HP, Lin Gu seized the opportunity to level up his skills. Without waiting for the Wolf King to react, Lin Gu jumped onto a large rock, his skills firing off like a cheat code, continuously bombarding the Wolf King. Plague. Chain attack. Chest crushing stone. Boom. 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 Oh whoa. Before the Wolf King could even reach Lin Gu, its body began trembling like a sieve, its forepaws bleeding profusely. It roared furiously, its eyes nearly bulging out. Lin Gu smirked triumphantly, just about to unleash another chest-crushing stone, when suddenly, the corpses of the monsters he had previously killed began emitting black and green smoke immediately. One by one, monsters resembling zombies stood up in succession. Their roars intertwined with the Wolf King's furious howls, shaking the heavens and earth. But that was not all. Before Lin Gu could react, black mist rolled across the grassland and the forest behind him, changing the color of the sky and earth. The sound of footsteps and the growls of monsters mixed together. Lin Gu could even feel the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly. In an instant, Lin Gu was surrounded by countless monsters from all directions. The roars of the monsters echoed continuously, but Lin Gu was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up as he tightly gripped his staff. If it were any other profession, they might panic in the face of so many monsters. But he was different. Don't forget, he had the plague skill. As long as they were within 500 meters, all monsters would be infected. No matter how many monsters there were, they were all just delivering experience points to him. It could be said that Lin Gu loved large-scale battles like this the most. Without saying much, he immediately cast Plague on the Wolf King. The Wolf King's body stiffened, and a trace of doubt flashed in its blood-red eyes. But soon, it realized something was wrong. It noticed that all the monsters within 500 meters around it had frozen, with green smoke rising from their bodies. This situation was too strange. The Wolf King's pride made it endure the pain in its paw, which felt like it was being torn apart, and it roared desperately as it charged at Lin Gu. Lin Gu sneered, raised his staff, and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chest-crushing stone. Boom. Awah. The Wolf King's eyes bulged suddenly, and its chest almost collapsed from the pain. The intense pain and suffocating sensation made its vision go black. Awah. It let out a mournful howl in resistance, but it was completely useless. Chain attack. Put. The Wolf King's claws shattered, and the pain caused it to roll on the ground. Awah. Awah. The Wolf King rolled around, crushing several monsters, while its claw caps were also flung off. In an instant, the sky was filled with flying creatures, the ground was swarming with running ones, and those leaping in midair, all mixed into a chaotic mass, likely numbering in the thousands. The edge of the vast grassland had become their battlefield. Amid the chaos, Lin Gu nodded in amazement as he watched. This scene is truly rare. Despite his words, his hands were not idle, continuously strengthening his attacks on the Wolf King. After all, such a good opportunity to level up was rare. Chest-crushing stone. Plague. Chain attack. The Wolf King had a thick health bar, and as it charged into the monster horde, combined with the infectious effect of the plague, all monsters, whether controlled or not, began emitting green smoke. Then, a cacophony of screams and sounds erupted. Although these monsters were demonized, along with those spawned from the demonized abyss, their strength had increased tenfold. Even The ones with the lowest health had at least 30,000 HP. But under Lin Ge's attacks, they were like paper, instantly killed. Huge damage numbers continuously popped up before his eyes, and the voice of the worlds will quickly echoed in Lin Ge's mind. You killed a demonized grassland wolf, EXP plus 2394. You killed a demonized green-tailed tiger, EXP plus 5394. You killed a demonized Xuanfeng snake, EXP plus 5494. You killed a demonized savage scarecrow, EXP plus 5494. Holy crap! So much experience? Lin Ge's eyelid twitched, shocked to the point of being speechless. Previously, when he fought ordinary grassland wolves, he only gained about 50 experience points, and killing savage scarecrows earned him just over 100. But the experience from demonized monsters had skyrocketed to over 5,000. Watching his experience bar rise rapidly, Lin Gu instantly became excited and energized. Just farming experience is worth it. No wonder people with money and power love entering the demonized abyss, it's simply too cost-effective. Of course, when teaming up to fight in the demonized abyss, experience would be split, and a large level gap would result in experience deductions. But these issues couldn't overshadow the sheer number of monsters in the demonized abyss. Not to mention the demonized bosses in the dungeon, as well as the bosses that emerged from the abyssal rift. Thinking about it, the demonized abyss was an excellent place for farming experience and equipment, whether in the early, mid, or late stages. It seems I need to pay more attention to the abyssal magic stones in the future. Just as he was thinking, the voice of the world will sounded again. You killed the magic-infused withered tree monster, EXP plus 6235. You killed the magic-infused sawtooth python, EXP plus 6923. You killed the magic-infused unicorn deer, EXP plus 6239. Ding. Congratulations, you leveled up. You killed the magic-infused withered tree monster, EXP plus 5932. You killed the magic-infused sawtooth python, EXP plus 6202. The feeling of leveling up was exhilarating, especially at this rocket-like speed. Lin Gu quickly immersed himself in the frenzy, unleashing skills like mad. The Wolf King had a thick health bar and could withstand his relentless bombardment. The monsters that had been controlled earlier, with shattered claws and crushed chests, were long dead. In less than 10 minutes, 3 waves of monsters had already been replaced. Yet, the Wolf King's health remained terrifyingly high, showing no signs of depletion. Seeing this, Lin Gu decided it was time to get serious. He noticed that the longer he fought, the more monsters came rushing in from all directions. Although he could make all monsters within 500 meters kneel and beg for mercy, flying monsters in the distance were attacking him with ranged skills. With his thin cloth armor, a single skill could kill him instantly. He definitely didn't want to die right after crossing over. At the very least, he wanted to enjoy the game properly. Without hesitation, he grabbed his staff and began accelerating his skill releases. Chest-crushing stone. Plague. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Boom! The Wolf King writhed in pain, spewing 2 mouthfuls of blood, howling miserably at the sky, and continuing to roll around. The surrounding monsters, like puppets on strings, followed suit, rolling back and forth with it. A series of massive critical hit numbers kept popping up in front of Lin Gu, making him feel ecstatic. This is the most thrilling way to level up. Watching the Wolf King's health bar gradually decrease, Lin Ji's lips curled into a smile. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Keep coming at me. Oh whoa! The Wolf King went completely berserk, but its body was in so much pain that it couldn't move, only struggling helplessly while spewing blood in rage. As the golden glow of leveling up continuously flashed on his body, Lin Gu knew his strength was steadily advancing to new heights. Lin Gu couldn't stop grinning. At this rate, in another day or two, he'd reach level 30 and be ready to take on the first-tier quest. Meanwhile, in the final area, the White Stone Zone, Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui sat on a rock drinking water, their eyes fixed on the nearby magic-infused monsters, their faces full of exhaustion. Ever since they parted ways with Lin Gu, they had been running for a long time. Later, they tried to go back and find Lin Gu but couldn't locate him at all. What made it even more frustrating was that they had never thought to add Lin Gu as a friend, so they had no idea who he was. This whole situation is just ridiculous. Chen Rui sighed as she put away her water bottle. How did we not think to add him as a friend? Such a classic hero saving the damsel moment, and we totally missed the chance. Bai Jinqing pursed her lips helplessly. Alright, stop rambling. This place is full of stone forests, and standing on top of them is perfect for us. You lure the monsters, I'll clear them, they won't be able to hit us.
Chen Rui shrugged inside, fine. I'll handle it.
Chen Rui stood up, took out her short bow, knocked an arrow, aimed at the farthest monster within range, and fired.
Whoosh! The arrow, trailing flames, shot down like a meteor from the sky.
The moment the arrow hit the monster, it exploded, the flames scorching
the monster and making it scream in agony.
Soon, nearby monsters, affected by the splash damage, focused their attacks, their eyes turning blood red as they charged toward the stone pillar where Chen Rui and Bai Jinqing were.
They're coming!
Qingqing, get ready to use your skills!
Chen Rui shouted. Don't worry!
Bai Jinqing's face turned serious.
Ever since meeting Lin Gu, she had been reflecting a lot. Over the
past 20 years, she had lived like a caged golden canary.
No matter how hard she worked or how independent she tried to be, even daring to come
to a public dungeon alone to level up, her experience and reactions were still far from adequate. Although she had top-tier orange talent, her on-the-spot reactions couldn't compare to Lin Ji's. Lin Gu remained calm in the face of a horde of monsters, while she almost lost her composure and nearly endangered her best friend. She believed Chen Rui wouldn't blame her, but she couldn't forgive herself for running away and leaving her savior behind. During this time, she had been studying how to handle emergencies and how to deal with different monsters, determined
not to panic again. Thinking of this, Bai Jinqing's gaze became even more resolute.
She glanced at the monsters rushing from all directions, raised her staff, and began casting a skill.
Summon snow.
The howling cold wind swept up snowflakes, instantly dropping the temperature by
several degrees.
Each snowflake was like a sharp blade, lightly falling and dealing over 1,000 damage to the monsters.
After long hours
of leveling up, her skills had also improved.
Combined with her talent, her DPS had reached 1,500 points. Seeing the monster's health bars rapidly decreasing, Chen Rui's face lit up with joy. Great job, Qingqing. Watch me.
She bent down, pulled her bowstring to the fullest, and in the next second, a flaming arrow descended from the sky, heading straight for the group of monsters.
Boom!
-932 to 854 the arrow exploded, and the flames scorched the monsters surrounding the stone pillar, causing them to scream.
Awah! Chen Rui grinned triumphantly, raising her bow. Come on, little monsters.
She pulled her bowstring again, working in tandem with Bai Jinqing's snowflake attack to quickly
clear the monsters around the pillar.
However, they seemed to have forgotten that these monsters were all demonized, with combat power and
reaction speed far surpassing ordinary monsters.
Their attack speed had also increased.
When the monsters couldn't attack them, they turned to attack the pillar instead.
Neither of them noticed that the pillar beneath their feet had already started to crack from the repeated attacks.
At that moment, Shi Tengfei arrived with reinforcements. Seeing Bai Jinqing and another person on the pillar, Shi Tengfei's eyes lit up. Quick! Rescue them! Jinqing! Don't be afraid, I'm here. Bai Jinqing's expression immediately turned serious when she saw Shi Tengfei. Mid-level area of the grassland zone. Lin Gu had been grinding monsters for 2 hours straight. He looked around, there were few monsters left, and his experience bar was almost full.
Excitedly, he raised his staff, staring at the Wolf King whose health was down
to a sliver.
I didn't expect to end up here without realizing it.
Alright, it's time for you to meet your end. Stone Shatter. Chest. 10 fingers linked. Plague.
3 skills were unleashed simultaneously, and the Wolf King and surrounding monsters let
out cries of agony. Boom boom. Awah. Awah. 2 massive critical hits exceeding 10,000 damage instantly took down the
Wolf King and the surrounding monsters, dropping experience points and items everywhere.
A treasure chest even appeared. Gold coins rained down like droplets, glittering on the ground.
You defeated the demonized grassland wolf, gained 3,294 experience. You defeated the demonized grassland wolf, gained 3,294 experience. You defeated the demonized grassland wolf, gained 3,294 experience. You defeated the demonized grassland wolf king, gained 16,432 experience. Ding.
Congratulations, you leveled up. Ding.
Congratulations, your skill plague has leveled up.
Ding. Congratulations, your skill stone shatter chest has leveled up. Ding.
Congratulations, your skill 10 fingers linked has leveled up.
What the heck? All maxed out? Lin Ji's eyes lit up as he immediately opened his character panel.
Name, Lin Gu. Class, Underworld Priest. Potential, red level, level 20 strength, 230 agility, 230 spirit, 453 constitution, 242 equipment, beginner's staff, blue wolf fang necklace, blue. Scarecrow ring skills, plague LV4, 10 fingers linked LV4, stone shatter chest LV4. That's right. After 2 hours of continuous combat, Linga not only leveled up to 20 but also maxed out all his skills. Now, his plague skill dealt 15,000 damage per second, and with his critical hit talent, the actual DPS exceeded 30,000. Stone shatter chest dealt over 40,000 damage per second, even surpassing 10 fingers linked. With just these two skills, he had become incredibly powerful. After the plague reached level 4, its range expanded to a full 1,000 meters. Linga felt that the higher the skill level, the weaker the enemy's resistance. Typically, the later the growth of such skills, the more powerful they become. This filled Linga with great anticipation for the future, especially with over 2,000 gold coins in various materials piled up in his backpack. He couldn't stop grinning. Right. The Wolf King dropped a lot of stuff again. And there's a treasure chest too. Lin Ji's eyes lit up as he immediately ran over and picked up everything. You obtained 163 gold, 38 silver, and 22 copper. You obtained a damaged enchanted item. You obtained the enchanted Wolf King's tooth. You obtained the enchanted Wolf King's magic core. You obtained equipment, enchanted wolf boots, purple. You obtained equipment, enchanted Wolf King's necklace, purple. You obtained a skill book, intimidation LV1. You obtained a treasure chest, blue. Holy crap. So much loot? A skill book and a treasure chest too? Lingu couldn't help but curse in excitement, his eyes sparkling. Is this the value of an enchanted abyss boss? Not to mention the gold coins and materials. Just the 2 pieces of purple equipment and the skill book alone were enough to outshine the drops of all second-tier bosses below level 60. According to forum information, bosses below level 30 at most drop 1 piece of equipment, and half the time they drop nothing at all. Skill books are even rarer, entirely dependent on luck. Most of the time, the drops are just gold coins and various materials. For a level 30 boss to drop 2 pieces of purple equipment like this is simply outrageous. As expected of an enchanted abyss boss, Lingu excitedly opened his backpack and examined the items he had picked up one by one. Enchanted wolf boots, purple, slot, shoes attributes, agility plus 10, spirit plus 12, constitution plus 8 armor value, 125 effect, increases movement speed by 30 points active skill, when activated, movement speed doubles for 20 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes durability, 100 out of 100 equipment level, level 20 enchanted Wolf King's necklace, purple, slot, necklace magic attack plus 30 magic critical rate, plus 2% attributes, strength plus 6, spirit plus 19, constitution plus 8 effect, increases magic casting speed by 5% effect, increases maximum mana by 500 points durability, 50-50 equipment level, level 20 enchanted Wolf King's magic core, purple, description, drop from the enchanted abyss boss all top tier equipment. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Ji's eyes practically sparkled. These attributes were absolutely among the best for level 20 purple equipment. Especially the enchanted wolf boots, which not only increased movement speed but also had an active acceleration effect, making them practically rocket boots. The best choice for escaping or chasing monsters. As for this magic core, Lingu was a bit puzzled. He picked up the stone, which emitted a black mist, and examined it closely. The magic core was covered in strange symbols and purple-black patterns, heavy and about the size of a palm. Holding it, he could clearly feel the intense energy fluctuations inside, but he had no idea what it was for. The forums didn't mention it, and the system didn't provide any hints. Whatever, if it's a boss drop, it must be valuable. I'll keep it for now, it might come in handy later. Lingo put down the magic core and immediately equipped the 2 pieces of purple gear. The dark boots with wolf claw patterns looked incredibly cool. The necklace's design also perfectly matched his taste. Perfect. As for the previous wolf fawn necklace, he put it in his backpack for now, planning to sell it at the trading market when he returned to Apocalypse City. Looking at the boots on his feet, Lingu happily picked up the skill book. Intimidation LV1 Lin Gu exclusive skill description. Upon activation, the target will suddenly hear your 200 decibel roar, instantly interrupting their skill and forcing them to move forward or backward. Simultaneously, it deals 3000 damage per second for 1000 seconds. Wow! This skill is pretty interesting. Lingu revealed a strange smile. You should know, the maximum sound a normal human ear can endure is 180 decibels, and 200 decibels is already beyond the limit.
Sounds above 90 decibels can be fatal. Of course, this world doesn't follow common sense. But a sudden sound of 200 decibels is unbearable for any person or creature. That said, without experiencing it firsthand, no one can make a definitive judgment. So he clicked on the study option, ready to find a monster to test this move. After reading through, Lin Gu quickly focused on the final treasure chest. Treasure chests are very rare, just like skill books, and only drop from bosses for special monsters. Moreover, the drop rate is even lower than that of skill books, but the probability of getting something good is extremely high. It can be said that this is the minimum guarantee of a boss drop. With good luck, you might even get equipment of a higher grade. For example, the blue treasure chest in Lin Ji's hand could yield purple equipment if he's lucky. My luck has always been good, I'm sure I'll get something great. Lin Gu rubbed his hands together and eagerly opened the treasure chest in his inventory. 500 gold coins obtained. Equipment obtained. Demon Slayer ring, purple. What the heck? Another purple equipment? Did I stumble upon a nest of purple gear? Lin Gu was momentarily stunned, then picked up the ring to examine it closely. Another ring? Demon Slayer ring, purple, slot, ring magic attack plus 25 magic critical rate plus 2% attributes, strength plus 10, spirit plus 15, constitution plus 8 effect. Increases spell damage by 2% effect, restores 20 mana points per second durability, 50/50ths required level, 20. The attributes were quite decent, though the ring itself looked rather thin, with a medium-sized black gemstone embedded in the center, giving it a somewhat peculiar appearance. But honestly, getting purple gear from a blue chest was already incredibly lucky. Judging by the attributes, he could use it, though the effects weren't particularly outstanding. Well, something is better than nothing. My current gear would definitely make others insanely jealous. Who else could boast about having 3 pieces of purple gear at level 20 in the White Stone Plains? Who wouldn't be envious? Since he already had 2 pieces of purple gear, he was mentally prepared, so his reaction was relatively calm. If it were another player, they'd probably be ecstatic by now. Just one local magic-infused boss can drop so many good items. How much divine gear would the bosses in the Abyssal Rift drop? Lin Gu touched the ring on his hand, his eyes lighting up, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. The Abyss opening point is deep in the plains, and the rift is there too. Ah, Abyss bosses, the synonym for divine gear. Lin Ji's eyes sparkled as he grabbed his staff and dashed toward the depths of the plains. From the time he started farming monsters until now, he had already traversed nearly half of the plains. Previously, after defeating the Plains Wolf King, he hadn't ventured into the core area, as the monsters were almost cleared out, and there was no need to waste time. So, he had been farming along the edges while moving toward the forest area. Now that the Wolf King had led him back, and the Abyss opening point was there, he definitely had to check it out. With the added boost from the wolf boots, Lin Ji's speed had significantly increased. After running for over 10 minutes, he noticed that the black mist ahead, about 100 meters away, was growing denser. He could even see a massive pillar of black mist with the naked eye. What caught his attention even more was the large number of people gathered there. The dazzling skill effects indicated that they were at least first tier or higher classes. It seems this magic-infused abyss is being handled by that group? It had to be said, the monsters here were several times more numerous than the ones he had been farming. At least 3 times more. He had always wondered why the Abyssal Rift monsters hadn't reached him, and now he finally understood. It was because those monsters were almost entirely controlled by this group in the heart of the plains. Abyssal Rift monsters were easy to identify, as they were shrouded in black mist. These monsters looked like elemental creatures, with various forms and almost no physical bodies, although their defense and attributes are several times higher than ordinary monsters of the same level. The monsters in the Abyss Rift are experienced and drop abundant loot, still attracting countless experts to challenge them. More importantly, due to the influence of the demonized Abyss, the strength of these monsters has been enhanced tenfold, far surpassing their previous levels. Lin Gu looked around cautiously, not acting rashly. After all, he was alone, and no matter how strong he was, it was impossible to face dozens of second-tier professionals head-on. Acting impulsively would only lead to death. Of course, if he had already reached the first tier, the situation would be different. But now, at only level 20, his plague skills range couldn't even cover the entire field. To seize the Abyss boss, he had to find the right opportunity. He quickly observed and identified a weak spot in the monster group. An idea struck him, and Lin Gu thought of a clever plan. This is a good chance to test my new skill.
A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
He quietly circled around
to the back of a hill with sparse monsters.
Since there weren't many monsters there, the warriors and knights pulling the monsters weren't paying much attention.
This was his chance. He concealed himself, locked onto the nearest demonized prairie wolf, and activated his newly learned skill.
Intimidate.
A flash of light streaked from his staff, and a sudden, loud sound echoed in the prairie wolf's ears.
Hey! The prairie wolf shuddered violently, raised its front paws, and howled.
Then, it unexpectedly charged toward the other monsters ahead.
Don't forget, Lin Ji's plague skill had a passive effect, monsters within
a kilometer radius were all intimidated by this sudden scare.
In an instant, the entire prairie descended into chaos.
All the monsters trembled in fear, screaming and scattering in all directions.
Not
only were the monsters colliding into each other, but the defensive knights and warriors pulling the monsters were also thrown into disarray.
Once the defensive line collapsed, it was like opening a floodgate. Moreover, the monsters, now agitated and uneasy, let out deafening cries.
The professionals who were fighting the monsters were stunned by their sudden loss of control.
What's going on? Have the monsters gone mad? They're running wild. Damn it! Tanks, don't run. Hold the aggro. Are the monsters on my side going crazy too? Who cares if they're crazy or not, just hold the aggro. Don't mess up the formation.
The Abyss monsters were already violent by nature, especially those emerging from the Abyss Rift, which were completely irrational. They would charge at any living being they encountered, utterly
unreasonable. Now, triggered by the Intimidate skill, they became even more frenzied.
These monsters hadn't lost their consciousness. Instead, with blood-red eyes, they roared and rampaged, causing many timid
professionals to lose their courage and start fleeing. Oh my god!
These monsters have gone berserk.
Control skills can't suppress them. Help! Hold the monsters. I'm just a rogue, I can't tank this. Captain! Save me!
The remaining team members who were still holding their ground quickly turned to their captain, Lu Hong, for help.
Captain, what do we do now?
The monsters have gone crazy, and we can't contain
them. Shi Tengfei ran off to find Bai Jincheng.
Regarding this big simp, big romantic, the team members were somewhat speechless. But as retainers of the Shi family, they could only endure it. To ensure Shi Tengfei could quickly return and finish off the monsters, they had been grouping the monsters together and occasionally using AoE skills to lower their health. This way, when Shi Tengfei returned, he could
finish them off with a single strike.
They had been working so hard just to help Shi Tengfei level up and impress Bai Jincheng. They had already made tremendous efforts. But now, with the monsters suddenly
going berserk and their formation scattered, continuing to fight head-on would only lead to total annihilation.
Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Hong immediately gave the order, everyone, form teams and retreat.
Your safety is the priority. Forget the monsters for now, we'll deal with them when the young master returns. After all, these abyss monsters were nearly impossible for ordinary people to defeat.
Though sure, family's other members were guarding the perimeter, so no one else could get in. Waiting for Shi Tengfei to return and regrouping to stop the monsters again was better than sacrificing everyone here.
Upon hearing the order, the team quickly and efficiently scattered and retreated.
After all, they had worked together many times and had excellent coordination.
However, due to Lin Ji's single skill, the scene had
descended into utter chaos. Watching them retreat one by one, Lin Gu smiled.
He was no pushover, and moreover, a transmigrator.
He felt no sense of belonging to this world, nor did he have any friends or family. So when it came to snatching monsters, he felt no guilt at all. This world had already mutated, only the strong had a voice.
There was no need to consider anything else.
Besides, he didn't know these people at all. Why care about them? He'd take the benefits first and worry about the rest later. After saying this, he lay down on the grass, took out some bread and water, and began eating and drinking leisurely.
The abyss of corruption was about to fully open, and the abyssal rifts were almost completely activated.
When the time came, the Abyss boss would appear. That would be the moment he truly needed to act.
Meanwhile,
in Baishur district, Bai Jinqing stood atop a pillar, her face cold and stern, gritting her teeth with visible displeasure.
I don't need your help. Leave now. Shi Tengfei, accompanied by Zhao Ming, was slashing monsters and maneuvering on the outskirts.
Jinqing, you know me, I won't leave you behind. Bai Jinqing was so furious she nearly exploded.
I don't know you, and I don't like you. How many times do I have to say it before you disappear? I hate you. Leave now. To be honest, Shi Tengfei was quite good-looking, and his family background was better than the Bai family's. Many people who saw him would think he was a suitable match. If he pursued someone else, many would probably be moved. But Bai Jinqing simply didn't like him. She found his persistent pestering and unwarranted attentiveness repulsive. No matter how she rejected him, Shi Tengfei wouldn't listen and kept clinging to her. It was truly infuriating. If it were someone else, they would have slunk away in embarrassment after being scolded like this. But Shi Tengfei wasn't an ordinary person. Even after being clearly rejected, he remained devoted. Jinqing, I know you don't like me, but I believe one day you'll understand my feelings. If you're with me, I promise you won't suffer even a bit. I don't want that. Bai Jinqing was so angry her face turned red, and she cursed without caring about her image. She had truly reached her limit. Please leave. Please. Leave. She shouted loudly, almost interrupting her own skill. Unfortunately, it was useless. Shi Tengfei continued to cling to her. Just as Bai Jinqing, enraged, was about to unleash her skill, Shi Tengfei said again, I won't leave. I won't abandon you. I will never leave. Bai Jinqing stomped her foot in anger. Unexpectedly, this stomp became the final straw that broke the pillar. The pillar collapsed with a loud crash, and Bai Jinqing and Shan Rui screamed in surprise. Boom! Ah! Ah! The two trembled as they fell directly along with the collapsing pillar. The sound of the pillar falling was so loud that it even caused nearby pillars to collapse. The noise attracted monsters that had previously ignored them. In an instant, hundreds of corrupted beasts, bearing their fangs and claws, charged toward Bai Jinqing and Shan Rui. Ah! The two screamed as they fell into the monsters' encirclement. Oh no! Jinqing! Are you okay? Shan Rui quickly got up, ignoring the dust on her body, and hurriedly took out a red potion to drink. Bai Jinqing coughed as she stood up, brushing the dust off her face. When she saw the monsters surrounding them, her face turned pale. Rui! Be careful! Bai Jinqing's eyes narrowed as she quickly pulled Shan Rui aside. The next second, an axe shadow slashed through the spot where she had just been standing. Bang! Crash! The flying debris made Shan Rui's face turn pale with fright. These were monsters from the abyss of corruption. Their fragile bodies couldn't withstand even a light hit. Fortunately, Shan Rui was quick-witted and suddenly shouted, Shi Tengfei, come save us. Don't you like Jinqing? Hurry and save her. Bai Jinqing's expression changed, and she quickly pulled Shan Rui away from the attack. I don't need his help. I'd rather die than rely on him. Though she said this, her heart was filled with conflict. In truth, Shi Tengfei, who was far away, was already scared stiff. The collapsing pillar had attracted monsters, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Zhao Ming, seeing the increasing number of monsters, turned pale and urged him, Boss, let's go quickly. All the monsters have been drawn here. If we don't leave now, we'll die here too. Zhao Ming knew that Shi Tengfei, Bai Jinqing, and Shan Rui all had ways to resurrect themselves, being from prominent families. He, on the other hand, was just a small-time player, with no means of resurrection or self-preservation. If surrounded by monsters, Shi Tengfei would definitely abandon him and run without a second thought. Zhao Ming kept urging Shi Tengfei to leave quickly. Fortunately, Shi Tengfei lacked the courage to stay. Seeing the increasing number of monsters, he didn't say a word and ran off immediately. Watching the two flee, Bai Jinqing and Shan Rui inexplicably started laughing. Ha, did you see that, Jinqing? This is their true nature. Bai Jinqing sneered coldly, her mood suddenly improving. However, the good times didn't last long, as they soon realized they were trapped. Blades and swords flashed continuously, and Bai Jinqing's eyes narrowed as her body froze in an instant. Deep in the grasslands, Lin Gu lay on a small hill, legs crossed, leisurely organizing his backpack while listening to the distant sounds of battle. At first, he had to scare the monsters, but later they descended into chaos on their own. The grasslands were so vast that no one could control the disorder. Lu Hong and the others had disappeared, leaving only the rampaging monsters on the grasslands, with no one to disturb them. As the chaos gradually subsided, the monsters returned to their positions. Hearing no more commotion, Lin Gu instinctively opened his eyes. Before he could get up, a nearby black smoke column suddenly exploded, billowing thick smoke. Immediately after, a deep, resonant horn sounded. The abyssal horn? Lin Ji's eyes lit up as he looked at the massive black smoke column and blurted out, the boss is about to appear. Just as he was about to stand up, a piercing sound suddenly came from the smoke column. The next second, a massive black claw shot out from the smoke column, slamming heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Following that, another claw emerged, and a humanoid monster with bull horns, tusks, and a demonic appearance, standing on all fours, revealed itself. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding abyssal monsters instantly went berserk. Lingo, watching everything from afar, immediately lit up with excitement. This boss is huge. The loot is going to be insane. Lingo laughed heartily, immediately stood up, gripped his staff, and charged forward. As he got closer, he quickly checked the boss's information. Abyssal. Lord Siso Barreled, Abyssal Boss, Race, Level, HP, MP, Armor, Attack, Skills? This, all question marks? Lingu froze, momentarily stunned. Could this boss be more than 30 levels? Higher than me? Normally, when a monster's level exceeds yours by 10, its information starts to blur. If it exceeds by 20 levels, most of the information becomes completely hidden. As a hidden class player, he could still see the attributes of the 30-level Werewolf King when he was at level 12. But now, at level 20, he couldn't even see the boss's race? This could only mean that the boss was more than 30 levels higher than him. Could it be a level 50 plus boss? The more Linga thought about it, the more shocked he became. Bosses from the Abyssal Rift usually didn't exceed the maximum level of the dungeon's Abyssal Boss. But now, a level 40 plus Abyssal Boss had appeared? He instinctively looked at the surrounding Abyssal monsters. Abyssal Creature, Abyssal Spawn, Race, Demon Level, LV 45 HP, 5 million MP, 2,300,000 Armor, 12,653. Attack, 33,232 to 59,123 Skills, Demon Wind, Abyssalization, Roar. Holy crap. Lingu couldn't help but curse after seeing the stats of the minions. This was just too ridiculous. A level 45 minion with 5 million HP and nearly 60,000 attack power. Even level 60 monsters outside didn't have such stats. So this is the Abyssal Rift? The stat boost is just absurd. Lin Ji's mouth twitched. No wonder Shi Tingfei and the other second-tier players were being chased by monsters. With stats like these, second-tier players couldn't possibly withstand them. Just as Lingo was in a daze, the abyssal monsters had already charged forward. Seeing the overwhelming tide of dark creatures, Lingo immediately focused his mind. Now's not the time to overthink. Let's deal with them first. Plague. Chest-crushing boulder. 10 fingers linked to the heart. 3 major skills were unleashed simultaneously. The monsters at the forefront were instantly struck as if hit by a heavy hammer, their speed drastically reduced. -12456-36734-27390. Before the monsters could reach Lingu, their claws were shattered, their chests caved in, emitting bursts of black smoke. In an instant, agonized screams filled the air. Roar! The monsters let out ferocious roars, and even the abyssal boss standing in the rear cast its gaze over. That one glance made Lingo feel as though a mountain was pressing down on him. No wonder everyone says the Abyssal Rift is off limits. The pressure from just one lord is this intense. How strong must higher-level monsters be? But this didn't make Lingo retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. For now, he wouldn't think about the future, he'd focus on the present. Previously, fighting monsters had been too easy. He mostly stood by and watched them die on their own. This time, he was going to personally step in and fiercely grind through a wave of monsters. The monsters before him were extraordinary, with thick health and high defense, enough to challenge him for a long time. Especially the abyssal boss covered in question marks. It presented a real challenge, making the fight truly exhilarating. What puzzled Linda the most was that these clearly elemental monsters could still bleed. If the black smoke counted as their blood, he could accept that. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he watched the heavily injured monsters rush toward him. He immediately activated his intimidation skill. In an instant, dozens of monsters panicked, turning around and screaming as they ran chaotically. Roar! Roar! Thud! The abyssal monsters howled and collided in confusion, leaving their companions bewildered. These creatures, already angry and mentally clouded, fell into further chaos and frenzy. Linga didn't idle either, repeatedly using chest-crushing boulder and 10 fingers linked to the heart, with critical hit numbers constantly popping up. The damage exploded continuously, filling his field of vision, making him exhilarated. You killed an abyssal monster, gaining plus 12,023 experience points. One monster gave over 10,000 experience points?
Lingu froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. To level up to 21, he only needed 1 million experience points. Defeating 100 monsters would do the trick. There were at least tens of thousands of monsters here, and by the time he finished off the boss, his level might soar to 30.
Who wouldn't want to level up quickly? Lingu had already tasted the benefits and was brimming with enthusiasm. Chest-crushing boulder. 10 fingers linked to the heart. Boom. Roar.
His skills not only tormented the enemies but also dealt massive damage. Before long, a large group of monsters fell one after another. You killed an abyssal monster, gaining plus 12,023 experience points. You killed an abyssal monster, gaining plus 12,023 experience points. You killed an abyssal monster, gaining plus 12,023 experience points.
Ding! Congratulations! Level up successful. Leveled up.
Lingu hadn't expected to kill 100 monsters so quickly. He grinned happily and unleashed his skills again.
But as the abyssal monsters dwindled, the area in front of him cleared out significantly. The abyssal boss finally noticed the anomaly and prepared to act.
Whoosh! Lingu was enjoying the thrill of attacking when suddenly a piercing sound broke through the air. Instinctively, he turned toward the source of the noise. He saw the massive boss raise its arm, holding a black spear taller than itself, shrouded in thick black smoke, and fiercely slashing toward him. In the next moment, a gigantic black wind blade swiftly struck at Lingu. His eyelid twitched, and without hesitation, he activated the Wolf Boot's active skill, instantly doubling his speed. In the blink of an eye, he dashed 200 meters away, leaving a trail of flames. Whoosh! Boom! Immediately after, a deafening explosion erupted where Lingu had been, kicking up dust and dirt everywhere. Lingu stared at the blast site, his heart racing.
Truly worthy of being an abyssal boss. The power of its normal attack is this immense.
He frowned slightly, knowing he couldn't afford to be careless. After all, life is precious, and being hit by such an attack would be unbearable even with tens of thousands of health points. As a priest wearing cloth armor, his defense was far inferior to professions clad in plate armor.
This is fine.
It's a good chance to practice positioning. He understood that this world was unsafe, and to establish himself, he had to
become stronger and more agile.
So, after entering the dungeon, he had been practicing positioning and kiting.
Lingu focused
on the boss, dodging all of its normal attacks while casting skills as he moved.
Golden light of leveling up continuously
flickered around him, and most of the small monsters before him had already disappeared.
Finally, the boss erupted.
This boss was different from ordinary small monsters. It clearly had its own consciousness and strategy.
With a roar, it pointed its
spear around, and the small monsters immediately obeyed, scattering to form a circle and surrounding Lingu in the center. The boss then slammed its spear into the ground, beginning to unleash its skill.
Black mist churned in the sky, and countless black meteors, engulfed in flames, hurtled toward Lingu.
Faced with this oppressive meteor shower, Lingu not only showed no fear but laughed as he charged toward the nearest monster. The boss cleverly commanded the small monsters to encircle Lingu to prevent his escape, but it didn't know that Lingu had the ability to control monsters.
Scare them. Plague.
Smash the stone on the chest.
While controlling the monsters, Lingu broke through the encirclement. By the time
the meteor shower fell, he had already escaped to a safe area. At this moment, he was even closer to the boss.
Because of
this, Lingu could feel the immense size and overwhelming presence of the Abyss boss. It was a full 20 meters tall, roughly
the height of a 10-story building.
One of its legs was several times thicker than Lingu. But Lingu remained calm. He had deliberately run here to enter the effective range of his skills.
In the next second, Lingu seized the moment when the boss raised its hand and decisively unleashed a skill.
Scare. The boss's body stiffened, its attack motion didn't stop, but its target shifted to the small monsters chasing behind Lingu.
Boom!
Minus 47,233, minus 59,234. A series of damage numbers close to 50,000 made Lingu raise an eyebrow. It seemed this boss was much stronger than he had anticipated.
Fortunately, the boss was under his control now.
Although he wasn't sure how long it would last, stalling for a while was better than nothing. Smash the stone on the chest.
Crack!
The black mist on the boss suddenly paused, and a 3-meter-long black crack
appeared on its body.
Thick black mist gushed out like a stream from the crack, almost splashing onto Lingu.
Roar! Although the boss was frightened, its consciousness remained clear. The collapse and intense pain of its body felt like traversing
a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, causing it to tremble continuously.
This blood is actually made of black smoke? Could it be that the boss's body is entirely composed of black smoke? Lin Gu couldn't help but mutter. Seeing the boss's
health bar drop slightly, Lin Gu immediately followed up with a series of 10-finger piercing strikes.
Boom! Minus 63,232 roar. The intense pain made the boss scream again, trembling all over, and its ferocious instincts were triggered. Roar! The boss roared furiously, its body suddenly shaking violently. For the first time, Lin Ji's mind echoed with the voice
of world consciousness. Abyss Boss Saiso Barreled has broken free from your scare skill.
You cannot use scare on it again. For 30 seconds.
Lin Ji's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected the scare skill to only control the boss for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of another 30 seconds. It seemed the level gap between them was too large, naturally weakening the skill's effect. However, the good news was that his damage output was still intact, so there was no need to panic.
As the
boss regained control, Lin Gu immediately unleashed 10 consecutive 10-finger piercing strikes,
ensuring that black smoke
billowed from the boss's 4 massive claws. Lin Gu began to shift his focus to the other small monsters. The boss has high health and requires a slow grind, but there are many minions, and they must be dealt with first.
If surrounded, he won't be able to escape. Intimidate.
In an instant, all the minions within a 1,000-meter radius around Lin Gu were stunned.
He controlled some of the monsters to charge at other enemies. His minions were firmly under Lin Ji's control and directly charged at the Abyss Boss. The battlefield was quickly covered by the demonic creatures underfoot, and the Abyss Boss roared furiously.
It had never imagined that one day its own underlings would dare to openly attack it.
However, compared to the annoying human in front of it, the matter with its underlings could be set aside for now. It let out a furious roar, and the
black mist in the air suddenly reversed, transforming into 9 massive tornadoes that rushed straight toward Lin Gu.
Lin Ji's expression changed slightly.
While controlling the minions to move toward the tornadoes, he activated the acceleration
skill of his wolf boots.
With his agile movements, he dodged the tornadoes' attacks once again.
The Abyss Boss, seeing its
attacks repeatedly evaded, angrily swung its weapon in a frenzy. But Lin Gu fought from a distance and had the plague skill
as support, so he didn't need precise skill releases. He attacked anyone who got close.
The plague's effect eventually
spread to the boss itself.
Soon, the surrounding monsters fell one by one, emitting golden light from their bodies.
You
defeated Abyssal Creature, gained EXP plus 8923. You defeated Abyssal Creature, gained EXP plus 8923. You defeated Abyssal Creature,
gained EXP plus 8923. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up.
You defeated Abyssal Creature, gained EXP plus 7325. You
defeated Abyssal Creature, gained EXP plus 7325.
As the number of monsters decreased, the boss became increasingly frenzied, significantly increasing the frequency of its skill releases.
However, Lin Gu was extremely fast, and with the wolf boots support, the boss couldn't touch him at all.
After a full 15 minutes of tug-of-war, the minions finally succumbed to
the plague and fell one after another. The boss's health was down to just 1/10. Looking at the massive boss surrounded
by corpses, Lin Gu licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and his mouth curved into a slight smile as he
said, "No one can interrupt us now, it's just the two of us." 10 fingers linked to the heart. 23,654 chest-crushing stone. 82,333 plague. 102,344 roar. The Abyss Boss let out a miserable scream, its body trembling violently. The next second,
it raised its weapon and swung it upward, and the black smoke behind it exploded instantly. All the black mist quickly surged
into its body like a flock of birds returning to their nest. Its body suddenly expanded in size. The pitch-black figure,
already shrouded in black mist, gradually took on a dark red hue.
Not good, the boss has gone berserk. When its health drops below 20%, the boss enters a berserk state, reducing its defense by 1/3 but greatly increasing all attributes.
Its movement, casting, and attack speed all double. As soon as the berserk state was activated, the boss immediately swung
its weapon and charged at Lin Gu, its speed now twice as fast as before. It knew that its skills couldn't hit Lin Gu, and
only fast-paced weapon attacks had a chance. Moreover, it was in excruciating pain, as if its bones were being snapped, a pain that pierced to the core. It also had to endure the effects of the Intimidate skill and the heavy blows of chest-crushing
stone.
After much effort, it was about to get close, and its weapon nearly struck Lin Gu, but it always missed.
It could
only watch helplessly as this annoying human escaped.
It was pure torment for the boss.
Faced with the boss's increasingly
rapid attacks, Lin Gu focused on its weapon swings.
Since he was fighting from a distance and his skills were instant cast, as long as he dodged the skill attacks and dragged out the berserk duration, victory was assured.
If he couldn't dodge, he
would use Intimidate to interrupt the boss's skills. 30 seconds was enough for Lin Gu to run to a safe distance.
The
boss had no way to deal with him.
Moreover, the berserk state reduced its defense by 1/3. Now, Lin Ji's skill-based
bleeding damage alone dealt about 40,000 per hit. The continuous damage from the chest-crushing stone reached a terrifying
120,000 per second.
Watching the boss's health decrease rapidly, victory was within reach. Lin Gu felt the Abyss boss becoming more and more irritable, but its movements were slowing down. His eyes lit up, realizing this creature was about to collapse.
Sure enough, the boss's health bar was down to a sliver. Hurry up, drop the loot already.
Lin Gu shouted in his heart.
10 fingers linked to the heart. Bang! The Abyss boss was preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Ji's head, and he could even see the smug, ferocious grin on its face.
But just as its limbs were blasted with black blood columns by 10
fingers linked to the heart, it suddenly froze. Minus 125,432 bang.
With the final strike, the boss's eyes flashed with surprise,
staring at Lin Gu with an incredulous expression.
Its massive body, like a collapsing mountain, slowly fell.
Bang! Clatter! Multicolored items exploded out of the boss's belly, covering the ground beneath Lin Ji's feet. Especially two beams of golden light, so dazzling they were blinding. You defeated the Abyss boss, demonized Abyss Lord Sisuwa Baylard, gaining 60,000 experience ding. Congratulations! You completed the Abyss Lord's first solo kill.
You received the first
solo kill reward, 100,000 experience, orange chest asterisk 1 ding.
Congratulations on reaching level 30. Please proceed to the Whitestone Plains Whitestone Mountain area to defeat the final demonized boss and obtain the career advancement scroll.
Holy crap, a solo kill reward of 100,000 experience and an orange chest? Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened his backpack. Sure enough, inside lay a shining orange chest. No wonder everyone fears and rushes into the demonized Abyss. The rewards are insane.
A blue chest could give him a purple item, and with his luck, this orange chest was bound to yield something great.
Not to mention, the boss dropped so many items. Right. The boss drops.
Lin Gu suddenly snapped back
to reality and hurriedly picked up all the equipment on the ground.
He clearly saw 2 items emitting golden light.
Obtained 782 gold, 76 silver, 94 copper. Obtained Abyss Lord's eyeball. Obtained Abyss Lord's fragment. Obtained Abyss Lord's magic core. Obtained equipment, Baylard's glory, orange. Obtained equipment, Baylard's will, orange. Obtained equipment, Abyss Lord's mask, orange. Obtained skill book, demonization. Holy crap! 3 pieces of orange epic equipment? Seeing the equipment's color in the log, Lin Ji's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open. That was orange epic level equipment.
This tier of equipment was second only to the top-tier golden mythic level. In this world, equipment was as important as
professions. Ordinary players could typically only wear blue equipment.
Only the core members of top families, guilds,
and forces could possess orange equipment. Not to mention, Lin Gu had just obtained 3 pieces of orange equipment and a skill book all at once. It was simply heaven-defying. Lin Ji's heart raced as he eagerly opened his backpack to check the equipment attributes.
Baylard's glory, orange, slot, upper body magic attack plus 350 magic critical rate plus 20% physical and magic defense plus 1457 attributes, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, spirit plus 150, constitution plus 100 effects, critical damage increased by 20% effects, spell damage increased by 20% effects, spell recovery speed increased by 20% effects. Activate Baylard's glory to gain a 30-second enhanced state. During this period, you will enter a dominant body state, movement speed increased by 200%, and all skills will deal an additional 10,000 points of demonized damage. Effect, mastery, allows you to equip gear 10 levels higher than your current level. Durability,
300 equipment level, LV40 Ballard's Wool, orange. Slot, accessory attributes, strength plus 150, agility plus 150, spirit plus 200, constitution plus 150 effect, critical damage increased by 20% effect, spell penetration increased by 20% effect, attacks have a chance to generate mana energy, each stack increases. Spirit by 15, up to 10 stacks effect, mastery, allows you to equip gear 10 levels higher than your current level, equipment. Level, LV40 Ballard's Mask, orange, slot, headgear magic attack plus 450 magic critical plus 20% physical/defense plus 789. Attributes, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, spirit plus 150, constitution plus 100 effect, spell penetration increased by 20% effect. Spell damage increased by 20% effect, attacks have a chance to summon Ballard's Shadow to assist in battle for 30 seconds. Effect, mastery, allows you to equip gear 10 levels higher than your current level, durability, 300/300 equipment level, LV40. Holy crap! Lin Ji's heartbeat quickened as he read through the stats of the 3 pieces of equipment, unable to hold back an expletive. The attributes of these orange-grade items were simply too powerful. Just one of them alone would be enough to make him stand out among all players below level 60. It was absolutely insane. With these 3 pieces of equipment, I can clear any dungeon below level 60 with ease. Lingu laughed joyfully and immediately equipped them. The next moment, a Lingu clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask appeared in the mirror. He looked down at the robe he was wearing. The robe was slightly loose for his sturdy frame, with intricate patterns outlined in dark red thread. The hem and shoulders of the robe faintly emitted black smoke, and as he walked, it seemed as though he was treading on black flames. The mask was relatively simple, with smoky patterns engraved on its surface. The overall appearance was both noble and mysterious, even carrying a slightly chilling aura. Lingu was very satisfied with it. It's just that the accessory is invisible. He pulled open the robe and saw Ballard's Wool hanging at his waist. The accessory was a miniature version of Ballard's head, looking rather intimidating. But that didn't matter. When going out, it was best to hide the appearance of the equipment, otherwise, wearing something like this would attract too much attention. Besides, most people didn't have a complete set of gear, and showing everything would look messy. So, unless they were show-offs, most people would hide their equipment's appearance. Oh right, there's also a skill book. Lin Gu suddenly remembered and quickly opened the skill book. Demon Transformation, Max Level, Lin Gu exclusive skill description, transform into a demon, entering a super armor state. All attributes increase by 3x, resistance to abnormal statuses increases by 3x, movement speed increases by 3x, and normal attacks include random skill damage and effects. However, your own skills remain unchanged and do not share cooldown time. Duration, 300 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. What? Holy crap? Ha? Lin Ji's expression instantly turned ecstatic, his breathing growing rapid. Oh my god. Attributes tripled. Movement speed tripled. And it comes with a super armor state. Even normal attacks include additional skill effects. The damage and effects don't share cooldowns with his own skills. This means that every normal attack would be equivalent to a normal attack plus skill damage. With his current attributes and damage, once he activated Demon Transformation, he would be invincible for those 5 minutes. Even second-tier class players wouldn't scare him. Anyone who came at him would die, right? Perfect timing. I just accepted a first-tier quest to defeat the final boss. I'll test this skill then. Lin Ji's eyes lit up with anticipation. He opened his inventory, rubbed his hands together, and took out the personal first kill reward chest. Treasure chest, orange, description, personal first kill reward, unique. Come on, give me something shiny. Give me an orange item. If it were divine equipment, it would be even better. Lingu clicked on the treasure chest with great anticipation. The next moment, as the lid of the chest opened, a burst of golden light erupted. Obtained 1,000 gold coins, obtained divine weapon stone, obtained quest, the lament of the world tree, obtained equipment, spirit's watch, gold. Whoa. It's really dropped gold. Lin Ji's hand trembled, and without hesitation, he quickly took out the golden equipment from his backpack. Spirit's watch, gold, growth value, 0/100 part. Earrings attributes, strength plus 350, agility plus 350, spirit plus 500,
Constitution plus 400 effects, concealment, others cannot view your attributes unless you voluntarily allow it, increase. All 4 main attributes by 10%, physical and magical penetration increased by 20%, physical and magical lifesteal increased by 20%, physical and magical attack power increased by 2000, his skill casting speed increased by 20%, Spirit's Watch Blessing, when actively activated, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Equipment level, no. Restrictions, this is just too outrageous. These attributes are absolutely insane. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched as he finished reading the stats. Golden equipment is truly extraordinary. It's way better than orange gear. The most exciting part was that this equipment could grow, and it had no level restrictions. In other words, he could use this equipment indefinitely. Unless he found something stronger, but that was almost impossible. If orange equipment was the standard for top-tier experts, then golden mythic equipment was akin to a national level. Strategic weapon, capable of determining the outcome of team battles. This clearly demonstrated that this piece of golden equipment was undoubtedly the strongest gear. Lin Ji's eyes sparkled as he looked at the crescent-shaped earring in his hand, unable to suppress his laughter. Graduating gear at level 30, do you believe it? He couldn't put it down, his smile stretching from ear to ear. It's just a pity that a few effects haven't been activated yet, but that's okay. I'll unlock them as I level up. Setting aside these insane bonuses, just the 5 seconds of invincibility alone could get him out of any danger. After being excited for a while, Lingu put on the earring and opened the attribute interface. Name: Lingu, class, Underworld Priest, potential, red, level 30, strength, 1150, agility, 1133, spirit, 1865, constitution, 1225, equipment, beginner's staff, scarecrow ring. Blue, demonized wolf king necklace, purple, demonized wolf boots, purple, demon slayer ring, purple, Beryld's glory, orange, Beryld's will. Lingu stared at his attribute panel in surprise. All stats had exceeded 1000 points. He secretly felt relieved. This was normal. With 3 pieces of orange equipment and 1 piece of golden equipment in his possession, breaking 1000 in attributes was only natural. His skills had also leveled up significantly, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The only regret was that he hadn't completed the first transition quest yet, so his experience points were temporarily stored, and he couldn't continue leveling up for now. But that was fine. Once the first transition quest was completed, he might level up several times in one go. It's a pity I don't have a decent weapon, Lingu said self-deprecatingly. I'm already level 30, and I'm still using a beginner's staff. It's just too shabby. If Liang Hu and the others saw him like this, they'd probably be so angry they'd spit blood. He turned his attention to the other items in his backpack. Divine Weaponstone, special item, description, a powerful energy entity from a mysterious realm, possessing unimaginable power and effects. This item was obtained from the treasure chest, but there were no additional details. Next, he noticed a black, seed-like stone. The Lament of the World Tree, quest, description, a priceless treasure of the Elven race from the Bone Hell. Use it? Bone Hell? Isn't that one of the 5 forbidden zones in Dragon Country, the Purgatory? Lingu stared at the shriveled seed in confusion. Elven race? It's actually a world quest? Feels a bit strange. World quests are extremely rare, comparable to hidden professions. They require specific conditions to be triggered. Even after 800 years of drastic changes on Blue Star, not many world quests have appeared. The most famous one was completed by the Dragon God, one of the 12 hidden professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. Legend has it that after completing it, he obtained a piece of top-tier golden equipment. Thinking of this, Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he clicked use without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations! You have accepted the world quest, The Lament of the World Tree, Part 1. Please head to the Bone Hell, find the Moonwell of the Elf Goddess, and use the World Tree's seed. Upon completing the quest, you will receive abundant rewards. Lingu couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was simply too exhilarating. He had just obtained a pile of great equipment and now picked up a rare world quest. He felt like he was about to soar. After the excitement subsided, he calmed down, glanced at the corpses on the ground, and looked toward the faintly visible demonic creatures in the distance. To leave, he would have to wait for the demonic abyss to completely disappear. And for the demonic abyss to vanish, all the monsters had to be cleared out. During this time, the dead monsters wouldn't respawn, so he could slowly grind them all. However, the Baishar plains were too vast, with too many monsters. And the demonic abyss kept spawning more. Even if he kept grinding non-stop, it would take at least a day or two to finish. After some thought, Lingu decided to head to the Baishar
mountain range to take down the final boss first.
After all, completing the first transition quest was the most important. The remaining monsters could be dealt with slowly after the
quest was done. He could also test out his demonization skills in the process.
Besides, he wouldn't be the only one grinding in this dungeon.
Once the demonic abyss appeared, the city,
Lord's Mansion and the higher-ups of major academies would definitely send people to level up and farm equipment.
Ordinary people couldn't afford to grind here, but those from big
families and major powers had no such concerns. Even if they couldn't take down the boss, farming smaller monsters for experience was still worthwhile. Although he wasn't sure how powerful the forces in this world were, he understood human nature. Whatever, I'll head to the Baishar area to grind the final boss first and get the job transfer proof.
Having made up his
mind, Lingu took a sip of water, picked up his beginner's staff, and headed straight for the Baishar mountain range.
Meanwhile, less than 5 minutes after he left, on the other side,
Shi Tingfei, looking disheveled and panicked, finally found Lu Hong and the others who had gone to the Baishar area to look for him.
However, he didn't mention Bai Jinqing's situation,
only saying that he hadn't found her at all. Zhao Ming, being a sycophant, naturally didn't say anything unnecessary.
Lu Hong, as a bodyguard, was only responsible for Shi Tingfei's safety. Other matters were not within his scope of responsibility.
After regrouping, Lu Hong immediately led Shi Tingfei back to the grassland area, planning to kill the Abyss boss to
level up.
Young master, those monsters suddenly went berserk earlier for some unknown reason, running around like frightened horses. As a result, many of our brothers got injured. But so much time has passed now, those monsters should have returned to normal. In my estimation, if we take them all down this time, even if we lose some experience, it should be enough
for you to complete your first transition. Shi Tingfei remained silent the entire way, keeping his head down as they traveled. Lu Hong kept talking about the incidents they had encountered earlier.
Only Zhao Ming knew the truth, but he didn't even dare to look at Shi Tingfei's face the entire way.
When they reached the central area of the grassland, hearing Lu
Hong's words, Shi Tingfei's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Quick, hurry up.
Lu Hong, get your men to pull the monsters. I must get this Abyss boss today."
What the hell?
Wait, what? Where are my monsters? Lu Hong, get your men to move faster.
Shi Tingfei's equipment was already in tatters, making him look like a beggar from a distance. But as they approached the depths of the grassland area, his mood visibly improved, and he began to speak more. Just as he had forgotten about Bai Jinqing and was happily imagining himself taking down the Abyss boss and obtaining orange or divine equipment, the sight of the ground littered with corpses froze the excited smile on his face.
Wait, what? Ha? Damn, where's my monster?
Not only was Shi Tingfei stunned in place, but Lu Hong and the others were also dumbfounded.
Hey, damn. Shi Tingfei looked shocked, his mouth wide
open as he rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the reality before him.
Where's my monster? Where's my boss? Lu Hong? What the hell is going on? Lu Hong opened his mouth, his eyes equally filled with astonishment.
You have to understand, after they teleported away, they rushed back, dodging monsters along the way, not daring to fight head-on, only killing
when absolutely necessary.
Although the dungeon was large and the distance far, they had already been speeding up desperately to return.
Yet even so, the boss was stolen? Young master,
we only took half an hour to get here. In half an hour, killing tens of thousands of monsters and defeating a level 60 boss. Lu Hong chuckled bitterly, coming back to his senses with a face full of helplessness.
To clear it so quickly, he couldn't think of
any possibility other than a third job class leading the team. Beside him, Vice Captain Wei Xiangqiu whispered to Lu Hong, "Captain,
could it be someone from the Bai family or the Chun family?" Before Lu Hong could respond, Shi Tingfei was already jumping in anger. Are you out of your mind?
Jin Chang and Shan Rui didn't even bring many people in. How could they possibly steal it? Besides, whoever dares to steal my monster,
I won't let them off. I'll make sure they regret it. Young master, calm down.
Lu Hong quickly stopped Shi Tingfei, startled.
We don't know the situation yet.
The boss has already been defeated, so let's head to the Whitestone Mountain area to farm the final boss. The materials dropped by that boss can help you craft equipment. Plus, the clearance reward is enough for you to level up. Shi Tingfei, already furious, became even angrier. Upon hearing Lu Hong's words, cursing as he said, "I told you to hurry up.
Don't bother with those small monsters. You just wouldn't listen. My abyssal magic stone. 30 million. 30 million.
Shi Tengfei was so angry his face turned red, completely disregarding everyone around him,
and gave Lu Hong a hard slap. Smack! The slap left everyone present stunned. Lu Hong was even more shocked, completely unprepared for it. It's all your fault. Look at what's happened now. The boss is gone, gone.
Lu Hong covered his face, gritting his teeth, his heart sinking. He stared at Shi Tengfei, unable to say a word. Fortunately, at this moment, his follower Zhao Ming tugged at Shi Tengfei's arm.
Boss, look. I'm looking at the password.
No, boss, take a look at how these monsters died.
It's exactly the same as the Wolf King.
Shi Tengfei froze for a moment,
instinctively looking over. Sure enough, whether it was the wounds or the chest, it was all too familiar. I knew it was copied. Shi Tengfei felt.
The anger in his chest had nowhere to go, his face instantly turning red.
Stealing my Prairie Wolf King boss. Stealing my abyssal monsters. Stealing my abyssal boss. Don't let me find out who you are.
Shi Tengfei was so angry his eyes turned red, his whole body trembling, glaring
resentfully at the still-stunned Lu Hong. Let's go. To farm the final boss. If we don't take down the final boss, all of you get out of the Shi family. The Shi family doesn't keep useless people. Watching Shi Tengfei's furious back, Lu Hong's eyes were filled with endless disappointment. Whitestone Mountain area. Outside the stone forest. Lin Ge was eating while hurrying along.
He didn't clear all the monsters but tried to avoid them as much as possible.
After all, the mission was important.
It was already past 3 in the morning, and he was tired, walking and eating while checking the information in his guide about the final boss.
He guessed this boss wouldn't be as abnormal as the monsters from the Abyssal Rift. After all, those dark monsters were native to the Abyss, and even if the final boss was corrupted, it wasn't a native monster, so its attributes wouldn't be as exaggerated.
With his current strength, he should be able to deal with it quickly. After finishing his food, he put the wrapper into his backpack, clapped his hands, and sped up toward the stone forest.
The sooner I finish farming, the sooner I can rest. This life is exhausting.
Lin Ge twisted his neck and had just started running a few steps when he suddenly heard the howls of a group of monsters.
He
paused for a moment, feeling a bit puzzled, and quickened his pace as the sound grew louder. But soon, he heard an unusual voice.
Xing, don't worry about me. I still have a resurrection grassman. I can revive. It's better for one person to die than for two. Stop it, Rue.
Your family worked so hard to buy the resurrection grassman, you can't just use it casually.
Even if you use it, it should
be saved for a critical moment.
Now is the critical moment, Xing. Listen to me, hurry up and leave. It's just a resurrection grassman, I can just save money for a few years. No way. Either we live together, or we die together.
The more Lin Ge listened, the more something felt off, and his expression grew increasingly strange.
This voice, could it be those two girls? To be honest, he
had been in a hurry to grind experience points at the time, so he had told them to leave. Later, he thought about it and realized those two girls were quite pretty. Why hadn't he taken a closer look back?
Then, of course, don't misunderstand him as a pervert. Who doesn't like looking at beautiful things? It's perfectly normal to glance at a beauty a few more times. It's human nature. However, at the time, he had chosen to send them away.
After all, in this world, strength is the most important thing. But honestly, now that he had encountered them again, he still had to go and take a look.
Although
the hero saving the beauty trope is a bit cliché, being cliché once is fine, and being cliché again is no big deal. With this thought, he quickened his pace.
Sure enough, after passing through a small
area of stone forest, he saw a large group of monsters. Amid the gaps between the monsters, he clearly saw two girls running while using their skills.
The monsters surrounded them. Bai Jinqing shot an ice arrow and immediately pulled Shen Rue toward the direction with fewer monsters to escape. But there were simply too many monsters around.
They managed to break through a small encirclement
during the monsters' attack intervals, only to find an even larger encirclement outside, trapping them in an endless dead end. Rue, I'll use my skill in a moment. You run from that side quickly. And don't look back. Bai Jinqing shouted. Xing, stop joking. Shen Rue frowned and grabbed her.
Most of your skills require charging.
Standing still is no different from waiting to die. You run. First, I'll hold them off. Rui, you enough talking, run.
Bai Jinqing decisively pushed Chen Rui. But Bai Jinqing reacted even faster, taking advantage of the moment when two monsters raised their hands to attack. She grabbed Chen Rui in reverse and pushed her into the gap between the monsters. Chen Rui's face turned pale, but she had already run into the middle of the monsters.
The monster's attacks aimed at Bai Jinqing's head.
Chen Rui's eyes widened as she saw Bai Jinqing's lips curl into a confident smile and screamed in terror, "Qingqing!
Hey! Roar!" Just as she shouted Bai Jinqing's name, the surrounding monsters seemed to hear a terrifying sound.
They suddenly trembled in fear, clutching their heads and fleeing in all directions, leaving Bai Jinqing standing
there in bewilderment. What is going on? Bai Jinqing's heart tightened.
She had thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events left her momentarily unable to react.
Why did these monsters suddenly flee in fear? The question only lasted for a second. In the next second, she understood.
The fleeing monsters hadn't run far when their chests were suddenly struck heavily,
instantly caving in.
Their claws and toenails popped off like bottle caps, exploding with a snap. At the same time, various colors of blood splattered, accompanied by critical hit numbers of 30,000 and
50,000 appearing continuously.
The monsters screamed as they fell to the ground, rolling and letting out the loudest cries in history.
Roar! Roar!
The screams of hundreds of monsters turned Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui's faces pale. Chen Rui snapped out of it and quickly ran toward Bai Jinqing.
"Qingqing, are you okay?"
Bai Jinqing froze and shook her head to indicate she was fine.
Chen Rui looked around and swallowed hard. What on earth is going on?
Bai Jinqing also came to her senses, carefully observing the monsters rolling on the ground, and suddenly froze.
Wait, this chest-collapsed wound looks so familiar. Her eyes lit up, and she blurted out, "It's that person. The one from before."
After speaking, she stood on tiptoe and scanned the surroundings.
Sure enough, behind the monster,
she saw Lin Gu holding a beginner's staff, casting skills.
It really is him. He's right there.
Bai Jinqing's face lit up with joy as she stared at Lin Gu, shaking Chen Rui excitedly.
Chen Rui saw this
and showed a strange expression.
"Qingqing, you. Hey, we're here. Right here."
Chen Rui's words were interrupted as she smiled helplessly. Fortunately, her greeting caught Lin Ji's attention.
"Are you guys okay?"
Lin Gu leisurely walked through a group of demonized monsters and approached them. Bai Jinqing's eyes sparkled, and she quickly shook her head.
"I'm fine, we're all fine." Chen
Rui pursed her lips, looking speechless. She quietly whispered to Bai Jinqing, "Qingqing, stop smiling like an idiot." Bai Jinqing blushed and quickly averted her gaze. But she thought to herself,
"This is our savior, isn't it okay to look at him?"
Although they had substitute scarecrows, those things were expensive and hard to come by. It was best not to rely on them if possible.
Constantly depending
on such revival methods would make people lose vigilance and hinder growth.
So even people from big families tried to avoid using revivals.
Lin Gu, of course, had no idea what they were thinking.
He
used a few sets of skills to take down several monsters and walked up to Bai Jinqing.
"Are you really okay?"
Bai Jinqing shyly nodded.
"I'm fine, really fine, thank you." Lin Gu smiled and took a closer
look at her, secretly admiring her in his heart. Such a beautiful girl, he had never seen anyone like her before. She was more stunning than any woman he had encountered in his previous life.
Moreover, she had an extraordinary aura, which was very rare. "As long as you're okay, no need to thank me. The monsters here are very strong after being demonized. It's better not to linger in dangerous places."
Bai Jinqing, who had just been shy from his direct gaze, quickly called out to him when she saw Lin Gu preparing to leave.
"Wait a moment."
Lin Gu was in a hurry to grab a scroll and had no time for small talk, but he stopped when he heard her call.
"What's the matter?"
Bai Jinqing blushed, clenched her small hands, and said, You saved us twice, but we still don't know your name."
Lin Gu suddenly understood. "Oh, my name is Lin Gu, Gu as in Songnot. Lin Gu."
Bai Jinqing nodded and silently remembered it. "My name is Bai Jinqing, and she's Chen Rui.
Can we add you as a friend in the communication system?"
Lin Gu was a bit surprised, but he wouldn't refuse an invitation from a beauty.
"Sure."
He opened the communication system and added them as friends.
Bai Jinqing's eyes flashed with a hint of happiness. "By the way, will you be participating in the Dragon God tournament in 9 days? Dragon God tournament?
Lin Gu was stunned, a bit confused. After all, he had just
transmigrated here, so it was normal not to know. Seeing his reaction, Bai Jinqing looked puzzled. The Dragon God tournament is personally hosted by the Dragon God, one of the 12 guardian gods of our Dragon Nation. It's held every year to encourage people to actively change professions, and most importantly, to select talents. Seeing Lin Ge still looking clueless, Bai Jinqing confirmed that he truly knew nothing. The champion of the Dragon God tournament will receive a piece of golden equipment and other generous rewards. At that time, the top executives of major schools, factions, and guilds will all come to watch. As long as you perform well, there's a great chance to join these factions or academies. Golden equipment? And other rewards? Lin Ge raised an eyebrow, his interest immediately piqued. Because he already had golden equipment, he knew how powerful it was. This temptation made him unable to resist. Are there any additional requirements? Bai Jinqing nodded. Levels range from 1 to 59, and any player who changed professions after January this year can participate. Lin Ge suddenly understood. Oh, so at most, it's a second job change. Bai Jinqing nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Will you participate? Lin Ge raised an eyebrow slightly. Let's talk about it later, I need to go fight the boss first. A trace of disappointment flashed in Bai Jinqing's eyes, but she still nodded. Alright, you go ahead. Lin Ge smiled, greeted Chen Rui, and turned to walk deeper into the Baishir district. He was determined to participate in this tournament. But the most critical thing right now was to complete his first class advancement. Only after the first advancement would the level cap unlock. By leveling up a few more times before the tournament, his chances of winning would be much higher. If he didn't go, it wouldn't matter, but if he did, he had to take first place and claim that golden equipment. Lin Ge crouched on a stone pillar, drinking water, his face full of confusion. This boss only has 6 million HP, he muttered. Even though it's been demonized, why is its HP so low? Compared to those abyssal monsters, it's far inferior. He put the water bottle back into his backpack, stretched his neck, and stood up. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Ge resumed his monster hunting journey. Fighting and running, he spent half an hour before finally standing in front of the final boss. The boss was a humanoid pig-headed monster, 3 meters tall, with a robust build. One hand held a shield, and the other gripped a spiked mace, looking extremely fierce. But its HP wasn't much. Lin Ge thought about it and understood. Most of the monsters he had been grinding in the core of the grasslands were ones that had crawled out of abyssal rifts, far stronger than the local monsters. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt a bit disappointed. The HP was too low, he worried the monster wouldn't be enough for him to test his new skills. Forget it, let's just take it down. No matter what, I need to get the first advancement scroll first, he muttered to himself, spreading his arms and jumping off the stone pillar. As he neared the ground, a slight smirk appeared on his lips, and he activated a skill. Demonization. Buzz. His body trembled violently as black smoke surged from within, quickly enveloping him like armor. The black mist swirled around him like blades, instantly shrouding his entire form. Boom! Dust flew as he landed. The boss in the distance was triggered into an alert state, its gaze locking onto him. Roar! The Pig King boss let out an enraged howl, raising its spiked mace and shield as it charged forward. As the dust settled, Lin Ge's full form was revealed. His height had increased to 3 meters, his entire body engulfed in black flames. His hands and feet had transformed into massive black claws, with barbs growing at the joints. The black mask on his face merged seamlessly with the smoky armor, and his hair had grown unnaturally long. From a distance, he looked like a humanoid berserk beast. His attributes had skyrocketed, and his power surged. Lin Ge slowly opened his eyes, his crimson pupils gleaming with ferocity. This overwhelming sense of power was exhilarating. A faint smile played on his lips as he watched the Pig King boss charging closer and closer. He raised his massive clawed foot, his footsteps transitioning from slow to fast, and rushed to meet it. This time, he didn't plan to use any control skills, he wanted a head-on fight. As he approached the boss, he didn't even use a skill. He simply turned slightly, shrugged, and delivered a powerful shoulder slam to the boss. Boom! A violent collision resounded. The impact exploded between his shoulder and the Pig King boss's shield. The shield of the pig head boss shattered on the spot, completely no match. Minus 365,233, a massive critical damage number popped up, accompanied by intense pain and bleeding. The pig head boss couldn't help but let out a painful wail.
Lin Ji's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the damage to be so high, exceeding his expectations. But there was no time to think. While you're weak, I'll take your life. Lin Ji's left claw carried the move chest-crushing stone, while his right fist transformed into 10 fingers connected to the heart.
He attacked with both hands, raining blows on the pighead boss like a storm. Bang! Bang! Bang!
36547-2365448-431233. A series of terrifying numbers flew out, and the pighead boss instantly turned into a bloodied piglet.
Its armor was in tatters, and its wounds cut deep into the bone. It only took 5 seconds. That's right, just 5 seconds. The pighead boss's health bar hit rock bottom, with the final punch landing on its ruined abdomen. The pighead boss let out a mournful cry, and its massive body collapsed with a thud. You have defeated the demonized Pig King, gaining 10,000 experience. Congratulations. You have cleared the White Stone Plains reward, 150,000 experience gain, 500 gold coins obtained. Beginner skill scroll ×1 obtained equipment, agile ring, purple, obtained beginner forging stone ×3. Lingu ignored the system notifications.
After the boss fell, a red scroll glowed brightly, dropping along with a pile of gold coins and equipment. A first transition scroll.
Lin Ji's eyes lit up. He deactivated his demonized form and quickly ran over.
Without hesitation, he bent down and swiftly picked up everything on the ground. Gained gold, 125 gold, 32 silver, 65 copper obtained. Demonized Pig King's eyeball obtained. Demonized Pig King's skin fragment obtained. Demonized Pig King's tusk obtained. Demonized Pig King's tail obtained. Demonized Pig King's magic core obtained equipment. Demonized Pig King's
Wolfang hammer, purple, obtained equipment. Demonized Pig King's leg guards, purple, obtained. First transition job advancement quest scroll, exclusive, got it. Lin Ji's eyes lit up as he immediately
took the scroll out of his backpack. First transition job advancement quest scroll, exclusive, description, quest item, indestructible, non-tradable, exclusive to Lingu, Underworld Priest. After confirming he had the right item, Lingu immediately clicked to use it.
After all, he had come all this way. It couldn't be for nothing. The whole point of coming here to fight the boss was for this. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered your first job advancement quest. Quest objective, deliver the quest items to the Hidden One, Ming Yun quest item 1, Tyrell's Finger Bone quest item 2, Bone Scab Spine quest item 3, Styx Water quest item 4, Dark Moonstone quest item 5, Migratory Grass. This is just too much. Lingu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, his face full of helplessness. For ordinary jobs, the first transition quest usually just involved killing a boss, picking up an item, and then reporting back to the mentor in the main city, a task practically handed to you on a silver platter. Even for someone like Bai Jinqing, with an orange epic level job, the first transition quest might be slightly harder but wouldn't require so many items. Judging by this quest, it would take at least 3 boss kills, maybe even 5. What made it worse? Who was the Hidden One, Ming Yun? And who or what was Tyrell? The name Bone Scab alone sounded creepy. Where was he supposed to find those strange items? There wasn't a single hint. All the names were unfamiliar to him. Honestly, if the hidden job wasn't so powerful, he would have given up long ago. Forget it, I'll go back and look up some information. Lingu sighed helplessly, finally accepting reality. There was no choice. Hidden jobs were like this: the stronger the power, the harder the quests. Fortunately, he was now high-level, well-equipped, and dealing explosive damage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete. Honestly, whose first transition quest has everything but the name being unfamiliar? It's really a headache. Just as Lingu was about to leave, a familiar and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind him. Oh my god! You actually killed the Pig King boss? Lingu froze and turned around to look. Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui stared at him in shock. Why are you here? Lingu was a bit confused. Weren't you heading to the forest area? Bai Jinqing's face turned slightly red as she approached with Chen Rui, who couldn't suppress her laughter. Just now, a messenger from Rui's family delivered news that the Abyss boss has been defeated, and the Abyss Rift has closed. The city Lord and the major factions have lifted the blockade, and many players have entered. It seems we might be able to leave soon. Lin Ji's heart skipped a beat. The city Lord? Bai Jinqing nodded and explained, the occurrence of a demonized abyss is a major event. If it's not controlled, it would be disastrous if the monsters escape. For low-level players, it would be a catastrophe. So every time there's a demonized abyss,
the leaders in charge will station people outside the dungeon.
Lin Gu suddenly understood and found it reasonable. After all, not everyone wants to be a professional player. Ordinary people need protection too. However, the sudden influx of so many people did make things a bit chaotic.
But since he was the biggest winner of this demonized abyss, leaving some small monsters
for others to practice on wouldn't hurt.
Besides, clearing all those bosses alone would probably take several days. Since he had accepted the quest, it was better to complete it as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Gu raised an eyebrow and said, "Thanks for letting me know.
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way."
Wait! Bai Jinqing suddenly reached out to stop him, her face turning
even redder.
Beside her, Chen Rui was shaking with suppressed laughter, clearly on the verge of losing it. Lin Gu was puzzled.
What's wrong?
Bai Jinqing lowered her head, her face so red it extended
to her neck.
Before all the demonized monsters are completely eliminated, the demonized abyss only allows entry, not exit.
So, I guess, we'll have to stay here for another day or two. Bye.
Jinqing spoke softly, her face flushed and her heart racing.
Can we team up to grind monsters? Lin Gu instantly understood. Oh, that's all? Sure, let's team up. After all, he had already done what he needed to do and collected everything he wanted. The remaining time could be spent idly.
Judging by their attire and the mention of the Dragon God Conference and their entourage, Lin Gu guessed
they weren't ordinary people.
At the very least, they were likely young ladies from some prominent family.
People like that would definitely know more than he did. After all, he had just transmigrated
here, and the information provided by the world was incomplete.
This was a good opportunity to learn more about this world from them. Since he had transmigrated, he naturally had to adapt well. Moreover,
he had switched to a so-called God-level hidden class. He needed to get a general understanding of this place to figure out how to develop in the future.
He didn't want to wander around aimlessly, like a headless fly. As for learning from forums,
the information there was unreliable, and he didn't have the time for that. Bai Jinqing was visibly delighted when Lin Gu agreed.
Her eyes lit up,
and she nodded repeatedly.
Great, great, I, roar.
Just as Bai Jinqing was happily about to add Lin Gu to her team, a furious roar came from not far away.
The next second, 4 demonized boar monsters patrolling the area appeared, immediately putting the two into combat mode. Roar! The monsters roared and charged at them.
Bai Jinqing snapped back to her senses and, after checking the monsters' stats, her face turned pale.
This is bad.
These are level 30 demonized monsters.
Their HP is actually 1 million. Lin Gu, run. I'll hold them off. She instinctively wanted to flee, but Lin Gu calmly said, no need, let's team up first.
Bai Jinqing was stunned and noticed that Lin Gu had just sent a team invitation. She didn't think much of it since they were planning to grind monsters
together anyway.
But after successfully teaming up, she immediately realized something was off.
Wait a minute? You're already level 30?
Lin Gu glanced at her level.
Oh, you're level 16 already?
That's pretty fast. Bai Jinqing was full of question marks.
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
Lin Gu smiled but didn't answer her question. Instead, he raised his hand and activated a skill.
Chest Crushing Stone.
Minus 152,323 minus 154,765 minus 150,822 minus 152,398. The chest armor of the 4 boar monsters shattered instantly, and a large amount of black blood gushed out amid the screams, their speed
immediately slowed by half.
Seeing the damage from those large numbers and the continuous bleeding of 100,000 per second, Bai Jinqing's eyes widened, her expression stunned.
Lin Gu paid no attention and casually unleashed another skill. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Boom!
The 4 pig-headed monsters felt as if their fingernails and toenails had been blasted off.
Whoa! Minus 213,122 minus 243,423. Minus 265,445 minus 276,655. You defeated the demonized pig-headed monster, gaining 5232 experience. You defeated the demonized pig-headed monster, gaining 5232 experience. You defeated the demonized pig-headed
monster, gaining 5232 experience. You defeated the demonized pig-headed monster, gaining 5232 experience. Defeated demonized pig-headed monster, gained plus 5232 experience. Hearing the voice of the world's will, Bai Jinqing was so shocked her mouth could fit an egg. Her expression was filled with disbelief, completely frozen. Four pig-headed monsters lay on the ground, and Bai Jinqing remained
stunned for a long time. It wasn't until Linga spoke that she snapped back to reality. Let's go. What?
Bai Jinqing's eyelid twitched as she looked at the monsters in shock, then at Lingu.
No. Wait. Are you kidding me? Just like that? They're dead?
Lingu said matter-of-factly, of course.
Did you think fighting for hundreds of rounds would be reasonable? Isn't it? Bai Jinqing still couldn't understand how the monsters were killed so quickly.
Those were level 30 demonized monsters.
With 1,000,000 HP.
You used 2 skills, less than 10 seconds?
And killed them? She had indeed seen Linga fight monsters before. During those 2 hero saving the beauty scenarios, she remembered them clearly. But back then, the situation was urgent, and everyone was desperately trying to survive, so she hadn't paid much attention to Lin Ji's damage numbers. She only remembered the monsters dying quickly.
Now, with time to observe carefully, Bai Jinqing was truly shocked and found it
hard to believe. Lingu pondered for a moment and nodded seriously. You're right.
Next time, I'll learn 2 more skills and finish them off instantly.
You?
Bai Jinqing and Shan Rui were full of
question marks. You're exaggerating too much. Instant kill? Stop joking. Lingu helplessly extended his right index finger and gestured. Just learning 2 more skills, can't you do that? Can't you do that?
Bai Jinqing and Shan Rui looked incredulous, tilting their heads and asking in unison, are you sure you know what you're saying?
Seeing their expressions, Lingu couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'm teasing you. Let's go. Bai Jinqing's face stiffened, realizing Lingu was joking, and her cheeks couldn't help but flush. You're so annoying. She put away her shock, pouting and squinting her big eyes. I just think, a monster with 1,000,000 HP, how could it be instantly killed? I'm serious. You? Bai Jinqing laughed angrily, wanting to punch him, but then thought they had just met, and being too intimate might not be appropriate.
Lingu tilted his head to glance at her and blinked. Alright, let's go.
I'll take you to instant kill monsters and show you my strength.
He turned and ran, and Bai Jinqing instinctively waved and shouted, wait.
You!
Bai Jinqing chased after him, while Chan Rui looked on, dumbfounded.
Jinqing, can you calm down a bit? Where's my monster? Where's my final boss? Where's my forging material? Where's my clearance reward?
Sure Tengfei stared at the Pig King boss lying dead on the ground, completely
stunned. Lu Hong.
He stiffly turned his head.
What is going on? What happened?
Lu Hong opened his mouth, looking at the corpse and said, this must have been done by the person who stole the young master's abyss boss. Sure Tengfei froze, carefully examining the wounds on the boss, and sure enough, they were identical.
At that moment, Sure Tengfei was burning with rage, his eyes almost spitting fire. It's you again. It's you again. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Whoa. What happened?
At this moment, in the forest closest
to Baishur district, Lingu was bending down to pick something up when she suddenly looked up and asked in confusion, what's going on? Did the boss respawn again?
Bai Jinqing, who was also picking things up, glanced toward the Baishur mountain area with a puzzled expression.
No way, right? The abyss of corruption hasn't even ended yet.
She looked in the direction of Baishur
district. Why does it feel like I've seen this somewhere before?
Stop talking nonsense and hurry up with the monster farming. Chen Rui interjected helplessly from the side.
Should I leave the team first to make room for you two?
Bai Jinqing's face turned red, and she quickly glared at her. Rui, stop talking nonsense.
Chen Rui crossed her arms and teased, Right, I'm just talking nonsense. So Bai Jinqing blushed and glared at her again, finally making her stop.
Lingo glanced at the two of them, shook her head lightly, and then pointed into the
distance. Let's go over there. There are more monsters there.
After we finish farming, we can head in that direction, and we should reach the entrance. Both of them agreed to this plan.
Alright, let's go. Anyway, your damage output is the highest, so you call the shots.
They had previously checked the attributes of the Pig King boss.
Lingu could defeat it solo, which meant she could easily handle the other monsters in the dungeon.
So there was no need to worry about safety. Lingu smiled, said nothing more, picked up her staff, and charged directly toward
the distant monsters.
When she reached the monsters, Lingu raised her staff and said, I'll cast my skills first.
Wait until I'm done before you attack, so the monsters don't get confused about aggro. Got it. The two nodded, staring intently at Lingu.
10 fingers connected to the heart.
Boom. Whoa.
As Lingu waved her staff, a burst of blood mist suddenly erupted from the claws of the distant monsters. Upon closer inspection, their nails had been shattered. Their health bars instantly dropped by half. Lingu didn't stop and continued to unleash her skills. Chest crushes stone. Boom. Ah, whoa. You have killed a corrupted pighead monster. Gained plus 5,232 experience points. You have killed a corrupted pighead monster. Gained plus 5,232 experience points. You have killed a corrupted pighead monster. Gained plus 5,232 experience points. Ding. Level up. Bai Jincheng and Chen Rui exchanged glances, watching Lingu kill the monsters in seconds with just a few skills. Their expressions froze. Did they even need to do anything? These skills were ridiculously overpowered. They hadn't even drawn their weapons, and the monsters were already dead. But what shocked them even more was the effect of Lin Ji's skills. The first skill caused all the monsters' nails to fly off, and their faces were filled with pain. They couldn't understand how anyone could have such an overpowered skill. Qingqing, it seems we've encountered a pro. Bai Jinqing's mouth twitched. Yeah, I guess that's a good thing. Chen Rui pursed her lips helplessly, and as if something came to mind, her expression turned a bit strange. Qingqing. Bai Jinqing narrowed her eyes warily. What are you trying to say? Chen Rui raised an eyebrow and teased. Qingqing, look, that guy Shi Tingfei, when he saw you in danger, he turned around and ran away, becoming a deserter. But look at Lin Gu. Not only did she not run when there was danger, but she also actively helped us out and saved us. Comparing the two, the difference is too obvious. At the mention of Shi Tingfei, Bai Jinqing's face immediately darkened. Why are you bringing him up? Just looking at him makes me sick. Chen Rui shrugged. So what? I think. Bai Jinqing paused for a moment and instinctively looked at her. Are you saying? Chen Rui raised an eyebrow, and Bai Jinqing's face instantly turned red, all the way to the base of her neck. You. Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry. Over here. Coming. Chen Rui chuckled, pulling Bai Jinqing along while winking at her suggestively. Then they ran over to Lingu and started chatting. Lingu saw them approaching, remembered her purpose, thought for a moment, and began asking some questions. By the way, do you guys know? Lingu. In a corner of the safe square on Baishir Plain, Bai Jincheng looked at Lingu with reluctance in her eyes, her expression hesitant. We have to leave. Lingu smiled. Go ahead, take a good rest for a few days. There's still some time left. Enough for you to change your class. Bai Jincheng bit her lip and finally nodded. I'll help you gather information about the mission and let you know as soon as there's news. Yes. I'll also ask my dad and the others when I get back. Don't worry, we'll definitely help you find out. Chen Rui grinned happily. Since the three of them teamed up and spent 2 days grinding in the dungeon, thanks to Lin Ji's powerful output, Bai Jincheng and Chen Rui had leveled up several times. If it weren't for the decreasing number of monsters and most of the time spent traveling, they would have already reached level 30. But it didn't matter, they both had family backgrounds and bodyguards. Finding a dungeon to level up and change their class wouldn't be a problem. Early this morning, all the monsters had been cleared, and the dungeon was successfully unlocked. During this time, Lingu asked them about the class change mission. Of course, he didn't mention it was a class change mission but referred to it as a small task after defeating the boss. Bai Jinqing didn't think much of it, found it normal, and agreed to keep it a secret for Lingu. In this world, as long as it's a mission, even an ordinary one, the rewards are very generous. Missions are extremely rare, many people spend their lives grinding monsters without encountering even one ordinary mission. People like Lingu, who can receive world missions, are even rarer. However, Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui were completely clueless about the contents of the mission. Lin Ji's lips curved slightly upward. Seeing her reluctance, he gently patted her head. Alright, go ahead. If I have time, I'll check out the Dragon God tournament. If not, then forget it. He wasn't sure how long the mission would take to complete. After all, he had just crossed over and wasn't familiar with this place, with limited knowledge. Although the golden equipment was tempting, he felt the class change mission was more important. Anyway, he already had one piece of golden gear, so he wasn't desperate for a few more. He believed he would obtain more in the future. Bai Jinqing bit her lip and mustered the courage to say softly, Alright, you must stay safe. I really hope you can come to the Dragon God tournament. Lingu was momentarily stunned. Alright, I'll try. Over the past 2 days, the three of them had been grinding monsters together, and their relationship had become quite close.
Some people are just like that, although they've just met, they click instantly and can become good friends within minutes.
If they don't click, even spending every day together won't foster any goodwill.
This kind of rapport isn't about romantic feelings but rather trust and mutual understanding between people.
Take Shi Tangfei and Bai Jinqing, for example.
They're the same age and have known each other since childhood. Shi Tangfei has been chasing after Bai Jinqing since they were kids, but what good has it done?
Over 10 years have passed, and Bai Jinqing only feels increasingly annoyed by him, not even considering him a friend. On the other hand, Lin Ge and Bai Jinqing had just met but inexplicably got along well, becoming good friends in a short time.
However, even so, he felt for the first time that something was off about Bai Jinqing.
Not to mention her repeated insistence on him attending the Dragon God tournament. Over the past 2 days, she had hardly stopped bringing it up, to the point where he now understood the rules of the tournament thoroughly. The Dragon God tournament is essentially a team battle where participants challenge the
promotion levels on the promotion island.
Whoever clears the most levels becomes the champion. The rules are simple and straightforward.
Team battles emphasize teamwork. A team consists of 3 members.
Of course, participants can also compete solo, but once inside the levels, they will be randomly assigned teammates.
If the teammates are unreliable, you can choose to clear the levels alone.
If you're lucky and your teammates are incredibly strong, then you've hit the jackpot, though you need to ensure they don't dislike you.
Overall, it still comes down to individual strength.
The problem was that she kept bringing this up, and even now hadn't stopped, which was unusual. Although they hadn't spent much time together, he felt he had a decent
understanding of Bai Jinqing.
This girl was proud and independent, with firm beliefs, never letting others influence her decisions, including her father. So it was hard for him to understand what
exactly was it that kept her secretly pushing him to participate in the Dragon God tournament? Could there be some hidden secret behind this? Lin Ji's doubts grew deeper. Chen Rui noticed and,
with a change in expression, quickly cleared her throat and said,
well, okay, we just think you're so strong that if you compete, you'll definitely take first place. First place comes
with golden mythic level equipment rewards, along with various rich materials. It happens every year, and the rewards are super generous.
Even if the Shi family gets it, they'd be thrilled. 4 ages. Don't waste your skills. Ahem, well, that's the deal. Qingqing also means well, don't misunderstand, huh? Bai Jinqing's face turned even redder. Chen Rui patted Lin Ji's shoulder and said, well, then, we'll head off first. We're going back to rest too. Tomorrow, we'll level up and transfer to become the strongest professionals. Lin Ge nodded suspiciously,
a strange smile on his lips.
Alright, I'm heading back too. Wishing you both to become the strongest professionals. Are you mocking us? No, just joking. He still had a lot to do and needed to rest.
He hadn't rested properly these past few days, and even the strong need rest. Chen Rui snorted proudly, then suddenly smirked mischievously and winked.
Alright, bye-bye then. Contact us if anything comes up.
As she spoke, she leaned her head slightly forward and pointed to her own head.
Come on, don't play favorites. Give your sister a pat too. Listening to her chatter, Lin Ge couldn't help but laugh and cry. Was this a complaint, or did she have another motive?
He raised his hand and patted both of their heads.
Alright, off you go.
After patting them, Lin Ge said goodbye to the two and headed straight home. This time in the dungeon, he gained 3 orange tier items, 1 gold tier item, and several
purple tier items.
The boss dropped a pile of materials and over 60,000 gold coins. After directly upgrading his equipment, his quality of life improved significantly.
Not to mention, he also unlocked a world quest and a first transfer quest. You could only say he was soaring. However, he didn't notice. Just as he patted the two on the head and walked away, not far off
stood Shi Tangfei, his face full of shock and disbelief. He stared at Lin Ge as he left, his eyes red, his teeth nearly grinding to pieces.
In the sports car, sitting in the passenger
seat, Chen Rui turned sideways, looking at Bai Jinqing, who was driving, and spoke excitedly without stopping.
Qingqing, we've already leveled up to 29. Just 1 more level, and we can transfer. Lin Ge is amazing. How high do you think his potential is?
Level 30 monsters, and he takes them out in 2 or 3 skills.
It's insane. Could he have orange potential?
No, I think he's more like gold potential.
Did you see the effect of his skills? With a bang, the monster's claws were blasted off. It was terrifying. Oh my god, such a monster. When will I have skills with such high damage? Chen Ruwei kept talking excitedly, while Bai Jinqing could only laugh helplessly. The main thing was, how would she know? She was just as clueless. Who would have thought that she, an orange-tier professional, would end up being a sidekick for 2 days? If word got out, people's jaws would drop. And Lin Ji's damage was just too high. Throughout the entire process, he only used 2 skills, and they were skills she had never seen before. The damage was explosive and terrifying. Watching those monsters scream in agony, she felt that death might have been a relief for them. It was too cruel. She had thought about asking Lin Gu, but everyone has their secrets, and she didn't feel it was appropriate to pry. Besides, Lin Ji's status was unreadable. Not to mention others, she had teamed up with Lin Gu for 2 days and still couldn't figure it out. But honestly, with Lin Gu being so strong, she was the happiest, even happier than Lin Gu himself. Although, she didn't even know why she felt that way. Especially, while waiting at a red light, Bai Jinqing secretly glanced at the ring finger of her right hand. There, a ring with a black gemstone was embedded. Chen Ruwei, who had been staring at Bai Jinqing, noticed her strange expression and immediately spotted the ring on her hand. This equipment? Wow, it's so beautiful. This luster, could it be a purple-tier item? Bai Jinqing held back her laughter and pretended to be calm as she nodded. Yes, it's a level 20 purple gear. Wow! Chen Ruwei's eyes lit up, and she quickly hugged Bai Jinqing's arm. Is it really purple gear? Where did you get it? Why haven't I seen you use it? Let me see the stats quickly, I want to broaden my horizons. Her family had quite a few retainers and bodyguards, and she had seen high-level purple and even orange gear before. But nothing compared to the sense of accomplishment from obtaining something herself. Bai Jinqing didn't hide it and directly sent her the ring's stats. Holy crap! After reading it, Chen Ruwei couldn't help but curse. Oh my god? This actually adds 25 points to magic attack? Plus 2% spell damage and mana regeneration? My goodness! And 15 points to spirit? This is top-tier purple gear. Seeing Chen Ruwei's shocked expression, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh. It's alright, just average. Chen Ruwei exclaimed in disbelief, you really know how to talk. Stop bragging. I'm dying of envy. Chen Ruwei gently stroked the ring on Bai Jinqing's hand as if she had found a treasure, her eyes full of envy. Oh my. Lin Gu is so unfair. I've even smacked his head. And he still won't give me purple gear, boo-hoo. Bai Jinqing twitched her mouth, surprised that Chen Ruwei already knew. It turned out her earlier reaction was all an act, just to play along with her. Lin Gu had given her this ring because he had something better himself, and this slightly feminine ring was extra, so he passed it to her. After all, Whitestone Plains was a beginner dungeon. Purple gear was rare, and the drop rate wasn't high. Too many people were farming it, which suppressed the drop rate significantly. Without the demonic abyss, it would be impossible to get good items. But regardless, Bai Jinqing still felt very proud inside. Watching Chen Ruwei continuously stare at her ring, Bai Jinqing's lips couldn't help but curl up again. He, envy me? This was a gift from Lin Gu. Fantastic. Ha ha ha. In the Bai family study, Bai Shangnan was laughing heartily. His hair was already graying, and his figure was thin, but his face was full of satisfaction. Our Jinqing is amazing. In just 3 days, her level has risen to 29. Much better than I was back in the day. Seeing her father so happy, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but smile as well. Dad, I plan to go to Lava Mountain tomorrow. After reaching level 30, I'll directly start the first transition quest. Bai Shangnan nodded, his face full of anticipation. Alright, I'll have Uncle Zhao take some people to accompany you. Let's aim to complete the first transition tomorrow. He smiled as he looked at Bai Jinqing. The first transition quest. Isn't that simple? It's not just about killing a boss. The quest will be more complex. With Uncle Zhao accompanying you, he can help you strategize. Bai Jinqing nodded, feeling no objections. She knew that the difficulty of career advancement quests for Black Legend, Orange Epic, and Golden Myth levels would gradually increase. These were things only people within major factions knew, ordinary players had never experienced them. Suddenly, she remembered something. Dad, do you know about Nether River Water, Migratory Grass, and Dark Moonstone? Bai Shangnan froze for a moment upon hearing this. Did you receive some special quest? Bai Jinqing shook her head. No, it's for a friend.
They want to use it to craft gear.
Bai Xiangnan fell silent.
For a moment, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. He looked at Bai Jinqing, and although he said nothing, she could sense that her father's emotions were a bit off.
After a while,
Bai Xiangnan spoke softly. Nether river water most likely comes from the first layer of the abyss, as there's a nether river there.
Dark Moonstone is a drop from the gatekeeper boss
of the 7th layer of the abyss, the Dark Moon Captain.
However, there's an auction in Rong City tomorrow that happens to have this item up for bidding. Bai Jinqing's eyes lit up. Is it the auction you're attending tomorrow? Bai Xiangnan nodded helplessly.
Bai Jinqing immediately clenched her fists, full of anticipation.
Then can you help me bid for it? I have some private savings.
She took out 2 cards from her backpack and placed them on the table. There's 20 million here, plus 20,000 gold coins.
Bai Xiangnan looked at the card, remained silent for a moment, and then said softly, keep your pocket money for yourself. I'll check the situation tomorrow.
Hearing this, Bai Jinqing excitedly ran forward and grabbed her father's arm.
Dad, you're the best. You have to help me buy it back.
Bai Xiangnan smiled helplessly, opened his mouth but said nothing.
I'll do my best.
Bai Jinqing tilted her head happily.
Oh, right, Dad. What about the migration grass? Bai Xiangnan didn't answer, just silently looked at her.
Bai Jinqing suddenly froze.
After a long time, watching Bai Jinqing run out the door, Bai Xiangnan sat in the chair in silence for a long while.
His gaze drifted far away, clearly lost in thought.
After a moment, he said softly, Old Su, could you come over for a moment?
A slightly aged voice quickly came from the air nearby.
All right. 5 p.m., Lin Ji's house.
The sleeping Lin Gu was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. He groggily opened his eyes to find Bai Jinqing persistently calling him through the communication function.
He yawned and answered the video call. So early. Lin Gu.
Bai Jinqing spoke first, her tone full of joy.
You're awake, right? How did you rest?
Lin Gu stretched his neck and sat up.
Pretty well. What about you? Did you get so excited you didn't rest all day?
Bai Jinqing's cheeks flushed slightly.
No, I rested for a long time and just woke up.
Oh, by the way, there's new information about the mission. Bai Jinqing didn't waste any time because she knew Lin Gu was short on time.
Sure enough.
Upon hearing this, Lin Gu immediately perked up.
What information? My dad told me. Tadariel and Bone Callus are bosses from the first 3 layers of purgatory. Some people have seen them, but they aren't gatekeeping bosses, so their exact locations are unclear.
There's a hard-to-find river on the first layer of purgatory called the Styx.
The Styx water might be obtained there. As for the remaining Dark Moonstone and Migration Grass, I'll think of a way to help you.
At this point, Bai Jinqing looked a little embarrassed.
As for Mingyun, my dad doesn't know which NPC that is either. Lin Ji's spirits lifted upon hearing this. This information is already enough, Jinqing. Thank you so much.
He had looked up information and browsed
forums after returning, but couldn't find any clues about the mission.
Bai Jinqing had helped him find information on almost all the items, saving him a lot of time.
Thank you, Jinqing.
I'll treat you to a meal when I get back, Lin Gu said excitedly, which also lifted Bai Jinqing's mood. Alright, then I'll make sure to milk a good meal out of you, rich guy.
Over the past
2 days, Lin Gu had already built a good relationship with her in Chanrue. They were now friends, so treating her to a meal was perfectly normal.
Lin Gu blinked and smiled. No problem. When I get back, you can order anything you want from Tianshu Mansion.
Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh, her lips curving into a teasing smile.
That's great. I've always wanted to try the food at Tianshu Mansion.
Lin Gu smiled wryly but felt inexplicably relaxed inside.
Alright, I won't chat with you for too long. I'll go buy a ticket and head out right away. No one knew how long the journey to Purgatory would take. He had limited time and still needed to find Mingyun, so he had to hurry. If time ran out, he would have to skip the Dragon God tournament. But he would try his best, as he didn't want to disappoint Bai Jinqing, who had been looking forward to it. Bai Jinqing understood this. Although reluctant, she nodded. Alright, go quickly. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Got it.
After hanging up, Lin Gu quickly bought a teleportation ticket to Biguan City at the Adventurers Hall. Then he got up, put on his coat,
and walked out the door. Biguan City,
known as one of the 3 major gatekeeping cities of the Dragon Nation. It guards nearly 1/3 of the largest abyssal rift on Blue Star.
At
The same time, it is one of the 5 forbidden zones of the Dragon Nation, serving as the guardian city of Purgatory.
Not only is it a critical checkpoint for protecting the Dragon Nation, but
it is also a key defensive line for Blue Star. The city is guarded by 2 guardian deities, making its defenses impenetrable.
6 p.m.
The sky was gradually darkening, the bustling teleportation
hall was crowded with people coming and going.
10 teleportation gates lit up intermittently, showing adventurers from all over the country embarking on their journeys.
Lingu was one of them.
As he stepped out of the teleportation gate, the guard at the entrance let out a soft gasp of surprise.
"You're not newly awakened, are you?"
Seeing Lingu freeze, the guard raised
an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Newly awakened and already coming to Biguan City? Where's your family? How did you use the teleportation gate here?"
Lingu looked a bit confused.
"I'm alone. Of course I used the teleportation gate here."
The guard paused for a moment, scrutinizing Lingu more closely.
"You're alone?" Lingu didn't respond, and the guard's expression turned a bit strange as he asked in a low voice, "Are you planning to enter the Abyss Rift?"
"No." The guard suddenly understood, pondering for a moment.
Lingu didn't say much, just smiled and gestured that he could leave.
The guard watched Lingu walk away in confusion, rubbing his chin and muttering under his breath, "This guy isn't from a major faction, so why can't I see his panel?"
Although the guard found it odd, Lingu didn't pay it any mind.
He looked at the bustling crowd around him, filled with curiosity, observing as
he walked.
This was his first long journey since crossing into this world. The teleportation ticket alone had cost him 1,000 gold, and the journey
wasn't short.
"Hey, buddy." Just as Lingu was about to reach the hall's exit, a sly-looking man blocked his path.
The man wore a fawning smile and said in a wheedling tone, "First time in Biguan City, huh? Need a guide? This city is huge, you know. There's so much to eat, play, and see."
Lingu smiled and declined directly, "No need, thanks." But the man was persistent, following him all the way to the station outside, his eyes narrowing into slits as he grinned.
"Don't be so quick to refuse. I'm Old Cat, the best scout in Biguan City. I know everything about the city, big events, local customs, you name it." He winked mysteriously. "The latest news, secret information, I know it all.
For example, the reason behind the recent Abyss Rift disturbances, or the rumors about the infernal ghost tide,
and
the city lord's precious daughter planning to hold a martial arts competition to find a suitor after the college entrance exams."
Lingu raised an eyebrow. "A martial arts competition for marriage? Who still uses such an old-fashioned method these days?"
A strange glint flashed in Old Cat's eyes, as if saying, "You don't understand.
Buddy, you probably don't know this, but
the city lord's precious daughter, her beauty and figure are absolutely stunning, impossible to look away from.
The city lord's status is so significant that the line of people wanting to
marry her stretches to the horizon. And just a few days ago, she awakened as a gold-tier potential professional."
"Gold?" Lingu was taken aback. He hadn't expected that someone in this world could awaken with gold-tier mythical potential.
Apocalypse City ranked 12th in the Dragon Kingdom, with a population of 9 million, yet it had only produced 2 orange-tier professionals.
And now, Biguan City, with a population of less than 2 million, had a gold tier?
Gold-tier potential was the cream of the crop.
Even for someone like him with a hidden profession, only 12 had appeared in the past 800 years. Seeing Lin Ji's interest, Old Cat grinned smugly.
A martial arts competition for marriage may sound old-fashioned, but there's a story behind it.
The city lord's family wields immense power and is also responsible for guarding the abyss and the inferno. The city lord himself is an extraordinary professional. These inside stories.
Old Cat smirked slyly.
"Buddy, want to hear them?"
He raised an eyebrow, making an inviting gesture. The profession the precious daughter awakened to 10 gold. The reason for the martial arts competition 100 gold. So, what do you say?
Interested? Lingu couldn't help but laugh. "These things, you can find out just by asking around, and you're charging 100 gold? Seeing Lingu shake his head and prepare to leave, Old Cat quickly blocked his way.
"Hey, buddy, don't go just yet.
The real reason behind the martial arts competition, you won't find that out anywhere else. I'll tell you 2 things and even throw in a
secret about the precious daughter that no one knows.
All for just 100 gold. How about it?"
Lingu glanced at the bus stop sign and waved his hand. "I don't need this information.
I have things to do. Go find someone else. People like this exist in every city, mostly scammers. Even if they aren't, he doesn't need them. Would the city lord's precious daughter be harmed by him? With this time, he'd rather have a good chat with Jin Cheng. As for causing harm to the nation, isn't Jin Cheng the same? Besides, spending 100 gold to buy this kind of information? That amount of money is more than many professionals earn in a month. Is his brain okay? So he didn't even think about it, and without waiting for old Cat to react, he boarded the bus that had just stopped. Watching the bus leave, the smile on old Cat's face disappeared. He tilted his head curiously to glance at the bus stop sign. A newly awakened person, who can't see the panel. Old Cat was silent for a few seconds, as if he had thought of something. He blinked, and his lips curled slightly upward as he muttered, "Purgatory. Where is she?" Reporting to the city lord, the young lady, I just. In the city lord's mansion of Biguan City, the city lord stared expressionlessly at Aunt May, who stood below with her head lowered, stammering. "How long has it been?" Aunt May opened her mouth, her expression complicated. About 10 minutes. The city lord frowned inside inwardly. This child, it's all because her mother spoiled her. Aunt May hesitated for a moment and said, "That's impossible. The young lady is sensible and well-behaved, she's a good child, she." Enough. The city lord interrupted her, organizing the documents on the desk as he spoke. "From now on, you need to keep a closer eye on her. Don't let her run around." Aunt May nodded, clenching her fists tightly, full of worry. City lord. The young lady actually doesn't like the martial arts competition for marriage. The city lord glanced at her, his voice calm, like, "If everything were solved by liking, what use would I have as the city lord?" Aunt May pursed her lips, knowing he didn't want to say more, and lowered her head. "City lord, the young lady is currently missing. I'm worried about her." The city lord frowned, helpless and speechless. She just turned around and must have gone to the abyss to test her skills. Take people to find her. Once you find her, follow her and let her suffer a bit first, so she won't always think her father is overbearing and doesn't give her freedom. Aunt May's expression was complicated. She nodded and said, "Understood." Where exactly is the river of the underworld? Stepping on scorched earth, the air was filled with the smell of burning and blood. Lin Go looked around. It was desolate, with no plants in sight, and his eyes were full of confusion. Just now, he spent a full 1,000 gold to buy a ticket to enter, and his heart ached terribly. But after walking for nearly 10 minutes, he hadn't seen a single monster, let alone the river of the underworld. This place is so scorched, is there really river water here? Lingo grew more confused as he looked around. It made no sense. He. Suddenly, a faint sinister laugh echoed, and Lingu froze. He. The laughter grew closer, and a chilling wind swept over. But he wasn't panicked. Before coming here, he had checked the forum for information about purgatory. The monsters on this level were mainly soul ghosts and iron corpses. Iron corpses were corpses with iron blue skin, while soul ghosts were mutated spirits of deceased professionals. It was said that after their deaths, their souls couldn't rest, and their bodies had nowhere to go, leaving them trapped on the first level of purgatory. But this was just a legend, and Lingo didn't take it seriously. He looked around and was about to move, when the ground began to loosen, as if something was about to emerge. Lingu immediately disabled the appearance of his hidden equipment and pulled out his beginner's staff. The next second, one by one, iron blue corpses emitting green smoke crawled out from the ground. Then, a handsome man engulfed in black flames with an evil aura appeared. Purgatory Iron Corpse, Rare, Race, Corpse Race Level, LV 50 HP, 2.3 million MP, 1.2 million Armor, 2532 Attack, 1423 to 2654 Skills, Bite, Hammer Strike, Poison Gas. Even the small monsters have 2.3 million HP, truly worthy of Purgatory. Lingo looked at the stats and couldn't help but nod in admiration. Compared to the demonized boss and the White Stone Plains, this Iron Corpse's attributes are about the same, considered normal. The Abyss boss was the truly exaggerated one. But now there was no time to think about it, as more Iron Corpses crawled out from the ground. Lingo raised his staff and quickly cast a skill. Smashed the stone on the chest. Bang! The iron skin on the Iron Corpse emitted a sharp, dented sound. Its speed immediately halved, accompanied by a sinister howl. Green smoke quickly thickened and spread, infecting the nearby iron corpses. This toxic gas was like a fungal infection, spreading from 1 to 10, then 10 to 100. In the blink of an eye, all the iron corpses in front of Lingo were emitting thick green smoke, accompanied by cracking sounds and piercing howls.
Critical damage numbers surged, -125,234 -145,455. Lin Gu quickly followed up with more attacks. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Bang! A burst of explosion, green blood sprayed from the iron corpse's nails, and their screams echoed across the battlefield.
But it wasn't enough. A few seconds later, many iron corpses didn't even have time to see Lin Ji's handsome face before their heads hit the
ground directly, completely collapsing. You killed a purgatory iron corpse, gained EXP plus 5421. You killed a purgatory iron corpse, gained EXP plus 5421. You killed a purgatory iron corpse, gained EXP plus 5421. The corpses on the ground, emitting faint green smoke, served as a reminder of T. The rat was as tall as 10 meters, surrounded by a surging tide of rats, throwing black sacks into a large river in the central hinterland.
Densely packed, countless in
number, Lin Gu felt goosebumps all over his body. But what shocked him the most wasn't these rat monsters, but the river surrounded
by the rat tide.
Judging from the scene before him, this river was very likely the Nether river he had been searching for. Although he couldn't understand why the giant rat appeared as blurry as a shadow, he knew he had found the Nether river and
wouldn't let this opportunity slip away.
Who's there? The first to react was the massive shadowy rat. Lin Gu snapped back to his
senses and instinctively tried to check its attributes.
Strangely, the rat's attribute panel was filled with question marks.
Its
name, skills, and level, everything was a mystery.
What did this mean?
It meant that this rat's level was at least 50 levels
higher than Lin Ji's.
At that moment, 2 smaller rats, each 3 meters tall, spotted Lin Gu and panicked.
How did a professional get in here? Has the formation failed? Impossible.
That formation was personally set up by the master.
Enough.
The massive shadowy rat interrupted them angrily, pointing at Lin Gu and roaring, "Kill him! This human must die.
Our plan cannot tolerate any mistakes."
Yes.
The 2 smaller rats were so frightened they couldn't speak, nodding repeatedly. One of them turned
and let out a sharp screech at Lin Gu. Instantly, the rat tide split into 2 groups, all charging toward Lin Gu.
But instead of
fear, Lin Gu grew more excited as he saw the endless rat monsters. He realized that all these rats were level 55 elite gnawing
rats, so numerous it was dizzying. Killing them all would surely yield an incredible amount of experience points. More importantly,
this was only half of the rat tide, the other half was still throwing black sacks into the river.
He was very curious what exactly was inside those sacks that made this nameless boss so furious when discovered.
So, Lin Gu didn't wait for them to act,
and struck first. Intimidate.
Buzz. His staff emitted a soft hum, and the charging rat tide immediately came to a halt.
The
next second, all the rats seemed to hear a terrifying sound, shuddered violently, and scattered in all directions, clutching
their heads. The rat tide descended into chaos.
The 2 smaller rat leaders were terrified.
What are you doing? Stop running. Kill him now.
But it was useless, the rat tide was fleeing for their lives. Lin Ji's lips curled into a carefree smile.
Kill me? Big rats. Take them down first. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Since their leader was being controlled to attack their own boss, the rat swarm was going crazy. But their bodies were out of control, and they could only charge fearfully, clutching their heads, and crash into the 3-meter-tall leaders.
Although the damage was minimal, the humiliation was immense. Sure enough,
the 2 smaller leaders' expressions changed drastically, filled with rage, and they slapped away the rats pouncing on them.
Idiots! What are you doing? The enemy is over there. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What? You're being controlled? The 2 rat leaders'
faces turned pale, instinctively looking at Lin Gu.
Is this your doing, human?
Big brother, I heard some humans have psychic
control abilities. It might be this guy. Damn it. The rat leader, now addressed as Big Brother, had bloodshot eyes.
Ignoring the smaller rats leaping at it, it jumped out of the encirclement and lunged at Lin Gu. Startled, Lin Gu quickly retreated
a few steps while checking its attributes. Rat King, Rare Boss, Race, Rodent Level, 60 HP, 5.5 million MP, 4.1 million. Armor, 52-54 Attack, 63-25 to 87-23 Skills, Bite, Claw Strike, Poison Infusion, Toxic Mist. What the heck? A level 60 boss? Facing the Rat King, which had just landed and raised its claws to attack, Lin Gu didn't hesitate and immediately used his Intimidate skill. The next second, the Rat King was startled and also began to flee. Hey! Who scared me? Ah, I'm scared to death. A trace of panic flashed in the Rat King's eyes, but its body was completely out of control. It ran around chaotically for a while, before suddenly fixing its gaze on Lin Gu. It's you! You're the one behind this. The Rat King finally realized that its underlings weren't mentally controlled but physically manipulated. Lin Gu scrutinized it and found it not much different from an ordinary rat, except its size was significantly larger. There were differences, though, like its iron claws gleaming coldly and dripping green liquid, and the white fur running from its brow to the back of its head. Rat monsters aren't common, especially those over level 50. I remember. Lin Gu recalled the knowledge Bai Jinqing had shared about this world and suddenly made a connection. Are you monsters from Thorn Mountain? The Rat King visibly froze, and Lin Gu began to suspect he had guessed correctly. No, I was just guessing, Lin Gu said in surprise. No? Thorn Mountain is far from here. How did you end up here? Then you're not demons. Wait. Lin Ji's expression changed, and he instinctively gripped his staff tightly. What's going on? How did the demon race end up in the inferno? The Rat King's face changed drastically upon hearing this, its eyes filled with fear. Kill him. He must be killed. Behind it, a massive shadow of a rat roared, its voice rippling like waves through all the controlled rats. The rats instantly regained their freedom of movement. Your intimidation skill has been overridden. You cannot use it for 1 minute. What? My skill got overridden? Lin Ji's eyelid twitched. This skill override was even more powerful than skill resistance. This was bad. Sure enough, as soon as the Rat King regained its freedom, it furiously raised its claws, which gleamed coldly, and lunged at Lin Gu with a chilling wind. Die, human! Lin Ji's face darkened, and he immediately activated his wolf boots for acceleration and the glory of barreled, preparing for battle. He felt as if rockets were strapped to his feet, propelling him 50 meters away in an instant. Naturally, the Rat King's attack missed. The demon race from Thorn Mountain actually came to the inferno. This is big trouble. The Abyssal Rift, the Inferno, and the demon race, these places all had strong protective instincts. Forget professionals, even other monsters would be attacked if they came. Yet the demon race had brazenly come to the sticks to stir up trouble. The people of the Inferno must know about this. No wonder he hadn't encountered a single boss after searching for so long. It seemed the Inferno and the demon race might be collaborating. Otherwise, why would that shadow be so nervous upon seeing him? Everything was starting to make sense. I need to report this to the higher-ups, or humanity's territory will be in trouble again. He wasn't a saint, nor did he intend to save the world. But when faced with something like this, he had to speak up. After all, he was human too. The mutations had already reduced humanity's living space by 70%. If the demon race and the Inferno joined forces, humanity's space would shrink even further. When that happened, he would also suffer. For the sake of his own future, he couldn't just sit idly by. Once he reported the situation, someone would naturally come to handle it, and he could continue farming experience. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He needed to farm the experience in front of him first. His shock and bewilderment were entirely because of this matter. The pressure from the monsters? That wasn't pressure at all, that was experience. Never mind the shadow's puzzled expression. Once he cleared out this group of monsters, he would definitely test the level of that boss. After all, the monster was at least 50 levels higher than him, and he needed to see how many of his skills it could resist. That way, he'd know how to fight it in the future. Since intimidation doesn't work, Lin Gu licked his lips, raised his staff, and began unleashing skills like crazy. Chest crushing, stone, plague, 10 fingers piercing the heart. Arg! The Rat King, leading the charge, was the first to suffer. Its fur on its limbs and chest looked as if it had been soaked in blood, and it let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. But it wasn't over yet. Though it was severely injured, its underlings and brothers behind it fared even worse. Their claws were blown off, their chests caved in, and they couldn't catch their breath. Green blood splattered everywhere, and many of the smaller weir brothers, don't hit me. Stop talking nonsense, what's wrong with my foot? Ah, put. Watching a group of rats running slower and slower, Lin Gu revealed a cruel smile. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Chest-crushing boulder. Bang bang. Bang. Oh whoa. You killed the infernal iron corpse,
gained 5421 experience. You killed a rodent, gained 6512 experience. You killed a rodent, gained 6512 experience. Seeing his underlings falling in large numbers, the shadow at the rear roared
furiously. Mental lash. Buzz. An invisible ripple sprayed from its mouth, and in the next second, Lingu felt his vision blur. And the skill he was about to release was interrupted. Minus 14,323. Wow, it can even interrupt instant cast skills? And it cut over 10,000 of my health? The rat shadow looked puzzled. What are you even talking about?
Lingu wasn't affected much and continued crazily throwing out skills, leaving the shadow's head full of question marks.
This monster's level was much higher than Lin Ji's, not to mention the 30-level gap. Even a level 60 professional could instantly kill an opponent. Yet its skill only consumed 1/10 of this ordinary human's health? This is way too unreasonable. This human cannot be left alive. The rat shadow's pupils shrank sharply, and it immediately commanded the remaining rat swarm to drop the black sack and charge toward Lingu.
Seeing this, Lingu not only didn't feel scared but instead laughed heartily, crazily unleashing skills.
This rat
swarm was even larger than the demonized abyss monsters of White Stone Plains, such a great opportunity to train skill levels.
Couldn't be missed.
Regardless of whether he would get infected, he unleashed skill after skill, targeting anyone for a barrage
of attacks. Chest-crushing boulder. 10 fingers connected to the heart.
You killed a rodent, gained 6512 experience. You killed a rodent, gained 6512 experience. You killed a rodent, gained 6512 experience. Ding. Your skill 10 fingers connected
to the heart has leveled up. Ding. Your skill chest-crushing boulder has leveled up.
You killed a rodent, gained 6512
experience.
Seeing the rat swarm stuck behind his underlings, writhing in pain, the rat shadow went berserk.
How is this possible? So many of my subjects can't even get close to a level 30 human. Oh whoa!
The rat shadow roared to the sky, its body suddenly erupting with a burst of green smoke.
Human, you must die. Toxic barrier.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the green smoke seemed
to have eyes, transforming into a dense fog and rushing toward Lingu.
Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, sensing trouble.
He decisively chose to strike first.
Glancing at the skill cooldown time, he immediately cast Intimidation on the two Rat Kings.
Due to the
plague effect, all monsters within a 1,000-meter radius of the two Rat Kings were controlled and started running chaotically.
Wait, I'm controlled too. Me too. Squeak squeak squeak. Just as they were about to charge at Lingu, they ended up being controlled before even touching a hair on him.
All troops, attack. Lingu raised his staff and pointed at the shadow, quickly
issuing a command.
In the next second, the two Rat Kings led a group of rodents, desperately retreating and crazily crashing
into the rat shadow. Quick! Minions, dodge! Get out of the way! The two Rat Kings went mad, but their bodies were out of control, leaving them helpless.
Seeing this, Lingu cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted,
"Watch out for stampedes. Protect rat lives.
I don't mean anything else, just don't let the experience points get trampled away."
The two Rat Kings heard this and exploded with rage. Damn it, I'm done talking. The Rat Kings led the swarm, cursing as they ran, and just as they
were about to crash into the furious shadow, one Rat King suddenly showed a terrified expression.
"Oh no, I'm doomed. You bastard."
The rat shadow roared furiously, raised its claw, moving at twice the speed of the Rat King, and slammed down hard.
Put! Bang!
Two Rat Kings were sent flying as if hit by a train, with green blood splattering everywhere.
Damn it! The
shadowy rat screamed frantically, completely unaware that Lingu had already taken the opportunity to approach.
Intimidation!
Damn it, I won't waste words. The shadowy rat was startled, cursing under its breath. Lingu wouldn't miss this chance. Seeing the green mist in the air almost reaching his head, he immediately aimed at the shadowy rat and unleashed his skill.
10 fingers. Connected to the heart. Plague. Chest-crushing stone. Ah! I can't take it. My stomach hurts so much. Boom! The
massive chest was smashed in one blow, and the shadowy rat's face was filled with terror as it fell backward.
Goodness, a 10-meter-tall rat crying in pain, wailing loudly. Not only was it scared senseless, but even the two Rat Kings were dumbfounded. This was the feeling of being completely humiliated.
The shadowy rat now just wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but the chest, wound, as big as 10 fingernails, hurt so much it could barely breathe.
Ah, it hurts so much. My stomach, my fingers.
Suddenly, the shadowy rat started coughing, its massive mouth spitting out a mouthful of green blood, spraying it all over the
valley. Its body weakened, and a sharp glint flashed in Lin Ji's eyes.
Taking advantage of the stunned rats, Lin Gu unleashed
another skill on the shadowy rat. Chest crushing stone. Minus 12,353 10 fingers connected to the heart. Minus 14,333 10 fingers connected.
Instinctively glanced at the river behind it, then glared fiercely at Lin Gu, its eyes filled with hatred.
Human, I will remember you.
Sooner or later, I will skin you alive and tear out your tendons.
Awah! The shadowy rat let out an enraged howl toward the sky, its phantom-like body suddenly swelling. Its already blood-red eyes turned even more crimson, completely losing all reason.
Lin Gu froze, somewhat confused.
What's going on? Did the boss enter berserk mode?
As soon as he finished speaking, the shadowy rat's body instantly doubled in size. Its powerful physique resisted all the negative effects Lin Gu had inflicted, and it charged at him madly.
Lin Ji's brow twitched.
Ignoring the two rat kings shouting on the side, he quickly
activated his demon transformation skill. Demon transformation. In an instant, a black demonic form appeared. Lin Gu was suddenly elevated, striding forward with heavy steps to meet the attack. Chest smash. 10 fingers to the heart. He activated his skills as soon as they clashed. Against a monster, who cares about rules? Boom! The two forces collided violently, and the shadowy rat was actually forced back a step. However, it had already lost its mind. After stabilizing its stance, it charged again. Lin Gu frowned, gritting his teeth as he followed up. Although the boss was several levels higher and its berserk state
made it even stronger, Lin Gu had applied numerous negative effects to it.
Both its defense and attack were reduced to the lowest point. Moreover, it was now only capable of mindless charging, so Lin Gu could easily handle it by dodging slightly. Even though Lin Ji's damage output was significantly weakened, his health was quickly running low. Chest smash. 10 fingers to the heart. Plague. Intimidation. Bang, bang, bang.
The shadowy rat's chest caved in a large section, its claws fell off, and blood sprayed everywhere. The blood mist blossomed in the air, resembling fireworks. Even Lin Gu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, admiring the brutality of the move. Unfortunately, the shadowy rat had already lost consciousness and could only
attack wildly.
With Lin Ji's final claw strike, the massive body let out a low wail, lost all resistance, and collapsed with a
thud. Boom.
Clatter, clatter, clatter. You have defeated, gaining 35,874 experience points, gold coins, and colorful equipment rained down like a storm, and Lin Ji's eyes nearly lit up.
Wow! This is amazing. As expected of a level 80 plus boss, the experience points are over 30,000. Lin Gu happily delivered the final blow to the two stunned and utterly despairing rat kings, then quickly picked up the loot dropped by the shadowy rat.
You have obtained 5,543 gold, 79 silver, and 22 copper. You have obtained damaged Rodent King Fur X2. You have obtained Rodent King's Tooth. You have obtained
equipment, rodent pendant, purple quality. You have obtained equipment, rat tooth, purple quality. You have obtained equipment, barbed spike, purple quality. You have obtained equipment, removed eyeball, orange quality. You have obtained equipment, whisper of grace, orange quality. You have obtained equipment, executor's tactics, orange quality. You have obtained a skill book, headstand LV1 skill book. Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened it to check. Headstand LV1 Lin Gu exclusive.
Skill description: forces the target to immediately fall headfirst, causing severe head trauma, reducing the target's 4 main attributes by 30% and movement speed by 50%, while continuously dealing damage for 1,000 seconds.
Holy crap! This skill is insane.
Lin Ji's eyes widened as he read the skill's attributes. The effects were ridiculously overpowered,
making them do a headstand?
If I use this in a fight, the monster would have to smash its head into the ground first.
The mental image was so thrilling that Lin Gu couldn't even imagine it. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked to learn the skill. He knew he already had the plague skill, which, when used on a single target, could deal damage to all monsters within a 1,000-meter radius. Moreover, the plague deals continuous damage and can weaken enemies, stacking with the damage and effects of other skills. This skill is absolutely invincible in team battles. For duels, there's 10 fingers linked to the heart and chest crushing. Boulder, for team battles, there's the plague. For control skills, there's intimidation and headstand. With the current skills and damage, whether it's a duel or a group fight, I can handle it steadily. More importantly, with the plague, whether dealing with one enemy or a group, the effect is equally powerful. Thinking about how attributes can be further enhanced after the first class change, and the damage might even double, Lingu couldn't help but smile. Alright, I still have 3 orange grade items. After being excited for a while, Lingu finally remembered this. He had previously picked up quite a few materials and equipment. White and blue grade equipment were sold off, and he had 5 purple grade items. But apart from a necklace with better attributes than his current one, the others were completely unusable. Especially the 2 level 60 daggers dropped by the Rat King. He was a priest and couldn't equip them. Although the necklace was usable, it required level 60, which he hadn't reached yet. He could only pin his hopes on those orange grade items. Extracted eyeball, orange, slot, accessory attributes, strength plus 150, agility plus 250, spirit plus 300, constitution plus 200 effects, spirit increased by 10%, poison resistance plus 30% resistance to mental control skills plus 30% weakness mastery, all attacks increase by 10%, practice makes perfect, allows equipping items 20 levels higher than your current level, durability 150/150 equipment level, 60 Whisper of Grace, orange, slot. Lower body magic attack plus 250 magic attack power plus 10% physical and magic defense plus 10% attributes, strength plus 150, agility plus 250, spirit plus 300, constitution plus 200 armor value, 1210 effects, spell penetration increased by 30%, spell damage increased by 30%. Poison resistance plus 30% resistance to mental control skills plus 30% practice makes perfect, allows equipping items 20 levels higher than your current level, durability, 200 equipment level, 60 tactical bracers of the executor, orange, slot. Bracers magic attack plus 350 physical and magic defense plus 10% attributes, strength plus 200, agility plus 250, spirit plus 300, constitution plus 200. Armor value, 982 effects, spell penetration increased by 30%, spell critical strike increased by 30%, skill casting speed increased by 30%, practice makes perfect, allows equipping items 20 levels higher than your current level, durability, 200/200. Equipment level, 60, what a pity. After reviewing the attributes, Lingu shook his head helplessly. He was only level 30, and hadn't undergone his class change yet, meaning he couldn't level up, which meant he couldn't equip these 3 orange grade items for now. However, judging by their attributes, these 3 items were already top tier. Still, it wasn't too bad, at least. He had secured the equipment in advance, and they didn't conflict with his current gear. Once he reached level 40, he could equip them, and his strength would take another huge leap forward. Lin Ji's power would instantly increase significantly. It seems there's indeed a major problem in the abyss. Could it be related to the abyssal ghost tide that the old cat mentioned? He packed up his equipment, glanced at the surrounding corpses, and fell silent for a moment. Once I get out, I must quickly inform the city lord of Biguan City. This rat definitely has a sinister plan. No matter what, this information had to be spread, at least to allow everyone to prepare in advance. Especially those black burlap sacks the rats were transporting, they were definitely not simple. It wasn't until all the monsters were dealt with that Lingu realized the shadowy rat had been enduring his skills without dodging, clearly stalling for time. As it turned out, it succeeded. It had used its life to hold him back. Now, he could no longer see the black burlap sacks, they had undoubtedly been dragged into the river by other rats. However, he had no idea what was inside them. However, there were more important matters at hand, and this could only be left to the relevant management personnel to investigate. After all, he was just an ordinary person who had recently transmigrated. Staring at the gray, misty river in front of him, Lingu rubbed his hands together and quickly ran forward. You have discovered the river Styx. Sure enough, it really was the river Styx. Seeing the prompt in the battle log, Lin Ji's eyes lit up. The water of the river Styx, it should be the water from this river, right? He squatted by the riverbank, scooped up some water with his hands, and suddenly heard the voice of the world's will in his mind.
You have obtained Water of the River Styx. You have completed one of the first tier class advancement tasks. Obtain the Water of the River Styx. Watching the water in his hands disappear, Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect to get the quest item so easily. It seems it's not that difficult. Boom! Splash! Before he could finish speaking, the river water suddenly exploded. Then, long jet black hair slowly rose from the water, revealing an indescribably stunning face. Even the phrase "a beauty capable of toppling nations" seemed insufficient. Describing her as a beauty that shames the moon and flowers felt too ordinary. Her flawless, exquisitely delicate features made Lin Gu involuntarily think of Bai Jinqing. Such unparalleled beauty could only be rivaled by Jinqing. As Lin Gu stood there in a daze, a woman clad in golden armor emerged from the water, hovering in midair. She noticed Lin Gu and paused slightly. Why? Is there someone here? Her voice was soft and melodious, snapping Lin Gu back to his senses. Why were you in the river? The woman glanced around suspiciously, her gaze deepening as she noticed the Rat King and a pile of rat corpses. Are you alone? Did you kill all these monsters? Lin Gu glanced at her blankly. Who else could it be? I haven't seen anyone else here so far. The woman suddenly understood. That makes sense. The monsters in the Abyss Rift are all above level 60. Ordinary professionals wouldn't dare come here. Which faction are you from? Let's not talk about that for now, Lin Gu quickly interrupted her. You said this place is where? The woman looked a bit confused, glancing around. The Abyss Rift? Wait, no. She seemed to realize something was off. The Abyss is full of demonized monsters. Why are there rat monsters here? The Abyss? Lin Gu looked puzzled. Isn't this the Inferno? How could it be the Abyss? Inferno? The woman was also stunned. That can't be right. I've always been in the Abyss. How could this be the Inferno? Lin Ji's mouth twitched as he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Damn it! Hearing this, the woman also came to her senses. The two of them spoke in unison. The boundary has broken. The woman's expression changed drastically as she quickly flew in front of Lin Gu. Are you sure this is the Inferno? Lin Gu nodded solemnly. I'm sure. This is the first layer of the Inferno. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched as if he had thought of something. No wonder I've been wandering here for almost 2 hours and haven't encountered a single boss. The woman was immediately shocked. What? 2 hours, and you haven't encountered a single boss? Although Lin Gu didn't know her, her equipment made it clear. She was someone from a major faction. With her help in delivering the message, it would be more effective than in trying to find the city lord himself. So, he recounted everything from when he entered the valley to encountering the two Rat Kings. After hearing his story, the woman's expression turned serious. The demon race is involved too? Could this ghost-tide in the Abyss disturbance all be the work of those demons? She instinctively turned to look at the river Styx, her expression growing even graver. The river Styx. That river has always been in the crevice of the first layer of the Inferno, guarded by a corpse king boss. Without completing the prerequisite quest and defeating the Corpse King, the river Styx wouldn't even appear. Lin Gu thought back and realized he hadn't done any quests. How did he end up finding this place so inexplicably? By the way, why were you in the river? He had already shared the information with her. The rest was out of his hands. He had said all he could. After all, if the sky fell, someone else would hold it up. The woman hesitated for a moment and explained concisely, I was on the third layer of the Abyss Rift and accidentally discovered an ancient teleportation array, thinking it was a hidden secret realm. I killed the guards and the boss there, stepped onto the teleportation array, and ended up at the bottom of the river. Lin Gu suddenly understood and didn't dwell on it. We need to inform the city lord of Biguan City about this quickly, or it will cause big trouble. The woman listened, a complex expression flashing across her face, but she quickly nodded. I will report it truthfully. Seeing her positive attitude, Lin Gu was about to continue his mission when he suddenly remembered her mention of the Nether River. Since she knew about the Nether River, could she know other things as well? By the way, do you know Tyrell? The woman froze for a moment, tilted her head, and said, Tyrell? Isn't that the hidden boss on the second layer of the Inferno? Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, do you know where it is? The woman nodded and said somewhat doubtfully, behind a giant Corpse King statue. After killing 100 Corpse Kings, a portal will appear, leading to its domain. Lin Gu was delighted and quickly cupped his hands in thanks.
Thank you. The woman smiled. What kind of mission did you take on? That requires you to challenge a level 70 hidden boss?
Lin Gu was momentarily speechless, and the woman added apologetically.
Sorry, I was just curious. I won't ask anymore.
Lin Gu felt a bit awkward but still tentatively asked, then, do you know
about Bone Scab? Bone Scab?
The woman froze for a moment, not answering immediately but instead carefully scrutinizing him.
She couldn't discern anything. Are you sure you're going to challenge Bone Scab alone?
Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward.
You know Bone Scab?
The woman smiled strangely.
I do.
It's one of the 3 hidden bosses on the 3rd layer of the Inferno, and the deepest place accessible to 3rd-tier professionals.
Lin Gu smiled wryly. This was clearly a test, and he couldn't say much more.
Seeing Lin Ji's silence, the woman didn't press further, as the most important thing now was to relay
the information.
All right. Meaning Bone Scab is very troublesome.
You need to.
The woman quickly listed the prerequisites, and
Lin Gu hurriedly noted them down. Bone Scab is a level 80 legendary monster. Without a perfect top-tier 25-person second-tier team, it's impossible to defeat it. You alone, can you manage?
A man can do anything, Lin Gu replied confidently.
Lin Gu blurted out, and the woman couldn't help but laugh.
I really don't understand you men, always thinking from strange angles.
Boom!
As soon as she finished speaking, the Nether River exploded again. The next moment, a tall, elegant middle-aged woman in a cheongsam, accompanied by a group of black armored guards, appeared above the Nether River. The woman saw this scene and didn't show surprise, but upon closer inspection, her brows furrowed slightly, revealing some displeasure.
Miss, the
middle-aged woman had just landed and hadn't finished speaking when she saw Lin Gu and immediately stopped.
The woman sighed helplessly. Aunt May, why are you here? Aunt May smiled awkwardly. Miss,
no need to say more, I understand.
The woman
waved her hand to interrupt her, clearly not wanting to discuss the topic.
The situation is urgent now. Whatever it is, we'll talk about it later.
She turned to Lin Gu and smiled. This matter is complicated, I'll leave first.
Lin Gu nodded, curiously, glancing at Aunt May. All right, goodbye.
The woman turned and left gracefully.
Suddenly, Lin Gu had an idea and called out to her. Wait a moment, I have one more question. Can I ask you?
The woman stopped and tilted her head, signaling him to speak.
Lin Gu asked without hesitation, do you know Ming Yun? Ming Yun?
The woman froze for a moment, thought about it in
confusion, and then shook her head. Sorry, I don't know. All right, thank you for your help.
Lin Gu had gathered all the clues
he needed, which was fortunate.
Hearing this, the woman seemed a bit intrigued.
How do you plan to thank me?
Lin Gu froze. Hesitating slightly, she had been a great help, but judging by her appearance, she was definitely not someone lacking money or
equipment. How about I treat you to a meal? The woman laughed upon hearing this. Really? You're quite interesting. Then I'll wait for your treat.
After saying this, she waved her hand and turned to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, she suddenly stopped and said softly, by the way, I think you should check the riverbed.
When I came up earlier, I seemed to see something strange.
With that, she smiled faintly, her brows slightly raised.
Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, immediately understanding her hint. All right, thanks.
The woman turned to leave, but Lin Gu called out to her again.
Wait.
She turned back, her face
showing a hint of confusion. What's wrong? Any other questions?
Lin Gu spread his hands helplessly.
I still don't know your name.
The woman paused for a moment, her eyes showing even more doubt.
Ha? You? All right then.
She sighed helplessly.
What's your name? Lin Gu.
The woman nodded and turned to walk toward the valley entrance, waving as she said, My name is Yen. Lin Gu watched Yen Shi leave, a peculiar smile appearing on his lips.
He had just tried to check Yen Shi's status panel, but unfortunately, he failed. That was normal.
Judging by Yen Shi's equipment, she was wearing at least orange-grade armor.
Lin
Gu himself was also equipped with orange-grade gear, and he could sense the power of Yen Shi's equipment.
Moreover, from her
demeanor and the formation of guards around her, she was undoubtedly a little princess of some major faction, otherwise, she
wouldn't have such tight protection.
So, it made sense that she had good equipment and something to hide her panel.
But that didn't matter. He had gotten everything he wanted,
and no matter who Yen Shi was, it wouldn't affect him. After all, the news about the abyss was spread by her, and the most important thing now was to complete the first mission. Thinking of this, he turned to look at the river Styx. Since Yen Shi mentioned it, there must be something unusual at the riverbed. With his advanced skills and boldness, he wasn't afraid of danger. Without hesitation, he jumped directly into the spot where Yen Shi had emerged. Splash! As water splashed everywhere, Lin Gu quickly dove into the river. The water of the river Styx was cold. That was his first impression. Then he noticed the water was murky, making it impossible to see the bottom. Fortunately, after the world mutated, professionals could breathe underwater freely. As long as the oxygen bar wasn't depleted, they could stay submerged indefinitely. This was somewhat similar to game mechanics. From the shore, it was impossible to tell how deep the river was, but Lin Gu had been diving for almost 3 minutes and still hadn't reached the bottom. Seeing his oxygen bar halfway depleted, he hurriedly sped up his descent. Finally, after another third of his oxygen bar was consumed, he saw the black riverbed. Logically, Yen Shi had been teleported here via a teleportation array, so the array must be at the riverbed. After all, river water couldn't serve as a teleportation medium. The question was, where exactly was the teleportation array? Yen Shi had mentioned seeing something strange when she emerged. Lin Gu observed his surroundings while quickly swimming toward the riverbed, soon stepping onto the ground. The light here was dim, and visibility beyond 10 meters was poor. No matter how good Yen Shi's eyesight was, it couldn't compare to Lin Gu, who was an invisible professional. It was worth noting that after awakening as a professional, one's physical abilities would be greatly enhanced. The higher the potential, the more significant the improvement. These enhancements were invisible and wouldn't appear on the status panel. Strange. Lin Gu frowned and walked a few steps, still unable to find the teleportation array. Didn't Aunt May and the others also come through that teleportation array? His heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. After walking more than 10 steps, he finally discovered a small raised platform. The cylindrical platform wasn't large, with a diameter of about 2 meters, and was engraved with a bunch of strange symbols. This is it. Lin Gu looked around and noticed another protrusion about 5 or 6 meters to his right. Without thinking further, he quickly swam over. Upon approaching, he realized it was actually a humanoid creature chained to the riverbed. The figure was dressed in a black hooded robe, swaying gently with the water currents, its face faintly visible. At first glance, he seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he was actually quite handsome. Lin Gu twitched the corner of his mouth and squatted down to take a closer look. Just as he was about to lift the robe of the humanoid creature, the other suddenly opened his eyes. What the? Lin Gu was startled and almost threw a punch. You finally arrived. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, leaving Lin Gu stunned. What was going on? It could talk? And directly in his head? Don't doubt it, it's me. What the? He could hear my thoughts? Yes. Lucky hidden class player. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, and he quickly pulled out his staff. Don't move. I'm one of you. Seeing the humanoid creature's helpless yet terrified expression, Lin Gu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. One of us? Who are you? The humanoid creature didn't hide anything and immediately answered, I'm Ming Yun. What the? Yes, it's me. Don't be surprised, lucky hidden class player. Lin Gu was speechless. Can you stop eavesdropping on my thoughts? Ming Yun said helplessly, I can't speak underwater, but don't worry, once we're on land, I won't be able to hear your thoughts anymore. Fine. That's better. Ming Yun looked utterly helpless. Lin Gu glanced at the oxygen bar, it was almost depleted. Let's get to the point. Why are you here? Ming Yun immediately became excited upon hearing this. I was framed. They injured me and pinned me to the bottom of the river Styx. I need your help, lucky hidden class player. Lin Gu nodded, looked around, and curiously asked, how can I save you? It's simple. You just need to complete your first transfer quest, collect materials for me, and you'll be able to break the seal and help me leave this place. Lin Gu suddenly understood. No wonder he had been asked to collect so many strange items. Alright, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to find you once I've gathered all the materials. Wait, didn't you say you need to gather all the items to find me? What's so strange about that? If I could, why wouldn't I just complete the quest first? Ming Yun looked suspicious. Without all the materials, you shouldn't have
Been able to find me, right?
Lingu paused for a moment and suddenly thought of something. She had mentioned before that this
place was a bit odd.
But looking at Ming Yun, he shrugged indifferently.
Maybe I'm the chosen one? I've always been pretty lucky.
Ming Yun listened, growing even more puzzled.
That's not right. Who else besides you knows I'm trapped here? I don't. No.
You players and NPCs are on completely different levels.
Ming Yun. Lingu waved his hand. I'm out of air. I'm leaving. Now. Ming Yun. Oh, by the way.
Just as Lingu was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something.
To find the river
Styx, you need special conditions.
I stumbled upon it by accident.
So, after I leave,
how can I find the river Styx again? Lingu looked completely matter-of-fact, as if he had just extorted an NPC.
Ming Yun was utterly shocked.
You said. Inside the city lord's mansion in Biguan City. The city lord, Yan Shifeng, looked solemnly at Yan Shi, who was sipping tea. The demon race appeared in the purgatory?
Yan Shi put down the teacup and calmly looked up to reply, that's right.
I saw it with
my own eyes, the corpses of gnawing rats in Thorn Mountain, and 2 rat kings. Yan Shifeng frowned deeply, lost in thought. Yan Shi continued, I thought about it carefully.
That ancient teleportation array wasn't originally in the Abyssal Rift. It must have been recently set up by the demon race. The purpose is to establish a connection between the Abyss and Purgatory.
Creating a cross-realm teleportation array is something that major figures in the Abyss and Purgatory can achieve, but the cost
is enormous.
However, for the demon race, it's quite common. Many minor demons can set up arrays.
Yan Shi's speculation was reasonable.
After a long silence, Yan Shifeng changed the subject and softly asked Yan Shi, I heard, you made a new friend in
Purgatory?
Yan Shi looked up at him but said nothing.
Yan Shifeng smiled, what do you think of him?
Yan Shi chuckled lightly and leaned casually against the chair.
Him? He's pretty good. And handsome too.
Yan Shifeng sighed helplessly, Cece.
Stop talking.
Yan Shi stood up, her face instantly turning cold. Yan Shifeng twitched his lips, just about to speak, but Yan Shi
turned and walked away. Don't take me for a fool.
And don't act smart and do stupid things.
He dared to enter Purgatory alone, and I haven't even seen his panel. Either he's the eldest son of a major family, or he's a golden class professional.
After speaking, Yan Shi stopped at the door and said without turning her head, you better hurry up.
Deal with the matter at hand first. My business is none of your concern. On the second floor of Purgatory, Lingu attacked the Corpse King in front of him with skills while muttering to himself, this is going way too smoothly, isn't it? Since his awakening, his luck had been ridiculously good.
He hadn't thought much of it before, but after meeting Ming Yun, he started to feel something was
off. However,
Lingu glanced at the massive Corpse King statue to his left and the densely packed level 60 Corpse Kings in front of him, but he didn't notice anything unusual.
What Yan Shi said made sense too. You killed a Corpse King, EXP plus 7,211, you killed a Corpse King, EXP plus 7,211, you killed a Corpse King, EXP plus 7,211, suddenly, behind the massive Corpse King statue, a giant rock slowly shifted.
Lingu froze for a moment as the stone slab gradually rose, revealing a teleportation portal behind it.
A teleportation portal really exists? Lin Ji's eyes lit up.
He quickly cast 10 fingers linked heart and plague on dozens of nearby Corpse Kings, then dashed toward the portal.
Passing through the portal, Lin Ji's vision blurred, and in the next second, he found himself in a square-shaped stone brick cave.
The cave was empty, with everything visible at a glance, but it
looked like a room. The most striking feature was the massive Corpse King standing in the corner. It was about 30 meters tall, and Lingu had to look up even from a distance.
Unlike the iron blue, bald Corpse Kings outside, this one had long gray hair, wore a tattered black robe, and had thin, withered hands resembling dried branches. It looked extremely terrifying.
Corpse King. Titorial, Legendary, Race, Corpse Clan Level, 70 HP, 9.8 million MP, 8.9 million Armor, 32,867 Attack Power, 33,634 to 53,216 Skills. Roar, Putrid Corpse Water, Corrosive Arrow, Shadow Candle Flame. After reading the panel, Lingu nodded. Looks like this is a magic-type boss.
That made sense, after all, he himself was a magic type, so it wasn't surprising for the quest to require him to kill a magic-type boss. As Lingu was sizing it up, Titorial noticed him.
Despicable human. It's all your fault. It's all your fault.
Tydariel roared angrily, raising its hand to fire a green smoke light arrow. Lingu froze, not expecting the
boss to not only curse but also attack first. He quickly activated his wolf boots for acceleration, nimbly dodging the attack. Intimidation. Ow. The Corpse King was startled, its fury intensifying. Human. How dare you scare me? Due to the significant
level difference between you and Corpse King Tydariel, your intimidation skill was resisted.
Although he had anticipated this outcome, Lingu couldn't help but frown, sensing trouble.
This Corpse King was much higher in level than the Rat King, and
its defense was undoubtedly strong.
Seeing it about to attack again, Lingu took the initiative, raising his staff.
10 fingers. Linked heart. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Tydariel's fingernails and toenails shattered instantly, causing it to scream in pain. Chest-crushing stone. Bang.
Before it could react, Lingu followed up with another move, striking its chest hard, making it spit out a mouthful of green putrid blood.
Cough, cough, cough. Tydariel coughed violently, its chest almost collapsing. Its eyes turned red in an instant. Ah, you damned human. Corrosive arrow. This was understandable. After all,
his skills had been increasing along the way, and the monsters he encountered couldn't even withstand his third move.
Over time,
he almost forgot about the existence of this new skill.
Thinking of this, Lin Ji's eyes lit up, taking advantage of the gap.
When the Corpse King was coughing, he quickly activated the new skill.
Headstand. With a wave of his staff, a beam of light flashed.
The Corpse King's head immediately felt heavy, but that wasn't the worst part. The next second, he felt the world spinning, the sky and earth flipping. Then, as if he had turned over, his head pointed downward, feet upward, and he crashed heavily to
the ground. Boom. Crash.
Due to the Corpse King's massive size, the ground was smashed into a large pit, with bricks
and dust flying everywhere.
Seeing this scene, not only was Lingu stunned, but even the upside-down Corpse King was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out what had happened, and as a result, he just lay there foolishly on the ground. Worse still, he not only lost health but also suffered a significant reduction in attributes and movement speed. When the Corpse King came to his senses, he was burning with rage, unable to accept that a human had flipped him over. He slammed the ground fiercely and quickly
stood up, roaring, "Human! You're dead!" Shadow candle flame. 3 green flame arrows, accompanied by thick smoke, shot rapidly toward Lingu. Lin Ji's expression changed slightly. While dodging, he quickly cast his skills. Plague. Headstand. Boom.
Tydariel felt dizzy, his head flipped over again. The pain on his head was so intense that he wished he could just die.
Immediately. Ah, my head.
Tydariel, already furious, was completely enraged after suffering 2 debuffs.
Ignoring the blood on
his head, he wiped it off haphazardly and charged directly at Lingu.
He had gone mad. Even a mage was engaging in melee combat now.
But this was good news for Lingu.
This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Seeing him charge over, Lingu ran while casting skills.
10 fingers connected to the heart.
Chest-crushing stone. Headstand. Intimidation.
2 control skills. Hit Tydariel, causing him to roar incessantly.
But Lin Ji's skill accuracy was 100%, and they even came with critical hits. Even if Tydariel could endure, he couldn't escape a round of suffering.
Don't forget, Headstand also had a debuff effect. Immediately after, a sense of weakness overwhelmed him, making even raising his hand to cast a spell a luxury.
Ah, my chest, my hands, my feet, my head. It hurts so much. Damn bastard. Damn it. Ah. Cough, cough, pht. Seeing Tydariel being tormented
by the debuffs, standing in place clutching his chest and coughing blood, Lin Ji's eyes lit up and he immediately unleashed
damage skills. Now's the time. Chest-crushing stone. Boom. Ah. Damn human. My chest. My back. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Boom. Ah. In less than 10 seconds, Lingu had already hit him with over 30 skills. Tydariel was beaten
until he was bloodied and crouched, coughing violently. With every cough, the blood dripping from his head fell along with it.
Truly miserable bastard. I will kill you. Kill, cough, 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 kill all you humans, cough, cough, cough. Foul corpse. Water. Ugh.
Tydariel suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a large amount of green liquid.
Instantly, the originally small cave was covered by a third of it. Lin Gu quickly covered his nose. Damn, it stinks as ugh. Cough, cough, cough. Tidariel was tormented by illness and the pain of his torn-off nails, nearly driven mad. Finally, unable to bear it, he stood up in a fit of rage. Die! Die! Roar! Intimidation! Put! Tidariel had just released half of his skill when Lin Gu interrupted him. Although he wasn't controlled, the backlash from the interrupted skill was unbearable. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground again. This time, he couldn't even manage to kneel on one knee, he could only kneel, clutching his chest, coughing violently. Damn it! Damn it! Why? Why are you humans so cruel to me? Before he could finish his sentence, his health hit rock bottom. He lost control, his eyes dimmed, and he slowly fell. Thud! Clatter! You have killed Corpse King Tidariel, gaining 42,856 experience points. Seeing the equipment and coins on the ground, Lin Ji's eyes lit up. His gaze immediately landed on a glowing red finger bone. Finally, it's here. He excitedly ran over to loot the corpse. You have obtained 356 gold, 45 silver, and 33 copper. You have obtained Tidariel's eyeball. You have obtained Tidariel's skull. You have obtained Tidariel's spirit fire. You have obtained equipment, Corpse King's burial shroud, orange, dot. You have obtained equipment, Corpse King's fangs, orange, dot. You have obtained Tidariel's finger bone. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained one of the items for the first transition quest, Tidariel's finger bone. Finally got it. Lin Gu looked at the small piece of finger bone in his palm, his lips curling into a smile. Now, all that was left was the spinal bone of bone. Scab. He glanced at the equipment and directly stored it in his backpack, a cloak and shoulder armor. Although the equipment was good, he had to wait until level 40 to wear it. For now, keeping it would only make him itch with anticipation. With only 3 days left until the Dragon God tournament, he had to hurry and complete his first transition. Surveying his surroundings and glancing at Tidariel's corpse, Lin Gu didn't linger. He ran out of the cave, heading straight for the third layer of purgatory. 3 days later, Promotion Island, Martial Arts Square. Bai Jinqing anxiously pressed the communication panel. The user you are trying to reach is unavailable. Why can't I get through? Where has Lin Gu gone? Why does it keep showing he's not in the same space? Ha! Bai Jinqing scratched her head in frustration, trying to sort out her thoughts. He wouldn't just not show up, would he? Then, what should I do? Ching Ching? You're really here? A crisp voice rang out, and Bai Jinqing instantly perked up. Rue? Have you managed to contact Lin Gu? Chen Rue paused, looking puzzled. Weren't you the one trying to contact him? Her eyes were full of confusion. If you want me to contact him, would you agree? You're such an interesting person. Bai Jinqing's brow twitched, but she couldn't be bothered to argue with her. No, I can't reach him. It keeps showing he's not in the same space. Chen Rue's face immediately darkened. What's going on? Did he go to a different dimension? Probably. Bai Jinqing bit her lip, her mind in turmoil. If he went to a different dimension, it meant he had found his target. With his strength, facing level 60 monsters shouldn't be a problem. So why hadn't he returned yet? She had completed her own difficult transition quest in just 1 day. His was just a regular quest, it should have been much easier. The migration grass and dark moonstone I sent him have been with him for almost a day and a half. With his strength, Bai Jinqing muttered softly, her anxiety growing. At this point, she wasn't concerned about whether Lin Gu could participate in the Dragon God tournament. She just wanted to know if he could return safely. Where are you, Jinqing? Bai Jinqing froze, instinctively looking toward the voice. Sure Tangfei quickly walked over. Jinqing, why are you here? Join my team. I've already transitioned. Sure Tangfei said excitedly. I'm level 33. This time at the Dragon God tournament, I'm definitely going to take first place. Then, no. Thanks, but thank you. Bai Jinqing coldly rejected him, uninterested in engaging further. She was already upset, and now she had to listen to his nagging. How could she possibly show him a pleasant face? Sure Tingfei's expression changed slightly, but he ignored the reactions of those around him and continued to enthusiastically invite her. Jinqing, team up with me. I've found Chen Yan, He's an orange tier professional from Shinwoo Academy. The three of us. No need, thank you. Bai Jinqing interrupted him bluntly, turning around and lightly patting the back of his head. Shi Tingfei's face changed, and seeing the people around holding back their laughter, his face turned red instantly. Everyone knew he liked Bai Jinqing. But for over 10 years, Bai Jinqing had never shown him a kind face, making him the laughingstock of Tianqi City. Although no one dared to mock him to his face. Jinqing, why won't you agree? Why exactly? Shi Tingfei struggled to control his emotions, clearly on the verge of breaking down. Bai Jinqing, however, remained unmoved, looking at him coldly. I already have teammates. I don't need to team up with you, nor do I want to. Also, we're not close. Don't call me Jinqing. Now, please leave. Hearing this, Shi Tingfei trembled with anger, his face turning bright red. Is it because of that pretty boy? Seeing Bai Jinqing freeze, he knew he had guessed right. Shi Tingfei gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, on the verge of exploding. With his family background and abilities, he was more than a match for Bai Jinqing. But Bai Jinqing had always been cold to him, which he found hard to accept. Especially now, when teaming up with him was clearly the smartest choice, yet she outright refused. And the reason was that pretty boy she had just met. That day, I saw him at the safe square in the White Stone Plains. Jinqing, he's penniless. Do you even know what his profession is? Shi Tingfei gritted his teeth, staring at Bai Jinqing. He's just a white-tier priest. A worthless white-tier trash priest with no potential. Hearing this, Bai Jinqing and Chan Rui were both stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Ji's profession to be a white-tier priest. Seeing their expressions, Shi Tingfei became even more convinced of his judgment and quickly added fuel to the fire. Exactly, the priest profession is always in demand, always needed in teams. But the thing is, they start at orange tier potential, with the lowest being purple tier potential, right? And yet he's just white tier potential, with nothing to his name. He's a waste. Are you sure he doesn't have ulterior motives for getting close to you? Motives? Bai Jinqing and Chan Rui almost burst out laughing. If Shi Tingfei knew it was they who had deliberately approached Lin Gu, he'd probably lose his mind. Indeed, they were shocked to learn Lin Gu was a white-tier priest. At first, they thought Lin Gu had golden-tier potential, but Shi Tingfei insisted that was impossible. While his character was questionable, he wouldn't lie about publicly available information. What shocked them was that despite being a white-tier priest, Lin Ji's damage output was absurdly high. If a white-tier potential could be this strong, how powerful would an orange-tier or golden-tier be? But was he really just white-tier potential? They began to doubt. Seeing Bai Jinqing remain silent, Shi Tingfei thought he had a chance and quickly continued, Jinqing, this world is dangerous. Uncle Bai has always protected you, so it's normal for you not to know the dangers outside. But I must tell you, anyone who approaches you from the outside definitely doesn't have good intentions. Especially that pretty boy. He's a white-tier trash priest with no potential, an orphan. He's definitely trying to deceive you by getting close to you. Are you done? If so, please leave. Bai Jinqing's disgust was unmistakable in her eyes. Shi Tingfei's face changed, and he hurriedly said, Jinqing, what do I lack compared to him? He's just a mud-legged commoner from the slums, while I'm the young master of the Shi family. So what if he's handsome? At best, he's just a white-tier potential priest. And I'm an orange-tier professional. With the Shi family backing me, my future is destined to be at the top. What does he have to compare with me? Bai Jinqing sneered, stepping back in disgust. He's better than you in every way. The one who can't accept it is you. At least, he wouldn't stand by and do nothing in the face of someone in need. Shi Tingfei's face changed again. He had always been afraid to bring this up, fearing Bai Jinqing would expose him, but he hadn't expected her to mention it herself. Indeed, he could also resurrect others, but in this world where death was final, resurrection was extremely precious. Everyone knew that. So, when he saw the situation going south, he ran. What was wrong with that? Even ants want to survive, let alone a living person like him? Bai Jinqing turned to leave, but Shi Tingfei quickly stopped her. Jinqing, listen to me. I didn't abandon you, nor did I leave you to die. I went to find help. I went to get reinforcements. Shi Tingfei secretly felt pleased, instantly coming up with an excuse, and continued excitedly, really, I brought Lu Hong and the others, along with many retainers.
You know, those monsters were all level 30 demonized creatures, with
stats stronger than level 60 regular monsters.
There was no way Zhao Ming and I could handle them alone, so I went to get help.
Really?
You don't know. As soon as I found Lu Hong and the others, I immediately brought them to find you.
You have to believe me. Chen Rui couldn't listen anymore.
Her eyes were full of mockery as she sneered. Are you sure you came to find us?
Of course. Heaven and earth is my witness. Shi Tingfei looked serious. Chen Rui's gaze was filled with ridicule, her voice even colder. Do you even need to ask? Shi Tingfei, do you know?
We stayed in that place for a full half an hour, using up all our
potions. Shi Tingfei's face darkened as Chen Rui's expression grew colder and colder.
In the end, my sister and I were even prepared to sacrifice ourselves so the other could escape.
And you? You went to find reinforcements? Shi Tingfei's face slightly changed, a bad premonition suddenly flashing in his mind. Sure enough, the next second, Chen Rui sneered.
We waited so long, and the only reason we survived was thanks to that so-called useless white-robed priest, that orphan priest. It was him who saved us, helping me escape death. Of course, how he saved us is none of your business, but he did.
As for you claiming you went to get reinforcements, Chen Rui looked him up and down, clicking her tongue in disdain. Honestly, we've been grinding monsters in the White Stone District all day.
How come we never saw you, the young master of the Shi family, bringing anyone
to help?
Shi Tengfei's face turned deathly pale, his heart racing. He hadn't expected Chen Rui to expose his lie on the spot. Bai Jinqing glanced at him coldly, her face devoid of any emotion.
Don't show up in front of me again. I've had enough of you.
Chen Rui burst into laughter at this, giving Shi Tengfei a mocking look as she followed behind Bai Jinqing.
Oh my some people just don't know when to quit. Still trying to pursue my sister? In her eyes, you're nothing. That pretty boy is the one she truly cares about.
Although Bai Jinqing blushed at this, she surprisingly didn't refute it.
This left the onlookers exchanging glances. What's going on? Is Goddess Qing with that pretty boy? Looks like there's something going on, huh? Whoa.
Shi Tingfei's been chasing her for 3 years, and the goddess turned around and chose someone else.
I can't help but laugh. Serves him right.
Even though I have no chance with Goddess Qing now that she's taken, seeing a simp fail so miserably makes
me happy, haha. This is what they call childhood sweethearts losing to a dashing newcomer. I'm dying of laughter. What are you looking at? Get back in line. Shi Tengfei roared, and the other students, though angry, didn't dare to speak out, leaving
with cold snorts. His eyes were full of resentment as he stared at Bai Jinqing's back.
A mere commoner. You dare say I'm not as good as him? Just wait.
I'll make sure to take him down. Purgatory, first layer. Lin Gu held a crystal ball in his hand, pointing at the wall in front of him and shouting, "Open sesame." The wall slowly parted, revealing a valley. This crystal ball was called the barrier-breaking orb. It had no level or attribute restrictions but possessed two magical functions. One was allowing people to breathe underwater, and the other was breaking formations. This item had taken him a lot of effort to obtain.
From Ming Yun.
Stepping into the valley, Lin Gu hummed a tune, striding forward in high spirits. To obtain the spinal bone of the bone callus, he spent 2 days and finally got it done.
Coupled with the migration grass and dark moonstone that Bai Jinqing
had sent via express mail a few days ago, he had gathered all the materials needed for the first job advancement quest. Now, as long as he handed these over to Ming Yun, he could complete the first advancement and achieve his first career promotion. However, the only bad news was that too much time had been delayed with the bone callus, and today was already the college entrance
exam day.
He had to quickly submit the quest and then rush to the promotion island to take the exam.
Thinking of this, Lin Gu
quickened his pace and soon arrived at the edge of the Nether River.
Without hesitation, he leaped in.
With the protection of the barrier-breaking pearl, he didn't have to worry about running out of oxygen. After swimming for a while, he reached the riverbed.
Ming Yun, I'm here.
Lucky hidden class player.
Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Gu sped up and swam
toward the source of the sound.
Seeing Ming Yun, Lin Gu couldn't help but smile. I'm here.
Ming Yun was so excited he almost
jumped up.
You're finally here, lucky hidden class player. Please save me, I can't hold on much longer.
Lin Gu twitched the corner of his mouth, squatted down, and smiled. Tell me, if I save you, what benefits can I get?
Ming Yun was stunned. If you save me, you can complete the first advancement quest and gain a lot of experience and attribute points. Lin Gu shook his head inside. You don't know, but to save you, I've already risked my life several times against bosses over level 60. Several times, I barely escaped death. This sounded reasonable. After all, Lin Gu was only level 30, and being able to defeat high-level bosses was indeed not easy. But the problem was, for Lin Gu, this was nothing at all. For him, even level 60 bosses were low level, and it would be hard not to knock them down. Mingyan clearly realized this, and his face turned awkwardly dark. Oh heavens, I really have no way out. I'm an NPC, you know. How can you extort me like this? Have you thought about my feelings? Lin Gu nodded seriously. To be honest, I've always had a question. Mingyan looked confused, unable to follow his train of thought. What question? Lin Gu glanced around. I'm a hidden class player, so I understand that the first advancement quest is difficult, and it's normal for the mentor to be hard to find. Mingyan quickly nodded. But have you ever thought? Since I'm so strong, my mentor must not be simple either, right? Mingyan shook his head in confusion. Of course. Lin Gu said. Matter-of-factly, then if you're so powerful, why are you hiding at the bottom of the river? Mingyan's eyes widened. You think I want to? No, I mean lying here. No, I mean I was framed. Lin Ji's expression turned serious. Framed? With so many NPCs and mentors, why would someone specifically target you? Ming Yun was dumbfounded. Could it be that you weren't teaching properly? Or did you offend someone? It takes two to tango, doesn't it? Ming Yun was completely stunned. No way? Really? Not? Ming Yun was utterly speechless. He had never encountered such a bizarre player who even started doubting him as an NPC. Lin Gu shook his head and laughed. Lately, I've been too lucky. Quest items have almost been delivered to me directly. So I suspect you're not Ming Yun, and there's an even bigger conspiracy waiting for me. Ming Yun stared at him in shock. What? You're blaming me for your smooth progress? Let's not talk about that for now, Ming Yun said helplessly. So you think I'm fake and won't hand over the quest items to me? Seeing Lin Ji's serious expression, Ming Yun was completely at a loss. No way. You're really going to such lengths to extort me. Lin Gu solemnly took out 5 quest items. Buddy, after completing the quest, can I get some extra rewards? Ming Yun smiled bitterly, feeling utterly distressed. But since Lin Gu wouldn't submit the quest, he had no choice but to continue hiding at the bottom of the river. Helplessly, he braced himself to respond. For example, how about giving me a red God-tier weapon? Stop joking. Don't save me anymore. I really don't want to be turned into a God-tier weapon. Ming Yun said anxiously. Lin Gu frowned slightly. How about giving me a golden exclusive weapon? Look into my eyes. Do I look like an exclusive weapon to you? Lin Gu sighed helplessly. Forget it, I won't do the transfer. I'm leaving. Anyway, my damage is high. I can easily farm monsters in low-level dungeons and still be a big shot in this life. Hey! Seeing Lin Gu about to leave without looking back, Ming Yun panicked. Don't go. Let's talk more. Lin Gu stopped and looked at him. I put in so much effort, helped a lot, and even had 2 meals. And all I get is some experience points? Do you want to see how much experience I have now? I already have over 1 billion. Do you think I care about your measly stuff? Ming Yun's mouth twitched, feeling at a loss for words. Then, the best I can give you is an orange treasure chest. Just as Lin Gu was about to speak, Ming Yun quickly shouted, don't push it too far. Ming Yun's eyes widened. The first transfer quest usually gives a lot of good stuff. But most of it is experience points. I'm saying this because you already have so many good items, you might not need them. If you keep being picky, even the treasure chest will be gone. Fine. Seeing Lin Ji's reluctant expression, Ming Yun was almost speechless. Quick, turn in the quest, boss. Lin Gu sighed and placed 5 items on Ming Yun's head. You're really something. It's the first time I've seen someone knock on an NPC's head. Ming Yun grumbled as he collected the items. The next second, the voice of the world will echoed in Lin Ji's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the first transfer quest. Received. Ming Yun's blessing received 2,000 gold, received 30 million experience points, received 3 skill points, received equipment. Cloudy Curse, orange, received equipment, Withered Bone Belt, orange, received class exclusive skill book, Resentful Poison LV1 received orange treasure chest. Level lock has been lifted. Level up! Level up! Level up! Lin Ji's eyes lit up as he excitedly checked the rewards. Mingyun's Blessing, all attributes plus 20%, movement speed plus 20%, physical and magical defense plus 20%, skill damage plus 20%, critical damage plus 20%, lasts for 3 days. This 20% attribute boost lasting for 3 days was incredibly powerful. It enhanced all aspects, equivalent to gaining about 5 levels worth of attributes in advance. Linga nodded in satisfaction and continued to check the equipment stats. Cloudy Curse, orange, slot, shoulder magic attack plus 350 magic. Critical plus 20% physical and magical defense plus 890 attributes, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, spirit plus 150, constitution plus 100 effect, increases spell penetration by 20% effect, increases spell damage by 20% effect, increases spell critical damage by 20% effect. Skills have a chance to inflict a curse status on the target effect. Mastery allows equipping items 10 levels higher than the user's level. Durability 300 out of 300 equipment level. LV40 Withered Bone Belt, orange, slot, waste magic attack plus 450 magic critical plus 20% physical and magical defense plus 890 attributes, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, spirit plus 150, constitution plus 100 effect, increases spell penetration by 20% effect, increases spell damage by 20% effect. Mastery allows equipping items 10 levels higher than the user's level. Durability 300/300 equipment level. LV40 not bad. Just right for me to wear. Lin Ji's lips curled into a smile, feeling great. He already had plenty of orange gear, so getting new orange gear didn't excite him as much. If it were someone else, they would probably be overjoyed. Once he reached level 40 and equipped those 3 level 60 orange items, he would practically be decked out in a full set of orange gear. Anyone who saw him would surely be left in shock. For most players doing their first transfer at level 30, unless they were from a major faction, having 1 or 2 blue items would already be considered lucky. Even the young masters and ladies of major factions didn't have as many orange items as he did. After all, someone like Yanxi, a young lady born with a silver spoon in her mouth, is on a level that ordinary major powers can't compare to. Lin Gu took a look and quickly put on the 2 pieces of equipment. The withered bone belt had a skull on it, adorned with 2 half-meter-long black tassels, exuding an ominous aura. The cloudy curse looked like 2 shoulder pads, understated yet perfectly complementing the barreled set. Now, when he displayed the appearance of his equipment, he looked like a demon from the abyss, radiating an overwhelming presence. Admiring himself in the mirror for a few seconds, Lin Gu quickly opened his skill book. Resentful Poison LV1, Lin Ji's first transition exclusive skill. Description: upon activation, mental power increases by 30%, and skill damage increases by 30%. Simultaneously, all enemies within a 300-meter radius are inflicted with the Resentful Poison effect, reducing their physical defense, magical defense, and resistance to abnormal statuses by 30% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. This is insane. Lin Ji's mouth slightly opened, almost letting out a curse. This was simply an overpowered buff skill. With this, combined with Mingyun's Blessing, his combat power increased by a full 50%. Not to mention the significant debuff it applied to enemies. According to the combat logic in the canyon, his own strength doubled while the enemy's defense halved, resulting in double damage. With such a move, who could withstand it? Don't forget, his damage already far exceeded players of the same level. Compared to Bai Jinqing, his damage was at least 10 times higher. Could Bai Jinqing's DPS even reach 10,000? Even if she successfully transitioned and equipped the Bai family's best gear, her DPS would at most be 10,000. He clearly remembered Chen Rui mentioning that a level 31st transition black class player, fully equipped with purple gear, only had a DPS of just over 2,000. Orange class players had multiple talent bonuses, and a 3-fold increase was already considered very strong. Before his first transition, his DPS could already reach 150,000. Now, with the new equipment, combined with talents and skills, his DPS was conservatively estimated to exceed 200,000. Add the recent 50% boost on top of that. My god, he couldn't even imagine what kind of boss could withstand his damage now. Without hesitation, Lin Gu immediately learned the skill. After learning it, he stared at the skill bar for a long time. This was his first self-buff skill, and when combined with Plunge and Plague, he was practically invincible.
What a pity, there's not enough time. Otherwise, I'd go to the 4th floor right now to test my strength against a boss. Although a bit regretful, the Dragon God tournament was the priority.
As long as he had enough time, he was determined to check it out. Suppressing his excitement, he turned to open the treasure chest. An orange treasure chest was
bound to yield something good. Open.
Obtained 1000 gold coins, obtained Sun God Water ×3, obtained Golden Crow Rock ×3, obtained equipment, Resentful Poison Curse, gold, holy
crap. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched as he quickly opened his backpack to check. This was gold equipment.
It was the first piece of gold equipment he had ever owned, Venomous Curse. Gold, part, weapon, Lingu exclusive, physical, magic attack plus 850 magic critical damage plus 20% attack speed plus 20% attributes, strength plus 200, agility plus 200, spirit plus 350, constitution plus 300 effects, spell penetration increased by 10% effects, spell damage increased by 10% effects, additional plus 10% magic critical damage effects, skill damage increased by 10%. Effects, all abnormal status effects from skills enhanced by 10% effects, all skills have no casting time, instantly completed upon release effects, curse type skill effects. Strengthened by 10% effects, pain effects caused by skills enhanced by 10% effects, duration of all continuous damage effects extended by 10% effects, when releasing skills, resistance. Levels not exceeding 50 levels below the user can be ignored effects, when releasing skills, there is a chance to increase the user's spirit by 1%, stacking up to 10 layers effects. Weapon is indestructible, cannot be destroyed, traded, or picked up effects. Weapon can be upgraded durability, 450 out of 450 equipment level, LV30 holy crap.
Holy crap. Seeing the attributes, Lingu couldn't help but exclaim, his hand trembling as he blurted out a curse. A personal exclusive weapon. And it's my exclusive gold weapon. His heartbeat
suddenly accelerated, his eyes widened like copper bells.
This is what a true golden weapon looks like. These attributes? Absolutely invincible.
Lingu was overjoyed, his gaze towards Mingyan completely changed. Mingyan's eyelid twitched, retreating with a face full of disdain.
That's it, really, that's it. Stop messing around. Lingu helplessly
pursed his lips.
Look at you, I didn't even say anything.
Mingyan looked aggrieved, speaking with a hint of sarcasm.
Indeed, it's rare to see a big shot like you extorting NPCs.
Wearing orange gear, holding a gold weapon, even prepared with a barrier-breaking pearl. Honestly, I thought you were an NPC. Lingu squinted his eyes and sneered, just about to speak when Mingyan quickly raised his hands.
Hey, bro, dad, dear dad, I'm starting to feel scared whenever you talk now. Stop it, calm down, alright?
Afraid Lingu would extort him again, Mingyan quickly retreated.
I just broke the seal, my body is weak.
You're busy, my mom's calling me home for dinner.
With that, Mingyan darted away like a fish.
Lingu sighed helplessly. I was just about to ask if there's anything else, this guy is really stingy. He shook his head, not minding Mingyan running off.
Anyway, he had
the barrier-breaking pearl, he could sense him and find him later.
Alright, now that the first transition is complete, next up is the Dragon God tournament. Lingu turned his
head towards the east, his lips slowly curling up, a determined glint flashing in his eyes.
Promotion Island. On the main platform,
an elderly man dressed in white, with a white beard, Yishouju, stood with his hands behind his back. He smiled as he looked down at the martial arts arena, where the contestants erupted into enthusiastic cheers after his
self-introduction. Holy crap! It's Dean Yi. This year's host is actually Dean Yi. I can't believe I'm seeing a big figure who's usually only on TV, this is so worth it. In previous years, they always invited professional hosts. Why is it the principal of East University this year? Could it be that there's someone he's paying attention to among this year's contestants?
The participants discussed excitedly. Moments later, the cheers gradually subsided, and Yishouju slowly began to speak.
Today marks another annual dragon. This is the grand day of the God tournament.
I hope every contestant achieves great results and successfully enters their desired school or family. At this point, Yishouju suddenly
changed his tone.
Let me reveal an insider tip. This year's champion will receive a golden myth level equipment personally forged by the Dragon God Golden Dragon Seed.
Upon hearing this news, the scene immediately erupted. What? It's actually the Golden Dragon Seed? Damn! Dragon God is so generous.
The Golden Dragon Ring is one of the earliest rings crafted by the dragon god, the equipment that has accompanied him the longest. Legend has it that this ring has been strengthened to the limit and is embedded with the Abyss Lord's eyeball, possessing immense power, usable for both physical and magical attacks, making it top-tier golden equipment. The dragon god truly deserves to be one of the 12 guardians of our dragon nation, absolutely.
Incredible. If I could get my hands on this thing, I'd practically be soaring.
I heard the dragon god has taken on a disciple with golden potential talent. This equipment must be prepared for him.
Who wouldn't think so? But with the dragon god as your master, even if you're a fool, you could rise to prominence.
Everyone was excitedly discussing, trembling with
excitement just at the thought of this equipment.
Every year, the Divine Tournament prepares lavish prizes.
Those who perform well often catch the attention of major powers or influential figures, skyrocketing to success. Hence, the Divine Tournament is called the second turning point in life.
You must know, the spectators include major academies, the military, and various forces and families, all looking for potential contestants to nurture. Those chosen are like fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, their status soaring from then on.
Contestants.
At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in the sky above the martial arena, stepping on a formation. She wore a long dress, resembling a fairy descending to the mortal world.
Seeing everyone's gaze, she playfully blinked. Ready. I'm about to open the portal. Formation activated.
After speaking, she extended her hand, her expression gradually becoming serious.
The next
second, her small hand emitted a beam of light, and 4 dazzling beams of light shone around the martial arena, writing a string of incomprehensible runes like dragons flying and phoenixes
dancing.
Soon, 4 3-meter-high portals appeared. All right, the portals are open, everyone quickly enter the Ascension Realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately rushed forward. After all, this was a checkpoint competition, and the earlier you entered, the greater the advantage.
Soon, the martial arena returned to silence.
At this moment, in the first
layer of the Ascension Realm, Chen Rui, who had just been teleported in, looked at Bai Jinqing and asked, "How is it? Still no contact?"
Bai Jinqing sighed helplessly, "Still no contact."
Chen Rui frowned, "What should we do then?"
Bai Jinqing opened her mouth, her eyes dimming, "Forget it, fate is hard to force."
"Hey!" The two heard
a voice and turned to look.
It was Lin Gu, whose expression seemed a bit odd. The two froze. "Ha? Is this really random team formation? How did I end up teaming up right after entering?" "Lin Gu,"
Bai Jinqing blurted out, immediately running to him. Seeing her in Chen Rui, Lin Gu blinked.
"Look at this, what a coincidence.
I just came in and bumped into you guys, and we're already teamed up.
It's really too coincidental." Hearing Lin Gu joke, Bai Jinqing blushed, excitedly holding her hands. Are you okay?"
Lin Gu smirked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm fine, the mission was successfully
completed, thanks to your help."
Bai Jinqing shyly lowered her head. "Oh, it's nothing, you've already helped me a lot."
Seeing Bai Jinqing's
adorable demeanor, Lin Gu couldn't help but feel delighted inside. Suddenly, he remembered something, his eyes lighting up. "All right, let's start
trading." Bai Jinqing was stunned for a moment, instinctively raising her head to ask, "Trading? For what?" Lin Gu opened his backpack, revealing a pile of treasures. "After 3 days of effort, I've gained quite a bit."
Bai Jinqing's expression changed, quickly refusing. "No, I don't want them. Those are things you fought for yourself, keep them for your own use."
She was well aware of how dangerous the Inferno was. Even though Lin Gu had
high damage output, he was only level 30, facing monsters at least level 60, the situation was dire. Previously, when clearing the abyss of magic, she could still use some purple equipment to make do, but this time she hadn't helped at all, so there was no way she could accept them.
But Lin Gu didn't care about these things. "It's fine, I don't need them, I have better ones. Let's start trading." He didn't hesitate, directly opening the trading interface and placing several purple magic items. "Take a look, which one suits you?"
Bai Jinqing hesitated for a moment, looking at Lin Ji's
indifferent expression.
She bit her lip, blushing, and began to choose. After looking through the items, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide.
"This? You?"
She stared at Lin Gu in shock.
"Lin Gu? Are you sure you don't need this equipment?" "Yeah," Lin Gu replied while continuing to place more magic-based equipment into the trading column.
"I don't need any of these.
Pick what you can use. Whatever you don't want, I'll just throw into the trading hall."
The Bai family was wealthy, and Bai Jinqing never lacked equipment, but the quality and attributes of the gear from Purgatory were much better. As she looked at the increasing number of purple-grade items in the trading column, Bai Jinqing grew more and more astonished.
So many. Oh my god. In the end, she couldn't refuse and selected 2 pieces to keep. Thank you, Lin Gu.
Bai Jinqing felt sweet inside, her eyes
filled with admiration. She guessed Lin Gu must have had some extraordinary encounter to be so different from ordinary professionals.
But it was clear that Lin Ji's strength exceeded her understanding. To clear the 3rd level of Purgatory at level 30, complete the mission, and even farm so much
equipment, this was definitely not something an ordinary novice could achieve.
She felt more reassured in her heart.
Suddenly, Bai Jinqing's face turned even redder.
What the heck?
Dude, this? Shoo, don't make a sound.
Bai Jinqing snapped back to reality and saw Lin Gu startled, glaring
at Chen Rui.
Bai Jinqing instantly understood the situation and couldn't help but chuckle.
Chen Rui stared at Lin Gu in surprise. Oh my god. Did you just take the boss's treasure directly? So many purple-grade items? I couldn't get this equipment even if I tried my hardest. Looking at the gear in the backpack, Chen Rui completely forgot her ladylike demeanor and couldn't help but curse.
Lin Gu was helpless, not expecting her reaction.
To be so dramatic.
He didn't need these leather armor purple-grade items, and he had enough money. Giving her a boost would at least give her some
confidence. Calm down. What's our relationship? It's not that serious. You're right, buddy.
Chen Rui quickly suppressed her emotions and said, Seriously, Lin Gu, from now on, your business is my business. We're like sisters.
Then why are you calling me brother? I'm a man. Then am I not a woman?
What's wrong with sisters?
Ha ha ha. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but burst into laughter.
On the spectator platform, the leaders of various major forces, upon hearing the news, took out their tablets to check the data and real-time progress of the contestants they were following. Since 3 golden potential contestants had appeared, most believed the champion would undoubtedly come from among them. Although the number of
orange potential contestants had surged this year, they still couldn't compare to golden potential contestants.
Thus, most attention was focused on the
performance of those 3 golden potential contestants. On the main platform, the leaders of various forces were chatting while the contestants had just been teleported.
At this moment, the 3 deans of Tianqi Academy, Luowu Academy, and Shifeng Academy were complaining to Shirley, the head of
the Shi family.
Old Shi, you really know how to keep secrets.
Tang Rui awakened golden potential, and you didn't say a word. Tianqi Academy's dean, Ling Kong, glared angrily, speaking with dissatisfaction. What? Planning to shock us all today? Luowu Academy's dean, Qin Yan, chimed in. Exactly.
Shifeng Academy's dean, Zhao Feng, nodded in agreement. Your Shi family is truly impressive.
1 orange potential, 1 golden potential. I think
you'll be able to squeeze into the top 10 strongest families within 2 years.
Qin Yan raised his eyebrows, praising.
Shirley was startled by the
comment and quickly waved his hand with a bitter smile. Old Qin, don't say such things. I don't even dare to dream of entering the top 10. Zhao Feng
pursed his lips and raised his voice. This year, there aren't many professionals awakening black potential or higher.
Even ranking by potential, there aren't enough to fill the top 10 spots.
Official data shows that anyone awakening black potential or higher this year is guaranteed to enter
the top 10.
Shirley smiled awkwardly, clearly unable to suppress the excitement in his heart.
After all, what did a golden potential professional mean for a family?
Just look at the status of the top 10 families in the Dragon Nation. That was a position admired by all. Since learning that his 2 sons had 1 gold and 1 orange potential, Shirley's heart had long soared to the skies. The Shi family has limited strength, everything must
be done steadily and surely.
Now, I just hope these 2 disappointing sons can find a good path. Qin Yan glanced at him helplessly.
Do you even need to hope? General Nangong has already approached you, hasn't he? And so have Lu Guanyu from Qinglong and Chen Hai from Xuanwu, right? Although
Shi Tengrui's awakening of golden potential hadn't been made public, anyone who wanted to know could find out.
Leaders of major factions had privately
approached Shirley for discussions.
How could such a secret among the rulers of Apocalypse City remain unknown?
Shirley smiled awkwardly.
I can't make
the decision on this, it all depends on what Tingrui chooses. The other 3 shook their heads, realizing they wouldn't get more information, and
Had to change the subject. Look, it's Tingfei.
Everyone froze and instinctively looked at the tablet in Qingyan's hand. On the screen, Shi Tingfei was wielding a silver greatsword, valiantly slaying a small monster with one strike.
Tingfei also has orange potential.
A paladin who can both tank and deal damage has limitless prospects.
By the way, old Bai, isn't your girl also orange potential? Zhao Feng asked Bai Xiangnan curiously. Bai Xiangnan nodded proudly.
That's right, our Qingqing is also orange potential. She just completed her first class advancement 2 days ago.
Wow, that's amazing. Xinyan and Zhao Feng's eyes lit up.
You old fox, keeping secrets like that. Bai Xiangnan smiled wryly.
Each child has their own fortune. Whether I keep it secret or not doesn't matter.
Zhao Feng glanced at Shirley, a thought crossing his mind.
Speaking of which, who is the Bai family's girl teaming up with? Is it that girl from the Chun family? Bai Xiangnan was taken aback.
Yes, the two of them are close friends. Content incomplete, omitted hereafter. Qingqing has been sticking with her, Zhao Feng said with a wink.
Ha? Just the two of them? Are they planning to randomly find a passerby to team up with?
Of course, they will.
If they don't get along, they can always split up.
These days, it's more reliable to partner with someone familiar, otherwise, it just drags you down.
Of course, if it's a golden potential professional, that's a different story.
Xinyan finished speaking and instinctively glanced at Shirley. There were only 3 golden potential professionals in Longhua, and
Apocalypse City had one of them.
Naturally, they paid extra attention to him.
Moreover, that person was the eldest son of the first family. However, there was a problem. Everyone knew that Shi Tingfei liked Bai Jincheng. Although Shi Tingfei wasn't golden potential, he was orange potential, which
was certainly better than an unknown passerby.
Zhao Feng's meaning was already quite clear.
Bai Xiangnan, experienced and knowledgeable, naturally
understood his implication.
Qingqing has her own thoughts and aspirations. Whoever she wants to team up with is her choice, I won't interfere.
Zhao
Feng wanted to say more but was stopped by a look from Shirley.
He also didn't want his son to become a starchaser, but what could he do? Every time
Shi Tingfei saw Bai Jincheng, it was like a bee seeing nectar, completely unstoppable.
Ha!
Just then, Bai Jincheng appeared on the floating tablet.
Look! It's the Bai family's girl. Wait, what? Everyone leaned in to take a closer look and froze. What is she doing? Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Ascension's secret realm,
Lin Gu sat on a large rock, devouring a delicate boxed meal. Bai Jincheng stood nearby, her face full of
concern. Eat slower. I brought 3 more boxes.
Lin Gu, anticipating a long stay, had prepared plenty of food.
But with all the swimming, diving,
and constant map running, his energy consumption was high. The previous day, he had barely eaten or drunk anything, relying solely on his high stats to sustain him. After completing the task and entering through the teleportation array, he hadn't had time to eat. Fortunately, Bai Jincheng had anticipated
this and prepared 5 exquisite lunchboxes in advance.
As soon as he arrived, he started eating.
As for Chen Rui, she had taken the initiative
to kill monsters and prove herself. She now had half a set of purple gear, along with more purple gear in her bag that she couldn't yet equip due to her level, all of which Lin Gu had helped her acquire. She was envious and eager to equip them as soon as possible. Besides, the monsters on this floor were only level 10, so she could handle them alone.
Have some water.
Bai Jincheng quickly handed over a bottle of mineral water when she saw
Lin Gu put down his chopsticks.
Lin Gu accepted it without hesitation and drank deeply.
Ah, the dishes at the restaurant are still the most delicious. It's been a long time since I dined out.
Bai Jincheng blushed, hesitated to speak, and finally chose to remain silent.
Are you full?
Full. Lin Gu patted his stomach contentedly.
Now that we're full, let's go. Time to grind some monsters. What's going on? She actually teamed up with a stranger? That can't be right, can it? Would a stranger bring food? They must know each other, right? Know each other? Does anyone here know him? I've never seen this guy before. What's happening? Where did this young man suddenly come from? Everyone looked at Bai Xiangnan with puzzled expressions. Old Bai, is this your newly hired bodyguard? Bai Xiangnan's mouth twitched, and his face didn't look good. Bodyguard? I don't know
him either, Bai Xiangnan lowered his voice and said, this is the first time I've seen this young man. At this moment, Lin Gu inexplicably
felt a chill down his neck. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? Everyone exchanged glances, then all turned their eyes to the tablet. To be honest, judging by his appearance, this young man wasn't bad, but the fact that he started eating right away made it hard to judge. Moreover, Bai Jinqing's actions clearly seemed a bit close. A true friend wouldn't bring their own food for someone else to eat, right? Now, how were they supposed to guess the relationship between these two? Thinking of this, everyone once again turned their eyes to Shirley. Shirley's face turned red, and he almost cursed out loud. Of course, it wasn't out of embarrassment but sheer anger. Who didn't know that his son, Shi Tangfei, was Bai Jinqing's diehard fan? They had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, and now it seemed like someone else had swooped in? Seeing Shirley's face change repeatedly, everyone quickly shut their mouths. Say no more, anyone would be upset in this situation. The fact that he hadn't started cursing already showed his restraint and good upbringing. Ling Kong, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly switched the image on the tablet. Let's check on Tong Rui. Oh, he's already on the second level? Not bad. Wow, that's fast. At this speed, it's definitely golden potential. In just a few minutes, he's already reached the second level? Is this the power of golden potential? A holy knight, skilled in both magic and combat, can tank and deal damage. Stronger than a magic swordsman. It's normal for him to clear levels quickly. But Yi Qing Tian is an arcane mage, a magic-based class. Shouldn't he be faster than the knight Shi Tangrui? Who knows? Oh, Yi Qing Tian cleared the level too. Just a little slower than Shi Tangrui. The first 10 levels don't mean much. They're all golden potential, so clearing 30 levels won't be a problem. To truly see their strength, we'll have to watch the later levels. The group quickly shifted their focus, while Shirley's face darkened. He leaned over to his butler and whispered, "Find out who this person is. Get to the bottom of it." The butler nodded and hurried off to handle it. This was not something he dared to delay. At this moment, Lin Gu and Bai Jinqing were still leisurely strolling on the first level, as if they were on a date. This Ascension's secret realm is said to be so mysterious, but it doesn't seem that impressive, Bai Jinqing said with a laugh, covering her mouth. The monsters on the first level are only level 10, of course, it's not challenging for you. I heard from my dad that this secret realm is very special. No one has ever cleared all 49 levels. The most anyone has reached is level 45. Lin Gu was stunned. That impressive? Yes. Bai Jinqing glanced at Chen Rui, who was currently fighting monsters. There's an unspoken rule in the Ascension secret realm. Anyone who clears 39 levels will be fiercely recruited by all the major powers. Getting into the top 10 won't be difficult. Top 10? Lin Gu was puzzled. Bai Jinqing nodded and explained, the top 10 refers to the 10 most prestigious academies in the Dragon Nation. They have the most privileges, you could say they're the best destinations. Lin Gu raised an eyebrow. Slightly. I understand the privileges, but why are they considered the best destinations? Joining the Adventurers Guild, or one of the Dragon Nation's top 10 guilds or families, is also pretty impressive. This was something he had read about on the forums, so he had some understanding. Bai Jinqing seemed to have anticipated his response and smiled, saying, whether it's a guild or a family, they all have their own rules and constraints. Once you join, you have to agree with their principles, and it's almost impossible to leave. It's like selling yourself for life. Lin Gu nodded, realizing he hadn't considered this. She was right, it would indeed mean losing freedom. But the academy is different. Joining the top 10, you're just a student. You can choose to graduate and do something else, or you can choose to stay and serve Longua. There are rules, but there's a lot of freedom. No one forces you to do anything. Of course, if you're confident enough, you can venture out on your own. Lin Gu nodded in understanding. After all, he had just transmigrated, and many of his thoughts were still stuck in his previous world, unfamiliar with the situation here. Looking at it this way, making a friend like Bai Jinqing was truly worth it. At the very least, she could tell him a lot of things he didn't know. It seems I still need to venture out more. Bai Jinqing softly agreed. Yes, the more, the better. The more benefits you can gain, the faster we need to move. Alright, then help me farm monsters first while I digest my skills. No problem. Bai Jinqing responded, following closely behind Chen Rui and starting to cast skills. The monsters in the first stage were low level, and Chen Rui easily one-shot them, not even needing Lin Ji's help. With
By Jinqing's addition, the monsters were instantly wiped out in groups, and the progress speed tripled.
Chen Rui couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're amazing, your damage is so high. Ah, I'm just a little archer.
I probably won't catch up to you, the great mage, in this lifetime.
Bye.
Jinqing smiled helplessly. You're also purple potential. Archers are very strong in the later stages.
It's just that you have fewer skills in the early stages. Once you have more skills, you'll definitely be stronger than me. Don't flatter me.
Chen Rui flipped her hair and hummed proudly.
I know my own strength. Being stronger than white potential is already good enough.
After saying this, the two of them naturally looked at Lin Gu.
Chen Rui awkwardly cleared her throat. Well, it's still better than green potential. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, almost laughing out loud.
The funniest joke she'd heard in this lifetime was probably green potential isn't as strong as white potential.
But it was indeed true. The monsters in the advancement secret realm were dense, and with Bai Jinqing's help, Chen Rui's experience points skyrocketed.
By the time the three of them reached the entrance to the second stage, Chen Rui had already leveled up twice.
Awesome! So awesome! Entering the
second stage, Chen Rui put her hands on her hips and laughed up at the sky. I leveled up to 31 after just one stage. If we clear all 10 stages,
won't I hit 32?
Lin Gu helplessly patted her shoulder.
Let's go. The monsters in this stage are level 15. It's all on you now. Chen Rui couldn't stop grinning. Don't worry, with me here, there's absolutely no problem. Watching Chen Rui charge at the monsters, Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Ha ha ha. Leveled up again. Jinqing, we're on fire.
The monsters in the second stage were level 15, and Bai Jinqing's damage easily one-shot
them.
Chen Rui pulled the monsters, Bai Jinqing cast skills, and they cleared waves in no time, leveling up rapidly.
Lin Ji's mind was constantly
filled with notifications from the world's will. Scarecrow killed, EXP plus 59, Scarecrow killed, EXP plus 59, Scarecrow killed, EXP plus 59.
Lin Ji's level
was too high, and the monsters were low level. Combined with being in a party, he barely gained any experience.
But for Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui,
the experience was more than enough.
After farming for most of the day, golden light flashed around the two of them. I'm level 32. Ha ha ha. Chen
Rui was so excited she put her hands on her hips, hugged Bai Jinqing, and jumped around like a child.
If we keep farming like this, I'll probably be able to advance to the second tier when we get out. Ha ha. Seeing her so happy, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh along. However, when she looked
at Lin Gu, her face turned a little red. Fortunately, after Chen Rui played around for a while, she finally let go of her.
Then she ran up to Lin Gu,
blinking her big eyes, and said, Lin Gu, let me tell you, 3 days ago, my family's retainer took me to level up, and it took 2 whole days.
Just
barely reached level 30, and that damage.
I'm speechless. It's not even as strong as Jinqing's blizzard. How long has it been? Not even half an hour, right? I've already leveled up twice.
If I had known, I would have just farmed with Jinqing directly instead of letting the retainer
carry me.
Chen Rui became more and more excited as she spoke, with a hint of showing off. Of course, she knew Lin Gu wouldn't care about her little bit of experience, but it was her own achievement after all. This was the first time she had experienced such a fast leveling speed, and she couldn't
help but want to brag.
Lin Gu smiled as he watched her animated expression, but he felt no particular emotion. To him, whether leveling up was
fast or slow didn't matter.
Whether he wanted to make it into the top 10 or be a lone wolf was entirely up to him.
Speed was never a concern for him. After all, he was already unimaginably fast. But he wouldn't say that out loud, lest it dampen Chen Rui's enthusiasm.
Thinking of this, he smiled.
Alright, let's hurry up and farm monsters. The experience here is indeed abundant, no doubt about it. If you think leveling up is fast, then let's farm more.
Lin Gu had just checked and noticed that the monsters here gave 20% more experience than those outside. So he understood why even players with less potential were willing to come here. Even if they couldn't claim first place or join a major faction, gaining experience to level
up was still worth it.
Moreover, the monsters here were low level and not highly defensive, making it a good place for the two of them to practice
positioning.
Otherwise, with their current strength, they wouldn't be able to handle a large group of monsters.
As a friend, he was willing to lend a hand.
Advancement Realm, Stage 13. Shi Tengfei let out a loud shout, and the silver greatsword in his hand slashed out a crescent arc instantly, felling a group of stone rock tigers in front of him. Beside him, Zhao Ming immediately clapped and cheered. "Boss, you're amazing. So awesome, ha! Boss, you're so mighty, absolutely domineering." Zhao Ming excitedly ran up to Shi Tengfei, gripping a dagger in his hand, and said with a grin, "Boss, this is the last batch of monsters. We'll be on to stage 14 soon." Shi Tengfei smirked smugly. "Monsters at level 21 are nothing in front of me. A first-tier holy knight. Of course. Any monster is just a piece of cake for the boss." As a lackey, Zhao Ming was always full of enthusiasm. Although the other teammates didn't like him much, there was nothing they could do. After all, Shi Tengfei had insisted on bringing him along out of sheer generosity. Shi Tengfei glanced at the time and turned to ask Zhao Ming, "What stage is Bai Jinqing on now?" Zhao Ming fawningly whispered, "They're only on stage 5. It'll be a long time before they catch up to us." Shi Tengfei snorted coldly. A purple archer and a white priest, with almost all the damage output relying on Bai Jinqing alone. If they were ahead of us, that would be the real surprise. As he spoke, he thought of that pretty boy again. He just couldn't understand it. That Lingu, clearly a useless priest with a background even worse than Zhao Ming's, yet why did Bai Jinqing value him so much? Especially, that day on the White Stone Plains, when he saw Lingu affectionately patting Bai Jinqing's head. Just thinking about it made Shi Tengfei feel as if he'd swallowed bitter medicine. He wished he could rip Lin Ji's head off right then and there. I really don't get it. In what way am I inferior to a useless priest? Annoying. Shi Tengfei cursed through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with resentment as he turned to glare fiercely at Zhao Ming. "You don't like that pretty boy, do you? If you're shameless, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Perfect, I'll use this Dragon God tournament to make you give up completely." Zhao Ming, seeing Shi Tengfei's twisted expression, had a sudden thought and leaned in to whisper, "Boss, should we make a move now?" Shi Tengfei waved his hand. "These are just small monsters, no need. Wait until stage 15, where there's a boss. Good steel should be used on the blade's edge. Besides, I'm doing this for a reason, not just to make her give up. I still want to help her get into the top 10. Isn't that what she's always wanted? If we help her get in, I don't believe she could really be so cold-hearted as to not see my efforts. Moreover," at this point, a sly smile appeared on Shi Tengfei's face, tinged with a bit of vengeful excitement. "She definitely didn't expect that my brother switched to a golden potential class and is even a seed player this year. He. Just wait until my brother and I team up to take first place, he. By then, even if you don't want to, you won't be able to stop me." Zhao Ming seemed to think of something and smirked, "Boss, wouldn't this count as her bringing trouble upon herself?" Shi Tengfei sneered, "What do you think? She said it herself, and she did it herself. Once I take first place, if she dares to go back on her word, I'll go straight to Uncle Bai. Let's see who ends up embarrassed. I don't believe she'd dare to risk the Bai family's reputation." Zhao Ming laughed even more gleefully, nodding repeatedly. "Don't worry, boss, I'll fully support you." Shi Tengfei glanced at him, his smile gradually turning ruthless. "When we clear the 15th level and defeat the boss, you just hide to the side and use mullion grass on the refreshed boss. That white priest is ridiculously stupid and definitely won't be able to heal. As long as he and that silly girl Chen Rui die, you quickly clear the level and come find us." Zhao Ming's lips curled up slightly, his eyes narrowing as he softly promised, "Don't worry, boss, I'll handle this perfectly." "Look, someone's coming out of the secret realm. Really?" In the martial arts arena, flashes of light began to appear in the center, immediately catching the attention of the high-ranking officials on the main viewing platform. Out at the 15th level? Wow, so many people. Not even clearing the 15th level? That's just terrible. Is this the level of professional players this year? Ling Kong and the others sitting on the main platform shook their heads and sighed. Looks like quite a few people will have to act alone this year. Isn't it like this every year? There are always very few professionals who stand out, it's normal. Zhao Feng snorted coldly, if they don't work hard, they'll realize the gap when it comes to real combat. Qin Yan shook his head and said, life is easier now, with fewer dangers. It's normal for people to get complacent when their professions are slightly better. Ling Kong looked at the participants in the arena and suddenly frowned. That kid, isn't that Lu Zhong? He's already level 20. Logically, he should be level 23 by the 10th level.
How could he not clear a level 20 boss? The others also noticed this issue after hearing him. Ha! Yeah, I know that kid too. He's over level 20 and part of a long-standing 3-person team. How could they get stuck at the 15th level? More and more participants appeared in the arena, and even the audience began to notice something was off. What's going on? They all looked pretty angry coming out. Yeah, that kid even threw his weapon on the ground? These injuries seem pretty serious, don't they? A ground warrior getting his armor broken by a level 20 boss? Good thing the secret realm has resurrection stones bound to the participants. Otherwise, these people would have really died once. The promotion secret realm was meant to screen talent, not to kill people. Participants were automatically bound to resurrection stones upon entering to prevent excessive casualties that could impact national development. But even so, with so many people stuck at the 15th level, doubts grew stronger. Even Bai Shangnan felt something was wrong. Frowning deeply, he whispered, Elder Su, could there really be a problem with the promotion secret realm? No, don't worry. You know the situation on Promotion Island. The more Bai Shangnan watched, the more uneasy he felt. It had only been 10 minutes, yet nearly a third of the participants had already finished their battles. Among them were even some level 20 professionals with purple potential. This was clearly abnormal. He glanced at the tablet and saw that Bai Jinqing's team was ranked 76th, still stuck at the 8th level. This made him fall silent. Perhaps noticing his concern, Elder Su, who had been quietly observing, softly said, Don't worry, Qingqing will be fine. Hearing this, Bai Shangnan suddenly understood what Elder Su meant. Frowning, he asked, That child, did you really lose track of him? Elder Su was silent for a moment before sighing. It's not that I lost track, it's that I can't follow anymore. He entered a task-specific alternate space. Once he's inside, no one else can enter. If someone tries to force their way in, he'll notice. Bai Shangnan gritted his teeth and asked, Did you help him find the river sticks? Elder Su's voice paused. Bai Shangnan sighed helplessly, You're spoiling Qingqing too much. Elder Su also sighed, That child is a bit unusual. I can't even see his panel. But I've seen him fight monsters, and his damage is astonishing. And his skills are exceptionally strange. In short, his strength far surpasses the level of ordinary white potential. Elder Su paused for a moment, and his aged voice sounded again, Maybe Qingqing is right. Bai Shangnan's eyelid twitched, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Level 15. Lin Gu and the other two appeared at the end of the level. Chen Rui was so excited she was practically on fire. This is amazing. This promotion secret realm is an upgrade paradise. I'm almost level 34. Ha ha ha. Each level had a lot of monsters, and the three of them, aiming to level up, didn't choose to rush straight through but instead cleared the surrounding monsters as well. Bai Jinqing's high damage output didn't waste any time. Lin Gu looked at the stone golem boss in the distance and said, Let's go, take it down, and we can move on to level 16. Alright. Chen Rui rolled up her sleeves and picked up her short bow. Watch me. She smirked slyly, drew her bow, and shot an arrow into the sky. Whoosh! Boom! The arrow exploded in midair, splitting into dozens of tiny light arrows that rained down on the stone golem boss like a shower. Crackle! Clatter! 10236-10233-10256 The stone golem boss shuddered under the attack, roaring in fury as it charged madly, slamming a massive hand down toward Chen Rui. Boom! Minus 11,354 What the hell? Chen Rui's face turned pale with fright. That one hit from the boss nearly drained her health completely. I was careless. Qingqing, use your skills quickly. She hurriedly drank a health potion. Bai Jinqing pursed his lips helplessly and quickly gestured, You dodge quickly, I'll hold it off. Bai Jinqing unleashed a blizzard, slowing the boss's movement speed, while Chen Rui quickly ran toward Lin Gu. Lin Gu glanced at the boss and asked in confusion, Jincheng, don't you think this boss is strange? A level 20 boss, why is it so big? Typically, the most direct indicator of a boss's strength was its height. A level 20 elite boss was usually just over 3 meters tall. But this boss was a full 5 meters tall. And upon closer inspection, it had green glowing patterns on its body. Jinqing immediately sensed something was wrong. I know the stone golem boss, it's only 2.5 meters tall and doesn't have green lines. Just as Lin Gu was about to respond, the stone golem boss suddenly went berserk, its speed tripling in an instant. Before Lin Gu could
React, it bypassed Chen Rui and charged directly at the two of them, raising its massive stone hand and slamming it down hard.
Boom! Boom! Minus 21,453.
Minus 11,233. Two damage numbers floated up from Bai Jinqing and Lin Gu. Bai Jinqing's health dropped by only half, while Lin Gu was barely hurt.
Instinctively, Lin Gu pulled a beginner's staff from his backpack. 10 fingers linked to the heart. Boom!
Minus 643,223. A massive critical damage number appeared, and the stone golem boss shattered instantly without even making a sound. Smoking rubble scattered across the ground. Seeing Chen Rui still frozen,
in shock, unable to move, Lin Gu looked around in confusion.
You have defeated the stone golem king boss, gaining plus 293 experience points. You have defeated Zhao Ming. Lin Gu froze, looking around in bewilderment.
Zhao Ming? Why did that name sound so familiar? Lin Gu? Chen Rui's
eyelid twitched as she stared at the smoking rubble, finally snapping out of her daze, her face full of shock.
What the hell? Lin Gu? Chen Rui
jumped up, even dropping her short bow.
This? You? Ha?
She dashed toward Lin Gu, her face full of disbelief.
No way? How did you one-shot it? With a single skill? Are you really a priest?
Chen Rui stared at the rubble in astonishment, then back at Lin Gu, her mouth agape. Of course, she had seen Lin Ji's high damage before, but that was in Baishur Plains, where the monster levels and health were much lower than here.
Moreover, Lin Gu
had never used a single skill to kill instantly. But now it was different. He killed with one move, and the damage was off the charts, over 600,000. Enough to kill the stone golem boss 3 times. Hearing her say this, Lin Gu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to know he was a priest. However, he didn't care much, as the official website clearly stated his class was a white priest. So he wasn't worried about his hidden identity being exposed. But seeing her ask like this, Lin Gu smiled wryly.
Where do you think the purple gear you're wearing came from? Anyway, I'm different from other priests. I'm stronger.
Chen Rui pursed her lips and excitedly grabbed Lin Ji's arm.
Lin Gu, please be my backer. You speak well, act reliably, and following you is definitely the right choice. She wasn't stupid. After not seeing him for a few days, Lin Ji's damage had already exploded to this level. After his second-class advancement, Lin Ji's future was practically limitless. Following him, it would be hard not to succeed. Although the Chen family was decent, it still fell short compared to major families.
With Lin Gu supporting her, her future would definitely get better.
And better.
Of course, this sounded realistic, but if she looked at it from a dreamer's perspective, it would depend on Bai Jinqing.
Either way, she wasn't wrong to do this. Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh and patted her shoulder. Don't say such nonsense. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. Chen Rui's eyes turned red upon hearing this. Lin Gu, you're right. Boo-hoo, we're sisters. But Lin Gu, I feel like I'm going to be famous. This year, I might even make it into the top 10.
Lin Gu helplessly patted her shoulder.
Brothers are brothers, got it? Got it, sister. If it were before, Chen Rui would definitely think Lin Gu was joking.
But now, she only felt that Lin Gu was practically a god, radiating brilliance. So dazzling it was hard to look directly at him. Chen Rui's tears were about to fall, and she was so excited she didn't know what to do.
Lin Gu. From now on, I'm your lucky charm. An absolutely effective lucky charm. Ha ha. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Even Lin Gu shook his
head helplessly. Stop messing around. Let's hurry up, time is tight.
Bai Jinqing quickly said, that's right, we need to hurry.
The fastest person
has already reached the 21st level.
Level 21? Chen Rui widened her eyes in surprise. Sure enough, top-tier potential. That's incredible. Top-tier potential?
Lin Gu was stunned upon hearing this.
Are all the participants top-tier potential professionals?
Yes. Bai Jinqing was also momentarily stunned, then realized Lin Gu seemed completely unaware of this, so she explained, this year, our Dragon Nation is lucky.
3 top-tier
potential professionals were selected for class advancement.
You know what top-tier potential is, right?
Those treasures that major forces scramble to
acquire. If they have strong backing, it's fine. But if they're ordinary people, then it's troublesome.
Bai Jinqing sighed, looking a bit helpless.
I'm getting off topic.
These 3 top-tier potentials are all participating in the Dragon God tournament this year. One is a top-tier potential. Mage-type variant class arcane mystic mage, named Yi Qingtian.
Another is the eldest son of the Shi family from Tianqi City, Shi Tingrui.
He's a top-tier potential knight-type variant class, Holy Knight. His younger brother is Shi Tingfei.
He likes Qingqing, but Qingqing doesn't like him.
At this moment, Chen Rui interjected, making Bai Jinqing glare at her.
If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Chen Rui refused to back down, raising her chin. So what? Lingu will find out sooner or later, and you don't like him anyway. It's obvious he's pestering you, and you're the victim.
Bai Jinqing twitched her mouth and instinctively looked at Lingu. Fortunately, Lin Ji's expression remained calm, showing
no reaction. You don't misunderstand. Bai Jinqing blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Our Bai family and the Shi family have been close since
Grandpa's generation. We've maintained close ties for many years. And then, forget it. Chen Rui couldn't stand Bai Jinqing's hesitation and interrupted her. I'll say it. The Shi family is the #1 family in Tianqi City, and Qingqing's Bai family is the second. They have agreements and connections between them.
But precisely because of this connection, the youngest son of the Shi family, Shi Tingfei, has known Qingqing since childhood and has been acting like a sycophant all these years.
Oh, Rui. So what? Chen Rui glared at her fearlessly. He's your sycophant. Who in Tianqi City doesn't know about this?
If I don't say it, Lingu will find out sooner or later.
At first, Qingqing only humored him out of family pride.
When he got excited, he would cling to her relentlessly.
Qingqing doesn't like him at all. Not even a little. She even dislikes him. So don't misunderstand.
Chen Rui spoke quickly and clearly, leaving Lingu no time to react.
Everything was laid out plainly. Lingu nodded.
And Chen Rui continued, this time, Shi Tingfei went to the Baishir Plains to open the demonized abyss just to show off in front of Qingqing, to help her level up, and to win her heart. And you know how that turned out.
Oh, Rui.
Bai Jinqing's face turned red as she pinched her, awkwardly
and helplessly pulling her away.
They could only sneak a glance at Lingu. Lingu looked at the scene before him, caught between laughter and tears.
All right, I understand.
Don't worry, I didn't misunderstand, and there's nothing to misunderstand.
Isn't this just childhood sweethearts? No.
Bai Jinqing was startled and quickly explained.
We don't meet often. It's always him clinging to me.
I don't like him, nor do I want to see
him. It's all his own doing.
Lingu was momentarily stunned, not expecting Bai Jinqing to react so strongly.
Ah, I see. He wasn't a fool and
quickly understood what Bai Jinqing meant, but he felt that such matters shouldn't be concluded hastily. If he misunderstood, it would be a big problem.
Got it. Don't worry, don't stress. Go on.
Bai Jinqing confirmed that he hadn't overthought it and then smugly huffed.
Then, the last golden potential candidate is named Yanxi. Wait, who?
Lingu froze. Bai Jinqing noticed his reaction, her eyelid twitching, and instinctively
asked, Do you know her? Lingu nodded suspiciously, noticing Bai Jinqing's unusual expression. If the person you're talking about is who I think it is, I think I've met her. A flash of realization crossed Lin Ji's eyes. So she really is a golden potential candidate. Recalling the
situation at the time, Lingu was sure he hadn't guessed wrong.
How do you know her? Lingu asked instinctively. On the first level of purgatory. She told me a lot of things and helped me a lot. Really?
Then you should thank her properly.
Of course, I already promised.
Lingu felt a chill run down the back of his neck, his mouth twitching awkwardly.
Well, it's just that. He couldn't help but clear his throat. I met her
at the Styx River. She told me the locations and triggers for Bone Scab and Titeriel. She also told me where Ming Yun was.
Bai Jinqing nodded,
smiling softly as she said, then you should thank her even more.
Otherwise, you might not have made it to the assessment in time. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched as he cleared his throat. Yeah, I didn't expect her to be a contestant too. I thought she was some princess from a wealthy family. Bai
Jinqing nodded in agreement.
Yes, she is indeed a princess. Lingu froze. Really?
Yes, Yanxi has the charm of a mature woman, combined with the
handsomeness and carefree nature of a boy.
She's indeed very attractive.
She's all right?
Lingu was a bit speechless.
Is she pretty? Bai Jinqing
stared at him, her gaze serious. Seeing him remain silent, Bai Jinqing continued, Yanxi is ranked first in potential this year in the Dragon Kingdom and was once the campus belle of Qinglong Academy. Just at Qinglong Academy alone, over 3,000 people pursued her.
Tilting her head, Bai Jinqing looked at Lin Gu and softly asked, "Don't you find it strange? In such a big academy, why are there so few people pursuing her? I should say, over 3,000, right?"
Lin Gu understood what Bai Jinqing meant, but he had never thought about it.
However, Bai Jinqing's expression clearly showed she was jealous. Seeing Lin Gu hesitate to speak, Bai Jinqing smiled. "I know you understand what she means, but I have to
tell you, Shi Tingfei's brother, Shi Tangrui, is also one of her suitors." She was worried Lin Gu might not know, as the strongest person he knew was
Shi Tingfei.
Shi Tangrui used to be the one with the poorest family background among her suitors.
Yen she might not even know who he is. But after
his awakening, he became a golden potential candidate, rising from the lowest level to the most competitive position. She has quite a few suitors.
Among them, the second-ranked golden potential candidate, Yi Qingtian, whom I just mentioned. Lin Gu immediately became alert upon hearing this.
Does she have a special background? It was normal for boys to pursue girls, maybe just because of her looks.
But for so many peers from
powerful backgrounds to pursue her, and for those without any background to not even dare approach her, it must have something to do with her origins. Bai Jinqing was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin Gu to catch on so quickly.
Yes.
Bai Jinqing looked at Lin Gu seriously and said, "She is
the precious daughter of the city lord of Biguan City."
Lin Gu was dumbfounded at first, then his expression turned awkward.
Bai Jinqing was a bit puzzled, her face changing as she blurted out, "You didn't do anything to her, did you?"
"Hey!
Don't say that." Lin Gu was startled and quickly denied.
We just talked a little, nothing happened."
"Really nothing?"
Bai Jinqing squinted her eyes, clearly not believing him.
"Really? As pure as a pearl?"
Bai Jinqing frowned slightly.
"Bone scabs and titarial, my dad hasn't even heard of those. That's top-level classified information. How could she casually tell a stranger?"
Lin Gu opened his mouth but was at a loss for words. Indeed, not just Bai Jinqing, but he himself had never understood this. They had just happened to meet, so why would she share secrets that even Bai Jinqing's father didn't know?
This information was supposed to be confidential.
What was even stranger was that they hadn't done anything, just casually chatted, and yet she told him. She even ended up helping him
find the mission target and locate Ming Yun.
Thinking about it, she had done most of the work for the mission. And the most awkward part was that he had said, right in front of her, that he would report the demon clan's information to the city lord of Biguan City.
No wonder her expression
had been so strange at the time.
Anyone would find it odd.
Lin Gu looked at Bai Jinqing with a wry smile and said helplessly, "This is hard to explain. I really just talked to her a little, nothing else." Bai Jinqing stared at Lin Gu, her face gradually turning red. She turned her head and muttered
softly, "Anyway, I won't lose out."
"What did you say?"
Lin Gu asked.
Bai Jinqing glared at him.
"What does it matter to me who you want to be with?"
Lin Gu smiled wryly and shook his head.
This was something he couldn't explain or clarify.
Over time, it would naturally become clear.
"But you'd better not fall for her."
Bai Jinqing's face turned even redder as she advised him, both indignant and serious, "Her identity is special.
If you really get involved with her, you won't be able to get out of it. I'm not trying to scare you. Biguan City is not a place you can mess with."
Bai Jinqing paused for a moment and said in a low voice, "It would cause big trouble."
Lin Gu was taken aback. "What thoughts could I have? I just talked to her for a bit. I don't even know her."
Bai Jinqing snorted arrogantly and turned her head away, refusing to look at him.
Lin Gu raised an eyebrow. "You're quite familiar with her, huh?"
Bai Jinqing glared at him.
"What? Want me to introduce you? Set you up on a blind date?"
Lin Gu pursed his lips helplessly and leaned closer to whisper, "You're jealous, aren't you?"
"Who's jealous?"
"You're the one who's jealous."
Bai Jinqing's face
turned red, her eyes darting nervously as she tried to act indifferent. If it weren't for her blushing face and flustered eyes, Lin Gu might have believed her.
Don't worry, there's nothing between me and her. Who cares about you?"
Bai Jinqing said shyly in a low voice, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. Lin Gu looked at her, blinked, and said, "But I promised her I'd treat her to a meal to return the favor."
"You?"
Bai Jinqing laughed angrily, raising her hand as if to hit him.
Lin Gu quickly laughed and ran away. All right, I'm off to grind and level up. I'll aim for first place."
"Yes, go quickly."
Rue?
At the end of level 17, Lin Gu used a skill to take out the last group of monsters. Chen Rue excitedly shouted and ran over to pick up the loot. Bai Jinqing glanced at her watch and suddenly said, "Yen, she has already reached level 25. Lin Gu twitched his mouth but ignored her. After all, a pair of bright eyes were staring at the back of his head.
Only Chen Rue, carefree as ever, kept shouting. She patted Lin Gu on the shoulder and excitedly walked toward the portal, saying, "Lin Gu, they're already at level 25. Let's hurry up."
Lin Gu pursed his lips helplessly and decided to ignore her.
Chen Rue caught up and said, "Alright, I just thought of something. That boss
just hit me once, and I lost over 10,000 HP, leaving me with less than 8,000.
Qingqing wears cloth armor, so it's normal for the boss to take
over 20,000 HP from her in one hit, but she only lost half her health.
Is it because Qingqing has orange potential, high attribute growth, and a lot of health? Then why does the boss only take a little HP from you?"
Bai Jinqing also looked at Lin Gu curiously. Lin Gu smiled, "I have a lot of HP, so I lose less." His equipment was half orange and half purple, with higher defense than Chen Rue, so naturally, he lost less HP. Chen Rue tilted her
head in confusion. "How much HP do you have? The difference is huge."
Lin Gu was stunned for a moment. He hadn't paid attention to this before.
Since Chen Rue asked, he checked. "Let me see. Oh, I have over 210,000 HP.
What?" Chen Rue jumped up, and Bai Jinqing was also shocked.
210,000 HP? Chen Rue was dumbfounded. "No way, Lin Gu, you're level 38 and have 210,000 HP? What's your constitution stat?" Lin Gu thought for a moment.
Ever since his job change, he hadn't looked closely at his stats. He remembered his title had changed too. He swapped his beginner's staff for the Cursed Malice and opened his stats panel. Name, Lin Gu. Class, Cursed Priest. Potential, Red level, 38 Strength, 1710 Agility, 1693 Spirit, 2835 Constitution, 1885 Equipment, Cursed Malice, Gold, Demonized Wolf King Necklace, Purple, Demonized Wolf Boots, Purple, Pig King Ring, Purple, Pig King Band, Purple, Beryld's Glory, Orange, Beryld's Wool, Orange, Abyss Lord Mask, Orange, Spirit's Watch Earrings, Gold, Cloudy Curse, Orange, Withered Bone Belt, Orange, Skills, Plague LV4, Heartstrings LV4, Chest-Breaking Stone LV4, Intimidation LV1, Demonization Max. Level, Headstand LV1, Cursed Malice LV1. Cursed Priest? So I'm a Cursed Priest? Thinking about his skills and effects, Lin Ji's mouth twitched. It seemed quite fitting.
My constitution is 1885. Ha ha.
Chen Rue spat out a mouthful of imaginary blood.
What the heck?
She widened her eyes.
Lin Gu? I'm level 32, still an archer, and my constitution is only 202. You're level 38 and have 1885 constitution? That's an insane difference. Already 1800?
Depending on the class, the potential and conversion ratio of constitution to HP vary.
For leather armor classes, it's usually 1 hours 80 minutes, which was Chen Rue's ratio.
Cloth armor classes have the lowest ratio, mostly 1 hour 60 minutes or 150. Bai Jinqing, being orange potential, had a ratio of 1 hour 60 minutes. But Lin Gu was entirely different. Excluding hidden equipment bonuses, Lin Ji's HP conversion ratio reached 1 to 100.
Bai Jinqing whispered in shock, "My spirit is only a little over 1300, and my constitution is just over 800. Your constitution is actually higher than my spirit. Then what's your spirit stat?"
Lin Gu glanced at his panel.
"My spirit is currently 2835.
Bai Jinqing and Chen Rue were both stunned.
Today, I feel like I've seen a living deity.
Chen Rue froze, her whole body stiff.
Lin Gu. Chen Rue's mouth opened and couldn't close, tears almost falling. "I was just
talking nonsense earlier, but it turns out his defense value is higher than my health. These days, it's hard to compare things, but comparing people
is even worse, boo-hoo." Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh and cry, patting Chen Rue's head as he looked at the speechless Bai Jinqing. "Stop rambling. Hurry up and keep clearing the levels."
He still had a bunch of equipment to put on. Once he reached level 40 and equipped 3 orange items and
3 purple items, his strength would skyrocket again. Chen Rue suddenly snapped out of it and shouted, "Yes! Clear the levels. Catch up to Yen Shi and become number 1.
Bai Jinqing's eyelid twitched, as if she had caught onto some key words, especially the phrase catch up, which immediately
caught her attention. "Chen Rue! Charge!"
This level is full of small monsters, all yours.
Got it. Chen Rui didn't catch the implication in
By Jinqing's words and rushed forward with her short bow. Before long, she started shouting for help because Bai Jinqing hadn't lifted a finger to
assist. Lin Gu. Help. Xingqing. Xingqing. Save me.
Lin Gu chuckled dryly, unable to resist facepalming.
This silly girl. By the way. Taking advantage of the moment while Chan Rui was running away, Lin Gu suddenly remembered something. Do you know who Zhao Ming is? Bai Jinqing froze. For a moment. Zhao Ming?
The name sounded somewhat familiar to her, and after thinking carefully, her expression immediately turned grim.
Zhao Ming? You don't mean Shi Tingfei's lackey, do you?
Hearing this, Lin Gu was a bit confused because he had no idea about this.
Maybe.
Bai Jinqing looked at him curiously.
Why are you suddenly asking about this?
Lin Gu pursed his lips and shrugged.
When I was fighting the boss.
Just now, the combat log showed that I also killed someone named Zhao Ming. Bai Jinqing's eyelid twitched, instantly piecing together the situation. She instinctively looked at Lin Gu, who also seemed to realize what had happened. The two of them spoke in unison, that boss was Zhao Ming's doing. Bai Jinqing's face turned ashen, and she clenched her teeth in anger.
Shi Tingfei, it must be him.
There was no need to think too much, it was definitely Shi Tingfei who had sent Zhao Ming to guard the area and used some method to make the boss go berserk.
His goal was obvious, to use the boss as an opportunity to eliminate Lin Gu and Chen Rui, cutting off their path to advancement.
In their eyes, Lin Gu was just a white-tier trash priest, and Chen Rui was a purple-tier archer, incapable of withstanding 2 attacks from a level 20 boss.
If they were killed and eliminated, they would have no chance at the 15th level and would have to fight alone. Without the protection of the competition qualification, Shi Tingfei could do whatever he wanted to Lin Gu.
Lin Gu naturally understood the conspiracy as well, his eyes coldly fixed ahead as he said, "Very well.
Very well. If you won't take the path to heaven, then you insist on seeking trouble. This time, I'll make sure you learn a lesson." Usually, he's the one
scheming against others, but now that someone is scheming against him, there's no way he'll let it slide. This debt must be settled.
Meanwhile, at the martial arena,
Zhao Ming looked around in confusion.
How did I end up here? Wasn't I just next to the boss? This championship favorite is no joke.
It's only just started, and they've already reached the 26th level.
The boss guarding that level is a level 45 elite monster, and it was taken down in just a few moves?
This is the legendary Golden Valkyrie, rising to the top with unparalleled speed. Her spear skills are even faster than Shi Tingrui's.
Incredible. The second-ranked Yi Qing Tian is no slouch either, following closely behind the Valkyrie and also reaching the 26th level. This championship is definitely going to be a showdown between these two. In the main viewing platform, a group of big shots holding tablets were all exclaiming in amazement.
However, the higher-ups of Apocalypse City wore serious expressions.
You all received the news from Biguan City, right? Just moments ago. They simultaneously received the latest updates from Biguan City.
The news was extremely grim.
Shirley nodded solemnly. The City Lord has already sent people to investigate.
It seems the forces of the Demon Clan and the Abyss are making significant moves this time.
Ling Kong chimed in, pointing at the large screen. The information was sent by Yan Shi.
She just returned from probing the Abyss, and it's clear that the Abyss is also starting to stir things up. The situation is very complicated now, and Biguan City has issued direct orders, Zhao Feng and Qin.
Yan sighed upon hearing this.
Once the Dragon God Conference ends, all major forces and us old folks will definitely have to send people to respond. No matter what, the territory of the human race cannot be allowed to be disrupted by foreign races, Qin Yan sneered.
The military has already started taking action, and General Nangong is personally leading the team. The Demon Clan has been dormant for so many years, but they surely haven't forgotten the painful lessons of the past.
This time, we must teach them a harsh lesson and never let the Demon Clan stir up trouble again.
Zhao Feng nodded. It seems our support focus can only be placed on the Abyss. Ling Kong shook his head.
Every year, major academies send people to the Abyss for training, and this year the number will be even higher.
Our main battlefield should be in the Inferno.
He seemed to recall something, and his expression darkened.
Over in the Inferno. The group noticed Ling Kong's mood and quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, how far has Bai Jinqing progressed?
Yan Shi and her team have reached the 26th level. Bai Jinqing is an orange potential professional, so she should be around the 20th level, right? Zhao Feng was somewhat surprised. No way, she's still at the 18th level. What? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. After seeing Bai Jinqing's image on the tablet, they were all dumbfounded. Wasn't she supposed to be teamed up with that girl from the Chen family? That girl is a purple potential archer, her damage output should be high. With the two of them working together, they should have progressed to the 20th level by now, right? Why are they still stuck at the 18th level? Could it be that the boy is holding them back? Old Bai, have you checked the boy's background? Everyone looked at Bai Shangnan, who calmly replied, I haven't checked, I don't know who he is. This wasn't the most critical issue. The key was that Bai Jinqing and the boy seemed to be chatting happily in the footage. Chen Rui had become the silent monster-slaying laborer. In fact, the slow progress was because Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui had been explaining various things to him along the way, which delayed quite a bit of time. Besides, it was just the beginning, and there was still plenty of time. Moreover, if Lin Gu wanted to, speed wouldn't be an issue at all. No one could keep up with him. But then again, who would have thought Shi Tingfei was Bai Jinqing's die-hard fan? Seeing her and Lin Gu so close, chatting happily, who wouldn't overthink? Not to mention, she had even shared her lunchbox with Lin Gu before. This relationship was hard to explain. Well, look at these two, TSK, I say, old Bai. Zhao Feng turned to Bai Shangnan, winking and smirking mockingly. You need to keep an eye on your kid, don't let her mix with unclear people. Bai Shangnan's face darkened, and he replied coldly, Qingqing has her own judgment. I trust she won't act recklessly. Not act recklessly? Zhao Feng was speechless. They're already hitting each other's heads, and you call that not acting recklessly? Who doesn't know that Tingfei likes your Qingqing? If he sees this scene, how could he not be angry? Thank you very much. Shirley glared at Zhao Feng with a dark face, wishing he could swallow him whole. Zhao Feng, this guy, always knew how to hit where it hurt, making him furious. He glanced at Bai Shangnan not far away and said, my Tingfei's feelings for Jinqing are clear to everyone, and our two families have always had a good relationship. I've always wanted to match them, but Jinqing is too stubborn. Whether they can end up together depends on themselves. As parents, we can't interfere too much. The other three exchanged glances, feeling a wave of disdain in their hearts. Can't interfere too much? If he's pursuing so desperately, you should be helping behind the scenes. Moreover, they were well aware of what kind of person Shi Tingfei was. As long as they weren't blind, Bai Jinqing could never fall for him in this lifetime. However, now that the Shi family's influence had risen, some things were no longer the same. The three of them shook their heads and stopped discussing the matter. After all, the rules of this world had long changed. Strength was the ultimate truth. Wow! Holy crap! Level 18. Staring at the monster corpses on the ground, Chen Rui's eyes widened in shock. Unable to speak. Lin Gu, your damage is insane, let's move, stop chatting. Otherwise, others will clear the level while we're still stuck here. Chen Rui's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Lin Gu, why do I feel like your damage is a bit off? Lin Ji's mouth twitched, and he pointed his chin forward. Hurry up and pick up the loot, then go pull the mobs. Don't you want to make it into the top 10? Chen Rui's eyelid twitched, and she immediately changed her expression. Got it. On it. Everyone has their secrets, and Chen Rui understood this, so she just made a comment without pressing further. With Chen Rui pulling the mobs ahead, Lin Gu had it much easier and chatted with Bai Jinqing as they walked. They hadn't encountered anyone else before, but this time they ran into a few people. However, since everyone was focused on clearing levels and had no grudges, they simply exchanged glances and went their separate ways. It's worth mentioning that they even saw a man in his 60s. His hair was gray, yet he was still standing and slashing monsters, truly impressive. Back to the main topic. Each level had many teleportation portals, and it didn't matter which one they chose. Before long, when Lin Gu and Bai Jinqing saw a portal, Chen Rui was already rushing over with a group of monsters in tow. Lin Gu! Hurry! Hurry! There are too many, I can't hold them off. Chen Rui shouted loudly. Fortunately, she had Gale Step, otherwise, she would have been unable to keep running. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but smile, standing obediently beside Lin Gu and softly saying, with Chen Rui pulling the mobs, it's much faster. Lin Gu smiled. Thank her for being your bestie. Put.
You're so bad.
Lingu tilted his head to look at her.
Is that bad? I'm helping her level up.
She was only level 30 when she came in, and now she's already level 34.
Yes, you're such a good person. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh out loud, quickly turning her head to stifle her laughter. Lingu also chuckled, raised his staff, and continued forward. As the
power of his 10 fingers linked to the heart skill was unleashed, golden upgrade lights immediately shimmered on Chen Rui and Bai Jinqing.
Chen Rui jumped up in excitement. Wow! Another level up! Lingu, you're practically my god. Stop dawdling, pick up the loot, and move forward quickly. Got it.
Chen Rui was so excited she was practically dancing, and her looting speed increased significantly.
Bai Jinqing wasn't idle either, joining in to pick up items. With Lin Ji's powerful one-shot damage output, the three of them advanced rapidly, quickly breaking through to level
23. From initial excitement to later astonishment, Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui's expressions grew increasingly serious.
Especially when they saw the level 23 boss being one-shot by Lin Ji's skill again, the two of them fell silent.
Despite witnessing it firsthand, they were still shocked by Lin Ji's
damage output.
No matter how strong the monsters were, Lin Ji's damage consistently stayed above 700,000 per second.
Every time, it was a one-shot kill. They never even saw him use a second skill.
It was so absurd it was hard to believe.
3 hours passed.
The first 10 levels of the Ascension Secret Realm were almost like free passes, with the difficulty only gradually increasing from level 11 onward. Monster levels started at 21 and increased with each level. By level 20, the difficulty spiked dramatically, and the bosses transitioned from elite monsters to rare monsters.
Yan Shi's
team, despite having golden potential, noticeably slowed down their progress starting from level 35. After all, their highest level was only 35, and facing level 40 rare monsters, one-shot kills were no longer possible. The number of monsters also multiplied, making it very difficult to clear levels quickly without a top-tier magic class. Aside from Yanshi's team, which was in the first tier at levels 34 and 35, players like Shi Tingfei and Bai Jinwu, who had orange class professions, were still stuck around level 30.
Lin Ji's team was at level 23. Teams with black and purple class
professions were even slower, most of them unable to pass level 20. Another hour passed. Yanshi's team had reached the 39th level, with Yiqingtian's
team close behind.
These two teams had already broken the highest records in history. Everyone believed that this year's team championship would be
decided between them.
Although Shi Tengrui's professional skills were limited, he had also reached the 38th level and would soon catch up to the 39th. It could be said that this year's Dragon God tournament was the most intense ever. The golden potential is really impressive. In previous years,
there weren't even 3 of them.
Orange was already considered top tier. Yeah, this year not only are there more golden potentials, but also more
orange ones.
The 7 ranked at the bottom are all orange potential. The report says there are 28 orange potential professionals this year, a
new record.
Unfortunately, Bai Jinqing's team is still stuck at the 23rd level. It seems they won't make it this year.
Level 39. Facing the
endless swarm of rodent-shaped earth spirit scouts, Yanshi planted her golden spear into the ground, sighed, and drank a bottle of mental potion. Xiaoyu, Lan, the boss is right behind the monster horde. Control the monsters on both sides and don't let them disturb me.
Understood, sister. She
took a deep breath and was about to strike again when footsteps sounded behind her. She instinctively turned around and saw Yiqingtian,
holding a staff, approaching with 2 teammates.
Yiqingtian said gently, a rare smile on his face, devoid of his usual sternness.
How about teaming up to clear the 39th level?
He stepped closer and softly reminded her, the boss on this level is a level 50 legendary monster, and all
its skills are area attacks. You might be able to dodge and withstand them, but your teammates might not hold up.
Faced with such a challenge,
cooperation was the wise choice. For ordinary people, the Ascension realm was full of unknowns and secrets.
But for those like them, with connections, it was merely information in their hands. She was naturally aware of this.
She glanced at Yiqingtian's 2 teammates. Level 36 orange potential, Deceiver and Ji. Level 35 orange potential shield rockstone, Wei Shiming. Yiqingtian, you've chosen your teammates well. Yiqingtian gave a wry smile.
I don't have many friends, and it just so happens they're both orange potential.
I'm lucky they think highly of me and are willing to team. Up for an adventure.
Yan Shi smiled faintly.
Your Yi family is always so serious, never changes. Yi Qingtian's mouth twitched slightly, looking a bit awkward. Yan Shi, have you considered my proposal? If we act together, we can save 2/3 of the time. Yan Shi nodded without objection. Alright. I haven't seen the power of an arcane mystic mage before. This will be an eye-opener. Yi Qingtian pursed his lips helplessly. Yan Shi. If you want to cooperate, let's start. Yan Shi didn't say much. If it weren't for worrying about Xiaoyu and Lan Lan getting into trouble, she wouldn't have bothered teaming up with Yi Qingtian.
Yi Qingtian sighed and looked at Wei Shiming.
Shiming, go lure the monsters.
Wei Shiming nodded, picked
up his shield, and threw it out. Miraculously, the shield transformed into a fist-sized stone. After hitting the first monster, it immediately bounced to the next.
In no time, with a series of impacts, over a dozen monsters ahead were struck by the stone and charged forward in anger.
Wei Shiming let out a loud shout, and a white light instantly flashed over everyone.
Yan Shi raised an eyebrow slightly.
Life Roar? Increases maximum health by 10%? Pretty impressive. Yi Qingtian smirked. Shiming's defense is very strong. Monsters that aren't more than 5 levels above him can't break through his defense.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Shiming had already drawn the attention of dozens of monsters, clearing space on both sides. He himself was barely injured, and a single bottle of basic red potion was enough to fully restore his health. Seeing this, Yi Qingtian quickly raised his small staff.
There are too many monsters here.
We need to hurry, or if the boss uses an area skill, we'll be in trouble.
Before he finished speaking, An Shi's figure flickered, and Yi Qingtian waved his staff. The next second, a beam of light shot out from the staff, transforming into
several blue orbs that struck the monsters in front of Wei Shiming. A single strike hit its mark, and the monster was instantly killed.
Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. That damage isn't bad at all.
Yi Qingtian smiled, releasing an arcane missile, then turned to Yan Shi.
At this stage, I only have one
single target skill that can one-shot monsters, the others won't work.
So if we want to climb higher levels, cooperation is the smartest choice. Cooperation? Yan Shi smiled but didn't respond.
Yi Qingtian was momentarily stunned.
Judging by your attitude, it seems like you don't want to cooperate? Why?
Yan Shi shrugged, gripping her spear tightly.
You're quite amusing. You know I don't want to cooperate, yet you still ask. Yi Qingtian smiled awkwardly. Isn't cooperation a good thing?
Yan Shi twirled her spear effortlessly and glanced at him.
I'd rather team up with that handsome and interesting guy than partner with a hypocritical pretender like you. Yi Qingtian's mouth twitched, feeling helpless and speechless. But he wasn't angry, because not only he, but everyone who had interacted with Yan Shi knew that she was someone who didn't hide her feelings. If she liked something, she liked it. If she didn't, she didn't. Straightforward and decisive. This was one of the reasons she was so well liked. Suddenly, Yan Shi seemed to remember something and turned to look at Lan Lan. He's at which level now?
Lan Lan glanced at her watch.
Level 23. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. Lan Lan hesitated for a moment, then sneaked a glance at Yi Qingtian, who was focused on clearing monsters, before leaning closer to Yan Shi and whispering, Sister Shi, I looked into it. That guy is only white potential, and he's a non-damage dealing priest. Only.
Bai Jinqing from the Bai family is decent, with orange potential.
Why are you so interested in their team?
Yan Shi tilted her head slightly and smiled.
His name is Lin Gu, not the person you're talking about. Besides, so what if he's white potential? What's important is that he's interesting.
Lan Lan's face twitched, showing a hint of confusion.
She couldn't understand why a team composed of orange, purple, and white potentials would catch
Yan Shi's attention, to the point where she would secretly monitor their progress from time to time.
It felt like Yan Shi regarded this team as
her biggest competitor. After all, having followed Yan Shi for so long, Lan Lan understood her personality. No matter how strong Yi Qingtian and Shi Tangrui were, Yan Shi had never mentioned their teammates. But this team was the exception, always brought up by her. Seeing Lan Lan lost in thought,
Yan Shi's lips curved into a smile.
He'll be our biggest rival. Lan Lan was dumbfounded.
How is that possible?
Bai Jinqing is the one with orange
potential. How could he compare to you?
A peculiar smile flashed in Yan Shi's eyes.
I wasn't talking about Bai Jinqing. I was talking about Lin Gu. Lin Gu? Lan Lan's mind was filled with question marks. Him? That white priest? Shi raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. That's right. Lan Lan was clearly skeptical. Sister Shi, how could you believe that a white priest could become your rival? Shi didn't elaborate, only giving her a meaningful look. We've already reached level 39. He must be about to make his move. You'll see his clearing speed when the time comes. Lin Go had yet to take action, focusing instead on training Chen Rui, with Bai Jinqing handling all the damage output. However, after level 20, their progress had noticeably slowed. After all, Chen Rui was only level 33. She could hold her own against monsters of the same level, but when there were too many, she couldn't keep up. Lin Go wouldn't heal, and Chen Rui didn't dare to pull too many monsters. Most of the time, Bai Jinqing had to kite the monsters alone. At the end of the level, Lin Gu handed Chen Rui some red and blue potions, then turned to Bai Jinqing. It's been 5 hours, right? What's the fastest record so far? Bai Jinqing glanced at his watch, his eyelid twitching. Yan Shi and Yi Qing Tian have already reached level 39. They've been there for half an hour, probably close to the boss by now. Bai Jinqing had previously given Lin Gu a rough overview of the levels. The boss on level 39 was a level 50 legendary, surrounded by level 49 minions. At Yan Shi and Yi Qingtian's pace, without farming for experience, they would definitely reach the boss within half an hour. Indeed, it's golden potential, the speed is really fast, Lin Gu muttered under his breath. Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui both nodded in agreement. We can't keep dragging Chen Rui along, we need to speed up. They definitely won't stop at level 39, we have to get ahead of them and take first place. Lin Gu still needed to quickly level up to 40 and equip those 3 orange and 3 purple pieces of gear. The monsters in the lower levels were too low level, giving little experience. But after level 29, the monsters started at level 40, and the experience would be much better. Chen Rui understood Lin Ji's meaning, looking confused. What do you mean, buddy? Are you kidding me? Lin Gu patted his shoulder and smiled. You have to be able to handle things independently. The monsters in the promotion secret realm are perfect for training, this is valuable survival experience for the future. Chen Rui helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth and spread his hands. Who made you so amazing? Whatever you say, I'll do. That was honest enough, she had already witnessed Lin Ji's damage output. Lin Gu smiled. Without saying much, he believed Chen Rui would thank him for his arrangements in the future. Alright, starting from the next level, I'll personally take action. Chen Rui blinked, her mind flashing back to the scene of Lin Gu instantly killing the stone golem boss earlier. With Lin Ji's damage output, the monsters in the first 30 levels could probably all be one-shot. At this rate, leveling up would be as fast as riding a rocket. The more Chen Rui thought about it, the more excited she became, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai Jinqing, who was equally full of anticipation. Alright, I'll go lure the monsters. Chen Rui chuckled and rushed into the teleportation portal, entering level 23. Lin Gu and Bai Jinqing exchanged glances and followed her in with a smile. The monsters in level 23 were a group of thieves, resembling a mix between dogs and humans. They were about the height of an adult, walked upright, and wielded 2 whirlwind blades, looking extremely fierce. Upon spotting Chen Rui, they immediately howled and charged at her. Ah! Chen Rui's expression changed, and she quickly activated Gale Step to start running away. In the blink of an eye, she was surrounded by thieves, leaving no gaps. Lin Gu? Hurry up and take action. Stop dawdling. Your pendant is about to fall off. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Gu had just entered the portal when he heard Chen Rui's urgent shouting, unable to hold back his laughter. But there were indeed quite a few monsters in front of him. He picked up his staff and cast 10 fingers linked heart. The next second, as a series of massive critical damage numbers popped up, the monsters in front of Chen Rui fell one by one without making a sound, turning into blood mist. What the heck? Chen Rui stared at the blood-covered ground, dumbfounded. No way? Lin Gu, did I see that right? That critical damage? Over 700,000? Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh. These small monsters are only level 20-something. My level suppression naturally results in high damage. Chen Rui suddenly understood but still looked aggrieved. Level suppression shouldn't result in 700,000 critical damage. Stop talking nonsense. Go lure the monsters. Don't worry about the number, as long as your health bar is safe, lure as many as you can. Got it. Just watch me. Chen Rui chuckled, feeling more confident after witnessing Lin Ge's damage output.
Watching Chen Rui run off, Lin Gu suspiciously turned to Bai Jincheng.
Why? Are there so many monsters at the entrance? Weren't there no monsters when we first entered? Bai Jincheng shook her head. I don't know either. Maybe someone is deliberately causing trouble.
The entrance was generally considered a safe zone, so people weren't usually on guard.
If someone wanted to stir up trouble, it would indeed be easy to cause problems. Although they're all newly awakened professionals, the age range varies, and many
are seasoned veterans, some of whom are ruthless. Bai Jincheng sighed helplessly.
After all, it was their tactics and skills. You couldn't expect everyone to be good-hearted. Lin Gu didn't seem too bothered. People act for themselves, the heavens and earth destroy those who don't. This world is survival of the fittest, even sinister methods are still methods. He sneered. Let's go. We need to clear the levels quickly. We must take first place.
Bai Jincheng blushed and nodded repeatedly. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached.
Chen Rui had even thrown away her short bow.
Running while shouting in panic, Lin Gu, hurry up and take action. I've lured half the level's monsters over,
and snatched quite a few from others.
Bai Jincheng couldn't help but laugh out loud, quickly covering her mouth with her hand.
This Chen Rui. She's so noisy. Lin Gu helplessly spread his hands. Can I trust the phrase everyone back to their positions?
Bai Jincheng's face turned red, and she shyly glared at him.
Of course not. I would never do that.
Lin Gu couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he carried his resentment and walked toward Chen Rui.
10 fingers connected to the heart. Boom, boom, boom.
You defeated Hyena Slayer, gain 1325 experience points. You defeated Hyena Slayer, gain 1325 experience points. You defeated Hyena Slayer, gain 1325 experience points.
Hearing the notification sounds in her mind, Chen Rui instinctively
turned her head to look. She saw the monsters behind her all falling as if crushed.
What?
Chen Rui stopped, panting, supporting her knees, her face
full of shock.
She had personally fought these monsters. Although her damage was decent due to her purple potential and half-purple gear, each of her
arrows only dealt over 10,000 damage, which was nothing compared to the monster's health bars.
But now, Lin Gu had wiped them all out with just one skill. The key point was, if Lin Gu had one-shot the stone golem boss, it could be attributed to high single-target damage.
But when he first
entered, she remembered Lin Gu using that exploding fingernail skill. At that time, there were over 20 monsters in the group, and he wiped them all
out. Now, he's using the same skill against hundreds or even thousands of monsters, and still one-shotting them?
So, is this skill single-target
damage or area of effect? Lin Gu, you're way too strong. Chen Rui looked at Lin Gu in shock. What kind of skill is this? You wiped out all the monsters in one hit?
Bai Jincheng, though having seen Lin Gu clear monsters on a large scale before, felt the range wasn't this large.
Suddenly, her eyelid twitched, and she realized something. Your skill leveled up? Lin Gu smiled. Yes, it leveled up. The range is much larger now, up to 1500 meters. What? Hearing this, not just Chen Rui, even Bai Jincheng was dumbfounded. A skill with a 1500-meter range? Chen Rui jumped in front of Lin Gu, her face full of disbelief. Dude, you must be joking, right?
In the historical records, the Rakshasa Tensi's skill only has a range of
1000 meters. That's the skill of the third-ranked guardian god of our dragon nation, the hidden profession Azura. Your skill is even stronger than his?
Lin Gu raised an eyebrow slightly.
My skill is only level 4, not maxed out yet. Ha ha ha. Chen Rui burst into laughter upon hearing this. Lin Gu, you're simply not human. Lin Gu. The Dragon God tournament typically lasts around 10 hours each year.
Strong players clear levels
quickly, passing if they can, and exiting automatically if they can't.
Weaker players progress slowly, prone to mistakes, and usually can't last
beyond 8 hours.
Now, 6 hours have passed, and most of the remaining contestants have cleared over 20 levels.
If they persist a bit longer, many have a chance to clear level 29. The current situation looks promising. However, some participants have started to withdraw.
It's worth mentioning that all contestants who draw a profession change participate in the Dragon God tournament mainly for rewards and revival stones.
Every participant entering the promotion secret realm is bound to a revival stone. If they die, they will revive outside, ensuring maximum survival. Of course, if they know
their strength is insufficient and withdraw early, the revival stone can still be used later.
This time, the organizers provided everyone with one free revival opportunity, giving all contestants a chance to make mistakes.
The contestants are fighting with all their might inside.
But at the main control platform, issues keep arising. Wait a minute?
Ling Kong stared at the tablet, suddenly noticing a familiar team.
Wasn't Bai Jinqing's team stuck at level 23? How did they jump to level 33 in less than an hour?
Everyone immediately gathered to look upon hearing this. When they saw Bai Jinqing's team, their expressions immediately changed.
Isn't this the 34th level? What's going on? How did they suddenly jump to 33rd place? They were clearly 76th before. What exactly happened? How did they suddenly move so fast?
The key point is, even teams with stronger configurations
have come out. So how did Bai Jinqing's team, which has always been progressing slowly, suddenly accelerate?
This is very strange.
Everyone turned their gaze to Bai Xiangnan.
But at this moment, Bai Xiangnan's face was also full of confusion. Qin Yan hesitated for a moment, then mustered the
courage to ask, "Xiangnan, you didn't give your daughter some powerful equipment, did you?" Bai Xiangnan shook his head, looking doubtful. Qing was only level 31 before entering the secret realm. Do you think there's any equipment that could make her move this fast? If there were, I would
have used it long ago. The Bai family indeed had a lot of equipment, but most of it required high levels.
Bai Jinqing, at level 31, couldn't use it.
Moreover, she was an orange potential mage, with family retainers and bodyguards helping her level up, so her early-stage equipment needs weren't
significant.
Therefore, he only equipped her with a few purple items, mainly for survival.
Qin Yan's question was a bit of a desperate guess, and Bai Xiangnan's explanation made sense to everyone. After all, who wouldn't want to clear levels quickly and achieve good results? Don't underestimate the results of the Dragon God tournament.
Even without joining any faction or taking first place, good results can greatly benefit future development. That's why the children of major families were all fighting hard to clear levels.
They would never slack off. As for Bai Jinqing's teammates Lin Guo and Chen Rui,
no one paid them any attention. Seeing everyone puzzled, Bai Xiangnan sighed inwardly, already having a guess.
Just as the crowd fell silent. The 40th level.
Yan Shi leisurely twirled the golden spear in her hand, watching the backs of Yi Qingtian's team.
Well, has he moved yet?
Lan froze for a moment before realizing the meaning behind Yan Shi's words. She instinctively glanced at her watch and was immediately stunned.
How is this possible? Xiaoyu, hearing the commotion, curiously leaned over. What's wrong, Lan?
Lan twitched her mouth, looking at
Yan Shi in shock.
Sister Shi, they've already reached the 39th level.
Xiaoyu was full of question marks. When we cooperated with Yi
Qingtian's team, they were still at the 21st level.
In just 1 hour, they've reached the 39th level?
Xiaoyu immediately became alert, her breathing
quickened. Lan, is your watch broken?
Lan froze and shook her head, unable to understand why this was happening.
Only Yan Shi's face showed no surprise. I told you before, and now you finally believe me, right? Lan froze, recalling Yan Shi's previous statement that the White
Priest would become the biggest competitor.
Now it seemed, indeed.
Lan seemed to realize something, her face changed drastically, and her pupils
contracted. Sister Shi? Could it be he's not white potential?
Yan Shi sneered, full of disdain.
White? A white potential person daring to charge into purgatory alone? Even second transition professionals wouldn't dare. She didn't know what method Lin Gu used to successfully hide the official measurements and the identities of other high-level professionals.
But Lin Gu was definitely not an ordinary white trash priest.
Stop guessing. He'll
catch up to us soon, and you'll see for yourself then. After speaking, Yan Shi picked up her spear, chose a path no one had taken, and set off first.
Lan looked embarrassed and quietly glanced at Xiaoyu.
When we cooperated with Yi Qingtian, it only took us an hour to clear the 39th level.
If it were just the 3 of us, it would probably take 2 hours. Can he really catch up so quickly? Xiaoyu shook her head, full of disbelief. Midway through the 39th level, Shi Tengfei slashed down a monster, looking at the wave after wave of enemies ahead, spitting angrily. That Zhao Ming is truly useless. He couldn't get the job done and didn't even know how he died. The remaining three exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Other.
Orange potential professionals chose three-person teams because fewer people made actions more flexible. Only he, relying on the powerful background of the Sure family, forced them to join when he encountered them on the road, forming a five-person team. Previously, everyone thought he was afraid of dying or getting a bad score. Now it seems he never considered Zhao Ming and the other three as teammates, only as tools he could discard at any
time. Xiatsong, what's the current ranking?
Xiatsang glanced at his watch, and his expression immediately changed.
There are only 10 teams left. Now.
Yan Shi and the other three are at the 40th level, while the remaining 7 teams, including us, are still at the 39th level.
Sure, Tengfei sneered. So, there are 6 teams ahead of us.
This time at Dongda, I must take first place.
By the way, at which level did Bai Jinqing's team drop out? In his view, the remaining 7 teams were all full.
A team like theirs, with a white potential member, probably couldn't even pass the 30th
level. But Xiatsong didn't answer immediately.
When Sure Tengfei turned to look at him, he noticed Xiatsong's face was full of embarrassment.
Sure. Tengfei's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. What happened? Speak up. Xiatsong shuddered and whispered, Bai Jinqing, their team didn't drop out. They're also one of the 7 teams. What? Sure Tengfei's eyes widened in shock. Are you kidding me? He rushed over, grabbed Xiatsong's arm, and checked the rankings. Sure enough, Bai Jinqing's team of 3 was ranked 8th, still at the 39th level. In other words, they weren't even in last place, just behind Sure Tengfei's team. Sure Tengfei's face darkened, his heartbeat quickening. Could it be the Bai family? Impossible. My intel is accurate. The Bai family head didn't give her any powerful equipment. Could it be the Bai family's hidden elder? No, that's not possible. Either. Sure Tengfei's expression shifted repeatedly.
Looking at Lin Ji's name, he gritted his teeth in hatred.
I absolutely can't let them
pass the 39th level. After saying this, he turned around, ready to head back.
Xiatsong and the others were startled and quickly held him back. Brother Fei, you can't go back. Let go. I'm going to kill that useless trash.
Sure Tengfei was burning with rage, but Xiatsong and the others weren't.
Foolish.
They held on to him and tried to persuade him.
Brother Fei, the Dragon God tournament is the most important thing right now. Don't go back.
Yeah, Brother Fei, let's clear the level quickly and not let them catch up. Brother Fei, even if you want them to drop out, you have to pass
the 39th level first. Otherwise, all our efforts so far will be wasted. After much persuasion, Sure Tengfei finally gritted his teeth and gave up.
Seeing that he had calmed down, Xiatsong had a sudden idea and quickly offered a suggestion.
Brother Fei, once we clear the 39th level, we can use Mullion Grass on the level 39 boss. That's a level 50 legendary boss. If we use Mullion Grass to enrage it, its stats will increase by 30%, and they won't stand a chance.
Plus, it can stall the other teams, ensuring we secure the 4th place position.
Who knows, we might even team up with Brother Rue.
Sure Tengfei's eyes lit up, a sharp glint flashing through them as he gave Xiatsong a meaningful look.
You sly little fox. Xiatsong
chuckled awkwardly, but in his heart, he was cursing Sure Tengfei's ancestors. Sure Tengfei snorted coldly, a sinister smile appearing as he glanced
in the direction behind him. Bai Jinqing, oh Bai Jinqing.
This time, I'll make sure you understand that some things can't be achieved just because
you want them to. So many monsters. At the 39th level, Chen Rui's eyes sparkled as she looked at the Earth Spirit Scouts in front of her. These were experience points. Following Lin Ge through the levels, she finally understood what it meant to level up quickly.
Every level had 2 skills, and not a single one was wasted.
Her experience points skyrocketed, and the feeling was exhilarating. By the time they reached the 39th level,
she was already at level 37, and Bai Jinqing had even reached level 38, which was simply unbelievable.
Lin Ge, Qingqing, you two chat for a bit. I'll go pull the monsters. With Lin Ge around, Chen Rui's courage grew bigger and bigger.
Bai Jinqing blushed and retorted, Pfft.
Rue, if you keep
talking nonsense, I'll kick you out of the team.
Don't, Qingqing.
Chen Rui looked innocent, making Lin Ge unable to hold back a laugh.
Stop
talking nonsense, go pull the mobs quickly, Lin Ge said, glancing around.
This level is critical, the number of monsters has doubled. Perfect. Chance to level up more. Alright, I'm off. Chen Rui ran off.
Bai Jinqing hesitated for a moment before voicing her thoughts.
How far do you plan To go?
Lin Gu paused, glanced at his experience points, and said, at least level 40. There are plenty of monsters here, good for experience
points.
I'm already halfway through level 39, a few more levels and I'll level up.
But it also depends on how far others can go. Lin Gu tilted his head and smiled at Bai Jincheng.
Besides, since we're here, we might as well aim for first place. Bai Jincheng's face turned red, and she avoided his gaze, but her heart felt as sweet as honey. Although they hadn't known each other for long, she knew Lin Gu didn't like being in the spotlight. For him to say something like that, it must be for her. Bai Jincheng bit her lip, her face growing redder the more she thought about it, until she
finally turned her head away, not daring to look at Lin Gu.
What an idiot, she muttered in her heart. Lin Gu saw her reaction and understood her thoughts, but now wasn't the time, so he pretended not to notice. Soon, Chen Rui returned, bringing back noticeably more monsters this time.
Lin Gu, I pulled a ton of mobs again. Lu Tian and Feng Junyan are chasing after me. Lin Gu, help.
Lin Gu sighed, rubbing his forehead.
Ever since everyone
learned about his ability to instantly kill monsters, Chen Rui had become fearless, throwing skills at any monster she saw.
There was no helping it.
As an archer, she was fast and skilled at pulling mobs. As a result, she ended up pulling a lot of monsters. Now, she even dared to steal monsters from orange potential class players, her courage growing boundless. But Lin Gu didn't mind. After all, this was just a trial, and whoever killed the monsters got the credit. They were lucky this was the Ascension realm, where dying meant simply exiting.
If it were outside? Lin Gu let out a cold
laugh, raised his staff, and moved his fingers rapidly, unleashing a burst of magic.
Boom! 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 Amidst the rising blood mist, the Earth Spirit scouts trailing behind Chen Rui let out agonized screams. Squeak! 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 Squeak!
The monsters on the 39th level were all level 49,
with around 1 million health points. Although Lin Ji's skill couldn't instantly kill them, the bleeding effect caused them to fall within the second.
It was a unique form of instant kill. Despite the 1,500-meter range of the plague effect, Lin Gu still had to use the 10 fingers
Link's skill 3 times to clear all the monsters Chen Rui had pulled.
This showed just how densely packed the monsters were on the 39th level.
Ha ha ha, the experience is overflowing. Lin Gu, you're amazing. Chen Rui exclaimed excitedly.
Lin Gu shook his head, glanced at the battle log without
any expression, and then closed it. Hurry up and pick up the loot. Once we're done, we'll move on. Got it. Chen Rui responded enthusiastically, and began picking up items. Suddenly, she stopped, as if remembering something. Where are Lu Tian and the others? Weren't they following me?
Bai Jincheng glanced at Lin Gu, who was picking up items, and said nothing, though she had a good idea. She then chuckled and said, Chen Rui, hurry
up and finish picking up. Once we defeat the boss of this level, we'll make it into the top 10. Hearing this, Chen Rui's eyes lit up instantly.
Completely forgetting her earlier question, she became so excited that she couldn't contain herself.
Yes, I want to make it into the top 10.
This is amazing, she shouted, immediately resuming her frantic looting, lying on the ground and refusing to stop.
After finishing, she didn't wait for
Lin Gu to speak and directly ran off to pull more mobs.
10 minutes later,
the three of them stood before a pile of corpses, facing the final boss of the 39th level, the Earth Spirit Scout Captain. Bai Jincheng looked at the boss with some doubt and said uncertainly, this boss is a level 50 legendary,
with about 8 million health.
The records say it's only 3 meters tall.
But why does it look 5 meters tall?
Bai Jincheng froze, instinctively
looking at Lin Gu.
Lin Gu just smiled faintly, not paying much attention.
Check how many teams are left around us. Bai Jincheng glanced at his watch, and replied, including us, there are 5 teams left. Ranked first is Yi Qingtian, they've already reached level 43. Second is Yen Shi at level
42, third is Shi Tingrui at level 41, and fourth is Shi Tingfei at level 40.
Level 43? Lin Gu nodded. That's right, Shi Tingfei must have played some tricks.
When we were all at level 39, there were 10 teams, but now only 5 remain, which means 3 teams were wiped out by this boss.
Wait, isn't that wrong?
Chen Rui blinked her confused eyes and asked, if there were 10 teams and 5 are left, shouldn't it be 5 teams that were wiped
out? Lin Ji's mouth twitched, not wanting to respond to her.
You're the smartest. This boss originally had 8 million HP, but after Shi Tingfei's
Meddling, its HP skyrocketed to 11 million. However, this amount of HP was nothing to Lin Gu. The bosses he had fought before never had less than tens of millions of HP, like Bone Callus, whose HP even reached over 30 million. Perfect, Lin Gu said with a smile. Didn't you always say I only use one skill every time? Didn't you say you wanted to learn how I fight bosses? This time, I'll let you see 2 skills. Chen Rui was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's great. I must learn. Before Chen Rui could run over, Lin Gu raised his hand and directly unleashed chest-crushing stone. And 10 fingers linked heart. In the next second, the thick fur on the Earth Scout captain instantly collapsed, and the claws on its limbs shattered. Like an explosion. With a series of muffled thuds, the Earth Scout captain let out a distorted beastly roar, its eyes turning green. Ayo! Holy crap! Chen Rui jumped in fright, staring at the Earth Scout captain trembling in place, shocked to the point of repeatedly cursing. Holy crap! Holy crap? Is this your skill? It's way too powerful. Scared, huh? Chen Rui's eyes widened, completely stunned. Actually, it wasn't just her. Even Bai Jinqing, who had seen this skill before, couldn't help but shiver when he saw the terrifying wounds on the boss. Back then, the injuries were only on its chest, but now they almost covered its upper body, making it look like a bloody, mangled gourd. Even its face and head were full of scars, and as the boss twisted in pain and howled, its bones were clearly visible. But now wasn't the time for idle chatter. Lin Gu ignored the shocked expressions of the two. He raised his hand and unleashed another skill. 10 fingers linked heart. Boom! The Earth Scout captain went mad. With pain, adrenaline surging. It had just stood up, ready to charge and kill this damned human, but before it could take a step, it felt as if its fingers and toes were about to explode. In the next second, blood gushed out from all 4 of its paws. Bang! Splatter! At that moment, it was as if a rain of blood had fallen. The Earth Scout captain's eyes almost popped out, wanting to scream, but it felt as if its throat was being sliced by blades, making even breathing doubly painful. It twisted its body in agony, unable to move a single step. 10 fingers linked heart. Chest crushing. Stone. Ayo! With Lin Ji's continuous skill bombardment, in less than 30 seconds, the Earth Scout captain's HP bar finally hit 0. It was finally freed, ending its sinful life. Seeing the boss collapse, Chen Rui didn't even notice the golden glow on her body. She stared blankly at the motionless boss, hesitatingly saying, Lin Gu, this boss seems to be dead. Lin Gu and Bai Jinqing exchanged a glance, their faces full of speechlessness. This girl was truly amusing. Alright, hurry up and pick up the loot. At least we've reached the top 10 threshold. Lin Gu and Bai Jinqing had no problem entering the top 10, but Chen Rui might be a bit uncertain. However, this matter is uncertain. If there aren't enough top 10 contestants, they will recruit more based on performance. Level 39 is a major checkpoint. If someone passes this level and there are still not enough participants, theoretically, Chen Rui could make it into the top 10. But this isn't something Lin Gu can decide, and he doesn't dare to make too many promises. Give me a boss. I'm ridiculously strong right now. Lin Gu and Bai Jinqing were speechless, their faces darkened. Go pick up the loot. Got it, got it. Chen Rui laughed excitedly, picking up items while saying, I know my own strength. Level 24 is probably my limit. To make it to level 39 now, it's like my ancestors' graves are emitting green smoke. Seeing her grinning from ear to ear, Lin Gu felt happy too. After all, she was the second good friend he made after crossing over, and helping her now was a way to repay her. After looting the boss's corpse, the 3 of them arrived at level 40. Chen Rui's eyes lit up, clearly excited. Lin Gu, this is the 40th floor. Standing here, both you and Xingqing are guaranteed to make it into the top 10. Bai Jinqing was also thrilled. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Lin Gu, full of anticipation. Lin Gu blinked and turned to Chen Rui, saying, Don't worry. Since we're here, we'll help you squeeze into the top 10 too. Chen Rui almost knelt down. Lin Gu, you're amazing. I, Chen Rui, have no way to repay you. From now on, you're my godfather. Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh and lightly knocked her on the head. Stop talking nonsense, that's useless. He scolded her playfully, then turned to look at the monsters on level 40. The monsters on level 39 were all level 49, and the boss was level 50. On level 40, the starting level for the monsters was 60. Generally, contestants in the Dragon God Tournament needed some real skills to pass this level. Lin Ge's levels were mostly around 32.
This year, he had just unlocked Golden Potential,
raising his level to 35.
Entering the promotion secret realm at this level, no matter how experienced he was, if he was rushing, his average level, by the time he reached level 40 would only be around 36.
This was based on his own standards. Keep in mind, after level 35, each level up required
over 100 million experience points, and for Lin Gu to go from level 39 to 40, it would take a whopping 2.2 billion experience points.
Without reaching
level 40, challenging a secret realm starting at level 60 naturally limited the number of levels one could clear.
Over the years, the highest anyone had reached was level 45. The monsters here are all level 60. Don't move yet, follow me inside. Chen Rui understood the situation and immediately hid behind Lin Gu. Lin Gu? These are all level 60 monsters. Are you sure you're okay? Lin Gu smiled. Piece of cake. These monsters are even weaker than the ones in purgatory. Hearing this, Chen Rui nodded and said no more.
Bai Jinqing thought for a moment and said, these monsters all have over 2.3 million health.
Your skills can no longer one-shot them.
Although I'm a mage and most of my skills have control effects, I can help.
You control the monsters. No need. Lin Gu smiled and declined.
Your damage isn't high enough, and your skills would conflict with mine, wasting
mana.
Bai Jinqing looked puzzled.
Do you think that's polite?
Lin Gu smiled wryly.
Actually, I can handle it faster on my own. Bai Jinqing huffed in frustration and said no more.
Lin Gu cleared his throat, took out the cursed malice, and directly cast a skill on the nearest monster.
Chest crushing stone. Chest crushing stone. Boom.
A monster let out a miserable cry, and the ones behind it started wailing as well.
A flurry of
critical hit numbers flew up, making Bai Jinqing's heart race.
Lin Gu walked forward, casting skills as he went.
The monsters infected by the plague
naturally focused on him.
As he moved forward, more and more monsters gathered, surrounding him from all sides. Chen Rui saw a group of level 60 Gale lions bearing their fangs and claws as they charged over, and she felt a bit scared.
Lin Gu, I only have a little over 30,000 health. If a monster touches me, I'll have to go home. Lin Gu smiled but didn't answer.
He casually picked a monster and cast Chest Crushing Stone.
In an instant,
the double-layered skill stacked, causing a group of Gale lions to collapse in pain. Chen Rui's eyes lit up, and her courage noticeably grew.
A mere wind hunting lion, do you really think you can get close to me? Ha ha ha.
Watching Chen Rui unleash her moves wildly, Lin Gu shook his head helplessly. Seeing the wind-hunting lions within a 1,500-meter range almost drained of health due to the bleeding effect, Lin Gu activated his skills again.
10. Fingers connected to the heart. Plague. Chest crushing stone. Boom. Boom. Boom.
One wind-hunting lion after another was killed, and the
experience points kept soaring.
The three quickened their pace and soon saw the portal. Along the way, Chen Rui remained silent, but finally couldn't
hold back her curiosity. Lin Gu, earlier, when you were fighting level 20 monsters, your DPS was over 700,000 per second. But why is it that, for level 30 and 40 monsters, your DPS is still over 700,000 per second, and now for level 60 monsters, your DPS remains at over 700,000 per second?
Lin Gu froze for a moment. This question was a bit hard to explain.
His skills inherently reduced monster defense and resistance, included bleeding
effects, health recovery, and ignored level bonuses. Coupled with the 100-fold boost from his transcendent talent, he still felt it wasn't enough.
Isn't this normal? Chen Rui was so shocked she couldn't speak. This is normal? Chen Rui was completely dumbfounded. You're only in your 30s, and your DPS is 700,000 per second. Is that reasonable?
Lin Gu, however, was used to it.
Actually, I still have buff skills and other resistance-reducing skills I haven't used yet, he said.
Chen Rui was filled with question marks, her mind about to explode.
After a long while, she finally gave a thumbs up. You're really amazing. Stop wasting time, let's hurry up.
Others are almost at the 45th level, we need to catch up.
Chen Rui and Bai Jinqing exchanged glances.
At this moment, the martial arena was unusually quiet.
Starting from the 39th level, the teams led by the remaining orange potential professionals had gradually exited the secret realm. The number of teams still advancing was dwindling. The good news was
that Yan Shi's team of 3 remained evenly matched, pushing toward higher difficulty levels.
Yi Qingtian is indead gold potential, he's already reached the 45th level. That's because he's a mage.
Yan Shi is at a disadvantage in terms of profession, otherwise, she'd be faster.
Don't worry. Yan Shi will definitely go farther than Yi Qingtian. Have you all forgotten who she is?
That's right, Yan Shi is definitely the champion of this
year's Dragon God Tournament. Just now, Lu Tian and Feng Junyan also exited.
Now, there are only 5 teams still advancing.
Wait, am I seeing this right? The 5th-ranked team is by Jinqing's team? Really? Her team hasn't exited yet? Even Lu Tian couldn't hold on. How did she manage to?
Holy crap, wait, they've already cleared the level?
Oh my god. They've actually broken through to the 40th level? Seeing by Jinqing's team
advance from the 39th to the 40th level, all the big shots on the stage were stunned. Although she was orange potential, she had always been the least favored. Lin Gu and the others didn't know her, but Chen Rue and the others did. Chen Rue was a purple potential archer, unable to tank or deal damage.
With pitifully few skills, a completely useless profession. Yet now, she had surpassed over 20 orange potential professionals, leaping to 5th place.
Even the high-ranking officials on the stage were dumbfounded. At this moment, the Dean of Dawn University spoke solemnly, check how long it took them to clear the 39th level. Soon, a female assistant wearing glasses pulled out a tablet to check, and was quickly shocked by the data.
Dean
Yi, they cleared the 39th level in just 20 minutes.
What?
The high-ranking officials' expressions changed drastically.
Clearing the 39th level in 20 minutes? Old Zhang, what's the fastest record?
5 years ago, the gold potential divine hunter Major Hua Ying set the record.
At 45 minutes. Everyone was even more shocked.
Dean Ye's eyelid twitched, suddenly realizing something. How long did it take them to defeat the
final boss of the level? The female assistant's face turned pale, stammering, I just checked, it only took 30 seconds. What? 30 seconds? Everyone was astonished, almost unable to believe it. Defeating a level 50 legendary boss in just 30 seconds? Isn't that too exaggerated? Even if the monster attributes in the secret realm were adjusted, a boss with over 8 million HP couldn't possibly be taken down in 30 seconds, right?
The female assistant awkwardly whispered, actually, that boss had already been berserked by Shi Tingfei using Malian grass, and its HP was at least 11
million. Hearing this, all the executives instantly stood up, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Dean Ye's face changed dramatically, and
he hurriedly shouted, quick, pull up the footage of her defeating the ultimate boss. Hearing Dean Ye's command, Ling Kong and his group immediately turned their eyes to Bai Xiangnan, full of suspicion and disdain.
Xiangnan, you're really good at hiding things, huh? Exactly, and you said you didn't give her any powerful equipment?
How could she possibly clear 39 levels on her own?
Yeah, the boss on the 39th level is a level 50 legendary monster. How could she possibly take it down in 30 seconds? I'm over level 30, and I can't even imagine it. Zhao Feng snorted coldly while muttering.
Xiangnan, Jin Chang is indeed impressive, but how could she, along with Chen Rue and some guy with an unknown profession, take down the boss?
In 30 seconds?
And she had been keeping a low profile before, only starting to show her strength at the 21st level.
Then, in just over a dozen levels, her speed was unbelievably fast.
All I can say is, Xiangnan, you're really not being honest.
Bai Xiangnan shook his head helplessly.
Everyone thought he had given Bai Jinqing some secret weapon, but in reality, he had done nothing. Although he had some guesses, he had no evidence and
couldn't say anything. There was simply no way to explain this. Uncles, I really don't know.
The crowd gave him a look that said, you don't need
to explain. Could it be that the team leader this time is that young man we've never seen before? Alright, everyone has their secrets.
But Xiangnan, congratulations, Jinqing is definitely making it into the top 10. She might even make it into the top 5 teams, which is a big
deal for our Bai family.
Zhao Feng said with a mocking smile. Yes, it also makes up for Bai Jinwu's loss when he was killed by Shi Tengrui on the
39th level. Bai Xiangnan's face darkened, and he coldly responded, thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhou.
At least our Jinqing can make it into the top 10, while Qian Hui and the others probably don't stand a chance.
Zhao Feng was so angry that he felt a headache coming on, but fortunately, Ling Kong quickly held him back. Alright, stop arguing.
At that moment, Shi Li's butler hurriedly ran back, interrupting Ling
Kong.
The butler looked nervous and whispered a few words into Shirley's ear. After hearing this, Shirley's expression became strange.
Are you sure? It's true? The butler nodded repeatedly. I specifically checked, there's no mistake.
Shirley sneered, looking at the crowd with a hint of mockery.
Do you know what news I just received?
The crowd was stunned, and Shirley smiled smugly. I found out the identity of that boy who teamed up with.
Bai Jinqing. His name is Lin Gu, an orphan from the slums, and, seeing Bai Shangnan's face grow darker, Shirley felt secretly delighted. Do you know his profession? He's a white-quality priest. What? The crowd was shocked, while Bai Shangnan's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth, and his frail body suddenly exuded a sense of oppression. Shirley's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He knew he had guessed correctly. Bai Shangnan had long known Lin Ji's identity, and now, he was angry. White priest? Is that for real? Jinqing actually teamed up with a white-quality priest? But with a priest for healing, it does ensure sustainability and survival. Still, bringing along a white-quality priest is just too ridiculous. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Bai Shangnan calmly stared at Shirley, his gaze icy cold. Wow! Yan Shi just broke the record. Really? That's amazing.
At this moment, a nearby executive suddenly cursed in surprise. Everyone froze, instinctively looking at the tablets in their hands. Sure enough, they immediately saw Yan Shi surpass Yi Qingtian, becoming the first to clear the 45th level and enter the 46th 5 years ago. That senior set the record by reaching the 45th level first. Now, he has been serving in the military for years and has become a legend.
Today, Yan Shi has set a new record. It seems our dragon nation is truly on the rise. Yi Qingtian is also very strong.
Yan Shi surpassed him because her teammates all withdrew, and she bypassed the monsters alone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught up to Yi Qingtian.
Either way, they're both the pride of our dragon nation. Does it matter who surpasses whom? Yi Qingtian's teammates also withdrew. He has entered the 46th level too. Another record broken. As expected of the arcane magician, we've gained another legend. Shi Tangrui. It's Shi Tangrui. He's entered the 46th level too. Such golden potential, keeping up so closely, huh? While everyone's attention was focused on Yan Shi and the others, Dean Yi of Dongda University took the tablet handed to him by his assistant. He lightly pressed his earpiece, and an iris scan appeared on the screen. After confirming his identity, he quickly opened Bai Jinqing's team clearance record. Others wanted to see it too, but they didn't have the clearance and could only wait for him to finish watching. As soon as Dean Yi opened the replay video, he froze. In the footage, Bai Jinqing didn't make a move at all. Instead, the handsome boy beside her picked up a staff. If he heard correctly, this person was called Lingu, a white potential. Wait? Dean Yi's eyelid twitched, and he instinctively leaned closer. The others, noticing his reaction, curiously asked, "What's wrong, old Yi?" He didn't answer, only gesturing for everyone to stay quiet. His eyes filled with confusion as he stared at the screen. Is he holding a beginner's staff? Dean Yi was puzzled. It was one thing for the orange potential not to act, but why would a white priest need to take action, and with a beginner's staff at that? The next second, his expression changed drastically, and his pupils contracted sharply. Lingu raised the staff, which emitted a faint glow. The boss opposite him was instantly engulfed in a bloody mist on all four limbs. The sound it made was shrill and piercing, far worse than a mouse's squeak. What shocked him even more was the sudden appearance of over 700,000 critical damage above the boss's head, along with continuous damage of over 600,000 per second. With just one skill, in 3 seconds, the boss lost a tenth of its health. This damage, Dean Yi couldn't help but curse internally. But it wasn't over yet. The boss, staggering as it tried to charge forward, was hit by another skill from the white priest. The boss's chest caved in abruptly, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Watching the boss lie on the ground, howling at the sky, its health bar draining like flowing water, Dean Yi's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Setting aside the damage per second, the skill effects were astonishing. Moreover, he hadn't seen any normal damage. Everything was a critical hit. This isn't right. This is completely abnormal. Dean Yi's heartbeat quickened, and his expression became uncontrollable. The priest class had limited skills and required casting time. But Lin Ji's skills not only didn't match the priest class at all, they were all instant cast. Everything about it seemed off. And priests were supposed to be a healing class, how could their damage be this high? Even after the boss fell, he couldn't calm the shock in his heart. Dean Yi was utterly stunned. Goodness! He muttered softly. This was definitely not an ordinary white potential. What kind of white potential could take down a level 50 berserk boss with 700,000 damage per second? Watching the three disappear into the portal to the 40th level, Dean Yi stared complexly at the screen, where the boss had yet to respawn, and muttered. Under his breath, it feels like he's still holding back his full strength. Wait! He suddenly gripped the tablet tightly, his face twitching as a flash of insight struck him. He thought of a shocking possibility. He wasn't a white potential at all. He must be a golden potential. As the dean of Dongda University, Dean Yi had seen much in his time. He quickly locked onto the only reasonable explanation: Lin Ji's class has mutated. This would explain why his abilities and class color didn't match at all. Over the past 3 centuries, class mutations had occurred, but one as extraordinary as Lin Ji's was absolutely unprecedented. Over level 30, holding a beginner's staff, dealing 700,000 damage per second right off the bat. Do you think that's reasonable? Old Ji, what's wrong? Why do you keep getting startled? Someone nearby asked with a laugh. Are you shocked by Jinqing's operation of instantly killing the boss? Everyone thought that a 30-second boss kill was no different from an instant kill. Dean Yi snapped back to reality, his heart skipping a beat. No, this can't be revealed. He quickly made up his mind, casually wiped his sweat, and said, young people these days are too good at exploiting loopholes. This boss died in the most inexplicable way. Hearing this, everyone showed expressions of as expected. I told you, even Yan Shi couldn't do it. How could someone with orange potential achieve it? Clearly, they found a loophole in the boss. But regardless, no cheating, no hacks, being able to kill it is impressive. On the surface, everyone laughed it off, but their thoughts were far more complex. Jinqing might not seem like much now, but he was deliberately tarnishing his reputation. Once the assessment was over, the Bai family's doorstep would likely be trampled down. Dean Yi sneered inwardly, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Go ahead and trample the Bai family's doorstep, ha! The true genius is me, Yi Shouju. 20 meters before the portal to level 43. Shi Tangfei led Xiaocong and Xiaosu, laughing triumphantly. Ha, level 43. Almost level 44. I, Shi Tangfei, am about to set a record. Xiaocong and Xiaosu quickly flattered him. Boss, you're definitely going to make history. A gold potential class reaching level 45 is due to their potential. You're the only one with orange potential who could make it this far. Boss, you'll definitely become the new generation's most prominent orange potential representative. That's right, boss. You're the best. Shi Tangfei beamed with joy. Ha, you two aren't bad either. Once I get out, I'll definitely, Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed the ground ahead littered with corpses, leaving only a narrow path in the middle. It looked as if someone had killed monsters while walking forward. Ha! The monsters are all dead? After level 40, the number of monsters multiplied, and the resting areas for players became smaller and fewer. He had been thinking that with just one last wave of monsters left, it would be worth it even if he had to quit after reaching level 44, but now, all the monsters were dead? What was going on? Xiaocong and Xiaosu exchanged confused glances. The refresh hasn't happened yet. It shouldn't have been more than 10 minutes. But boss, this works out well. We don't have to kill the monsters ourselves. Although we'll lose some experience, passing smoothly is more important. Shi Tangfei nodded, not paying much attention. True, it's probably my brother who killed them. He's been following Yan Shi and Yi Qing Tian. So that means, he should be just ahead. Shi Tangfei was about to move forward but felt something was off as he looked at the monsters on the ground. He crouched down to examine them closely and suddenly froze. The wounds on these monsters, why do they look so familiar? Wait! Shi Tangfei's eyelid twitched, and his expression immediately changed. Damn it! Isn't this the guy who stole my Abyss Boss? If it were any other wounds, he wouldn't have remembered. But the bastard who had stolen his Abyss Boss, Wolf King Boss, and Pig King Boss, he remembered them clearly, no matter what form they took. What the hell? The more Shi Tangfei looked, the more familiar it seemed, and the angrier he got. It's him! Damn it! His rage ignited instantly, and Shi Tangfei exploded. I won't hold back anymore. Standing in place, he put his hands on his hips and started cursing like a madwoman. From ancestors 18 generations back to grandchildren 3 generations forward, he cursed creatively and mercilessly. At this moment, Yan Shi and the other two were taking a break, switching the camera on their tablet to Shi Tingfei. Seeing his ranting and raving, the screen was filled with his colorful outbursts. The higher-ups were dumbfounded, unable to contain their shock. Even Shi Li was trembling with anger. But Shi Tingfei had no idea what was happening outside. He only felt much better after venting his frustration. Xiaocang and Xiaosu trembled in fear, waiting for him to stop before daring to speak. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just needed to let off some steam." Shi Tingfei spat on the ground, holding his greatsword with a cold expression. "The one killing monsters isn't my brother, it's that idiot who stole my boss. Damn it, I was just worrying about not being able to find you. Didn't expect you to be here too. This time, I won't let you off easily, I'll make sure you regret it." After saying this, Shi Tingfei cursed under his breath and charged into the 44th level. Xiaocang and Xiaosu didn't dare say much, quickly closing their eyes and following him, avoiding his gaze. Level 45. Facing a 10-meter-tall boss, Lin Gu held his beginner's staff expressionlessly, continuously casting skills. Chen Rui cheered excitedly from the side. Only Bai Jinqing remained calm, sitting leisurely on a large rock, slowly taking tea leaves out of her backpack and brewing tea. As the boss let out a miserable cry, it finally fell, ending its sinful life. "Ha ha ha, we cleared it. Finally cleared it." Chen Rui jumped up in excitement, running toward Lin Gu. "Lin Gu, we cleared the level. Made history." 5 years ago, the legendary hunter Hua Ying had only cleared up to level 45. Now, she was of purple quality and had made it this far. It felt like a dream. Watching Chen Rui jump around in excitement, Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Alright, let's save the celebration for later. Let's hurry and continue clearing levels." Upon hearing this, Chen Rui immediately quieted down, crossing her arms and smiling silently, leaving Lin Gu a bit puzzled. He instinctively looked at Bai Jinqing, only to see her still brewing tea. Lin Gu opened his mouth, about to speak, but Chen Rui interrupted him. "Hey, Lin Gu, don't rush to talk." Chen Rui blinked playfully. "I'm just a purple potential player, reaching the 4th transition is my limit. For this Dragon God tournament, I originally only aimed to clear 25 levels. Didn't expect to make it to level 45. Chen Rui laughed heartily, patting Lin Ji's arm. "Lin Gu, I know very well. This is enough. I probably won't have such an exhilarating experience again in this lifetime. Leveling up 8 times in one day. Wow, I can brag about this for a lifetime, huh? Alright, I'm logging out now." Lin Gu sighed, and Chen Rui blinked. "Besides, these monsters are almost level 70. If one of them touches me, I'll definitely die, and you'll have to save me. Isn't that just dragging you down?" "Me too." At this moment, Bai Jinqing walked over to Lin Gu with a cup of hot tea, smiling. "I'm logging out too." Lin Gu hesitated. "You guys?" "Alright." Bai Jinqing interrupted him gently, handing over the teacup, her eyes filled with happiness. "Being able to clear so many levels with you, I'm already very satisfied. Besides, we have resurrection stones tied to us. Logging out voluntarily allows us to keep them, which is equivalent to a free full health revival." Lin Gu took a sip of tea, smiling bitterly as he sighed. "Alright, I'll go along with you." Bai Jinqing blinked. "Then why aren't you hurrying to pick up the boss drops? Why was level 45 a major boss?" "Because starting from level 45, every level had at least one boss. And since there were fewer people, the boss drop rate was particularly high. The items dropped by the previous bosses weren't much, but this time was different." Lin Gu didn't hold back either, finishing his tea and turning to pick up the boss drops. Obtained 322 gold, 24 silver, 65 copper. Obtained the eyeball of the Cyclops King Beast. Obtained equipment, Cyclops bracelet, purple. Obtained equipment, Cyclops King pendant, purple. Obtained skill book, tendon severing LV1. Huh? A skill book dropped? What? A skill book dropped? Chen Rui exclaimed in surprise, leaning closer. Lin Gu glanced at it and showed the skill book description to the two of them. Tenacity LV1 universal. Skill effect, enhances physical constitution, increases knockdown resistance by 1%, defense by 1%, and movement speed by 1% for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Both of them were a bit confused after reading it. Truly worthy of being a universal skill, it's a treasure for anyone who learns it, Chen Rui couldn't help but exclaim.
If she had this skill and leveled it up to 10, it should increase attributes by 10%.
Whether
for fighting monsters or map running, it would be extremely practical. If Lin Gu and Bai Jinqing had it, it would also greatly enhance their survival
ability. However, Lin Gu was puzzled upon hearing Chen Rui's words. What? Tenacity? Both of them froze. Yeah, tenacity, what's wrong? It's a universal skill. Lin Gu looked confused. How could this be?
What he saw was clearly, Tendon Sever LV1 Lin Gu exclusive skill effect, sever the tendons of the enemy's limbs, rendering their hands unable to wield weapons, reducing movement speed by 80%, causing continuous damage, duration 1000
seconds. What he saw was Tendon Sever, but Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui saw tenacity?
Lin Gu was baffled, thought for a moment, and suddenly realized a
possibility. Just like the White Priest he saw on the official website. Because of his hidden class, the skill display was concealing its true content. That's right, this must be the reason. It's the only reasonable explanation. Lin Gu, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and learn it. Bai Jinqing
snapped out of it and urged him, while Chen Rui also looked at him in confusion.
Yeah, hurry up and learn it, Lin Gu. Lin Gu came back to his senses and nodded.
Indeed, this skill could only be learned by him.
He was about to learn it.
Lin Gu glanced at the bracelet and pendant, then handed
the bracelet to Bai Jinqing. He could use the pendant, but he already had 2 better bracelets. However, he lacked equipment suitable for leather armor professions. After clearing over 40 levels, although the equipment wasn't top tier, Chen Rui's inventory was now quite abundant. Lin Gu didn't hesitate to learn the new skill. To be honest, this skill made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Not only was the damage terrifying, but just looking
at the skill effect made one feel an unbearable pain. It was completely a torturous skill, utterly exaggerated.
How is it, Lin Gu? How does it feel after learning this skill? Chen Rui asked excitedly.
She had been grinding dungeons for a long time and had never seen a skill book before. This was her first time seeing one, so she was naturally curious. Lin Gu couldn't give her a clear answer.
Not bad, quite useful. Chen Rui felt
something was off after hearing this, but now wasn't the time to discuss it.
Lin Gu, let's go quickly, we need to leave too. Alright, I'll head out first. The two exchanged glances, and Chen Rui left first.
Bai Jinqing looked at Lin Gu and softly reminded him, after level 45, the mobs are no
longer a single species.
The ones at the entrance are elephant-headed monsters, but mid-level might feature other types, possibly even mixed groups
of several species.
You must pay attention to their skills and combinations.
Lin Gu nodded to show he understood. Don't worry, these monsters won't even get close to me. I'm about to level up, and once others exit, I'll follow suit.
Bai Jinqing bit her lip, her eyes full of reluctance.
Sure. Tangfei is still at level 45, which means his path differs from ours. He's not weak, so entering level 46 shouldn't be a problem. Be careful of any tricks he might pull. Lin Gu smiled, that just means he got lucky. It's fine if he comes. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh, nodding lightly.
Your choice to use the beginner's staff is very wise.
You must hide your strength. Many eyes will be on you in the future, so don't reveal yourself until you have absolute power. I'll keep your secret safe.
Lin Gu rarely showed a gentle smile. Don't worry, I'll be careful.
And one more thing.
Bai Jinqing seemed a bit stubborn, not daring to look Lin Gu directly in the eye.
The first thing is, you absolutely cannot let Yanxi take it.
After saying this, her figure disappeared in an instant, leaving Lin Gu alone, feeling both amused and helpless.
Wow. Is this level 46? The monsters are way too big.
As soon as he entered, Lin Gu saw the newly spawned monsters not far away. The monster stood 3 meters tall, with a tiger's body and an elephant's head, holding a long spear, looking both comical and terrifying.
Lin Gu glanced at its attributes and couldn't help but twitch his lips.
This monster is level 71, a rare type, with over 11 million HP.
No wonder no one had been able to pass the 46th level for so many
years. The monster's stats were simply outrageous. Lin Gu shook his head, glanced behind him, and silently walked toward the group of monsters.
Alright, no interruptions now. Time to speed things up and test out the new skill. With the others gone, Lin Gu didn't need to hold back. He first
used a fear skill to control part of the elephant-headed monsters, luring them away. Then he unleashed his new skill on the other side of the
elephant-headed monsters. Tendon Slash. Just as the aggro from other monsters focused on Lingu, the elephant-headed monsters hadn't even run a few
steps when their wrists and ankles suddenly felt as if they had been slashed by a knife, causing excruciating pain. Instantly, blood mist scattered everywhere, their hands weakened, and the long spears fell to the ground. Their legs gave out, and they collapsed to their knees, screaming in agony.
Hundreds of elephant-headed monsters let out piercing howls. Minus 792,387.
The massive critical hit number appeared before Lin Ji's eyes, making his
eyelids twitch.
Poor monsters, Lin Gu murmured softly, it's like having a boulder slammed into your chest.
Aoo. 10 fingers connect ignoring
everything else, he charged into the group of flower demons with the disc in hand. This disc, called the Expeller, could repel monsters of various
levels.
Shi Tengfei had managed to quickly pass the 45th level thanks to this artifact. However, the Expeller could only be used for 30 minutes and was extremely expensive, making it unaffordable for most groups.
Confident in its power, he walked into the monster horde without any precautions.
Unexpectedly, the monsters not only stayed but counterattacked fiercely, striking him hard. In an instant, he lost 1/5 of his health and almost
fainted.
More and more monsters swarmed toward him.
Shi Tengfei's face turned pale as he ran and cursed, what the hell is going on? Why isn't the Expeller working?
He downed 2 bottles of red potion while the monsters, as if enraged, charged at him with fury.
Xiao Su used taunt to draw them away and create some distance. Hearing this, Xiao Su's face darkened.
The monsters charging at them were all rare level 71 creatures, numbering
over 100.
As a level 35 Purple Earth Knight, there was no way he could withstand such a horde.
It was practically a death sentence. But since
Shi Tengfei had given the order, refusing would only lead to bigger problems later. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Su steeled himself and charged forward.
The monsters were drawn away, but Shi Tengfei, panting heavily, cursed, why the hell isn't this thing working? It was fine at the entrance. He completely failed to notice Xiao Su's rapidly depleting health and continued complaining.
Xiao Su forced a bitter smile and shouted, "Boss, I can't hold
on any longer. If you can't hold on, then die. Making it to the 46th level is already a blessing for you." Xiao Su's brow twitched. Though he felt humiliated, he had no other choice.
Soon, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The monsters, having lost their target, turned their
frenzy toward Shi Tengrui.
Seeing this, Shi Tengrui anxiously shouted, "Tengfei,
use the Shadow Binding Stone." Shi Tengfei's expression changed, instinctively wanting to refuse.
This treasure was the best thing his father had left him. He had already used quite a few along the way, leaving only this last one, which he had planned to save for the final sprint. Using it now would mean he couldn't clear this level. But with Shi Tengrui urging him and his health potions nearly depleted, he knew he would die if he delayed any longer.
Unbelievable. Shi Tengfei spat, reluctantly pulling out the Shadow Binding Stone.
In the martial arena, the higher-ups were growing increasingly excited. Yan Shi is amazing, breaking through to the 47th
level.
This time, Yan Shi is definitely taking first place.
Yi Qingtian can't catch up.
Wait, why is Shi Tengrui still stuck at the 46th level? He's really slow. Not just him, there are actually 5 teams that made it to the 46th level today.
Wow, even Shi Tengfei and Bai Jinqing's team
reached the 46th level.
Even the Orange Captain set a new record. Incredible. But how did Bai Jinqing make it? How did she get this far? Wait, someone seems to be coming out. Is it Bai Jinqing?
The crowd saw Bai Jinqing walking to the center of the martial arena and immediately erupted in
chatter. Wasn't she leading the team through the levels? Why is she the first to come out? That purple archer came out with her too. Only a white priest is left inside.
Forget it, they're probably just stalling for time.
They'll be out soon too. Exactly, that white priest doesn't have much attack power.
Even if they changed classes, they won't last long. The higher-ups quickly lost interest in Bai Jinqing and turned their attention
back to Yan Shi, who was performing brilliantly on the screen.
In the center of the martial arena, Chen Rui stretched lazily as she stepped out.
Ah, that was so satisfying.
Bai Jinqing smiled faintly, glancing at the rankings on her wristwatch, her eyes full of blessings.
Chen Rui casually said, "Qingqing, don't worry.
He's so strong, he'll definitely take first place. Besides, there's still the Resurrection Stone. He won't die."
by Jin Qing.
Was about to respond when a group of her girlfriends rushed over.
Qing. Ah, you're amazing. Zhang Xinyue and the others surrounded by
Jinqing excitedly, pulling and hugging her, so thrilled they didn't know how to express themselves. Qingqing, you really are an orange potential stock.
Amazing. By Jinqing is my sister. She broke through to level 46 and set a new record.
A group of girls were even more excited than by Jinqing.
Alright, Rue, you, stop messing around. Stop making noise, there are so many people here. What are you afraid of? You're awesome. Can't people talk about it?
Just as Bai Jinqing and Chan Rui were laughing and joking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Bai Jinqing.
Qing?
The noise instantly disappeared. Bai Jinqing instinctively turned around and was visibly stunned when she saw the person.
Director Qin, Zhang Xinyue, and the others also quieted down like mice seeing a cat.
Qin Xiu smiled gently and said, "Come with me, the dean wants to see you."
Bai Jinqing's expression changed slightly but quickly concealed it.
She knew someone would come looking for her sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be
so soon.
It seemed Lin Ge had made a big impact on them.
Of course, they still didn't know it was Lin Ji's doing. After exchanging a few words
with Chen Rui and the others, Bai Jinqing silently followed Qin Xiu to the main control platform. On the way, Qin Xiu suddenly stopped, turned, and smiled at her.
Qing, you've hidden yourself well. Even I didn't expect you to be so amazing.
Bai Jinqing was stunned.
Ha! Qin Xiu had a look of discovering a secret. Don't pretend, keep pretending. You're still hiding things from me?
Bai Jinqing was full of question marks,
completely not understanding what Qin Xiu was talking about.
Qin Xiu shook her head helplessly.
Ah, girls grow up and always learn to let go. Bai Jinqing blushed and quickly turned her head away.
Clearly, both of them misunderstood each other. Qin Xiu didn't ask further, just rubbed her head and led her to the main control platform. They arrived in front of Ling Kong and the others. Bai Jinqing stood beside Bai Xiangnan.
Dad. Bai Xiangnan nodded with a smile.
Good girl, today you made your dad proud. Bai Jinqing's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy.
Ling Kong laughed heartily.
Jinqing, you not only made your dad proud but also brought glory to our Tianqi city.
This time at the Dragon God Conference, our Tianqi city will definitely make it into the top 10.
Sure Tengfei and Sure Tengrui hadn't come out yet, and with Bai Jinqing, Tianqi city was bound to gain
fame.
Qin Yan glanced at the expressionless Shirley and said thoughtfully, Jinqing, tell us the truth, how did you pass the level 39 boss?
Bai Jinqing shook her head. Sorry, uncles and principal, I want to keep this a secret, but I promise I didn't cheat. No one was surprised, everyone has their secrets.
Just then, a familiar voice came from Shirley's tablet.
Qin Yan instinctively asked, huh? Sure Tengfei is still cursing?
Shirley looked
helpless but couldn't refute because the voice was indeed clear.
Sure Tengfei was cursing the idiot who stole his monster, and Sure Tengrui was cursing the flower demon that kept attacking him.
Don't let me catch that idiot.
I'll smash his bones into pieces.
Is this flower demon crazy? I didn't provoke it, yet it formed a team to attack me?
The two brothers cursed as they hurried along, while Xiatsong trembled alone behind them.
The two were about to explode with anger, their whole bodies radiating fury.
Finally, when they saw a field of monster corpses, they froze.
Someone got here before us? Didn't they both pass level 47 already?
Sure Tengrui instinctively said, but Sure Tengfei stared at the corpses, his eyelid twitching
violently. It's that idiot, it's him again. Sure Tengfei's face instantly turned red, almost exploding with anger.
He pointed at the monster corpses. With trembling fingers, his voice filled with rage. Brother, I told you before, the person who stole my abyss boss used this exact skill.
He's in the secret realm, I swear I'm going to. Wait. Sure Tengrui's face suddenly changed. Are you talking about the one who can defeat the abyss boss and all the monsters in 5 minutes? Exactly.
Sure Tengfei spat out, his teeth clenched in fury.
I've seen several monster corpses along the way, and the wounds are exactly the same.
Sure Tengrui's face grew darker, and he asked incredulously, are you sure? Even if he turned to ash, I'd recognize him. Sure Tengfei roared in fury, almost as if smoke was about to rise from his head. But after Sure Tengrui listened, he spoke in a low voice.
Do you know who those people ahead are? Yan Shi, Yiqing Tian. Sure Tengfei froze for a moment, and his anger subsided a bit. So what? That's My boss. My prey.
Sure Tengrui frowned, suppressing his emotions as he thought carefully.
That's not right. Yan Shi is the Golden Valkyrie, and Yi Xing Tian is an arcane mage. Neither of them has such skills.
Moreover, defeating a level 60 legendary Abyss Lord in tens of thousands of monsters
within 5 minutes is something even Yan Shi can't do right now.
As the two hesitated, Xiatsong cautiously raised his hand, his voice so soft it
was almost inaudible. Bosses. Could it be, besides those two, there's a third person ahead?
The two looked at each other, full of
confusion. Who? Could there be someone else in the secret realm?
Shi Tengrui was baffled. But Shi Tengfei suddenly thought of something, and his
expression instantly darkened. Who else could it be? Could it be Bai Jinqing? Xiatsong awkwardly smiled.
Bai Jinqing has already withdrawn from this
stage. Shi Tengfei's eyelid twitched, clearly on the verge of exploding. Then who else could it be? Speak up.
His wristwatch had been given to Zhao Ming, but Zhao Ming's arms were already out of commission, so no one had informed him of this news.
Seeing this, Xiatsong dared not delay and quickly spoke. It's Lin Gu.
After Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui withdrew, only Lin Gu remained.
Now the records show he's still on stage 46, but ranked third.
Hearing this, the two immediately understood Lin Gu was ranked third because he was ahead of them. This news was like a dagger to the heart,
completely enraging Shi Tengfei.
He trembled with anger, cursing non-stop. Shi Tengrui watched his brother curse endlessly, dumbfounded.
He had never
seen Shi Tengfei curse so much, clearly furious. But right now, the most important thing was Lin Gu, so he quickly stopped his brother.
Calm down first. Lin Gu? Didn't you say he was a white priest?
Yeah.
Shi Tengfei's eyes widened as he suddenly realized. What the hell? How is that possible? Isn't he just a lousy priest? How can he still be on stage 46 and even ahead of us?
Shi Tengrui's expression changed, and he immediately
thought of a possibility. Could it be his class mutated?
Shi Tengfei was about to continue cursing, but hearing this, he instantly calmed down.
Thinking carefully, something indeed seemed off. He hadn't noticed familiar wounds before, not until after stage 39.
And that was precisely when Bai Jinqing's team surpassed him. But Bai Jinqing was a mage, and he had checked her skills, they didn't match. As for Chen Rui, there was no need to even consider, she was just an archer, her attacks couldn't possibly cause such massive wounds.
More importantly, since then, he occasionally saw
corpses with similar wounds. Finally, since such wounds also appeared on monsters, it meant that person was ahead of them.
All the clues pointed to Lin Gu?
Seeing Shi Tengfei trembling all over, Shi Tengrui frowned and said, it's very likely that Lin Ji's class mutated, allowing him to cause
such damage.
But this still needs confirmation, we can't jump to conclusions.
Shi Tengfei trembled with rage, gritting his teeth. Then let's go. He must still be ahead.
I want to see what he's really made of.
Hold on.
Shi Tengrui stopped him, his mind racing before turning to Xiatsong.
You're a rogue, right?
Xiatsong's eyelid twitched, and a bad feeling immediately arose in his heart.
Why yes. Shi Tengfei nodded and took out a stick of incense burned down to the length of a pinky finger from his backpack. Take this. The monsters won't notice you. Sneak ahead and observe how
he fights the monsters from a distance. Don't get too close, just watch his combat style. Hearing this, Xiatsong felt as if his heart was being
squeezed.
After a while, Xiatsong held the lit incense, tiptoeing forward stealthily. The monster indeed ignored him, but weaving through so many
level 71 rare monster groups, he couldn't help but tremble. Damn, what does my life even count for? Xiatsong gritted his teeth tightly, tears almost falling. What else could he do?
Facing the strongest family in Apocalypse City, he was just a child from an ordinary family, with no chance to
resist. Moreover, his parents were still working for the Shi family. He could only keep comforting himself and accept reality. It's fine, it's fine.
I've already reached level 46, and I'm level 36 now.
At least I can make it into the top 10. Xiatsong muttered as he ran, and soon saw a monster. A head that had just been killed, its corpse not yet refreshed.
Looking at its collapsed chest, cracked fingernails, and blood-covered body, Xiatsong felt a chill all over, goosebumps rising. He didn't feel much when this move was used on monsters, but if it were used on humans, it would definitely
not be a minor injury.
Even more terrifying, some monsters had blood spurting from their wrists, while others were covered in blood, like walking blood bags.
The more Xietsun looked, the more frightened he became. This scene, how was it any different from hell? Reaching the end of the level, he
heard the monster's miserable screams, and his face turned pale.
So cruel.
He fearfully hid behind a large rock, just in time to see the level's
boss kneeling on the ground, wailing.
Its weapon was thrown to the ground, its body covered in wounds. Cluck, a deep yet crisp bell sound echoed.
A pair of eyes filled with resentment suddenly appeared above Lin Ji's head.
The next second, he felt an overwhelming surge of power throughout his body, even stronger than Ming Yun's blessing. The boss kneeling and wailing on the opposite side seemed to see something terrifying, trembling all over as thick, dark green smoke emanated from its body.
The damage numbers skyrocketed instantly, 982,323.
Seeing this, Lin Gu didn't stop and continued
to unleash his skills. Plague.
Buzz. A low hum resounded, and invisible ripples spread rapidly. The fear in the boss's eyes deepened, and it
forgot its pain, clutching its head and trembling. The double debuff and defense breaking effects made Lin Ji's eyes flash with excitement. He immediately
raised his hand and unleashed a new move, chest-crushing stone. A critical hit, and the damage soared to 1,464,545. Lin Gu was stunned, not
expecting his DPS to break 1,000,000.
This exclusive skill was truly insane. Not to mention, he hadn't even factored in the damage bonus from the
curse of resentment. If he did, his DPS could probably increase by another 30%.
After all, that golden exclusive weapon was packed with attributes
and could break through defenses. No small monster could withstand it.
Seeing the damage numbers, Lin Gu couldn't help but grin, the corners of his
mouth curling upward. Now the boss in front of me has negative defense. In that case, let me try. Heart-piercing fingers. The critical damage directly soared to 2,176,543. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, and he couldn't help but curse, holy crap. 2,000,000? The critical hit number shocked him. Goodness, you've only taken half of my damage, and you're almost done for?
Due to the continuous bleeding effect, Lin Gu unleashed 4 skills in succession, and the half-health boss lost another half of its HP bar in less than 5 seconds.
The speed was at least 5 times faster than before. Half a skill rotation and the DPS can break 2,000,000. If I switch equipment and use demon transformation, wouldn't the DPS soar to 5,000,000? How is anyone else supposed to play like this? Hidden classes really weren't a joke. Even calling it broken felt like an understatement. Lin Gu snapped back to reality, his eyes immediately lighting up with excitement, his whole body trembling with exhilaration. I'm about to hit level 40. Once I equip 6 new pieces of gear, my damage will reach a whole new level. Oh my! Just thinking about it made Lin Ji's heart race with excitement. You have to know, even by Jinqing after her second-class advancement couldn't break 2,000,000 DPS, right? Under normal circumstances, with decent equipment, her DPS was only around 300,000. Level up quickly.
Lin Gu instinctively stared at the boss, his eyes sparkling, even scaring the
boss into a daze. Be good and turn into my experience points. Heart-piercing fingers. Heart-piercing fingers. Boom! Lin Gu unleashed a frenzy of attacks, and within 30 seconds, the half-health boss let out a painful wail and collapsed. The equipment it dropped gleamed with golden light. Lin Gu excitedly ran over to take a look and immediately recognized something familiar. Holy crap! Another skill book dropped? He froze for a moment and quickly picked up all the loot. Obtained 423 gold, 67 silver, 76 copper. Obtained equipment, Elephant King's leg guards, purple. Obtained equipment, Ivory Jade, orange. Obtained equipment, Ivory Seal Jade, orange. Obtained skill book, Chaos Spell LV1. What kind of skill is Chaos Spell?
Lin Gu curiously checked the attributes.
Chaos Spell LV1, Universal Skill. Description: upon use, the target enters a chaotic state, continuously suffering blind damage for 1,000 seconds. The skill can be deactivated at any time. Holy crap! This is way too broken. Lin Gu was startled but quickly became overjoyed.
Say no more. Once this skill is activated in battle and thrown out, it wouldn't take long for the enemies to
descend into chaos, ready to be slaughtered. Lin Gu couldn't wait to try it out.
Glancing at the portal, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as
he stepped right in. He arrived at the 47th floor.
In front of him were all 2-headed ogres. They are 4 meters tall, wielding wooden clubs, with ferocious expressions on their faces.
But upon closer inspection, one of their heads has a dazed and adorable look in its eyes. Lin Gu didn't hesitate, and immediately used a new skill. Chaos Spell.
The novice staff emitted a faint glow, spreading like a plague within a 1,500-meter radius. Thick, green smoke rose from the bodies of one two-headed ogre after another, and their eyes became confused. -1,892,333 -1,923,453 -2,135,677 Lin Gu cast
the spell at the exact moment the resentment skill ended, causing the damage to skyrocket. Moreover, due to the continuous damage, the subsequent numbers that popped up all exceeded 2 million.
But the most impressive part wasn't the damage, it was the skill's effect.
At first, these two-headed ogres
looked dazed. When they saw Lin Gu enter their alert range, they still charged desperately, some even throwing fireballs. But within 5 seconds, they began to stop their actions, looking around blankly. Many ogres scratched their heads, completely clueless about what they were doing, and their
once ferocious expressions turned adorably silly.
They weren't very smart to begin with, and now under the chaos spell, the effect was incredibly
obvious.
However, they weren't instantly killed, as their health was close to 20 million.
Once the skill's duration ended, the monsters immediately resumed their actions. Lin Gu raised an eyebrow, thinking, is this skill even more fun than 10 Fingers Linked? 10 Fingers Linked was powerful for its long duration and immediate effect. Chaos Spell, though shorter in duration, dealt more damage and had crazier effects. In that case, next, let's start training.
Lin Ji's lips curled into a cold smile as he cast Chaos Spell again, plunging a group of ogres into chaos.
The final battle of the 47th level. Dressed in golden armor, with black hair
flowing, She descended like a war goddess, exuding dominance. Holding a long spear, she transformed into a golden dragon in an instant. With a furious roar, she fiercely pierced the head of the level 75
two-headed demon dragon. Golden Dragon Spear. Boom! 2 massive damage numbers popped up instantly.
Using the force of the spear, she twisted sharply, propelling herself backward. Beside her, Yi Qingtian's
eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, what a move! Amazing!
Unwilling to be outdone, he immediately raised his staff and began chanting.
As the staff emitted a dazzling blue light, a 2-meter-wide
light screen condensed above his head.
Arcane Aura.
Countless blue arrows of light shot out from the screen, directly targeting the demon dragon's eyes, exploding for 800,000 damage in one hit.
But this only enraged the dragon.
With a furious roar, it raised its 2 heads and simultaneously unleashed 2 energy beams of ice and fire.
Yan Shi and Yi Qingtian's expressions changed drastically as they quickly
retreated, but they were still grazed by the energy. She saw her health bar drop by a third in an instant. Shaking her head helplessly, she turned and ran. Yi Qingtian's eyes widened in shock, shouting,
Yan Shi?
She ignored him and ran off without looking back. Yi Qingtian sighed and followed her. Chasing her to a large rock, Shi sat down and began eating bread. Yi Qingtian gritted his teeth, glancing back at the 2-headed demon dragon recovering its health, and said firmly, let's try again.
I think we can do it. If you want to go by yourself. I'm not going. She refused without hesitation. She didn't care at all about running away mid-battle. Fighting a losing battle was just foolish. Yi Qingtian's face darkened, and he muttered, people outside are definitely watching our performance. Running away
just now will surely displease the higher-ups.
If we don't even dare to try, we'll definitely get scolded. Chewing on her bread, Shi smiled, you're funny. Let them scold us. It's not like we'll lose a piece of flesh.
Yi Qingtian trembled with anger. He cared deeply about his image and couldn't accept the current situation.
But Shi's carefree attitude showed she didn't care about others' opinions at all. That's a level 75 legendary monster.
Even with its health and stats reduced, it still has 40 million HP. My full power attack only deals 600,000 damage, and one hit from it takes away a third of my health. She gave him a strange look. Your skill that cools down in an hour is passable, but your other skills?
You're not even as good as me. Do you think we can win? Yi Qingtian gave a bitter smile
and calmed down.
So what now? Just quit like this? And what if we quit? Shi nonchalantly continued eating her bread.
I've already set a record, I can go anywhere I want.
What more could you be dissatisfied with? Yi Qingtian gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness, but the reality was clear. Even if he wanted to keep going, they couldn't defeat this boss and pass the level. Yan Shi laughed.
Again, the mobs on level 48 are all level 76, and there are 3 level 78 bosses. With our level 39 damage, there's no way we can get through.
Yi Qingtian clenched his fists, trembling with anger, but there was no other way.
After a long while, he sighed deeply and reluctantly accepted reality.
Forget it, it's enough. Let's retreat.
Yan Shi didn't say much, waved her hand, and said goodbye, bye-bye.
Yi
Qingtian froze for a moment, a bit confused.
You're not leaving?
Yan Shi took another bite of her bread, smiled, and shook her head.
I'll stay a little longer. A little longer? Yi Qingtian's eyes were filled with doubt. You can't get through here, so why stay?
Yan Shi looked up at him, her eyes full of curiosity.
Waiting for someone? I'm waiting for someone. Yi Qingtian was stunned when he heard this. Waiting for someone? Who? Shi Tang Rue? Him?
Yan Shi sneered, he's not worthy.
She tossed the empty bread bag into her backpack and lazily stretched her neck. The person I'm waiting for, if they can defeat
this boss, I'm staying just to witness it.
What do you mean? Level 47.
Lin Go had just cast a confusion spell on a group of 2-headed ogres, followed by Stone Shatter and 10 Fingers Piercing Heart.
With 3 continuous damage skills in effect, the monsters were no challenge at all. He walked along, gaining experience as he went. Just about one more monster, and I'll level up. The last ogre fell, and Lin Go looked at the nearly full experience bar, his eyes lighting up.
Perfect timing, the boss at the end of the level was just ahead.
Defeating it would surely level him up. However, there were some things
along the way that had annoyed him. For instance, he had just killed a boss, and the reward was only 2 trash purple items and a few coins, nothing worthwhile. It was a waste of the 3 minutes he spent showing off. As Lin Go rounded a small hill, he suddenly saw a familiar face.
Hey! As soon as he spoke, Yan Shi and Yi Qingtian, who were sitting on 2 large rocks eating and drinking, instinctively looked over.
The corners of Yan Shi's mouth slowly lifted, and she waved casually, as if she had expected this. Fancy meeting you again, handsome. Yi Qingtian looked at Lin Go, both confused and shocked.
Is he the one you were talking about?
Yan Shi glanced at Yi Qingtian and smirked mockingly.
Alright, you've seen enough. Go back and rest. Yi Qingtian froze. Aren't you going to introduce us? He seems like your friend. Yan Shi put the water bottle back into her backpack and stood up. Introduce? Friend? He's not even close to you. What's the point of an introduction?
Lin Go looked at Yan Shi, puzzled, as she walked toward
him. Why are you still here?
I thought you'd already passed level 48. Yan Shi shrugged and said helplessly, no way, I can't get through.
The boss guarding the level is unbeatable. Lin Go raised an eyebrow. Even the golden potential Valkyrie can't beat it?
Yan Shi laughed at that, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower.
She playfully blinked. Golden potential means invincible? I wish it were that simple.
Seeing the stark difference in Yan Shi's attitude toward Lin Go and himself, Yi Qingtian's heart raced.
Yan Shi.
Your time is running out. Yan Shi ignored Yi Qingtian and cut him off directly.
Lin Go
looked at her meaningful gaze, momentarily unsure of her intentions. Yan Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said softly, time is really running out. Lin Go froze, sensing the shift in atmosphere, and instantly
understood Yan Shi's hint.
The next moment. As Yi Qingtian was walking towards Yan Shi, he suddenly disappeared on the spot.
Yan Shi, you, huh?
Yi Qingtian, who appeared in the martial arts arena, looked
bewildered. Is that Yi Qingtian? Whoa! What? Even the golden potential couldn't withstand it? Wow, the boss of level 47 is that strong? Even the golden potential couldn't hold up? Did you forget? They mentioned quitting earlier? Probably had enough fun and are ready to leave. Yeah, I almost forgot. Goddess She is about to come out too. Goddess She. My white moonlight. Finally, I can see her true face.
I was too nervous before to get a clear look. Hearing the whispers and gazes around him, Yi Qingtian suddenly realized what had happened.
His eyelid twitched as he quickly opened the battle log. You have been killed. Yi Qingtian? Alright, the hypocrite is gone. In level 47, Yan Shi was not surprised by Yi Qingtian's disappearance.
She stretched lazily, her beautiful face and perfect figure shining
under the golden armor.
It's hard to even stretch with outsiders around.
Lin Ji's mouth twitched, thinking, we've only met twice. Aren't you planning to continue clearing the levels? Yan Shi paused, withdrew her arm, and blinked her big eyes. Nope, my damage output is maxed out. Continuing would just be asking for trouble. Better to go back, rest, and get a good sleep. They had been struggling in the secret realm for nearly 10 hours and were indeed exhausted. Seeing Lin Go remain silent, Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. Since you've agreed to team up, why don't you carry me through this level? Yi Qingtian's exit was due to Lin Ge's secret interference. And Lin Gu acted because Yan Shi had secretly sent him a team invitation.
From Yan Shi's words, Lin Gu knew that the tablet screens those people outside were watching
definitely didn't show what was happening here.
Hearing her suggestion, Lin Gu understood her intention. She wasn't simply trying to clear another level but wanted to test her damage output and confirm her suspicions. However, Lin Gu wasn't worried that she would reveal the data. This woman was deep-thinking, smart, and cautious. Her subtle reminders to him indicated that even if she discovered something, she wouldn't speak recklessly. The two had a tacit understanding. Helping her wouldn't hurt. After all, he didn't mind losing a bit of experience, and she didn't care about clearing another level. Thinking this through, Lin Gu smiled faintly.
Alright, consider it repayment for the information you gave me about Tyrell and Bone Scab. No way.
Yan Shi immediately refused.
You promised to treat me to a meal. This doesn't count.
Lin Gu looked puzzled.
Doesn't it? The young lady of Biguan City still owes me a meal? What? Is Biguan City so poor it can't even afford food? Yan Shi couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head with mock seriousness. Of course, very poor. I live on my own, you know.
Lin Gu pursed his lips helplessly.
Fine. A meal it is. When we get back to Apocalypse City, I'll treat you to stir-fried noodles.
Yan Shi froze, her eyes widening instantly.
No way? You're so broke you're treating me to stir-fried noodles? How about spicy hot pot then?
Yan Shi looked incredulous.
Stow you. Sis, I met a scumbag today. Can you believe it? Lin Gu. Forget it. Yan Shi waved her hand nonchalantly. Whatever, anything's fine. I'm not picky. With that, she extended her hand. Lead the way, and don't make me embarrass myself.
Lin Gu rolled his eyes speechlessly, picked up his beginner's staff, and walked past her. Turning a corner, he immediately saw a two-headed demon dragon towering 10 meters high.
Its
scales gleamed with a cold light, and its deep purple body exuded the majesty befitting a level 75 legendary boss.
40 million HP. How long can you last? Yan Shi asked.
Lin Gu turned back, smiling faintly.
What about you?
Yan Shi's eyes carried a hint of provocation. If it's a stationary target, I can go all out with skills and take it down in about 2 minutes. But since the boss moves and I have to dodge skills, sustained output would take about 5 minutes. If the rhythm breaks, it will take at least 10 minutes. But this boss's damage is too overwhelming. I can't withstand more than 3 moves. It's impossible to fight. Lin Gu nodded, gaining a general understanding of the power of golden potential. Its strength was at least 5 times that of orange potential. Bai Jinqing was level 38, with DPS of just over 70,000. Yan Shi was level 39, with DPS reaching 500,000. Although Yan Shi was fully equipped with orange gear and had significant bonuses, the over 5-fold output gap was still very apparent. 2 minutes, that's pretty fast, Lin Gu said calmly. Yan Shi was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding what Lin Gu meant, but Lin Gu didn't give her time to think. Chaos spell. Lin Gu immediately opened with a debuff. Instantly, a critical hit of 1.2 million damage appeared above the two-headed demon dragon's head. Yan Shi's eyelid twitched, and the relaxed expression on her face gradually disappeared. Even more terrifying, every second that followed, 1 million damage kept appearing. A small instant cast skill with a DPS of 1 million, who wouldn't be shocked seeing that? Most importantly, the boss, who had been furious and ready to unleash ice and fire magic, suddenly choked halfway through and swallowed it back. Even visibly, its 4 eyes began to show confusion. What kind of skill is this? Yan Shi asked in surprise, looking at Lin Gu. Lin Gu, however, remained indifferent, as if it was nothing special. Chest-breaking stone. Bang! Roar! The two-headed demon dragon's chest instantly caved in, and the confusion in its eyes turned to clarity. Yan Shi's face changed dramatically. What kind of skill is this? The effect is terrifying. Then, critical hits of 1.2 million damage kept appearing, and the bleeding effect caused 1 million damage per second. Yan Shi finally realized something was wrong. Lin Ge's damage was still increasing. That previous skill was for reducing defense. So that's how it is.
10 fingers connected. Bang!
Minus 1,534,658 blood mist burst from the limbs, and in the blink of an eye, the boss turned into a massive blood gourd, the scene horrifyingly gruesome.
Yen's pupils contracted, and she froze, truly recognizing Lin Ji's damage potential for the first time.
In the next second, Lin Gu unleashed a series of skills, and the two-headed demon dragon's health bar dropped like a flood breaking through a dam.
In less than a minute, half of its health was gone.
Moreover, from the moment the boss fell to its knees in pain, it never stood up again.
It couldn't even execute any attack skills. Whenever the boss tried to cast a skill, Lin Gu would instantly interrupt it. The boss not only had to endure Lin Ji's damage but also suffered the backlash of interrupted skills. Honestly, the scene was insane. Who would believe it? Without seeing it firsthand?
It was shocking to the point of numbness, completely overwhelming.
10 fingers connected. Bang!
Minus 1,692,432. The DPS was still rising, now reaching 1.7 million.
Yen's mouth slightly opened, her face full of shock. What kind of godly damage is this? She exclaimed, staring at Lin Ji's profile in amazement.
The young man, however, remained calm, as if 1.7 million DPS was nothing
at all.
Previously, Yenshi had only guessed that Lin Ji's damage was high, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch up to her so quickly. But now, seeing it with her own eyes, she realized how naive her
assumptions had been.
She had thought that as long as she had golden potential, no matter how mutated it was, even if her DPS was 10 or 20,000 higher than others, it would already be remarkable. But now, it was clear her thinking was far too simplistic. You have to understand, Lin Gu was only using a beginner's staff right now. She believed Lin Gu definitely had more powerful weapons and equipment, just not equipped yet. Otherwise, his damage would be terrifyingly high. Looking at the boss kneeling on the ground, wailing in pain, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Gu again. This time, she stared at his profile for a long time, her eyes shining like light bulbs. This man was truly strong. Extremely strong. The most potential-filled and powerful person she had ever seen. Bang! Just as she was lost in thought, a loud noise snapped her back to reality. In the next second, a golden light shone from Lin Ji's body. He leveled up, Yen's eyes lit up and instinctively glanced at the boss. However, seeing the boss beaten so miserably, with a pile of black and yellow things flying off its body, she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. This boss's skill, it's practically a torture device.
Ha ha, leveled up, hey?
Wait, why did another skill book drop?
She was dumbfounded. Isn't dropping a skill book a good thing? She was even more confused.
Lin Gu walked forward helplessly, picking up
items while complaining. No way? Did I just dig up a treasure trove of skill books?
I've lost count of how many skill books I've picked up these past few days.
Yen's face was full of question marks. Listen to yourself. Can you be serious for once?
Lin Gu smacked his lips and patted the skill book in his hand, brushing off the virtual dust.
Since level 45, I've already picked up 3 skill books.
She looked at him in disbelief, tilting her head.
Come on, can you be serious?
I'm not joking, Lin Gu said, curling his lips.
Picking up skill books every day, they're practically turning into trash.
Looking at Lin Ji's defiant and unwilling expression, She really wanted to punch him.
Do you know how annoying you are?
She panted, raising her small fist.
Since my awakening, I've been grinding for so long and haven't gotten a single skill book.
And here you are, acting all smug, talking like it's no big deal. She was so angry she was about to explode, and Lin Gu finally realized.
What? You've been grinding for so long and haven't gotten a single skill book? Isn't grinding for skill books just a matter of casually farming? I've already gotten 6 of them. Are you even grinding bosses seriously?
She was trembling with anger, almost pulling out her golden spear to stab him. Lin Gu, seeing her so furious she could barely breathe, suddenly understood.
Oh, looks like your luck is just terrible. That's so rude. Yen's eyelid twitched violently, as if it could play a symphony. Jerk! Jerk! She was fuming, shaking like a sieve.
This was the first time she had shown any emotion other than her usual carefree demeanor. To be honest, in all her life, including her father, there had been people who made her angry, but to be this furious? This was a first. Even she herself didn't understand. Clearly, she wasn't lacking in equipment or skills, so why was Lin Gu making her so mad? Her head was spinning. But she was so angry her heart was racing.
Coming back to her senses, she couldn't help but laugh. You really are. I give up.
Lingu, seeing her gradually calm down, chuckled.
Admit it, just accept it. Lingu cleared his throat and tilted his head, pointing at the fallen boss. The boss you can't beat, I can. If you're not convinced, who would be? The corner of Yan Shi's mouth twitched.
This was truly the first time she'd met someone with such a sharp tongue. She felt that Lin Ji's mouth was even more venomous than his skills.
I really don't understand how Ching Ching puts up with you. What did you say? Nothing.
Yan Shi rolled her eyes and couldn't help but
laugh. Hurry up and check the skill. If you can learn it, learn it. If not, sell it and use the money to treat me to a good meal.
Lingu gave her a suspicious glance, then turned to check the skill description. Flower Shaking Hand LV1 Lingu exclusive skill description. When the skill is activated, the target will uncontrollably want to join their teammates in performing the flower shaking hand gesture,
continuously taking a certain amount of damage. Effect lasts for 1000 seconds. What kind of ridiculous skill is this?
Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, his face full of shock.
Whose decent skill could be this bizarre? I'm a proper priest, can't I get something normal? He was completely dumbfounded.
Honestly, having his skill mutate into chaos magic was already overpowered enough. Just imagining using this skill, combined with his plague effect spreading.
Oh, I can't even imagine the scene. Even he couldn't help but blushed. Is this the true strength of the venomous priest? It seems so.
Ever since the successful job change, the skills have become increasingly strange. Originally, they were mainly damage skills, but now they've all turned into tormenting ones. Yan Shi noticed his odd expression and silence, curiously poking him.
Can you learn it?
Lingu shrugged.
Sorry to disappoint you, the spicy hot pot is still yours. Yan Shi's mouth twitched, helplessly pouting. So stingy.
Lingu chuckled, not taking it to heart.
You don't know how expensive household expenses are until you're in charge. After all, you're the young lady of Biguan City.
Yan Shi listened, her face full of black lines.
Lingu didn't think much and directly chose to learn the skill. Seeing him staring into the air in a daze, Yan Shi curiously asked, "What's wrong? Not talking? Is the skill not useful? Not useful? What a joke. This skill is absolutely useful." Lingu forced a laugh. "It's quite useful, I was just studying the description." He glanced at the remaining worn-out equipment. "I'm heading to level 48, what about you?"
Yan Shi shrugged.
"I'll check out level 48 too. Then I'll quit."
Lingu didn't find it strange, after all, she had already taken everything she could.
"Alright, let's go in together." "Wait."
Yan Shi suddenly grabbed him.
If Lingu knew this was Yan Shi's first interaction with the opposite sex, he definitely wouldn't believe it.
If outsiders saw this, they'd probably go crazy. Yan Shi bounced back like a startled rabbit, pretending to be nonchalant, and whispered,
"Your time is running out." Lingu was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting. Yan Shi's lips curled up.
"So when you enter level 48 and I quit, you must hurry."
Lingu nodded seriously. "Got it. Thanks."
"Oh, fine." Yan Shi sighed playfully.
Alright, I really have no choice.
I'll help you one last time, consider it repaying the favor for helping me pass level 47.
She playfully patted Lin Ji's shoulder. "Speaking of which, why don't we find a place more expensive than Spicy Hot Pot for a meal?"
Lingu froze for a moment, unable to help but smile wryly.
At the entrance of level 48, Yan Shi glanced
at her watch and turned to Lingu, who was drinking water.
"Alright, I'm leaving now. You better hurry. They won't last long."
Lingu nodded in response. Yan Shi said no more and disappeared on the spot. Lingu swallowed, stretched his neck, and immediately equipped all the gear he could.
5 orange items, 1 purple item. That's right, the 2 orange bracelets just dropped from the Elephant King boss perfectly.
Replaced his original 2 purple ones.
Now, he's almost fully equipped with orange gear. After changing his equipment, Lingu immediately donned the Venomous Curse and glanced at his attribute panel.
Name, Lingu class, Venomous Priest potential, red level, 40 strength, 2145 agility, 2264 spirit, 4012 constitution, 2643 equipment, Venomous Curse, gold, One-Eyed King's pendant, purple. Demonized Wolf Boots, purple, Pig King Ring, purple, Corpse King Ring, purple, Ivory Jade, orange, Ivory Seal Jade, orange, Beryld's Glory, orange, Beryld's Wool, orange, Beryld's Mask, orange. Spirit's Watch, gold, Corpse King's Fong, orange, Corpse King's Shroud, orange, Bone Binding Belt, orange, Removed Eyeball, orange, Whisper of Grace, orange, Executor's Tactics, orange, Skills, Plague. LV6, Heartstrings LV6, Chest Crushing LV6, Intimidation LV3, Demonization, Max Level, Headstand LV1, Venomous LV1, Tendon Severing LV1, Chaos Spell LV1, Flower Hand LV1. Nothing else, let's get started.
After reviewing his attributes, Lingu couldn't stop grinning. With this attribute panel, even without the 100-fold bonus from the Transcendent talent, he's practically invincible. After a moment of excitement, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, reaching level 40 also gave me 3 skill points. He originally planned to save it, hoping to learn some powerful skills in the future and then upgrade it to level 4. However, after trying Chaos Spell, he realized that even at lower levels, the damage of these skills wasn't much different.
On the contrary, the exclusive skill Malice gave him a huge surprise.
So, seeing
that Malice was still only at level 1, he didn't hesitate and directly upgraded it to level 4. As a result, the range of Malice expanded to 800 meters. Once it reaches level 5, the range will increase to 1500 meters, the same as Plague. At that point, the two skills combined will reduce all enemy attributes and defenses by 60%, with an added contagion effect. Other than invincible, he couldn't think of a better word to describe it. If it weren't for the time constraint, he would have liked to admire it a bit longer. Originally, he only planned to reach level 40, secure first place, and leave.
But now, with the
Sure family brothers helping to create opportunities, and having learned a new skill, it was the perfect chance to test it out. This place had plenty of monsters, and the experience rewards were reasonable. As the saying goes, since you're here, you might as well clear all 50 levels to make it complete. Thinking of this, Lingu looked at the dense group of centaurs not far away and revealed a mischievous smile.
Let's test the new skill first.
These level 78 centaurs had around 20 million HP, compared to the two-headed demon dragon's HP, it was far less. Lingu licked his lips and immediately used a skill on the
nearest centaur. Flower Shaking Hand. As the staff glowed, the centaur's eyes instantly turned red. The next second, it shuddered violently and couldn't help but throw its head back and roar in anger. But the sound was rather strange. Even worse, its lower body suddenly froze, and it abruptly dropped its weapon, raised its hands, and began to shake wildly. Poof! Howl! Howl poof! The centaur became visibly excited, its entire body starting to move restlessly.
Its eyes no longer held ferocity but rather a kind of anxiousness, as if it couldn't find a partner to dance with.
Before it could make a move,
green smoke erupted from its body, infecting the nearby centaurs, who also immediately raised their heads and began howling. In the blink of an eye, countless centaurs gathered together, dropped their weapons, and started shaking wildly. Although they were excited, as long as Lingu was their target, they still felt something was off. But it was completely useless. No matter how much they howled in pain, the skill firmly controlled them. Within seconds, all the centaurs in front of him had fallen into a state of frenzied shaking.
The scene instantly descended into chaos.
Lin Ji's mouth twitched, showing a surprised expression. Although he already knew this skill was absurd, he hadn't expected it to be this absurd.
Watching those centaurs desperately lift their upper bodies, raise their hands, and dance as if following, Lingu couldn't help but laugh.
"Buddy, be careful, don't fall.
Don't cause a stampede."
He shivered, turned around, and prepared to leave. Forget it, not watching, not watching.
Too eye-catching. He had
to admit, this skill was absurdly powerful, and the damage was truly astonishing. Without stacking other defense-reducing skills, the single-hit damage had already reached 2 million, and it was still increasing.
Unbelievable. I'll have to use this more often. If a professional player gets hit by this move. I can't even imagine.
Lingu bypassed the wildly swinging centaur and quickly rushed deeper into the 48th
level.
In the martial arts arena, the atmosphere among the high-ranking officials and the main viewing
platform was relaxed and cheerful.
This year's professional players were incredibly strong, breaking multiple records. Amid their excitement, they began to consider how to attract these talents. Xinglong Academy's dean, Lu Guanyu, glanced at Yi Shouju, who was smiling broadly, and casually said, "With so many promising talents this year, old Yi, don't hog them all." Yi Shouju curled his lips and replied, "I wouldn't hog them. The kids can go wherever they want, it's their freedom."
Lu Guanyu chuckled and sat up straight.
"Xing Tian is a given, and Yanxi, that kid, not even his father can control him. Who knows where he'll end up?" Now, in public settings, only Shi Tengrui is left.
Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this.
This year's team championship is undoubtedly Yan Shi's, but for the individual challenge, Shi Tengrui still has a chance. Exactly, Shi Tengrui is a paladin, with invincible defense and high output.
The Shi family isn't a small clan,
and the orange gear they've prepared for him is formidable.
He has a good shot. In the end, the champion will definitely be one of Yan Shi, Xing Tian, or Shi Tengrui.
The others basically don't stand a chance.
Yeah, it's just a formality anyway.
If it weren't for the abundance of golden potentials this year, that big shot wouldn't have agreed to let Yan Shi participate.
Enough talk.
Our White Tiger Academy has the White Tiger
Paladin Core, and Shi Tengrui just awakened as a paladin. He's perfect for our White Tiger Academy. Old Xing, you're starting again, aren't you? Ha, not just Shi Tengrui. I think Shi Tengfei is also a great fit
for our White Tiger Academy.
Everyone was helpless but had to admit he had a point.
The Shi brothers were indeed well suited for White Tiger Academy.
This matter, you
talking to us won't help, it depends on what the Shi brothers and the Shi family head decide. Exactly, Shi Tengrui attended Qinglong Academies,
Qinglong Institute during high school.
There's a good chance he'll still choose Qinglong Academy.
You were just saying old Qin was being biased, and now you're doing the same? Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter, the atmosphere light and joyful. Although many players had withdrawn before reaching the 39th level. This year, it didn't mean they were weak.
In fact, the overall level of this year's players was the highest in history. It would likely be hard to surpass in the future, so as the deans of the top 10 academies of the era, they were naturally overjoyed. Lu Guanyu glanced at Yi Shouju, who had remained silent throughout, feeling a bit puzzled. Something seemed off about him, but he couldn't pinpoint it.
He instinctively looked at the tablet in his hand. Suddenly, he froze. Wait a minute? Stop talking. Lu Guanyu thought he
had seen wrong and carefully confirmed again. His expression immediately changed.
Wasn't Lingu with Yan Shi when they entered the 48th level earlier? How is he already at the 49th level now? What? Everyone turned to look at the leaderboard in a hurry. Sure enough, next to Lin Ji's name, ranked first, the number 49 was clearly displayed.
At this moment, all the high-ranking officials were stunned.
What on earth is going on? How did he get to the 49th level? Isn't he a priest with no attack power? Didn't he rely on Yan Shi to get to the 48th level? How could he reach the 49th level alone?
The group of high-ranking officials was utterly shocked, completely unable to understand what had happened.
Lin Ji's name, profession, and background were all well known to these big shots.
Ever since Bai Jinqing entered the secret realm, they hadn't paid much attention to him. After all, how could a priest be expected to kill monsters?
But who would have thought that after all this time, not only did he not come out, but he actually made it to the 49th level? Not only
were they surprised, but Ling Kong and the others were also stunned. Instantly, their gazes locked onto Bai Jinqing, who was just about to leave.
Old Ling, what's going on with this Lin Gu? Jinqing, how did Lin Gu manage this?
Bai Jinqing awkwardly twitched the corner of her mouth and shook her head, saying, I
don't know either.
After speaking, she turned and ran, leaving a group of big shots dumbfounded. Bai Jinqing ran down the stairs and was about to reach the contestant passage when she suddenly stopped, as if she
had remembered something.
She hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran in another direction. At this moment, Yan Shi, standing in front of Lan Lan and Xiaoyu, looked at the rankings on her watch, and the corners
of her mouth couldn't help but lift. Cleared the 48th level in 5 minutes. You really have been hiding a lot of strength.
Lan Lan and Xiaoyu also understood at this point, excitedly clasping their hands
together and saying, Sister Shi, this Lin Gu is amazing. He actually went further than you. Yeah, when you
told me about him before, I didn't believe it. Now it seems the reality is even more shocking.
Oh my god. He's been in there for so long, could he be aiming for the 50th level?
Yan Shi listened, her smile growing wider.
Level 49. Shi Tengrui and his companion ran desperately into the teleportation portal, stopping to catch their breath.
The two leaned on their knees and exchanged a smile. Brother, I didn't expect Dad to leave
this thing to you. Shi Tengrui sneered coldly. Let's just say he did. Shi Tengfei gave him a strange look, then suddenly nodded in realization. Enough talk, brother, let's hurry up and go. Right.
Shi Tengrui felt the forgotten spirit smoke in his hand.
It can still last for 10 minutes. If we sprint at full
Speed, we should be able to catch the teleportation portal. Shi Tengfei's eyes lit up, his breathing quickened.
Level 50.
Level 50, brother. Although we took a bit of a shortcut, this is a chance to make history. You and I, as brothers, will surely leave a bold mark in the new history of Dragon Country.
And with the results from level 50, once we get out, we might even make it onto the Tianjiao rankings. Shi Tengrui couldn't help but smile at this.
Let's go, create a record, he shouted, and the two immediately started
running.
They had barely run 10 meters when Shi Tengrui felt something was off.
Strange, there should be a lot of monsters at the entrance.
What the heck? Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned by the scene around the corner. Countless fire demons and spirit moon raptors were gathered in a circle, frantically
shaking their arms.
They were eating and drinking without distinction, completely out of control. Even more terrifying, their nails had all fallen off, and blood was spurting out like fountains.
Blood gushed
continuously from their wrists and ankles, making it impossible for them to stand properly or run around. However, they could still gather together and shake their hands, with no one able to escape.
Shi Tengfei even
worried that they might shake themselves into the air. Occasionally, they would vomit blood and howl in pain.
Utterly miserable. Yet, in their frenzied age, Shirley couldn't help but rub his forehead, unable to bear watching any longer.
Fortunately, Shi Tengrui reacted quickly and pulled him back.
Don't rush to scold.
Since these monsters aren't dead yet, it means that person just used their skill not long ago.
He might still be ahead. Shi Tengfei exploded upon hearing this. What? He hasn't left yet? I knew it. He was so furious he was about to burst.
Originally, he thought the secret realm only had the two of them left, and everyone else,
including Lingu, must have left with Yan Shi. Unexpectedly, someone was still ahead.
This was practically stealing their record.
Wait. That person ahead might not be Lingu. Shi Tengrui's eyes turned cold as he tightly grabbed Shi Tengfei's arm. Our wristwatches all show. Without certainty, we don't even know who that person ahead is. Lingu might have already left with Yan Shi. No matter if the person ahead is stealing
your boss or if it's Lingu,
or if they're actually the same person.
A trace of malice flashed in Shi Tengfei's eyes, and his lips slowly curled into a sinister smile.
Brother, you're right. No matter who it is, they must die. Shi Tengrui patted his arm. Let's keep moving. We'll recognize them when we get there.
Even though he has a resurrection stone, killing him here is useless.
But outside, he won't have a resurrection stone. Exactly. The most important thing now is to confirm who it is.
Shi Tengfei's eyelid twitched as he gritted his teeth and charged ahead. After all, they were here to set records, not to farm
experience. The chaos caused by the monsters actually worked in their favor. The two silently quickened their
pace, fueled by determination, and Shi Tengfei wished he had 4 legs to run faster.
After running for less than 2 minutes, strange roars from the monsters ahead echoed again.
Shi Tengfei's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed Shi Tengrui.
He's right ahead. Shi Tengrui nodded and pulled him to quicken their steps.
Rushing past a small hill, they once again saw the bloodthirsty giant apes and half-beast wolves, seemingly having a cross-species wild party.
This is insane.
Even though they'd seen it before, the two still felt a chill down their spines. However, the sight of the monsters with collapsed chests, nails flying off, and blood spraying and vomiting was what truly made them uncomfortable.
Over there. Someone. Shi Tengrui
immediately spotted the figure walking into the depths of the monster horde. Shi Tengfei ran a few steps forward and recognized the familiar silhouette.
Lingu?
He froze, blurting out in shock.
Lingu, who was
preparing to cast a spell, heard someone calling him and turned back in confusion. Seeing the familiar faces,
Shi Tengfei's jaw dropped, his face full of disbelief.
Although he had already guessed it might be Lingu, confirming it still left him speechless. After all, he had personally investigated and confirmed that Lingu was
a white priest. How could Lingu suddenly transform into a top-tier fighter leading the charge today? It's really you?
Shi Tengfei finally snapped out of it, trembling with rage. Instantly, images of Bai Jinqing, those pretty boy insults, and the scenes of Lingu repeatedly stealing his bosses and humiliatingly defeating the ones he summoned at great cost flashed through his mind like a carousel. These memories surged into his brain, making his blood boil, his face flush, and his ears burn.
He exploded on the spot, pointing at Lingu and cursing furiously. You just know how to make a fuss. Halfway through his rant, Shi Tingfei's vision went black. The next second, before he could react, he found himself in the center of the martial arena. If you don't listen, I'll make a fuss. Shi Tingfei shouted and yelled in the middle of the martial arena, full of momentum, causing an uproar among the crowd. Shirley and Ling Kong were stunned, their jaws dropping in shock. Their attention had been on the suddenly blacked-out tablet screen, completely unaware of Shi Tingfei's sudden outburst. One moment, they could see him and Shi Tengrui fleeing, and the next, after the screen went black, he was suddenly acting like he'd been provoked, going berserk. The surrounding contestants stared at him, watching him stand there like a shrew, hands on hips, yelling at the air, utterly dumbfounded. Their shock was no less than seeing Lingo break through 48 levels. So shocking. The young master of the top-ranked family in Apocalypse City truly has a way with words that leaves people speechless. Fortunately, Shi Tengrui reacted quickly, although he still didn't understand what had happened. This time, Shi Tingfei's embarrassment wasn't just his own, it brought shame to the entire Shi family. Tingfei, stop cursing. Shi Tengrui smacked the back of his head, pulling him out of his rage. Shi Tingfei suddenly snapped out of it, looking a bit dazed. Ha! Wasn't I still in the secret realm? How did I end up here? Everyone looked at him speechlessly, their faces full of awkwardness. Shi Tengrui's face turned red as he quickly pressed down on his head and said, I don't know what happened either, but somehow we just ended up out here. Don't say anything for now. Suddenly came out? Shi Tengfei's reaction was slow, and it wasn't until now that he realized he had been eliminated. What? How is that possible? I haven't even passed the 49th level yet. So how did I get out? He suddenly thought of something and immediately jumped up, cursing, it must be that idiot Lin Ji's fault. He's the one who got us kicked out. The people nearby, upon hearing this, cast disdainful glances his way. This was a classic case of being a sore loser. On the organizer's side, Ling Kong and the others were stunned, their expressions serious as they looked at Shirley. Old Shi, don't get angry. Someone tried to console him. Yeah, the Tengrui brothers made it to the 48th level. That's already a pretty good result. Exactly, they performed well. They'll definitely have more opportunities in the future, so don't be too upset. Don't get angry? Shirley simply couldn't do it. He had spent a fortune to acquire the abyssal stone that could unlock the demonic abyss and had prepared numerous tools for the two brothers. The favors and resources spent behind the scenes were immeasurable. He had thought that with the brothers working together, they could at least reach the 50th level and bring some glory to the Shi family. Instead, all the benefits and attention had been stolen by that white-robed priest, Lin Gu. It was like making wedding clothes for someone else. Not to mention, his younger son, apart from his family background, was completely outmatched by Lin Gu in every aspect. Even the woman he liked had been taken by Lin Gu. Though he claimed he wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, how could he possibly feel at ease? What was the Shi family worth? Lin Gu was just a low-born nobody, what gave him the right? But with everyone watching, he could only suppress his anger and sneer. I don't intend to argue with a child. But I'm very curious. Isn't Lin Gu just a white-tier potential priest? How did he manage to pass the 49th level? Can no one give me a reasonable explanation? Seeing Shirley acting like a mad dog, trying to drag everyone into his rage, Ling Kong sighed helplessly and said, who can explain it? Can the officials lie? There was no way to fake this, as the class selection process was random, and not even the strongest guardian deity of the Dragon Nation could influence it. No matter how angry Shirley was, he couldn't find a reason to argue. He gritted his teeth and cast a cold glance at the blacked-out leaderboard on the tablet, only to suddenly notice that the number next to Lin Ji's name had changed again. What's going on? He's reached the 50th level? The scene fell silent, and everyone instinctively looked at the tablet. But the screen remained black, showing no sign of Lin Gu. What's going on here? Shirley frowned deeply, his teeth grinding audibly. At this moment, the other high-ranking officials also noticed the anomaly. Holy crap! Lin Gu actually made it to the 50th level? What? The 50th level? Did he really pass the 49th level? What's going on? How could an ordinary priest pass the 49th level? Oh my god! Could it be that the Dragon God Tournament's record is about to be broken by an ordinary white-tier priest? Everyone snapped back to their senses, utterly shocked, their scalps tingling. Many scratched their heads, feeling like their brains were about to explode. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He's just an ordinary priest. Ha! The 50th level. In front of him, the damage numbers continuously popping up above the heads of hundreds of monsters made Lin Gu nod in satisfaction. The monsters fell one after another, contributing a large amount of experience to him. Now that I've reached the final level, I need to speed things up. However, these 3 new skills are truly beyond imagination, so powerful it's almost exaggerated. After changing his equipment and combining it with the Plague skill bonus, his single skill's DPS stabilized at around 3.5 million. The bleeding effect was slightly lower, with DPS at about 3 million. Such damage was already at an extreme level. Even with golden potential and a second tier class, it would be impossible to reach this DPS, at least not until the 4th tier. Of course, this was just Lin Ge's rough estimate. The actual damage might be slightly lower. But regardless, for professionals below level 60 and monsters below level 80, they stood no chance against him. Lin Gu casually stretched his neck, weaving through the chaotic mob, gaining experience while advancing deeper. By the 50th level, the mobs had already reached level 90, and the boss was a staggering level 95. Yanxi had informed him that the final boss was a level 95 epic shaman troll with a massive 80 million HP, not to be underestimated. This was also a great opportunity to test his damage output, which would be helpful for his future leveling plans. Since I promised Yanxi, I need to hurry. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to explain. Lin Ge's eyes sharpened as he decided to go all out and push through. Transform. Woo woo woo. The transformation activated, and black smoke coiled around his body like tendrils. He instantly grew to 3 meters tall, with terrifying spikes protruding from his joints. Venomous. Curse. Ding. Accompanied by the crisp sound of an ancient bell, those malicious eyes appeared once again. This time, they were filled with runes, even more sinister, with his attributes tripling and then increasing by an additional 30%, Lin Gu felt as if he had control over everything. The thrill of such explosive power was intoxicating. Fixing his gaze on the nearby mobs, Lin Gu licked his lips, crouched slightly, and shot forward like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing. Triple agility combined with triple movement speed made him as fast as a speeding train. He extended his massive claws and slashed fiercely at the forest troll in front of him. Boom boom boom. Minus 12,232,424 minus 12,654,533. Holy crap. Seeing the skyrocketing damage numbers above the troll's head, Lin Gu couldn't help but blink in shock. 12 million DPS? In full state, he actually had 12 million DPS? Coming back to his senses, Lin Ge's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. With this kind of damage, he couldn't imagine anyone surviving a single hit from him. Although the venomous curse state only lasted for 3 minutes, there was so much he could accomplish in those 3 minutes. Ha ha, I'm only level 40. Just imagine how insane my damage will be after the 2nd tier. Lin Gu laughed uncontrollably with joy. Although the mobs had low defense and the damage was slightly inflated, he hadn't even used any defense-reducing skills. His mutation talent not only enhanced skill effects but also allowed his skills to ignore the defensive targets up to 50 levels higher. The monsters in front of him were practically made of paper. Looking at the level 90 mobs being instantly killed by him, Lin Gu wasted no time and charged straight toward the boss. Along the way, the mobs couldn't withstand even 3 of his attacks. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, the bleeding damage from his basic attacks would finish them off. As a result, Lin Gu only took 20 seconds. Yes, just 20 seconds to reach the first boss. It was a massive black and white bear, standing a full 10 meters tall. A level 95 legendary boss, the Earth Bear Lord, with a staggering 60 million HP. Lin Gu didn't waste any words and immediately started the fight. The venomous curse state only lasted 3 minutes, and Yanxi hadn't given him much time either. He had to be quick. Before the boss could react, Lin Gu had already closed the distance and unleashed 5 consecutive moves. 10 fingers to the heart. Plague. Chaos spell. Chest-crushing stone. Flower-shaking hand. The combo was smooth and seamless. The boss was instantly confused, its chest spurting blood as if struck by a heavy blow. Before it could even roar, Lin Ge's massive claw had already slammed into its enormous face. Boom boom boom. Bang bang. Minus 12,345,435 minus 13,560,904 roar. The Earth Bear Lord was slapped away with a single claw, finally letting out a piercing wail.
But Lin Ji's 2 additional skills directly drained half of its health. Before it could cry out a second time, Lin Gu followed up with another set of ultimate
moves, instantly ending its life.
You killed the Earth Bear Lord, gaining 158,794 experience points. 150,000
experience points, taking you down in 10 seconds, worth it. Luckily Jin Qing didn't hear this, or she would have been utterly baffled again. A glimmer flashed in Lin Ji's eyes as he picked up the items dropped by the boss and continued on his way.
Time was tight, he didn't have the luxury to examine them closely.
He had to defeat the final boss before the curse of resentment ended.
Along the way, he continuously used Flower Shaking Hand, sprinting madly.
1 minute later, Lin Gu finally arrived in front of the final boss.
It was a giant troll seated on a throne, standing 15 meters tall, with tusks reaching 2 meters long, extremely
terrifying. But Lin Gu was consumed with hatred, not even bothering to check its stats, and charged straight at it.
Of course, his smooth combo moves and merciless 5-hit strikes were delivered fiercely to the shaman
troll during the sprint.
The shaman troll, enjoying the service of its minions, was caught off guard when
faced with a creature more terrifying than a demon. Its limbs instantly lost control. Before it could straighten its body, an ultimate move had already landed. Bang! 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 Lin Gu, like a madman,
stood on the troll's shoulders, punching wildly with both hands.
The nearby minions did nothing but spectate, munching on snacks. They didn't even get a clear look at Lin Ji's face before quietly slipping away.
The
troll was utterly bewildered. Attacking without even letting others see you, wasn't that a bit too rude?
But the pain in its wrists and ankles, the suffocating feeling in its chest, and the confusion in its head left it staring at the relentless claws slapping its face, full of questions.
Who am I? Where am I? Who are you? Why are you attacking me without warning? Fortunately, it couldn't speak, otherwise, it would have cursed him. But no one would answer its questions.
Its health bar dropped rapidly, like beads falling off a broken
string.
Lin Gu, with the curse of resentment glowing in his eyes, suddenly raised both arms and plunged his
claws into the troll's eyes. Squish! You killed the shaman troll, gaining 212,544 experience points. Clatter!
Hearing the sound of loot dropping, Lin Gu quickly jumped off the troll's shoulders and dispelled his
demon form.
The image of a sunny, handsome young man reappeared. Meanwhile, the troll seated on the throne was covered in wounds, with no intact spot on its body.
However, the pile of equipment and gold coins at its feet was quite tempting. 200,000 experience points, not bad. If only I could do this a few more times. Wait, just a few coins, and there's this much?
Lin Gu was about to say something when he suddenly noticed
a dazzling golden chest placed atop the pile of coins. Whoa, this is way too flashy. Lin Ji's eyes lit up as he rushed over and picked up everything.
You obtained 5,232 gold coins, 22 silver coins, 26 copper coins. You obtained Shaman Troll's Tusks *2. You obtained Shaman Troll's Eyeballs *2. You obtained equipment, Nature's Blessing, orange quality. You obtained equipment, Shaman Troll's Patch, orange quality. You obtained golden chest. It really is a golden chest.
Lin Gu grinned from ear to ear. Don't rush to open it yet, let's get out first. I can't let Yanxi's kindness go to waste. With the loot in hand, he wasn't in a hurry.
After all, he had obtained 2 pieces of golden equipment before.
No need to panic. With that, he turned and walked toward the teleportation portal. Meanwhile, at the martial arts arena, everyone's eyes were fixed on the pitch-black screen.
At first, they were excited, but as time went on, excitement turned into
complaints. He's already reached the 50th level, and the screen still isn't showing anything? Yeah, let me see how he's clearing the levels. I'm dying of curiosity.
They kept saying it was a system malfunction.
But this is the Dragon God tournament, how could there be such a big issue? A white priest clearing levels? Are you kidding me? Whoever told me that, I'll curse them. Who would have thought that a white priest with no damage could actually clear 50 levels? Yi Shouju listened to everyone's complaints, his face showing a hint of awkwardness.
He himself had no idea why this was happening. There had been no updates from the back end.
It was too strange. Not to mention everyone else, even he wanted to know the answer. After all, this
guy was just a white potential priest with no offensive power at all.
At that moment, someone suddenly stood up and shouted, "Huh? What's going on? He made it through?" It's true. Look at the number after his name. He's already reached level 51. Holy crap. He actually cleared level 50? It only took him 3 minutes to go from level 50 to 51. 3 minutes. This is insane. Clearing level 50 in 3 minutes? Isn't it supposed to get harder the further you go? When they saw the number after Lin Ji's name change to 51, the audience all stood up, nearly going crazy with excitement. Only a few contestants in the center of the martial arena looked increasingly grim. Especially Shi Tingfei, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His lips kept moving, clearly sending secret messages. He's out. He's out, someone suddenly shouted. Sure. Enough. In the center of the martial arena, a beam of light appeared next to Bai Jinqing. Lin Gu, holding a beginner's staff, appeared before everyone. It's Lin Gu. Yi Shouju's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Gu. He stood up excitedly, raising both hands high. Lin Gu is out. He has set a new historical record for the Dragon God tournament, breaking through level 50 for the first time. This year's champion has been born. His words ignited the crowd's passion. Cheers erupted like waves, deafeningly loud. Holy crap! Lin Gu is incredible. Is this the top player of the year? Absolutely terrifying. A priest with no offensive power actually cleared level 50. This has never happened in history. So amazing. Even Yan Shi, with golden potential, couldn't surpass him. This guy is definitely going down in history. How is this any different from creating a family legacy? Damn. This is too awesome. Everyone was filled with envy. Although some doubted it, the facts were right in front of them. Lin Gu was undeniably extraordinary. They couldn't quite understand it, but the fact that Lin Gu had cleared level 50 proved he was the strongest. A priest creating so many miracles, how could anyone not be thrilled? The crowd cheered loudly, chanting his name, the atmosphere surging like waves. Even Lin Gu couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Gu! A familiar voice called out, full of excitement. Lin Gu turned to look and immediately showed a gentle smile. I'm back. Bai Jinqing's face turned as red as an apple. She nodded while trying hard to control her excitement. But at this moment, she couldn't suppress her emotions. Bai Jinqing clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Gu, you're amazing. You've made history and broken records. You're number one. Absolutely number one. Oh my god. Level 50, this has never happened before. Lin Gu smiled helplessly and was about to ruffle her hair, but seeing the crowd around them, he decided against it. If I had more time, I could have cleared a few more levels, huh? He suddenly froze mid-sentence. Did you put on makeup? Bai Jinqing's face turned red instantly, her gaze starting to dart around. But after thinking for a moment, she looked up and softly said, just a little. Is it noticeable? Lin Gu curiously examined her. It's pretty obvious. Bai Jinqing was already beautiful and usually didn't need makeup at all. This time, she had drawn her eyebrows, applied eyeliner, and added some bright lip gloss. To be honest, she looked a bit different from before. Bai Jinqing pursed her lips, shyly avoiding Lin Ji's gaze. So, does it look good? Of course, it looks good. Lin Gu answered without hesitation. You look good even without makeup. And with makeup? With makeup, you're even prettier, though I'm not quite used to it. Lin Gu wasn't wrong. Bai Jinqing was a natural beauty, and makeup somewhat disrupted her natural charm. It was evident that she had rushed while applying makeup, as it wasn't done meticulously. As a result, it looked a bit unnatural, but it didn't diminish her beauty in the slightest. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, just as a saddle makes the horse. With makeup, Bai Jinqing's features appeared more defined, making her look even more stunning. Bai Jinqing shyly avoided eye contact, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and said softly, these makeup products aren't mine. I'll buy some that suit me better in the future. Lin Gu, noticing her awkward demeanor, couldn't help but ask, why did you suddenly decide to wear makeup? Bai Jinqing raised her head, squinting her eyes as she let out a soft hum. I wanted to. Is that not allowed? Lin Gu raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. Of course, it's allowed. But I actually prefer your natural look. Hearing this, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but smile, pretending to be angry as she let out a huff, turned her head, and said, who believes what men say? They talk sweetly, but who knows what they're really thinking? Lin Gu looked utterly confused. What did she mean by that? As the two of them bantered back and forth, sure. Tang Fei happened to witness everything clearly.
This made him so furious it was as if he had swallowed gunpowder.
Lin Gu.
Shi Tengfei gritted his teeth, unable to hold back as he stood up, shook off Shi Tengrui's hand, and stormed over to Lin Gu. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked as if he was ready to devour someone. You stole my abyss boss, tricked me time and time again, then took first place in the Dragon God tournament, and even used despicable means to ambush me and knock me out of the competition. Lin Gu, I will settle this score with you.
Shi Tengfei? What do you think you're doing?
Bai Jinqing immediately reverted to her cold
demeanor, her face expressionless as she stepped in front of Lin Gu and said, "Don't forget, this is the Dragon God tournament. First place was earned through skill." Seeing Bai Jinqing standing firmly by Lin Ji's side, Shi Tengfei's anger subsided slightly.
Facing the two starkly contrasting expressions before him, Shi Tengfei's breathing quickened. But he forcibly suppressed his rage and said in a low, restrained voice, Jinqing,
you know how I feel about you. I don't understand.
Bai Jinqing interrupted him coldly. And besides, keep those filthy and disgusting thoughts to yourself.
You. Shi Tengfei trembled
with anger, but Bai Jinqing mercilessly continued, also, don't show up in front of me again.
I've told you many times, I don't like you. Stop pestering me.
If you keep this up, you'll ruin the relationship between our two families sooner or later.
You.
Shi Tengfei was so furious he nearly spat blood. His hand trembled as he pointed at Bai Jinqing, his face turning red as he gritted his teeth and said, you're well aware that our families are close.
Then I suggest you think carefully before you speak. Bai Jinqing sneered, tugging on Lin Ji's sleeve. Lin Gu, let's go. You're not going anywhere. Shi Tengfei shouted in a fit of rage.
Only then did Bai Jinqing notice that several of Shi Tengfei's lackeys had surrounded them, more than 10 of them, all with fierce expressions as if ready to devour someone. Even her expression changed.
What are you all doing surrounding Lin Gu? Jealous that Lin Gu took first place?
Just as Bai Jinqing spoke, a voice came from behind her.
It was Chen Rui.
In the next second, Chen Rui leapt in front of Lin Gu, pulling out a short bow.
What? Want to fight? She gestured provocatively, saying disdainfully, come on, who dares to make a move? Shi Tengfei was amused. Fight? Ha!
Just as he was about to make a sneaky move, a strange glint flashed in Lin Ji's eyes, and he was about to speak when a mocking laugh interrupted
him. Oh, what's going on here? Celebrating someone's first place win? Everyone's expressions immediately changed, and their anger subsided slightly.
The voice belonged to Yan.
She, who exuded a dashing and confident aura.
Dressed in golden armor and boots, accompanied by Lan Lan and Xiaoyu, she wore a proud smile as she elegantly walked out from behind the
crowd. Everyone blocking the way automatically stepped aside, not daring to stop her.
Even the furious Shi Tengfei had to suppress his anger, forcing an awkward smile.
So many of you.
Yan, she stood in front of Bai Jinqing, turning her head to scan the crowd.
Surrounding someone, are you here to celebrate? Everyone's expressions turned grim. Celebrate?
We're not here to celebrate, we wish we could tear him apart.
But this is the young lady of Biguan City who dares to act recklessly. At this moment,
Shi Tengrui squeezed out from the crowd, wearing a flattering smile as he said, Yan Shi.
It's crowded and the air isn't great. Let's talk outside. Yan Shi
narrowed her eyes slightly and sneered disdainfully, crowded is good, lively.
I like lively. But, who are you anyway? Bai Jinqing almost couldn't hold
back her laughter, and Lin Gu shook his head with a smile. They could both see it clearly, the Shi brothers were groveling pathetically.
Unfortunately, one was perfunctory, while the other didn't even take them seriously, not even sparing them a glance. Pure clowns. Shi Tengrui's face darkened, feeling extremely awkward after being publicly humiliated. But he could only endure it. Yan Shi tilted her head and interrupted him, if anyone's dissatisfied, just
challenge them to a duel directly.
What's the point of crowding around here? Can't beat one-on-one, so you want to gang up? Everyone's expressions grew darker and darker.
Yan Shi's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over them, leaving them unwilling to respond.
Oh, almost forgot. You haven't even passed that many trials yet, probably can't win anyway.
Sure enough, after hearing this, everyone's faces turned even darker, their eyelids twitching, clearly
extremely nervous. What are you all crowding around for?
At this moment, a voice came from the main stage. It was Yi Shouzhu. He only said one light sentence, but it was as deafening as thunder. Everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly stepped back a few paces. Yi Shouju glanced at them, stood up, and
nodded. I hereby announce, the Dragon God tournament is officially over. First place goes to Lin Gu from Tianchi City. He will receive generous rewards,
provided by our 10 great academies, as well as golden equipment personally crafted by the Dragon God.
Upon hearing this, the audience immediately erupted in cheers.
Yi Shouju extended his hand, and 2 palm-sized brown cloth bags appeared in his palm.
These are rewards personally prepared by the 10 deans. Take your time to check them out later.
Products from the 10 prestigious schools were undoubtedly top tier, and Lin Gu naturally accepted them happily.
The highlight is this.
Yi Shouju raised his hand and gently grasped the air, and suddenly a black spatial rift appeared.
The audience gasped in amazement at the sight.
This is the special bonus prepared by the Dragon God this year.
Golden mythical equipment, golden dragon seed. As soon as the words fell, a necklace, adorned with golden crystals, slowly descended from the spatial rift. The dazzling brilliance made everyone present show expressions of envy. Oh my god, what a beautiful necklace.
Golden equipment is rare, and something personally crafted by the Dragon God is even rarer.
Today is truly an eye-opener. So envious. If I could get this equipment, I'd ascend instantly. Whoever gets it ascends instantly.
The equipment is just the surface, the key is who made it, the Dragon
God, one of the 12 guardian gods. With equipment personally crafted by this great deity, anyone who dares to challenge would have to back off. Back off? Anyone who sees it would have to take a detour. This is the Dragon God. Who dares to provoke? The Dragon God favoring Lin Gu. This is truly heaven-defying. Yeah, this is. Wait, listen to yourself. You're the one defying the heavens, you fool. So naive, I'm dying of envy. Lin Gu is truly lucky. Crying with envy, oh my god.
The audience's eyes sparkled as they scratched their heads in frustration.
Meanwhile, the golden dragon seed had already landed
steadily in Lin Ji's hands. Golden dragon seed, gold, growth value, 1000/1000, tier 3, equipment slot, necklace attributes, strength plus 1500, agility plus 1500, spirit plus 1500, constitution plus 1500 effects, all basic attributes increased by 30%, physical and magical penetration increased by 40%, physical and magical lifesteal increased by 40%, physical and magical attack power increased by 7800, physical and magical defense increased by 30%, movement speed increased by 40%. Golden Dragon Heart, when actively triggered, grants invincibility for 10 seconds, does not share cooldown with other skills or equipment, passively, has a 30% chance to evade an attack. Edge of Scales, all attacks have a 50% chance to increase armor penetration by 10%, stacking up to 3 layers, lasting 15 seconds. Golden Dragon Seed, all attacks have a 10% chance to trigger Dragon's Blessing, increasing all attributes by 30% for 15 seconds. Equipment level, no restrictions. After reading the attributes, Lin Ji's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heartbeat accelerated. Was this equipment personally crafted by the Dragon God? The attributes were incredibly powerful, and it was tier 3 equipment. It saved him the time of forging it himself and directly activated all the additional effects. Armor penetration increased by 30%. This was simply heaven-defying. A 30% increase in attributes? This equipment was absolutely extraordinary. Lin Ji's mind raced, and he suddenly thought, if he upgraded the 3 golden pieces he was wearing to tier 3, would the hidden effects that hadn't been activated yet also be particularly amazing? Thinking of this, he became even more excited. Moreover, with this equipment, he now had 4 golden pieces. Maybe he could soon gather a complete set of golden equipment. Lin Ji's excitement was evident on his face. Standing on the stage, Yi Shouju's expression was complex. He opened his mouth to speak but ultimately closed it again. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Shouju said softly, Lin Gu, the rewards have been given to you. You can go back and rest now. Lin Gu snapped back to reality and nodded in response. Alright, Dean Yi, I'll head out first. The rewards from the 10 Academy Deans and the drops from the 50th boss were still waiting for him to check. He needed to sort them out quickly. After all, these were rewards from the Dragon God tournament, and they were bound to be extraordinary. Everyone, the tournament is over. If you need to recruit people, please contact them directly. Please leave the venue in an orderly manner. At the same time, although Yi Shouju didn't name names, Shi Tengfei understood that it was impossible to confront Lin Gu today.
Especially after seeing Yi Shouju directly dismiss everyone.
He spat angrily and sneered, hiding behind a woman. Lin Gu, you really have guts. Just you wait. Lin Gu finally had the chance to retort, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Being able to hide behind a woman is my skill.
Unlike some people, who don't even have a place to hide. You. Shi Tengfei trembled with rage, and even Shi Tengrui's expression turned sour. Lin Ji's words were clearly aimed at them. Enough, Tengfei, don't waste time. Hurry back and level up.
Shi Tengfei's eyes flashed with malice as he glanced at Lin Gu, said nothing, and turned to leave. Watching the two brothers walk away, Lin Gu turned to Yan Shi and smiled, thank you.
Yan Shi waved her hand and said, no need to thank me. They should be thanking me instead.
She raised her eyebrows slightly, scanning the departing contestants with a disdainful smile.
Truly ungrateful. Trying to gang up on Lin Gu? The idea was laughable.
Yan Shi was speechless at this group of dim-witted people. Lin Gu chuckled, just about to speak, when Yan Shi suddenly whitened her eyes as if she'd discovered a treasure, staring at Bai Jinqing.
Ha! Qingqing, did you put on makeup? Chen Rui was also stunned. Really?
Qingqing, with makeup, you're so beautiful.
You're practically the most beautiful woman in the world. Bai Jinqing's face turned red, and she glared at Yan Shi.
Yan Shi gave Chen Rui a peculiar look, then glanced at Lin Gu, and finally turned back to Bai Jinqing.
Ha! Yan Shi seemed to have
discovered a new continent, clasping her hands behind her back and leaning closer, a teasing smile on her lips.
Io Qingqing Bai Jinqing blushed and glared at her. Stop talking, or no one will mistake you for being mute. Alright, Yan Shi raised both hands in surrender. I'll be mute. Pfft. Yan. She couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Seeing the two of them, Lin Gu was a bit confused.
You two know each other?
Yan Shi raised an eyebrow and said, of course, we're sisters who said we're sisters.
Oh, is the story starting? Bai Jinqing huffed and blared, while Yan Shi couldn't stop laughing.
Alright, I won't say any more. Yan Shi waved her hand and turned to leave gracefully. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, looked back at Lin Gu meaningfully, and teased with a smile, don't forget to treat me to a meal.
I'll be waiting for your call. Seeing this, Bai Jinqing was so angry she glared, while Yan Shi was amused to the point of uncontrollable laughter.
When Yan Shi had truly walked away, Bai Jinqing huffed angrily and grabbed Lin Ji's arm to pull him forward. She no longer cared about gender differences or being in public. On the way, Lin Gu curiously glanced at the small hand tugging his
sleeve and asked, do you know her? Bai Jinqing retorted, why? Lin Gu smiled and said, should I introduce you to? Like matchmaking? Bai Jinqing glared at him, her face showing irritation.
Lin Gu suddenly understood, she was jealous.
I'm not close with her. Not close?
Bai Jinqing stopped walking, let go of him, and huffed with puffed cheeks.
Do you know? She's just like me, she usually doesn't interact with men at all.
At most, she might say a few words.
Have you seen Shi Tengrui's ending? That's Yan Shi's standard attitude towards others.
But she actually reminded you in public not to forget to treat her to a
meal. Do you know what that means? Lin Gu froze for a moment, tilted his head, and asked in confusion, is she declaring war on me? Bai Jinqing widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, you? She couldn't help but laugh, lightly patting Lin Gu. Why are you so annoying?
Lin Gu smiled helplessly and, taking advantage of no one noticing, gently rubbed her head.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I've only met her twice, we're not close at all. Bai Jinqing lowered her head, shyly huffed, then what if she really declares war on me?
Then of course I'll stand by your side, no question about it.
Lin Gu answered without hesitation. He could tell that these two girls must have a special past, otherwise, they wouldn't be so close or so candid. But he felt that someone like Yan Shi,
apart from herself, looked down on almost everyone.
Not just in terms of relationships, she always carried an air of superiority, as if looking down on the world. Hearing Lin Ji's answer, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but smile smugly.
I need to hurry back, or Dad will look for me.
Go back and rest well. Lin Gu nodded.
Bai Jinqing suddenly became serious. You got first place, so someone will definitely keep an eye on you.
Be careful.
If the deans of various universities come to find you, don't agree to anything lightly. Lin Gu smiled, don't worry, I know how to handle it.
Bai Jinqing softly responded with an
her face turning red as she bit her lip. She looked up at Lin Gu, stared silently for a few seconds, and wrinkled her little nose.
I'm leaving. With that, she turned and ran off quickly. What a stubborn girl. Lin Gu shook his head helplessly. Women's thoughts are truly unfathomable. He sighed, then immediately smiled, his face full of excitement. I need to find a place to sort out my spoils, and then open the box. Lin Gu left the martial arts arena and checked into a luxurious hotel. With a large amount of gold coins in hand, he didn't need to work and could spend freely to enjoy life. Staying in a nice hotel was no problem at all. Holding the room card, he entered the room and looked around, ready to organize everything properly. Lin Gu plopped onto the sofa. In the bedroom, his face full of excitement. Start organizing the gear. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly opening the panel and backpack. Today was absolutely amazing. He had just leveled up to 40, obtained 3 skill books, 8 orange grade items, over 20 purple grade items, more than 30,000 gold coins, and even an unopened golden treasure chest. In terms of skills, Limb Blood Burst and Chest Stone Smash had both been upgraded to level 7, Disease Explosion to level 5, and Plague to level 6. Most impressively, he now had the confidence to easily defeat an 80-level boss, and with full skill output, he could even one-shot a level 95 epic boss. Once the assessment was over, he could effortlessly farm level 80 dungeons to level up. He might even challenge that legendary world quest. Lin Gu glanced at the withered world tree seed in the corner of his backpack, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Every time I complete a world quest, my strength increases significantly. I heard that the dragon god once completed a world quest and ended up with a piece of golden equipment. And that's just what people know about. The unexposed rewards must be even greater. People from the Dragon Kingdom were always low-key, never flaunting their gains or easily revealing their trump cards. Their approach was to win half, hide half, and study half. Lin Gu believed that the rewards Dragon God received from that world quest were far more than just a single piece of equipment. More importantly, this world quest had no level or time restrictions, which was the real challenge. This meant the quest's difficulty was higher than any dungeon. Of course, world quests were never easy to begin with. But with his current strength, completing this quest was no problem at all. Lin Gu couldn't stop grinning, his mood soaring. Let's open the chest first, then check the gear. There must be a few pieces I can use. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he finally opened the long-awaited golden treasure chest. Come on, give me some golden gear. Something shiny and golden. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 100,000 gold coins. You have obtained Divine Weapon Stone *3, you have obtained Azure Flame Essence *3, you have obtained 9 Colored Radiant Stone *3, you have obtained Equipment, Ancient Erosion, Gold, you have obtained Skill Book, Poison Shield, Max, what the hell? Lin Ji's expression changed instantly. He sat up straight and blurted out a curse. Golden gear and a skill book? His eyes lit up, his breathing quickened, and without a second thought, he immediately began checking the equipment's attributes. Ancient Erosion, Gold, Growth. Value, 0/100 slot, Earring attributes, Strength plus 550, Agility plus 550, Spirit plus 850, Constitution plus 500 effects, increases all 4 main attributes by 20%. Increases physical and magical penetration by 20%, increases physical and magical lifesteal by 20%, increases physical and magical attack power by 300. Increases physical and magical defense by 300. Erosion. Your skill attacks have a chance to steal the target's physical or magical attack power and convert it into your own attack power, stealing 1 point per hit, up to a maximum of 10 points, permanently retained. Other effects, unknown equipment level requirement. None. What the hell? After reading the attributes, Lin Ji's scalp tingled. These stats were insane. Just the boosts to the 4 main attributes and various bonuses were terrifying enough. Not to mention, this piece of equipment could steal the enemy's attack power, and the stolen attack power was permanently retained. This meant that if he stole 10 points from one monster, he could permanently increase his attack power by 10 points. It might not seem like much, but what if he stole from 10 monsters, 100 monsters, or even 1,000 monsters? This was essentially infinite growth with no upper limit. Even more incredible, this equipment could level up and grow, and it had no level restrictions. Lin Gu clutched his head, completely stunned. No wonder everyone fights over golden gear. It's not just for showing off, these stats are absolutely broken. What the hell? He could barely form words. If anyone else saw this equipment,
They'd probably lose their minds. Lin Gu stared blankly at the equipment description, muttering softly, the first bonus is already so exaggerated. Once upgraded. When the other two effects activate. His eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly looked at the character panel. This ancient eclipse was an earring, and he also had a golden Spirit's Watch earring. Spirit's Watch could also be upgraded, with 2 effects yet to be unlocked. Not only that, his golden weapon had even more hidden effects waiting to be activated. He couldn't even imagine how powerful the equipment would become once all the effects were unlocked. It's decided. I'll complete the world quest first, then find an opportunity to upgrade these items. Lin Gu quickly set his next plan. Since these were growth type golden items, replacing them was almost impossible. Upgrading was the only way forward. Smiling, he finally turned his attention to the other equipment. He decided to ignore the 20+ purple items for now and sell them all in the trading hall after the assessment was over. Next were the 8 orange items he had just obtained. Starting from level 45, each stage had 3 bosses, and on average, every 2 bosses dropped 1 orange item. At the time, he was in a hurry and didn't examine them carefully, but now he realized that many of the items were completely useless to him. Most were gear for strength and agility based professions like archers, knights, and rogues. This was normal, as boss drops couldn't always suit him. However, there were 2 items that fit him perfectly. Shaman Troll's Patch, orange, slot, shoes magic attack plus 550 physical and magic defense plus 20% attributes, strength plus 450, agility plus 650, spirit plus 820, constitution plus 500 armor. 1523 Effect 1, Movement Speed increased by 30%. Effect 2, Spell Critical Rate increased by 30%. Effect 3, Magic Attack Power increased by 500. Effect 4, Easy to Wear, can equip items 40 levels higher than your current level. Durability, 200 to 200 equipment level. LV80 Nature's Blessing, orange. Slot, Gloves Magic Attack plus 350 physical and magic defense plus 10% attributes, strength plus 650, agility plus 350, spirit plus 850, constitution plus 300 armor. 998 Effect 1. Spell damage increased by 30%. Effect 2, Spell critical rate increased by 30%. Effect 3, Skill casting speed increased by 30%. Effect 4, Easy to Wear, can equip items 40 levels higher than your current level. Durability, 200 out of 200 equipment level. LV80, these Wolf King's boots have been with me through so many battles. It's time for them to retire. After reviewing the items, Lin Gu immediately equipped them. Now he had 3 golden items, 13 orange items, and 3 purple items, totaling 19 pieces. This was already the maximum number of items a professional could wear. In other words, Lin Gu was fully equipped. Once he replaced the remaining purple items with orange ones, he would have a complete set of top-tier gear. Don't forget, a single orange item was enough for an average player to strive for their entire life. Even someone like Shen Rui, a wealthy second-generation player, would find it difficult to own so many orange items. Yet Lin Gu was almost entirely decked out in orange gear. Among new players who could compete with his equipment, you could probably count them on one hand. Combined with his potential, talent, skills, and damage output, he was already far ahead of everyone else. Lin Gu couldn't stop grinning, filled with anticipation for the future. Ha! Skill book? Lin Gu suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to bring his skill book. His excitement over the equipment had made him lose focus. Venomous Shield, Max, Lin Ge's exclusive skill description, absorbs half of physical and magic damage. When attacked, the attacker will randomly receive half the damage and effects of your other damage skills as a reflection. This is a passive skill, consumes no resources, and can be toggled off. This is just too overpowered. Lin Gu was so shocked he was at a loss for words. Absorbing half the damage and reflecting skills? With this skill, he was practically invincible. His defense and resistance are now terrifyingly high, even surpassing advanced defensive warriors and paladins. Coupled with this skill, who could possibly harm him? The name is scary, but the effect is even scarier. Lin Gu sighed. At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly came from outside. So soon? Lin Gu was a bit stunned. He knew someone would come looking for him, but he didn't expect it to be so quick. He closed the panel and backpack, walked to the door, and opened it. Lin Gu? Is that you? The visitor was an elderly man with pale hair, looking quite familiar. Lin Gu froze for 2 seconds before recognizing him. Dean Yi? Why are you here? Yi Shouju smiled and said, "It seems you still remember me, which
makes things easier. What, not inviting me in to sit?"
Lin Gu awkwardly stepped aside. "Dean Yi, please come in." Yi Shouju walked into the room with his hands behind his back, marveling, "This hotel is nice, you can even see the martial arts arena." Seeing how natural he was, Lin Gu didn't stand on ceremony either.
He led him to sit down and directly asked, "Dean Yi, are you here to give me a reward?"
Yi Shouju laughed heartily, "The reward can wait.
If you want, I can even give you more. This time, I'm here to ask if you're interested in joining Dongfang University."
Lin Gu pretended to think, "I haven't decided yet." Yi Shouju raised an eyebrow, his expression a bit peculiar. He already knew some things but quickly figured it out.
"As the dean of Dongfang University, I am personally inviting you to join."
Yi Shouju looked at Lin Gu seriously and said, "As long as you agree, I will personally take you as my disciple and make
you the top freshman at Dongfang University.
During your studies, all of Dongfang University's resources will be tilted in your favor.
This includes
qualifications for the 3 ancient secret realms, the 5 forbidden zones, Dongfang University's 13 epic-level secret realms, and 25 legendary secret realms. Also, access to Tongtian Tower, 5 Crown Mountain, Panglai Immortal Island, and Emerald Dreamland.
The qualification for the Buzhou Mountain Trial, which
opens in 6 months, is also guaranteed for you.
Whenever Dongfang University discovers new rifts, secret realms, or dungeons, you will be given priority access.
If you lack anything or want something, I will personally invite the 6 master craftsmen to tailor equipment for you.
If you join Dongfang University,
I will share half of my personal resources with you and even gift you a piece of golden equipment." Yi Shouju revealed all of this without reservation,
making his sincerity palpable. To be honest, Lin Gu was already tempted after hearing it all. Whether it was the various dungeon qualifications or the once-in-a-decade Buzhou Mountain Trial, they were all incredibly enticing.
This was also why he decided to go to university instead of continuing to fight alone.
After
all, many qualifications could only be obtained through universities.
These things simply couldn't be acquired through other channels. Even more impressive
was that he had brought in 6 top master craftsmen to help create equipment. This news alone caused an immediate stir.
You have to understand, the master
craftsmen had long stopped making anything for outsiders. To obtain treasures crafted by them, you could only rely on connections and favors.
But speaking of
which, even Bai Jinqing knew he would become a sought-after figure, so how could he not be aware of it himself?
He wanted to sell high, and rightly so, because
he had the leverage to do so. As a hidden profession holder with 3 god-level talents, his strength would only grow, and his future was bound to be promising.
"Dean Yi, could you give me some time to think about it?" Hearing Lin Gu say this, Yi Shouju wasn't surprised at all. He hadn't expected Lin Gu to agree. Today anyway.
After all, the conditions were laid out, and they were all things Lin Gu needed. The rest was up to Lin Gu to decide.
"All right, I've said my piece." Yi Shouju didn't say much more and stood up. "You should rest well and give me an answer as soon as possible."
"Okay, Dean Yi." Lin Gu smiled and saw him to the door. Just as Yi Shouju was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, I asked Bai Jinqing, and she's already agreed to come
to Dongfang University.
To be honest, her family is quite lively." Yi Shouju saw Lin Gu pause for a moment and patted his shoulder. "Rest well, I'll be
off."
Watching him leave, Lin Ji's expression grew increasingly peculiar.
Is this a reminder about Jinqing?
"Hey,
Lin Gu?"
Before he could finish speaking,
another old man appeared. Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh. "What? You knew I was coming and came to greet me in advance?"
He twitched the corner of his mouth,
feeling a bit awkward. Dean Lu, the dean of Qinglong Academy, one of the top 10 academies, who wouldn't recognize him? Most people were already tired of seeing him on TV and in books. Lu Guanyu laughed heartily, even more enthusiastic than Yi Shouju.
He put his arm around Lin Ji's shoulder.
"Young man, how about it? Join Qinglong Academy? I'll personally take you as my apprentice, and I'll give you anything you want."
"Oh, old Lu?" Before the two could enter the room, another old man appeared at the corner of the hallway, leaving Lin Gu dumbfounded. Before he could react, yet another old man arrived.
Before long,
Lin Ji's doorway had become a gathering spot for old men, leaving him completely bewildered. In the Bai family study, after sending off the representatives of
the various academies, Bai Shangnan couldn't stop grinning. "Good daughter. You've really made your father proud this time. Even Dean Yi came in person.
Bai Jinqing smiled as she watched her father beam with joy, recounting the scene of the various representatives competing earlier. She felt a surge of happiness
in her heart.
It had been a long time since she had seen her father so delighted. Your grandfather will definitely be thrilled to know you passed 45 levels.
Yes, I need to tell your grandfather and make him happy.
Because of the incident whereby Jinqing was being sought after by the deans of the top 10
academies, Bai Shangnan seemed to have regained a few years of youth.
As he opened the communication device, he muttered, I wonder what the old man is up
to now. He should be resting, right? Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh. Dad, Grandpa definitely isn't resting. You won't be able to reach him. Sure enough,
there was no response to the messages he sent.
That old man. Bai Jinqing couldn't hold back her laughter and picked up her teacup. I told you so. Bai
Shangnan sighed helplessly, turned off the communication device, and took a sip of tea.
By the way, Qingqing. Bai Shangnan paused for a moment, thought for 2 seconds, and suddenly became serious. Has Lin Ji's profession mutated? Mutation and variation are entirely different concepts. Variation is common for orange and gold professions, a special branch derived from the original profession. Some professions even have only one unique variation. But mutation is different. Mutation happens completely randomly, without any pattern. From a certain perspective, Lin Ji's incredible talent somewhat resembled a mutation. However, his talent didn't quite qualify as a true mutation. Therefore, Bai Shangnan's suspicion of Lin Gu was entirely unfounded. He wasn't an ordinary person and
naturally understood the secrets among professionals, as did other high-ranking individuals.
Otherwise, why would Yi Shouju and Lu Guanyu specifically seek out Lin Gu? However, Bai Jinqing couldn't answer this question either. Dad, I really don't know, she said honestly. Bai Shangnan put down his teacup and gave
her a puzzled look. In any case, you managed to pass 45 levels all thanks to him. Make sure to thank him properly later. Seeing Bai Jinqing looking a bit confused, Bai Shangnan smiled helplessly. I know exactly how far the things I gave you could take you. Bai Jinqing suddenly understood. Indeed, her father had long since assessed her abilities.
Ah, all right.
She was at a loss for words. Just as she was unsure how to respond, Bai Shangnan suddenly asked,
Is his damage output high?
Bai Jinqing froze for a moment, hesitating before answering, It's all right, I guess. Bai Shangnan looked up at her, nodded, and
muttered to himself, the official data doesn't lie. But a white potential priest, how could he kill so many high-level monsters? The monsters at level 45 are already level 90. Bai Shangnan looked up and saw Bai Jinqing trying to maintain a calm expression, shaking his head. At that moment, Bai Jinqing's communication system suddenly rang.
She glanced at the message, and her expression immediately changed.
Dad, I need to step out for a bit. Without waiting for Bai Shangnan's response, she ran out.
Hey, this child. Watching her departing figure, Bai Shangnan helplessly pursed his lips and smiled.
My daughter
has grown up, can't keep her anymore. Suddenly, an old man's cold laugh came from beside him.
Lin Gu, come to my Azure Dragon Academy. Whatever old Yi promised, I can give you.
Lin Gu, change your profession and come to my Vermilion Bird Academy. The gentle goddess of light is our vice dean, she's a golden potential holy priest. With her teaching you, it'll definitely be better than old Lu. Don't just talk about Vermilion Bird, my Black Tortoise Academies. Sacred Hymn Choir is full of top-tier priests, no less than the goddess of light. Lin Gu, you should come to our White Tiger Academy.
A group of old men sat
on the sofa, arguing incessantly, almost about to fight.
Lin Ji's head was spinning.
He knew these high-level leaders had long discovered his hidden strength.
Otherwise, Yi Shouju wouldn't have hurriedly ended the subsequent program and dismissed the audience early.
These old foxes were well aware but pretended to be clueless. They waited for Yi Shouju to leave, then prepared to recruit him. After all, Lin Ji's destination wasn't set, and everyone had a chance. He just didn't expect these people to come so quickly and gather so densely. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted their quarrel.
I'll get the door. Lin Gu awkwardly smiled, got up, and walked over.
Lu Guanyu and the others exchanged glances, looking puzzled.
Could it be General Nangong? Impossible, he's busy preparing for the Southern Demon Clan War. How could he have time to come here? Then who could it be? Everyone was baffled. Lin Gu opened the door and was stunned to see the visitor. Jean Chang?
Bai Jinqing's cheeks were slightly red, about to say something.
She knew now wasn't the time for small talk. She quickly grabbed his arm and walked briskly into the room. Uncles, sorry, I need to talk to Lin Gu. We have to step out for a bit. After speaking, Bai Jin
Ching directly pulled the bewildered Lin Gu away, leaving the big shot sitting there with puzzled expressions.
What's with this girl? Bai Jin Chang pulled Lin Gu out of the room, urging him in a low voice. Hurry up, you silly goose.
Lin Gu was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood Bai Jin Ching was helping him get rid of those old men. Indeed, he was just fretting over how to send that group away.
Now that he was gone, they had no choice but to leave. The two quickly ran into the elevator. Lin Gu pressed the button for the first floor while saying, "Good thing you came." Of course. Bai Jin Chang couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her laugh, Lin Gu also started laughing. Their laughter grew louder and louder, and even after leaving the elevator, they were still chuckling. Don't laugh too loudly, or those old men will catch on. Old men?
Bai Jinqing looked at him in surprise.
You actually dare to call them that, haha. Bai Jinqing couldn't stop laughing so hard she couldn't catch her breath.
You're the first person to dare call them that, so funny.
Lin Gu was both amused and exasperated. Well, it's true, isn't it? Think about it.
They came to recruit me, and I can't just directly kick them out.
After all, they were polite, and their offers were pretty good. But they chatter on and on, even more than women. I really admire them for that. Ha ha ha. Bye.
Jinqing laughed even harder upon hearing this, attracting the attention of passers-by checking in nearby.
Lin Gu noticed she was still holding his arm and curiously asked, "Why are you here?"
Hearing this, Bai Jinqing's laughter immediately stopped, her expression turning serious.
What? Can I come see you? Lin Ji's heart stirred, and he immediately understood. Of course you can. Lin Ji's lips curved into a smile. Perfect timing, it's almost dinner. Come on. I'll take you to eat. Bai Jinqing snorted proudly, tightly clutching Lin Ji's sleeve.
Lin Gu pretended not to notice and silently led her out of the hotel.
What do you want to eat? Anything, I'm not picky.
Bai Jinqing mustered her courage, her face slightly red, looking at him.
You're really amazing. I didn't expect you to make it to the 50th level. Wow, just thinking about you being the first to reach this level. So exciting. Lin Gu, however, was indifferent. This is nothing. Look at who I am. Ha ha. Bai Jinqing almost couldn't hold back her laughter, lowering her voice. That's right, who is Lin Gu? Practically a god descended to earth. Lin Gu helplessly glanced at her tightly clenched hand and blinked. Hey, there's a milk tea shop nearby. Want to try it? Milk tea?
Bai Jinqing's eyes lit up but quickly hesitated.
It'll make me gain weight, forget it.
Lin Gu said nonchalantly, so what if you gain
weight? What's so great about being skinny? A little meat is more appealing. Really? Bai Jinqing raised an eyebrow. You like people with some meat? Lin Gu raised an eyebrow. I like you just the way you are now.
Bai Jinqing's face immediately turned red, and she snorted arrogantly.
Who believes what men say? What did you just mutter? Nothing. Come on, let's go get milk tea.
A while later, the two happily walked out of the milk tea shop, Bai Jinqing's
small hands still holding onto Lin Ji's sleeve.
Lin Gu, try my mango-flavored one.
This is really good. I'm allergic to mangoes. Really? Just kidding. You. The two walked side by side, laughing and teasing, disappearing into the street. At that moment, three figures emerged from a nearby alley. Sister. She? Why don't you go yourself?
Lan Lan curiously asked, hands behind her back, her eyes full of confusion.
Xiaoyu smiled, tilting her head to look at Yan Shi. Sister Shi, is this springtime for you? Yan Shi sneered, so what? And what if it's not springtime? Xiaoyu showed a strange expression. This doesn't seem like you.
Lan Lan squinted her eyes.
Ever since you came out of the secret realm, I feel like you've been acting weird.
Yan Shi smiled, pressing the
milk tea against her chin. Have I gained weight?
Lan Lan and Xiaoyu froze, exchanging glances.
Forget it, this milk tea is pretty good. Yan Shi turned and left,
leaving Lan Lan and Xiaoyu looking at her helplessly.
Late at night, in a residential house, a big-eyed girl was browsing the professional forum, looking for today's Dragon God Tournament video and champion information. Wow, cleared 50 levels?
She rubbed her eyes in surprise, confirming she hadn't seen.
Wrong. Oh my god, someone actually broke through 50 levels. This is a historical record. This must be an unprecedented achievement, right? The secret. Realm of 50 levels, the bosses are all level 90 monsters, impossible to clear without a second-class advancement. She scrolled through posts, trying to find videos, but the official site hadn't released any footage of the clear, only some scattered clips of monsters and failed attempts. Just as she was about to give up, she noticed someone had uploaded the champion's photo and information. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly opened the post. When she saw the photo, she froze. Wait, this person, their eyes are so unique. She suddenly realized who it was and shouted excitedly, "Brother! Come here quickly!" A burly man rushed into the room. "What's wrong, Xiaoying?" The girl gestured excitedly. "It's him! Brother, look!" The man looked at the computer screen in confusion. When he saw it, he was stunned. Holy crap! Isn't this that mysterious expert? Yes, it's him! The girl jumped up. I didn't mistake him. His name is Lin Gu, and he's a priest. He even became the Dragon God Tournament champion, broke through 50 levels, and set a record. The man was shocked. What? A priest is this? Strong? Exactly, they investigated for ages and found no information. Turns out he's a white potential priest. Who could have thought? Even if Yi Shouzhu told them, it would be hard to believe. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. This was too incredible. At that moment, the girl beside him was the first to react, covering her mouth in excitement. Brother? We've found him. We finally found him. The man nodded, his eyes slightly wet. Found him. Xiaoying, heaven hasn't abandoned us after all. We finally found him. The girl was none other than Liang Ying, who had once tracked Lin Gu with her brother in the White Stone Plains. The burly man was their team leader, Liang Hu. At that time, the abyss of corruption suddenly erupted, forcing them to retreat and find a safe place to hide with others. They hid for 3 days and only came out after the abyss of corruption disappeared. However, upon returning to the safe square, they didn't see Lin Gu. They searched the surrounding area for several days but found no trace of him. They even repeatedly reviewed the recorded video but still had no news. Who knows how long they searched for him in Apocalypse City during that time. They even began considering going to other cities to look for him. But fortunately, luck finally smiled upon them. They finally found Lin Gu. He actually set a record. Oh my god, I knew I wasn't wrong about him back then. This mysterious expert is definitely a top-tier master. What white priest? Don't joke around. A white priest capable of one-shotting a boss? Forget. White, even orange can't do that. Liang Hu excitedly looked at Liang Ying and said, "Quick, pack up. We're heading to Ascension Island right away. Let's go. Find him immediately." Liang Ying's eyes lit up, and she nodded excitedly. "Alright, I'll go buy the tickets now." The next day, after a good night's sleep, Lin Gu packed his things, drying his hair as he lounged on the sofa and took out 2 storage pouches. In this world, every successful professional has their own backpack. The number of slots in the backpack increases with level. For most people, except merchants and big shots, the backpack's capacity is sufficient. However, ordinary people don't have a backpack system. A legendary tailor designed storage pouches similar to those in cultivation worlds. Ordinary people use fingerprint recognition to open them, while professionals use magic power. Of course, they can also be locked, but Lin Ji's 2 pouches weren't locked. These were rewards from Yi Shouzhu, and since he didn't have time to check them yesterday and had a late-night date with Bai Jinqing, he only opened them today. He opened 1 storage pouch first. 2 multicolored stones, a bottle of cleansing water, a pear blossom herb, and a sapphire? Not bad, not bad. Yi Shouzhu had given him quite a lot, so it was divided into 2 storage pouches. The contents spilled onto the ground like a small mountain, but most of it was ordinary materials. There was also a decent amount of gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. Quite generous. That's equivalent to 10 million in cash. For ordinary people, even many professionals, it would be impossible to earn that much in a lifetime. With my current strength, I don't have to worry about money just from the gold coins alone. Wait. What the heck? Muttering to himself, Lin Gu opened the other storage pouch. When he poured it out, the clinking sound was endless, almost blinding him. What the heck? 9 colored stones? Severance. Grass? Divine Martial Stone? Lin Gu was stunned, picking up one item after another to examine them carefully. 9 colored stones are used to embed equipment, providing additional attribute and ability. Enhancements.
9 colored is the highest grade, while Yishouju had only given him multicolored stones before. Severance Grass and Divine Martial Stones are used to forge and upgrade golden equipment, both
being precious and rare treasures.
This pile of glittering materials covered tailoring, forging, and alchemy, the 3 major fields.
It was enough to upgrade and craft the most top-tier equipment. Crafting. Equipment, refining advanced potions and elixirs, these are all things professional players need the most.
Not to mention, there were also 900,000 gold coins included.
But what shocked Lin Gu the most was an orange piece of equipment and 5 other treasures that sparkled brilliantly.
Rakshasa Ring, Orange, Slot, Ring Magic Attack plus 550 Magic Critical Rate plus 15% Attributes, Strength plus 220, Agility plus 220, Spirit plus 220, Constitution plus 150 Effect, Physical and Magic Damage plus 10% Effect, Physical and Magic Penetration plus 10% Durability, 350/350 Required Level, 40. This is perfect.
After reading the attributes, Lin Ji's eyes lit up.
He had just replaced his purple necklace with a golden dragon seed, leaving only 2 purple rings on his hands.
Replacing one with this orange ring would make his equipment almost entirely orange grade.
This was personally gifted by one of the 10 deans. After replacing 1 purple ring, he still had another purple ring left on his hand.
How could he not be happy?
Putting on the ring, Lin Gu glanced at the silver ring on his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Although the attributes are slightly weaker, it's still much better than those 2 purple rings.
Lin Gu revealed as satisfied
smile, then picked up the 5 precious items. Prophecy Scroll Permanent Random Teleportation Stone Pass to Shadow Scar 1000 points of faction reputation, selectable, Phoenix Fruit. It's really the Phoenix
Fruit. Lin Ji's heartbeat quickened as he examined each treasure, overwhelmed with excitement. The name Phoenix Fruit wasn't because it had any connection to a phoenix, but because its skin resembled burning flames.
However, its rarity was comparable to top-tier equipment, only dropped by specific bosses and monsters. As far as he knew, even powerful figures like Ling Kong had never obtained this fruit.
Lin
Gu was thrilled because of the Phoenix Fruit's effects. Phoenix Fruit after consumption, it randomly grants 1 to 1000 points of your class specialization attribute. Permanently, there is also a 3% chance
to gain 1 to 1000 points of attribute resistance. 1 to 1000. Just like the guide said.
Lin Ji's eyes lit up, overjoyed. Although 1000 points might not seem like much, from another perspective, the value of
these 1000 points was incredibly high.
Lin Gu was in a hidden class, and after his first class advancement, his growth attribute increased from 50 to 100. This meant he could gain 40 points of mental power
with each level up.
At level 10, he could gain 400 points. To accumulate 1000 points, he would need to level up at least 25 times. Currently, he required a minimum of 2.2 billion experience points to level up.
Once.
To level up 25 times, he would need at least 100 billion experience points.
After level 50, the experience requirements would be astronomical, almost unimaginable. So, you can understand the value of these 1000 points, right? This wasn't provided by equipment but was a permanent boost. How could Lin Gu not be ecstatic? Confirming it was the Phoenix Fruit, Lin Gu didn't hesitate to take a big bite. Come on, good luck. I've always been lucky. 1000. 1000. Ding.
You consumed, Phoenix Fruit you gained, mental power plus 999 you gained, cold resistance plus 648 what the? Lin Gu jumped up and quickly opened
the combat log. 999? This luck is insane. Lin Ji's eyes widened in disbelief.
Although he always knew he was lucky, he never expected it to be this good.
A perfect hit. Who else can compare? Lin Gu laughed heartily, his excitement overflowing. This was equivalent to gaining 25 levels for free.
Wow, it even increases cold resistance.
It's clearly a Phoenix Fruit, so how does it resist cold? Lin Gu was
thrilled for a while, muttering to himself as he began inspecting the remaining items. Prophecy Scroll can be used to make a prophecy when a quest target cannot be found.
Random Teleportation Stone.
Permanent, allows a random teleportation within a range of 10,000 meters. Pass to Shadow Scar, an entry ticket to a brand new dungeon, granting the holder access to Shadow Scar, first clear. 1000 points of faction reputation, selectable, allows you to choose any faction other than humans to gain 1000 reputation points. This time, I'm soaring.
Lin Ji's face was full of excitement.
Especially the pass to Shadow Scar, which was a new dungeon whose first clear record had yet to be broken. In other words, ever since this dungeon appeared, the Dean had sealed its exit and specifically gave him the pass.
The first clear. Rewards for experience and equipment drop rates were the highest. If he went, he was sure to reap great benefits.
I'll finish the world quest first, then head straight to Shadow Scar.
With a name like Shadow, the drops must be insane. Just my style. Knock, knock, knock.
A knocking sound came from the door, and Lin Gu froze.
Someone else is here? Dean Yi? Lin Gu opened the door and saw Yi Shouju.
He was momentarily stunned, then immediately showed a hint of helplessness on his face.
You're here so fast?
Yi Shouju's expression stiffened, looking a bit awkward.
He didn't think he was fast, but
others clearly did.
You brat, not happy to see me?
Of course, you're welcome.
Lin Gu smiled and stepped aside to let him in. The god of wealth has arrived, how could I not welcome him? What were you muttering just now?
Nothing. Lin Gu looked helpless.
Dean Yi, you should take care of yourself.
I'll pay for you to get a big sword.
Yi Shouju's face was full of question marks. Listen to what you're saying. I'm already this old. I'm talking about a big sword, a self-defense weapon. You're getting older, and when you're out and about, you should have something to protect yourself, right?
Ah, a self-defense weapon, well, that makes sense. Lin Ji's eyes were full of teasing.
What did you think I meant? Yi Shouju smiled helplessly and walked into the house.
Stop messing around with me. Yi Shouju sat down, his face serious.
Tell me, have you made up your mind? Lin Gu scratched his cheek. Dean Yi, you know.
Enough, enough.
Yi Shouju was startled and quickly waved his hand.
You little rascal, haven't you heard the saying, no rabbit, no hawk? He placed something on the coffee table while complaining, I've roamed the martial world for 100 years, and have never seen someone so
straightforward in extortion. If there's no benefit, I won't even bother to move. You're unbelievable.
Lin Gu smiled bitterly. You don't know how hard it is to manage daily necessities when you're not
in charge.
I'm just a street orphan, fighting for a place to live, competing with stray dogs for food, and not daring to go to the hospital when I'm sick. I raised myself single-handedly, you have no idea
how much I've suffered.
Enough, enough. Yi Shouju glared at him and pushed the items in front of him.
Stop with the nonsense. Take a look at this apprenticeship gift.
Lin Gu grinned, feeling a bit shaken inside. The items before him were, to be honest, quite tempting. He carefully picked up a small straw doll. Substitute straw doll. After binding, you can randomly choose a location within 2,000 meters of the death site to revive with full health.
Disappears after one use.
Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, and he continued to look.
He picked up a ring.
Corrupted ring, gold, growth value, 1000/1000, tier 3, slot. Ring magic attack plus 950 magic critical rate plus 30% attributes, strength plus 1010, agility plus 920, spirit plus 1020, constitution plus 950 effects, magic damage plus 30% magic penetration plus 30% skill damage plus 20% easy wear, allows you to equip items 40 levels higher than your own. Forge Master, Humang, durability, 350/350 equipment level, LV80. Lin Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly picked up the last skill book.
Polymorph.
LV1 Lin Gu exclusive skill description, upon casting, transforms the target into a creature with a human head and animal body.
Causes minor damage when the skill takes effect. Duration, 1000 seconds. Lin Ji's expression changed, and he instinctively looked at Yi Shouju.
Yi Shouju noticed and couldn't help but smile, though he pretended to be calm and indifferent. These items may not be earth-shattering,
but they're decent enough. As an apprenticeship gift, I think they're sufficient.
Sufficient? This was simply incredible.
The substitute straw doll was equivalent to an extra life. Such an item couldn't be
bought. It was crafted by top-tier tailors. In this world where death was permanent, the importance of revival was clear to everyone. The ring was also a forged tier 3 gold item, usable up to level 80.
The most impressive was the skill book.
Polymorph was a god-tier skill for magic users.
In PvP, it could turn the tide at critical moments. In PvE, it could save lives.
Honestly, Lin Gu hadn't expected Yi Shouju
to be so generous.
Seeing Lin Gu silently staring at him, Yi Shouju smiled and said, what I said before still stands. If you encounter tasks or dungeons you can't handle, I can help you.
If you want to level up, I'll take you along. Of course, I won't ask you to do anything, nor will I restrict you. It's just a master-disciple title. So, what do you think? Are you willing?
Lin Ge smiled bitterly and
shook his head.
The conditions were already perfect, no complaints. Acknowledging Yi Shouju as his master, Lin Ge now had a strong backer. After all, Yi Shouju was not only the dean of Dongfang University. Lin Ge knew that Yi Shouju was determined to take him as a disciple because he saw his potential and believed in his limitless future. For someone who valued honor and reputation more than life itself, having such a top-tier disciple was too tempting to resist. Moreover, for Yi Shouju to lower himself so much was already a subtle plea, and it would be unreasonable not to agree. Lin Ge smiled, stood up, cupped his hands, and said, "Lin Ge acknowledges master." Yi Shouju was momentarily stunned, his eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily.
Good, good. Ha ha ha. He stood up, his face beaming with joy. This is your identity token. With it, you can freely enter and exit Dongfang University, except for a few restricted areas. Yi Shouju handed Lin Ge a token. Lin Ge rolled his eyes helplessly.
You had this prepared long
ago.
Yi Shouju glared at him.
Don't say it like that. Dongfang University is the best university. If you don't come here, where else would you go?
Besides, your little girlfriend has also agreed to come
to Dongfang University. How could you not come?
His tone clearly left Lin Ge no room to refuse, subtly hinting at his expectations.
Lin Ge waved his hand in exasperation. Fine, fine, who told me to jump into this pit? Hey, you brat!
Yi Shouju immediately felt indignant.
Do you know how many people want to become my disciple, and I didn't agree?
Top talents from all major factions are breaking their heads
to get in elsewhere. Do you know how many disciples I've taken in over the past 100 years? Including you, only 6.
Each one of them is a talent among talents, the cream of the crop.
Ridiculous.
Lin Ge looked puzzled.
What do you mean? Including me, does that make us the Calabash Brothers squad?
Hey, you! Yi Shouju was so angry he started trembling, his nose almost crooked with rage.
You brat! You're going to be the death of me someday.
Lin Ge helplessly rolled up a skill book, tapped it against his palm, and said, "Well, that's easy.
If there's nothing else, you can leave now. I've been tired all day and need to rest."
Tired?
Yi Shouju reacted as if he'd heard a joke. You haven't even walked as much as this old man today.
Lin Ge suddenly realized something.
Oh, right, let's add each other as friends.
Yi Shouju started trembling with anger again and stormed off, flinging his sleeves.
Take it easy, master. I just transferred you 10 gold coins. Don't forget to upgrade your great
sword, Lin Ge called out. Yi Shouju almost stumbled at those words. He was about to leave but suddenly stopped in his tracks.
You brat?
Yi Shouju suddenly seemed to realize something, as if he'd uncovered
Lin Ge's secret.
You're in such a hurry to get rid of me.
Are you hiding some secret girlfriend? Lin Ge looked around and said blankly, should I hide you instead?
Yi Shouju was furious, his eyes
almost spitting fire. So you're saying you're leaving again? Lin Ge froze. Can you read minds?
Yi Shouju's mouth twitched, and he took 3 deep breaths to steady his trembling hands.
Where are you going?
You're not my girlfriend.
Do I have to report my whereabouts to you every day just because I became your disciple?
You? Yi Shouju pointed at Lin Ge, his face turning as red as a ripe tomato.
How? Did I not realize before that not only are you sharp-tongued, but your words are so venomous?
It seemed Lin Ge's value as a poison-tongued priest was still on the rise.
Lin Ge spread his hands helplessly.
I have no background, no support. I started with just a staff, and all my equipment is self-earned. If I don't work hard, how will I ever buy a car, a house, or get married? Life is just that tough.
Yi Shouju was speechless. Unlike you.
Lin Ge looked at him with disdain.
You have everything handed to you on a silver platter. The landlord's grain has all been eaten up by you. Yi Shouju?
Yi Shouju
was utterly defeated.
As a top-tier figure, he'd seen all kinds of people.
But someone like Lin Ge? This was a first. You rascal. Yi Shouju was so angry his breathing became erratic. But no matter how
angry he got at Lin Ge, he couldn't stay mad.
After all, Lin Ge's potential was immense. It took Yi Shouju 10 seconds to regain his composure. Speak, where are you going?
Lin Ge saw his serious expression and was momentarily stunned.
What do you mean? Are you giving me the green light? Stop wasting time, just say it.
Lin Ge was silent for a moment.
I'm going to purgatory.
Purgatory?
Yi Shouju's eyes widened. Haven't you been there before? Why are you going again?
Purgatory, the demon clan, and the abyss were places jointly controlled by the three major forces. It was currently the most dangerous and chaotic place, with battles leaving people dizzy and disoriented. The last time he went, he was lucky to avoid danger.
Going now? That would be a death sentence. But what difference does it make to die? However,
Yi Shouju thought for a moment. Lin Gu wasn't the type to foolishly throw his life away.
Yi Shouju's heart stirred, his expression changed, and he quickly asked, "Are you going on a mission?" Lin Gu was taken aback, a bit surprised. "You really are sharp," he thought to himself. "Stop wasting time."
Yi Shouju suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth.
"If this mission isn't extremely urgent, it's best to delay it."
"Why?" Lin Gu looked puzzled.
Seeing his expression, Yi Shouju couldn't help but laugh. "You caused this mess yourself, and now you're asking me why?"
Lin Gu froze, suddenly recalling the
matter with the Demon Clan. "Oh, you're talking about the collaboration between the Demon Clan and Purgatory?"
Yi Shouju's face darkened, and he said seriously, "The southern Demon Clan territory is personally guarded by General Nangong, and the Purgatory side is handled by Ling Kong and his people. A lot of major families and powerful forces have gathered there, and the danger level is no less than that of the
Demon Clan.
If you go now, it's practically suicide." Lin Gu looked at Yi Shouju in surprise.
"Thank you for your concern, but I must go to Purgatory."
Yi Shouju was indeed worried about him, but Lin
Gu knew he had to go.
After all, the benefits of a world mission were too tempting, and he was eager for it. Since the mutation began, missions had become extremely rare.
Ordinary missions were available to
everyone, but they were simple in content, offered average rewards, and had less than a 3% chance of being accepted. Rare missions had entry requirements. No one knew the exact conditions, but the rewards were quite good, with less than a 1% acceptance rate. World missions were even more complex. No one knew how to accept them or where to find them, it was all up to luck. Completing a world mission would impact the mutation process, with importance comparable to a national strategy. Of course, the difficulty was also extremely high, but the rewards were top tier. The Dragon God was a living example, with strength
beyond question. Seeing that Lin Gu had made up his mind, Yi Shouju knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise.
He could only sigh and hesitantly say, "You still have one resurrection chance left from the Dragon
God tournament, and I gave you a substitute straw doll.
Counting these two resurrection chances, as long as you're careful, you should be fine." Yi Shouju assumed Lin Gu had taken on a rare mission and would
only venture into the first or second levels of Purgatory.
With Lin Ji's strength and intelligence, it shouldn't be a problem in theory.
"But I have to tell you some bad news." Seeing Lin Gu freeze, Yi Shouju sighed again and said, "The attributes of the monsters in the Ascension secret realm have been adjusted. Whether it's the small monsters or the bosses, their attributes and defenses have been reduced by 10% to 50%.
Their health, however, has either increased by 3 to 5 times or decreased.
There's no pattern to it.
I know you've probably tested your damage in the secret realm, but that data is
completely unreliable.
If you're going outside, especially to Purgatory, don't blindly trust the test data from the secret realm."
Yi Shouju's expression was serious. "Your test data might be accurate, or your actual damage might be higher, but never use the secret realm data as a standard. Always think things through."
Seeing Yi Shouju repeatedly remind him, Lin Gu couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Although the two hadn't interacted much, and Lin Gu didn't consider this old man his master, he knew Yi Shouju genuinely cared about him.
"I'll be careful, Master."
Yi Shouju froze for a moment, then
couldn't help but laugh.
"With your strength, even if there's a discrepancy in damage, as long as you don't go below the 4th level of Purgatory, the monster hordes won't be able to harm you."
Lin Gu opened his mouth but ultimately nodded. Yi Shouju nodded as well.
He had already explored the first 3 levels enough. Clearly, this task would have to start from at least the 4th level.
However, there was
no need to elaborate on this, lest the old man worry. Yi Shouju paused for a moment, hesitated repeatedly, and seemed to make up his mind. His expression turned unusually serious as he stared at Lin Gu and
asked, "I can't see your status. Are you wearing the golden dragon seed?" Lin Gu looked puzzled. "Of course, it's golden equipment. What else would I do with it?"
Yi Shouju pursed his lips, his expression
complex. "Do you know, this equipment is from the Dragon God?
Prepared for his disciple?" Lin Gu interrupted, seeing his hesitation. This matter had been widely discussed on Ascension Island. How could
he not know? Are you worried that if I win this necklace, the dragon god will come after me?
This was Yi Shouju's only concern. After all, the dragon god was a secret profession holder and one of the
12 guardians of the dragon nation.
His strength was unquestionable, absolutely the strongest, at least far beyond Yi Shouju's reach. If Lin Gu won this competition, which was hosted by the dragon god, and
defeated his disciple, it would be like slapping the dragon god in the face. Taking his equipment would be like slapping him a second time.
Yi Shouju's greatest fear was trampling on the dignity of such a
powerful figure. He couldn't accept it. Lin Gu understood this sentiment. However, to be honest, he didn't care. He was also a secret profession holder, not a fool.
He had long been prepared for the dragon god
to cause trouble.
He would immediately embark on a world mission, grow stronger, and become so powerful that even the dragon god wouldn't dare provoke him.
By then, he wouldn't have to worry about these messy issues anymore.
He was confident, as long as he had time. Yi Shouju saw Lin Ji's calm demeanor and awkwardly smiled. This shouldn't happen.
Don't worry, it definitely won't.
As soon as the words fell, a familiar voice suddenly came through the door.
Lin Gu froze. Yanxi? The person who entered was indeed Yanxi.
This time, she wasn't wearing her golden armor but had switched to jeans and a white shirt, paired with comfortable sneakers. She looked youthful and vibrant, full of energy, and particularly eye-catching. She casually tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. Relax, the dragon god definitely
won't trouble you over this golden equipment. Lin Gu was puzzled. How can you be so sure?
I took his disciple's equipment.
Exactly. Because I am his disciple. What?
Yanxi admitted without hesitation,
leaving Lin Gu even more confused. You? The dragon god's disciple?
Yanxi shrugged, sat on the sofa, and picked up Lin Ji's water cup.
What? Doesn't it seem like it?
Lin Gu paused for a moment and thought carefully. Indeed, the two did share some similarities. At least the dragon god wasn't like Yi Shouju, who took disciples based on their strength.
If Yi Shouju knew Lin Gu thought this way, he'd surely be trembling with anger.
Yi Shouju seemed a bit awkward upon seeing Yanxi. After all, the identity of the dragon god's disciple was not widely known. It was still a secret to most people.
Well,
Yanxi finished the water in the cup in one gulp, put it down, and said, "Alright, Dean Yi, this is a minor issue. I don't take it seriously, so why would the old man care?" Yi Shouju's mouth twitched, and he shook his head helplessly. Actually, his concern wasn't about this matter. Although he wasn't as powerful as the dragon god, he could still handle this golden equipment.
After all, it was just a piece of gear. Someone like the dragon god wouldn't be petty about it. The main issue was
Yanxi noticed his silence and continued speaking. Yi Shouju still hadn't figured out what she was hesitating about.
She smirked disdainfully and immediately turned to Lin Gu. "Give me the equipment."
Lin Gu froze for a moment but handed over the golden dragon seed without much thought.
Yi Shouju took the equipment and smiled. "Dean Yi, actually, this equipment has a bit of an issue." Lin Gu was completely confused.
She didn't explain further but directly bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the equipment.
"Alright, the transaction is settled."
When the equipment returned to Lin Ji's hands, he felt it had changed somehow, but he didn't think much of it. Yanxi's face was slightly pale as she blinked and said, "I helped you solve the problem, consider it a thank you for taking me along to clear the level." She added with a raised eyebrow, "By the way, here's a secret, this equipment may not be top tier, but it's pretty good. After all, it's golden equipment, and its attributes should last you until level 80 or 100.
It was originally for me, but since you won, you can use it." Lin Gu was used to Yanxi's straightforward personality, and didn't overthink it.
However, Yi Shouju found it hard to believe.
He knew Yanxi's background much better than Lin Gu did. When had she ever been so eager to help someone? And a guy, no less? Even her father hadn't received such treatment. What was going on? Why was there such a big difference in treatment? While Yi Shouju was still puzzled, Yanxi glanced around and asked, "When are you leaving?" Lin Gu smiled, "Probably tonight." Yanxi wasn't surprised and asked, "Where to?"
"Purgatory." Yanxi froze for a second before immediately trading him 2 items.
Purgatory has been unstable lately. There are a
lot of old-timers, and not many brainless young masters and ladies.
Be careful. Don't believe anyone who speaks ill of others. Yi Shouju's face darkened. You too, not a single good word comes out of your mouths.
Lin Gu took the items with a complicated expression. She had even given him a resurrection stone, but the other item was even more practical, purgatory token. The holder can freely enter and exit all levels of purgatory, with free teleportation available for the first 10 levels.
Forged by Mei-wan, thanks, I owe you a spicy hot pot meal.
Yi Shouju was stunned.
So stingy. This is stingy?
I've already treated her to 2 spicy hot pot meals. Yi Shouju was even more confused.
What? 2 spicy hot pot meals? She helped you this much, and all she wants is 2 spicy hot pot meals? He looked at Lin Gu as if he had seen a ghost. Brat, I'm off.
She waved her hand, leaving as freely as she had come. Yi Shouju watched her back, completely unable to believe it. She came all this way just to help.
You with these things?
Lin Gu looked helpless.
Isn't that the case?
She even made sure to leave me some time. Yi Shouju was baffled, squinting his eyes.
Leave time? Time for what?
Lin Gu was speechless.
To hide a beauty in a golden house? Didn't you say that before? Old man, are you okay?
Yi Shouju was at a loss for words.
Lin Gu took a sip of milk tea and said, she really just gave you the stuff and laughed?
Of course. On a reef at the edge of the Ascension Island, Lin Gu sipped his milk tea. Bai Jinqing's small face was slightly red as she huffed in a somewhat tsundere manner. She's so generous.
Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh and lean closer to whisper, jealous? Bai Jinqing's face immediately turned as red as a ripe apple. Who's jealous?
She puffed up her cheeks and pulled out a small red stone figure about the size of a fist.
Look, I don't have anything as amazing as a resurrection stone. But this is for you.
Lin Gu was momentarily stunned before recognizing it as a substitute stone. Although it wasn't as powerful as a resurrection stone, it could block one fatal blow, making it invaluable.
In critical moments,
he opened his mouth but gently patted her small hand.
You keep it.
You'll need it for dungeons, and it'll greatly increase your survival chances. Bai Jinqing puffed up her cheeks.
Clearly unhappy. Are you looking down on it? Disliking me? Thinking it's not as good as your resurrection stone?
Lin Gu smiled helplessly. I already have 3 full health resurrection chances, and, you know my strength, I basically don't need it.
It's better for you to keep it.
Bai Jinqing squinted her eyes and pouted, looking both cute and mischievous.
So you're saying you think I'm weak?
She was the Icewind Saintess with immense potential. If she was considered weak, most professional players would have to quit.
Jinqing.
Seeing her expression of if you don't take it, you're looking down on me, Lin Gu had no choice but to accept it. He also gave her 2 purple rings and a purple necklace he had replaced. Although she can't use it now, she can equip it after reaching
level 40.
Lin Gu was deeply moved, feeling both surprised and flattered.
When I go farming this time, I might even find some good equipment suitable for you.
Bai Jinqing's face turned red, and she instinctively touched the black rose ring on her ring
finger. There's no need for that, you can just use it yourself. Although my dad hasn't helped me get equipment yet, once I reach level 40, he'll definitely get it for me. There's still a month before school starts, and Aunt Sue will take me farming to level up. By then, all the equipment will be mine. Lin Gu sighed after hearing this. It's nice to have a big family. I have to farm everything myself. Ha ha. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. By the time school starts, don't let your level be lower than mine.
Lin Gu looked at her sneaky smile, feeling both amused and helpless.
Impossible. Even 10 of you couldn't catch up to my leveling speed. Who says so? Aunt Sue will personally help me level up, ensuring I'm faster than you. Well, good luck to you then. You?
Bai Jinqing laughed in exasperation and quickly gave him a light slap.
Lin Gu
laughed and, taking the opportunity, held Bai Jinqing's small hand.
Bai Jinqing's face turned bright red, and she immediately quieted down.
This was the first time the two of them held hands. She thought his hand was big and warm. He thought her hand was small and soft. In less than 3 seconds, both of their hearts started racing, and they couldn't help but feel nervous.
You? After a long while, Bai Jinqing noticed he hadn't let go and timidly asked, when will you come to my house? Lin Gu was taken aback but quickly understood what she meant. Of course, I have to go. We won first place in the Dragon God tournament, we have to show off a bit, don't we? Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh, and her nervousness eased a lot. However,
a young girl's heart isn't so easily calmed, and her big, watery eyes still betrayed her tension.
Lin Gu looked at her flushed face and warm ears and smiled gently. Once I finish my tasks, I'll come.
Bai Jinqing nodded lightly, her heart filled with
sweetness. As long as Lin Gu was willing to come, that was enough for her. She was willing to wait. After all, they were only 20 years old, and there was plenty of time. She wasn't in a hurry at all. Thinking of this, Bai Jinqing bit her lip, her heart full of anticipation. Biting her lip, she quietly reached out her small hand and tightly interlocked her fingers with Lin Ge's. I overheard my dad and Aunt Su saying that the head of the Shi family is very angry, and Shi Tengfei and his brother have been arguing for a long time. On the surface, they haven't made any moves, but they're definitely planning something behind the scenes. To ease the awkwardness, Bai Jinqing took the initiative to bring up the topic. Actually, she didn't need to say it. Lin Gu already had a good idea. The Shi family would definitely seek revenge on him. Don't worry, I'm aware of the situation. Also, a lot of people have been asking about you recently. You must be careful and not trust anyone easily. Looking at Bai Jinqing's flushed face and serious expression, Lin Gu was momentarily stunned. Because Yan Shi had also told him the same thing. The atmosphere in the tent was tense. A young man with fiery red hair, dressed in a white suit, leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed, complaining with a face full of dissatisfaction. Those damn demons, they've been silent for so many years. Why couldn't they just stay in their own territory instead of coming out to cause trouble? Some of the others laughed mockingly, some remained indifferent, but no one dared to refute him. He wasn't wrong, and given his status, no one wanted to stir up trouble. There were quite a few people present: Ling Kong, Qin Yan, several deans, as well as family heads like Shirley and Bai Shangnan. Even Shi Tengrui and Shi Tengfei were in attendance. Seeing the red-haired man still complaining, Ling Kong smiled. Young Master Qi has a point, but the demons in purgatory have already been secretly collaborating for 3 months. We must find a way to deal with them. This will also make it easier to communicate with City Lord Yan. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. The red-haired man, Shi Xiu, sneered disdainfully. Still thinking about strategies? With so many of us here, why don't we just launch a full-scale attack starting from the 3rd level of purgatory? Oh no, that's not possible. An elderly woman, so old she couldn't even straighten her back, spoke up. Someone exposed the collaboration between the demons and purgatory. They've already abandoned the 1st and 2nd levels. All the monsters there have been relocated, and now starting from the 3rd floor, the number of monsters has tripled. The old man looked up, his voice low. What's even more terrifying is that, according to the latest intelligence, the monsters on every level of the purgatory have been corrupted by the demonic energy from the abyssal rift, significantly enhancing their attributes and levels. If it were just that, it would still be manageable. The key issue is that the bosses in purgatory inherently possess intelligence, and after being tainted by the demonic energy, their intelligence has greatly increased. With our current strength, if we recklessly charge in, we won't even leave behind a corpse. Humanity has been able to maintain control over Blue Star because of their intelligence and tactical prowess. But in recent years, whether it's the abyssal demons, the Beast Clan, or the corpses in purgatory, they've all started evolving intelligence. Coupled with the influence of the world's will, humanity's advantage is gradually diminishing. So when it was discovered that the Beast Clan was collaborating with purgatory and the abyss, the human faction became extremely anxious. As everyone fell into silence, Shi Xiu lazily glanced at Ling Kong with a mocking tone. I heard this was discovered by Lin Gu from Apocalypse City? As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Ling Kong. Ling Kong glanced at Shi Xiu and replied with a smile, that's right, it was Lin Gu from our Apocalypse City. The elderly woman who had spoken earlier suddenly interjected, I heard he was also the champion of this year's Dragon God tournament? Ling Kong's expression shifted slightly, but he still nodded with a smile. Yes, Lin Gu has always been low-key. Even I was quite surprised. The elderly woman nodded thoughtfully. To defeat the child Yan Shi, he must have real skills. She looked up at Ling Kong, her voice tinged with doubt. By the way, since he discovered this, and the Dragon God tournament is over, why hasn't he come here? Exactly, he's a great hero of humanity. Shi Xiu chimed in sarcastically. Without him, how could we have discovered such an important matter? It's strange that he's not here to fight, isn't it? Shi Xiu smiled at Ling Kong, his tone full of provocation. What do you think, Dean Ling? Seeing the elderly woman and Shi Xiu pressing step by step, Shi Tengrui and Shi Tengfei, hiding behind Shirley, revealed smug smiles. Lin Gu, oh Lin Gu, you got first place and became too arrogant. You messed with us brothers, and this time you're out of luck. Don't rush, Tingfei, we must wash away this humiliation. As long as he comes, we have plenty of ways to make him suffer. The two secretly laughed with malicious glints in their eyes. Ling Kong, however, could only spread his hands helplessly. That kid disappeared as soon as the tournament ended. Besides, this matter is already beyond what they can handle. Having him participate would be against the rules. Shishio didn't look up, picking at his nails. The two kids from the Sure family are here, and even the city lord's daughter is on the front lines. So what? Just because he's the champion, he gets special treatment? Ling Kong felt stifled, but could only force a bitter smile. He's only level 40. Even if he came, he wouldn't be of much help. Oh, isn't that so? Shishio sat up straight and picked up his teacup. I heard he's incredibly strong, capable of instantly killing level 70 bosses. Ling Kong's eyelid twitched, and his face darkened instantly. His damage is indeed high, clearing waves of monsters in the promotion trials. If he's really that powerful, let him try Purgatory. He'd definitely be a great help. Yeah, my kid said Lin Ge's skills are particularly strong. I heard Lin Ge's skills can even instantly kill bosses in the trials. Even if his damage isn't enough, he's a priest after all. He can heal his teammates, which is better than doing nothing. Listening to the moral coercion from the crowd, Ling Kong felt his blood boiling with anger, his head about to explode. He knew all of this was because of Shirley, aiming to send Lin Gu to his death. Once Lin Gu arrived, they had countless ways to make him suffer, without arousing suspicion. But he would never let that happen. Lin Gu just recently changed his class. He lacks experience and knowledge, and his damage and strength are insufficient to handle the current situation. Let's focus on solving the current problem first. We'll talk about his matter later, Shishio sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It seems Director Ling is quite protective, huh? Just a country boy, getting first place is nothing special. Shishio looked at Ling Kong with disdain. Does he really think that winning first place in the Dragon God tournament makes him the strongest this year? Ling Kong's face darkened, trembling with anger. Young Master Qi, if you don't want to join us in fighting against the Demon Clan and the Abyss, then please leave. Shishio's expression changed. Do you think I want to be here? Enough. At this moment, the elderly woman who had spoken earlier lowered her head to look at Shishio, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Shishio, you need to work on your temper. You must respect both your elders and juniors. Little Ling, he's still young, just a child. Don't take it to heart. Shishio snorted coldly but restrained himself somewhat. Ling Kong, however, felt even more furious. Inside, he glanced deeply at Shirley, who appeared indifferent, and sneered contemptuously. Ancestor, you're overestimating me. How could I hold a grudge against him? I just want to resolve the current trouble quickly. The elderly woman quickly responded, since everyone wants to solve the Demon Clan issue, it's perfect timing that this great contributor has arrived. This way, we can also give the soldiers below an explanation and boost their morale. More importantly, since he was the first to discover it, Yanxu was responsible for relaying the message, but he knows the specifics best. There might be some critical details that Yanxu missed or overlooked. Having him here is the most suitable choice. Seeing Ling Kong about to argue, the elderly woman waved her hand to interrupt him. Enough, little Ling, I've decided on this matter. Quickly contact him and have him come over. Didn't he just change professions? Perfect timing. With so many of us here, we can help him level up. At least he won't come here for nothing. Ling Kong's heart sank, almost unable to hold back his rebuttal. But the elderly woman held the highest status among the group, so he could only grit his teeth and force a smile to agree. Shirley raised his head, giving Ling Kong a cold glance, his face showing a faintly mocking smile. Second layer of the abyss, at the corner of a dilapidated hill. Two men dressed in black leaned against their spears, helplessly sharing cigarettes. After lighting up, they exhaled smoke and squinted as they complained. You know, the higher-ups are really something. They've moved all the monsters from the first two layers to the upper levels, yet they still make us set up checkpoints every 3 steps and posts every 5 steps. Wouldn't it be better to guard the upper levels? You're absolutely right. The air here is so foul, I can barely smell anything anymore. Ah, just deal with it. We're just grunts, and they're the leaders. The leaders are up there. Enjoying the good life, while we're stuck here eating dust.
Listening to their conversation, Linga suddenly understood.
No wonder he hadn't encountered any monsters since descending from the first layer. It turned out the abyss higher-ups had relocated them all. But this worked out well, saving him a lot of time. After listening for a while and finding no useful information,
Linga used the abyss token to teleport to the third layer. After spending intimate time with Bai Jinqing and sending her off on her flight home, Linga donned the mask of Beryl and boarded the teleportation array, heading straight for Biguan
City.
However, he didn't seek out Yanxi but instead acted alone in secret. Fortunately, despite the tight security, the Abyss, being a public dungeon, and the bounty missions issued by Biguan City allowed people to enter and exit freely.
The number
of people entering the Abyss had increased significantly compared to before. With the Abyss token given by Yanxi and the random teleportation stone awarded from the assessment, traveling became much easier. Soon, Linga wandered around the third layer alone for a while and successfully reached the fourth layer. Logically, the monsters on the third layer were level 70, and those on the fourth layer should be level 80. But Linga discovered that the monsters here had all become level 85.
Moreover,
they emitted faint black smoke, looking eerily familiar. When I saw those monsters on the third layer, I already felt
something was off.
Linga frowned deeply, suddenly struck by a realization.
Are these monsters from the Abyss of Corruption?
That's right, the Abyss of Corruption. The condition of these monsters was identical to those from the Abyss of Corruption, except the black smoke on them was slightly less, and their eyes still showed traces of clarity.
Did the Abyssal Rift actually help out? This was not good news.
Monsters that had been demonized would have their stats significantly enhanced.
No wonder these monsters are all level 85, and there are so many of them.
Linga frowned but wasn't afraid.
To him, these monsters with 10 million HP were nothing. He also understood what Yi Shouju meant.
The monsters in the secret realm had been
modified too drastically.
The HP of level 85 monsters was around 60 million.
No problem, there's still a month before school starts, plenty of time. I'm about to level up anyway, and since there's no movement on the world quest yet, that means the quest location must be further down. Leveling up while moving forward.
Besides, with the ancient erosion stealing
magic attack power, farming monsters is worth it. Linga quickly set his next plan in motion. Just as he took out the cursed
malice, he suddenly remembered something.
Wait, the old man also gave me a skill book. Polymorph was a top-tier mage skill. He was excited to see what this skill would become after being enhanced by his mutation talent. Linga took out the Polymorph skill book and directly learned it. Polymorph LV1 Lin GE's exclusive skill description, upon casting, transforms the target into a humanoid animal monster, dealing minor damage and lasting for 1000 seconds. Hiss. Linga took a sharp breath, too shocked to speak. Wasn't I supposed to be a priest? How can I transform species? If used on a person, that would be truly awkward. Imagining someone hit by this skill, their identity and appearance changing instantly, Lin Gu was dumbfounded.
Especially when paired with the Chaos Spell and the Flower Shake Hand, two tormenting skills.
Doubting his
own sanity, he forgot where he was and excitedly used the Flower Shake Hand.
Speaking of which, if someone turned into a humanoid animal, could they still use the Flower Shake Hand?
This thing is getting crazier and crazier.
The most critical part was that this was yet another super tormenting skill.
Lin Ge's mouth twitched, his expression incredibly complex.
So,
he looked at the wandering infernal iron corpses in the distance, his smile growing wilder.
Shall we test it? Might as well. See how effective the ancient erosion's magic attack steal is.
Linga let out a sinister laugh, grabbed the cursed malice, and quickly charged forward.
At that moment, he stepped into the infernal iron corpse's alert zone. Instantly, the horde of
corpses with human heads lunged at him, bearing their fangs and claws.
Lin Ge's eyes lit up. He raised his staff and shouted, with a mischievous grin, Polymorph.
The staff glowed, and the leading infernal iron corpse was immediately enveloped in an
eerie light.
Its body twisted violently, swelling like a balloon, with its legs enlarging at times and its head inflating at others.
The next second, it bent over, sprouting pure white wool. Its hands involuntarily tilted forward, and it dropped to all fours like a sheep.
Sensing something was wrong, its expression froze instantly.
Looking down, its fierce gaze turned to one of terror. It tried to stand up, but its body wouldn't obey, leaving it panicked and tilting its head back to bleat, "Bah!" The scream abruptly stopped. It looked down again in disbelief, as if it had seen a ghost. Tentatively, it bleated. Again, "Bah," and finally understood. Its once ferocious roar had turned into a sheep's bleat. At that moment, its expression shifted from confused and this ancient. The corrosion of the eclipse can actually steal magic attack power. Lin Ji's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and his expression gradually turned strange. Chaos spell. Shaking flower hands. As soon as the two skills were unleashed, the group of infernal iron corpses instantly froze, their eyes turning blood red. And they began frantically attacking their former companions. But as they ran, their eyes suddenly became confused, their minds completely unclear, yet their hands obediently continued performing the shaking flower hands. In an instant, the group of monsters fell into a chaotic state, shaking their forelimbs uncontrollably. Linga shivered, turned around with a look of disgust, and ran away. To be honest, he'd rather face a group of ferocious monsters than watch this bunch of chaotic creatures who couldn't even figure out who they were. It was truly revolting. Forget it, better find a suitable place to practice. This skill is even weirder than shaking flower hands. Lingo quickly slipped away. The remaining monsters were still shaking themselves endlessly, completely out of control. It was beyond words. Take care of this freezing scroll. In the human camp on the first level of the infernal realm, Shirley quietly took out a lot of good items, preparing to exchange them with the two brothers. Although Ling Kong said he couldn't contact Lin Gu, he will definitely come. Of course. Sure. Tingfei sneered arrogantly. With the ancestor stepping in, who dares not come? He's just a lowly mud-legged nobody. Sure. Tan Ruwei turned to Shi Tingfei with a sinister smile. Actually, it's better if he refuses to come. That way, we have a legitimate reason. By then, even if we kill him, it will be perfectly justified. Shi Tingfei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but grin. That's brilliant. He suddenly looked at Shirley. Dad? Your move is too clever, completely cutting off all his escape routes. Shi Tingruwei chuckled darkly, his expression growing increasingly vicious. Whether he comes or not, it's a dead end for him. All the advantages are in our hands. This time, we must avenge the humiliation from the assessment. Seeing the hatred on their faces, Shirley sneered disdainfully. That's why I said, he will definitely come. Only by coming does he have a chance to survive. If he doesn't come, we won't even need to act, someone will personally step in to kill him. The two nodded fervently, and Shirley's lips curled slightly. Keep the items safe. Since his resistance skills are useless, we'll attack from another angle. Shirley sneered as he looked at the two. The city lord has already issued an unlimited bounty. The bounty hunters and members of major guilds coming to the infernal realm will only increase. His skill range is large, and its effects are abnormal, but he can't use it across the entire field. Doing so would make him a public enemy. He doesn't care about provoking a group of ordinary students, but the professionals in the infernal realm are not to be trifled with. Provoking them means certain death. So, he will definitely activate faction mode. Shirley muttered softly, his lips curling uncontrollably. In this way, his skills can only harm monsters, not the professional players in the human faction. As long as I get information about him, I will immediately notify you. Once he enters the infernal realm, you must quickly find him and secretly hand over all the skill scrolls I gave you. After all, he's just a cloth-armored magic user with low defense and health. As long as he gets hit by one skill, you can easily approach and finish him off. Seeing the cold light in Shirley's eyes, the two brothers immediately laughed unscrupulously. Dad, you're amazing. Shirley sneered, secretly pleased. Shi Tengrue licked his lips. Once that fool is dead, Bai Jinqing will also need to be properly dealt with. Shi Tengfei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but grin. Don't worry, that wretch, I'll make sure to teach her a good lesson. Infernal Realm, 7th level. Linga continued to unleash skills while using random teleportation stones to jump around. As a result, he discovered that the teleportation distance was less than 10 meters. Linga looked puzzled and glanced around. Suddenly, countless infernal copper corpses went berserk, unleashing millions of damage. He muttered to himself, it seems the deeper you go in this world, the more the rules change. To avoid missing the quest location, Linga didn't teleport directly to the deepest level of the Inferno, level 10. Instead, he chose to teleport down one level at a time. He didn't pay much attention to the first 3
levels, but starting from the 4th level, he carefully observed each area. Although it took a lot of time, he discovered that the monsters in the Inferno were all affected by abyssal fissures, becoming stronger. Not only had their stats increased, but their numbers had also surged, and even the number of bosses had grown.
This was completely different from the strategies shared on the professional forums.
In other words, all the old information about the Inferno was now useless, and everything had become a brand new challenge. What surprised him even more was that both the bosses and the regular monsters had noticeably higher intelligence. The boss he had just killed even cursed at him a few times, which was truly unbelievable.
Then I'll start from this level.
After all, there are no other professionals in sight here.
There were still quite a few
bounty hunters on the first 3 levels, and he occasionally encountered a few on the 5th level. But on this level, he had
teleported 6 times and hadn't seen a single professional.
This way, no one would discover his secrets, and he could level up and practice his skills with peace of mind.
This area had been weakened by demonic energy, and the number of monsters was terrifying, but it didn't conflict with completing world quests.
Thinking of this, Lin Gu raised his hand, casting a curse of malice, and directly started the battle.
Intimidate. As invisible ripples spread out, hundreds of 3-meter-tall infernal copper corpses were instantly startled.
They turned around one after another and charged toward the surrounding monster groups. Lin Gu walked while using the Intimidate skill to control the monsters until he reached a mountain hollow, where he stopped
controlling them.
He climbed up a small hill, sat on a large rock, and looked at the tens of thousands of infernal copper corpses
around him.
Taking out some bread, he began a combo of skills.
First, Chaos Spell, then Flower Shaking Hand to control the monsters.
Next, Crushing Stone on Chest, Blade Slash, and 10 Fingers Blood Explosion, a simple 4-move combo, attacking in
succession.
You have killed an infernal copper corpse, gaining 19,800 experience points.
You have killed an infernal copper corpse, gaining 19,800 experience points. Ding! Level up.
Seeing the golden light glow on his body, Lin Ji's eyes
lit up. Finally leveled up. It wasn't easy. After reaching level 35, the leveling speed had noticeably slowed down, especially
at level 38, which felt like climbing a mountain.
He couldn't even count how many monsters he had killed to reach level 40.
Now that he had reached level 41, looking at the experience required for the next level, he felt a pang of bitterness.
This is brutal. Reaching level 42 actually requires 280 million experience points. No wonder in this world, 2nd and 3rd transitions are always the mainstream.
Only those who reach the 4th transition can be considered experts.
Leveling up is just too hard. Lin Gu couldn't help but complain, but his hands moved even faster.
Fortunately, his damage output was high, and his skills were overpowered. Even if Yanxi were in his place, her leveling speed wouldn't match his. And so, he kept
moving and stopping, leveling up and practicing skills as he teleported downward.
This monotonous and tedious routine lasted
for 5 whole days. Finally, he leveled up again, reaching level 42 and entering the 9th level of the Inferno. The deeper he went, the larger the maps became.
The 8th level was already twice the size of the 1st level.
Lin Gu spent 3 whole days exploring it. Of course, the results were satisfying.
The gold coins were one thing, he already had over 8 million before
coming here.
Now, he had picked up nearly 10,000 more coins, so his living expenses were stable.
The key was the equipment.
He had picked up 6 orange-grade items and more than 20 purple-grade items. However, aside from replacing the withered bone belt he had received as a first transition reward, the other equipment could only sit in his inventory gathering dust. These items weren't suitable for magic users, so he couldn't even equip them.
Once this Inferno expedition is over, I need to
hurry to the trading hall and sell off all this junk.
Looking at the equipment piling up in his inventory, Lin Gu couldn't help but sigh.
However, his secretly acquired magic attack power had already reached an astonishing 13,000 points, even by Jinqing.
Now doesn't have such high magic attack. Ayo!
Suddenly, a roar echoed from not far away, followed by a hoarse, angry voice shouting, "Who did this? That useless wild bee
can't even guard the gate properly."
Hearing the voice, Lin Gu cautiously
hid around a nearby corner.
In a mountain hollow, a bald, muscular man standing 2 meters tall with dark skin angrily
slapped a frail bronze corpse in front of him. Wildby is dead, and you still have the nerve to come back? The small bronze corpse covered its face and stammered nervously, Master, no, I didn't want to come back, you don't know the situation. Its eyes were filled with fear, as if recalling something. That scene was just like hell. Smack! The muscular man slapped it hard again. Nonsense! Isn't this hell already? No. The bronze corpse covered its face with both hands, too scared to speak. That professional used some bizarre skill, and our brothers were completely thrown into chaos. Some turned into sheep, some into cows, either crashing into their own comrades or standing dazed, waving their hands randomly. You don't understand, they even attacked their own people, screaming their lungs out. At that time, Lord Wildby was almost driven mad. The muscular man froze, his face full of confusion. What? Waving hands randomly? The bronze corpse nodded repeatedly. Terrified the man might hit it again. And Lord Wildby, woo-woo. The bronze corpse turned sideways, showing the man its back. The man's expression instantly changed. What's going on? Isn't Wildby a female corpse? The bronze corpse wiped its tears and said pitifully, woo-woo, I don't know either. That professional is truly twisted. He turned Lord Wildby into a water buffalo. He used strange skills to torment our brothers and even used a skill to confuse the corpses. Woo-woo, Lord Wildby doesn't even remember who I am anymore, and while waving her hands randomly, she rammed me with her horns. I was smashed to pieces. Watching the bronze corpse cry miserably, the muscular man's eyelid twitched. Could it be that the human faction has developed a new profession? He wasn't an ordinary corpse, he knew some secrets about humans. The monsters in the underworld were all transformed from professionals or ordinary people after death. Even if they lost their memories or changed their appearance, they could still understand some matters of the human faction. He remembered that the human faction had many strong individuals, but none had skills that could change species or drive people insane. Apart from a new profession, there was no other explanation. Of course, a new profession wasn't necessarily strong, its potential had to be assessed. Changing species and driving people insane? What kind of profession is this? A trace of doubt flashed in the muscular man's eyes, but he quickly realized something was off. Stop crying. If they ended up like that, why are you fine? Hearing this, the bronze corpse hesitated and stammered, I never said I was fine. Seeing the bronze corpse's panicked expression and its sudden random hand waving, the muscular man's head nearly exploded. This is absolutely disgusting. Trembling with anger, he was about to slap it again when he saw the bronze corpse waving its hands randomly while looking at him. He directly kicked it 2 meters away. Absolutely disgusting. Spitting on the ground, the muscular man's face turned dark. I need to report this to Lord Nether Tiger immediately. If those human professionals discover this, those crazy elves might cause a huge disaster. Lingu, hiding nearby, widened his eyes upon hearing this. Don't leave yet, wait for me. Who? The muscular man was startled by the voice. Lingu stepped out without hiding, his face full of surprise and joy. What did you say? Elves? Do you know where the elves are? The muscular man froze, his expression immediately turning serious. Human. Professional. Boss. Before he could finish speaking, the bronze corpse that had just climbed up suddenly shouted in terror. Waving its chaotic hands, it pointed at Lingu, its face filled with extreme fear. It's him. That's the perverted human adventurer. The burly man's eyelid twitched, reflexively looking at Lingu. It's him? That's right, boss. Copper. Corpse recalled the earlier scene, his eyes growing increasingly panicked. It's that damn pervert. Lingu scratched his arm, goosebumps rising all over his body. You're the pervert. He shuddered, genuinely disgusted, and his anger instantly flared. How did I let you slip through earlier? Seeing Lingu about to raise his staff to set up Copper Corpse, the latter let out a terrified bah and frantically waved his hands as he ran off. Help! There's a pervert killing corpses. Lingu. Watching Copper Corpse twist and run away, the burly man was dumbfounded. With a formidable enemy before him, he could only suppress his disgust and glare fiercely at Lingu. Bastard! How dare you, a human, intrude into the ninth hell? Lingu snapped back to reality and scrutinized the burly man. Unfortunately, he couldn't see any information about him. Ever since his reincarnation, he could view the stats of monsters up to 50 levels higher than himself, but this guy Didn't display anything. That meant he was at least level 92 or above. I don't care about your intrusion. You just mentioned the elves. Do you know where they are?
The burly man's face darkened, letting out a cold laugh.
You're just an ordinary human, and you think you can get information from me? Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. You'd better tell me now, or you won't get another chance.
The burly man was so enraged he laughed.
What a joke! You, alone, dare to challenge me?
He sneered, his grin gradually turning ferocious. His body began to swell, growing taller and more muscular, and his voice became rougher.
Your
strange little skills can only deal with those useless wild bees.
Think you can affect me?
A mere reincarnated human adventurer like you, stop dreaming. The burly man's figure grew larger and larger, almost blocking out the entire sky.
Lingu could only look up at him. The man stood a
full 10 meters tall, his muscles as hard as granite, his bald head gleaming, and his bronze skin exuding an intense sense of oppression. Especially those crimson eyes, Lingu could even see faint blood mist swirling within them. He had returned to his original form, and his strength had significantly increased. Lingu could feel that he was at least 40% stronger than when he was 2 meters tall. But Lingu wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was a little excited.
This is the first time I've seen a boss with intelligence and the ability to speak. How interesting. Since you're so arrogant, I'll have to get serious.
Lin Ji's lips curled upward.
Without waiting
for the burly man to react, he mercilessly unleashed a skill.
Chaos spell. The staff flashed, and the burly man froze, but there was no immediate reaction.
Suddenly, the burly man burst into laughter.
What kind of skill is this? A joke? Ha ha ha. A little.
A trace of confusion flickered in the burly man's eyes as he looked around in bewilderment.
How did I end up on the 9th layer? Wait.
Seeing Lingu, the burly man was visibly stunned.
A human? How could there be a human adventurer? How did I end up on the 9th layer?
The burly man muttered to himself, his expression dazed, but his damage output was still
high, which reassured Lingu. Where exactly are the elves hiding? Bastard! You, a human, dare to want to know where the elves are?
The burly man's confusion grew more apparent, but every time he saw Lingu, he immediately became enraged.
Damned human! Die!
The burly man opened his massive mouth, and with a whoosh, a black beam shot out like a cannonball, striking the empty ground beside Lingu.
Boom!
The ground exploded into a large crater,
and the burly man became even more bewildered. What the hell is going on? Damned human! The burly man snapped out of it, roaring in fury as he
raised his massive arms to smash down on Lingu.
But Lingu just smiled and didn't even bother to dodge.
In the next second, the burly man struck another deep crater. This time, he was completely dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. Seeing the burly man grow increasingly confused and ridiculous, Lingu shook his head helplessly. He knew it was impossible to extract any secrets from this monster.
Since that's the case, then go to hell. Lin Ji's expression turned serious as he struck without mercy, unleashing a combo instantly. Chaos spell. Flower hand spin. Polymorph. Intimidation. Plague. Awooh!
The burly man, already somewhat dazed, immediately lit up when flower handspin was cast.
Then polymorph took effect, and his robust body slowly transformed into the shape of a sheep.
His forelimbs involuntarily lifted, his mind filled with images of dancing.
But what truly broke him wasn't the poison state from plague, but the mental pressure from intimidation.
His face twisted, unsure whether to be angry or excited, completely losing control.
You, human?
Furious, he wanted to curse, but his voice grew sharper and eventually turned into a bizarre bleating sound.
He was utterly stunned. Bah! Bah!
Hearing his own high-pitched voice, the burly man's eyes first showed excitement, then revealed a trace of fear.
You damned bah! Ah!
Before he could finish speaking, his throat went awry, and the flower handspin spun faster and faster, seemingly about to spiral out of control.
Awooh! Bah!
The burly man tilted his head back and screamed, emitting sharp and strange cries, his eyes almost bulging out. Lingu shivered at the sight, quickly
scratching his arm.
So disgusting, so disgusting.
I can't take it anymore. Tendon sever.
Unable to bear it, Lingu struck directly, preparing to end
its life.
Since it had already mentioned the elves, they moved without further ado. Lingu directly used the Purgatory token to teleport to the 10th floor. Purgatory 4th floor.
Shi Tengfei took a sip of water and casually wiped his mouth. Brother, do you think Lin Gu will come back? It's been almost a week.
Shi Tangrui sneered coldly, twisting
his neck.
Dean Ling is protecting him, saying he hasn't been able to reach him.
Who knows if it's true or not? Shi Tengfei looked at him suspiciously. The patriarch has already spoken. Dean Ling wouldn't play dumb, would he? Shi Tangrui shook his head.
Who can say for sure? Either way, the patriarch said yesterday. If Lin Gu doesn't show up within 3 days, then he
shouldn't bother coming at all.
Thinking of the patriarch's words during last night's meeting, Shi Tengfei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
Ha, then don't come at all. That's quite an interesting thing to say. Shi Tangrui sneered, standing up. Let's go. Before the bounty hunters reach this floor, let's hurry and level up. Level up to 40. By then, we'll be able to wear the equipment Dad gave us.
Shi Tengfei smiled, feeling great at the thought of soon being able to wear his father's equipment.
Yeah, let's hurry to level 40. Grinding for experience is really such a pain.
Shi Tengfei stood up and picked up his greatsword. We've been slashing these monsters for 6 days now, I'm so sick of it.
Once we're out of this place, I'm definitely going to have some fun.
The two brothers exchanged a glance and couldn't help but grin mischievously. Just as Shi Tengfei was about to lure the monsters ahead, the smile on his face suddenly froze.
Brother? Shi Tengfei's smile disappeared as he squinted his eyes, staring ahead as if he had seen something so shocking he couldn't believe it.
The result was as if he had seen a ghost.
Wait, this isn't right. Shi Tangrui was focused
on checking the equipment their father had given him in his backpack.
Hearing Shi Tengfei's voice, he asked in confusion, what's wrong?
Shi Tengfei stared at him, patting his arm, his expression growing more serious.
Brother, the monsters in the first few levels of Purgatory, apart from the Purgatory soul ghosts, are Purgatory iron corpses, right? Shi Tengfei asked. Shi Tangrui nodded. Right.
Then the monsters here should all be
humanoid, right?
Yeah.
Shi Tangrui started to feel puzzled too. What's wrong, Tengfei?
Shi Tengfei's mouth twitched as he pointed to the corner ahead, stiffly looking at Shi Tangrui and saying, Brother, look. Why do those monsters look so strange? Shi Tangrui froze and instinctively looked over.
What's strange? Aren't they just Purgatory iron corpses?
As he turned his head, he was suddenly startled. He saw a group of monsters, humanoid in shape but with goat heads, horse heads, and ox heads, their faces ashen and their eyes gleaming with excitement as they waved their arms.
Completely unlike normal Purgatory iron corpses. What kind of monsters are these?
Shi Tangrui was utterly dumbfounded.
I don't know either, damn it.
Shi Tengfei was about to say he didn't know, but then he shouted in terror, Brother, look.
These monsters are getting stranger and stranger.
The twisted Purgatory iron corpses, upon noticing them, started ramming their horns into
the walls.
The two brothers' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Damn it! What the hell is going on? Shi Tangrui was stunned. How could they look normal one moment and then start ramming the walls with their forelimbs, waving their arms, and dancing? Wait!
Shi Tengfei seemed to notice something even stranger.
Brother? Why are these monsters all staring at us? We haven't even entered their alert range. Yet, have we?
Shi Tangrui shook his head repeatedly, staring at the group of monsters rushing toward them with excitement, his mind blank.
I don't know. Brother, could this be broken? The way they're acting so excited, are they coming for us?
As soon as he finished speaking, the goat-headed iron corpse at the front started dancing bizarrely while waving its arms and let out a strange shriek.
Ba ba ba! The two brothers shivered simultaneously, goosebumps covering their skin.
Shi Tangrui reacted the fastest, his face changing instantly.
Damn it!
These monsters are way too strange.
Run! Quickly spread the word. The monsters in Purgatory have all mutated. They've all turned into cows, goats, and horses. Shi Tengfei saw his brother abandon all sense of honor
and run off, scaring him so much his soul nearly flew away.
Brother, wait for me.
They were afraid of being caught by the monsters, so they ran desperately, wishing they had 4 legs. As he ran, Shi Tengfei helplessly slapped his own legs, saying, Stupid legs, run faster. I don't want to turn into cattle, sheep, or horses. Fortunately, after a few minutes of running, they encountered patrolling guards. The two immediately shouted as if grabbing a lifeline, Brothers, help! The guards looked puzzled. Young Master Shi? What's going on with you? It was clear they recognized the Shi family brothers.
Shi Tengfei, gasping for breath,
pointed behind him with a distressed face. Something big has happened.
The monsters have mutated.
What? The two guards panicked upon hearing this. Their patrol duties included preventing bounty hunters from causing trouble and stopping monsters from wreaking havoc.
Now, hearing Shi Tengfei say the monsters had mutated, the news was enough to terrify them.
Quick,
young Master Shi, take us to see those mutated monsters.
The two guards spoke, then immediately shook their heads.
I'm not going.
Me neither.
If you want to go, go yourselves. I'd rather die than go.
I'm not going either.
The two brothers spoke, one after the other, clearly unwilling to go.
The guards were confused.
You were the ones who discovered the mutated monsters, and now you're refusing to go? Is that appropriate?
Seemingly understanding the guard's thoughts, Shi Tengrui pointed behind him seriously and said, "It's a 3-minute walk.
You can go.
Yourselves." "I'm not going."
"Yeah, I'm not going either."
The two guards exchanged glances, smiled bitterly, and ran in the direction he pointed.
Not long after,
they returned with a piece of cloth, their expressions complicated. One of them, his face shifting between pale and dark, gritted his teeth and said, "This
is not simple. This is no trivial matter. Young masters, you'd better come with us to see Ancestor Sima."
"Not going."
"Me neither."
The guards
were dumbfounded. "Are you even listening to yourselves? You caused this mess, and now you're saying you won't go?"
Seeing the guards' increasingly grim expressions, Shi Tengrui twitched his mouth and finally realized the monsters had already been killed, and asking the guards to go alone wasn't reasonable. He stiffly glanced at the cloth bundle behind the two guards, his face involuntarily twitching.
"Well, then let's go together."
Hiss, hiss, hiss. Inside the main tent, everyone gasped sharply, their expressions as if they had eaten something that upset their stomachs. The reason was simple: the two monster corpses on the ground were terrifying.
"What on earth is going on?"
An elderly woman frowned and looked at the guards.
"How could the monsters from the abyss mutate like this?"
The two guards exchanged glances, their faces grim, filled with helplessness.
To be honest,
in their 30 years of life, they had never seen such bizarre monsters. These monsters were discovered by the two young masters of the Shi family. Everyone turned in unison to look at Shi Tengrui and Shi Tengfei, whose faces were equally grim. The two were startled by the attention, opened their mouths, but didn't know how to explain.
Shi Li's face darkened.
"Explain clearly.
The monsters in the abyss have always been like that. How could they suddenly mutate?"
The two shook their heads in unison.
"We don't know.
When we arrived, we saw the group of monsters acting crazy, moving
strangely. It was terrifying. Dad, you don't know, when we first saw that group of monsters,
they were even fighting each other, fighting so." Shi Tengfei noticed the increasingly serious expressions of the crowd and suddenly stopped talking.
"In short,
it was very strange.
They suddenly became like that."
As his voice grew quieter, the crowd's expressions became more solemn. Shirley turned to the elderly woman and said gravely, "Ancestor,
could it be that the demon clan is involved? The monsters in the abyss were originally influenced by the demonic energy from the abyssal
rift, which slightly enhanced their strength. Since the demon clan had collaborations with the abyss, his speculation was reasonable." The elderly woman frowned, suppressing her disgust, and examined the monster corpses again.
"The mutation direction of these monsters, seems a bit unstable." Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. This description is way too vague.
Even the old woman felt awkward, cleared her throat, and said, "But in my impression, the demon clan doesn't seem to have this kind of mutation method.
However, we can't rule out
the possibility that they've developed new mutation techniques." Ling Kong shook his head, glanced at Shi Tengfei, and asked,
"Regardless of whether this monster was created by the demon clan, the key point is, after this infernal iron corpse mutated, did its attributes, health, damage, or level improve?" Ling Kong's words hit the nail on the head. No matter how the monster mutated, if its
strength didn't increase, it would at most be disgusting but not a major problem.
However, if it became stronger after mutating,
then it would be a big issue, and they would need to change their strategy. Everyone instantly snapped out of it and stared at Shi
Tengrui and Shi Tengfei in unison.
The two brothers immediately felt their heads go numb, especially since the tent was full of experts, each more formidable than the Shi family.
But this question, the two of them awkwardly laughed, completely unsure how to answer. Shi Li's face darkened, thinking these two were utterly useless. "Di Ling is asking you, did the monster actually get stronger?" Or did you run away without even fighting it? Looking at their flushed faces and stammering demeanor, the atmosphere instantly became unbearably awkward.
Shirley trembled with anger, pointed at them, and cursed, "Useless."
His face turned bright red,
wishing he could find a hole to crawl into.
Faced with trouble, his two sons ran away without even fighting. Did they think he was just for show?
This was nothing short of desertion.
If the monster was truly powerful, running away because they couldn't win would be understandable. But to flee without even trying, just because the monster looked disgusting, without gathering any intelligence?
On the battlefield, this was a serious crime worthy of execution.
Alright, old sure, the monster is indeed a bit terrifying.
The two kids just awakened, so it's normal for them to be scared. Xin Yan stepped in as the peacemaker, almost bringing Shi Tingfei and his brother to tears. It wasn't just fear, the monster even had flashy moves, which were terrifying enough to make them cry.
At
this moment, two guards who had gone to fight the monster awkwardly reported, "These monsters didn't get stronger due to the mutation.
Their level is still 83, and their attributes haven't changed." But one guard's face twitched.
"Their attack speed and frequency have increased, and their attack methods have changed significantly." Everyone felt relieved after hearing the first half of the report, but their expressions immediately changed upon hearing the latter half.
Attack speed and frequency increased. How? Is that not an enhancement?
Chi Shou couldn't help but curse, causing the two guards' faces to stiffen, unable to respond.
Attributes
unchanged, but speed and frequency increased. This kind of enhancement. The old woman's eyelid twitched, as if recalling
something unpleasant. Her face darkened, and she said, "Quick! Before the monsters respawn, send them to the city lord's mansion and let the city lord handle it."
The two guards froze, not understanding why the old woman suddenly became so urgent.
"What are you standing there for? Hurry up!"
Startled, the two quickly responded, grabbed the cloth containing the monster, and ran off.
Watching their retreating figures, the Ling family finally reacted. "Ancestor, are you saying it's the demon clan's shaman?" The old woman's face turned grim as she stared at Ling Kong and said, "I've been wondering why they would make their subordinates look so disgusting.
It wasn't until the guards mentioned the increased attack speed that I understood.
This mutation is specifically designed to confuse us."
Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the old woman gritted her teeth and said, "I'm certain
these monsters
either failed to mutate or gained little improvement after mutating.
Placing them on the fourth floor is purely too. These monsters are too bizarre.
When we go down, we must be extra cautious. But this plays right into the Infernal's trap. We might suffer
significant losses. They definitely have monsters that have been strengthened through mutation, and even their boss might have been enhanced." Everyone froze for a moment before reacting. The ancestor is right. There are no powerful gatekeeping bosses in the first 10 floors, their main forces are concentrated on the 10th floor.
And with the help of the Abyssal Rift, their forces
have already been strengthened.
They must know we'll be cautious and might even send heavy troops to sweep through.
The monsters on
the fourth level are clearly meant to confuse us, to make us underestimate them, thinking these weakened monsters aren't strong, and then take the chance to hit us hard.
These monsters are so cunning, they even know how to scheme. If we fall for it, we'd be complete fools.
Exactly. I bet if we go down now, we won't find many of these monsters at all.
Everyone chimed in, instantly.
Seeing through the truth of the situation, cursing the higher-ups of the purgatory for being shameless and meticulous.
The old woman
raised her hand to stop the crowd from getting angry.
The monsters in purgatory are the reincarnations of professionals after their deaths.
Even if they've forgotten their past lives, it's normal for them to be intelligent. What's most important now is figuring out how to deal with this, Chi Shou said with a cold laugh.
Isn't it obvious?
Just take the army down there and crush them. Ling Kong snorted coldly and turned to the old woman, asking, "The guards have already taken the corpse to the city lord.
Shouldn't we wait for his instructions?"
Chi Shou sneered, "Dean Ling, if you're scared, just stay here and wait for news."
Something's not right. With these kinds of monsters appearing in purgatory, who knows what the situation is like on the lower levels? If we don't
hurry and clean this up, it's not just the bounty hunters who'll suffer heavy losses.
If purgatory keeps stalling for time and grows stronger, it'll be even harder for us to win. Ling Kong's expression shifted slightly. Although he wanted to scold Chi Shou for being brainless, he couldn't deny that he was right.
Time was of the essence now. They had to quickly figure out what was happening.
In purgatory. Even if we're going down, we don't need to mobilize the entire army. Sending a small reconnaissance team should be enough. Shishio almost burst out laughing. Purgatory is full of monsters, not humans. They don't play by the rules. Sending a small team down there? If they fall into an ambush, it'll just be a waste of lives. Don't treat the bosses in purgatory like those brainless low-level dungeon bosses outside. The bosses in purgatory are much smarter. Seeing Ling Kong about to speak, Shishio raised his hand to interrupt. Old ancestor, I won't force anyone else. If they don't want to go, I will. I'll personally lead the team down there. I want to see for myself what these monsters in purgatory have turned into. Don't think this little land of the dead can dare to challenge us. Shishio, growing impatient after a week of inaction, thought it was a complete waste of time. If it were up to him, he'd have already gathered everyone and swept through the place. Watching Shishio's grumbling figure, Ling Kong clenched his teeth in frustration. This kid loved showing off too much and didn't understand the gravity of the situation. In the city lord's mansion, Yan Shifeng, the city lord of Biguan City, looked at the monster on the ground with a complicated expression. Although he was experienced and had faced all kinds of crises with composure, he couldn't help but furrow his brows at this bizarre creature. What did Ancestor Sima say? The two guards exchanged glances and shook their heads in confusion. The ancestor said, "She doesn't know what's going on with this monster either, so she sent us to consult you." Yan Shifeng frowned deeply, staring at the monster as he muttered to himself, "I've dealt with purgatory for decades, but I've never seen a monster like this before. This mutation is just too strange. Could it really be the work of the Demon Clan?" His first thought was the shamans of the Demon Clan, but it didn't seem like they had the means to create such mutations. Yan Shifeng's frown deepened as he thought for a few seconds. When he noticed the monster's corpse starting to fade, he looked up at the two guards and asked, "Any news from Ancestor Sima?" The guards hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Young Master Chisho personally led a team down. The ancestor was worried about his safety and sent the Sima guards to accompany him. By now, they should have reached the first level of purgatory." Yan Shifeng pressed his lips together, feeling that something was off. This didn't align with purgatory's usual behavior, nor did it seem like something the Demon Clan would do. But with everyone on edge, any small disturbance could lead to big trouble. Especially with such a strange development, he couldn't afford to be careless. If the demon race masters some kind of breakthrough and successfully mutates, it won't just be a simple increase in attack speed, there might be other, even stronger abilities. This would undoubtedly worsen the situation for the human coalition forces. After thinking for a moment, Yan Shifeng decisively gave the order, "Pass down the command. The 1st and 3rd Black Armor Corps, and the 4th Black Cavalry Corps, will be led by General Yan to guard the 4th layer of the purgatory. Report all situations, no matter how small, immediately." Understood. The Black Armor Guards obeyed the order and quickly left. 10th layer of purgatory. A flash of white light. Lin Ji's figure suddenly appeared. Before him was a desolate land full of devastation, with graves stretching endlessly. Lin Gu almost thought he had entered a cemetery. This 10th layer of purgatory is like a completely different world compared to the 9 layers below. He muttered to himself, his expression serious. Because whether it was the temperature, humidity, atmosphere, or feeling, the 10th layer of purgatory was vastly different. If it weren't for the purgatory token, he might have thought he had teleported to the wrong place. Looking at the misty sky, Lin Gu glanced around and instinctively wanted to choose a path away from the graves. But at that moment, the mission system suddenly sent a prompt: "You have received a world mission, the Lament of the World Tree, Part 1, please proceed to Purgatory, find the moon well of the Elf Goddess, and use the World Tree's seed complete the mission to receive generous rewards." The mission lit up, repeatedly reminding him that this was indeed the right place. As long as he turned his back, the mission prompt would gradually fade. Lin Ji's mouth twitched, his face full of helplessness. This clearly required him to pass through the graveyard. What could he do? It was a world mission, so he could only grit his teeth and move forward. Sighing, he took out a bottle of mineral water and walked toward the graveyard. The 5th layer of purgatory is the limit for ordinary professionals. Those who can go further are not ordinary people. So Lin Gu had no knowledge of the map beyond the 5th layer. But since the monsters called this place purgatory, having some graves was normal. He decided to ignore the eerie atmosphere around him and walk straight ahead. However, after walking less than 100 meters, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind. Lin Ji's expression changed, and he quickly turned around. Sure enough, the soil on the graves began to rise. The graves are cracking open? Lin Gu was shocked. The next second, hundreds of
graves in front of him suddenly exploded, and pitch-black coffins shot out as if alive, rushing toward him.
Damn!
Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, wanting to retreat, but he found that the
graves behind him were also exploding. Boom! Boom! Boom!
As the sound of explosions echoed, the air around Lin Gu was instantly filled with countless coffins.
Tens of thousands of coffins filled the sky, creating an extremely eerie and terrifying scene.
A chilling wind brushed past, and Lin Ji's skin crawled with goosebumps.
Damn, so many coffins? Are they going to attack collectively? Is this a graveyard party?
Lin Gu was dumbfounded. The coffins that had just flown up suddenly fell heavily to the ground in unison.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The lids of the coffins were violently flung open, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the dust settled, Lin Gu heard heavy footsteps.
To be honest, the scene was
somewhat like a horror movie, and Lin Gu couldn't help but feel a chill. Fortunately, a hoarse voice came at that moment, otherwise, he might not have reacted in time.
Who dares trespass on the military camp grounds? Seeking death. Lin Gu froze. Military camp? Grounds? Just this graveyard?
As the dust cleared, Lin Gu finally saw the speaker.
He had thought these zombies would be chaotic like in the movies.
But instead, they were all wearing uniform black armor. The speaking corpse was a middle-aged man with an iron-blue complexion, no pupils,
and a face full of wrinkles. Lin Gu instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. Purgatory Iron Zombie King Titan, Rare Boss, Race, Level, HP, MP, Armor, Attack, Skills. Apart from the name, everything else was question marks, as were the other small monsters.
This indicated that their level was at least 92 or higher, adding to the fact that it mentioned a military camp. It's estimated that these monsters are all above level 100. Just as Lin Gu was staring at it, Tai Tong stepped out of the coffin, followed by the
other iron zombies. The heavy footsteps proved their armor was extremely thick.
Intruding into the military camp, you deserve 1,000 deaths.
Tai Tong roared angrily, and the
other iron zombies immediately drew their swords and charged at Lin Gu.
Ha!
Lin Gu froze, his face full of surprise.
I haven't even made a move, and you're already rushing to die?
After snapping out of it, Lin Gu immediately cast Chaos Spell, followed by a flower handshake. The iron zombies, who had just rushed a few steps forward, suddenly slowed down, their eyes dazed as they looked at each other. Then their eyes alternated between glowing and confusion, and they started raising their hands to shake them at their companions.
Seeing his subordinates start shaking their hands strangely, Tai Tong became furious. Bastards! What are you doing? What's wrong with you all, huh? Just as Tai Tong was about to continue
scolding, he suddenly felt something strange.
How to put it?
Maybe he had been single for too long, but seeing his lieutenants with their delicate features, he actually felt an inexplicable
attraction to them. He couldn't help but want to join them in shaking hands. Lieutenants, let's shake hands together.
The lieutenants were utterly confused.
Lord Tai Tong? What is this, huh? Lord Tai Tong, your palms are so firm. Wait.
The lieutenant suddenly snapped out of it, his eyes clearing a bit, but soon he became excited again.
Lord Tai Tong.
Tai Tong sensed something was wrong and panicked.
Damn it! What are you doing to us?
Lin Gu sneered, pointing at Tai Tong and chanting a curse of resentment.
Why don't you try this too? Sheep transformation spell. Tai Tong froze as his lieutenants began to transform.
Their armor turned into wool, their bodies bent, their arms tilted forward, and they fell
to the ground, turning into sheep. Wait, this ba, huh? My voice? Why has my voice turned into ba sounds? Ba?
Tai Tong realized his voice was becoming sharper, and desperately tried to resist the flower handshake effect, but it was all in vain. The next second, the skill directly turned him into a corpse.
Lieutenant, why have you turned into ba? Lord Tai Tong has also turned into ba.
Lin Gu watched as Tai Tong and the iron zombies he led began transforming within a 1,500-meter radius.
Lin Gu couldn't help
but shiver.
Oh dear, such perverts, just die already. Chest-crushing stone. Ow, 10 fingers connected to the heart.
Ouch! Lin Ji's eyelids twitched as he saw the damage. Resisted to 800,000, and he quickly increased his efforts.
10 fingers connected to the heart. Ouch, Lin Gu. Lin Gu endured the disgust and goosebumps, standing in place and frantically casting skills.
But these monsters had such high defense, all at question mark levels. He bombarded them continuously for 3 minutes before the voice of the world will
finally began to sound.
You have killed Infernal Iron Zombie, gaining 35,894 experience points. You have killed Infernal Iron Zombie, gaining 35,894 experience points.
Ding! You leveled up.
You have killed Infernal Iron Zombie, gaining 35,894 experience points. Seeing the Iron Zombies wailing while desperately waving their hands to beg for mercy, Lin Gu
gritted his teeth and sped up his skill casting.
After all, each skill only consumed 200 to 300 mana points, and his mana bar was barely affected.
To be honest, no matter how
resilient and tough these Iron Zombies were, they were indeed excellent helpers for leveling up and practicing skills. High experience points, and they only attacked their own kind.
Setting
aside the disgust, this kind of leveling was simply too comfortable. After casting skills for a long time, Lin Gu started to feel a bit sleepy.
An hour later, as one wave of monsters fell, another wave replaced them, and Lin Ge's leveling time came to an end.
The Iron Zombie King finally fell along with his lieutenants, inseparable even in death.
Damn it, cursed human! The Lord will make you pay. Avenge us!
Before dying, the Iron Zombie King's eyes flickered, as if it was its last struggle. Then it exploded into a pile of equipment, clutching its lieutenants as they swayed and fell together. You killed the Purgatory Iron Zombie Deputy General, gaining 125,984 experience. You killed the Purgatory Iron Zombie King, gaining 359,751 experience. Wow, amazing.
2 corpses gave nearly 500,000 experience?
Lin Ge's eyes lit up as he suppressed his nausea and picked up the dropped equipment.
Obtained 532
gold, 24 silver, 54 copper. Obtained Iron Zombie King's Tooth. Obtained Iron Zombie King's Rib. Obtained Iron Zombie King's Magic Core. Obtained Legion Token, Iron Zombie. Obtained
equipment, Gloomy Hell, orange. Obtained equipment, Zombie King's Finger Bone, orange. 2 orange items?
A trace of joy flashed in Lin Ge's eyes as he quickly checked the equipment. Attributes: Zombie King's Finger Bone, orange. Type: accessory attributes, strength plus 750, agility plus 750, spirit plus 900, constitution plus 750. Effects: critical damage increased by 30%. Physical and magical penetration increased by 30%. Physical and magical attack power increased by 30%. Attacks have a chance to trigger Zombie King's Curse, reducing the target's armor by 3% per second and dealing shadow damage equal to 3% of physical/magical attack power, stacking up to 10 layers, lasting 30 seconds. Easy to equip, can equip items 40 levels higher than the user's level. Equipment level, level 100. Gloomy Hell, orange. Type: lower body attributes, magic attack plus 780. Magic attack power increased by 20%. Physical and magical defense increased by 20%. Strength plus 750, agility plus 750, spirit plus 800, constitution plus 700. Armor 1512. Effects: spell penetration increased by 30%. Spell damage increased by 30%. Shadow resistance increased by 30%. Easy to equip, can equip items 40 levels higher than the user's level. Durability 500. Equipment level, LV 100. I can't wear this equipment.
Lin Gu frowned. Although the attributes far exceeded his current equipment, he needed to be at least level 60 to wear it. He looked down and was surprised to find that he was already level 45. Defeating these Iron Zombies actually leveled me up by 3 levels?
Lin Gu was somewhat incredulous.
After level 40, leveling up became extremely difficult. He clearly remembered that each level required over 200 million experience points. By level 42, it even required nearly 300 million experience to level up.
His damage was high, and the monsters in Purgatory were mysteriously weakened and more numerous, but it still took him 6 whole days to level up from 40 to 42.
Although a lot of
time was spent running maps, he had killed quite a few monsters.
If Yanxi were here, she probably wouldn't have killed as many in 2 weeks. How many monsters were in this area to let him level up by 3 levels at once? Forget it. Leveling up quickly is always a good thing, no need to overthink it. Lin Gu had a good mindset. After all, he came
to do world missions to level up, and leveling up quickly was certainly good. Otherwise, he'd have to grind level 80 dungeons, which probably wouldn't be as fast as leveling here. At this rate, reaching level 60 before school
starts shouldn't be a problem. Lin Ge's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered he hadn't tried finding monster camps to level up yet, which was the real leveling paradise. Looking around, the twisted iron zombies lay on the ground. He suddenly recalled that he seemed to have obtained something special earlier. Opening his backpack, amidst a pile of equipment, he found a zombie head-shaped token.
Legion token, Iron Zombie, purple quality, no level restriction. Description: holding this token allows you to control an Iron Zombie Legion, with the number related to the
user's level. What? I can control an Iron Zombie Legion? Lin Ji's eyes widened in shock.
He had never heard of this
before. It was his first time seeing it. Coming back to his senses, his eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked the token to summon.
The next second, the ground suddenly rose, followed by the sound of 44 pitch-black coffins flying
out. Bang! 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 The coffins landed, their lids burst open. One by one, monsters identical to the iron
zombies he had just killed emerged from the coffins. Before Lingo could react, the 45 iron zombies immediately lined up, respectfully stood before him, stomped their feet in unison, and knelt on one knee, saying, "Iron Zombie Legion.
At your command." Wow! Lingo was so shocked he couldn't speak. He quickly opened the summoning detector to check the Iron Zombie's attributes. Infernal Iron Zombie, Rare, Race, Corpse Clan Level, 100 HP, 35 million MP. 12 million Armor, 17,232 Attack, 34,233 to 41,235 Skills, Charge, Breakthrough, Corpse Zombie, Deadly Strike. Wow! Really level 100? And still maintaining such strong attributes? Lingo was stunned. He had thought the summoned creatures would be weakened due to his low level. After all, he couldn't see the original attributes of the Iron Zombies. But the level 100 attributes of these Iron Zombies completely shocked him. Generally, the level of summoned creatures is tied to the host and often suppressed. Unexpectedly, these Iron Zombies retained their full level strength. Of course, the Iron Zombies' attributes might have been slightly weakened, but with an attack power of 40,000, they were more than enough to help him significantly. More importantly, the token clearly stated that the number of Iron Zombies was related to his level. Now that he was level 45, he could summon 45 level 100 Iron Zombies. Does this mean that every time he levels up, he can summon one more? If he reaches level 1000, wouldn't that mean 1000 Iron Zombies? By then, it would truly be a legion of Iron Zombies. And perhaps the Iron Zombies' attributes would grow even stronger as his level increases. Their level would continue to rise along with his. This is too awesome. Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and the thought of summoning an Iron Zombie Legion in the future made his breathing quicken. Don't forget, these creatures are summon entities. If they die, they can be summoned again. Their loyalty is 100%, and they will never betray him. Most importantly, he had just tested it and found that he could transfer part of his mental power to the Iron Zombies, see through their perspective, hear sounds, and even control their actions. This was practically a top-tier scout. In the future, leveling up and completing quests, why would I need to run around the map to lure monsters myself? Just send the Iron Zombies, it would save at least half the time. I could even send them as spies. Iron Lord Vanina requests an audience. Lingo froze and instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. Iron Lord? Vanina? Hearing these two names, Lingo immediately reacted. Elf Clan? His eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that after searching for so long without any news, the Elf Clan would deliver themselves to him. He quickly retracted the Iron Zombie Legion, stepped over Iron Lord's grave, and walked forward. Originally, he thought that since he could hear so clearly, the elf named Vanina must be nearby. But the reality was even more exaggerated than he imagined. Lingo ran for a full 10 minutes before reaching her. Moreover, Vanina's voice had only sounded once and then went silent, making him wonder if she had left after being ignored. Fortunately, after more than 10 minutes, he saw Vanina kneeling on an empty patch of land at the edge of the graveyard. Lingo didn't hide himself, and Vanina instinctively looked up when she heard the commotion. She had thought it was Iron Lord, but when she saw Lingo, the excited expression on her face instantly froze. Lingo was also stunned. Weren't elves supposed to be handsome men and beautiful women? Why did Vanina look so haggard, with dry, shriveled skin? Like old tree bark? Her skin tone was even similar to the Iron Zombies and Iron Lord. If it weren't for her pointed ears, the elf leather armor she wore, and the small bow on her back,
he would have suspected that the iron zombies were playing a prank on him, cosplaying as elves.
She had nothing to do with beauty. Not to mention, what was up with those pitch black, completely colorless eyes? Big socks, take a look, does this seem right? Could this really be an elf?
Lingu was dumbfounded. You are. Vanina saw Lingu standing there in a daze, her expression wary and
slightly suspicious.
Logically, Iron Lord's subordinates should all be a bunch of disgusting zombies. How could she
see a living, smooth-skinned, tall and imposing man, as handsome as an elf? Wait, no. Vanina's expression changed, and she immediately knelt back a step. You're a human practitioner.
Lingu snapped out of it, the corner of
his mouth twitching, feeling a bit speechless.
Big socks, your reaction is way too fast, kneeling faster than
lightning.
That's right, I am a human practitioner, but I am also the savior here to rescue your elf race.
Based on
the mission details and the clues he had received, Lingu had already pieced together the general situation.
Vanina's current state was definitely related to the Moonwell.
It was well known that the Moonwell was the source of
magic and life for the elf race. They relied on the Tree of Life and the Moonwell to survive. If something went wrong with the Moonwell, the elf race would undoubtedly suffer.
Her current condition clearly indicated that there was a
problem with the Moonwell.
This was definitely not good news. And for him, finding the Moonwell was the first objective
in completing the world mission. If the Moonwell was in trouble, could the mission still be completed smoothly?
Vanina, on the other hand, did not believe Lin Ji's words, her gaze growing increasingly wary.
The High Priest said that human practitioners are cunning and fickle villains who absolutely cannot be trusted.
Lingu froze, feeling
helpless inside. Humans are not. So, people from the abyss can be trusted? Don't forget, those in the abyss are all transformed from dead human practitioners. There's no fundamental difference. Vanina was momentarily
at a loss for words, not expecting Lingu to make such a valid point.
However, in order to complete the mission, Lingu
didn't argue with her and directly took out a letter.
Isn't this a letter written by your elf high priest? The familiar aura made Vanina's eyes widen instantly. How do you have a letter written by our high priest?
Lingu
said calmly, I got this letter from a boss. He was one of Minghu's subordinates. Vanina's expression changed, and she immediately asked, was it Lord Wood? Lingu waved his hand, I don't care what his name is. Now I have
reason to suspect that after you gave him this letter, whether he passed the message to Minghu was still a question.
Otherwise, why would Wood deploy forces on the 9th level of the abyss but not send anyone to help you? Vanina
was stunned upon hearing this. No wonder there had been no news from the abyss messenger. The situation might not
be so simple.
Her expression grew complicated, and her gaze began to waver. Seeing this, Lingu took out a seed of the
world tree. If you don't believe what I said earlier, how about this? Seeing the seed, Vanina was so shocked she
couldn't speak, her eyes widening.
Oh my God! Is this the seed of the world tree?
She opened her mouth wide, her
eyes full of astonishment. How do you have the seed of the world tree? Lingu smiled and said, I told
you, I'm here to save your elf race. Vanina, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt down and stretched out her withered
hands as if to cradle the seed.
Savior, our savior.
May I take a look at the seed?
Lingu gave her a strange
look and said, could you stand up and talk to me first? Only then did Vanina realize she had been kneeling the whole time.
Her face turned red, and she quickly stood up.
I'm sorry, human hero.
Just moments ago, she had called him cunning and fickle, and now she was addressing him as a hero.
Lingu couldn't help but chuckle. He
casually tossed the seed to her, startling Vanina so much that she almost dropped it.
This was an item for the world
mission, no one could destroy or steal it, so he wasn't worried about her running off with it.
In fact, Vanina had no intention of running away.
Her entire focus was on the seed in her hands.
Oh my God, this really is the seed of the world tree. After confirming the seed's authenticity, Vanina looked at Lingu with gratitude, her whole body trembling. Human savior. Thank you. Thank you for bringing the seed of the world tree to our elf race. We finally have hope. The high priest will surely be overjoyed.
Lingu crossed his arms and smiled, raising an eyebrow.
So, can you take me to see your high priest now? Even if I want to give you this thing, you won't be able to use it.
Vanina reluctantly returned the seed to him. Lingu was right, apart from him, no one could use the seed. But it didn't matter, he was here now. with a friendly attitude, unlike Tai Tong and Wood, who were cold and indifferent. Although she couldn't get Tai Tong's help with the World Tree Seed, things might take a turn for the better. Moreover, Lin Gu was capable of killing Wood, proving his strength was not to be underestimated. This was definitely a way out. A strong ally had arrived. She should take him to see the High Priest, maybe he could truly save the elves. The more Vanina thought about it, the smarter she felt, her eyes lighting up. The High Priest would surely praise her. Thinking of this, Vanina grew even more excited. Alright, I'll take you to see the High Priest right now. As she spoke, Vanina looked at Lin Gu with admiration and added, great benefactor. Lin Gu was speechless. You're being way too genuine. What exactly happened? In a grand hall built of black granite, a 3-meter-tall figure clad in black patterned armor sat on a massive throne, expressionless, as he looked down at the kneeling guard and asked, the human camp was patrolling outside just fine. Why did they suddenly send troops to infiltrate and clear out the third layer of defenses? The guard, too frightened to lift his head, trembled as he replied, reporting, my lord. I don't know either. But judging by their formation, it seems they're about to attack the fourth layer soon. Minghu frowned, his face full of doubt. He had dealt with the human camp many times, and based on his understanding, this situation was highly unusual. If they didn't investigate this incident thoroughly, it would be impossible to mobilize the army. After sending people to kill over 30 waves of human scouts, the enemy had remained silent, which proved this point. But why had they suddenly made a move? This was too abnormal. Of course, he didn't take those miscellaneous soldiers guarding the gates of the underworld seriously. Even if they sent 2,000 elite troops down, it wouldn't be a concern. However, the 5,000 black-armored soldiers in black cavalry in Biguan City had to be taken seriously. Over the past few decades, he had suffered significant losses, almost every time, but the task at hand was too important to allow any mistakes. Therefore, he had to contain the problem at the 5th layer, because the 6th layer. Minghu frowned, raised his eyes, and said, immediately, dispatch Tai Tong to lead the Iron Zombie army to the 5th layer to guard the pass. Make sure to keep the human camp contained in the 5th layer. Yes. The guard quickly responded. Not long after, a figure rushed in with a panicked voice. Report, Commander. Something terrible has happened. A guard in leather armor stumbled in, directly kneeling before Minghu. Commander, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. Minghu's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, what's got you so flustered? Speak quickly. The guard raised his head, his eyes full of fear, pointing outside the door. Commander. General Tai Tong, he's dead. What? Minghu's expression changed drastically, slamming the armrest heavily. Ridiculous. Tai Tong is the leader of the Iron Zombie army, stationed at the 10th layer all this time. How could he be dead? The guard seemed to recall something, his face shifting between pale and dark, avoiding Minghu's gaze. No, Commander. This matter. No, it's not our fault. We have no idea why it turned out this way. And, it's not that we insisted on bringing Deputy General Woming alone. The guard stammered, his face riddled with complexity. It's Lord Tai Tong and Deputy General Woming, they couldn't be separated. Minghu's expression was full of confusion, completely unaware of the gravity of the problem. It wasn't until he saw two bizarre corpses, one's goat-like horns piercing into the other's stomach, their bodies entangled and inseparable in a grotesque shape, that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. What the hell is going on here? Minghu roared in fury, nearly cursing aloud. If it weren't for Tietong's unmistakably recognizable face, he wouldn't have identified the goat-headed, human-bodied corpse as Tai Tong. The guard trembled under Minghu's fiery glare and hurriedly explained in a panicked stutter, My lord, I truly have no idea what happened. After receiving your orders, I immediately went to the Iron Stiff Army camp to deliver the message. But when I arrived at the center of the camp, all I saw were the corpses of cattle, sheep, and horses scattered everywhere. If not for Lord Tietong's distinct facial features, I wouldn't have recognized him. And the guard cast a glance at the fused figures of Tai Tong and Woming, shuddering involuntarily. There were many details he dared not recount, fearing it would be too much for Minghu to handle. The truth was, he himself was already haunted by the scene. Wait? Minghu suddenly caught on to the critical point, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the guard. Are you saying, an entire field of corpses? The Iron Stiff Army was completely annihilated?
The guard's complexion turned pale as he dropped to his knees, trembling. My lord, yes. The Iron Stiff Army, not a single survivor.
Minghu's face darkened, a flush of blood rushing to his face as fury overtook him.
He slammed his armrest and roared, damn it! Damn it!
The Iron Stiff Army was his most prized force of 20,000 soldiers. And now, under his very nose, their annihilation
had gone entirely unnoticed.
Minghu was trembling with rage, his fury reaching the heavens.
Who did this? Who? The guard shrank back, cowering on the ground, not daring to lift his head. My lord, we have no further clues. At this moment, we can't determine who it was, but it must have been elite fighters from the human faction. No kidding.
Minghu's roar was so forceful it nearly caused the guard to faint from fright.
Those half-baked
lunatics from the elven tribes wouldn't dare touch my troops, not even if you gave them all the courage in the world.
And as for the other factions, we've no grudges with them. Why would they strike so ruthlessly? Who else could it be, if not the humans?
Minghu fumed, gnashing his teeth, nearly tearing the messenger apart in his wrath. But then again, to silently wipe out 20,000 of the
Iron Stiff Army, this wasn't the work of just one person.
It was highly likely that the humans had dispatched a top-tier team, infiltrating in secret to launch a successful ambush. Thinking further, the humans had recently sent 2,000 disposable troops to launch a sudden attack on Hell's territories, clearing their own turf. This was undoubtedly a diversion, a cover for their elite team, ensuring their success. Then, with coordinated strikes from both sides, they encircled and overwhelmed his army, breaking his defenses. The more Minghu thought about it, the graver the situation seemed.
If that top-tier team uncovered their secrets, Minghu couldn't help but shudder, his veins bulging as he roared, send the order. All forces, assemble. What did you just say?
In the central military tent on the first layer of purgatory, General Yan Ming furrowed his brow as he questioned sharply.
The general's expression shifted, and he abruptly stood up in shock. Minghu is mobilizing 70% of his forces to advance toward the upper layers?
The scout below him, his face ashen, replied, Yes, General.
We witnessed it with our own eyes. It's as if Minghu has gone mad. He's dispatched 30% of his forces to frantically search the 10th layer of
purgatory, while the remaining 70% has been assembled and is currently advancing toward the 9th layer. The scout's eyes flashed with helplessness. Our third reconnaissance team was caught completely off guard by that 30% force. We suffered heavy casualties, with only 3 of us managing to escape. Yan Ming gritted his teeth, his anger flaring instantly.
That Minghu was courting death.
Ever since learning that Qi Xiu had led a team to venture into purgatory, Yan Ming had intended to let them scout ahead while he handled the reinforcements. To ensure the accuracy of the intelligence, he specifically sent a reconnaissance team to scout ahead. After all, reports from the front lines indicated that the monsters in the abyss seemed to have undergone strange mutations, and he had to proceed with caution. Who would have thought that as soon as the reconnaissance team reached the 10th level, they were almost completely annihilated
by the army of the Nether Tiger before they could figure out the situation?
Each member of the reconnaissance team was an elite cultivated with significant resources and
time, a valuable asset to the army.
The heavy casualties this time made it impossible to shirk responsibility. Worse still, a week had passed, and no useful information had been
obtained. This indicated that the secrets of the abyss were far more complex than they appeared on the surface.
A series of bad news left Yan Ming's mind in chaos, but as a seasoned veteran, his years of war experience helped him quickly adjust his emotions and begin analyzing countermeasures. Usually, it's just minor skirmishes, but this time, it's clear.
They're planning something big. We can't sit idly by. Yan Ming's face darkened as he immediately gave orders. We can't let those arrogant young masters mess around. Pass on my command. The first Black Armored Legion is to set out immediately and hold the 4th level of the abyss. I want to see with my own eyes what these mutated monsters in the abyss look like and what exactly the Nether Tiger is planning. Abyss, 10th level. Lin Gu walked into a patch of withered grass and dried-up plants, looking completely out of place in this environment.
Along the way, Vinina chattered excitedly, constantly expressing her gratitude and admiration for Lin Gu.
Lord Lin Gu, over there is our elven homeland. She
pointed to a small grove ahead, speaking with excitement.
The High Priest and my people are all there.
Lin Gu observed the area, his eyes filled with sympathy. The elves were guardians of nature, yearning for and loving life in dense forests. But the reality was that while the abyss might appear normal during the day, the sky was perpetually gray, sunlight unable to penetrate, and even the sun itself was invisible. As for this so-called elven habitat, the tallest withered tree was no more than 3 meters high.
The withered grass
On the ground was lifeless.
There wasn't a single patch of true greenery in sight.
Linga shook his head, feeling a bit saddened.
You live here? Vinina, unable to detect the deeper meaning in Lin Ge's words, nodded proudly. That's right. This is our territory.
It's not bad here, other places don't even have trees or plants.
Lin Ge gave a wry smile, but couldn't help questioning in his mind. Why do you live in the abyss? Shouldn't the elves live in forests? Vinina's expression changed slightly, her eyes flickering as she tried to conceal something, but Lin Ge didn't notice. It's a long story. Our people were framed. Framed? Lin Ge's heart tightened, and he immediately thought of Ming Yun. He had also mentioned being. Why were they framed and even imprisoned in the abyss? What special rules did the abyss have? Or was it simply because no one governed this place? Lin Ge
didn't doubt Vanina's words but found it all very strange.
He had another question he was even more curious about. If the issue with the moon well is resolved, can you return to your original state? Vinina was momentarily stunned but then nodded in acknowledgement.
Yes, our magic has been exhausted, and our lives are also at risk. That's why we sought help from Lord Nether Tiger, but, after hearing this, Lin Ge nodded.
That's good. Ha? Lord Lin Ge, what do you mean? Lin Ge waved his hand. It's nothing. I'm here, so it's the same.
He didn't want to have any special relationship with the elves, he was just purely curious. After all, he was an ordinary human, and creatures like elves only existed
in movies and novels.
Vanina's current appearance had already shocked him, and he really wanted to see how powerful real elves could be.
No other reason. Vinina? Just as Lin Ge
was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out.
The next second, an elf similar to Vinina jumped down from the sparse treetops. Seeing Vinina, she asked nervously and expectantly.
So, did Lord Taitong agree to send troops? Vinina looked a bit embarrassed and shook her head, and the other elf's face immediately showed disappointment and worry.
Iron Tongue does
not agree to send troops.
We can't possibly break through the Soul Ghost's defenses on our own.
If we delay any longer, something terrible might happen to the High Priestess.
Don't worry, Daisy. Vinina smiled as she held Daisy's arm. I've brought our savior. Lord Ling.
Lord Ling will help us reclaim the Moonwell.
Daisy was stunned and only
then noticed Ling.
Ling inwardly complained.
Are you serious? Good thing I've been watching from the side, or I might have just turned around and left.
Ling, Lord? It was
Daisy's first time seeing someone as beautiful as Ling, and she was a bit surprised.
He didn't look like someone from the underworld at all. Vinina, is this person newly dead? Ling was baffled. Do you even hear yourself?
He was momentarily speechless.
Me? Human. I'm really human. Ha? Human?
Seeing the surprised looks on both their faces,
Vinina couldn't help but laugh, like a shy little girl. Of course, if she didn't look the way she did now. Let's go, Daisy. Quickly take Lord Ling to see the High Priestess. We're finally saved this time. Really saved.
Afraid that Daisy might waste time running in circles out of excitement, Vinina hurriedly pulled her and Ling deeper into the forest.
The
further they went, the denser the trees became. Although the bark was dry and the grass yellowed, it was much better than the vast, lifeless wasteland outside.
After walking for more
than 10 minutes, Ling noticed the terrain suddenly dipped, forming a large pit. In the center of the pit stood a massive tree, with a single green leaf still clinging to its top. The trunk was thick, but its branches were withered and rough, giving it an aged appearance from afar. Most notably, a dilapidated wooden house was built in front of the trunk. As soon as Ling and the others arrived, the elves in the tree immediately poked their heads out to observe. Upon seeing Vinina and Daisy, their eyes lit up, and they all jumped down
from the tree. Vinina? So, did Lord Iron Tongue agree to send troops? Vinina, when are we setting off? I can't wait any longer. The Moonwell is ours. We must reclaim it with our own hands. Is this corpse fresh? Why is it so beautiful? Ling listened helplessly to their chatter, while Vinina couldn't help but laugh. We're going to report to the High Priestess right now, so don't do anything yet.
Without waiting for anyone to react, Vinina grabbed Ling and ran off, not even bothering with Daisy.
High Priestess, I'm here. Vinina excitedly pushed open the door and dragged Ling into the wooden house.
So careless, you should knock before entering.
No manners. A hoarse voice, both indulgent and exasperated, sounded Vinina pouted, then immediately grinned and pulled Ling to the bedside. Got it, High Priestess. High Priestess, look, I've brought the savior of the elven race. The true savior. The High Priestess didn't react immediately. She just pulled up her blanket and turned her head to look at Ling, who was standing beside Vinina. Human, thank you. The room was dim, and only then did Ling clearly see the High Priestess's appearance. She looked like an elderly woman. Although her skin was still relatively smooth, her breath was weak, and it was evident she was nearing the end of her life. Ling was puzzled by her gratitude. I don't think I've done anything yet. The High Priestess smiled. I knew this day would come. The heavens will guide us to victory. Ling thought to himself, is this some kind of cutscene from a game? Vinina quickly crouched down, excitedly saying, High Priestess, Ling has brought the World Tree's seed. It's really the true seed of the World Tree. The World Tree's seed? What? The High Priestess froze. The next second, her eyes widened, and she suddenly sat up. What did you say? She grabbed Ling, her voice instantly youthful and excited. You really brought the World Tree's seed? Seeing her suddenly sit up, Ling wondered if her previous frailty had been an act. With a helpless smile, Ling turned his hand, and a shriveled seed appeared in his palm. The High Priestess's eyes lit up as she took the seed in astonishment. My goodness! This is truly the seed of the World Tree. She understood the importance of this seed to the elves and was even more excited than Vinina. Oh my heavens, our elven race has hope again. The High Priestess immediately jumped out of bed, respectfully grabbed Lin Ji's hand, and said excitedly, My lord, please save the elves. Lin Gu was stunned to see her moving so nimbly. Wasn't she just acting frail? Wah! Suddenly, the High Priestess started crying again, so abruptly and naturally that even Lin Gu was speechless. My lord, there were too many people earlier, but I beg you, please save our poor elven race. Lin Gu saw her suddenly kneel down, his mind full of question marks. How long are you planning to keep acting? Wait, when did Vanina sneak out? Including Vanina, there were only 3 people. Here earlier, how was that too many? Lin Gu was completely baffled. Get up! My lord, I beg you, save our poor children. Alright, I promise you, now get up. Thank you, my lord. The High Priestess's eyes sparkled as she quickly stood up, her speed leaving Lin Gu dumbfounded. He stared at her in astonishment. The High Priestess before him was full of energy, almost bursting with excitement. How was this the same frail, elderly figure from moments ago? No way. Are you all just acting? Are all elves master performers? Alright, tell me what happened, from the beginning. Lin Gu patiently persuaded her, and the High Priestess finally dropped the act. However, she offered her bed for Lin Gu to sit on. Due to the scarcity of resources in the underworld, there wasn't anything extra to make tables or chairs. Even the High Priestess's own living quarters were shabby, which spoke volumes about how difficult life had been for the elves over the years. As for why things had gotten so bad, in Vanina's words, don't ask. The High Priestess stood before Lin Gu like a child who had done something wrong, her head bowed respectfully. How we ended up here. Lin Gu looked helpless. Forget it, I don't care anymore. Oh, thank you. Here's what happened. Lin Gu. The High Priestess raised her head somewhat sheepishly, then immediately got into character. She sighed deeply, full of sorrow. 800 years ago, when I had just become the High Priestess, I led my people to use up all the remaining Moonwell water in an effort to reclaim the Moonwell. Lin Gu. And the skull of the previous High Priestess, no, I mean the source of magical power. Lin Gu. And then we evolved the Elven Tree into the Tree of Life. I thought that once the Elven Tree evolved, our magical power would increase significantly, and it did. Lin Gu listened, utterly speechless. But we still couldn't defeat the enemy, right? The High Priestess twitched her lips, her gaze darting around. Because we no longer had the Moonwell. Lin Gu couldn't even muster the energy to complain. To be honest, if it weren't for the world quest flashing incessantly, he would have turned around and left long ago. This group of elves, all of them were actors. Perhaps their long isolation had made their personalities strange. But in Lin Ji's eyes, they were just a bunch of brainless NPCs. Even Ming Yun had been easily subdued by him, so what were these elves compared to that? Listening to the High Priestess's explanation, Lin Gu quickly pieced together the sequence of events. Originally, the elves could have continued to thrive. Back then, they didn't even look so aged. But as soon as this newly appointed High Priestess took over, she insisted on a head-on confrontation with the enemy, determined to fight to the death. she ended up using all their trump cards to evolve the elven tree into the Tree of Life.
The problem was, not only did they fail to win, but they couldn't even sustain a prolonged battle.
Their people were gradually worn down by the enemy, with more than half perishing.
In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to the area around the Tree of Life, relying on its aura to survive. This was also why they had grown increasingly frail and aged. So, the most urgent task now is to reclaim the Moonwell.
And our territory. That is our homeland. Lin Gu twitched his lips. Alright, then your territory, and use the Moonwell's water to irrigate the Tree of Life to restore magic? That's right. Lin Ge's expression was a bit odd. Then, I have a question. You've restored your magic, but still can't defeat the enemy, right?
The High Priest's face stiffened, stunned.
Even at their peak, they couldn't win, and now, the enemy's magic is growing stronger while they are getting weaker. How could they possibly win?
Thinking of this, the High Priest immediately knelt down, tears streaming down
her face. My lord, please, save us. Sob, sob, sob. Lin Gu rubbed his forehead speechlessly, utterly exasperated. Alright, get up first. My lord. I promise. You. Great.
Seeing the High Priest stand up as if nothing had happened and wipe away her tears, Lin Gu was so shocked he almost couldn't speak.
My lord, when shall we set off? Now. Immediately. Right away. Great.
Lin Gu feared that if he delayed even a second, this scatterbrained High Priest would start playing tricks on him again.
Talking to her was truly exhausting. Not long after, the High Priest gathered all the excited tribespeople.
These elderly elves, bent over with age, had faces full of tension, while Lin Ge's face was dark with frustration. Together, they headed toward the forest behind the Tree of Life.
My lord. Up ahead is the Soul Ghost defense line. After walking for
about 10 minutes, the High Priest pointed her withered finger at the increasingly sparse forest ahead. Lin Gu indeed saw numerous infernal soul ghosts at the junction of the two forests. Their level panels were all marked with question marks, indicating they were at least level 100.
Moreover, these soul ghosts were different from those in other layers. Their
bodies were robust, their eyes emitted a crimson blood glow, and their entire beings exuded a manic aura.
However, Lin Gu couldn't see the elves' panels, so he couldn't judge the strength gap. My lord.
These soul ghosts are incredibly powerful, lunatics from the depths of hell, and they just keep coming.
Keep coming? Lin Gu raised an eyebrow, asking curiously.
Yes, kill one, and new soul ghosts will immediately appear.
Some soul ghosts even split into 3 upon death.
Sometimes, the more you kill, the more appear.
Oh, that's great.
The High Priest froze, unable to understand why Lin Gu seemed excited upon hearing this news.
My lord,
with our strength, we can't possibly break through this defense
line.
Hey! Lin Gu was startled and quickly interrupted her. He was genuinely afraid the High Priest would start her theatrics again.
It's fine, Lin Gu said, confidently.
Don't worry, when it comes to group fights, I'm the best.
Don't move, leave this group of monsters to me. Hearing his words, the High Priest's eyes lit up. My lord, you truly are the savior of our elf tribe.
Seeing the High Priest about to kneel again, Lin Gu quickly shouted, Hey!
If you dare kneel, I'll leave immediately. The High Priest straightened up instantly upon hearing this.
If you shed a single tear, I'll leave immediately too. The High Priest froze, looking aggrieved.
How did he even know what she was thinking?
Lin Gu looked serious, and the High Priest reluctantly avoided his gaze.
Goodness, this time she had met her match.
If Lin Gu knew what the High Priest was thinking, he would definitely turn around and leave.
But he didn't have time to deal with this now.
So many endless monsters, all of them experience points, and the frequency of world quests was increasing. It showed he had come to the right place. Of course, he couldn't let these NPCs steal his experience. Without saying much, Lin Gu directly pulled out the cursed staff and walked toward the Soul Ghost defense line. Anyway, there was still some time before school started. Leveling up came first.
The High Priest and the tribespeople saw the staff in his hand and were instantly dumbfounded. Oh my, this staff, the resentment is so strong.
High Priest, the benefactor's staff looks full of malice.
It seems to be that legendary weapon.
High Priest, this really is the benefactor's weapon. The High Priest waved her hand to interrupt the crowd. Her eyes were filled with shock. As she stared at Lin Ge's back and whispered, That's right, this aura, it's really him. The divination was correct, he's here, he really came. The High Priestess of the gods had an increasing gleam of joy in her eyes, her entire body trembling slightly with excitement. Lin Gu, however, was completely unaware of what was happening.
His attention was entirely focused on the densely packed soul wraiths in front of him.
At first, when they were far away, he didn't feel anything special. But as he got closer, the scene was so overwhelming it made his heart race. Countless soul wraiths, at least several thousand, forming an impenetrable defensive line. Adding to that, the High Priestess had mentioned that even if they died, new soul wraiths would continuously replenish, and they could even split. This was practically a perfect leveling ground. After confirming the distance was safe, Lin Gu didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed a skill. Chaos spell. Due to the high level of the infernal soul wraiths, they have entered a berserk state, significantly weakening the effects of chaos spell. Ha! It was resisted? Lin Gu was slightly stunned. This was only the second time he had encountered such a situation. It seemed these soul wraiths were at least level 120 or higher. As expected, although the passive effect of the plague skill was still active, infecting many soul wraiths with chaos spell, their madness was barely reduced. Occasionally, they even showed signs of confusion, and they didn't even seem to hold any hatred toward Lin Gu. What was even more frustrating was the damage each attack only dealt a little over 200,000. It made Lin Gu feel like he was back at level 15 or 16. But he didn't lose heart. Chaos spell primarily targeted the brain and nerves of the soul wraiths. Since they were in a berserk state, their minds were in complete chaos, so skill resistance was understandable. Based on this, it was likely that the flower hand shake skill would also be resisted. As for the sheep transformation spell, while it excelled in transformation effects, its other effects were unlikely to work either. More importantly, these soul wraiths were already insane and didn't care what species they were. Lin Gu still tested it, and the results confirmed his suspicions. Aside from making the soul wraiths even crazier, it only returned a critical hit of just over 200,000 damage. However, this series of tests only left the High Priestess and the other elves observing from the rear even more confused. Many began to doubt Lin Ge's identity and strength. High Priestess, what exactly is this lord doing? Why aren't his skills killing the soul wraiths but instead making them more agitated? High Priestess, could this person be a fraud? Did he deceive you? High Priestess, does this person even have real abilities? The High Priestess herself began to waver. To be honest, when she first saw the World Tree Seed, she was a bit excited. Coupled with the fact that she couldn't sense Lin Ge's aura, she was certain Lin Gu must be a powerful human. But now, he had already used several skills, and the soul wraiths only seemed to multiply? Full of doubt, she was the first to approach Lin Gu. The other elves, seeing this, exchanged glances before following her. If skills targeting their brains don't work, then I'll try skills targeting their core. After all, I have plenty of skills. Chest-crushing stone. Respected lord? Lin Gu was startled and only then noticed the group of withered elves had quietly gathered behind him. What's the matter, High Priestess? You're not trying to steal my kills, are you? Seeing Lin Ge's wary expression, the High Priestess was filled with questions. Steal your kills? Ha! The High Priestess shook her head in partial understanding. Just as she was about to ask if Lin Gu was truly capable, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she froze. In front of Lin Gu, the chest of a soul wraith suddenly caved in, followed by dozens of cracks running through its body. Blackish-gray blood gushed out like a waterfall. The most terrifying part was that as the group of soul wraiths let out heart-wrenching screams, their health bars instantly dropped by 1/5. This scene left not only the High Priestess and the elves stunned, but even Lin Gu himself was dumbfounded. What just happened? Chaos spell didn't work, but chest-crushing stone directly took out over 6 million HP? The monster's level is too high, so it's normal for skills to be resisted. But this loophole is too obvious. Could it be that because they are soul entities, shattering stone strike is considered an attack on their soul? Lin Ge's heart stirred, instantly grasping the essence of the problem. After repeated contemplation, this was the most reasonable explanation. Regardless, discovering a new use for shattering stone strike, combined with the current explosive damage power, was incredibly good news. From now on, when encountering these soul-type monsters, there would be no need to agonize over which skill was more effective. Lin Ge's lips curled into a slight smile, his mood lifted, as he raised his staff and began a frenzied bombardment. Shattering stone strike. Crack. -6,823,234 roar. The soul wraiths let out heart-wrenching screams, their agony driving them mad as they wildly swung their ethereal claws, charging at Lin Gu. The elves' faces turned pale. The fear of being tormented by the soul wraiths in the past surged back into their hearts, causing them to instinctively retreat, trying to hide behind Lin Gu. Even the high priestess subconsciously clutched Lin Ji's arm tightly. At that moment, Lin Gu followed up with a bloodburst of limbs, dealing over 6 million damage. Using the advantage of shattering stone strike to first drain their health, the soul wraiths in front let out a final scream before instantly transforming into a grey orb that fell to the ground. The elves were dumbfounded. They're dead? They had personally fought against the army of soul wraiths and knew how powerful these creatures were. Just the fact that Lin Gu had been using skills without being caught by the soul wraiths showed that this group of wraiths was no ordinary enemy. Yet, such formidable foes were taken down by Lin Gu with just 2 skills? The high priestess's mouth hung open in shock as she watched one soul wraith after another turn into orbs. She gently shook Lin Ji's arm. Sir? You killed the soul wraiths so quickly? Shattering stone strike. Boom. Roar. The high priestess was at a loss for words. Lin Gu didn't answer her question. Instead, he looked at her and asked a key question. Earlier, when you came to find me, what exactly did you want to say? I wanted to ask if you could, The high priestess was momentarily caught off guard, stopping mid-sentence before awkwardly closing her mouth with a smile. Soon, her eyes lit up. If Lin Gu could almost instantly kill these soul wraiths, didn't that mean he could easily lead them through the soul wraith defenses and help them take down those lunatics? In that case, the Moonwell and their lost territory might have a chance to be reclaimed. The more the high priestess thought about it, the more excited she became. She quickly grabbed Lin Ji's arm and said enthusiastically, Sir, you're amazing. Please, you must help us. Her words reminded the other elves. In the blink of an eye, all the elves surrounded Lin Gu, excitedly showering him with praise. Lin Gu waved his hand dismissively, ignoring their flattery. He had come to complete a mission, and whether or not the elves helped, he was going to the Moonwell. The current issue was that as soon as these soul wraiths were killed, new ones would immediately take their place. Moreover, some soul wraiths would split into more wraiths, upon death, multiplying the numbers. But Lin Gu didn't mind. After all, with shattering stone strike, these were all just experience points. What intrigued him most now was the grey orb left behind after the soul wraiths died. Do you know what this is? Lin Gu asked. The high priestess looked a bit puzzled. That's a soul orb. When soul wraiths die, they return to their essence, and this is their essence. Essence? Lin Gu was full of confusion. He had killed plenty of soul wraiths before, so why had he never seen this? Driven by curiosity, Lin Gu continued casting skills while picking up one of the grey orbs. Soul Orb Black Description, a unique product of Frenzied Soul Wraith's usage effect. Randomly gain 1 point of resistance, defense, or attack power, or directly gain 10,000 experience points. Lin Gu was stunned. This thing could randomly increase resistance, or directly grant 10,000 experience points? That was insane. His expression changed, and without hesitation, he clicked to use it. You have gained 1 point of magic attack power. Holy crap! It actually works. Lin Ji's mouth was almost agape. You have to know, aside from equipment, the only way for professionals to enhance their attributes is by leveling up. However, the attribute bonuses from leveling up vary from person to person. And now, he could actually use soul beads to further enhance his attributes and resistances. Even if it was just 1 point, this kind of item would definitely be a hot commodity if released, sparking a frenzy among professionals. What was even more astonishing was that he discovered, through experimentation, that after these soul ghosts were killed, new ones would automatically replenish. In other words, Lin Ji's eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. This means I can grind experience like crazy while steadily increasing my resistances and attributes. He quickly picked up a soul bead and began using it continuously. You have gained 1 point of ice resistance. You have gained 1 point of magic attack power. You killed a purgatory soul ghost. Experience plus 79875. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You killed a purgatory soul ghost. Experience plus 79875. You killed a purgatory soul ghost. Experience plus 79875. Ding. You have leveled up. Leveled up? As the voice of the world's will echoed repeatedly, Lin Gu felt a surge of fighting spirit throughout his body. Tons of experience,
plus these treasures dropping directly, who wouldn't be thrilled?
Not to mention, he also had the ancient Eclipse earrings, which could steal 10 points of magic attack power, allowing his strength to grow even faster with each grind. However, picking up the soul beads was too slow. Just then, he noticed a group of dazed elves standing idly by. His eyes lit up, and he called out, "Don't just stand there, help
me pick up the beads. I can use these." These soul beads could only be used by professionals, so the elf NPCs couldn't use them at all. He wasn't worried about them pocketing anything. More importantly, he was helping the elves, and they certainly wouldn't be ungrateful. Thus, Lingu began tearing through the purgatory soul ghosts like mad, while the elves excitedly followed behind, picking up items. Just as he expected, the elves, knowing they were being saved, were more than happy to help. Time passed bit by bit. While picking up the beads, the elves noticed that the number of soul ghosts seemed to be decreasing. They ran over curiously to ask, "Sir, are the soul ghosts decreasing in number?" Lingu took the beads, tested them, and nodded. "It does seem like they're running out." He sighed helplessly and looked at the high priest. "It seems these soul ghosts aren't infinite after all." The high priest's face flushed slightly, though her withered skin made it less noticeable. "Well, we've never killed this many before." Her words were honest. Lingu had been killing soul ghosts for a full 3 hours. He didn't know the exact number, but he had already reached level 49, gaining 4 levels in total, which indicated an astonishing number of soul ghosts. He had also used up a large number of soul beads, with various attributes increasing by at least 2,000 points. He paid special attention to his magic attack power. Even with a large number of unused soul beads left, his magic attack power had already increased by over 2,600 points. This didn't even include the magic attack bonus from the ancient Eclipse earrings. With his current resistances, defense, and physical and magical attack power, not to mention second-tier professionals, even ordinary third-tier professionals below the orange rank would struggle to break through his defenses. More importantly, these attributes were directly added to his character, meaning they wouldn't decrease even if he changed equipment. These soul beads were simply overpowered. As a result, he no longer felt cold in the purgatory, finding it as comfortable as the outside world. The only downside was that the number of soul ghosts was limited, and he could clearly see the gaps between them growing larger. Still, it wasn't a bad thing, he had already gained enough benefits. As the last soul ghost fell, the elves immediately cheered. They held up the soul beads, as excited as children. "That's amazing. Sir has finally broken through the soul ghost defenses. All the soul ghosts are dead. Lord Lingu is so powerful. Lord Lingu is invincible. With Lord Lingu here, our elf tribe finally has hope. Lord Lingu, you're incredible. You'll definitely help us, right?" Lingu, feeling both amused and helpless, put the beads the elves had picked up into his backpack, nodding as he said, "Don't worry, the moonwell is ours." The elves' eyes lit up upon hearing this, and they became excited again. "Yes, the moonwell must be ours." The high priestess, thrilled, clung to Lin Ji's arm and pointed to the small forest ahead, saying, "Master, Master, the moonwell is inside. As long as we take down those lunatics, we can reclaim the lost territory. You have gained 1 point poison resistance, you have gained 1 point abnormal status resistance, lunatics?" "What lunatics?" Lingu, hearing the voice of the world's will, curiously asked the high priestess. The high priestess's expression changed, secretly regretting her impulsiveness and not explaining clearly. Just a group of lunatics. They've all gone mad, as crazy as soul ghosts. They've been cursed." Seeing Lin Ji's increasingly strange expression, the high priestess's voice grew smaller. But Lin Gu didn't mind too much. After all, he was here to complete a mission, and world missions were never that simple. Moreover, the elves had always said that soul ghosts were the front line. Since they were the front line, there must be subsequent enemies. Otherwise, over the years, the elves would have gradually cleared out the soul ghosts. They hadn't done so because clearing the front line would reveal even tougher enemies behind it. In any case, reclaiming the territory and the moonwell wouldn't be so easy. Lingu glanced at her helplessly and asked, "Besides those lunatics you mentioned, are there any other enemies?" The high priestess quickly waved her hands. No, I swear, it's just that group of lunatics. There are absolutely no other enemies." Lingu sighed, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go. Reclaim our territory. Reclaim our moonwell. Yeah, let's go. Reclaim our territory." Brothers, push harder. We're almost at the 10th level. Inferno, 9th level. Shishio, carrying a large blade, waved his hand proudly and said, "Didn't they send 70% of their forces to the 4th level? Then we'll charge straight into their lair and catch them off guard. Let's show those black-armored soldiers who think they're so tough our strength and make them eat our dust." Everyone laughed heartily, not doubting Shishio's words at all. Ordinary forces or less capable professionals wouldn't dare come to Inferno. But they were longtime partners, highly coordinated, and all third-tier experts. The monsters in Inferno were usually around level 100 and couldn't stop their charge. Starting from the 3rd level, they had progressed smoothly without encountering any resistance, cutting through enemies like slicing melons. The further they went, the more relaxed everyone felt, with some even starting to slack off. However, when this 2,000-strong army reached the teleportation gate to the 9th level and prepared to attack the 10th level, someone suddenly noticed something unusual. "Hey, what kind of monster is this?" Everyone turned toward the voice and was stunned speechless. "Isn't this a copper corpse from Inferno? Look, these 4 monsters look like mutated iron corpses, but they've turned into sheep." Shishio heard the commotion and quickly ran over, squeezing through the crowd, only to find that the 4 iron corpses were actually bleeding and showed no fear of humans. Everyone's expressions grew increasingly strange. "Young master, these monsters seem off." "Yeah, look at their dumbfounded expressions, they seem downright silly." "Huh, these 4 little things are quite strong, though." The group laughed, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, nor did they notice the gloom on Shishio's face. The mutation of monsters was a secret that no one dared to speak of publicly. If word got out, it would disrupt morale, and bounty hunters would be terrified. No one was sure whether these monster mutations were real or fake, but Shishio had his own opinion. He believed these monsters were deliberately created by Inferno to confuse them, not actual successful mutations. Inferno wanted to use these monsters to scare them off, delay their progress, or achieve other objectives. The reason he thought this way was that back on the 5th level of the Purgatory, he had once killed one of these creatures alone. He found that the creature looked silly and hadn't grown stronger. In fact, it was even easier to deal with. So this time, when he saw them, he didn't take them seriously at all. These are mutated creatures newly developed by Purgatory, but they failed. Their gender and appearance have changed, but their attributes remain the same, and they become dumber instead, Shishio explained, and everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, these 4 creatures look like big fools. "So, what should we do, young master? Just cut them down?" Shishio was about to say to kill them and move on, but suddenly, an idea struck him. "Use the spirit binding net to capture them and take them with us." The deputy was stunned. "Young master, why take them?" Shishio raised an eyebrow, looking mysterious. "Aren't we heading to Purgatory's lair? Since these creatures were created by them to disgust us, we'll return them and disgust them back." These creatures are their children after all, which makes it even more convincing? And we can mock them while we're at it. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. "That's right, young master is so clever. Young master really has a sharp mind." The group excitedly tied the 4 creatures up in the net. Looking at their confused faces, only wanting to fight, the professionals couldn't stop laughing. Laughing as they went, they passed through the portal and entered the 10th level. The temperature dropped significantly on this level, and the space was much more expansive. The atmosphere was even more eerie and terrifying. Looking around, it was all desolate plains, with only mountain walls on either side. Desolation and monotony were the main themes here. "It's so cold on this level." Many professionals wearing cloth armor began hugging their arms for warmth. Shishio scanned the surroundings and pointed to a recessed area on the mountain wall not far away. "Let's rest over there first and take all the potions we can. This is Purgatory's territory, so we need to be cautious." Understood. The group didn't take it seriously and continued joking as they headed toward the recess. What they didn't know was that, as they moved toward the recess, 2 Purgatory copper corpses were hiding behind a large rock near the portal. These 2 creatures were different from the others. Their eyes were not dull but instead gleamed with intelligence. These humans actually dared to come here? Could they really be the ones the Lord mentioned? Wait. One of them suddenly looked alarmed and pointed at the 4 creatures trapped in the net. "Look, aren't those our brothers?" The other squinted and took a closer look, and its face immediately darkened. "That's right. They've been tortured." The 2 creatures exchanged glances and said in unison, "It's them. We've found them."
These are the ones who killed our brothers and Lord Taitong.
Unforgivable. These damned humans.
Killed so many of our brothers and even captured some as toys.
Let's go inform the general. This time, we must avenge Lord Taitong and our brothers.
In the forest, the
High Priest excitedly grabbed Lin Ji's arm and said, "My lord, it's just ahead. We're almost there.
Don't worry, this time we'll fight alongside you."
Lin Gu waved his hand, not particularly enthusiastic.
"No rush, let's take a look first. If the monsters didn't give experience points, it would be fine to let the High Priest and her group help, but if they did, then he wouldn't need their help. Leveling up was so difficult that even a little experience had to be earned by himself. Even if they helped, he would make sure to land
the final blow."
The High Priest didn't understand Lin Ji's thoughts and assumed he was worried about them getting hurt.
Seeing Lin Ji's already demonstrated strength, they felt
they couldn't compare to him at all and were deeply moved. "My lord, rest assured, though our strength has been greatly diminished, we can still be of some help. After all, this
is about reclaiming our..."
Before she could finish, an angry and somewhat hysterical voice suddenly rang out.
"So it really is you."
As the group of elves' expressions changed
drastically, many figures suddenly leapt down from the large tree in front of them.
They were a group of elves, with pointed ears and tall, slender figures, unlike the shriveled skin of the High Priestess and Vinina. This group of elves had youthful, sun-kissed skin. However, unlike the High Priestess and her companions, these elves had blood-red eyes that
glowed with a scarlet light when they were agitated.
Their voices were also different. While the High Priestess and her group looked old but had voices like little girls, these elves
appeared young but spoke with hoarse, heavy voices, like middle-aged women. Even more terrifying was the aura of madness emanating from them, making them seem even more dangerous
than the soul wraiths from earlier.
"Are these the lunatics you mentioned?" Lin Gu asked.
The High Priestess and her group, however, were tense, treating them as mortal enemies.
"Master, it's them.
They've been corrupted by darkness, lost their sanity, and gone completely mad." Lin Gu had already guessed as much, but without being able to see their power
levels, he estimated they were not low. "Are they also elves?"
"Absolutely not.
They are not the adorable elves you think they are.
They are traitors, the disgrace of the elven race." The High Priestess angrily pointed at the opposing group and cursed.
Hearing this, the opposing elves were enraged and roared, "Nonsense! You are the traitors! The great
High Priestess, you will be punished by the Moon Goddess." The High Priestess stomped her foot in fury.
"The Moon Goddess will only punish shameless lunatics like you. Sisters, take back our land. Reclaim our Moonwell. Drive out the traitors."
"Ridiculous.
You are the traitors. People, kill them."
The hatred between the two sides ran deep, leaving no room
for reasoning.
After just a few words, the battle erupted. Lin Gu watched, speechless. If it weren't for the urgency of his mission, he would have doubted whether he had come to the right place.
"Charge! Kill these mad women! Take back the Moonwell!"
The elderly High Priestess roared, slamming a staff as tall as a person heavily onto the ground.
Instantly, 3 black whirlwinds spun out rapidly.
The leading elf on the opposing side immediately drew her longbow, firing an arrow that split into 3, precisely shattering the whirlwinds. Watching arrows and magic flying chaotically, with the ground being blasted into a large crater, Lin Gu had no choice but to intervene. If this continued, he would inevitably
get caught in the crossfire.
After all, these were all level 100+ monsters. If something went wrong, he wouldn't even have a place to cry.
"Intimidate!"
Lin Gu shouted, and the
attacking elves suddenly froze, all their attacks interrupted. The High Priestess's elves seized the opportunity to unleash all their skills into the enemy ranks.
The opposing elves screamed in agony, while the High Priestess and her group cheered excitedly. "Keep it up, sisters.
With Master Lin Ji's help, victory is within reach. Take down these mad women in front of us."
Encouraged by the words, the elves' morale soared, and their rain of arrows became even fiercer. The opposing elves, enduring various injuries, shouted
in rage, "What's going on? I can't move. Damn it! It's that guy. That human used a skill to control us."
The leading elf roared as she broke free from the control.
"Due to the
significant level difference, you broke free from the intimidate effect early. You have stolen 1 point of magic attack power, corrosion."
Hearing the system notification, Lin Gu was already prepared.
He only intended to disrupt the enemy's rhythm.
Chest smash. Boom. A series of heavy blows landed, causing the opposing elves' chests to crack open, with
wounds so deep that bones were visible. They immediately stopped attacking, clutching their chests and screaming in pain.
Ah! It hurts! It hurts so much! Chieftain! My clothes are torn! My body is splitting apart! Damn it! Damn it!
The leading elf's blood-red eyes burned with fury as she raised her bow to attack Lingu. But Lingu gave her no chance.
Confusion spell! Ha!
The leading elf froze, her bow and arrow falling from her hands, her gaze momentarily dazed. She quickly snapped out of it, her pupils contracting. Sharply, her expression changing drastically.
Everyone! Attack that guy! Attack him with everything you've got!
After shouting, her eyes turned blank again.
Where am I? Ugh, it hurts! My body is covered in wounds.
She looked around in confusion, noticing that her fellow tribespeople had also put down their weapons, their faces their numbers were already small, and Lin Ji's plague skill covered all of them, leaving no one able to escape. The high priestess saw this scene and her eyes lit up.
Ha! These crazy women have lost their minds. Sisters, 200 years of humiliation, today we will wash it away in one fell swoop. Charge with me. Let's teach these crazy women a harsh lesson first.
After saying this, the high priestess charged forward. Just as they were eagerly preparing to follow the high priestess for revenge, an unexpected event occurred.
The high priestess,
who had just rushed forward, didn't even have time to raise her staff to attack before she was harshly taught a lesson by the opposing clan leader, who had regained her senses and
was furious.
Then, clutching her head, she ran back crying.
Wah, Lord Lingu, wah, she hit me, wah.
Seeing this, Lingu was utterly shocked.
These elves in the abyss, how could they be so bizarre? Do they play tricks all day? Is your elf clan always this dramatic? Lingu couldn't help but ask. The high priestess, sobbing and wiping her tears, replied, they bully us. They rely on the Moonwell to bully us. Wah? Lingu smiled helplessly. Your elf clan is truly impressive. Not only are your acting skills top-notch, but your comedic talent isn't bad either. He was too exhausted to complain further.
Watching the gradually recovering elves on the other side, Lingu pulled the crying high priestess aside and decided to continue attacking. This battle couldn't be dragged out. If it went on any longer, who knows what kind of trouble the high priestess might
cause. Chest-crushing stone. Ah!
The elves who had just regained their senses were once again struck down by pain, crying out in agony.
Damn it! It hurts! It's killing me!
They clutched their tattered leather armor, their cries making Lingu feel a pang of sympathy. He showed no mercy, continuing to attack with his limb-exploding blood technique. As waves of blood mist sprayed from their bodies, the elves collapsed one by one, writhing in pain. The high priestess and the others were left speechless, gradually falling silent. They hugged their arms, their scalps tingling, gritting their teeth as their expressions changed.
Lord Lingu, this damage is terrifying. No wonder he's the owner of that weapon. What should we do? Should we tell him? Hearing Vanina's words, the high priestess didn't respond, only staring blankly at Lingu. No one knew what she was thinking. So Melissa endured the pain, tightly gripping the high priestess's hand, and urgently said, Finus, hurry! Since this lord can lift the curse on us, he must also be able to lift the curse on the Moonwell. As she spoke, she looked pleadingly at Lingo. Lord, I beg you, save the poor elves. Lingo cursed inwardly but had to keep up appearances. After all, it was all part of the mission. I came here to save your elven race. Who couldn't act? Then, under the confused gaze of the high priestess, Lingo solemnly took out a seed of the world tree. Look, this is what I snatched from the Abyss Demon King and the Emperor of the demon race. For this battle, I sacrificed countless efforts and resources, fought for 10 days and nights, and barely managed to retrieve it. This. Although Lingo's words left her somewhat puzzled, the seed of the world tree was undeniably real. This is the seed of the world tree? If not for her severe injuries, Melissa would have jumped up. Seeing the shocked Melissa and other elves, the high priestess, though speechless, couldn't help but feel proud. This is our savior. Our elven race finally has hope. Exactly. Melissa quickly regained her composure, her gaze reluctantly turning to Lingo as she softly said, Thank you for your generosity. The elven race will forever remember your kindness. Lingo pursed his lips, feeling a bit speechless. When would this set of lines end? He wanted to complete the mission quickly. So, when are we going to see the Moonwell? Melissa and the high priestess froze. The 10th layer of the abyss. In the valley before the portal. Shou and his companions were resting.
Many people were gathered around four strange creatures, laughing and joking.
Honestly, this is the first time I've seen such odd creatures. What do you think? Why does the demon race love researching these things so much?
The demon race always thinks they're the chosen ones, always trying to figure out how to
ascend, but their brains are practically fried. I'm really curious, did the demon race actually create these things? Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed. What's happening? What's going on?
Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they immediately stood up, grabbed their weapons, and rushed toward the valley's exit.
Shishio frowned, adjusting his clothes. What's going on? Who blew the horn?
His deputy glanced at the female player emerging from a small cave, tidying her equipment, then looked toward the distant rising
dust. It should be monsters coming. No kidding. I can see that.
Shishio spat, irritated, and shouted, "Everyone, gather. Prepare for battle. These reckless creatures are just
here to deliver experience points." Everyone laughed. But in the next second, their smiles froze.
Dust surged like a tsunami, accompanied by earth-shaking roars. Damn humans.
Humiliating my kin. Killing my generals. Slaughtering my comrades.
Today, I will use your heads to honor General Iron Tongue. As the roar subsided, the surrounding ground began
to churn.
Before Shishio and his team could react, a large group of abyss copper-armored monsters charged out.
Corpse ghosts and soul ghosts rushed in from all directions. Behind
them, accompanied by heavy footsteps, a massive shadow slowly emerged from the dust, its oppressive presence suffocating. It was a boss clad in black patterned armor, with everything covered except for the eyes visible through its helmet.
Shishio's face changed drastically at the sight. This is a level 150 legendary boss? Form ranks. The deputy shouted.
And the players at the front immediately raised their shields and began casting skills.
The 10-meter-tall boss approached them like a mountain. When it noticed a player holding a
net containing 4 mutated copper corpses, its eyes instantly turned red.
Ah, the Lord was right. It really is you damned humans. Clearly, it mistook Shishio and his team for
the ones who had killed Iron Tong and the Iron Zombie Legion. The IT suddenly waved its hand, and countless lights lit up simultaneously on the left, right, and behind, except directly in front of Shishio's team. In the next moment, thousands of black-armored bronze corpses appeared.
Minions!
Confirm it's that human team, kill them for me.
Hatred drove these
monsters into madness, and their attack speed visibly increased.
Seeing the endless monsters surrounding them, Shishio's face turned pale instantly. They only had 2,000
people. No matter how coordinated they were, it was impossible to win against tens of thousands of level 120 monsters.
Sure enough, within 2 minutes, more than a dozen defensive
warriors and knights had fallen.
The deputy, seeing the dire situation, roared in anger. "Young master, think of something quickly. Otherwise, we're doomed." Watching his comrades
fall one by one, faced with this horde of frenzied monsters, Shishio was so terrified he didn't know what to do. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation and had no idea how to respond. Fortunately, the deputy reacted quickly.
"Young master, contact the ancestor immediately, ask for reinforcements. We must ask for help."
Shishio suddenly snapped
out of it.
Yes, ask for help." He hurriedly opened the communication system, only to find it grayed out and unusable.
Shishio's face turned ashen, his body trembling. "The communication is blocked. We've been cut off."
This news brought despair to the faces of the deputy and the other guards. Everything had gone smoothly until now. They had never encountered such a tricky situation. The moment they faced a regular army, the situation reversed instantly, and they became the ones being slaughtered.
Watching dozens more comrades fall, Captain Sima gritted his teeth and gave the order. "Everyone, listen up. Defensive warriors, raise your shields and form a shield wall immediately. Defensive knights, activate consecration.
Break through to the left side first, carve out a path. Defensive knights, protect the 3 rogues and escort them out to seek reinforcements.
As long as one person breaks through, we still have hope." Morale surged, and everyone unleashed unprecedented strength. And Shishio? He was so scared he wet his pants. "Sir, is this the Moonwell?"
With the help of the High Priestess, Melissa barely managed to stand. The other clansmen were being cared for by designated individuals.
So, accompanying
Lin Goodisi the Moonwell were only the High Priestess and Melissa.
However, contrary to Lin Ge's imagination, the Moonwell was not an ordinary water well but a pool about 3 meters square.
The surface of the pool was covered with numerous purple and black runes, like chains woven from runes sealing it. This was the curse Melissa had mentioned. A curse that, for no apparent reason, binds you, curses the Moonwell, and curses those soul wraiths, Lingu said softly, making Melissa feel awkward.
Actually, we don't know why it turned out this way either. Linga nodded, not paying much attention.
On the way back, Melissa explained the so-called curse, but Lingu didn't believe it at all.
He always felt
these elves were hiding something. But it didn't matter, he was clear about his purpose here, to complete the world quest, level up, upgrade his skills, and maybe steal some magic
attack power along the way.
Since he couldn't get any answers, Lingu could only take a chance and brought out the World Tree's seed.
Something miraculous happened. The shriveled
seed floated up on its own and hovered above the Moonwell.
The High Priestess and Melissa watched in astonishment as the seed began to absorb the curse on the water's surface.
Oh,
my God! This actually works! Melissa! The elven race is saved!
Their eyes sparkled with hope, and they couldn't help but take a few steps forward. As the curse was absorbed, the dense spiritual energy in the Moonwell began to spread, and the withered grass nearby slowly turned green, brimming with vitality. Just as Lingu found it strange how simple this task seemed, the water in the Moonwell suddenly churned violently, startling the High Priestess and Melissa. Even more terrifying, the seed was ejected back into Lin Ji's hand, and the water, mixed with black and purple smoke, suddenly transformed into a towering figure several meters high, resembling a massive mountain of flesh.
The figure let out a roar, shaking Lingu and the others to their core.
Who dares? Destroyed the curse created by the great lord of ancient style.
Thief! So it was a thief. You will face my wrath. The figure's appearance was blurry, its name unclear, and its information panel nowhere to be seen. It was unreasonable, raising both arms and slamming down fiercely toward Lingu and the others. Lin Ji's expression changed slightly, and he quickly pulled the two of them back. After stopping, he had a sudden idea and asked, "Can any of you see its level?" The two were stunned for a moment, looking at Lingu in confusion. "It's level 250, can't you see it?" "Level 250? Lin Ji's heart tightened, and his expression immediately turned serious.
This was the first time he had encountered a boss of such a high level. This was a world quest, and the level was truly outrageous. But there was no time to think further. As the black shadow raised its arms again and slammed down, Lingu pulled the two aside to dodge, took out the cursed grudge, and muttered softly, "A 200 level difference, I wonder if the skills will still work."
Intimidation.
The level difference is too great, your intimidation skill was resisted.
Chaos spell.
The level difference is too great, your
chaos spell was resisted. Polymorph.
The level difference is too great, your polymorph was resisted. Lingu smiled bitterly, releasing all his control skills in succession, all of which were resisted. Apart from interrupting attacks and dealing a pitiful few 100,000 damage, all other effects were wasted.
Looks like this boss can't be one-shot killed. The High Priestess and Melissa were full of question marks upon hearing this.
"Finus, this lord really dares to think." "That's just how this lord is," Lingu said, helplessly. Just as he was troubled, other elves, hearing the commotion, rushed over.
"What's going on? What kind of monster is this? High Priestess, are you all right? Chieftain, are you injured?" Melissa looked at her clansmen, her eyes full of anxiety. "I'm fine."
"Quickly, help the lord attack this savage monster.
Don't let it destroy the Moonwell."
The Moonwell and the Tree of Life were the foundation of the elves.
Losing the Moonwell would spell the end for the High Priestess. This was something they absolutely could not accept.
At Melissa's command, the heavily injured elves immediately drew their bows and arrows, shooting madly at the massive shadow.
The High Priestess's clansmen also joined the battle.
Although the damage was limited, it was better than doing nothing. Seeing this, Lingu didn't hesitate and raised his staff to cast spells. Since control skills were
resisted, he would use direct damage skills.
He suddenly remembered that when he defeated the Soul Wraith earlier, the chest-splitting stone had played a major role.
Could it also work on this boss?
Acting on the thought, Lingu immediately used the chest-splitting stone. As a cold light flashed, the massive shadow's chest instantly caved in, splitting into hundreds of terrifying wounds. Boom! -6,033,232, you have stolen 1 point of magic attack power, corrosion. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Seeing this massive damage, Lingu almost thought he was mistaken. Staring closely at the shadow's slightly reduced health bar, he confirmed it was real. Just like when dealing with the soul wraith earlier, its body was torn with countless deep wounds. Black and purple smoke, like blood, gushed from the wounds, creating an extremely horrifying scene.
This skill actually works? Lin Gu was a bit stunned.
To be honest, he had used this skill to defeat soul-type monsters before but hadn't noticed such a miraculous effect. Suddenly inspired, he opened the skill panel
to check. Sure enough,
both the chest-splitting stone and 10 fingers connected to the heart had leveled up to level 7.
After reaching level 7, the skills underwent a qualitative leap.
Although the skill forms hadn't changed, their power had greatly increased. This wasn't a rule written in the description but a hidden mechanic discovered by the Dragon Nation's guardians and shared with the professionals.
No wonder.
With the skill damage now significantly boosted, it could easily one-shot level 120 soul wraiths, and now it could deal 6 million damage to a level 250 boss.
It turned out the skill upgrade brought additional effects. Good. Since the chest-breaking stone technique works, I don't need to reveal my trump card.
He had originally planned to activate resentment plus demonization and go head-to-head with the boss if all his skills proved ineffective.
With his current attributes tripled, plus a 30% boost from resentment, a life-or-death melee fight would be no problem. Moreover, his skills had interrupt effects, ensuring sustained melee output. But now, there was no need. The chest-breaking stone technique was effective, and using ranged skills was more appropriate. As a proper blood-draining priest of a hidden class, he had to maintain
his composure. Engaging in a close-range hair-pulling fight with the boss like a madman would be too undignified. He also noticed that the boss was anchored to the moonwell
and couldn't move. Wasn't this just a sitting duck?
Thinking of this, Lin Gu ignored the boss's curses and alternated between the chest-breaking stone technique and the limb-bursting
blood spell, continuously amplifying the damage.
The nearby elves had already stopped what they were doing, staring blankly as the boss's health bar plummeted rapidly.
Ah, damn human. You actually collaborated with the thief. I won't let you off. You have stolen 1 point of magic attack power, corrosion. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. You have stolen 1 point of magic attack power, corrosion, bastard. Mental storm. Confusion spell. Arg. You bastard. Chest-breaking stone technique. Arg. Bloodthirsty. Demon. Confusion spell. Arg. You scoundrel.
The boss stood in place, clutching its head, trying to cast skills but failing, attempting to attack but unable to catch the
agile Lin Gu.
Without attacking, it was reduced to a training dummy, allowing Lin Gu to practice his skills freely.
It was so furious it was about to explode, but it was powerless, forced to watch its health bar drop to 0 bit by bit. Damn human. I will definitely come back for revenge. You and that thief won't escape my endless pursuit, Ganlong's wrath. Lord Gufan will also avenge me. You will all die without even a grave to mark your end.
With one final anguished scream, its shadow spiraled into the sky like a whirlwind.
You have defeated?
And gained 12,658,452 experience points.
Bang! Clatter!
A pile of gold coins rained down like a storm.
The elves' mouths hung open, their eyes wide as saucers, too shocked to speak.
Lin Gu, however, cheerfully began picking up everything on the ground.
He hadn't expected this boss to grant over 12 million experience points. What a thrill!
Gold coins obtained, 12,342 obtained, Infernal Pass times 3 obtained, Infernal Magic Stone times 3 obtained, Emerald Crystal times 3 obtained, Infernal Soul Orb times 3 obtained. Orange Gear, Ganlong's Demon obtained Orange Gear, Ganlong's Fong obtained Gold Gear, Fire of Fury obtained Skill Book, Mental Storm LV1 Holy crap!
Another Gold Gear and Skill Book? Lin Gu opened his inventory in surprise. He hadn't expected the boss rewards to be so generous.
Infernal Pass, holding this allows you to enter the 11th, 12th, or
13th layer of the Infernal Realm once.
Infernal Soul Orb, used to randomly gain 100 points of resistance, defense, or attack power, or 1 million experience points.
Aside from
various materials, these 2 items were absolute treasures.
And he had 3 of each.
Seeing the pass, Lin Gu finally understood why the infernal token yen she had given him could only teleport him to the 10th layer.
To go further, he needed this item.
The 2 pieces of orange gear were both level 240, which he couldn't equip yet, so he tossed them into the
corner of his inventory to gather dust. As for the rest,
Lin Gu rubbed his hands together, looking at the cheering elves, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the equipment. Frenzied Fire, Gold Equipment, Growth Value, 0 out of 100 part, headpiece magic attack plus 1250 magic critical plus 30% physical and magic defense plus 2428 attribute bonus, strength plus 890, agility plus 890, spirit plus 1060, constitution plus 890 effect, spell damage increased by 20% effect, spell critical rate increased by 20% effect, spell critical damage increased by 20% effect, 4-dimensional. Attributes increased by 10% effect, magic attack power increased by 10% effect. When attacking, there is a chance to trigger frenzied power, increasing skill casting speed. Skill damage and skill critical rate by 3%, stacking up to 10 layers effect. Durability, 800 out of 800 equipment level, 0 wow. Lingu couldn't help but burst into laughter after reading it. Another piece of growth-type gold equipment. At this rate, a full set of gold equipment is just around the corner. Excitedly, he put on the equipment and immediately turned his attention to the skill book he was most looking forward to. Compared to the gold equipment, he was more curious about what was inside the skill book. Step. On the Electric Gate LV1 Lin GE's exclusive skill effect description, upon activation, the target enters the step on the Electric Gate state, continuously electrocuted into madness, gradually reducing the target's resistance to abnormal states, causing sustained stacking damage, lasting for 1000 seconds. Lingu almost laughed out loud after reading the description. Step on the Electric Gate? This name is just too funny. Lingu was a bit stunned. If it were in battle, he could first throw a chaos spell, then use the shaking flower hand, and finally step on the Electric Gate. With all these states stacking up, it would be practically indistinguishable from mental breakdown. Lord Lingu, you're just too amazing. Even the shadow of the level 250 Hell Lord Gonlong couldn't stand against you? Melissa was the first to react, looking at Lingu with a face full of shock, as if she were gazing upon an ancient true god. Her big eyes grew even brighter, and she instinctively glanced at the curse of malice in Lin Ji's hand before looking back up at his face. My lord. You. She opened her mouth, but the words stuck in her throat. The other elves, noticing her reaction, quickly realized the situation was extraordinary. Oh, my. Lord Lin Ge's strength is just too incredible. I thought we were doomed this time, but I didn't expect Lingu to be this powerful. Lord Lingu is truly the savior of our elf tribe, an absolute savior. Seeing Melissa's clansmen looking at Lingu with faces full of admiration, the high priest and others who had just come to their senses suddenly felt proud. After all, they had witnessed Lingu instantly kill the soul ghost with a single strike. Of course, Lord Lin Ge's power far exceeds your imagination. Lord Lingu was specially invited by us to help. Lord Lingu is the most amazing. Everyone chimed in one after another, their eyes filled with envy. High priest, this time Vanina made the right choice. It's truly wonderful. Seeing Vanina almost floating with pride, the high priest raised his head and said smugly, of course. Vanina was sent by me. Watching the high priest's smugness, Lingu couldn't help but smile wryly. He took out the World Tree Seed and threw it out again to absorb the curse. They could celebrate however they wanted. What Lingu wanted most now was to complete the world mission and quickly return to attend the opening ceremony. He had just glanced at the time. He had been here for 3 weeks, and there were only 6 days left until the start of school. He needed to hurry up, pack his things, sell some items. Time was running out. Melissa was the first to react. Seeing the seed begin to absorb the curse, she quickly urged everyone not to get too excited. Stop making noise, don't disturb Lord Lingu. The most important thing now is to restore the moon well to its original state. Lord Lingu has the World Tree Seed. Once it absorbs the curse and the moon well is restored, we can use the seed and the moon well together to evolve the Tree of Life. Hearing this, the high priest's eyes lit up. That's right. Once the moon well is restored, the Tree of Life can also recover. Our magic power and beauty will return. And after the Tree of Life evolves, our magic will become even stronger. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this, surrounding Lingu with faces full of admiration. They all knew that being saved was thanks to Lingu. Without Lingu, not only would they have been unable to defeat Gonlong's phantom, but even the soul ghosts on the front line would have been impossible to deal with. As time ticked by, the curses diminished. Not only did the moon well return to its original state, but the World Tree's seed also became plump, resembling a transparent jade stone. In the next moment, Lingu felt a surge of powerful vitality rushing toward him, sweeping away the exhaustion of the past few days.
After a long while, he took a deep breath.
Although the stats hadn't changed, his body was noticeably stronger.
No wonder it's the World Tree seed, truly miraculous. Lin Gu
turned to look at the High Priest and the others, noticing their excitement as they held the seed, staring at it speechlessly.
My goodness, this is the World Tree seed. The life energy is so rich. High Priest, we are saved, truly saved. The Nina's words snapped everyone back to reality. After exchanging glances, they jumped up in excitement. Ha ha ha,
this is wonderful.
The moon well is restored. The Tree of Life is saved too. Chief, this is amazing. We no longer have to endure the torment of the curse. The High Priest and Melissa were equally thrilled. The High Priest was even more direct, grabbing Lin Ji's arm and jumping up in excitement. Lord Lin Gu, it's all thanks to you. You are our greatest benefactor. That's right. Lord Lin Gu is the true savior of our elf tribe.
The other elves also realized this and surrounded Lin Gu, jumping and celebrating.
If Melissa and the others weren't still injured, they might have joined in the commotion as well.
Lin Gu looked at these frail elves, feeling both amused and helpless.
Don't celebrate too soon. Let's save the Tree of Life first. Earlier, he had checked the task prompt, which only indicated that the part about finding the moonwell was completed. The subsequent steps
involving the World Tree seed were still unfinished. He guessed that the seed of the World Tree needed to be used to evolve the Tree of Life into the true World Tree. He was also quite curious about the true appearances of the High Priest and Melissa, wanting to see what they really look like.
Right, let's save the Tree of Life first. The High
Priest suddenly changed her tone, widened her eyes, and shouted in distress, Lord Lin Gu,
don't leave yet. Lin Ji's brow twitched, grabbing her by the back of her neck. High Priest, can we discuss some terms first? Lin Gu glared at her and said, stop acting and get to the point, will you?
I still have a world mission to complete.
The High Priest failed
to feign a kneeling posture and didn't continue her act, muttering helplessly, all right, truly met my match.
What did you say? The High Priest awkwardly smiled. Nothing, please put me down first.
Lin Gu rolled his eyes at her and pushed her aside. The High Priest cleared her throat, showing no embarrassment, and instead smiled
broadly, holding Lin Ji's hand as she said, Lord, I will move the moonwell next to the Tree of Life.
This way, the Tree of Life can evolve. Lin Gu was momentarily stunned.
The moonwell can be moved?
The High Priest looked helpless.
How did you think the moonwell could stay here forever?
It was originally behind the Tree of Life.
Melissa's face
turned red, and she cleared her throat, saying, Finus, hurry up.
The Tree of Life is the most important. The High Priest sighed. What a hard life. All right.
The High Priest sighed again, realizing that being with Lin Gu made it very difficult to keep up her act.
Lord Lin Gu quickly placed the moonwell back behind the Tree of Life. The High Priest looked aggrieved. Not even for a moment? Lin Gu glared at her speechlessly. If you keep talking nonsense, I might lose my temper. The High Priest pouted,
reluctantly stretched out her hand, and began chanting incantations to release the moonwell. Lin Gu noticed that the more familiar the High Priest became, the less effort she put into her act, even voluntarily asking to pretend.
Truly absurd.
He pursed his lips, utterly speechless.
What a silly elf.
As the light in the High Priest's aged palm grew stronger, the shadow of the moonwell slowly appeared on the clearing. When the moonwell fully manifested, all the elves cheered. Lin Gu wasted no time, directly taking out the World Trees
seed and said, Get ready, I'm starting now.
The elves perked up, nodding excitedly, their eyes fixed on Lin Ji's large hand. Used the World Tree seed, Lin Gu silently chanted. In his heart, the seed indeed flew toward the withered Tree of Life. In an instant, the World Tree's seed burst into a dazzling white light, countless white specks rapidly spreading. Threads shot out from the Tree of Life, quickly wrapping around the entire tree like tentacles. The High Priest's wooden hut and other small houses on the tree trunk were instantly destroyed into fragments, but instead of being disheartened, the elves grew even more excited. Next, the moonwell beside them began to boil, and water arrows shot toward the cocoon of the Tree of Life like arrows. Before long, nearly half of the water in the moonwell had disappeared, and Lin Gu could even see the large stones at the bottom of the well. Lin Gu had thought the evolution of the Tree of Life would take a long time, but after just 10 minutes, the white cocoon began to fade and was absorbed. The Tree of Life emitted a blazing white light, rapidly expanding. Within seconds, it transformed from a withered sapling at the bottom of the pit into a towering willow tree. Its roots even pushed
up the deep pit, leveling the ground. When the white light dissipated, a massive, lush ancient tree appeared before everyone, gently swaying its crown as if greeting them. The rich aura of life not only intoxicated the elves but also made Lingu feel incredibly warm and wonderful. For the first time, Lingu truly felt the breath of life, and even the old injuries in his body from years past were healed. Ding! 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 Congratulations! World Quest completed, The Lament of the World Tree, Part 1, Reward, 1 million gold. Coins reputation plus 1000 for a faction of your choice reward, 10 rainbow stones reward, 10 golden alchemy stones reward, 10 divine seeds reward, luck plus 10 reward, equipment, silent. Curse, gold, reward, equipment, dark moon stone, gold, reward, skill book armor break LV1 reward, treasure chest, gold, X1 level up plus 10 follow-up world quest received ding. Level up successful. Ding. Level up again, as Lin Ji's body continued to flash with golden light. Far away in an unknown dark space, a massive gear slowly turned, driving a chain of smaller gears to accelerate one after another. Countless mechanisms activated, and the entire dark space suddenly became lively. But the commotion didn't last long. The gears stopped, and a crisp clicking sound echoed. A massive eye-shaped black hole suddenly appeared in the dark space, looking extremely abrupt, as if the entire space couldn't contain it. At this moment, in front of the World Tree, after hearing the voice of the world's will, Lin Ji's expression changed dramatically, stunned. 1 million gold coins? 10 levels up? 2 pieces of gold equipment? A skill book? And a golden treasure chest? Plus many materials, luck attributes, and divine seeds he had never seen before? This is too much. Lin Ji's eyes widened as he read the battle log 3 times to confirm he hadn't misheard. As his body continued to glow with the light of leveling up, Lingu finally snapped out of it, his eyes shining with excitement. So this is the reward for a world quest? And this is just the beginning. Lingu couldn't help but laugh and immediately opened his inventory to check the newly acquired items. Divine seed, unknown item, not yet unsealed. Golden alchemy stone, essential material for forging, crafting, and upgrading equipment. Guarantees 100% success and can grant additional attributes or effects to equipment. After reading the descriptions, Lingu suddenly understood. So the Philosopher's Stone is the key item for upgrading equipment. Equipment is indeed useful, especially since he still has quite a few golden items waiting to be upgraded. As for the divine seed, if it really doesn't work, he can go back and ask the old guy. Theoretically, he should know. Lingu didn't think much about it. The most important thing now is to check the equipment. Silent. Curse, gold, growth progress, 0 out of 100 slot, ring magic attack plus 850 critical damage plus 30% attributes, strength plus 710, agility plus 720, spirit plus 820, constitution plus 750 effects, magic damage increased by 20%, magic penetration increased by 20%, magic critical damage increased by 20%, skill damage increased by 20%, silent attack, attacks have a chance to silence the target, preventing skill usage for 10 seconds. Easyware, can equip items 40 levels higher than your own level. Durability, 550/550 equipment level, LV100 Dark Moonstone. Gold, growth progress, 0 out of 100 slot, accessory attributes, strength plus 850, agility plus 850, spirit plus 900, constitution plus 800 effects, all 4 main attributes increased by 10%. Resistance to all abnormal statuses increased by 10%, all skill damage increased by 10%, resistance to all attributes increased by 10%, effectiveness of mind control skills increased by 10%, dark moon affinity while standing under moonlight, all attributes increased by 20%. Easyware, can equip items 40 levels higher than your own level. Durability, 850/850 equipment level, LV100. Wow, these attributes are amazing. Lingu stared at the attribute panel, unable to hold back his exclamation. Especially the Dark Moonstone, which increases attributes by 20% under moonlight. It's simply overpowered. Doesn't this mean that at night, he transforms into a night demon? Too bad it requires level 62. Where? Wait? Lingu suddenly remembered that he had gained 10 levels directly after completing the world quest. He checked his character panel, and sure enough, he was already level 59. Almost forgot about that. Lingu showed a peculiar expression, barely suppressing a smile. Because these 10 levels were directly granted, not earned through experience points. So his experience points were still at the level 49 threshold. In other words, he only needed 200 million experience points to reach level 60. And don't forget, he's still
In the Purgatory Zone, where the Iron Zombie Army camp offers very tempting experience points. If he grinds another Purgatory Army, reaching level 60 would be a breeze. By then, he could equip 2 golden items and 4 orange items, plus the 2 from Iron Tawn's loot. He could also proceed with the second tier quest. Thinking about this, Lin Gu couldn't help but get excited, imagining how powerful he would become. I was planning to return after completing the world quest, but now it seems I need to stay a bit longer. If it really doesn't work out, I'll grind the Dark Trace secret realm that the old man mentioned. The experience there should be enough. As for leveling up, Lin Gu wasn't worried at all. At level 49, his DPS was already impressive. Now at level 59, taking down opponents would be effortless. No wonder world quests are so hard to snatch, the rewards are just too good. Lin Gu muttered as he pulled out a skill book and opened the description. Armor Explosion LV1 Lin Gu exclusive skill description, instantly destroy all equipment on the target, visual effect, and weaken the target's defense, attribute resistance, and abnormal status resistance by 50%, preventing them from re-equipping for 1000 seconds. No wonder world quests are so sought after. The rewards are ridiculously overpowered. Damn! Lin Ji's voice suddenly rose, and he blurted out a curse. This skill? It's absurdly normal in its absurdity. However, the fact that it directly halves defense made Lin Ji's eyes light up. Especially since this skill was dubbed the Godly Armor Breaking skill. Just imagine. First, use the Flower Shake Hand and Electric Door Stomp on the opponent, then follow up with Armor Explosion. Oh my, the scene was too intense, and Lin Gu got goosebumps. Just thinking about it. Forget it, let's open the treasure chest first. Lin Gu grinned and opened the golden treasure chest. Ding! You have obtained 100,000 gold coins. You have obtained 9 colored stones *3. You have obtained Dark Moon gems *3. You have obtained equipment, Dark Moon robe, red. What? Wait, red? Seeing the name of the equipment, Lin Gu froze. He couldn't believe it and quickly opened his backpack. Staring at the grid emitting a red glow, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. Forget about leveling up 10 levels, gold equipment, or skill books, none of that mattered anymore. Holy crap! This was red equipment. And what does red represent? No need to say, right? It's divine level. Divine level. What could possibly compare? Divine level equipment. I actually got divine level equipment. Lin Ji's hand trembled, and his breathing became rapid. Ignoring everything else, he quickly checked the attributes of this divine gear. Dark Moon robe, red, position, upper body physical and magic attack plus 2850 physical and magic critical rate plus 50% physical and magic critical damage plus 50% attack speed plus 50% casting speed plus 50% movement speed plus 50% armor plus 26,854 attributes, strength plus 2,500, agility plus 2,500, spirit plus 3,500. Constitution plus 3000 effects, 4-dimensional attributes increased by 40%, spell penetration increased by 40%, spell damage increased by 40%, skill damage increased by 40%. Shadow attribute enhancement increased by 40%, natural attribute resistance increased by 40%, mental skill resistance increased by 40%, mental skill effects increased by 40%. All skills gain additional shadow damage. Damage is 10% of spirit attribute. When casting shadow type skills, effects are increased by 40% when casting mental type skills. Effects are increased by 40% when casting skills. Ignore level resistance not exceeding 50 levels below your own. When casting skills, there is a chance to increase your spirit by 2%, stacking up to 10 layers. Dark Moon Divine Flame, a divine flame that tempers spirit, with a 40% chance to block one mental type skill attack. Dark Moon Goddess's Protection, a 40% chance to block one fatal attack. Effortless control, can wear equipment up to 40 levels higher than your own. Upgradable, forgeable, and socketable durability. 1000 out of 1000 equipment level, LV 100. Holy crap. The more Lin Gu looked, the brighter his eyes became, almost to the point of bleeding. He couldn't help but curse, it was just too insane. These attributes, who wouldn't envy them? It was absolutely monstrous. Not only were the 4-dimensional attributes high, but they also had an additional 40%, along with nearly 40% for all attributes and 50% for 3 types of speed. More importantly, this divine gear could be upgraded, which meant the attributes could continue to improve. Incredible! Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh out loud, so excited he was at a loss for words. Although he couldn't wear it yet, he was about to reach level 60. This was truly a gift from the heavens, a divine treasure. Lingu had obtained his first piece of divine gear.
Lingu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, this is amazing. I love world quests so much.
Suddenly, he remembered that the battle log showed he had received a follow-up to this quest.
Let's check the follow-up quest first. If it's simple, I'll do it right away. I need to
wear this divine gear.
And also,
just as he was about to open the quest list, a sharp explosion sounded nearby.
Oh my! Oh my!
It's the World Tree!
The World Tree! The Tree of Life has successfully evolved. She's finally advanced. Ha ha ha!
We're saved!
This is wonderful! This is wonderful! So exciting!
A group of elves was so excited they were almost
out of control, their shouts deafening, their emotions indescribable.
It was as if they were as thrilled as Lingu when he had just obtained a piece of red divine gear. At this moment, only Lingu could understand why they were jumping around so crazily. Watching their excitement, Lingu suddenly thought of a question.
Wait, the World Tree has successfully evolved, and the Moonwell exists now. Why haven't you all returned to normal yet? The High Priestess, upon hearing this, quickly ran to Lin Ji's side and said excitedly, Lord Lin, please don't worry.
The World Tree has just completed its evolution, it still needs time to adapt to its changes.
Lin Gu frowned. How long will that take? As soon as the
words left his mouth, the crown of the World Tree suddenly shook. In the next moment, a purple light burst from the treetop, quickly forming a protective barrier that enveloped the
entire forest.
This is the World Tree's defensive barrier. My lord, with this barrier, no creature from the underworld can find us. Even if they do, the World Tree can block
them. We are the safest we've ever been now.
After hearing the High Priestess's explanation, Lingu nodded slightly, looking at the faintly visible purple barrier in the sky.
This is good. At least you'll be safer.
Yes, yes. The High Priestess nodded excitedly, her face flushed. There are too many powerful enemies in the underworld, but from now on,
we don't have to worry anymore.
Lord Lingu, look. The World Tree has completed its evolution and is starting to show its power.
The High Priestess's eyes widened with anticipation. She didn't have to wait long.
After the World Tree set up the defensive barrier, its crown shook again, and countless colorful light particles began to flicker like fireflies. They danced in the air, dreamlike and beautiful. The light particles fell onto the grass and plants, which immediately absorbed the moisture, sprouted tender shoots, and regained
vitality. They grew wildly, transforming into a lush, vibrant primeval forest in an instant.
At that moment, Lingu noticed that the High Priestess and the other elves began to
float gently in the air.
Their wounds gradually healed, their skin became smooth and delicate, and the wrinkles and rough bark-like texture on their faces disappeared, replaced by
a rosy and radiant glow. Their posture straightened, making them appear taller.
Even more remarkable was the surge of life force within them, especially in the High Priestess and Melissa, whose auras grew significantly stronger. It was clear that they had become far more powerful than before. Compared to the frail appearance they had when Lingu first met them, they were now at least 10 times stronger. They had undergone a complete transformation, as if they were entirely new beings.
When the light around them faded and they landed
on the ground, Lin Ji's eyes lit up with anticipation. They were elves, and upgraded elves at that. According to legend, the elven race were the guardians of nature, and nearly all
of them were naturally stunningly beautiful.
Now that they had returned to their original forms, they must be incredibly gorgeous.
Wait a minute. The joy on Lin Ji's face
froze instantly as he stared blankly at the High Priestess, who was so excited she was almost jumping.
A big question mark popped into his mind. My lord, what's wrong? The High
Priestess, now back to her original form, blinked her large eyes and curiously touched her cheek.
Doesn't Finus look good? Didn't you say you wanted to see what we elves look like? This is the true appearance of Finus now.
Lin Ji's mouth twitched as he pointed to the purple rune on her forehead, his face full of confusion.
What is this?
Why is there
a purple line on your forehead?
Finus blinked and touched her forehead.
This is the mark of our elven race. If you don't like it, I can hide it.
Lingu watched as the purple lines on the foreheads of the other elves disappeared, his confusion deepening.
Then, why isn't your skin that glowing white color? Finus's cheeks turned slightly red, and she
said shyly, because we are Dark Moon elves, but we're still very fair.
Dark Moon elves? Lin Ji's expression darkened, feeling like he had been tricked. The High Priestess, however, pouted in defiance.
Dark Moon elves are still elves.
Lin Gu? I knew it. There's no way the entire elven race could be so perfect. Turns out there are different branches. What branches? The High Priestess retorted with a pout. We are not a branch of the nature elves. We are much more powerful. We worship the great moon goddess. We are all children of the moon goddess. We are the dark moon elves. As she spoke, the High Priestess straightened her small arms and proudly raised her head. Our skin is very fair. Lin Gu helplessly held his forehead. Indeed, they weren't dark-skinned, nor wheat-colored, and were much fairer than ordinary people, but not as radiant as he had imagined. Moreover, they weren't as arrogant as the nature elves. Instead, they were lively and down-to-earth. However, Lin Gu had never seen any nature elves, so this was just speculation. No wonder. The equipment he obtained was all dark moonstone and dark moon robe. Fate had arranged all of this long ago. But speaking of which, this group of dark moon elves was indeed very special. After observing for a while, he looked again at the delicate face of the High Priestess. He had to admit, the elves were indeed beautiful. Alright, dark moon elves are still elves. You're all very beautiful, which fulfills my wish. Hearing this, all the elves jumped up in joy. Melissa quickly stepped forward. Thank you, great Lord Lin Gu. Without you, we wouldn't have regained our clarity, nor could we have evolved the Tree of Life. Without your help, the Dark Moon Elves might have long disappeared into history. We are truly grateful to you. As she spoke, she solemnly knelt on one knee, expressing the highest respect. Seeing this, the other elves also followed suit and knelt down. This time, Lin Gu didn't stop them and gladly accepted their gratitude. Recalling this mission, not to mention the arduous journey, just the Soul Ghost defense line alone was something ordinary people couldn't break through. If it were an ordinary group of professionals, it would take at least a top-tier team of 40 third-tier members to barely make it through. Completely eliminating the Soul Ghosts was simply impossible. The shadow of Gonlong that came afterward was even harder to deal with, likely requiring a top-tier team of 40 fourth-tier members to have a chance. The difficulty of this mission was beyond ordinary comprehension. Only he could complete it single-handedly. Ding! Lin Gu raised an eyebrow. Slightly, not expecting to receive the highest respect of the Dark Moon Elves, worship. This was truly good news. Worship was the pinnacle of reputation, meaning his status among the Dark Moon Elves was almost as high as that of their leader, Melissa. At this moment, the World Tree slowly extended a branch, gently shaking it above Lin Ji's head. In the next second, purple light scattered like stars, and the voice of the worlds will echoed in Lin Ji's mind. Ding! You have received the Moon Goddess's blessing. Moon Goddess's blessing. When there is no moon, all your attributes, physical and magical attack power, and skill damage increase by 10%. When there is a moon, the increase is 30%. The effect is permanent. Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Previously, the blessing from the Bright Cloud Goddess only lasted 3 days, but this Moon Goddess's blessing was permanent. Although the highest bonus only applied when the moon was present, there was still a 10% boost at other times. This was a free game, absolutely worth it. Wow! This trip to the underworld was really worth it. Lin Gu muttered to himself, overjoyed. The rewards this time were immense. Just one god-tier piece of equipment was enough to satisfy him, not to mention all the other rewards. Honestly, he felt like he was on cloud 9. Seeing the World Tree grant him benefits, Lin Gu suddenly thought of the Moonwell, the source of life for the elves. Would it also bring him some benefits? Curious, he crouched down and reached out to touch the well water. Earlier, when the Tree of Life evolved, most of the well water had flowed out to assist, leaving only a small amount. The moment his hand touched the well water, the voice of the worlds will echoed in his mind. Spirit +5. What was this? The well water could actually increase spirit? Then another notification sounded, strength +3. What? Strength 2? This well water could actually enhance basic attributes? Was this for real? Lord Lin Gu. Just as Lin Gu was still trying to figure it out, a voice suddenly came from behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw Melissa looking somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? He asked. Melissa looked at the High Priestess. The two exchanged glances for a moment and nodded slightly. My lord. Both turned to Lin Gu, their expressions extremely serious. The Dark Moon Elves wish to pledge themselves to you as their master and become your people. Please accept us and become our sovereign. Seeing the elves looking at him with eyes full of expectation, Lin Gu instinctively stood up, somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Isn't the mission already completed? Coming back to his senses, he smiled awkwardly. Why are you still acting I've already finished the mission.
The High Priestess and Melissa exchanged
a glance, shaking their heads. This isn't acting, my lord. We are serious. The High Priestess knelt down,
reverently extending her fair hands. As the High Priestess of the Dark Moon Elves, I solemnly promise you that the Dark Moon Elves are willing to serve you forever and become your people. From now on, we will obey your commands and heed your guidance. As soon as she finished speaking, a purple light flashed across the High Priestess's
forehead and instantly entered Lin Ji's brow. Ding!
The Dark Moon Elves have officially recognized you as their
master. Do you accept?
Lin Ge sensed the contents of the contract in his brow, putting away his confusion.
An odd expression.
He looked seriously at the High Priestess. After recognizing me as your master, your lives will be under my control with a single thought. If anyone betrays me, even just in their thoughts, they will fall into despair and die, both physically and mentally exhausted.
Are you truly willing? Lin Ge looked at the contract before him and fell silent. But the Dark Moon Elves all knelt simultaneously.
There was no doubt this was a consensus they had reached long ago.
My lord, of course we are willing. The High Priestess stood upright, a hint of grievance in her eyes. My lord, the Dark Moon Elves have endured countless hardships, unable to find a safe haven. If not for you, we would have been wiped out long ago. Lin Ge was speechless. My lord.
The High Priestess's eyes glistened with tears as she pleaded, we are all girls.
We also want someone to protect us, someone who can shield us from the storms. And you are our hero. Lin Ge was completely dumbfounded. Please take us in.
Although we are not as fair-skinned as the nature elves, we are still elves. Melissa blinked her big eyes, full of pitiful appeal. Yes, my lord, the Dark Moon Elves are also elves.
Please protect us. Lin Ge couldn't help but feel a headache coming on.
Pointing at the High Priestess,
he shouted, enough. That's enough.
His head was about to explode.
This group of drama queens, their acting is incredible. Each one of them could win an award, even faking death for over 10 days. Lin Ge was at his wit's end. My lord.
The High Priestess knelt again, pleading tearfully, please accept our elven tribe.
Make it clear. It's take in, not take.
These two words have completely different meanings.
If others hear this, you'll get me executed.
The High Priestess pursed her lips in grievance, her eyes full of innocence.
You.
Lin Ge gave a bitter smile, looking up at the other elves, each one embodying a drama queen.
Now that
the Moonwell had been restored, the Tree of Life had upgraded to the World Tree. With the protection barrier of the Great Forest and the World Tree, their strength was at least 3 times since you've agreed.
Don't waste time. Ding. Congratulations.
You have become the master of the Dark Moon Elf clan. The elves sensed their
connection with Lin Ge and cheered. Great. We finally have a master. Lord Lin Ge is our master. We finally have someone to rely on. We won't be bullied anymore.
Jumping around, Lin Ge, though aware they were hiding something from him, couldn't help but smile. After all, survival is the most important thing.
He and other professionals leveled up and collected gear every day. Wasn't it all for survival? In a place like Purgatory, filled with corpses and monsters, and even deeper level bosses, their lives were indeed tough. Alright, now that I'm the master of the Dark Moon Elf clan, does that mean the entire clan belongs to me? The High Priestess froze. For a moment, her excitement instantly turning into shyness. Why yes. We all follow your orders. Lin Ge raised an eyebrow slightly. Does that include the World Tree and the Moonwell?
The High Priestess blushed and
nodded. Yes. It includes Finus, and Finus's people.
As Lin Ge approached her, the High Priestess's heart raced as if it would leap out of her throat. She held her hands together, shyly lowering her head and said,
Lord, isn't this a bit too fast? How about we move aside?
Lin Ge pushed her aside, glancing at her
suspiciously as he passed. Why are you blushing?
The High Priestess opened her mouth wide, looking puzzled.
Isn't it, brother? Can't you act like a human? This delicate beauty of the elf clan is right in front of you, and you. Wait.
Lin Ge jumped straight into the Moonwell, and the High Priestess's eyes almost popped out.
No way?
Brother, please do something proper.
That's our holy water.
Lin Ge sat down in the pool, leaning against the edge, his face full of enjoyment as he listened to the continuous flow of information from the world's will.
It's fine, it'll still be holy water after I soak. Mental power +7 agility +6 constitution. +7. Ah, so comfortable. It really enhances various attributes, truly a treasure.
Purgatory, 4th layer.
Inside the main tent.
Yan Ming's face was grim as he stared at the sand table on the desk, listening to his
subordinates' reports.
Over the past few days, the 450,000-strong army sent by the Nether Tiger had cleared. From the 9th layer all the way to the 5th layer. All bounty hunters along the way had either fled or died. Essentially, everything they had done before was now completely wiped out.
Now, the remaining bounty hunters in
Purgatory were less than 1/10 of their original numbers. Of course, Yan Ming hadn't been idle either. He had sent his legion to engage in several small-scale battles with the enemy. Although they won, it had no impact on the overall situation. Instead, it made the Nether Tiger more vigilant and harder to deal with.
Moreover, the Nether Tiger's army wasn't composed of ordinary monsters.
They were intelligent, could follow orders, and
could form battle formations. Ordinary monsters could only be killed and refreshed.
So this war was particularly
difficult to fight. Lord, the Nether Tiger has already sent a 50,000-strong Vanguard Legion to camp in front of the 4th layer's portal.
If we don't take the initiative to attack, once they all come up, the
situation will be dire.
Yan Ming waved his hand to interrupt his subordinate, rubbing his temples in
frustration.
Ever since they deployed their troops, we haven't been able to enter the 5th layer, and we have no
intelligence. We don't know what they're after. To what extent are they cooperating with the Demon Clan? Has the Demon Clan sent troops? What's going on with the Abyss? If they've prepared ambushes, traps, or snares, rushing into battle now is just sending soldiers to their deaths.
On the battlefield, the most feared thing is the lack of intelligence, like blindly stumbling around. Just as Yan Ming was worrying, a guard rushed in.
Hurriedly. Report. Lord. The guard said anxiously, Lord, please go take a look. Ancestor Sima is about to lose his mind. What? Yan Ming's expression changed, and he quickly asked, what's going on? The guard
swallowed hard, his voice trembling.
It's young Master Qi and his group.
They broke into the 10th floor and were surrounded by the Nether Tiger's guard corps, the guard said urgently. Only one thief managed to escape. He said there are at least over 30,000 monsters there, along with 2 level 150 legendary bosses.
They can't hold on.
When he escaped, over 100 brothers had already sacrificed themselves.
Now Ancestor Sima insists we send troops to rescue them. What?
Yan Ming's face instantly darkened, and he rushed out immediately. Sure enough, a crowd had already gathered in front of the large tent outside.
Many guards looked troubled, trying to persuade the elderly woman standing at the forefront to leave. Ancestor! Ancestor!
Yan Ming called out urgently, and the crowd instantly quieted down. He quickly walked up to the elderly woman, his eyes
full of anxiety. Ancestor, please don't worry, listen to me.
The elderly woman waved her hand, her expression
serious.
Before Qi family's child came out with me, his old man specifically asked me to take care of him.
Now
that he's in danger, I must go save him.
She raised her eyes to look at Yan Ming. Logically, I don't have the
authority to command the Black Armor Army, but Qi Xiu risked his life for the human faction.
As the battlefield commander, you should send troops to join us.
Yan Ming cursed inwardly but could only explain with a composed
face. Ancestor, the situation in the lower levels is unclear.
The Nether Tiger Corps has already gathered near the teleportation gate on the 4th floor, which indicates that the 5th floor and below are their
territory.
If we rashly charge in, we don't know how many lives will be lost.
Moreover, we don't know the exact number or location of the enemies young Master Qi encountered.
Sending troops recklessly might make things worse.
I understand.
At that moment, a thief rushed through the crowd, drinking a potion as he ran to the elderly
woman. Ancestor, please save them.
His eyes were red. I just escaped, and I encountered 7 waves of monsters.
On the way,
I overheard them saying they seem to have received some kind of news and are crazily rushing
toward the 10th floor.
Now, there are almost no monsters left between the 5th and 9th floors.
Back then,
the 3 of them had escaped the encirclement and split up to spread the news.
He was the second to return, and also the last.
Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's face changed drastically, and Yan Ming shouted, "It's
over. Those 50,000 troops were just a decoy. Their real target is the 10th floor." Yan Ming didn't
know whether the Nether Tiger had sent troops back to rescue Qi Xiu's group or was preparing to concentrate their
forces for an attack. But regardless of the reason, war was imminent. The elderly woman glared at Yan Ming with a steely expression. Now you understand the situation? Shouldn't you send troops?
Yan Ming, he only has
5 resurrection stones.
Facing over 30,000 monsters, whether he has 2,000 or 4,000.
Men under him, they won't hold out.
Now that the monsters are retreating, they're facing hundreds of thousands
of enemies. If we don't act, they will surely die.
Seeing Yan Ming remain silent in thought, the elderly woman gritted her teeth and heavily struck her staff on the ground.
Yan Ming, do you want me to bring out the Sima order, or do you want me to personally beg you? Yan Ming's expression changed, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably.
The Nether Tiger has gathered their entire army this time.
They're definitely preparing to sound the final horn.
If we rashly send troops, enough. The elderly woman interrupted him with a dark expression,
her anger surging. If you won't go, we will. The chief family has only this one child. Nothing must happen to him.
I won't force anyone unwilling to go, but for those who are willing, I will reward them generously.
Afterward. With that, the elderly woman turned and left, giving no one a chance to react. Ling Kong and the
others exchanged glances, all understanding that a great battle was about to erupt.
The elderly woman's figure,
leading her people away, gradually disappeared into the distance. The crowd exchanged helpless looks and could
only sigh in resignation. None of them wanted to go, nor did they dare to. Everyone had brains and understood
that this was clearly a trap set by the Nether Tiger. But in the world of martial arts, one cannot act freely.
Even if they weren't afraid of the elderly woman's retaliation, they had to consider their family's reputation and force themselves to go.
The most frustrated of all was Yan Ming. He cared most about his subordinate soldiers. How could he stand by and watch these warriors who defended their homeland die in vain because of a
self-righteous, reckless young master?
But the old woman had already presented the Sima order.
Even if he went
to Yan Shifeng, unless Yan Shifeng wanted to avoid a complete fallout, he could only endure it.
Watching the crowd move farther away, thinking about the possible ambushes and traps of the Nether Tigers, Yan Ming spat angrily and roared, "Give the order!" The army sets out.
Immediately annihilate the 50,000 Nether Tiger
troops at the teleportation gate.
Yan Ming didn't care about Qi Xiu's life or death. They were never on the same
side.
As a soldier, he had always been prejudiced against the great families.
If it weren't for the special
status of the Qi and Sima families, he wouldn't have lowered himself to persuade them.
Now forced to take action, the anger in his heart was imaginable. The army quickly set out.
10,000 regular troops, accompanied by over 20,000 soldiers in various attire, headed straight for the 4th layer teleportation gate. Although the 50,000 monster troops at the gate were numerous, they were utterly powerless against the
attack of the regular army.
The old woman in Ling Kong, along with other high-ranking officials, did not
intervene.
A black-armored battalion and 5,000 elite guards easily crushed the monsters.
After the battle,
a few dozen were left to clean up the battlefield, while the rest swiftly charged into the 5th layer.
It turned
out the information brought back by the thief was accurate. From the 5th layer to the 9th layer, they
only encountered 3 waves of minor monsters. However, Yan Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. Something's not right. The deputy looked at the teleportation gate ahead and asked, "Sir, could they be lying in ambush on the 10th layer?" "There definitely will be," Yan Ming answered without hesitation. "What I'm most worried about is that they might flank us from behind." The deputy's face changed, instinctively glancing behind.
But there was nothing there. Yan Ming looked at the silent elite guards following behind and turned to ask the
deputy, "Have the scouts on the 10th layer been contacted?" The deputy shook his head. "Communication is blocked, and the teleportation scrolls are useless. We can only contact them once we enter the 10th layer. However, based on the intelligence from other scouts, that thief didn't lie to us. The monsters in the inferno
have received the news and have all retreated to the 10th layer."
Yan Ming frowned, thought for 2 seconds, and nodded. "Charge into the 10th layer first. Contact the scouts immediately upon entry." "Yes," the deputy responded, quickly running forward and following the army into the teleportation gate. As soon as they teleported to the 10th layer, a thunderous roar erupted. "Those damn humans are here. Kill them, my minions." The deep growls were deafening, and everyone's faces changed drastically. Before they could clearly see the enemies' formation, attacks surged toward them like a tide.
The deputy's communication system continuously sounded
alarms, emitting smoke.
He hurriedly opened it, and the intelligence from the scouts made his face change dramatically.
He quickly ran back to Yen Ming, exclaiming in shock, "Sir, the scouts discovered an oil refinery in a demon tower built by the Inferno and the Demon Clan. They're guarded by 30,000 mutated monsters. There are also 6 groups of 3,000 mutated Inferno iron corpses rushing over. Even worse, there's an ambush of 300,000 troops on the 9th layer."
What?
Yen Ming's face instantly darkened upon hearing the report.
His expression changed immediately.
Damn it! The Nether Tigers tricked us. That bastard actually counterattacked.
The deputy froze.
Weren't the monsters on the 9th layer supposed to protect us? Nonsense! Yen Ming retorted impatiently.
If they really wanted to ambush us, they would have acted on
the 9th layer long ago. Why wait until now?
Yen Ming scanned the surroundings, his anger surging.
No wonder.
The communication on the 10th layer was blocked, and the teleportation scrolls were useless.
They knew we would come to rescue that fool.
The deputy's pupils contracted sharply, blurting out, "They didn't act because they wanted to avoid our main force and secretly flank us from behind." The deputy's eyelid twitched, and his heart sank.
Could it be their target is the surface?
So comfortable by the moon well. Lin Gu leaned against the edge of the well, tilting his head back, enjoying the high priestess's massage
technique on his temples.
The high priestess spoke gently, with a hint of helplessness. "Sir, is this pressure
suitable?
Perfect, just like this." The high priest glanced at the nearly depleted well water, then at Lin Gu,
sitting on the large stone.
"Sir, don't you feel uncomfortable?"
"No, it's fine, very comfortable."
"Sir, our
holy water is almost gone."
Lin Gu froze, reflexively opened his eyes, and sat up straight.
Sure enough, he
twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. No wonder it felt a bit cooler.
The high priest remained silent.
Although the water in the moon well was cool, it was actually as warm as a hot spring.
Lin Gu had
been here several times already. He had to admit, the feeling of randomly increasing his four-dimensional
attributes while enjoying the experience was truly addictive.
However, now that the well water was running low, he
had to leave some for the elves.
Lin Gu stood up, and the well water on his body was instantly absorbed.
Mental
power +5 after all, even a little gain was still a gain. He reluctantly glanced at the well water, then turned around, only to meet the high priest's large, sorrowful eyes. "Sir, the holy water of the moon well has
been accumulated for several years. Isn't there still some left?"
Lin Gu cleared his throat awkwardly.
"There aren't many of you, it should be enough."
Seeing the high priest's increasingly sorrowful gaze, Lin Gu quickly checked his watch.
It's been 4 days already?
Only 2 days left until school starts.
Lin Gu took out the purgatory token and blinked.
"You all train well, I'll head back first.
I'll come visit when I have time."
The high priest stared at him, the sorrow in her eyes gradually turning into confusion.
Lin Gu
twitched the corner of his mouth, used the purgatory token again, and
"Sir, what are you doing?"
Lin Ge's embarrassment grew heavier.
He forced a laugh and turned to check the battle log. Unable to teleportation failed. What?
Teleportation failed?
Lin Ge's eyelid twitched, feeling even more awkward. I'm leaving now." With that, Lin Gu turned and walked away.
If he didn't leave now, the high priest would
definitely cling to him for the moon well's holy water.
"Sir, walk slowly, don't trip."
Lin Ge's face turned
red. He waved his hand and walked gracefully toward the edge of the forest.
Due to the world tree, this area had already transformed into a primitive forest. The Dark Moon elves had begun building their small wooden houses.
After greeting the excited elves, Lin Gu quickly left. More than half an hour later, Lin Gu arrived at the
edge of the forest again.
He took out a purple stone and safely passed through the world tree's barrier. This was the Dark Moon stone given to him by the high priest? With it, he could freely enter and exit the Dark
Moon elves' territory and had 1 chance per day to teleport directly back to the territory. Lin Gu looked at the
gradually disappearing primitive forest behind him, his heart filled with emotion. He had already stayed here
for over 3 weeks.
Unexpectedly, this world mission had gone so smoothly. He had earned over 1.2 million gold coins, leveled up 19 times, obtained 2 skill books, 3 pieces of gold equipment, 16 pieces of orange
equipment, and the most powerful divine equipment.
Even more remarkable, he had gained at least 1,000 points in every resistance through soul orbs. Plus, the four-dimensional attributes he gained from the moon well's water had increased each stat by at least 4,000 points. The results were absolutely astonishing. It was undoubtedly a huge harvest. Not to mention, he had also obtained a Legion token that could summon the Iron Zombie army.
The Dark Moon Elf tribe had also recognized him as their master.
It could be said that his external strength was now quite formidable.
Right, the world mission. Lingu suddenly remembered that after completing the first phase of the world mission, there was a follow-up task. He had forgotten about it due to the exhaustion from the previous mission.
Opening the task list, he was stunned. You have accepted the world mission, Shadowed Land 2. Please head to the Shadowed Land and search for the lost key. Complete the mission to receive substantial rewards.
Shadowed Land? Lin Ji's eyes flashed with confusion. Why does it feel so familiar? He was certain that there was no place called Shadowed Land in the territories he knew, but the name inexplicably gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Forget it, since I can't teleport, I'll walk back and check it out while leveling up. Maybe I can level up to 60 and start the second transfer quest after school starts. Wait?
Lingu suddenly froze, his face full of confusion. What is the second transfer quest?
He looked toward the massive monster striding over from not far away. Iron Corpse? He was utterly bewildered.
The monsters on the first 10 levels of Purgatory were mainly Purgatory Iron Corpses, Copper Corpses, and Soul Ghosts. He had farmed all of these before but had never seen such a strange giant iron corpse.
These iron
corpses were taller than level 150 legendary bosses, at least 20 meters high, with the tallest reaching up
to 30 meters.
They wore no upper clothing, exposing muscles covered in runes and iron chains.
Their iron blue skin resembled thousand-year-old tree bark, rough and tough.
Their bald heads were engraved with pitch black symbols, their eyes glowed red, and their mouths were filled with sharp fangs.
The strangest part was that some
iron corpses carried massive logs, some carried long iron frames, some had arms wrapped in iron chains, and
others held giant boulders in their hands. Each iron corpse had a chain tied to its ankle, dragging a huge iron ball behind it.
As they walked, the ground trembled, and dust flew everywhere.
Could they have mutated? These
monsters had extremely high levels. Even at level 59, their stats still showed as question marks on his panel. He could only guess that they had undergone some kind of mutation.
These monsters must be newly emerged in Purgatory, right? Judging by the direction they're heading toward the 9th level teleportation portal, could it be that the Purgatory monsters are starting to gather and preparing to attack upward? He could certainly
farm these monsters, but there were too many of them, and clearing them wouldn't help him level up.
Since that was the case,
Lin Ji's lips slowly curled into a smile, and a trace of a sinister gleam appeared in his eyes. He took out the Legion command token.
Summon Iron Zombies.
At level 59, he could summon 59 Iron Zombies. However, after checking their stats, Lingu felt a bit disappointed. Their attributes and levels hadn't increased along with his own level. Still, it wasn't bad, considering they weren't level 100 monsters.
Looking at the
tall iron zombies in front of him, Lingu sensed the Legion command token. Then, he immersed his consciousness into it, transmitting a thread of awareness into one of the iron zombies. This way, he could perceive everything the iron zombie saw and heard. He could even influence its actions and neural control, follow them and see what's going on. He was very much looking forward to the monsters gathering together because all his skills were designed for group battles. Naturally, he hoped to see large-scale monster gatherings, only then could he level up to 60 quickly. After all, he had been eyeing that divine equipment and the 3 pieces of gold
gear for a long time. Following Lin Ji's orders, the 59 iron zombies marched in neat formation ahead, easily blending into the large group in front. That group wasn't entirely composed of mutated monsters, there were also
some ordinary ones, so no one found it strange. Only the leading soul ghost seemed a bit suspicious.
In front of the 9th level teleportation portal,
Yan Ming commanded the group to attack while glancing at his
deputy and asking, "How's Qi Xiu's side? Have we made contact?" "We've made contact,"
the deputy replied with a pale face. "Sir, young Master Qi's 2,000-man team has only 130 people left. Young Master Qi has already died
4 times. If he dies again, he really won't make it. Resurrection attempts were limited. A maximum of 5 resurrections could be bound.
If all 5 were used up at once, there would be a cooldown period.
Otherwise, if capable individuals could bind unlimited resurrections, wouldn't they become immortal? Moreover, resurrection
stones and substitute scarecrows were extremely difficult to obtain. The resurrection stones Qixio had were acquired at a great cost. Yan Ming swallowed hard, his face dark as he scanned the countless monsters ahead.
We can't hold on any longer. If we keep dragging this out, all our brothers will be wiped out. Even if we
manage to clear these monsters, we won't be able to stop the 300,000 strong army behind them.
If they break
through to the surface, forget the distant areas. At the very least, Baiguan City will face a major disaster.
Every city housed millions of residents, not all of whom were professionals, many were ordinary people. Professionals could escape, but what about them?
Facing monsters over level 100, they would be swallowed like helpless children. Moreover, too many bounty hunters have died in the past few days, and many major forces and guilds
are unwilling to send more people.
Now, Baiguan City can only rely on itself.
That aside, he was the
commander-in-chief of this battle, yet he let the monsters break out of the purgatory. This was a grave mistake.
Yan
Shifeng executed him in public, and he couldn't say a word in his defense. So, whether for himself or for his
brothers, he couldn't let the monsters escape from purgatory. What should we do, sir? As for young Master Qi, to hell with him. Damn it!
Yan Ming cursed, his eyes red as if they were about to burst into flames, shouting, "All legions!
Split into 6 teams. The first 3 teams in the front, the last 3 in the rear.
After breaking through the 9th level, don't wait for my orders, pursue the monsters in the upper levels.
With all your might. Make sure to keep them trapped in purgatory."
Yes. The soldiers immediately responded, moving in an orderly manner toward the portal as they had been trained. Ling Kong and the others saw this scene, and their expressions changed instantly. But with the old woman leading the charge inside, they
couldn't just stand by and do nothing. What do we do, old Ling?
Xin Yan and the others looked grim, clearly unwilling to get involved in this mess. They would rather go back with Yan Ming to block the army than risk their lives for a spoiled young master. Ling Kong scanned the surroundings, frowning deeply.
The monsters here are still manageable, but there are just too many of them.
No one knows how long it will take to clear them out.
If we get bogged down here and the monsters above break through to the surface, Baiguan City is finished. Xin Yan's eyelid twitched as he instinctively stared at the old woman's back. You mean?
Ling Kong sighed, then turned and walked toward the old woman. Elder, there are still 300,000 troops attacking above.
The monsters here may not be strong, but if I know.
The old woman impatiently interrupted him.
Ha! She let out a cold laugh. Fine, you all go back. Don't blame me if the delay costs us the battle and the monsters overrun the city. I can't bear that responsibility. Just as
Ling Kong was about to speak, the old woman cut him off coldly again.
We'll save Qixio ourselves.
You're concerned about the bigger picture, we'll only look out for ourselves.
But you'd better think it through.
If something happens to Qixio and his family comes asking, I won't cover for you.
In short, do as you please.
The old woman's merciless
words infuriated Ling Kong and the others.
If it weren't for her special status, they would have cursed her out long ago. At such a critical moment, she still dared to risk
the entire city for one person. What was even more infuriating was the threatening tone in her words.
Seeing Qin Yan about to retort, Ling Kong quickly pulled him aside.
Elder, this matter is of great importance.
We'll deal with the monster army outside first and come back to rescue him later. The old woman sneered without replying, but surely suddenly
spoke up, Elder. There are too many monsters outside.
We, the Shi family, will stay behind.
Hearing this, not only Ling Kong but even Shi Tengrui and Shi Tengfei were stunned.
In this situation, staying behind was too dangerous. Forget about rescuing Qixio. With the increasing number of monsters, they might not even make it out alive.
Father
Shirley stopped Shi Tengrui with a look and said solemnly, There's the Black Armor Army outside, General.
Yan and Dean Ling, they're enough. But there are at least 100,000 monsters here. Just relying on the Elder and the other families isn't enough. Our Shi family may not be strong, but we're willing to contribute.
The old woman laughed heartily.
Good. Surely the Elder will remember your Shi family's contribution.
Hearing this, Shirley quickly restrained his smile.
Elder, you're too kind. This is what we should do. Ling Kong and the others looked at Shirley's fawning demeanor with mixed feelings, but everyone has their own choices, and they had nothing to say. Elder, we'll go support the Black Armor Army first. Without waiting for the old woman's response, Ling Kong led Qin Yan and the others away quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 20,000-strong ragtag army had been reduced by a third. The old woman continued to command the charge, while Shi Tangrui and Shi Tengfei surrounded Shirley and asked, "Father, is this worth it?" "Worth it? Heh, of course, it's worth it." Shirley sneered as he looked at the old woman's retreating figure. "Although our Shi family is considered prosperous, compared to the Sima family, the Qi family, and the Morong family, we are nothing. Now, being able to use this bit of favor to connect with the Sima and Qi families, even your grandfather would praise me for doing a good job." Shi Tangrui had a look of as expected. But soon he became worried. "But there are 300,000 monsters, what if? What are you afraid of?" Shirley curled his lips disdainfully. "Everyone following the old ancestor has their trump cards. Do you think these monsters can break through the defenses and harm them? No way. Besides, we're not pushovers either. This is a good opportunity to train you all." At this moment, Shi Tengfei suddenly changed the topic with dissatisfaction. "That's not the issue, but it's been so many days, and school is about to start. That fool Lin Gu still hasn't shown up." Shirley smiled helplessly and patted his son's head. "Don't worry. If he hasn't shown up after so many days, it means he hasn't responded to the old ancestor's summons. Do you think he would be fine?" Shi Tengfei's heart skipped a beat. "Dad, are you saying the old ancestor has already sent someone to find him?" Shirley chuckled and patted his head. "Silly boy, don't worry. Defying the old ancestor? The old ancestor will definitely send someone to find him." Shirley let out a cold laugh. His face relaxed. "Even if the old ancestor hasn't sent someone to find him yet, do you think his days will be easy in the future? Don't forget, he has to go to the imperial capital's Eastern University. That's the territory of the Sima and Qi families." Hearing this, Shi Tengfei hesitated. "Dad, but didn't Din Yi take him as a disciple?" Shirley sneered. "Did Din Yi announce it? No one knows about this. Ask the people who were there. Who would say they know? It's easy for the great families to gather information, but sometimes, even if you know, what can you do?" Shi Tengfei's eyes lit up as he realized something. "That's right. If Din Yi hasn't made it public, then we..." Before he could finish speaking, a loud noise and thick smoke suddenly came from a distance. "What the hell? What's that? Hell iron corpses?" As the heavy footsteps grew closer, everyone finally saw the approaching figures. Hundreds of monsters, 20 to 30 meters tall, leading a group of over 2,000 hell iron corpses and soul ghosts. The other monsters were manageable, but the hundreds of massive hell iron corpses were overwhelmingly oppressive. Especially their shoulder-mounted weapons and the iron balls trailing behind them, each one was nerve-wracking. "Why are these hell iron corpses so tall? What level are they? Something's not right. Hell iron corpses aren't this big, not even the corpse kings are this tall. Could they be level 200? Could they be reinforcements from the Inferno?" As soon as this was said, everyone's hearts tightened. Without these monsters, they could barely hold the line and slowly eliminate the threats. But with these 3,000+ monsters arriving, there was no way they could hold out. The strength of monsters is closely tied to their height. These monsters, standing 20 to 30 meters tall, were far beyond even level 150 bosses. As the crowd grew increasingly panicked, an old woman nearby snorted coldly. "What are you panicking for? They're just a few hundred mutated monsters. Ignore those monsters and focus on clearing the path to the valley where Qixio is." Hearing this, everyone immediately quickened their pace. Meanwhile, the boss commanding from the rear raised his longsword excitedly and shouted, "Make way! Our reinforcements have arrived." The monsters immediately parted, creating a path for the mutated creatures. The boss's deputy, initially thrilled to see so many massive mutated monsters, suddenly froze when he looked down. "Sir, among the mutated monsters we're escorting, there are iron zombies?" The boss's eyes widened in surprise. "What's going on? Where did the iron zombies come from? Has the Iron Zombie Legion respawned?" Hearing the murmurs among the monsters, one of the iron zombies in disguise almost couldn't hold back. It scanned its surroundings expressionlessly and followed the massive monsters toward the professionals. Previously, although there were many monsters, most were around level 150. The professionals were few in number,
but they coordinated well and used their skills effectively. The battle line had been steadily advancing, but with the arrival of the mutated monsters, all the rules were thrown out the window. They lifted the large logs and slammed them fiercely onto the ground. The front row defensive knights' faces changed drastically, quickly raising their shields. Bang! 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 The continuous loud noises echoed, and the mutated monsters' attack speed was completely disproportionate to their size, frighteningly fast. The health bars of the defensive knights dropped rapidly, like flowing water. Quick! Heal! Hurry and heal! The defensive knights were terrified, shouting the loudest. The shamans and druids in the rear were busy casting healing spells repeatedly. But just one monster had them. Scrambling, what if hundreds charged at them together? They hadn't even noticed that the smaller monsters attacking them earlier had quietly retreated, leaving the front entirely to the mutated monster group. The monsters, only 20 to 30 meters tall, carried logs and iron rods, smashing them down heavily with an imposing momentum. Not only did it create immense pressure, but it was genuinely terrifying. In less than 3 minutes, the first row of the front line completely collapsed. The elderly woman commanding from the rear grew increasingly grim, her expression stiffening. Shi Tingrui watched the massive monsters approaching closer and closer, his face pale, nervously tugging at Shirley's clothes and saying, "Dad, what should we do?" Shirley instinctively looked at the elderly woman, noticing her lack of reaction. His face darkened as he said, "Don't panic, the ancestor must have a plan." In truth, he knew deep down that the high-ranking members of the ancestors group would be fine. They had high levels, good equipment, and numerous skills. At worst, they could fight their way out. But the guards and personal escorts were another story. Especially those like him who had joined temporarily, they were likely cannon fodder. Of course, considering the Shi family's patriarch, the ancestor might not abandon him. But what about the people he brought along? The more he thought about it, the darker Shirley's expression became. Yet, as the monsters drew closer, he had no solution. He didn't notice that among the monster group, an iron zombie was staring at him with a peculiar gaze. On the small hill behind the monster group, Lingo withdrew his consciousness. The Shi father and son are both here, which means this group is with Dean Ling and his people. I remember Dean Yi mentioned that Purgatory was allocated to mid to high-level deans led by Ling Kong and some major families in various cities. Lingo frowned in thought. But Jin Chang and Yan Shi both warned me not to trust their words or actions, and to be especially cautious of them. Anyone could harm me, but Bai Jin Qing definitely wouldn't. If she said so, there must be a reason. Think carefully. People from major families are all arrogant, you can tell from the Shi brothers' attitudes. I'm just an orphan from the slums, they obviously look down on me. But I won first place in the Dragon God tournament, shining too brightly, so they might target me. Plus, I have conflicts with the Shi brothers. Considering the mutual support among major families, it's highly likely the Shi family would join forces with other families to deal with me. Thinking this way, it all makes sense. They might have already colluded, and with Shi Tingfei's stubborn and arrogant personality, he would definitely urge his father to find experts to kill me. To them, someone like me from the bottom dying wouldn't cause any waves. Lin Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. If I were an 18-year-old kid ignorant of the world, I wouldn't think this far and would eventually be eliminated. But I, Lin Gu, am no child. Since there are familiar faces, let's test my new skill here. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Ji's eyes as he quickly ran toward the densest part of the monster group. That area had the most monsters, making it perfect for sneak attacks. He observed the terrain, bypassed the monster's alert line, and hid behind a large rock. Immediately, he aimed at the nearest monster and activated his skill. Step on the electric gate. An invisible ripple spread out, and the furthest Purgatory iron corpse suddenly froze. The next second, one iron corpse after another became completely motionless. Since they were at the back, the other monsters didn't notice anything unusual. Soon, the first iron corpse affected showed confusion and puzzlement in its eyes, followed by an expression of extreme terror, its gaze instantly consumed by madness. Ah! It roared madly, trembling uncontrollably as if it had stepped on a live wire, and its hand involuntarily slapped the back of its companion's head in front. Due to the plague skill's effect, the monster was also infected with the electric shock and, after being slapped, instantly awakened. Ah! So noisy! The iron corpse cursed while trembling, waving its hands incessantly. It swung its arms, performing a signature fancy sway. Swing it, brothers.
Ah!
With its frenzied lead, more and more iron corpses joined in the madness, as if music suddenly started playing, turning the entire scene into a massive party.
Oh! 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 I'm hyped up! Woohoo! Ah! Damn it! Who stepped on my foot? Ah! Wah, Granny, don't leave, wah! I told you not to step randomly, ah!
Watching the group of monsters wildly swaying, jumping, and trembling, Lin Ji's expression grew increasingly complex. However, when the monsters shouted each time, the screen displayed damage numbers exceeding 3 million, and he couldn't help but marvel.
Don't
forget, he couldn't even understand these monsters before, indicating their level was at least above 130. The greater the level gap, the higher the defense and resistance. It seemed that leveling up by 10 levels had indeed significantly increased the damage. This made him even more excited about reaching level 60 and equipping those 5 top-tier items, wondering how explosive the damage would be. Especially after the second job change, the damage would likely be absurdly high.
But now wasn't the time to think about that.
Seeing how amusing the electric shock was, he decided to let the Sure family experience it properly. With this thought, he quickly cast several polymorph and chaos spells, then dashed toward the Sure family's location.
What's going on? The monster group is in chaos? The rear-line professionals couldn't sense the anomaly, but the front-line tanking professionals clearly saw the monsters in utter disarray.
Through the legs of the mutated monsters, they glimpsed the chaotic mess behind.
Soon, others noticed the anomaly too, their eyes lighting up. It's our reinforcements. It must be reinforcements. It's General Yan and his team.
They've cleared the upper-level monsters and come down to help us.
Great, we're saved. Everyone, keep fighting, rescue young Master Qi, and let's go home together. The crowd's spirits lifted, their morale soaring.
Even Sure Tangrui and Sure Tengfei were thrilled upon seeing this scene.
Dad, reinforcements are here. It's General Yan and his team. We're saved. Ha ha.
However, just as their joy lasted less than a second, the monsters in the group suddenly let out various strange cries.
Then, their bodies stiffened and began performing that bizarre fancy sway. The frontline tanks immediately shivered, goosebumps rising all over. What the hell is this? Why are the monsters so disgusting? What's wrong with these monsters? They're actually doing that seductive sway dance? What's going on? They're clearly male corpses, but they're more alluring than women?
Everyone was utterly disgusted, their faces grim, and their movements
slowed down. Sure Tengfei's smile froze instantly, his expression changing drastically.
Wait, why does it look so familiar? Sure Tangrui also realized something, his face darkening.
It's that mutated iron corpse. It's the group of iron corpses doing the fancy sway.
Sure Tengfei's eyelid twitched, and the scene of that iron corpse performing the fancy sway in front of him suddenly flashed in his mind. But this time, there were thousands of iron corpses dancing that disgusting dance together, even fighting while charging forward. The sight made him feel nauseous.
Ugh! Damn it, ugh! Sure Tengfei clutched his stomach
and vomited violently. Even Sure Li's face turned grim.
Something's not right.
Shirley quickly sensed the anomaly, frowning as he pulled Sure Tangrui aside to speak in a low voice.
Last time when you saw that mutated iron corpse, did you witness its mutation firsthand, or was it already mutated when you saw it?
Sure Tangrui froze for a moment, instinctively looking toward the monster group of the monsters, one by one, transformed from their original burly male forms into curvaceous, alluring figures, speaking with hollow eyes.
They've completely mutated.
Dad, you have no idea how disgusting these monsters are.
They're even
more revolting than the others, moving like a seasoned hand waver.
What? Did these monsters mutate directly into this form?
Sure Li's face darkened, his mouth twitching.
Do you remember? Besides waving their hands and making bleeding sounds, did those monsters have any other actions? Could they dance? Could they scream? Sure Tangrui nodded.
They could scream, howl loudly. Sure Li's face turned grim, and he felt
like hitting him. That's not what I meant. I meant this. Sure Li pointed ahead.
Sure enough, the mutated monsters not only bleated but also moved in bizarre ways, shaking uncontrollably while waving their hands.
Sure Tangrui looked puzzled. Are they insane? Sure Li's expression changed as he asked, the monsters you saw before didn't act like this?
No, Sure Tangrui replied quickly.
Back then, although disgusting,
the monsters only waved their hands without such crazed behavior.
Ah, did they crash into something? No, what's going on here?
Sure Tengrui's face changed drastically.
Suddenly, the monsters went berserk, there. Eyes fierce, laughing maniacally as they charged toward the human camp. Ah! Ba ba ba! Wave your hands! Ha ha ha! Ba ba!
Seeing the monsters go mad, the frontline tanks immediately tensed up.
What the hell is this? Don't come near! Stay back!
The monsters lost their sanity, and their movement and attack speed increased dramatically due to the sheep transformation spell.
In the blink of an eye, the front line
warriors and knights were surrounded. Previously, it was enough to block the monsters, but now the situation was different. Once the monsters surrounded them, they clung to the professionals and began wreaking
havoc.
Using all kinds of attack methods, their horns, whether sheep or cow, rammed wildly. Many warriors' armor was broken open, and the monsters frantically waved their hands at their faces and necks.
Ah! Help! Get off me! Ugh! The frontline warriors who were grabbed screamed miserably, while the professionals in the rear were stunned with fear. Who cared about reinforcements behind them?
Facing such monsters, everyone would rather die than continue fighting. Suddenly, the professionals scattered in panic as if they had seen a flood or a ferocious beast. The frontline warriors and knights fled, leaving the fragile rear line.
Professionals completely doomed.
Rogues and hunters barely managed to escape, but mages, warlocks, and shamans, those short-legged classes, were completely surrounded. An old woman saw the battle line collapse.
Instantly, her face changing drastically. Don't panic! Don't panic! They're just monsters. Use your shields to block them. Stop running.
The professionals, exhausted from prolonged attacks, were already at their
limit. These monsters had mutated and gone mad, laughing like starving beasts.
Anyone grabbed by them would face a frenzy of hand-waving.
Who wouldn't be terrified? Now, both the monsters and the professionals were in chaos.
Only the boss and the old woman remained at the back of their respective camps, shouting anxiously. Shi Li's face turned pale as he grabbed Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrui.
Quick, run! Run now! Sure!
Li's shout snapped his two brothers back to reality. But there was no longer any concept of camps, monsters and professionals were mixed together, and the scene descended into unprecedented chaos.
Just as the
two were about to escape, they were surrounded by a group of monsters. Shi Tengfei instinctively raised his sword to slash, only to find that the monsters in front of him hadn't mutated.
Brother! There are normal monsters here. Quick, take this chance to break through and get out. Shi Li immediately waved to signal them. You two go first.
Once you break out, head straight to the teleportation portal.
I'll catch up with you soon.
The two responded and hurriedly slashed at the normal monsters in front of them. But as they fought, something fell off.
Wait, why haven't I seen these monsters before? Shi Tengfei widened his eyes, using a skill, his face full of confusion. Shi Tengrui also noticed something unusual. These monsters look like zombies? No, their attribute panels aren't even visible. Wait, why is this monster just circling us without attacking?
No matter how intelligent a monster is, it would usually go berserk and attack humans. Whether it could win or not was another matter. But this monster was merely circling them, as
if intentionally stalling for time. Shi Tengfei froze for a moment and instinctively said, "Brother? This monster seems to be stalling for time?" Almost simultaneously, the monsters surrounding them suddenly dispersed.
Their murky eyes seemed to say, "I'm waiting for my teammates."
What are you waiting for? The next second, dozens of mutated infernal iron corpses charged at the two of them, giving them no time to react and knocking them to the ground. Help! Dad, help!
The two screamed in terror. Facing these frenzied, ramming monsters, they were utterly powerless to resist. They were only around level 40, while these
monsters were about level 150.
They were no match at all.
Forget escaping, they couldn't even compete in strength.
They could only watch helplessly, like defenseless little girls, as the monsters rammed into them.
Dad! Help us! Save us!
Shi Tengfei's eyes were filled with fear as he let out a piercing cry for help, loud enough to be heard across the battlefield. Shi Li's heart tightened when he heard the cries, but he himself was surrounded by countless monsters, with even massive mutated ones blocking his way. He couldn't break through to save them. At that moment, an angry shout interrupted the monster's frenzy.
Meteor! Fire rain!
Dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, covering nearly half the battlefield. Immediately after, countless fire meteors, each 3 meters in diameter, rained down from the clouds.
In that instant,
it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. The air was filled with the scorching presence of fire elements. As the fire meteors crashed down, The monsters were battered and burned, some charred on the spot, suffering heavy casualties. Even the massive mutated monsters were killed, with over a dozen falling. The scene was finally brought under human control. The unmutated monsters retreated one after another, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. As the fire meteors gradually dissipated, the figure of an elderly woman emerged from the smoke. She slowly withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with disgust as she stared at the still shaken monsters not far away, forcing me to take action myself. Minghu, this time, you will die without a doubt. The old woman roared, her eyes bloodshot, pointing at the monsters opposite her. Kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. With the old woman taking action, the remaining professionals were reinvigorated, sounding the horn of counterattack. Shirley's eyes were filled with fear. Ignoring everything else, he desperately ran toward Shi Tingfei's direction. But when he got closer, all he saw were the charred corpses of monsters on the ground, with no sign of the two brothers. Shirley's face changed. Drastically, his breathing quickened, and he called out in a trembling voice, Tingfei? My son? As soon as he finished speaking, a faint groan came from beneath a pile of corpses. Shirley's heart raced. Ignoring his disgust, he frantically began pulling away the mountain of corpses. Finally, after removing the last corpse, he saw Shi Tangrui and Shi Tingfei. The two were in tattered clothes, their faces full of despair. Shirley's face turned pale, his pupils contracted sharply. Tong Fei, my son! He cried out in terror, his wails echoing across the battlefield. At that moment, Lin Gu, who was about to step into the teleportation portal, suddenly stopped and turned to glance back. The scene was still shrouded in thick smoke, making it impossible to see anything clearly. A strange smile appeared on his lips. Is this the beginning? Or the end? Well, today's move will probably teach those two brothers a lesson. He had personally seen the two brothers surrounded by a horde of ferocious monsters. As for what happened afterward, well, he did see Shi Tingfei's armor shatter and him being thrown out of the monster horde. To be honest, he hadn't expected the old woman, who had been holding back, to have such high damage output. With just one skill, she had essentially decided the outcome of the battle. And that skill was quite unique. This feeling, he had only experienced it from his low-profile master, Yi Shouju. Of course, in terms of power, the old woman was still far inferior to Yi Shouju. However, it seemed that this skill had evolved as her level increased. Could it be caused by the profession upgrade? This was the most reasonable explanation he could think of, and the only one. However, these questions were not important now. All he needed to do was quickly level up to 60, change his equipment, and complete the second-tier profession quest. As for other matters, he would find an opportunity to ask Yi Shouju once his level was high enough. Thinking of this, Lin Gu glanced back at the battlefield, sneered, and waved his hand. Everyone, see you after school starts. Of course, I hope I can still see you. Lin Gu sneered again with disdain, turned around, and stepped into the teleportation portal. However, just as he entered the 9th level, his communication system was suddenly flooded with messages. Lin Gu froze for a moment and quickly opened them to check. There were quite a few senders, by Jin Qing, Yan Shi, Chen Rui, Yi Shouju, and even Ling Kong. Dean Ling? Lin Gu was a bit puzzled and became even more confused after opening the messages. By Jin Qing had sent, Lin Gu, many people are looking for you. Director Qin and Dean Ling can't reach you. If you see this message, be very careful. I feel those people are dangerous. If things get bad, contact Dean Yi immediately, he will definitely have a solution. Chen Rui, as soon as you see this message, find a place to hide. Or go directly to East University to find Dean Yi. Hurry! Dean Ling, Lin Gu, the ancestor of the Sima family in the imperial capital wants you, the great contributor, to go to purgatory. The Shi family is also stirring up trouble. Behind the scenes. After reading these messages, Lin Gu frowned deeply. He knew that trouble would inevitably follow as long as he took first place, but he hadn't expected it to come so quickly. From these messages, he truly understood for the first time the importance of Bai Jinqing and Yan Shi's repeated warnings. Don't believe what those people say. To achieve their goals, they even went to Ling Kong to inquire about his whereabouts, disregarding their relationship with him. This was all too exaggerated. Especially Dean Ling's message. The Sima family in the imperial capital, and even their ancestor stepping in. The words sounded fine, but the problem was that East University was located in the imperial capital. Moreover, if it were someone insignificant, he wouldn't have specifically mentioned the surname and emphasized the ancestor.
This indicated that the Sima family had considerable influence in the imperial capital. Combined with Dean Ling's words, since the ancestor of the Sima family wanted him to go to purgatory, it meant Dean Ling was also being restrained by them. Others might not know, but Lin Ge knew a bit about Ling Kong. At the very least, Shirley had to call him uncle in front of him. So, everything still depends on myself. As long as I'm strong enough that no one dares to provoke me, these troubles will naturally disappear. Lin Ge sighed, feeling helpless but full of confidence. No matter what, as a hidden profession holder, as long as his level was high enough, these issues wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, once Yi Shouju officially announced taking him as a disciple, the troubles would certainly decrease significantly. As for the messages from Bai Jinqing, Yan Shi, and Shen Rui, their content was similar, all urgently hoping he would find a safe place to hide. Even Yi Shouju suggested he directly teleport back to the imperial capital and go to East University to find him. Forget it, school starts the day after tomorrow anyway, leveling up isn't urgent right now. Better go meet Yan Shi first, then head back to sell junk. Originally, he planned to use the day and a half to quickly level up to 60, but given the current situation, he had to change his plans. Ling Kong told him that he hadn't appeared for over 3 days, and the Sima family would definitely take action against him for the sake of their reputation. The Shi family wouldn't sit idly by either, not to mention the Qi family's matters. He could afford not to be afraid, but he couldn't afford to be careless. After all, these were prominent families that Ling Kong repeatedly warned him about, and there were certainly plenty of 4th and 5th tier experts among them. No matter how strong he was only level 59. He could defeat a level 250 boss without issue, but level 250 professionals were not so easy to deal with. Therefore, even though he knew there were at least 300,000 monsters attacking on the ground, he had no intention of joining the fray. If he went, his identity would definitely be exposed, and his secrets might be discovered. Once exposed, he would not only have to watch out for bosses but also guard against assassins, which would be a loss. As the saying goes, smart people don't stand in dangerous places. A little more caution never hurts. After all, there are plenty of places to level up, there's no need to insist on staying here. He clearly remembered Yi Shouju saying that on the day of the opening ceremony, the Emerald Dreamland would be accessible. It was a mythical level secret realm, filled with treasures beyond imagination. Moreover, every year when it opened, students from all the major universities would go. He would also venture in with his freshman classmates, as well as the sophomores, juniors, and seniors. At that time, there would even be various competitions between universities. Whether it was obtaining equipment, kill records, or completing specific boss challenges, as long as you ranked first, there would be additional rewards. The rewards were even more generous than college entrance exam results, so he wasn't worried about leveling up at all. Without further hesitation, Lin Ge used the Purgatory token to teleport directly back to the surface. Perhaps because the battlefield hadn't yet spread to the surface, or the monsters were suppressed, there weren't many patrolling soldiers on the ground, which saved Lin Ge a lot of trouble. He then used the random teleportation stone over a dozen times, landing not far from Biguan City, and took the Route 11 bus into the city. However, as soon as he entered the city gates, he noticed that the streets of Biguan City were bustling with people, lively and festive, with colorful lanterns hanging everywhere. The crowd on the streets was all heading in one direction, noisy and excited, as if they were watching some spectacle. What's going on? Lin Ge was stunned, puzzled. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, buddy, need a guide? Old cat? Seeing the familiar face, Lin Ge was surprised. He hadn't expected to run into him as soon as he entered the city. Old cat chuckled, rubbing his hands together with a fawning expression. So, buddy? Something big is happening in Biguan City today. Want to hear about it? Lin Ge couldn't help but smile. This time, he didn't hesitate and directly tossed him a gold coin. Old cat caught the coin, his eyes narrowing into slits with a grin. All right. He accepted the coin with both hands, bid it to check, and immediately beamed as he gestured for Lin Ge to follow. Buddy, where do you want to go? What do you want to know? Lin Ge glanced at him and started walking forward. What's going on in the city? Is someone getting married? Old cat blinked and chuckled mischievously, his tone tinged with amusement and mystery. Not a wedding, but close enough. Oh, what's happening? Lin Ji's expression turned curious, and he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Could it be that the princess of Biguan City is getting engaged?
Before he could finish, Lin Ji's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly remembered something Old Cat had mentioned to him before.
Yanxi is holding a martial arts contest for marriage? Seeing Lin Ji's expression shift, Old Cat's face grew even more peculiar. Oh, what's this? Buddy, don't tell me.
Old Cat leaned closer, lightly patting Lin Ji's chest.
You're here to join the contest too?
Looking at Old Cat's I get it expression, Lin Gu gave a wry smile, his brows furrowing. He had met Yanxi several times but had never asked about this matter.
Given Yanxi's personality, she probably didn't want to be involved in this at all. Lin Gu thought for a moment and casually tossed Old Cat 10 more gold coins. Find me a spot as close to the arena as possible, the closer the better.
Old Cat was startled, quickly catching the coins, and excitedly replied, got it, don't worry.
He ran ahead of Lin Gu with a grin, eagerly taking on the role of a guide.
It had to be said, Old Cat was truly
skilled at hyping people up. Biguan City, East City Square. On a newly constructed 50-meter square
arena, Yanxi sat in the main seat wearing golden armor, her legs crossed, her face expressionless.
She waved her hand dismissively. No water.
If I drink too much, do you expect me to pee on the arena during
the match?
Aunt May couldn't help but twitch her lips, helplessly glancing at Lon Lon and Xiaoyu beside her. The two shrugged and said helplessly, Sister Shi, this is a good thing.
You actually dared to step
onto the martial arts contest stage for marriage.
Aunt May's face darkened, thinking, can you two just shut up? Yeah, what era is this?
Still doing such outdated stuff, Xiaoyu teased, leaning against the
armrest of Yanxi's chair. Hey, could it be that your dad made you participate in this martial arts contest because you didn't want to go on blind dates? Aunt May was speechless. Lon Lon blinked, could it be? Your dad secretly set a high price? How about I get you a silk ball, and you throw it to pick someone good-looking? Aunt May's eyelid twitched, instinctively wanting to chase the two away. Wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? Fortunately, she remembered the relationship between the three and held back. Sure enough, Yanxi not only didn't get angry but even laughed. Whether it was out of anger or not, let's not worry about that for now, just know that she laughed. You two are hopeless. I'm about to lose my mind here. Yanxi grumbled, slapping the armrest. I'm speechless. How is this any different from public humiliation? It's practically a large-scale social death scene. What kind of proper person uses a martial arts contest to choose a spouse? I must really be doing great.
Yanxi sighed and leaned back in her chair helplessly.
Xiaoyu and Lon Lon also sighed. So what do we do? Should we get a few tough ones on stage to scare them off? Aunt May was shocked. This is the first time I've seen such a living hell. No way, that would make Sister She look too violent. How about tying a few people up with ropes and hanging them? Aunt May, isn't that even more violent? What on earth are you two talking about? Aunt May looked at Yanxi's two best friends in shock. Honestly, she was starting to regret letting them come. Yanxi helplessly glanced at the two of them and couldn't help but laugh. You two just have to come up with these bizarre ideas, don't you?
Seeing their indifferent expressions, Yanxi sighed, stood up, and said, forget it, forget it.
If no one comes to see me. Sister Shi, what are you talking about? Nothing. Yanxi twisted her neck. Let's not waste time. Let's wrap this up quickly. I still need to level up.
She had no idea how many levels that jerk had gained, probably up to level 45 by now.
And she was only at level 44. Yanxi sighed inwardly and bent slightly forward.
The next second, she shot into the sky like a cannonball, drawing gasps from tens of thousands of spectators. Her speed was astonishing as she landed directly on the stage with a loud
boom.
Yanxi slowly stood up, flipped her hand, and a golden spear appeared.
Everyone knows who I am, right?
As soon as she said this, the audience burst into laughter.
Yanxi's lips curved slightly upward
as she casually flicked her long, jet-black hair.
Enough talk. Today, as long as you're between 18 and 20 years old and below level 60, whoever can defeat me on this stage, I'll marry them. Although everyone
already knew about this, hearing Yanxi say it herself still caused an uproar. Never mind her stunning beauty and perfect figure, just the fact that her father was the lord of Biguan City was enough to drive
everyone crazy. I'll go. Someone couldn't resist and rushed onto the stage. But against Yanxi, he was no match at all.
Before the audience could even finish cheering him on, he was kicked off the stage by Yanxi. One after another, challengers stepped up, but none lasted more than 3 moves against Yanxi. They quickly lost interest after being thoroughly defeated. Yanxi stood on the stage, wielding her spear like a goddess of war, nodding proudly.
Anyone else want to try? Come all at once, don't waste my time.
Her words caused an uproar among the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Gu, sitting on the second floor of a nearby hotel, had
a helpless smile on his face.
From his vantage point, the stage was clearly visible. If Yanxi just looked up, she'd see him by the window, munching on a chicken leg. Gotta hand it to old cat for picking such
a spot. Hey, young man, you're not too old. Why not give it a shot?
Hearing old cat's words, Lin Gu glanced at him.
Me? Forget it.
If Jin Qing found out, there'd be hell to pay. Besides, as long as Yanxi won, she wouldn't have to follow through with the martial arts contest's rules. Why stir up trouble?
Old cat took a bite of fish, shaking his head in satisfaction. True, the princess of Biguan City is top tier. Potential. She reached level 44 in just a month.
And that set of top-tier orange gear, truly impressive. Old cat licked his lips. Among her peers, there are probably only a handful who could beat her.
Lin Gu raised an eyebrow, curious. Oh, there are a few peers stronger than her?
Of course. The old cat took a sip of wine, looking down at the arena with satisfaction.
Top-tier potential doesn't mean invincibility. It depends on profession, equipment, skills, and adaptability.
Although she's exceptional in every aspect, she still has opponents.
For example, someone from the Yi family. Yi family?
Lin Ji's heart stirred. Yi Qingtian also has top-tier potential and can definitely compete with her, Lin Gu asked again.
What about Shi Tengrui from the Shi family? Can he match Yanxi? Him?
The old cat sneered disdainfully.
Don't joke. He doesn't stand a chance.
Lin Gu was stunned, growing even more curious.
If Yi Qingtian and Yanxi are evenly matched, why can't Shi Tengrui compete?
The old cat gave Lin Gu a strange look.
Kid, even top-tier potential has levels? Do you even understand?
The old cat paused, seemingly realizing something, and nodded.
Ah, I see.
Lin Gu thought the old cat wanted money, so he pulled out 100 gold
coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. In an instant, the golden glow attracted everyone's attention, including the old cat.
His eyes lit up, staring at the coins without blinking, almost drooling.
Oh my, kid, that look of yours, the old cat teased with a laugh. Lin Gu waved his hand, and the coins disappeared instantly.
The old cat shook his head in disappointment.
This matter. The old cat smacked his lips, clearly understanding Lin Ji's intention.
He hesitated for a long time, his face conflicted, before saying, "It's complicated. Just know that even though things are all called golden, they're not the
same.
Sometimes, it's just a different feeling."
What's different? How is it different?
Lin Gu was utterly confused. The old cat refused to elaborate, so Lin Gu had to change the subject.
Besides Yi Qingtian, didn't you say there are others who can defeat her? If their potential is inferior, how could they win? I remember there are only 3 golden class awakeners this year, including her, right? The old cat
took another sip of wine, giving Lin Gu a peculiar look before nodding with a helpless smile.
Look, someone's already stepping up. Lin Gu followed his gaze and saw someone walking onto the arena.
The man was dressed in a white suit, young and handsome, with a strand of golden hair gleaming under the sunlight. Hands in his pockets, he walked toward Yanxi, his eyes fixed on her.
Even as he passed by the defeated on the stage, a contemptuous smile lingered on his lips.
His arrogance was palpable, making people uncomfortable. Yanxi glanced at him indifferently, unsurprised by his arrival.
What? The Qi family wants to get involved too?
The man smiled and winked.
Yanxi, you know who I am. You're being forced into this, and so am I.
He spread his hands.
If the old man hadn't insisted, I'd rather be farming dungeons. Yanxi sneered coldly. Stop pretending. Just explain what's going on.
The man shrugged helplessly.
Alright, since that's the case, I won't say much.
I might as well test how strong the Valkyrie profession really is.
Hey, a good fight can't happen without me. Before he finished speaking, another voice chimed in.
With a burst of laughter, a boy in casual clothes jumped onto the stage, crossing his arms with a playful expression. Shishi, long time no see, and she rolled her eyes at him, full of disdain.
Disgusting. What? You think I'm disgusting? I'm this handsome, and you don't agree?
The boy retorted helplessly.
Handsome? Ha ha, take a look at yourself. Do you even look handsome?
At that moment, another boy in black stepped onto the stage.
Like a floodgate opening, one after another, over 20 people rushed onto the arena. Among them were many young, fresh-faced boys squeezing in. The scene instantly became lively.
Yanxi pursed her lips in exasperation, her face full of impatience.
Anyone else? Stop wasting time and just come up already. Wait a minute, Yanxi. The first boy to step up raised his chin. Don't you guys have any manners? All this noise, do you think this is a marketplace? He glared. What do you take Yanxi for? This is a proper match, who dares to cause trouble? Someone sneered in response, aren't you here to join the fun too?
Our big brother said, second brother, hurry up and compete, don't waste time.
Yeah, I was forced to come.
But surely there are plenty of people here voluntarily. Who knows what they're thinking?
Enough talking. Yanxi interrupted them unceremoniously.
Everyone turned to look at her as she sneered and said,
indifferently, I don't care what you're planning. If you dare step into the ring, you'd better be ready to get beaten up by me.
As soon as she finished speaking, Yanxi leapt forward without hesitation, her spear swinging fiercely toward the first man in a suit who charged at her. His expression changed as he stomped hard on the ground, instantly igniting orange flames beneath his feet, as if stepping into a fire pit.
In the next second, he swiftly sidestepped to avoid Yanxi's powerful strike. Bang!
The spear smashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The man in the suit looked at the shattered tiles and his face turned serious.
What the hell? Yanxi, are you serious?
Previously, Yanxi had only casually struck her opponents, appearing formidable but causing little actual harm. Those who fell were at most lightly
injured. But this time, it was clear she was going all out.
The others' expressions changed as well, instinctively taking a step back. Yanxi retracted her spear, coldly scanning the crowd with an emotionless face.
All of you are useless.
As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her spear again, pointing it directly at the man in the suit.
Golden Dragon Spear. The spearhead instantly transformed into a dragon
shape, its head roaring skyward with an imposing aura, fiercely stabbing toward the man's face. His eyelid twitched as he immediately stepped back, his right leg retreating, left arm raised in defense, right fist clenched tightly, his muscles taut. Accompanied by red flames, he charged forward to meet her attack head-on.
Blazing flame punch. Boom!
The fist and spear collided, golden sparks and red flames scattering like fireworks.
Both took 2 steps back, evenly matched. The man in the suit sneered, you really see me as an opponent? Looks like you don't think much of the others. Even among the strong, there are levels. It was undeniable that everyone on the stage was extraordinary. These 20-plus individuals were far from ordinary, each had their own identity and experiences, rarely seen by common people. But the man
in the suit was undoubtedly the strongest among them, and Yanxi's preemptive strike was not unwarranted. However, his sarcastic attitude irritated the others.
Your mouth is really foul. Shishi, forget him, let me teach this guy a lesson first. I've never seen someone so shameless, thinking they're invincible.
Seeing the man in the suit become the target of everyone's ire, Yanxi twirled her spear and said calmly, why don't you all go first? At her words, the crowd fell silent. Yanxi snorted coldly, my time is precious, hurry up.
She had no intention of falling behind. The group exchanged glances and nodded lightly. Then let's begin.
With that, all the melee fighters among the 20-plus individuals charged at Yanxi, while the ranged ones moved into position and began casting their skills. Though they had never coordinated before, the tacit understanding among the strong made their teamwork seamless. It was clear they saw Yanxi as the boss and were attacking her together. Yanxi remained unfazed, twirling her spear.
When she
saw the ranged staff aimed at her, she immediately activated her Golden Overlord body. Instantly, her entire body was enveloped in a layer of golden light. The Golden Overlord body granted her immunity to all control effects, knockbacks, and knockdowns. Facing the barrage of ranged skills, whether it was controlling blizzards, ice arrow techniques, or various debuffs, Yanxi only lost health, her movements unaffected.
Golden Dragon Spear.
Yanxi unleashed her single-target skill again, the dragon head manifesting like a deity descending. With just one strike, she sent a charging opponent flying out of the ring. She quickly turned around, twisting her waist, and with the dragon head that had just regained some strength, delivered a sweeping heavy blow to another person's waist, sending them flying backward.
Lingo, watching from the second floor, couldn't help but nod in approval.
It seems her strength has improved quite a bit. She really has the demeanor of a martial arts expert. He had never seen Yanxi in action before, so he wasn't very clear about her true abilities. Watching closely this time, she was indeed impressive. Old Cat noticed Lin Ji's keen interest and slowly curled his lips into a smile.
Many major families and factions have. Their children practice ancient martial arts from a young age. That's no secret. But ancient martial arts come in many forms and are quite complex.
Lin Gu frowned slightly but quickly understood.
Indeed. Although there were health bars, knowing some ancient martial arts techniques could make one's movements and reactions faster. Moreover, aside from professional attributes, personal physical fitness also played a role.
Old Cat saw Lin Gu staring at the arena and blinked.
Little brother, don't you want to give it a try?
Lin Gu shook his head.
The people on the stage aren't very strong.
Old Cat chuckled and picked up a
piece of fish. The truly strong ones are watching from below.
Lin Gu instinctively glanced at him, then turned back to the arena, smiling as he said, Yan Shi is about to win.
Indeed, apart from the man in the
suit and the boy in casual clothes, everyone else had been knocked off the stage by Yan Shi. Old Cat, however, wasn't so sure and shook his head with a smile.
Don't jump to conclusions.
As soon as he finished speaking, 3 streaks of light suddenly flashed across the sky. In the next moment, 3 figures landed heavily on the stage. As the dust settled, their appearances became clear.
Yan Shi and the man in the suit. Both frowned. Only Lin Ji's expression changed drastically as he immediately pulled out the cursed voodoo staff. Whose children are these? Old Cat gasped but paid no attention to Lin Ji's weapon. Leaning against the windowsill, he curiously asked, Little brother, do you know them?
Lin Gu shook his head, his brows furrowed, his expression serious.
I don't know them, but they feel familiar. Are you planning to go up?
Lin Gu didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the 3 people on the stage. Each of them was tall, at least 1.9 meters. The man on the left was muscular, wearing black fur, with a handsome yet slightly eerie face, and a colorful feather tucked behind his right ear. The man in the middle was the tallest and thinnest, dressed in a black suit, exuding elegance, with pupils as dark as tiny black holes.
The man on the
right was the shortest, dressed the most formally, but his face was pale, even paler than the man in the middle. Lin Gu was certain he had never seen them before, but the aura they emitted was extremely dangerous, more nerve-wracking than when he faced the level 250 Moonwell boss. Especially the pale-faced man on the right, his aura gave Lin Gu a sense of déjà vu. That man slowly turned his head, meeting Lin Ji's gaze directly. His expression was cold, but the corners of his mouth unexpectedly curled into a faint smile. Then he turned away, and the man in the middle spoke first, his voice magnetic and pleasant. Hello, beautiful
Miss Yan Shi. Do you mind if we join the fun?
Yan Shi frowned slightly and replied coldly, This is a martial arts competition.
For marriage. As long as one meets the conditions, anyone can step onto the stage and give it a try.
The 3 laughed at her response. Don't worry, we are all newly awakened professionals this year, about the same level as you.
The man in the middle pointed to the one on the right. Only he is 1 level higher than you.
The man in the suit frowned and spoke first.
Where did this guy come from? Why haven't I seen him before?
He looked displeased, stepping in front of Yan Shi to shield her.
Who are you? Where did you come from? The 3 didn't care at all. The man in the middle smiled and replied, This is our first time entering the secular world.
It's normal for young Master Qi Tian of the Qi family
not to know us. Qi Tian's eyelid twitched, sensing trouble.
In Longhua, major families were somewhat connected. Even if there were conflicts, they would have a general understanding of each other's situation. This helped avoid misunderstandings and conflicts and facilitated alliances and cooperation, but he knew these 3 people, yet he had never heard their names before, which felt off.
More importantly, they gave him a very hostile vibe. Qi Tian frowned, stepped forward with flames underfoot, and assumed a fighting stance. Since you're here for the arena battle, that makes us opponents. If you want to challenge Yan Shi, you'll have to get through me first.
I don't need your help. Yan Shi stepped forward, raising her spear. This is my arena, and I will handle it myself.
Stop wasting time, make your move. Qi Tian felt the tension in the air, but how could Yan Shi hide behind someone else?
This was her martial arts competition for marriage, she had to face it herself.
The 3 opponents, as if on cue, charged at Yan Shi simultaneously.
Yan Shi sneered, sweeping her spear horizontally in a wide attack. However, the 3 didn't retreat but instead advanced, their speed increasing significantly. The man on the right reached out with claw-like hands, completely ignoring the golden light flashing on the spear. With a bang, he grabbed the spearhead directly. Yan Shi's attack halted, her expression changing as she tried to pull the spear back. But the man's palm was as hot as a branding iron, and no matter how hard Yenshi pulled, she couldn't retrieve her weapon. The man in the suit at the center smirked, his fist aiming straight for Yenshi's face. Horror. Pupils contracted as she quickly tilted her head to dodge. Meanwhile, the handsome man on the left raised his leg, delivering these three people couldn't possibly have such abilities, especially since they hadn't even reached the second rank. The three stood firmly and slowly landed back on the arena. Including Yenshi. Everyone's expressions turned serious. No one knew who was helping her, and the three opponents were equally baffled. But the fact was clear, someone was interfering in this duel. The three opponents looked confused. What's going on? Did a master intervene? The handsome young man on the left shook his head. That person has stepped in as well, so it should be fine. The cold-faced man on the right frowned and said, "Do we keep fighting?" The man in the middle's face darkened. "Of course, this isn't something we can decide." The cold-faced man looked at Yenshi. "Is it her skill?" The two thought for a moment and shook their heads. "Impossible. She's the Golden Valkyrie, a pure physical type, with no skills to control the body." "Don't overthink it. With that person backing us, let's give it a try," the handsome young man said, then charged forward first. With a casual wave of his hand, a colorful longsword appeared in his grip. Yenshi gripped her spear tightly, the tip of the spear blossoming with a sharp gleam as she thrust it forward. The moment their weapons clashed, the handsome young man's arm suddenly froze, and his sword couldn't move an inch. Yenshi's spear, however, pierced through as if cutting through air, heading straight for his chest. The handsome young man's, although the pain was unbearable, what was even more shocking was that their health bars dropped like a flood. The three of them turned pale and hurriedly took out red potions to forcefully drink them. Yet their health bars fluctuated, rising and falling unpredictably, leaving the audience dumbfounded. What's going on? They were clearly about to land a hit, so why did they suddenly collapse? Is this Yenshi's skill? It's terrifying. It can even make people lose limbs. I thought Yenshi was going to lose, but she turned the tables in an instant. The health drop is way too absurd. She must be cheating. No one could figure out what had happened. Shi Tian and the others also looked puzzled. This skill is way too overpowered. Just watching it hurts. When did Yenshi learn such a powerful move? She hasn't made a move in a long time. Maybe it's a new skill? She's been hiding it well. She must have more tricks up her sleeve. The crowd whispered among themselves, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Only Yenshi, upon seeing the injured state of the three, suddenly had a glint in her eye, finally understanding who was secretly helping her. She instinctively scanned the surroundings but didn't spot any familiar figures. Bastard! Though she cursed under her breath, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smug smile as she looked at the three writhing on the ground clutching their ankles. In the reception hall of the city lord's mansion in Biguan City, the atmosphere was unusually eerie. A man dressed in a crescent-white robe, with snow-white hair and an ethereal demeanor, sat quietly. An elderly man with an immortal-like aura was smiling as he played chess, with two peculiar individuals standing behind him. One wore a black trench coat with a hood obscuring his face, the other had a cold expression, as if indifferent to everything. Yen Shifeng, however, kept his gaze calmly fixed on the chessboard. The old man placed a chess piece, and Yen Shifeng moved his knight without a change in expression. "Checkmate," he said, sitting up straight, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement as he looked at the old man. The old man glanced at the chessboard and shook his head helplessly. "You've won." He picked up his teacup and said with a smile, "City Lord Yen, you've had good luck this time." Yen Shifeng replied indifferently, "Chess relies on wisdom, not luck. However, I must admit, my luck has always been good." The old man raised an eyebrow but said nothing more. "Since you've won, then it's your victory." He supported his knees and stood up shakily. "City Lord Yen, until we meet again." Yen Shifeng stood up and responded with a smile, "Until we meet again." The old man nodded with a grin, and in the next moment, the three of them vanished silently. Yen Shifeng's smile faded as he stared at the chessboard in a daze for a long time. "Luck?" he sneered, full of disdain. Then, regaining his composure, he turned and walked out of the reception hall. On the arena, the three fallen individuals were drenched in sweat, stubbornly holding on for the sake of their pride. Yenshi casually crossed her arms and asked, "Still want to fight?" She didn't know the details about these three. If it were in a dungeon, killing them would be no big deal. But this was a public setting, and she couldn't act recklessly. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the three of
them. In the next second, before anyone could react, their figures vanished in a blur. All that remained on the ground was their spilled blood, as if they had never been there. Yanxi's pupils contracted as she stared at the bloodstains for a long time. Amid the noisy crowd, she turned to Chi Tian and the others. Are you continuing? Chi Tian twitched his mouth, snapped back to reality, and said, no, not interested. Let's talk another day. He awkwardly waved his hand and jumped off the arena. The others who had just stepped onto the stage also shook their heads helplessly. To be honest, the shock of those three being injured had put pressure on everyone. Their appearance and disappearance lasted only a few minutes, but those with experience knew how strong they were. The gap between peers was so vast, who wouldn't feel the pressure? Forget it, I'm leaving. See you at the start of school. Goodbye, little princess. What a pity, I thought our families could get closer. Ha, stop dreaming. You're no match for Yanxi. The crowd laughed and chatted. As they left the stage, and Yanxi also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she too felt the immense pressure brought by those three. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, but now is not the time to think about these things. She slammed the spear onto the ground and nodded slightly. Who else? The onlookers glanced at each other, but no one dared to step forward. Yanxi put away her spear. Since no one is coming, this martial arts contest for marriage is over. Disperse, she shouted loudly, and no one stayed, they all scattered. Ignoring the retreating crowd, Yanxi quickly opened the communication system. The voice call connected instantly. Hey, where are you? I'm on the second floor, look up. Yanxi instinctively looked up. Sure enough, at the window on the second floor, she saw Lin Gu looking somewhat helpless. Yanxi's mouth twitched slightly, and she whispered, wait for me. After hanging up the call, Yanxi swiftly jumped off the stage, completely ignoring the shouts of Lan Lan and Xiaoyu, and headed straight for the second floor of the hotel. Once inside the elevator, Yanxi put away her equipment and changed into casual clothes. She observed herself in the mirrored elevator walls, hesitated for a moment, and finally pulled a lipstick out of her pocket. Second floor. Old Cat looked at Lin Gu with a smug expression, his face full of meaning. Only when Lin Gu helplessly greeted Yanxi did he pick up his wine glass, take a sip, and sigh contentedly. Alright, buddy, I won't interrupt your date with the beauty. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. He stood up, stared at Lin Gu, and said, don't forget, you still owe me 100 gold coins. Lin Gu froze for a moment. When did that happen? I don't remember hearing about it. Old Cat had a look that said he wouldn't let him off the hook. I told you so many secrets, isn't it fair to pay up? What I told you is stuff ordinary people wouldn't know. Old Cat blinked and glanced toward the elevator. Enjoy yourself. With that, before Lin Gu could react, he grabbed his coat and ran off. Ah, youth is wonderful, huh? Watching Old Cat's retreating figure, Lin Gu shook his head helplessly. However, when he saw the messy dishes on the table, his expression became even more resigned. He waved his hand. Waiter, clear these away and bring some fresh dishes. Also, replace the chair across from me. The elevator doors opened, and Yanxi strode over and sat across from Lin Gu. Why didn't you come to find me directly? Lin Gu asked. Yanxi casually tore off a chicken leg and began eating it heartily. Would you believe me if I said I just arrived here and saw you showing off on stage? Yanxi couldn't help but laugh, propping her elbow on the table as she gnawed on the chicken leg. Me showing off? This time, you were the one who helped a lot. You're my lifesaver, thanks. She spoke lightly, not at all feeling that Lin Gu secretly helping her would make her lose face. You didn't get hurt, did you? Yanxi paused for a moment, her eyes flashing with a hint of unease. I'm fine. With you, the strongman, protecting me from behind, how could I possibly get hurt? Lin Gu nodded and didn't ask further. Friends helping each other was only natural. Yanxi had helped him plenty of times before, this was just a small return. He was about to say more, when he suddenly noticed something was off. Did you put on makeup? Yanxi froze. No, who would wear makeup? I'm so beautiful, do I even need makeup? Stop joking. Lin Gu glanced at the chicken leg in her hand, which was smudged with lipstick, and his mouth twitched. Do you know those three people? Yanxi looked up at him and blinked. No, do you? Lin Gu shook his head, frowning as he rubbed his chin in thought. Those three give me a strange feeling. Yanxi crossed her legs and bit into the chicken leg. Yeah, I've never felt such intense, domineering, and twisted energy before. She paused, her eyes showing suspicion. It feels odd. Lingo looked at her in confusion. The problem is, if they don't know you, why would they come on stage to cause trouble? If they didn't know her, how could they possibly like Yanxi? Was it her charm? Love at first sight? Don't be ridiculous. People like that wouldn't be swayed by emotions or desires.
Yanxi swallowed the chicken leg, her eyes somewhat dazed. Judging by the way they acted, although they held back a bit, it didn't seem like they were just causing trouble. From probing to the end, they were serious every step of the way.
This was strange. Lingo was puzzled. Logically, there should always be a purpose behind actions.
For example, Qi Tian and his group might have been forced by their families to participate in the martial competition.
But surely, many people wanted to marry Yanxi. The problem was,
those three guys barely spoke, their moves were ruthless, and their goal was clearly to go for the kill. This had nothing to do with wanting to get married.
So, what was the reason? Seeing Lingu silent, Yanxi waved her hand and said, "Stop overthinking. I'll ask my dad about it later." Lingu thought that made sense.
After all, the people had left, Yanxi wasn't hurt, and she wasn't forced into marriage.
The outcome wasn't bad.
At this moment, Yanxi suddenly asked, "That skill that immobilized them, it was yours, right?"
Lingu nodded without hiding it. "Their level isn't high, easy to control." Yanxi was stunned. "Not high level?"
She suddenly realized something, her eyelid twitched, and her face was full of disbelief. That man in the suit had made it very clear that their levels were the same as his, but Lingu was saying,
"Not high level? What level are you? Don't tell me you've already reached the second transition?"
Yanxi was startled by her own thought. Everyone had been leveling up for about the same amount of time, just 2
months. If he could reach the second transition in 2 months, that would be inhuman.
Lingu smiled and said, "No way, I wish I could transition that fast." Yanxi let out a sigh of relief.
Just as she was about to take a sip of juice, Lingu added, "But I'm close. I'm level 59 now, with 65% experience."
Poof! The juice Yanxi had just sipped sprayed out entirely.
If Lingu hadn't reacted quickly, his face would have been drenched. "Are you okay?"
Lingu was startled and quickly handed her a tissue. Yanxi coughed as she took it, wiped her mouth, and said, You scoundrel, you're not human."
Lingu helplessly said, "Come on, it's just leveling up."
Think about it, as long as you use skills on a group of monsters, the experience just skyrockets.
Yanxi was confused. "Did you really?" Wait. Yanxi's eyes widened. Interrupting him. "Why does this sound so familiar? Can you stop talking?" Yanxi looked utterly baffled. "You're a complete gaming addict."
She ruffled her hair in frustration, leaned back in her chair, and
angrily took another bite of her chicken leg.
Lingu smacked his lips, looking quite satisfied.
"Well, let's just drop it."
Seeing Yanxi calm down a bit, Lingu changed the subject.
"By the way, what was your dad thinking, making you participate in a martial competition to get married? Are you serious right now?"
Yanxi was on the verge of breaking down.
"Well, I was just asking casually." Seeing Lin Ji's
obvious curiosity, her face stiffened, and she reluctantly complained, "I don't know, he must be crazy or something."
As if recalling something, Yanxi angrily took another bite of her chicken leg.
Clearly, unlike the playful banter with Lan Lan and Xiao Yu, she seemed to know some inside information.
Seeing that she didn't want to say more, Lingu changed the topic again. "Alright, I just wanted to say goodbye. I'm heading home in a bit." Yanxi thought for a moment and asked, "Did you see Sima Laozu and the others? They didn't give you any trouble, did they?"
"No, we didn't meet." Yanxi raised an eyebrow slightly.
"So, you did see them?" Lingu smiled wryly, thinking Yanxi was too sharp. "Yeah, just caught a glimpse." Yanxi nodded.
Just as she was about to speak, the communication system suddenly lit up.
She instinctively opened it to check, and after seeing the message, she froze. "Retreated?"
Lingu was confused.
"Retreated? What retreated?" Yanxi frowned and said, "The underworld tigers retreated."
She looked at Lingu and explained. The army from Purgatory suddenly changed direction and retreated entirely to the 10th floor.
"What?"
Lingu was even more puzzled.
"Such a large-scale operation, and they just retreated like that?" Yanxi
pursed her lips helplessly.
"It is strange.
I don't get it either, but the message says this is just a temporary truce. No one knows how long the truce will last." Yanxi glanced at the message again and continued, "Our camp's people have also retreated."
"Qi Xiu isn't dead? Ha? Why mention Qi Xiu?"
She paused, instinctively looking at Lin Gu. Have you fought with Qi Xiu before? Lin Gu looked puzzled. Who's Qi Xiu? I haven't fought anyone. She thought for a moment and nodded. That's good. You're going to study at Dongda University. The Sima family and the Qi family are unavoidable. If you encounter them, make sure to stay far away. Neither of these families is simple. She paused and added, be careful of them secretly targeting you. You didn't respond to their summons, so the Sima family's ancestor must feel humiliated. And will definitely make this outsider suffer? Lin Gu chuckled and replied, don't worry, I'm not that foolish, nor am I that weak. She seemed to recall something and nodded in agreement. True. Once Ding Yi personally announces that he's taking you as his disciple, your troubles will lessen significantly. But still, don't let your guard down. Open attacks are easy to defend against, it's the hidden schemes that are harder to guard against. Lin Gu smiled and accepted Xi's concern. The two chatted for a while before Shi watched Lin Gu board the teleportation array and return to Tianqi City. He didn't immediately go to find Bai Jinqing, nor did he go to sell junk. The past month's travels had left him physically and mentally exhausted. At this moment, he just wanted to relax, feeling completely worn out. So, he chose to go straight home, get a good night's sleep, and plan to find Bai Jinqing the next morning to hang out. He could spend an extra day with her and then teleport to the imperial capital the following morning to attend the opening ceremony. Everything was arranged perfectly. The taxi stopped, and Lin Gu got out, stretching lazily. Finally back. I wonder how many levels Jinqing and Monkey have leveled up. I've leveled up, huh? Seeing someone at his doorstep, Lin Ji's expression changed, and he quickly drew his weapon. Who are you? Hearing his voice, the two people sleeping at the door woke up. When they saw Lin Gu, their eyes widened instantly. Then, they ran to him excitedly, their words incoherent. We finally waited for you. Finally waited for you. It wasn't easy. Watching the two cry and laugh alternately, Lin Gu was utterly confused. You are looking for me? Is there something you need? The two immediately stood upright and said, hello, Lin Gu. My name is Liang Hu, and this is my sister, Liang Ying. Yes, it was them. Liang Hu and his sister were the ones who had discovered Lin Gu breaking records and rushed to the promotion island to find him. However, they didn't have much money and had to take a slower mode of transportation. By the time they arrived, the assessment was long over, and Lin Gu was nowhere to be found. Fortunately, they thought of Lin Ji's home. After spending a lot of money and asking many people, they finally found his place. But they had waited half a month, and Lin Gu still hadn't returned. To be honest, if Lin Gu hadn't come back soon, the two would have been on the verge of collapse. Seeing the relief on their faces, Lin Gu was puzzled. So, Brother Liang, what exactly do you need from me? Liang Hu took a deep breath, his gaze serious as he looked at Lin Gu. We know your time is precious, so I'll get straight to the point. Lin Gu, my sister, and I want to follow you, whether as your companions or assistants. We're both willing. We only ask that you take us in. Lin Gu was completely baffled. No way. Brother Liang, are you joking? What are you talking about? Before he could finish, Liang Hu suddenly pulled his sister down to kneel. This startled Lin Gu. He quickly helped them up, his eyes full of surprise. What are you doing? Liang Hu earnestly raised 3 fingers and said, I can swear an oath and am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you. As long as you're willing to take us in, we'll do whatever you ask. Lin Gu didn't respond immediately. He stared at them for a long time. He noticed that Liang Hu and Liang Ying's attitudes were firm and unwavering. After a long while, Lin Gu sighed. You've come to find me, so you must know a bit about me, right? The two nodded awkwardly, and Lin Gu continued, then you should know, I'm a child who came out of the slums, with no background, no parents, and no one to rely on except myself. The two nodded again, and Lin Gu asked curiously, can you tell me why? Liang Hu hesitated for a long time before finally speaking, we did investigate you, but precisely because of that, it strengthened our resolve to follow you. You're very strong, far beyond the average potential holder. Liang Hu gritted his teeth, his face slightly flushed. We saw it on the Whitestone Plains, the scene where you instantly killed the boss. But don't worry, we haven't told anyone about it and have kept it a secret. Lin Gu suddenly understood. Oh, you saw me instantly kill the boss, realized my strength, and saw me win first place in the college entrance exam assessment, so you confirmed that I'm very powerful. So that's why you want to follow me? The two nodded, and Liang Hu spoke. we also came from the slums, so we know very well that
without strong power, you can't go far.
either you become strong yourself, or you find a strong person to rely on. Unfortunately, my sister and I are purple potential holders.
But this ordinary potential,
without strong background support, is very difficult to develop, so we can only find a strong person to protect us. Liang Hu hesitated for a moment, his eyes growing more determined. We know your future will
definitely be bright. To put it bluntly, we're betting on you, betting on your future.
Lin Gu nodded, not finding it strange. This was very normal.
It's like investing in a new company, whether the investment will
pay off, no one can guarantee. For siblings like them, their strength might already seem impressive to ordinary people.
But Lin Gu knew that purple potential was just entry level. In the face of major forces,
potential holders below black were nothing more than cannon fodder. So, to live a brilliant life, one must
work even harder.
They had no background and could only choose to rely on others.
But it was clear that Liang, whose purpose wasn't just that.
And, we hope that if one day you become very powerful, you can spare some time to help us take revenge. Liang Hu gritted his teeth, his voice growing smaller, as if he didn't
dare to say it out loud, afraid others might hear. Liang Ying's eyes turned red, and she lowered her head, silently wiping her tears. Looking at Liang Hu's humble appearance, Lin Gu understood that their enemy was so powerful that they could never resist in their lifetime. Perhaps the enemy even had significant influence in Apocalypse City, otherwise, they wouldn't have come to him.
Lin Gu thought for a moment and asked,
"Can you tell me who it is?"
Liang Hu froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Telling you now is meaningless, but I can assure you, it has absolutely nothing to do with the Bai family, nor with you, and
it's not even someone you know." Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh. "Seems like you know me quite well."
Liang Hu awkwardly forced a smile. Lin Gu raised an eyebrow. "I have a grudge against the Shi family, right?
The kind that won't end until one of us is dead?"
Liang Hu shook his head. "We've offended a family even bigger than the Shi family. Compared to them, the Shi family is like ants, and they also want me dead." Listening to this, Lin Gu understood how powerful the enemy they faced was.
Liang Hu continued, "We're not afraid. Since we've chosen to follow you, none of this matters. And rest assured, we will never betray you."
Lin Gu paused. "I probably won't help you level up, nor will I take you to clear dungeons.
Following me actually doesn't have much benefit."
Liang Hu shook his head again. "We don't need your help, we only
want one promise from you. As for benefits and welfare, we don't care."
Saying this, he took out a scroll.
"You underestimate your current reputation and your future prestige. Although we're betting, we have confidence."
He unfolded the scroll and handed it to Lin Gu.
"This is a master-servant contract. As long as you sign it, my sister and I will be your servants. The binding force of this contract is almost no different from a slave contract. Once signed, the Liang siblings will never betray Lin Gu in this lifetime.
They are gambling big, staking their entire lives, all for Lin Ji's promise of revenge."
From this perspective, Lin Gu has gained a lot. Lin Gu thought for a moment, picked up the pen, and asked, "Are you sure you won't regret this?"
Liang Hu smiled. "We've been looking for you for over a month and have been waiting here
for half a month."
The meaning was clear, so Lin Gu didn't say much and quickly signed his name. In the next moment, the scroll turned into light and merged into Lin Ji's forehead. At this moment, he could clearly feel the gratitude and happiness of the Liang siblings. If he wanted, he could end their lives at any time.
"Liang Hu, Liang Ying, pay respects to the master."
The two suddenly shouted in unison.
Lin Ji's
expression changed, and he quickly helped them up.
"Stop it. What era is this? Still playing this game? Have you been watching too many TV dramas?" Liang Hu and Liang Ying awkwardly twitched their mouths.
Lin Gu pursed his lips helplessly.
"From now on, just call me by my name."
"I'll call you Brother Liang. You can call me Xiaoying, my brother calls me that." Liang Hu was 23 years old, 5 years older than Lin Gu,
so calling him Big Brother was fine.
Liang Ying was 2 months younger than Lin Gu, so calling her by her name was also appropriate.
Lin Gu nodded. "All right, let's settle it like that." Hearing this, the two's
eyes lit up, and they exchanged an excited glance.
"That's great, brother." Lin Gu agreed. Liang Hu nodded repeatedly, looking at Lin Gu with slightly reddened eyes, and said, "Thank you, Lin Gu, really, thank you."
Lin Gu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You two should head back now, I'm planning to go to sleep." Liang Hu suddenly remembered something and asked a bit awkwardly, "Is there anything you need us
to help with?" It feels strange not to do something for you.
Afraid Lin Gu might misunderstand, he quickly explained.
Lin Gu said, I believe you will definitely become strong in the future. But even strong people can't handle everything themselves. Someone has to help you deal with certain matters.
So, whether you want to establish a guild or build a family in the future, we can help. Lin Gu was momentarily stunned. He
hadn't considered this before.
He originally thought that as a hidden class holder, given enough time, he would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse, at least reaching the level of the 12 Guardians of Dragon
Nation.
By then, he could do whatever he wanted, even be with Bai Jinqing.
Even if he had nothing, the Bai family would gladly accept him.
But the future is full of uncertainties, it could happen quickly or
take a long time. He could wait, but could Bai Jinqing?
Even if she didn't care about the Bai family's opinion, he had to consider her feelings.
From another perspective, if his daughter wanted to be with a child from the slums, he wouldn't agree either.
If he had a reliable group of people along with his strength, things would be easier to handle, at least avoiding awkward situations.
Most importantly, a man's ambitions are grand, and for future development, Liang Hu's words made sense. We'll talk about this later. I've just awakened not long ago, so I'll observe for now. The Liang siblings nodded, expressing their understanding.
Oh, by the way, Lin Gu suddenly remembered, I have some junk here.
If you have time, help me sell it at the trading hall.
If he didn't let them help with something, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep
at night.
Lin Gu had a sudden idea to let them handle the equipment and materials he didn't need.
After all, the siblings had signed the master-servant contract and couldn't run away. Moreover, these items were useless to Lin Gu and could test their patience. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the siblings' eyes lit up instantly. Alright, we'll go right now.
Lin Gu opened the trading interface and placed over 20 pieces of level 30 purple equipment and more than 10 types of level 30 materials. The auction house has a selling
limit. I can't sell everything alone. With you two helping, I can sell more. Wait. Before Lin Gu could finish, Liang Hu interrupted with a bewildered expression. This is junk?
Seeing Liang Hu's shocked face, Lin Gu suddenly understood.
He was wearing orange and gold gear, accustomed to treating purple gear as trash.
But for most people, purple gear was still a highly coveted treasure.
My god, is this really a level 35 pair of chainmail pants with dual resistance and speed boost? And level 30 gloves with magic resistance and magic attack boost?
Liang Hu looked up in disbelief.
You actually call these junk? Lin Gu gave a wry smile. If this isn't junk, what is?
I can't use them, and even Chen Rui can't.
Suddenly, he had an idea. Oh, right, take a look. If you can use them, just keep them.
Liang Hu's expression changed.
No way. We can't accept your equipment without earning it. Lin Gu, maybe you haven't been to the trading hall much, or you just don't understand. Don't understand the equipment market?
The gear you just traded to me, any single piece could go straight to the auction house.
Each one would start at a minimum of 10,000 gold coins.
Liang Hu was getting more and more excited, his whole body trembling.
These items are too valuable. And these materials, my god, you could open a shop with them, you know? Lin Gu gave an awkward smile. If you think it's too much.
It's just that I have a pile of junk to sell, and I'm worried your backpacks won't have enough space.
Liang Hu and Liang Ying exchanged glances. Do you even know what you're saying? Knock, knock, knock.
The sound of knocking came. Bai Jinqing, who had been dozing off at her desk, suddenly woke up.
She instinctively looked at her computer. It was already 7
a.m. Bai Jinqing frowned, rubbed her temples, and got up to answer the door.
Aunt Su, is there something you need? Aunt Su stood at the door with a gentle smile. Your dad's coming back today. Do you want to go pick him up? Bai Jinqing froze. He's back? Is the situation in purgatory resolved? Aunt Su shook her head. It's a temporary truce. There's no sign of further fighting, so City Lord Yan let your dad and the others return. Bai Jinqing nodded. Alright, I'll go pick him up later. Aunt Su smiled and said, your dad won't arrive until after 10, so there's no rush. You haven't rested for a month, and school starts tomorrow. Just take today to rest at home.
Bai Jinqing opened her mouth but could only nod in agreement.
Alright, you rest. I'll go prepare breakfast for you.
Watching her leave, Bai Jinqing closed the door and sighed, her face full of worry.
Why hasn't there been any reply yet?
She frowned, pacing toward her bed in frustration. Just as she sat down, there was a sudden knock on the window. Knock, knock, knock.
Startled, Bai Jinqing instinctively looked toward the window, only to see Lin Ge leaning against it.
Bai Jinqing's mouth fell open, too shocked to speak. Seeing her reaction, Lin Ge knocked on the window again.
Bai
Jinqing snapped out of it and quickly ran to open the window.
Are you okay?
Bai Jinqing asked incredulously, tilting her head.
There's a perfectly good door, and you climbed through the window? How old are you?
18, an 18-year-old handsome guy. Lin Ge grinned, clinging to the window frame with a wide smile.
Young people, you know, like a bit of excitement. Ha ha. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh. Come in already.
So childish, climbing through a window.
Lin Ge blinked but didn't come inside. Isn't this how they do it in the movies? I wanted to try it out too.
Bai Jinqing suddenly remembered there was indeed a tree
outside the window. You even climbed a tree.
She held her forehead, finding him both exasperating and amusing.
But, ha ha ha, Bai Jinqing burst out laughing. You've definitely watched too much TV. Lin Ge raised an eyebrow. Well, it's a surprise for you.
After sending off the confused duo yesterday, he had slept through the night. This morning, he had planned to enter through the front door but, seeing the big tree in the Bai family courtyard, had a sudden idea to climb it. It just so happened to lead to Bai Jinqing's
window.
Bai Jinqing blushed and said softly, but you can't just climb trees.
Come in already.
Lin Ge shook his head and pulled a cup of milk tea from his backpack, handing it to her.
Here, drink it while it's still. It's cold.
Bai Jinqing looked puzzled.
This was supposed to be a sweet moment. Ha ha, your reaction is so funny.
Lin Ge laughed as Bai Jinqing took the milk tea. Unable to stop herself from laughing again, Lin Ge looked at her with a cheerful smile, and only when Bai Jinqing laughed so hard that tears came out did he raise an eyebrow and grin mischievously. Since you're here, how about a princess escape scene? Bai Jinqing paused for a moment, her eyes immediately lighting up.
You mean, actually, escape?
By the floor-to-ceiling window, Ansu held a teacup, her face full of smiles as she watched the two young people across the way, hand in hand, holding milk tea, carefully walking on the tree branches. To be honest, although it was a bit childish, she felt envious in her heart. These two kids really loved to play. The maid beside her couldn't help but laugh. Should I have the guards call them down? Aunt Sue shook her head with a smile. No need, let them play. Young people should act like young people. Playing and fooling around is the best start to a relationship. Ah, we escaped. This is amazing. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. On a small path, the two ran hand in hand, laughing continuously, filled with joy. When they reached the seaside, they bent over, hands on their knees, gasping for breath. They exchanged a glance and laughed even harder. This is so much fun. I've never experienced something so thrilling before. Bai Jinqing said, her eyes squinting into a line from laughter. Lin Ge straightened up and looked at her, saying, if you like it, I'll take you out to play like this often. Bai Jinqing's face turned red, and she held her milk tea, speaking softly, once or twice is fine, but if we do it often, Aunt Sue won't be able to find me and will definitely be worried. Then we'll escape every other day. You really know how to joke. Bai Jinqing laughed until she was out of strength. Suddenly, she remembered something. By the way, did the old ancestor Sima do anything to you? She had been very worried when she heard about it, but fortunately, Lin Ge was standing safely in front of her. No, we didn't even meet, Lin Ge said casually. They didn't have a chance to act against me, and once school starts, they'll have even less of a chance. They wouldn't dare act in a crowded place, right? I'm the national champion. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh, but Lin Ge's words made sense. If they knew Lin Ge had gone to the inferno, they might have tried something there, where no one would know. But now that he was out, they'd have to consider many factors before making a move. But you still need to be careful. Sure, Tengfei and the others won't let you off easily. Lin Ge nodded, then turned and smiled. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Let's go. Lin Ge took Bai Jinqing's hand and led her running along the seaside. Slow down, don't fall. Bai Jinqing laughed while holding her milk tea in one hand and pulling Lin Ge with the other, reminding him as they ran. The two bathed in the rising sun, transitioning from running to walking, then to strolling. They held hands, chatting endlessly, as if the other person was their entire world. After a long time, they sat on the rocks, watching the rising sun and the surging waves, feeling an immense sense of peace. Bai Jinqing closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her face was full of an uncontrollable smile. This is wonderful. If only I could walk with you like this every day. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Jinqing's face turned red all the way to her neck. She secretly opened a slit of her eyes to glance at Lingu, only to see his face full of a doting smile. Bai Jinqing, like a startled little rabbit, quickly closed her eyes, turned her head, and tightly pursed her lips. Lingu looked at her, both amused and helpless. He held her soft little hand and said, "It's simple. Once school starts, we'll be university students. The school is in the imperial capital, far from home, and no one will be watching us. We'll have plenty of time to go for walks then." Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh. "You have such wishful thinking." "What? You don't want to?" Bai Jinqing blurted out, "Of course not." Seeing Lin Ji's teasing expression, Bai Jinqing immediately huffed in a proud manner. Seeing the usually cold beauty act so adorably, Lingu couldn't help but laugh and ruffle her hair. "On the day school starts, the Emerald Dreamland will open. If we want free time for walks, we'll have to wait until we come out of there first." Bai Jinqing froze. "Emerald Dreamland? How do you know about that?" "Old man Yi told me." "Didn't you know he took me as his apprentice?" Lingu said, suddenly realizing. "Oh right, I almost forgot about that." "I haven't congratulated you yet," Bai Jinqing said, blinking her big eyes mischievously. "Congratulations on becoming Dean Ye's disciple. Starting school as a core disciple." "Ha?" Lingu couldn't help but smile. "Don't tease me. By the way, I just remembered something. Let me see your equipment and status panel." Bai Jinqing was a bit confused but didn't hesitate and directly shared her panel with him. Lingu glanced at it and nodded. "Since Emerald Dreamland is a mythic level dungeon, we'll have to go there right after the opening ceremony tomorrow. We need to prepare in advance." "Your dad didn't. These must have been prepared by your dad, right? Wow, level 40 already? Perfect, let me take a look." Lingu muttered as he examined her equipment. Bai Jinqing finally realized he was checking her gear. A mythic level dungeon was nothing like an ordinary one. The dangers inside were countless. Lingu might not care, but Bai Jinqing couldn't afford to be careless. After all, no matter how wealthy the Bai family was, they couldn't possibly prepare such high-quality equipment for her. High levels were one thing, but Bai Jinqing's level was too low to equip many items. After checking, Lingu opened the trade window. With Bai Jinqing, "You can't equip this gear below level 40. Swap them for these, at least you'll be fine in Emerald Dreamland." Seeing the equipment appearing one by one in the trade window, Bai Jinqing's expression immediately changed. "This? All orange gear? Aren't there 2 purple ones too?" Bai Jinqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you even listening to yourself? Why are you giving me so much orange gear? I don't want it, take it back." Bai Jinqing was so startled she tried to close the trade window immediately, but fortunately, Lingu reacted quickly and stopped her in time. "Don't worry, I don't need these. I have better ones." "Ha?" Bai Jinqing was full of question marks. "What better ones?" She looked at the first piece of orange gear. "Ha? Shoulders with plus 20% to all 3 damage types? Leggings with plus 20%. Spell crit and spell damage? And even a level 60 orange gear with the proficiency attribute? What is this? Accessories? And there are 2? Bai Jinqing's eyes widened as she stared at Lingu in shock. "These are all top-tier items, do you know that? And you have even better ones? Just those 2 accessories and that orange ring alone are impossible to buy outside. Do you know that accessories and jewelry are the hardest equipment to obtain? And you have even better ones?" Bai Jinqing was about to lose her mind. She had never seen so much orange gear with such incredible stats. There was even the rare proficiency attribute. To craft equipment with such an attribute would cost at least 200,000 gold coins, not to mention the additional material costs. The value of these pieces was simply astronomical. Even the Sure family would have to pay a hefty price to acquire such gear. Listening to Lingu explain the value of these items, Bai Jinqing could hardly believe it. Lingu smiled helplessly. He had no choice but to send her a screenshot of the accessory, Bone of the Zombie King. Although he couldn't use it yet, he was just a little experience away from leveling up. "Look, this is the gear I'm about to equip. It's not worse than what I gave you, right?" Bai Jinqing stared at the attributes of the Bone of the Zombie King, her mouth slowly opening in shock, unable to speak. To convince her further, Lingu showed her the eyeball accessory he had just taken off. "This is what I'm currently wearing. Its attributes are similar to what I gave you." Lingu currently owned a lot of orange gear, many of which were part of sets. Combined with the ones he had replaced, he gave almost all of them to Bai Jinqing, 8 pieces in total. With the equipment her father had given her, more than half of Bai Jinqing's gear was now orange, with plenty of purple gear as well. Bai Jinqing stared at him blankly, her mouth opening and closing repeatedly.
Oh my, what on earth have you been through?
Lin Gu shrugged nonchalantly. Just casually farming some bosses, and I ended up with all this gear. Bai Jinqing pursed her lips speechlessly, suddenly realizing something.
Wait a second? The gear you just showed me is level 100? And you said you're about to replace it? Even with such amazing gear. Bai Jinqing's eyelid twitched, her expression changing as she asked, what level are you now? 59, almost 60. Bai Jinqing? Lin Gu.
At the entrance of Dongfang University, Chen Rui saw Lin Gu, and immediately ran over excitedly, crying out loud. Lin Gu, caught between laughter and tears, patted her head.
What are you doing? There are so many people around.
Chen Rui, still crying, held onto Lin Ji's shoulders.
Godfather, Godfather, let me bow to you.
As she spoke, she even tried to kneel, making Lin Gu laugh uncontrollably.
Stop it, stand up straight. Chen Rui said excitedly, Lin Gu, I really don't know what to say. You got me into Dongda, and yesterday you even gave me gear, all top-notch. My goodness. Orange gear. I now have 2 pieces of orange gear. Being your sidekick is such a blessing, I'm crying. Lin Gu smiled helplessly.
We're brothers, what's the difference if you're a sidekick or not?
Chen Rui was so moved that tears almost fell.
Without Lin Gu, he might never have had the chance to own orange gear in
his lifetime. Beside them, Bai Jinqing looked at Chen Rui's reaction and couldn't help but laugh, subconsciously touching her ring finger.
The Demon Slayer ring had already been put away, and now she was wearing the 2 pieces of orange gear Lin Gu had given her. Thinking about how she had spent the day happily with Lin Gu yesterday, eating and shopping, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but smile. Of course, except for the part where she couldn't meet her father and got mocked by him all night.
Qingqing, did you come with Lin Gu?
Bai Jinqing snapped out of her thoughts and nodded.
Yes, we came together using the teleportation array. Chen Rui glanced at Lin Gu. Lin Gu will be staying in the imperial capital for at least 5 years, maybe even longer.
My dad bought 2 houses for us to have our own place.
After the opening ceremony, I'll take you to see them.
As she spoke, Chen Rui raised her eyebrows suggestively. Bai Jinqing blushed, spat lightly, and quickly turned her head away.
Lin Gu, caught between laughter and tears, said, Don't let Uncle Chen spend so much. We should just stay in the school dorms.
Ha!
Chen Rui immediately looked displeased. Lin Gu, you're being too polite.
That old man is my dad, and you and I are like sisters.
That house is for you, so what's the problem? Besides, what you've given me is worth far more than a house.
Chen Rui was a second-generation rich kid, but compared to the Bai family's large clan, she was far behind. For them, buying a house was nothing, so Lin Gu didn't think much of it.
All right, help me thank Uncle Chen later. Thank him for what? That's just what the old man should do. Lin Ji's mouth twitched, feeling both speechless and amused. But we can't see the house today. Let's check it out after we finish the dungeon.
I plan to stay in the dorms first to get familiar with the campus.
Chen Rui was stunned, a bit confused. Dungeon? What dungeon? Isn't today the opening ceremony?
Lin Gu smiled but didn't explain much, patting her shoulder.
Let's go. You'll understand after the opening ceremony. Chen Rui was even more puzzled after hearing this. Welcome, everyone, to Dongda. On the sports field of Dongfang University, the sophomores and juniors sat around the perimeter. Over 5,000 freshmen sat neatly in the center.
Further away were the heads of various families and organizations, as well as media reporters. On the podium, Dean Yi Shouju stood with his hands behind his back, speaking eloquently. He talked about the glorious history of Dongda, making everyone drowsy. But out of respect for the dean, they had to endure and listen. After all, it was tradition for the dean to give a speech.
Time flies, and here at Dongfang University. 2 hours later, Lin Gu started yawning. Yi Shouju finally stopped talking about history and got to the point. Undeniably, the job transfer ratio this year is somewhat unbalanced, but the proportion of top-tier professionals is higher.
This year, Dongda University has enrolled over 5,000 freshmen, with more than 1,000 having orange potential and another 1,000 with black potential.
There are over 600 talents in secondary professions.
The senior students applauded immediately upon hearing this.
Yi Shouju smiled and gestured for silence. So, everyone, don't worry. This year's campus competition. Freshman Secret Realm Battle, Ancient Secret Realm Battle, Secret Realm Ranking Battle, Forbidden Zone Ranking Battle, and Buzhou Mountain Trial. Our Dongda University will definitely take first place again. The senior students cheered enthusiastically. Among the freshmen, Lingu and Chen Rui exchanged glances and looked at Bai Jinqing in confusion.
Bai Jinqing blushed and quickly shook her head.
I didn't know universities would have these kinds of things either. Lin Ji's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling like he had been tricked. This old man insisted on taking him as a disciple. Was it just for these chaotic competitions? Now, I want to solemnly announce something. I, Yi Shouju, personally accepted a disciple a month ago.
He is none other than this year's Dragon God Tournament champion, Lin Gu.
Lin Gu. Sure enough.
As soon as the old man spoke, all eyes followed the cameras and turned to him. The entire venue fell silent, with all attention focused on him, making Lin Gu feel as if needles were pricking his heart.
Oh, so this is the dean's disciple? The young man is quite handsome. He may look a bit immature, but he really is good-looking, quite dashing.
The dean's disciple, this little brother will definitely achieve great
things in the future. Better add him as a friend quickly.
The senior sisters openly discussed him without reservation.
Bai Jinqing instinctively moved closer to Lin Gu.
If the big screen hadn't been focused on him, she would have hugged his arm to assert her claim. However, her small gesture was still noticed by the senior sisters, who teased her with laughter when they saw her approach. The crowd burst into laughter, everyone beaming with joy. Old man, you're really making things difficult for me. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched as he looked at Yi Shouju with helplessness. But Yi Shouju completely ignored him and continued
to pile on the pressure.
So, this year's freshman leader is none other than Lin Gu.
Lin Gu was utterly confused. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied, they can challenge him. Whoever beats him will become the leader.
Lin Gu was completely dumbfounded.
Excuse me, isn't this just asking for trouble?
This old guy's words are setting me up as a target, making my life difficult. The surrounding freshmen quietly stepped back.
Challenge him? Are you kidding? Who would dare provoke someone who passed 50 levels?
All right. Yi Shouju suppressed the crowd's astonishment and curiosity.
After this announcement, I have another important piece of news.
The Emerald Dream Secret Realm is about to open.
Once the opening ceremony ends, I will send everyone there.
As soon as this was mentioned, the venue erupted.
Emerald Dream Secret Realm? It's actually the mythical level Emerald Dream Secret Realm opening? Oh my god, last time Senior Rong Ning obtained a piece of golden equipment in the Secret Realm. Getting golden equipment from the Emerald Dream Secret Realm is just a minor thing. The most amazing part is the various special items and tokens there. With this opening, the Secret Realm battle will definitely ignite again. I wonder what rewards the universities will offer this time. So exciting.
Listening to the students' excited discussions, Yi Shouju smiled and said, with this opening of the Emerald Dream Secret Realm, the Secret Realm battle will officially
begin. Students from the 10 universities will all participate. Remember to switch to Academy mode so your skills won't accidentally harm fellow students from our school. Lin Gu was stunned. Academy mode?
Bai Jinqing explained softly, from the moment your university identity information is entered into the identity badge, Academy mode is automatically activated.
It's a bit like team mode, except that students from the same academy are automatically considered teammates. Lin Gu suddenly understood and opened the panel to check. Sure enough, there was an academy mode. This was good. It would prevent accidental harm to innocents,
especially since his skill range was too large.
Remember,
Yi Shouju's tone changed, his expression turning serious.
The Secret Realm competition in university is different from the Dragon God tournament.
There are no resurrection stones here, you only have one life.
Once you enter the Secret Realm, apart from your schoolmates, everyone from other schools is your opponent. So, always stay vigilant. The second
and third-year students were already accustomed to this and showed no reaction. The freshmen, however, were stunned and then fell silent. They hadn't expected to feel the pressure of brutal competition on their first day of school.
So,
Yi Shouju said sternly, as your seniors, if you see your junior schoolmates in trouble, help them if you can.
I hope everyone can get what they want and return safely. I also hope our Dongda University continues to maintain its first-place honor.
I can guarantee that the rewards for this competition will absolutely exceed your expectations.
So, my dear students, Get ready, set off. With Yi Shuju's command, everyone hadn't even reacted yet. The next second, as he waved his hand, they were shocked to find themselves no longer on Dongda University's sports field. Where is this? What? A beautiful meadow. Look over there, so many people. Hearing the shouts, Lingu stood up and instinctively looked over. They were standing on a vast meadow, and about 100 meters to the left, there was a dense crowd of people, at least nearly 20,000. Lingu froze for a moment, looked around, and found several large groups of students on the right and behind them as well. Altogether, there were probably over 200,000 people. Holy crap! Where the heck is this? Is this still in the country? Chen Rui was utterly shocked, completely unable to believe the scene before her. Lingu lightly twitched the corner of his mouth, his face full of helplessness, while Bai Jinqing covered her mouth and chuckled. This is the entrance to the Emerald Dreamland, a familiar and playful voice suddenly sounded. Lingu froze, turned his head, and was instantly stunned. Yanxi, he asked in surprise. Why are you here? Lingu continued to ask. Yanxi sneered, surprised? I'm also a student at Dongda University, why wouldn't I be here? Hello, Chenroi, hello, Yanxi. Lingu was full of confusion, thinking, the princess of Biguan City should be going to the Southeast Military Academy, so why did she end up at Dongda University? Not far away, Yi Chengtian saw Yanxi walking up to Lingu and reluctantly put down his raised leg. Hello, Chief Lin. Hello, Chenrui. At this moment, Lan Lan and Xiaoyu suddenly popped out from behind Yanxi, poking their heads out and waving to greet them. Hello? Lingu awkwardly smiled and responded a few times. Yanxi glanced at him, then turned to Bai Jinqing with a smile and said, Qingqing, long time no see. Bai Jinqing instinctively moved closer to Lingu, her face expressionless. Why didn't you go to the Southeast Military Academy? Yanxi glanced at Bai Jinqing, pretending not to notice her subtle movement, and said, who would want to go there? It's full of rigid and annoying people. Dongda is so much better, with good friends, good sisters, and Qingqing to keep me company. Bai Jinqing rolled her eyes and muttered, such obvious scheming. Yanxi shrugged and turned to Lingu, saying, we're about to go in, stop dawdling, how about forming a team? Seeing Lingu freeze, Yanxi tilted her head and explained, I don't know how much Olji told you, but as long as there's competition, there will definitely be injuries, and even deaths. Not only do you have to deal with the monsters in the secret realm, but you also have to guard against sabotage from other schools. Of course, don't trust people from our school too much either, there are plenty who secretly play dirty tricks. Every year in these secret realm competitions and ranking battles, many people die. Everyone is fighting desperately for their own interests. How great were these interests? Even she was envious. So, if someone went overboard, it was completely normal. Lingu understood the meaning behind her words and nodded lightly. Alright, let's form a team. If it were just him alone, he wouldn't care. But for Bai Jinqing and Chen Rui, forming a team was the best choice. However, after the six formed a team. Apart from Yanxi and Bai Jinqing, Chen Rui and the other two directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wait. What? Holy crap! Chen Rui exclaimed in shock, pouncing on Lingu. Lingu? You, how are you already? Level 59? Lingu was startled and quickly pressed her neck, covering her mouth. Keep it down. Keep it down. Chen Rui widened her eyes and nodded repeatedly. As soon as Lingu let go, she almost couldn't help but shout, holy crap! Lingu, how did you level up so fast? This is insane. Lan Lan and Xiaoyu were also too shocked to speak. Don't forget, everyone had changed classes together, so how could the leveling speed differ so ridiculously? Lingu pursed his lips helplessly. I've been working hard enough, giving it my all. It's no wonder my leveling speed is this fast. Stop dawdling and get ready. Yanxi's words suddenly reminded Lingu, and he remembered the pile of top-tier potions in his backpack that could instantly restore health and remove abnormal statuses. He first shared some with Chen Rui and then handed a few bottles to Bai Jinqing. Holy crap! Sun God water? Chen Rui jumped up in excitement, her eyes almost popping out. No way? Lingu, how do you have so many good items? Did you raid the boss's lair directly? Lin Ji's face darkened as he helplessly looked at Yanxi. Did you guys bring potions? Xiaoyu was about to answer, but Yanxi acted faster, stepping on Xiaoyu's foot with a smile and saying, no, we forgot. Xiao Yu's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth, following up, yes, we forgot, really forgot. Linga didn't notice Xiao Yu's unusual behavior and continued distributing potions to Yan Shi. Before long, Yan Shi took out a chubby golden potion bottle and curiously said, "Wow, is this the sun god water? I heard one bottle costs 50,000 gold coins." Put. Chen Rui couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. What? 50,000 gold coins per bottle? Are you serious?
Yan Shi raised her eyebrows and said, "Yes, starting at 50,000 gold coins, and it's extremely rare." At this moment, Lan Lan carefully held the sun god water and said, "That's right, just a few days ago, 3 bottles were sold at the Rong City auction, each
going for 100,000 gold coins."
Hearing this, Chen Rui and Bai Jinqing were stunned.
Bai Jinqing's family also
had this item, but the stock was limited. Her father always treated it as a treasure and locked it in the safe, so she had no idea it was this valuable. Yet Lin Go had given her 2 sets, with each set containing
10 bottles.
Not to mention the other potions and pills in his backpack that she'd never seen before, which made Bai Jinqing's mouth twitch uncontrollably. Wow, this boiling potion starts at 10,000 gold coins. The spirit-clearing pill starts at 30,000 gold coins.
And this one is 40,000 gold coins per bottle. Alright.
Lin Gu interrupted her with a helpless smile.
It's fine if Chen Rui hasn't seen
these before, but you don't need to get so worked up.
Yan Shi couldn't help but chuckle, spreading her hands. Alright, I won't say anymore.
Bai Jinqing glanced at Yan Shi, then gently nudged Lin Gu and whispered, "You're giving us so many potions and pills.
Do you have enough for yourself?"
"Don't worry, I have plenty," Lin Gu replied. Yesterday, he had given all the junk in his backpack to the Liang Hu siblings, and now the potions and pills in his storage bag could all fit back into his backpack. He had defeated so many bosses above his level, so the loot was naturally incredible. But he was used to having these items,
and didn't think much of them.
In fact, he hadn't even used them, he simply didn't need to. If Yan Shi hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about the treasures hidden in his backpack.
So many top-tier potions and pills, it's just unbelievable. Sister Shi, we've really hit the jackpot this time.
Xiao Yu's eyes lit up as she stared at the backpack, her gaze toward Lin Gu completely changed.
Bai Jinqing
squinted slightly, leaned closer to Lin Gu, and whispered softly. Lin Gu gently touched her hand, reassuring her.
Alright, everyone.
At this moment, Yi Shouzhu spoke again, and everyone immediately turned their attention to the forest behind him.
Behind me is the entrance to the Emerald Dreamland. Stepping into this forest means the secret realm battle officially begins. No more words, I wish everyone success in achieving their goals. Break all records. Not only for personal glory but also for the honor of Dongda.
After speaking, Yi Shouzhu stepped aside, and everyone began walking toward the boundless forest behind him. The students of Dongda lined up, leading the way into the dreamland of Emerald.
Chen Rui looked around curiously and asked, Lin Gu, are all these people here to enter the dreamland of Emerald?
Wow, if everyone goes in, the dreamland of
Emerald must be huge to accommodate them. Yan Shi exclaimed, with so many people, can the rewards be distributed fairly?
Bai Jinqing, Lan Lan, and Xiao Yu covered their mouths and giggled. Yan Shi took a deep breath and said, don't worry.
This place is big enough.
Even if everyone goes in, it's not easy to run into others. Let's go, first come, first served. Yan Shi urged. Watching over 10,000 Dongda students heading toward the forest, Chen Rui curiously asked, why?
Are we already going in while they haven't moved yet?
Yan Shi turned back and smiled. This is the benefit of being
ranked first. When the secret realm opens, Dongda gets the first batch entry. Chen Rui suddenly understood, realizing
for the first time that attending a good university came with such perks.
However, the moment everyone stepped into the forest, not only did their classmates disappear, but the scenery before them changed as well. This is Lan Lan. And Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise, is this the fairyland? It's so beautiful. Lin Gu couldn't help but be amazed. Before
them was a misty meadow, blooming with vibrant flowers, where butterflies and bees danced among the blossoms.
In
the distance stood towering forests and peaks reaching into the clouds, with a blazing sun hanging in the sky.
The most
eye-catching sight was the massive waterfall cascading from the heavens on the right, resembling a pouring galaxy.
Breathtakingly beautiful. Every inch of this land was unrealistically stunning, completely like a fairyland. Lan Lan and
Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled. Bai Jinqing tightly held Lin Ji's hand, biting her lip. Lin Ge smiled at her and gently said, this place is truly beautiful. Living here must be blissful. Yanxi interjected sourly, yeah, just build a little wooden house, sit on the mountain to watch the sunrise and sunset, sit on a tree to view the waterfall, and live happily
ever after.
Lin Ji's face darkened helplessly, Bai Jinqing blushed and quietly withdrew her hand.
Don't get too excited. Yet, Lin Ge shook his head and said, the dreamland of Emerald isn't as simple as it looks. He thought Yanxi was trying to scare Bai Jinqing and didn't pay much attention. Let's go, let's start hunting monsters. Isn't there a competition? Lin Gu said.
Yanxi nodded and took out a long spear. Yes, kill records, strategy records, clearance records. They're all part of the competition. Securing one can earn significant rewards. If we can get the clearance record and help Dongda secure another first place, we can earn extra rewards from the top 10 academies. At this point, Yanxi looked at Lin Gu, her eyes slightly raised, more thrilling than the college entrance exam.
Lin Gu understood. After all, the highest level in the college entrance exam was only level 40, with limited rewards. But this university competition involved senior students from sophomore and junior years, who were second and third tier experts, with levels around 100, making the rewards much more substantial. There's also the first kill record.
Yanxi swung her spear. Mythical level secret realms open only once a year, and each time it's a new realm. The boss changes, and the first kill
record remains valid.
Lin Ge raised his eyebrows, his interest peaked. That's good. I'm almost level 60, just right
to give it a try. His teammates were speechless. If you keep talking, we might as well not say anything.
Yanxi looked helpless, as she was the highest level in the team besides Lin Gu, only at level 44, far behind Lin Ji's level 59. Outside the secret realm, Yi Shouju stood there expressionless, watching the students from the top 10 academies line up according to their rankings to enter the
realm.
Yi Shouju spoke coldly, set the detector to the highest sensitivity, and the level limit to 100.
Any suspicious individuals unable to present a student ID will be dealt with on-site. Students exceeding level 100 must undergo additional checks.
Old Ji, isn't this too strict?
The vice dean next to him hadn't reacted.
Yet when the dean of Qinglong Academy, Lu Guanyu, interjected sourly.
Even if you've taken on a new disciple, there's no need to be so cautious, is there?
That kid may look like a white trash priest, but anyone below a second transition can't even get close to him. The other deans nodded in agreement, feeling that Yi Shouju
was being overly nervous.
Yi Shouju stared intently at the student in front of him and replied without turning his head, forget the second transition, I can
guarantee that even a third transition professional with orange potential would have a hard time approaching him. I have that confidence. What about the fourth transition then?
Yi Shouju slightly turned his head to look at Lu Guanyu.
The fifth transition? Don't tell me you don't know what the fifth transition signifies. Lu Guanyu twitched the corner of his mouth, his face instantly showing some embarrassment. You're exaggerating too much. Most of the students here are sophomores and juniors.
How could there be fourth or fifth transitions? Though there might be some senior students, Yi Shouju sneered.
Old Lu, are you confused, or do you take me for a fool? Seeing Lu Guanyu's face turn unpleasant, Yi Shouju turned his head and calmly addressed the students. What the Sima family ancestor in Qixio from the Qi family did in the purgatory, you all can't possibly be unaware, right? Sure enough.
As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the high-ranking members from over 40 top academies present instantly changed.
Especially those from the Sima and Qi families, their expressions turned extremely grim.
Yi Shouju's words directly exposed their shortcomings, causing the Sima and Qi
families to lose face.
Yet, they couldn't refute him. This time, they had indeed been humiliated.
First, such a large family actually stooped to argue with a poor orphan. Second, despite their efforts, the orphan completely ignored them and never showed up. It was as if the Sima family's dignity had been trampled underfoot.
Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Guanyu spoke helplessly, fine, do as you wish. After all, your Eastern University is the top
academy.
Yi Shouju sneered, this isn't up to me. Everyone knows how difficult the situation is for our Dragon Nation right now.
Forget about
foreign countries and external forces, just the three major enemies, the demon race, purgatory, and the abyss, have already kept us on edge.
Especially with these three races joining forces, we still haven't figured out what major conspiracy they're planning.
The authorities have already questioned us multiple times. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew even darker.
The demon race's territory and the abyssal rift have now entered a tense
phase. Although they've temporarily retreated 300 miles, who knows if they'll launch a beast tide or demon tide to attack the city tomorrow. Or the day after? When that time comes, even if we're fully prepared, it will undoubtedly be a brutal war.
Yi Shouju looked at Lu Guanyu and said.
So, why didn't Purgatory launch a ghost tide to attack the city this time? Why did the demon race and abyss retreat 300 miles?
Do I need to repeat myself?
Seeing Lu Guanyu remain silent, Yi Shouju sneered. Does anyone else think I'm making a big deal out of nothing or abusing my
authority for personal gain?
As he spoke, his gaze swept over the high-ranking members of the Sima and Shi families, whose faces instantly turned as dark
as the bottom of a pot. Yi Shouju looked at the batches of students entering and calmly said in a low voice, even if I'm making a big deal out of nothing, even if I'm abusing my authority, anyone who disagrees can wait until we return and challenge me in the trial arena. I'll be waiting to settle it with you.
But Lin Gu is my disciple, personally accepted by me. Anyone who dares to touch him, I'll be the first to disagree.
Damn it. So infuriating.
Inside the tent, Sima Chen cursed while slamming the table heavily.
Let that guy speak? He's just a country bumpkin. What gives him the right to compare with our Sima family?
Beside him, Sima Manyun, dressed in a white dress and with a beautiful appearance, glanced at him coldly and picked
up her teacup with a frosty expression. Hasn't he always secretly helped that mud-legged orphan? He's just relying on his little bit of ability to dare to ignore our Sima family.
Then we'll make sure he doesn't get his way.
Opposite them, Shi Rongdao said expressionlessly, no matter what, first, get rid of those people.
They don't have name tags, their identities are unclear, and we can't just leave them unchecked.
Are we just going to let this go? Sima Chen glared angrily and shouted. Our Sima family has supervisory quotas. We can secretly let them in. Shi Rongdao shook his head. It's useless.
Yi Shouju must have already arranged for people to keep an eye on them. The Yi family isn't a small force either, they definitely won't
compromise on face. These words made Sima Chen even more furious. The Yi family cares about face? Then what about the face of my Sima family? He slammed the table heavily. Our Sima family is the second largest family in the imperial capital.
Even General Nangon has to be respectful when meeting
our ancestor. What is the Yi family worth? Sima Chen roared in anger, pointing at Shi Rongdao. If your Qi family is truly afraid, I won't force you. We'll deal with that mud-legged man ourselves. He must die. Sima Manyun added indifferently.
From the moment he refused the ancestor's summons, this
matter has nothing to do with the Shi family anymore.
That mud-legged man must die, Shi Rongdao said, raising his head with a helpless expression.
When did I say I was afraid? He put down his teacup, his face stern.
What I mean is, we withdraw the people on the surface to give the Yi family an
explanation.
We can't turn against the Yi family over a mud-legged man, it's unnecessary and not worth the loss.
But withdrawing the people on the surface doesn't mean we let him go.
Shi Rongdao's gaze turned even colder. This time, among the students entering the 10 great academies, our Qi family and
the Sima family each have over 200 people.
Adding the children from families closely related to ours, the total is at least 2,000.
With them guarding, can a mere white-robed priest escape? After all, he's just a cloth armor class around level 40. Sima Chen froze, his eyes suddenly lighting up.
Right, how could I forget that? They all have detectors, finding someone is easy. Shi Rongdao's lips curled slightly.
Emerald Dreamland is a secret realm for levels 120 to 320. Tell me, isn't it normal for a level 40 priest to die at the hands of a boss? Seeing Sima Chen's eyes light up, Shi Rongdao squinted.
The two brothers from the Shi family hate him so much.
Do you think they'll let that mud-legged man run freely in the dungeon? Moreover, Shirley gave them those unused items from the abyss. Do you think they'll just leave them be?
Shi Rongdao looked at Sima Chen meaningfully. The Shi family isn't a small family, they have many allies and forces. As long as this matter is handled well, we can save face and win the Shi family's
loyalty. Two birds with one stone. Hearing this, a glimmer flashed in the eyes of both Sima Chen and Sima Manyun. The Shi family. Sima director.
Before Sima Chen could finish speaking, someone interrupted from outside the tent.
Sima Manyun frowned. What is it? Dean Yi said the monitoring equipment for the secret realm has been debugged and asked me to inform you. Sima Manyun sneered. Got it, we'll head over now. Hey, Lin Gu, there's a monster.
Inside the secret realm, Chen Rui, walking at the front, suddenly exclaimed.
Everyone then noticed to be the size of a calf jumping out of the grass not far away, wearing light yellow leather armor. What the heck? This bee is huge. And it's wearing gear. Chen Rui's eyes widened. It was her first time seeing something so bizarre. The scenery here was so beautiful, yet such a monster suddenly appeared, making it feel particularly eerie. Hey! The bee didn't fly but poked its head out to stare at her. Chen Rui raised an eyebrow and shouted, "Lin Gu, I'm going to take it down. This little bee monster, here comes your auntie," she yelled as she charged forward. She had been holding onto Lin Ge's equipment, wanting to show off, and now she finally had the chance. Of course, she wouldn't let it slip away. But as soon as she reached the bee, the next second, the bee flew up, revealing a 1-meter-long venomous stinger that directly pierced Chen Rui's chest. Poof! The number -32,545 flashed, and Chen Rui's health bar dropped by 2/3. In pain, she turned and ran. "Lin Gu, save me!" Everyone froze. Suddenly, a buzzing sound arose, and everyone was even more stunned. Before they could react, thousands of bees wearing yellow leather armor flew out from the grass behind the first bee. Buzz buzz buzz. A dense swarm, a black mass. Chen Rui's face instantly turned green. Oh no, crap. Run faster. Help. Lin Gu, save me. Initially, everyone was quite serious, but now it was complete chaos. Yanxi sighed helplessly, covering her forehead. "Lin Gu, you have it tough." Lin Gu smiled. Awkwardly, "You'll get used to it." He felt his friend's performance was truly embarrassing. However, joking aside, when Chen Rui was chased by the bees, he still had to step in to protect her. He instinctively checked the bee's status panel, only to see a screen full of question marks. "These bees are level 120 or higher?" Lin Gu muttered. Yanxi smiled. "That's normal. Mythical level secret realms start at level 120, and these monsters might even be level 140. Then how do regular players farm them?" Lin Gu was bewildered. Yanxi smiled meaningfully. "No one said mythical level secret realms are meant for regular players." Lin Ge's expression changed, and he immediately understood. No wonder this world is full of powerful individuals. Even if you have good resources, you might not be able to use them well. He sighed deeply, feeling emotional. "Are you serious? Lin Gu? Can you stop chatting for a moment? I can still be saved here. Help! Save me!" Seeing Chen Rui being chased all over the street by the bees, Lin Gu finally snapped out of it. He smiled awkwardly and quickly chanted, "Run towards me." It just so happened that he hadn't used the new skill he learned, Armor Explosion, and planned to test it on this group of monsters. Lan Lan and Xiaoyu looked at the swarm of bees flying everywhere, feeling extremely nervous. "Shijia, so many level 120 monsters, can we handle this?" "Yeah, there are so many monsters. Even if I use my ultimate skill, I can't control them." Yanxi saw Lin Gu preparing to cast a spell and waved her hand. "We can handle it. We don't need to do anything, just watch and perform." The two were stunned. Yanxi smiled and said, "Today, let's just be spectators." Lan Lan looked puzzled. "Shijia, what are you talking about? I'm already level 42. A flame explosion mage. Watching him. What the heck?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Gu raised his staff. Armor Explosion. Boom! A dense swarm of bees was blasted into screams, and the damage number -2,704,233 jumped out fiercely. The bees' exoskeletons shattered into pieces, revealing their original skin. Lan Lan and Xiaoyu's mouths opened wider and wider, especially when the critical damage of over 2 million appeared. The two were completely dumbfounded. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Gu saw the bees collectively lose their armor and unleashed another skill. Chest. Crushing Stone. Bang! Damage numbers popped up one after another. -3,656,248, -4,265,782. The beast's chest suddenly caved in, and dozens of deep, bone-revealing wounds were torn. "Lin Gu, your damage is just too outrageous. How did you even do it? Over 4 million DPS. Oh my god. These monsters are all above level 120. If they were the same level as you, I can't even imagine how terrifying your damage would be." Their highest skill damage was only around 500,000, but Lin Ge's DPS had skyrocketed to 4.4 million, which was simply unbelievable. Seeing the two of them staring at him with glowing eyes, Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh wryly. Bai Jinqing, a bit worried, pulled Lin Gu back a step. The sharpness in their gazes was almost frightening. Yen.
She also quickly patted her forehead and pulled them back. I told you a long time ago how amazing he is.
Do you believe me now?
The two nodded repeatedly.
We believe, we believe. Sister Shi, he's even more amazing than you said.
Yeah, I've never seen a healer with such explosive damage, not even
Any other class is this ridiculous. As they spoke, their eyes remained fixed on Lin Gu, sparkling brightly.
At this moment, Chen Rui suddenly appeared.
Everyone immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Wow! Level 100 orange gear?"
The group froze, unable to resist looking over.
They saw Chen Rui excitedly,
holding a leather armor top, smiling as she said, "Lin Gu, this really is orange gear."
"Ha, the stats are pretty good too."
Lin Gu wasn't particularly interested in the leather armor top, but he was curious.
Even small mobs can drop orange gear? It seems the drop rate in this mythic dungeon is really high.
Yanxi, swiping through the air beside him, was clearly checking her interface. "No, you just killed a boss earlier.
This gear must have dropped from the boss." "Ha? I killed a boss?"
Lin Ji's face was expressionless, while Lan Lan and Xiaoyu nodded seriously.
This is the world of the strong. There's no difference between bosses and small mobs.
There's no helping it, Chief Lin is just too powerful.
Lin Gu smiled helplessly. That's
right, taking down a level 140 boss in less than 30 seconds. With Chief Lin being this awesome, who can compare?
If other academies find out, they'll definitely think we're cheating.
Honestly, Chief Lin's damage does look like cheating.
Does this mean we can break more records? Lan Lan's eyes lit up. Exactly. With Chief Lin's damage so high, we might even win a Grand Slam. That's right. Winning a Grand Slam comes with academy rewards and titles. This is amazing. Sister Shi, we're going to strike it rich. Chief Lin is just incredible.
Lin Gu smiled wryly.
Seeing the two getting
more and more excited, Chen Rui quickly said, Lin Gu, this gear is for you.
What would I do with it? I can't wear it. Lin Gu turned to ask Lan. Lan and Xiaoyu, which of you wears leather armor?
Xiaoyu froze for a moment.
Me, I'm a shadow archer. Then it's yours. Ha? Xiaoyu pointed at herself in surprise. For me? This level 100 orange gear? You're just giving it to me like that?
Lin Gu smiled and waved it off.
I can't wear it.
Anyway, and we're friends.
It's just a piece of orange gear, no big deal. Xiaoyu was even more confused. What are you saying? Just a piece? Orange gear? This is way too valuable.
Yanxi shook her head helplessly and patted her shoulder.
Just take it. He's a big shot with plenty of good stuff.
Seeing Lin Gu smiling so casually, Xiaoyu froze, her eyes suddenly lighting up.
Oh my god.
Xiaoyu held her face, her eyes sparkling.
Chief Lin, you're amazing. Are you really giving me this gear? Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh. Yes, really. It's just one piece of gear. There's no need to be so formal between friends.
Yanxi had helped Lin Gu a lot, and he owed her a huge favor. Giving her best friend a piece of gear was nothing to him.
Of course, if it were something he could use himself, he wouldn't be so generous. Wow!
Xiaoyu excitedly raised her hands.
I've decided. From now on, you're my idol. My one and only idol. Yes. You're my idol too, idol Chief Lin.
Xiaoyu and Lan Lan raised their little hands, looking so comical. That Lin Gu and Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh. Yanxi helplessly covered her forehead, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone.
Don't overdo it. Hurry up and pick up the items. You need a sense of responsibility to be a pendant. No problem. We're on it right away. Move quickly while picking up items, don't waste time. Got it.
Afraid the two would cause more trouble, Yanxi quickly sent them away.
You don't mind them.
Usually carefree, Yanxi was now extremely embarrassed. This was so humiliating.
Lin Gu chuckled and said casually, it's fine. Chen Rui is like that. Sometimes too. I'm used to it. He glanced around and said, I feel like there might be a boss near the waterfall and valley over there. Let's head there first.
Yanxi cleared her throat, twirled her gun, and decisively said, let's go.
I'll take the lead. Right now, she just wanted to quickly take Lin Gu away from here. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the brothers Shi Tangfei and Shi Tangrui, pale-faced and dazed, followed 3 senior students deeper into the forest to hunt monsters.
However, they barely did anything themselves. The 3 seniors ahead were the ones leading the way and fighting. Judging by their white school uniforms, it was clear they weren't students from Dongda.
Brother, what happened to them? Why are they like this? Someone on the right asked in confusion.
The one in the middle, Shi Shangbin, was their cousin from their uncle's family, a year older than them.
Shi Shangbin shook his head. I don't know what they encountered. They came out of purgatory like this 2 days ago.
He frowned slightly, stopped, and turned to the two of them.
You two, snap out of it. This is a mythical level secret realm.
You not only have to watch out for monsters but also for
students from other schools.
If you keep being this muddle-headed, you'll get taken out sooner or later.
Taken out? Hearing this, the two's eyelids twitched and they suddenly snapped out of it. Taken out? That's right. Taken out.
Shi Tengfei's eyes lit up and his mind began racing.
Yes. Take him out. That bastard. How dare he steal my championship and my woman?
He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, gripping Shi Tengrue's arm
tightly.
Brother! That Lingu bastard, I must kill him.
Yes. That idiot must die. Where is this? Shi Tengrue looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and was momentarily stunned.
Shi Shangbin and the other two looked at them, their faces full of helplessness.
What kind of blow did these two suffer to short-circuit their brains like this? Could it be selective amnesia?
Shi Shangbin said seriously.
You two are actually pretty lucky. On the first day of school, you encountered a mythical level secret realm that all students can participate in. If it weren't for... Wait? All students can participate? Shi Tengfei immediately caught the key point. Does that mean Lin Gu is here too? Lin Gu? Shi Shangbin frowned, finding the name somewhat familiar, and then suddenly realized. You mean the National College Entrance Exam champion?
Seeing Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrue's
confused faces, Shi Shangbin's mouth twitched.
Of course he's here. He got into Dongda and was the first to enter. After confirming this, the two's eyes
lit up again.
They exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly vicious.
We've prepared so much this time. We didn't get to use it last time, but this time, he's definitely dead.
Breaking a stone on the chest.
Boom. Wow.
10 fingers connected to the heart.
Boom. Wow. You have killed, EXP plus 31598. Wow.
Watching the two sisters standing nearby, holding their hands together, their eyes sparkling as they cheered. Every time Lin Gu used a skill, Bai Jinqing wore a pained expression, hiding behind Lin Gu, while Chen Rui crouched down, clutching her head in
exasperation. She was so embarrassed she was practically digging a hole in the ground with her foot. To be honest, if anyone could stir up emotions, this pair of Lan sisters were definitely top-tier experts. Their emotions were instantly off the charts.
Along the way, every time Lin Gu made a move, these two turned into superfans, cheering nonstop and getting overly excited. As soon as the monster fell, the two of them didn't need any reminders, and immediately rushed over to pick up the loot. Their enthusiasm for accessories was unmatched, even Chen Rui couldn't compare. For a full 3 hours, they didn't stop for a moment, their energy so boundless that Lin Gu began to wonder if they had eaten something special.
Idol, you're amazing.
So many monsters, and you took them all down with just a few skills.
Oh my god. 2.5 levels in 3 hours, plus gear and gold, this is incredible. Being an idol's accessory is pure bliss. No matter what others thought, these two sisters were completely captivated by Lin Ge's strength, their
gazes growing increasingly peculiar. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but think that if she weren't here, these two sisters might have already thrown themselves
at him.
Lin Gu, both amused and exasperated, waved his hand and said, let's go, we still need to hurry and get the record.
Right. Grand Slam. We need to get the Grand Slam.
Lan and Xiaoyu let out an excited squeal and quickly went to pick up the items.
While Chen Rui
and the others were gathering loot, Xi's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Gu and said, the Emerald Dreamland has 4 zones, the Forest Zone, the Mountain Zone, the Lake Zone, and the Floating Island Zone.
We're currently in the Lake Zone. Beyond the Luotian Waterfall is the Mountain Zone. Aside
from the randomly appearing wild bosses, like the Bee and Wolf King you just fought, each zone has at least 2 Zone Guardian bosses.
To achieve
the Grand Slam, we need to defeat all the Zone Guardian bosses in these 4 zones.
Lin Gu nodded, indicating he understood. Then if we kill them all, won't there be no bosses left for others to fight?
She smiled and looked at the shimmering light on the ground ahead.
No, after the first kill, the bosses here will respawn in 10 minutes, and then every 30 minutes thereafter, ensuring everyone has a chance to fight them. However, the drop rate is highest for the first kill.
After that, with each subsequent kill, the drop rate gradually decreases. As she spoke, She looked at Lin Gu and smiled. Not only is the drop rate higher for the first kill, but the chance of getting rare items is also greater.
Some rare items only drop on the first kill.
Lin Gu nodded, and She pointed to the shimmering light ahead.
That should be the respawn point for the Lake Zone's Guardian boss. If we want the Grand Slam, we need to hurry.
After all, there are over 400,000 students from the 10 major academies across 3 grades participating.
High-end or top-tier teams will clear the zones quickly. Of course, compared to someone like you, no one can compete.
Though she spoke lightly, She
wasn't worried at all. Forget about first-year students, even third-year players with third-tier professions couldn't take down a level 140 monster in 20
to 30 seconds, even if they all started with purple potential.
Moreover,
She looked at Lin Gu, her eyes filled with anticipation, as if she were
gazing at a legendary treasure.
And this was with Lin Gu only using 2 skills. If he unleashed all his skills, just how terrifying would his damage be? She clearly remembered that he had a skill that could make monsters catch a fever, get a cold, and cough. It was downright absurd.
Noticing
She's gaze, Lin Gu felt a bit puzzled.
What's wrong?
She snapped back to reality, her face turning red.
She said, it's nothing. I just wanted to remind you.
The rules for the Mythic level Secret Realm Dungeon Grand Slam are, from the moment you kill the first Zone Guardian boss, you must defeat all the Zone Guardian bosses within 24 hours. Of course, if you secure all the first kills, not only will you get the first kill rewards, but you'll also ensure victory in this Academy's Secret Realm tournament.
However, the Grand Slam doesn't require you to get the first kill for every boss.
You just need to defeat all the Zone Guardian bosses within 24 hours. At that point, you'll receive a special title that boosts your attributes, as
well as East University's additional rewards.
She hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Ji's serious and focused expression, she softly added, I suggest that if you can secure all the first kills within 24 hours, that would be ideal.
Why? Lin Gu asked curiously. She just shook her head, without explaining. Actually, I'm not too sure either. Just go with your own strength. Anyway, today we're all supporting roles, so we'll follow your arrangements. Lin Gu sighed inwardly.
As expected, due to his background and upbringing, he knew far too little, his information was limited, and
he couldn't compare to someone like Shi, who came from a prominent family.
Still, he was grateful that Shi had teamed up with him this time. At least he had access to this crucial information.
Otherwise, he might not even get the rewards. Kill all the bosses in the 4 major zones within 24 hours?
Lin Gu said, looking at the shimmering lake in the distance.
Then let's speed up and try to finish within a day. Lan, Xiao Yu, Chen Rui. Lin Gu called out. Coming.
Lan and Xiao Yu immediately jumped in front of him, their faces full of anticipation.
Idol, what are your orders?
Lin Gu smiled wryly and shook his head.
I need to speed up to secure the first kill. You need to keep up. Pick up whatever you can, but if there's no time, just leave it. Don't fall behind.
The two froze for a moment, a bit puzzled.
Speed up? Isn't this pace fast enough?
Lin Gu nodded, and
their eyes lit up. Really? That's awesome. Idol, do you have hidden skills you haven't used yet? Wow, this pace is already lightning fast, and you can still accelerate? I can't even imagine.
Seeing the two of them so excited their eyes sparkled, Lin Gu awkwardly smiled and quietly slipped away.
With Bai Jinqing.
She shook her head speechlessly, grabbed the back of the two's necks, and followed closely behind Lin Gu.
Outside the secret
realm, in the main tent, the top executives of the 10 academies had gathered. Everyone sat in groups according to their academy, their eyes fixed on the massive electronic screen suspended in the void ahead. The screen flickered, showing a moving perspective of the forest.
Yi Shouzhu, sitting in the front row, said, "This is the perspective of Wen Nuan, the top student of our third-year class at Dongda University. We've prepared 4 cameras, which will rotate in sequence." Everyone nodded, acknowledging Yi Shouzhu's arrangement. The data bar on the right displays information about the
top 100 teams or individuals who entered the secret realm. The data bar was detailed: name, profession, potential, level, current area, the number of wild bosses killed, small monsters killed, gatekeeper bosses defeated, and more. Just one glance was enough to understand everything about a person. Everyone turned their attention to the data bar on the right, eager to see who had killed the most monsters. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Wait, why is
Lin Ji's information bar full of question marks? Yeah. Except for the name, everything else is blank? What's going on?
Everyone froze, puzzled. Wait, he killed 3 wild bosses?
And 3,229 small monsters? Who is this guy?
Hearing these numbers, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded.
They instinctively looked at the data bar.
Sure enough, Lingo was ranked first, with 3,287 small monsters killed. In other words, in such a short time, Lin
Go had already taken down this many monsters, and had just wiped out dozens more. This speed is ridiculous. When Nuan only killed 326, he has 10 times more than when Nuan. What's going on? He hasn't been inside for long, right?
At most 3 hours, and he's already killed over 3,000 small
monsters, plus faced 3 bosses? Everyone present was a top-tier professional. They knew the limits of each profession better than anyone. Moreover,
they were experienced teachers or department heads who had trained countless students. There was no way they didn't understand what killing over 3,000
monsters in 3 hours meant.
Lu Guanyu looked at Yi Shouju in shock.
Old Yi, are you seriously calling this guy a white-tier trash priest?
Yi Shouju
snapped back to reality and smiled wryly. He is indeed a white-tier potential, that's true.
Hearing this, everyone felt a mix of curiosity and
frustration.
The Sima, Qi, and Shur families were all grinding their teeth in anger. Lingo was too impressive. The rest were envious that Yi Shouju had
snatched up this talent first. Listen to yourself. Just 3 hours, killed over 3,000 level 120 small monsters. Old Yi, could you do that when you were level 40?
Yi Shouju was helpless, but he was also shocked. He hadn't expected Lingo to give him such a big surprise on the first day of school.
Maybe there was an error in the data detection. Do you even believe what you're saying?
Old Yi, I really want to punch you.
Yi Shouju was speechless. Inside the secret realm, Lingo and the group arrived at the lakeside.
Seeing the eager faces of Lan Lan and Xiaoyu, Lingo took out the
Legion command token and said, "Don't run around later, and don't be scared. Just stand here and wait. The monster horde is coming. If you want to use skills, go ahead. If not, just pick up items."
Since he wanted to speed up, his efficiency in killing monsters would definitely skyrocket after
reaching level 60.
So he planned to use the Legion command token to lure monsters, killing both the boss and small monsters simultaneously.
Clearing the surrounding small monsters first would make it much easier to deal with the area boss.
As long as there were enough small monsters around, he could level up to 60, and with divine gear and 3 pieces of gold equipment, achieving a grand slam would be a breeze. The group nodded, and Lingu pressed
the button to use the Legion command token. The next second, 59 3-meter-tall iron-armored zombies suddenly appeared. Holy crap! Lingu, what is this thing? Wow, zombies?
They look so scary. The sudden appearance of the iron zombies startled Chen Rui and the others.
Even by Jinqing's face changed, instinctively gripping Lin Ji's hand tightly. The 59 iron zombies looked eerie and terrifying, with a powerful aura.
Only Yen Shi froze for a
moment and blurted out, "Level 100 infernal iron zombies?" Lin Ge nodded. "Don't be afraid, they're my summoned creatures." Chen Rui and the others were stunned. "No way?
Lin Ge, you're a priest, how can you summon monsters?"
Lin Ge didn't bother explaining further and directly showed them the Legion command token panel. Holy crap, the summoned creatures are level 100 monsters, matching the token's level?
Lan Lan and the others stared at Lin
Ge in shock.
"Lin Ge, you always manage to get your hands on these amazing things.
You're incredible, idol.
This thing is insane, no level restrictions.
And the summoned creatures' levels and attributes are fixed?"
Lin Ge smiled wryly.
"Level 100 monsters aren't that useful, at most they're just passable for luring monsters. Do you even hear yourselves?"
Lan Lan and Xiaoyu were dumbfounded.
"Truly, you don't know the value of things
until you're in charge.
Do you understand how important basic necessities are? These level 100 summoned beasts are just for luring monsters?" Xiao Yu, listen to him. Is he even speaking human language?
Sister Shi, I'm not sure if he's human, but he's definitely something else.
Yen Shi looked confused. What's going on? Why am I taking the blame now?
Lin Ge chuckled twice and quickly controlled the iron zombies to spread out and lure monsters.
Chatting with them? No way. The first kill hasn't been secured yet, and he absolutely couldn't mess up now. As the iron zombies disappeared from sight, Chen Rui immediately volunteered, Lin Gu. I'll lure the boss. Don't get wet, or Qingqing will have to wash your clothes for you. By Qingqing's face instantly turned red and she quickly retorted, stop talking nonsense. Chen Rui smirked triumphantly, ignoring the teasing from Yan Shi and the others, and ran straight to the lakeside. She raised her short bow and shouted, you scoundrel. Your grandma is here. Flame arrow. She shouted, and the light arrow in her hand shot toward the lake surface. In an instant, the water within a 5-meter radius exploded, sending splashes flying 10 meters high. The next second, the lake's surface erupted. Countless purple small fishmen flew out of the water, covering the sky. They were small, only about 1.5 meters tall, wearing armor and holding tridents. The last one to emerge was a giant fishman, a full 3 meters tall, holding a trident that looked extremely intimidating. Roar! The giant fishman led the charge toward Chen Rui, scaring her pale. Help, Lin Gu! Chen Rui screamed and turned to run. The massive fishman roared angrily, leading a group of small fishmen as they charged ashore. Yan Shi quickly took out a square detector and pressed the button. This detector can only be used 10 times. I've already sent the boss stats to the team chat. Lin Gu curiously opened the chat window and saw Poisonbone Murloc King, Legendary Boss, Race, Murloc Level, 150 HP, 21.23 million MP, 19 million Armor, 43,231 Attack, 62,357 to 82,377 Skills, Rend, Poison, Wind Blade, Water Prison. Huh? It's actually a poison-using monster? Lin Gu was a bit surprised. Logically, there shouldn't be poison-using monsters in such a paradise. Lin Gu. Chat later, don't rush. I think there's still a chance. Lin Gu pursed his lips, raised his staff, and unleashed a series of powerful moves: Plague, Chaos Spell, Polymorph, Shock. Beams of light shot out from the staff, and green smoke emerged from all the little murlocs. Many murlocs who managed to escape quickly raised their weapons, but suddenly froze, their eyes dazed. Chen Rui noticed the monsters had stopped moving, slowed her steps curiously, and turned back to ask, Lin Gu? Why did these monsters suddenly stop moving? What the heck? Seeing the damage numbers skyrocket, Chen Rui's eyes widened. Lin Gu, what did you do to this group of monsters? How did their HP drop by over 3 million all at once? Wait. Before finishing her sentence, Chen Rui noticed the monsters' dazed state had disappeared, replaced by confusion. Many monsters started scratching their heads, chirping and chattering in chaos. Even more bizarre, these little murlocs suddenly grew wool and began frantically waving their hands and dancing. The scene instantly turned into a lively party. Various strange creatures were dancing, shocking Chen Rui and her friends. But what truly caught everyone's attention was that after transforming, these little murlocs started stepping to an electronic beat. What's going on? Chen Rui looked astonished. Lin Gu, why are these monsters starting to dance? Someone asked. What are they doing? How did you make them so hyped? Are those your teammates? Another person asked in confusion. Wait, something's off, Lin Gu. Why did these monsters suddenly lose control? Someone exclaimed. Stop acting, this is too awkward, someone shouted. Dude, compared to you, I'm just a rookie. You're playing way too well, someone praised. That's someone else's stuff. Play your own game, someone urgently reminded. Your professional level is too strong. You've completely immersed me. Hurry up and play your own game, everyone called out. Chen Rui held her head, dumbfounded, feeling like her worldview had been completely overturned. The monsters twisted and turned, sometimes confused, sometimes clear-headed, creating utter chaos. Lan and the others were also stunned. But Lin Gu actually wanted to say he hadn't used his full power yet. If he unleashed all his skills, the scene would probably be even more chaotic. But since there were girls present, he had to hold back, not even daring to use polymorph lightly. Chen Rui looked at Lin Gu, full of confusion. What exactly is going on? Have the monsters gone crazy? Is this your skill? Lin Gu smiled wryly. Yes, just learned it. After confirming, looking at these androgynous little murlocs, Chen Rui was stunned. This is too hard to distinguish. Who can still recognize you in Ainsworth's carpet? Lin Gu, you're really creative. Lin Gu was speechless. At this moment, Yan Shi and the others also snapped out of it. Lan and Xiaoyu held their heads, while Cuckoo scratched his hair. Ah, my scalp is tingling. This skill is too perverse. Perverse? Those two little murlocs messed me up.
So much my brain short-circuited. Lin Ge wanted to speak but felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Yan Shi and Bai Jinqing staring at him with helpless expressions.
Lin Ge's scalp tingled. This skill. Don't explain. No, this skill. I know. I understand.
Yan Shi glanced at the still dancing monsters and shivered.
Quick, start farming monsters. Don't you want to get a grand slam?
Bai Jinqing also said nervously, yes.
Lin Ge, hurry up and tackle the boss.
Lin Ge smiled awkwardly, preparing to quickly clear out the monsters. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps came from the
forest area on the left and the small hill behind the lake on the right.
In less than 3 seconds, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble.
Bai Jinqing's expression changed. What's going on?
Lin Ge sensed something, tightened his grip on Bai Jinqing's hand, and shielded her behind him.
It's fine, it's just the monsters attracted by my iron zombies.
After defeating this small Murloc boss, he only had 24 hours left.
In these 24 hours, he estimated that 23 of them would be spent traveling.
After all, this dungeon map was enormous.
It could accommodate 500,000 people and still make it
rare for players to encounter each other, which showed just how vast the map was. So, to quickly farm monsters, it was best to lure them all to himself. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Ge finished speaking, the iron zombies on the left and right suddenly emerged.
The next second, monsters from the sky, the
ground, and the water appeared one after another like a swarm of locusts, overwhelming the area.
The most eye-catching part was that among these
monsters, a few were several times larger than their kind.
It was clear that not only the small monsters had been attracted, but even their bosses had arrived. Yan Shi and Bai Jinqing's faces immediately turned grim. Damn it! There are too many monsters.
Yan Shi instinctively grabbed her spear and said, Lin Ge, quickly take them and find a weak spot to escape.
I'll cover the rear.
Bai Jinqing hurriedly grabbed Lin Ge's hand and said anxiously,
quick, find a.
She stopped mid-sentence because she noticed that not only was Lin Ge not afraid, but his eyes were also gleaming with excitement.
Lin Ge.
Lin Ge turned to look at her, raised an eyebrow slightly, and smiled, don't worry, I'm here.
Yan Shi helplessly stepped back. At a time like this, stop pretending to be some playboy.
Lin Ge smiled wryly, his mouth twitching. Clearly, this was not the time for arguments, as the Iron Zombie army was already charging forward.
Relax, group battles are my specialty.
Everyone froze for a moment upon hearing this, then instinctively looked at the Murloc still floundering in place.
Lin Ge sighed speechlessly. It's not that I'm not scared. This skill is just like that. What else could he do? Blame the skill? Plague. Chaos spell. Polymorph. Step on the electric gate. Flower hand shake. Intimidation. Hamstering. Roar.
The plague reduced the monster's attributes by 30%, halved their movement speed, and caused contagious poisoning. The hamstring skill further reduced
their speed by 80%. This group of monsters couldn't move at all and was left far behind by Lin Ge's speed. With one combo after another, thousands of
monsters around them screamed in unison. Lin Ge then followed up with armor break and chest smash, turning the scene into instant chaos, like a vision
of hell.
Shenrue stared in shock as the monsters twisted and deformed. Some stepped on the electric gate, some wailed, some had their clothes torn, some knelt clutching their ankles, and some were even dizzy from the flower handshake. She, Bai Jinqing, and the others were all dumbfounded.
Is this the madness of beasts or the collapse of humanity?
Even mice dare to be the best man at a cat's wedding.
Is this some kind of cross-species, cross-gender, cross-regional grand party? Now I finally understand why you can't have your cake and eat it too. There must be something seriously wrong in their hometown. This is a disaster scene.
Not only Shenrue, but even Lan Lan and Xiaoyu, who were well-versed and experienced, had never seen such a
chaotic scene.
But soon, they were even more stunned because the monsters began to die one after another.
The system kept flashing notifications. You defeated, gained EXP plus 35861. You defeated, gained EXP plus 38952. You defeated, gained EXP plus 1529546. Ding! You leveled up. What the hell? I leveled up again? Shenrue's eyes widened as she finally noticed her experience bar skyrocketing.
At this moment, golden light also began
to shine from Lan Lan and Xiaoyu. The two people's eyes lit up, and they screamed excitedly, leveled up. I actually leveled up again. Oh my god. I'm level 47. Level 47. Idol, you're amazing. Your leveling speed is like riding a rocket. The two excitedly ran to Lingu, holding their
hands together, jumping up and down with excitement. Idol, you're truly incredible.
You're my eternal hero. I'm willing to be your protective charm for life. Go, Idol. Go. Inside the secret realm, deep in the forest, Sima Chi, dressed in nightwear, silently approached a level 140 wild tree demon.
Boss raised the wooden stick in his left hand and smashed it down hard from behind.
Sneak attack. Bang. The tree demon boss staggered and, surprisingly, fainted.
Seeing this, Sima Chi quickly put away the wooden stick, switched to daggers, and stabbed them fiercely into the tree demon's back.
Backstab.
Splat, -983,254 -1,023,543 heart-stabbing assassination. -1,122,323 two skill combos directly cut down 3 million HP from the boss.
His four teammates couldn't help but applaud and cheer. Brother Chi, you're awesome. Damn.
When it comes to damage, Brother Chi is the king.
My gear combined can't match his output.
Sima Chi smiled and said while attacking the boss, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and finish off this boss."
The
other four immediately went into stealth mode, approaching the boss and launching continuous sneak attack skills.
That's right. Sima Chi's team was a 5-person rogue squad. Their goal was clear: bypass the mobs and focus solely on taking down the boss. This maximized their benefits and gave them a chance to claim the first kill. As long as they secured the first kill record, the rewards would significantly boost their team's strength. If they could help their family claim first place, their future would undoubtedly be brighter. However, in practice, there were still some challenges, as many mob groups couldn't be bypassed.
So, it wasn't until now that they found a wild boss. Soon, under Sima Chi's high damage output, the level 140 boss fell in
less than 5 minutes.
Looking at the equipment and gold dropped on the ground, everyone was in high spirits.
Brother Chi, you're incredible. Ha ha ha. Oh, a level 100 purple gear? Selling it for gold coins sounds good. Sima Chi smiled, not paying much attention. Although the Sima family didn't pay
him much, he wasn't short on money. Just as he was about to speak, the communication system suddenly lit up.
Sima Chi paused for a moment and immediately opened the message.
After reading it, his expression turned serious.
The others curiously leaned in and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Chi?" Sima Chi looked up at them and said, "My clan uncle told me Lingu is in the Lake District." Upon hearing this news, the four people's expressions instantly changed, but the next second, they couldn't help but smile. Great! Isn't this a perfect opportunity delivered to us? Lingu, relying on his national college entrance exam championship, actually ignored the ancestors' summons. Brother Chi, if you can take him down here, you'll achieve great merit. A
cold glint flashed in Sima Chi's eyes.
Last time, the Sima family sent people to search for half a month and couldn't find Lingu. I didn't expect to encounter him this time.
As soon as he finished speaking, the communication systems of the other four also lit up simultaneously.
After reading the
messages, their expressions immediately turned serious.
Brother Chi, rest assured, my Zhang family will fully support the Sima. Although Sima Chi was just a branch of the Sima family, they could gain many benefits by relying on the Sima family.
Thinking of this, the four were filled with anger.
We're not helping for the reward, it's mainly because that Lingu is too arrogant.
Exactly, just a mere first place, and he's already so full of himself.
He even dared to refuse the ancestors' summons. Does he really think winning the championship makes him invincible? It's only the first day of school, and
it coincides with the opening of the Emerald Dreamland. If he meets that person, he'll definitely be beaten to a pulp.
Brother Chi, let's hurry and teach that fool a lesson.
Sima Chi barely suppressed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, this time everyone in the Sima family knows he's
in the Lake District. He can't escape. Wait, Brother Chi? It looks like there's someone over there. Sima Chi froze for a moment and instinctively looked into the distance. Sure enough, a group of over 10 people appeared there.
When Sima Chi saw the leader, his expression immediately changed.
It's Sima Ching. Quick, chase them. We can't let them kill Lingu first. The reward is ours. On the other side, Lake District, Lan Lan and Xiao.
You were jumping and cheering, shouting encouragement, making Lingu unable to hold back his laughter.
To be honest, he had never experienced this kind of feeling before. The enthusiasm of these two was simply over the top. Meanwhile, Chen Rui wasn't idle either. Since her level was the lowest, her leveling speed was faster than everyone else's. At this moment, she was laughing heartily, shouting loudly to celebrate reaching level 40. Yan Shi and Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh as they watched. But for some reason, the two suddenly looked at each other at the same time. In that instant, their faces turned red, and their gazes became evasive. Fortunately, at that moment, golden light flashed on both of them, snapping them back to reality. Lon Lon, Xiaoyu, why are you hanging around there? Hurry up and pick up the loot. Got it, Sister Shi. You keep busy, we'll finish picking up soon. Bai Jinqing's eyelid twitched, and she quickly spoke up. Chen Rui, hurry and pick up the loot. We need to get a grand slam. We can't wait for you to dawdle, the monsters are almost dead. Move it. Hearing this, Chen Rui jumped up excitedly. Understood. Don't worry, Qingqing, I'll definitely keep up with Lin Ji's monster killing speed. Are these people stupid? Of course not. At times like this, who wouldn't know their place? Although their looting speed was slow, it was still better than being completely useless. Especially after a while, when golden light appeared on the three of them. It was as if they had been whipped into action, and their speed immediately increased. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh secretly. Lin Gu was also getting more and more excited. After more than 10 minutes, his experience had skyrocketed significantly. He was only 5% away from reaching level 60. What excited him even more was the continuous stream of monsters emerging from the forest and lake districts. At the time, he had been fully focused on the Murloc boss and hadn't noticed where the Iron Zombie had gone. But judging by the appearance of these monsters, the Iron Zombie must have run far away. He had already killed quite a few wild bosses, but he wasn't sure if there were any zone guarding bosses here. Judging by the lack of a countdown notification from the game, it seemed that apart from the Murloc boss, there were no other zone guarding bosses. So he had been deliberately avoiding the Murloc boss, planning to clear out the other monsters first before dealing with it. This way, he could buy some time. Looking at the experience bar with only 1% left, Lin Gu estimated that after clearing the monsters in front of him, he would almost level up. Suddenly, he was filled with rage and activated his skills in a frenzy of attacks. Armor break. Chest smash. 10 fingers linked to the heart. Boom. 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 Roar. The monsters still fighting with his teammates were hit by a barrage of skills, their fur bristling, wounds splitting open, and blood spurting everywhere. The monsters howled in pain, but with the flower shaker skill in effect, no matter how much it hurt, they were overwhelmed with excitement. Finally, amidst the fallen monsters, a golden light suddenly shone on Lin Gu. Leveled up. His eyes lit up with joy. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 60. Please proceed to the floating island zone of the Emerald Dreamland to defeat the final boss and obtain the career advancement. Scroll. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Gu was stunned. Back then, the level 31st transfer quest required him to go to the Whitestone Plains dungeon and defeat the final boss. Why was the second transfer quest still asking him to defeat the final boss in this dungeon? Lin Gu, what's wrong? Bai Jinqing curiously held his hand. Aren't you happy about leveling up? Lin Gu shook his head and shared his doubts. Everyone was confused after hearing him out. Fortunately, the monsters were still fighting among themselves under the influence of skills, otherwise, their days would have already gotten them surrounded. My first transfer quest was to go to another dungeon to defeat the boss and get the certificate. It shouldn't be in this dungeon. Bai Jinqing muttered softly, looking at Yan Shi with confusion. Yan Shi shrugged and said, I don't know either. The first transfer quest target is random, and almost never requires you to kill the boss in the same dungeon. The teacher had also mentioned this point, which Lin Gu knew, otherwise, he wouldn't have been puzzled. Once could be considered a coincidence, but twice was hard to explain. He felt like this career advancement quest was practically being handed to him, yet the quest content was quite complicated. Yan Shi sighed, you're just a white potential priest. Your damage can't even compare to my gold potential level. Don't you think that's strange? Yan Shi said helplessly. Besides, who has ever seen a good priest who doesn't heal but only uses bloodletting skills? Lin Gu was speechless. So, the strange things happening to you all seem normal to me, Bai Jinqing nodded in agreement. That's right. Do you remember what I said yesterday? The equipment you gave me has the attributes mastery and effortless. These Attributes have less than a 1% chance of appearing even on gold equipment. This is already unusual. Xiaoyu was stunned upon hearing this and quickly opened her backpack. She discovered that the level 100 equipment Lin Gu had given her indeed had the effortless attribute. This meant she could wear it at level 60. Oh my god, it's true. The equipment my idol gave me has this attribute.
Bai Jinqing smiled smugly. So, the things happening
to you aren't strange at all. Lin Gu pondered, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be because I have hidden potential? Lin Gu, what are you muttering about? Nothing. Lin Gu smiled, not wanting to dwell on it. After all, it was all good news. My second transfer quest is to defeat the final boss and get the career certificate.
She suddenly understood. Oh, then it's the boss of the floating island.
Hurry up, the other 3 zones bosses haven't been defeated yet, so the floating island zone won't open. Lin Gu pressed his lips together, making up his mind. Lin Gu smiled faintly, surprised by this kind of gameplay.
But it didn't matter, he was already level 60, and the second transfer was just a matter of time.
The most
important thing now was to equip the divine gear he had been dreaming of. He immediately opened his backpack, or a piece of divine gear, 3 gold pieces, and 2 orange pieces gleamed brightly.
Without hesitation, Lin Gu clicked to equip them.
In the next moment, black and red flames instantly
engulfed him like a pillar.
Everyone was startled, but soon Lin Ji's figure emerged. He was wearing a black robe engraved with intertwined purple and
gold patterns.
The front part of the robe revealed beast-hide boots, while the back trailed like a tailcoat, resembling a streamlined silhouette from
the side.
Strangely, the bottom of the robe continuously burned with golden red flames, with sparks falling and even scorching the ground.
Upon closer inspection, the robe emitted a gradient glow of gold, purple, and black.
But this wasn't enough to shock Bai Jinqing and the others.
What was even more
stunning was the skull-shaped pauldrons on his shoulders, with black and red spikes edged in gold floating behind him. These spikes glimmered faintly like ivory with electric light, covered in intricate runes, making his shoulders appear exceptionally broad. From the collar upward, black and red flames burned all the way to the top of his head, as if his head was surrounded by a sea of fire, with golden flames blazing in his eyes.
The most eye-catching
feature was the 3 fireballs, each the size of half a human head, floating behind his head and radiating dazzling light, wearing a belt shaped like the Skull King's head, a golden fiery flowing skirt, and a black cloak with golden patterns on the back. Lin Gu at this moment was simply invincibly
handsome.
The special effects were top-notch, so dazzling that no one could look away. Feeling this powerful aura, Lin Gu immediately opened the
character panel.
Name, Lin Gu class, Venomous Priest potential, red, top tier, level 60 strength, 18,234 agility, 18,432 spirit, 23,234. Constitution, 19,256 equipment, Venomous Curse, gold, Frenzied Flame, gold, Golden Dragon Seed, gold, Spirit's Watch, gold, Ancient Erosion. Gold, Skull King's Fangs, orange, Skull King's Shroud, orange, Dark Moon Robe, red, Executor's Tactics, orange, Nature's Blessing, orange, Skull King's Belt, orange, Dim Hell, orange, Shaman Troll's Patch, orange, Ivory Jade, orange, Ivory Seal Jade, orange, Silent Curse, gold, Corrupted Ring, gold, Dark Moonstone, gold, Zombie King's Fingerbone, orange, Skills, Plague LV7, Heartstrings LV7, Chest Smash LV7, Intimidation LV5. Demonization, Max, Headstand LV1, Venom LV4, Tendon Slash LV4, Chaos Spell LV3, Flower Hand LV3, Polymorph LV3, Electric Shock LV2, Armor Break LV2. Wow! Incredible! It had been a while since he last checked, and all his stats had surpassed 10,000. His spirit had even skyrocketed to an astonishing 20,000 plus. With 2.2 million HP, 3.3 million MP, and 3.6 million magic attack power, with such a panel, not to mention other second-job professionals at level 60.
Even third-job elites like Yen she couldn't compare. Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he was thrilled.
If not for maintaining his composure, he would have
burst out laughing. Oh my god! Bai Jinqing's soft exclamation instantly brought everyone back to their senses. The scene erupted. My goodness!
Lin Gu was speechless. Suddenly, Lan Lan let out a scream, startling Lin Gu.
Oh my god! Ah!
Lan Lan and Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and they didn't dare move their legs.
After a round of screaming, they instantly teleported in front of Lin Gu.
Their eyes sparkled as they examined Lin Gu like he was a priceless gem.
Lin Ji's fiery equipment left Lan Lan and Yan Shi dumbfounded. Lan Lan even boldly reached out to touch the flames on his neck. Goodness!
Lin Gu twitched the corners of his mouth speechlessly.
There's no need to scare me like this.
The two completely ignored him and continued,
admiring his equipment. This is way too cool, isn't it? Idol, you're absolutely stunning.
The most handsome in the world, no one can compare.
Oh my god, so handsome.
Yan Shi and Bai Jinqing's gazes became increasingly strange. Only then did Lin Gu realize that when he equipped the divine gear, the appearance display was automatically enabled. Seeing the sparkling admiration in their eyes, he couldn't help but smile.
Lin Gu?
At this moment, Chen Rui snapped out of it and ran over excitedly.
Lin Gu? Your equipment is way too flashy. Is it all orange gear? That's amazing. What orange gear? Idol is definitely wearing gold gear. Lan Lan, though somewhat knowledgeable, wasn't entirely accurate. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. That's right. This outfit must be gold gear. So cool. Look at those flame effects, absolutely unbeatable. Those flame effects should be from the headpiece, right? Yan Shi awkwardly added, feeling a bit embarrassed. But honestly, Lin Ji's entire outfit was so stunning that she couldn't help but brighten up again.
Such a handsome man, wearing such incredible gear, oh my god, she absolutely loved it.
Seeing Yan Shi swooning, her gaze becoming
increasingly peculiar, Bai Jinqing quickly clung to Lin Ji's arm. Yan Shi's eyelid twitched at the sight, and she exchanged a glance with Bai Jinqing,
the atmosphere turning subtle.
At this moment, Chen Rui suddenly exclaimed, "Wow! Sparks!" Lin Gu, Bai Jinqing, and Yan Shi were all stunned.
Let's hurry up and go farm monsters.
Lin Gu noticed the atmosphere suddenly became strange and quickly tried to smooth things over.
Now that they had changed equipment, it was time to test their output. Forest Zone.
After Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrui worked together to chop down a tree demon, Shi
Tengrui spat on the ground. Damn it, where the hell is that idiot? I've been searching for 3 hours. Shi Tengrui's face was grim. The Forest Zone is the first area and the closest one?
They must be here, he said, glancing at Shi Shangbin, who was drinking a potion.
Don't forget, that fool is from East University and was in the first batch to enter.
We from White Tiger Academy are the 6th batch, with a time difference of over 2 hours.
He's definitely progressed faster. But with Shangbin here, we won't be too slow either.
Seeing Shi Tengfei grinding his teeth in anger, Shi Tengrui immediately sensed trouble and gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't rush.
The monsters here start at level 120, and their attributes are much stronger than those in the Ascension's secret realm. To put it bluntly, he's at most level 43 or 44. Even if he has large-scale skills like Plague, he can't show off in such an open and favorable environment. I estimate he's not far ahead of us. Once we find him, he's definitely dead this time." Exactly. Sure. Tengfei gritted his teeth. This time, he must die. Ha!
Just as the words left his mouth, Shi Shangbin looked surprised.
There's news. His expression changed, and he instinctively looked at the two brothers. No need to rush.
Lin Gu has been found,
he's in the lake zone. The Sima family and Qi family have both issued bounty orders. This time, he won't survive.
The two brothers' eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this.
Great. Let's head straight to the lake zone. On the other side of the forest zone.
Qi Xingho, dressed in white, raised his staff.
In the next moment, over 10
fireballs, each the size of a human head, descended from the sky, crashing into the group of flower demons ahead.
In the blink of an eye, the flower demon's health was halved.
The other 6 people cheered and sped up their actions.
Hurry up!
It's rare to encounter a wild boss, we need to take it down quickly so we can go after the Zone Guardian boss.
Come on, guys! We might even help Xuanwu Academy set a record, haha. The group laughed and worked
harder, but Qi Xingho still smiled and said, "My second uncle and the Sima family's aunt have issued bounty orders.
Let's focus on the bounty task first."
The others listened but continued slashing monsters without much concern.
Humph, just a level 40-something useless priest. Even with a knife, we could take him down.
Yeah, his damage is decent, and he has area skills, but there's no way he can break through the defenses of our third turn.
Professions. Don't joke around. A useless first-turn priest, I wouldn't even bother helping him level up. He's slow and fragile. Ha, true. Priests
are fragile and slow, with only healing and buffs. Unless their level is high or they have a golden potential profession like Gentle Goddess, who would
Want to team up with them?
Speaking of which, last year, Gentle Goddess came to our academy to give a lecture to the Sacred Hymn Priest group.
I went
To see her, and wow, she's so beautiful.
I instantly fell for her, haha. Exactly.
Senior Gentle is beautiful and kind, ranked 10th on our top 10
Genius list. Who wouldn't like her?
Not to mention she has the Win family backing her.
If I had golden potential, I'd definitely pursue her. Sigh, no.
Choice.
Even though we orange potentials seem impressive, we're still a bit lacking compared to true geniuses.
Shi Xingho loved gossip, but his family had given orders, so he could only spend some time searching for Lin Gu.
Alright, guys, let's pick up the pace.
We need to take down this boss quickly. Head to the lake zone, and preferably find that Lin Gu guy first to finish him off.
Then we can claim the lake zone record and rewards. Got it. Fire, bro. Everyone, hurry up.
At the edge of the forest zone,
a 12-person team emerged from the dense forest. This is the lake zone. The intel says Lin Gu is here. The leader, Sima Qing, thrust his longsword into the ground.
Xiao Wu, first check if there are any traces left by others nearby.
There shouldn't be many teams coming to the lake area.
Got it, Xing Ji, I'll go right away.
Wait.
Xiao Wu was just about to move when he suddenly
noticed movement in a patch of tall grass not far away. Is it a monster or a person?
Everyone froze, instinctively looking in that direction. Before they could approach, the grass suddenly shook violently, and two monsters burst out. Startled, the group saw that the two monsters, which looked like sheep, were actually fighting each other.
Cuckoo made a provocative gesture toward them.
Sima Qing and the others exclaimed in shock.
What the heck? Is this a new version?
What the heck?
What kind of monster is this? Is this a yellow-headed deer sheep? And what about that crooked one next to it?
Bro, are you sure about that?
Tiger-tailed rabbit?
Is that a tiger-tailed rabbit?
No.
Are you two even the same species?
How are you pulling tricks together?
The more they looked, the more confused they became. The distinct and bizarre features of the two monsters were so twisted that they
seemed unreal.
Sima Qing's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with doubt.
Have the monsters in the secret realm mutated?
The group shook their heads.
Who could say?
Xiao Wu stared blankly at the two monsters, both trying to gain the upper hand. Bro, I don't think these two look like friends.
Everyone. Could it be that spring has really arrived?
The group exchanged puzzled glances. Xiao Wu squinted, full of doubt, and said, but Qing Ji, this
is a mythical level secret realm. Monsters shouldn't suddenly mutate, right? Isn't it said that apart from ancient secret realms, the monsters in dungeons are fixed? Sima Qing frowned slightly and said, that doesn't make sense either. If monsters really mutated, second uncle would have warned us long ago. Besides, in all these years, who has ever heard of monsters suddenly mutating?
Looking at the increasingly strange monsters, Sima Qing paused and speculated, this might be someone deliberately causing it.
Deliberately? The group was shocked. How is that possible? Can someone make monsters turn into this?
Xingji, I understand what you mean, but the question is, who has that kind of ability?
Yeah, these monsters look so weird. Sima Qing shook his head.
Forget it. Anyway, the monsters here are at most level 320. Whether they mutate or not doesn't make much difference.
Let's find Lin Gu first.
The group nodded in agreement.
Right, let's find Lin Gu and deal with him first. If the monsters really mutated, maybe we can pick up some good equipment. Wait, there's movement over there.
Xiao Wu, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed activity not far ahead.
Upon closer inspection, there were 6 people. It's a 6-person team. Sima Qing's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hand to signal, quick, go check it out. Lake area.
Lin Gu said they needed to hurry and farm monsters, and everyone's eyes were on him. Not only because Lin Gu had changed his equipment and wanted to test its damage, but also because everyone was curious. After all, the special effects of this equipment were incredibly powerful.
Go for it, idle. One-shot the boss.
Lin Ji's mouth twitched as he raised his staff again. Smashed the stone on the chest.
Boom.
Minus 6,831,566 what?
The heck?
Seeing the monster's chest instantly collapse and a critical hit of over 6 million damage explode on the screen, Chen Rue gasped in
shock, blurting out a curse.
Even Lin Gu himself was startled. The subsequent bleeding effect was even more astonishing, with over 6 million damage.
per second. Within 3 seconds, a large group of monsters fell to the ground, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Don't forget, this was just the opening. Skill, the stacking effects hadn't even been calculated yet. If the full set of skills were unleashed, Lin Ji's eyes lit up, his heartbeat quickening. Perfect timing, new monsters have appeared. Let's test it out. He decisively pressed the skill button and quickly cast the Curse of Resentment. Armor. Break. Boom. Minus 3,322,546. Smash the stone on the chest. Boom. Minus 8,312,543. Roar. Armor break is mainly for breaking defenses and reducing resistance, so its damage itself isn't high. But when combined with chest-crushing stone, the damage skyrockets, easily taking out the small monsters. Only 2 wild bosses were left struggling to hold on. Listening to the system prompts and looking at the wild boss with only 1/3 of its health remaining, a cold glint flashed in Lin Ji's eyes. Ignoring their wails, he raised his staff again and murmured softly, 10 fingers connected to the heart. Boom! Minus 8,912,313 minus 9,231,234. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? Chen Rui and the others were wide-eyed in disbelief. But it wasn't over yet. As the 2 wild bosses collapsed in a mist of blood, within a 2,000-meter radius, before the monsters could even climb up, Lin Gu struck them down with a single blow, instantly turning them into experience points. Everyone's minds were left reeling from the game system's shock. Except for Yanxi, Bai Jinqing, and the other 3, who all glowed with golden light and leveled up directly. What the hell? Leveled up again? Oh my god? Leveled up again? Idol, you're just too amazing. Lan Lan and the other 3 were stunned, staring at Lin Gu in disbelief, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Even Yanxi was shocked. 3 skills, and he actually one-shot a level 150 wild boss? He just leveled up, changed a few pieces of equipment, and his damage skyrocketed to such an absurd level? What kind of equipment is this? Yanxi's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Ji's outfit. As the princess of Biguan City, she had seen all kinds of top-tier equipment. Even with 2 pieces of golden equipment on her, in her understanding, not even golden gear could boost damage to such an exaggerated extent. The key was that the special effects of this equipment were just too explosive. Unless Lin Gu was previously wearing purple gear, and the difference came from switching to golden gear, or all these pieces of equipment were golden, or it was because of this particular outfit. Yanxi's heart tightened, her breathing quickened, and she tried to shake off the unbelievable thought. But no matter how much she tried, her mind kept drifting back to it. After all, the special effects and damage boost from this outfit were just too heaven-defying. However, if this is true, looking at the dashing Lin Gu, Yanxi's heart raced, and her eyes involuntarily lit up. Don't forget, Lin Gu grew up in the slums, with no background or support. If it really is as she suspects, and Lin Gu has risen to this level purely through his equipment, then considering his explosive damage, such a powerhouse would undoubtedly be the best among his peers. Given time, he could absolutely become the strongest in the world. The more Yanxi thought about it, the more excited she became, her eyes shining with an indescribable light. Feeling the thrill of his overwhelming damage, Lin Gu couldn't help but smile. At this moment, there weren't many monsters left, and Lin Gu didn't see any more coming from the forest or the lake area. Without hesitation, he raised his staff and began a frenzied assault. Armor break. Boom. Minus 3,522,432 chest-crushing stone. Boom. Minus 6,892,323 10 fingers connected to the heart. Boom. Minus 89,322,141, you have defeated, gained experience. Plus 15,845, you have defeated, gained experience. Plus 14,654, you have defeated, gained experience. Plus 19,454. With 3 skills bombarding in turns, the monsters couldn't hold out at all. Lin Ji's first strike would take out most of their health, and the next would finish them off instantly. Instant kills were no exaggeration. The experience points kept climbing. This not only made Lin Gu more and more excited, but also filled Bai Jinqing's eyes with admiration. Lan Lan and Chen Rui, on the other hand, were so thrilled they shouted, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Lin Gu, you're a god! Ah! Idol, you're incredible! Your leveling speed is faster than a rocket, it's insane! Lan Lan, you're a girl, mind your image! But I'm just so excited! Leveling up with you is at least 5 times faster.
Yanxi looked at her in surprise, almost unable to believe her ears.
What on earth are you talking about?
Lan Lan avoided her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Sister Shi, you're amazing. Wow, my idol is so awesome. Yanxi was speechless. Thinking to herself, I said too much.
Watching Lan Lan suddenly turn into a little fangirl, Yanxi's face was full of awkwardness.
But on second thought, she wasn't wrong.
In fact, she was being too modest.
Yanxi's mouth twitched as she secretly glanced at her experience bar.
Her gaze then fell
on Lin Gu. Thanks to Lin Ge's one-hit kill, the endless stream of small monsters and the wild boss had already been cleared. Now, only the Murloc boss remained. The Murloc boss was in a miserable state.
Although Lin Gu had deliberately avoided it when releasing skills, after being hit a few times, it was covered in wounds, kneeling on the ground and wailing in pain. Now it was the only one left, and Lin Gu quickly spoke up.
Attention, I'm about to kill it. Once it's dead, we'll head straight to the depths of the lake to find the next boss. Got it, got it. Idol, don't worry. We'll pick up the loot and follow you right away.
Lan Lan, still excitedly picking up items, quickly looked up to respond.
After all, with so many monsters, even picking up just the coins was a joyful task.
With the response received, Lin Gu didn't hesitate, raising his staff to start attacking.
Chest-crushing stone. Boom. Arg.
The Murloc boss, already with its limbs severed, took another heavy blow to the chest, which exploded with several wounds, causing
it to scream in agony.
The damage numbers soared to over 8 million, and Lin Gu was very satisfied. 10 fingers connected to the heart.
Boom.
Minus 9,257,434.
Arg. As the Murloc boss raised its head in a painful howl, it finally died, dropping a pile of coins and equipment.
You have killed the Toxic Bone Murloc King, gained experience plus 1,202,544, ding.
Congratulations! You have completed the first kill of the dreamy Emerald Realm Lake. Area boss, 1/2.
Received coins, 100,000, received experience, 10 million, received equipment, Will of the Gale, gold, ding.
Congratulations! You have killed the dreamy Emerald Realm Lake area boss, 1/2, remaining boss kill time, 23 hours 59 minutes and 49 seconds, holy crap. A gold piece of equipment dropped? Ah! First kill record. I got it. Oh my god. Did I just get an orange item?
Just as Lin Gu was about to check the equipment, Lan Lan and Xiaoyu suddenly screamed, startling Lin Gu.
Holy crap! I got an orange item too. Chen Rui's eyes widened as he stared at the equipment in his backpack, completely dumbfounded. This was his first time getting an orange item, and his excitement was indescribable. Back when Lin Gu first got an orange item, he was equally shocked. Everyone knew that orange items had attributes far superior to purple ones. Yesterday, Chen Rui received an orange item from Lin Gu and was so thrilled he couldn't sleep all night, staring at his character panel until dawn.
Lin Gu smiled slightly and instinctively looked at Bai
Jinqing. Sure enough, she was also staring at herself excitedly. I got an orange item too. And it fits perfectly.
Lin Gu smiled gently.
That's great. This boss fight wasn't in vain, everyone got a piece of equipment. That's not all, Yanxi interjected happily. Are the first kill rewards in quest rewards distributed based on individual levels and professions?
Yanxi suddenly asked. Lin Gu paused for a moment, instantly understanding her point.
Are you saying that your equipment has exclusive easy-to-wear attributes?
Yanxi raised an eyebrow, her attitude somewhat ambiguous, and the other team members were instantly surprised.
Wow, really? I'm only level 45, but the equipment is level 85. My equipment also has the easy-to-wear attribute. That's amazing.
This way, the equipment can be used for a long time.
Sure enough, following Lin Gu is the best. Lan Lan and the other two
teammates were so excited their eyes lit up, laughing uncontrollably. Yanxi glanced at Bai Jinqing's excited expression, raised an eyebrow, and teased.
Teaming up with you is such a profit.
If I had known earlier, I would have stuck with you and saved myself the trouble of leveling up.
As she
spoke, her tone carried a rare hint of seriousness. Although she didn't look directly at Lin Gu, her peripheral vision was fixed on him.
Bai Jinqing caught on immediately and stepped in front of Lin Gu, blocking Yanxi's view.
Lin Gu smiled helplessly. Stop teasing me.
Yanxi snorted arrogantly in response.
Fortunately, Lan Lan and Xiaoyu were engrossed in their new equipment, otherwise, the secret would have been exposed long ago.
Shijia, Lan. Lan suddenly asked, does that mean as long as we team up with Idol, we can always get great equipment from first kill rewards?
Yan Shi was momentarily
stunned, her eyes lighting up. Exactly.
Your luck is incredible, and we're all benefiting from it.
As long as we're fast enough, we might keep getting top-tier gear.
First kill rewards were very generous, with high-quality equipment. Lin Ji's incredible luck significantly increased their chances
of obtaining great gear. Linda nodded, we'll know if we try. If that's really the case, that would be amazing.
Chen Rui, pick up the boss's loot, and
let's move out. Got it. Chen Rui excitedly ran over. Lin Gu opened his inventory to check the rewards.
Will of the Gale, gold, slot, shoes. Magic attack plus 2250, magic attack power plus 20%, physical and magic defense plus 20%, movement speed plus 20%, attributes, strength plus 950, agility plus 1050, spirit plus 1050, constitution plus 900, armor value, 2110, effect 1, spell penetration plus 30%, effect 2, spell damage plus 30%, effect 3, critical damage plus 30%, effect 4, Gale, active. Skill, doubles movement speed for 15 seconds, 2-minute cooldown, effect 5, easy wear, allows equipping items 40 levels higher, effect 6,
effect 7. Durability, 950/950, equipment level, 100. These shoes were amazing. They were just the right fit. The active skill could double movement speed, making it effortless to deal with bosses requiring mobility.
His movement speed was already fast, and with the skill activated, probably only flying
bosses could keep up with him. Lin Gu, here's the loot. Chen Rui ran over excitedly, holding a sword. It's an orange tier item. And it's a weapon.
Chen Rui shared the stats screenshot in the team chat, and everyone stared at her after seeing it.
With so much constitution added, it's clearly a tank's one-handed sword. Chen Rui, you're so lucky. The first zone boss's loot is yours. Chen Rui blushed slightly. But Lin Gu was the one who got it.
And it's a weapon, which is much more valuable than regular gear. Lin Gu smiled faintly.
Lan and Xiao, you are right. This gear is only suitable for you, so it's yours. Chen Rui hesitated. I've already taken advantage of you by getting the first kill reward. Taking this too feels a bit much.
Lin Gu casually patted her shoulder.
We're brothers, no need to overthink it. If I could use it, I wouldn't let you have it. But, since I can't, it's perfect for you.
He winked and shared a screenshot of the gear he had just picked up in the chat.
I just got a gold tier item, even better than yours. Everyone looked puzzled. Yan Shi tilted her head and half-jokingly asked, am I that useless? Why? Are you using your ultimate moves on me?
Lin Gu shrugged and said helplessly, can't help it, just lucky.
My god, Idol, you're a monster. Your damage is insane, and your luck is out of this world. You're practically not human. Lin Gu was baffled. What do you mean by that? Lan pretended not to hear and turned her head away. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh, which made Xiao Yu and Yan Shi laugh along with her.
Chen Rui looked at everyone's happy faces, bit her lip, and her eyes were full of gratitude.
Now she understood.
If she still didn't get it, she'd truly be a fool.
Alright, Lin Gu, I'll listen to you. Chen Rui didn't say much, but it was clear.
She was deeply moved. Lin Gu, to avoid putting pressure on her, simply acted as if nothing had happened and packed up his gear.
Alright, time is tight, let's set off quickly. On the road to achieving the Grand Slam, let's claim all the first kill rewards. Got it. Lin Gu, I'll charge ahead. Grand Slam, here we come.
Watching Chen Rui sprint off with her new bow, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Outside the secret realm, the main tent was unusually quiet. Lu Guanyu stared at Yi Shouju in shock.
This is the ordinary priest you mentioned? How long has it been? Not even 20 minutes, right? He pointed to the data displayed on the right side of the big screen.
He's already taken down over 3,000 small monsters, killed 6 wild bosses, and claimed the first kill.
In the lake area? Old Yi, can you give us an explanation? Hearing Lu Guanyu's words, the others cast skeptical glances. Yeah, old Yi, since you took him as your disciple, don't you have any idea about his situation?
In all these years, we've never seen such
an exaggerated ordinary priest.
If he were a damage-dealing class like a dark priest, it would make sense, but his awakening stone
clearly states ordinary priest. Who can explain this? At the rate he's clearing monsters, even if others run fast, they won't catch up, and they might not even get a chance to claim monsters.
Yi Shouju shook his head helplessly.
I really don't know, I can only
guess that his class has mutated. But you all know, such secrets are very important to him. I'm his master, but I can't force him
to reveal them.
As he said this, he recalled his conversation with Lin Gu, and his face darkened.
You don't know, that kid's mouth
is even more outrageous than his damage. The group didn't understand what he meant, but their previous doubts were resolved.
By
Jinqing sighed, in all these years, we've taught many disciples, but we've never seen such a heaven-defying class.
Honestly, old Yi, you're incredibly lucky.
Yi Shouju didn't refute. Based on Lin Ji's performance, he believed the boy's future would be even more
extraordinary than imagined. Sima Chen and Sima Manyun exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly grim. What's going on? Hundreds, even thousands of people surrounding him, and they still can't catch an ordinary priest?
In their view, Lin Ji's fast
monster clearing speed was due to high skill damage. But high damage didn't mean he could withstand attacks.
A sneak attack would surely
take him down.
Moreover, Lin Gu was just a level 40+ priest. Against third-turn professionals, he wouldn't stand a chance, and his damage
wouldn't matter.
The fact that he hadn't been caught yet was driving the Sima and Qi families crazy.
Not to mention enduring others'
envious praise, which was making them feel utterly frustrated. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Dean Yi, aren't there 4
cameras? Let them go to the lake area to find Lin Gu and see how he fights monsters.
That way, we can figure out where his damage comes
from.
A month ago during the assessment, aside from Yi Shouju, no one had seen Lin Gu in action, so naturally, they didn't know how powerful his skills were.
This was a perfect opportunity to satisfy everyone's curiosity.
As soon as the suggestion was made, it immediately gained widespread support.
Yeah, quickly send Wen Nuan and the others to the lake area to find Lin Gu. If they suffer losses
because of this, we'll all compensate them together and make sure they don't lose out.
Exactly, as long as we can see how Lin Gu fights, everything else is negotiable.
Yi Shouju's face darkened.
Although he was unwilling, with everyone saying this, he couldn't refute.
After all, they just wanted to watch the excitement, not dig into Lin Ji's secrets. If he stubbornly blocked them, it would only bring more trouble to Lin Gu, attract more hatred, and increase the danger. After weighing the options, Yi Shouju sighed and turned
to the Vice Dean. Go contact Wen Nuan and the others. The Vice Dean nodded reluctantly and went out to deliver the message. Sima Manyun's expression grew even darker as she watched him leave.
They had already sent people to hunt Lin Gu, and if they were discovered, it would be a huge problem. At this moment, Shirong privately messaged her, saying, "Don't worry, this is actually a good thing.
If Wen Nuan and the others really find Lin Gu, we'll essentially have his exact location. At that point, we can just send out the coordinates,
and won't have to search everywhere."
Sima Manyun's eyes lit up. Right, isn't this just Yi Shouju unintentionally revealing Lin Ji's location?
They could even observe how Lin Gu attacks in advance and think of ways to counter him. When the time comes, as long as they get close to him, taking down a level 40+ cloth armor class would be a piece of cake.
Inside the secret realm, at the lake area,
Lin Gu stood on a large rock, looking up at the waterfall cascading from the sky in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity.
How exactly does this Luotian waterfall flow down? I don't see any mountains behind it.
She glanced up at the waterfall and
then continued picking up items.
I heard from my dad that this Luotian waterfall falls from the void.
Apparently, someone broke
the barrier of the Emerald Dreamland, causing seawater from another secret realm to flow in.
But that's just hearsay, it might not be true, maybe just a rumor. Each secret realm is an independent space, especially high-level ones like this.
No one knows the exact
coordinates, and the barriers aren't something people can easily break. If people could enter and farm it every day, how could such a high-level dungeon continue to exist?
Back then, Yan Shifeng only mentioned this as a joke to Yan Shi, and no one took it seriously.
Maybe,
Lin Gu murmured softly, glancing at the waterfall before shifting his gaze to the massive pool beneath it.
This pool was even
larger than the lake where the small fishmen had been earlier. The bottom couldn't be seen due to the waterfall's cover, but he felt
that the final boss of the lake area must be hiding there.
They had spent a full 2 hours, relying on Route 11 and 60 iron zombies to clear the way, killing over 3,000 monsters, yet they hadn't found a single clue. They had explored almost every corner of the lake area, but there was no progress at all.
The only place left that might hide their target was this pool at the border of the mountain and river area. Lin Gu, hurry up!
Chen Rui shouted as she ran, followed closely by hundreds of various monsters. The iron zombies from other directions were also retreating. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 2000 plus monsters in the lake area were all lured to Lin Gu.
Lin Gu, hurry! These monsters' levels are off the charts. One hit just now took over 30,000 of my HP. Chen Rui's face was pale.
To run faster, she hadn't even brought her short bow and was dodging the sudden tongue attacks of lizard monsters behind her.
Lin Gu
quickly picked up the cursed malice and unleashed 5 consecutive ferocious strikes. Soon, the monster's speed began to slow, and their
gazes turned dull.
By the time Chen Rui and the iron zombies reached him, the monster horde was already in chaos, even attacking their own kind, creating a scene of utter disorder. Bai Jinqing and her teammates, who were still picking up items, were startled and
quickly dropped everything, rushing to Lin Gu.
To protect them, Lin Gu ordered 50 iron zombies to surround Bai Jinqing and her group of 5, then sent 10 iron zombies to jump into the pool. He himself split a strand of consciousness to follow the iron zombies as they
slowly dove into the water.
From above, the pool appeared calm, but underwater it was incredibly deep, especially where the waterfall hit. It was so dark that the bottom couldn't be seen.
Anyone with a fear of deep water would be terrified at this sight. Just as Lin
Gu was about to control the iron zombies to dive deeper in search of the boss, a faint white light suddenly appeared in the dark waters.
The light grew brighter and brighter, and within 3 seconds, it became so dazzling that Lin Gu couldn't keep his eyes open.
Worse still, the water in that area suddenly exploded.
Boom! With a loud bang, the 10 iron zombies vanished instantly. A water column, dozens of meters high, erupted from the pool. As the water column dissipated, the boss finally emerged from the surface. Everyone was stunned.
Chen Rui was so shocked that she held her head, completely unable to believe what she was seeing.
Lin Gu, this is that a mermaid? Chen Rui exclaimed.
Lin Gu was equally astonished. Don't blame her for thinking this way. Anyone who saw
this boss would probably think the same.
This boss looks exactly like the mermaid from fairy tales.
The only difference is that she has
an East Asian face and is sitting on a giant green jade shell.
It's as if the image of a mermaid was perfectly recreated, and she's even holding a small harp. Can you believe it? So beautiful. Chen Rui couldn't help but sigh. Lin Gu nodded, his expression serious.
Indeed, very beautiful. Looking at the long, colorful fishtail shimmering under the sunlight and the tall, slender mermaid dressed in white gauze, Bai Jinqing frowned and pouted unhappily.
What an idiot!
Lin Gu was speechless. Xiaoyu looked down at herself, then at the mermaid, puffing her cheeks in frustration.
Exactly. So annoying.
Lin Gu was even more speechless.
Lon Lon squinted and glared at them. Shameless.
Yen she twitched the corner of her mouth and said helplessly, "You guys are too much.
It's just a boss. She's older than you." Rubbish. Yen she exploded instantly. I'm the best in the world. How could she be older than me? No one in the universe can compare to me.
Lin Gu facebombed, feeling a headache from the argument.
How about I go deal with it first? The
4 of them glared at him in unison, full of disdain, and said in unison, "Pfft,
pervert." Lin Gu was dumbfounded. What do you mean by that?
Ladies, let's go pick up some trash and stop looking at this garbage.
You're the garbage. You're the worst. The group descended into chaos. You shameless humans. I'm the most powerful in the universe. Everyone was even more confused. Lon Lon looked
at the arrogant mermaid boss in the air with a blank expression.
Ladies, did I just get insulted by a monster? Seems like it. She called you trash. What the hell?
Lon Lon was immediately displeased.
You monster, how dare you insult us?
The mermaid snorted
coldly. Ugly humans. Annoying humans. Smelly humans. What the hell?
Seeing Lon Lon about to charge forward in anger, Xiaoyu quickly
held her back. Don't be impulsive. It's just a monster. Don't take it seriously. Let me go. I want to fight her one-on-one. Come down here if you dare. You half-human, half-fish freak, how dare you insult me?
Being called a freak, the mermaid was also furious.
You're the freak. Come up here if you dare, and I'll slap you to death. What the hell? Lon Lon was fuming. Today, I must teach her a lesson. Xiaoyu, let me go. I have to fight her one-on-one. Lin Gu watched the two of them argue, completely dumbfounded. How could they stoop to the boss's level? And this boss was surprisingly intelligent?
Lin Gu suddenly thought of the Iron Zombie King, Tai
Tone, on the 10th level of the Purgatory.
It also had intelligence, but its appearance was terrifying, so Lin Gu didn't feel much.
But this mermaid looked too human. Honestly, it was unsettling. Idle, get her! Lon Lon shouted furiously, pointing at the mermaid. In midair. Rip her mouth apart. Tear it to shreds. This trash.
Lin Gu was both speechless and amused. But Lon Lon had a point.
No
matter how human-like she seemed, they had to kill her. After all, they needed the first kill, the record, and the rewards.
With that
in mind, Lin Gu cast a confusion spell on Lon Lon to calm her down. But the mermaid boss was still arguing with Lon Lon, so much so that she forgot how strange the situation was.
You jerk! Suddenly, she clutched her chest, her face full of shock. Oh no! Why am I here? I need to help my sister guard the Orb of Forgetfulness. The Orb of Forgetfulness must not be discovered, or else wait.
The mermaid suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked up, and her expression changed drastically.
This is the Luo Tian waterfall? Impossible. Luo Tian waterfall isn't. How did I end up here? Ha? The mermaid's face was filled with astonishment.
Her eyes wide open, staring at Lin Gu in disbelief.
Pervert! What did you do to me? You!
Suddenly remembering something, she
hastily covered her mouth. Did I say something I shouldn't have? Huh? What is going on here?
The mermaid was momentarily confused. Then her expression changed as she looked around.
Sister, run! Hurry and run! I'll hold them off. With me here, don't be afraid.
She instinctively pointed at Lin Gu.
Practice more if you're bad at it. Learn if you don't know.
Lin Gu was full of question marks.
I'll remind you one last time, leave now. Or I'll have to use my ultimate move. I know you're strong, come on. Lin Gu helplessly
raised the vengeful staff in his hand, his eyelid twitching. This is the first time I've encountered such a bizarre request, breaking
a stone on my chest. Bang! Ah!
The mermaid boss, sitting on the shell, suddenly had her chest cave in, with dozens of cracks
appearing, and blood gushing out instantly.
The previously furious Lon Lon immediately lost her temper.
Ah! It hurts! You bastard! It really hurts! Damn human,
10 fingers connected to the heart.
Bang! Ah!
The mermaid let out a sharp, piercing scream of pain, causing everyone around to quickly cover their ears. But the sound was still deafening, and Lin Gu even felt like he was bleeding.
Yet, as he bled, ripples of light appeared around his body, rebounding back toward the mermaid boss in midair. In the next second, blood arrows spurted from the mermaid's wrists and ankles. Ah!
The pain made her scream even louder. The louder she screamed, the
higher the damage.
The higher the damage, the more blood Lin Gu lost.
As Lin Gu lost blood, the poison shield's damage reduction and
rebound skills were triggered.
This created a damage loop.
Lin Gu just stood there, covering his ears along with Bai Jinqing and the
others, while the mermaid boss continuously absorbed 50% of the damage and effects rebounded by Lin Gu. Before long, she had taken all of Lin Ji's damage-dealing skills. As the chaos spell entered its later stage, the mermaid's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She finally admitted defeat, her health bar completely depleted in an instant. She cried in pain, stomping as if on an electric shock. You humans are so cruel, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my sister and I, woo-woo. I want my sister, woo-woo.
Her entire body began to glow, transforming into a stream of light that dove into the shell beneath her.
Before Lin Gu could react, the voice of the worlds will suddenly echoed in his mind. You have defeated, gaining 1,656,688 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the first kill of the Dreamland of Emerald's Lake area boss, 2 halves. You have received 100,000 gold coins. You have received 10 million experience points. You have obtained equipment, Dream Bracelet, Gold, Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the Dreamland of Emerald's Lake area boss, 2 halves. You have 21 hours, 57 minutes, and 32 seconds remaining to defeat the remaining boss. Another gold item? And it's a bracelet?
Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he instinctively wanted to open his
inventory to check. At this moment, Chen Rui suddenly spoke up beside him. Lin Gu, that light, doesn't it seem a bit strange? Lin Gu followed the direction she was pointing and was stunned. He had been so focused on the voice in his head that he hadn't noticed the changes after the mermaid's death.
It turned out, after the mermaid transformed into a stream of light and entered the shell, the shell lost its energy and slowly drifted to the shore. Chenrui said the light was wrong. The real glow came from the golden radiance
emanating from the jade-like green clam shell's crevice. This was completely different from the equipment dropped by the previous boss. Although the others hadn't noticed yet, Lin Gu recognized it at a glance. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly rushed forward, shouting, "It's golden gear! A gold drop! What?" Everyone immediately cheered upon hearing this. Even Yan Shi couldn't help but run over, her eyes sparkling. Her family was indeed powerful, and she had golden gear in her possession, but the feeling of obtaining golden gear by defeating a boss herself was far more thrilling. "Quick, open it and take a look." Everyone gathered in a circle, brimming with excitement. Lin Gu became the center of attention as he lifted the clam shell lid. Instantly, a dazzling golden pearl, a crystal crown, and a pile of gold coins were revealed. Wow! Except for Lin Gu, everyone else was stunned, their mouths agape as if they were looking at priceless treasures. "Oh my god! This crown is so beautiful. It's the most gorgeous piece of jewelry I've ever seen. Whoa! Lin Gu! That pearl is glowing gold." Bai Jinqing and the other three were fixated on the crystal crown, while Lin Gu and Shan Rui focused on the golden pearl. Everyone had their roles clearly defined. "Quick! Lin Gu, check the attributes." Bai Jinqing was the first to react, hurriedly grabbing Lin Ji's arm and shaking it. "This crown is so beautiful." Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Lin Gu couldn't help but smile. He picked up the two pieces of equipment and shared their attributes in the team chat. Forgotten Soul, Gold, Growth. Value, 0/100 slot. Accessory attributes, Strength plus 1050, Agility plus 1050, Spirit plus 1050, Constitution plus 1050. Effects, Spirit Power plus 40%, Spirit Resistance plus 40%, Spell Penetration plus 40%, Spell Critical Hit plus 40%. Forgotten, when attacked, there is a chance to silence the enemy for 10 seconds. In the silenced state, the enemy cannot use skills. Easily equip gear 40 levels above your own. Equipment level, LV 100 Mermaid's Crown, Orange, Slot, Headgear Magic Attack Power plus 1020 Magic Defense plus 10% Attributes, Strength plus 650, Agility plus 650, Spirit plus 750, Constitution plus 650. Effects, Spirit Power plus 30%, Spirit Resistance plus 30%, Spell Penetration plus 25%. Spell Critical Hit plus 25%, Spell Critical Damage plus 25%, Casting Speed plus 25%, Mana Recovery Speed plus 25%. Easily equip gear 40 levels above your own. Equipment level, LV 100. The Mermaid's Crown was a solid colored crystal crown with a crystal the size of a thumbnail embedded in the center. Although equipment in this world was unisex, some gear adjusted its appearance based on gender. However, certain items, like the Black Rose Magic Killer Ring from before and this Mermaid's Crown, were overly feminine. When worn by men, they looked too delicate. Thus, Lin Gu didn't linger on the crown for long and quickly shifted his gaze to the Forgotten Soul. He had initially thought this pearl was the Forgotten Pearl the mermaid had been calling out for, but judging by its attributes, it was clearly different. Inside the pearl, there was a faintly curled-up figure. The curled-up mermaid still looked dreamy and enchanting. More importantly, this equipment was an accessory, perfectly suited for him. "I won't keep this pearl, I'll leave it to you guys. You can't use it right now anyway." Lin Gu removed the Zombie King's finger bone and turned to Bai Jinqing. "This crown is obviously magic-based gear. Yan Shi is a strength-type knight, and Xiaoyu is an agility-type archer. Neither of them can use it. So that leaves you and Lan Lan. Which of you wants it?" Lan Lan's eyes lit up as she looked at the crown, but she shook her head and said, "I don't like it. I don't want it. Give it to Chung Chung." Bai Jinqing bit her lip, clearly tempted. Don't. My headpiece was given to me by my dad, I can still wear it for a while. Come on, don't push it away, just take it." Lan Lan pursed her lips slightly and quickly pushed it back. It was just an orange piece of equipment, they shouldn't be so reluctant. The main reason was that the crown was too beautiful. Its appearance instantly captivated the four of them. If Yan Shi and Xiaoyu could use it, they would definitely want it too. Seeing the two tugging back and forth, wanting it but also hesitating, Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh. Alright, it's not like this is the
only boss that drops equipment, and we're short on time.
Stop arguing. Here's the deal. Lin Go helplessly held up the crown. This
equipment boosts spirit and recovery, clearly suitable for the main sustain role, which matches Jin Qing's Ice Wind Saintess class.
If we come across burst-type equipment later, we'll give it to Lan Lan. Lan Lan was a flame explosion mage, specializing in high critical
hits and high damage, short-term bursts, which didn't quite align with this equipment. Everyone agreed with this arrangement.
Bye.
Jin Qing looked at the crown, then at the others, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Then,
Oh, Jin Qing, just take it.
Yeah, there are still several bosses ahead, no need to dwell on one piece of equipment. Lan Lan blinked and said, quick, let your little sweetheart help you put on the crystal crown. How romantic.
Jin Qing blushed and quickly glared at Lan Lan.
Stop talking nonsense. Lan
and Xiaoyu held back their laughter, teasing her. Oh, Jin Qing, stop pretending.
Everyone knows already. Just put it on, and let's move on.
Jin Qing's face turned red, her ears burning, and she sneaked a glance at Lin Gu, her hands almost clenched into fists. Lin Gu was both amused and exasperated, but thinking it over, he helped her put on the crown.
Honestly, it looks really beautiful. Suits you perfectly.
Seen by Jin Qing like this, not only Lin Gu but the others also had their eyes light up, their gazes
sparkling. Her shy expression added an extra touch of charm.
Wow, like a princess, so beautiful.
Lan Lan and Xiaoyu's eyes glowed. While she glanced at Lin Gu sourly.
Exactly, Jin Qing is his treasure, of course, she looks as beautiful as a princess.
Lin Ji's mouth twitched. Let's go, we're running out of time.
With that, he grabbed Jin Qing's hand and started walking.
Jin Qing
suppressed her laughter, her heart sweet as honey. If it weren't for fear of being seen, she would have laughed out loud.
Warm Jie, you're really here?
Lin Gu and the others had just left when a 5-member all-female team came running quickly from another path. Leading them was Wen Yuan, a third-year student at Dawn University.
One of the short-haired girls holding a dagger looked at Luo Tian waterfall in confusion. There are no mountains or forests nearby, you can see everything at a glance.
Wait? The short-haired girl froze, pointing at a corpse not far away.
Jie? There's a monster over there.
It hadn't refreshed yet, meaning these monsters had died within the last 10 minutes. Moreover, so many monsters dying together, someone was nearby and had personally killed them.
The group quickly ran over and, seeing the gruesome state of the monsters, couldn't help but gasp. Wow, oh my god. Isn't this a swift boar? How did it end up looking like a sheep? My goodness, look at these wounds, it's terrifying.
They already looked scary enough, but
now they look like this, you can't even tell them apart. It was Lin Gu. Wen Yuan immediately recognized it. Ever since she learned
that Yishou Zhu had taken Lin Gu as a disciple, Wen Yuan began investigating his background.
Apart from being clean as a whistle,
the most intriguing thing was that he had won the Dragon God Tournament Championship. That championship revealed a lot about Lin Gu,
such as his large range, high damage plague skill and his signature move that caused monsters' chests to cave in. Although these
monsters looked bizarre, the wounds matched the images she had seen exactly.
So, it had to be Lin Ji's doing. Lin Gu? The other 4
were stunned, then their eyes lit up.
We found him? Wen Yuan nodded. Yes, we found him. The monster hasn't respawned yet, he must be nearby.
As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 people present became excited. Even those outside the secret realm, like Lu
Guanyu and Sima Chen, perked up. Because not only did Wen Yuan recognize the wound, they did too.
Although the monster had other injuries, that wasn't important, the key was that Lin Gu had been found. Immediately notify everyone to intercept him at the Luotian waterfall
mountain area. A ruthless glint flashed in Sima Chen's eyes as he stared at the big screen showing Wen Yuan and the others heading toward the mountain area, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kid, we've finally found you, this time, you're dead. News is in.
Sima Qing, who had been searching in the lake area, brightened up and pointed toward the nearby Luotian waterfall.
Lin Gu is over there. He entered the mountain area from Luotian waterfall. We're the closest to him, let's hurry over. Everyone became excited upon hearing this and quickly followed Sima Qing toward Luotian waterfall.
Qi Xingho, who was near the edge of the forest, and Sima Qi, who had just arrived at the lake area, also received the news.
Soon, members of the Sima family and Qi family were notified.
and they rushed toward Luotian waterfall with their companions. People surged from all directions, heading straight for Luotian waterfall. Especially Shi Tangrui and Shi Tingfei, whose eyes were bloodshot as they sprinted forward, ignoring monsters and bosses. Along the way, they only wanted to personally capture Lin Gu and avenge their past humiliation. Inside the secret realm, the situation was turbulent, with hidden currents surging. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the camp was as noisy as a marketplace. This kid has finally shown up. Wen Nuan, chase him quickly. Old Yi, contact her immediately. I want to see how this kid is farming monsters so fast. Wait, what? He killed over 300 more monsters? Really? How long has it been? Just how strong are his skills? What's their range? Could the detection equipment be malfunctioning? The higher-ups stared at the data on the right side of the big screen, increasingly bewildered. Lin Ji's kill count was jumping like an electricity meter. Sometimes the numbers surged dramatically, indicating he had killed many monsters at once. No matter how they looked at it, it was too outrageous. Compared to the shock and confusion of others, Yi Shouju appeared much calmer. It wasn't that he was pretending, but Lin Gu was simply too dazzling, too extraordinary. He was deeply worried about becoming enemies with the Sima, Qi, and Shi families, fearing they might be driven to desperation and act recklessly. Especially after seeing the wounds and the grotesquely twisted appearance of the monster, his concern grew. Although he hadn't personally experienced the events in Purgatory, he was well aware of the details. After all, he knew Lin Gu had gone to Purgatory, and it was highly likely that Lin Gu had caused the trouble. Now, seeing these monsters transformed into cattle, sheep, and horses, refusing to separate even in death, he was even more convinced of his suspicions. If this matter were exposed, the incident where Qi Shou was besieged by those 4 mutated monsters would be entirely blamed on Lin Gu, even if Qi Shou himself deserved it. But bad things always seem to happen coincidentally. Suddenly, someone gasped and said in confusion, "Wait, doesn't this monster look a bit familiar?" As soon as these words were spoken, others noticed it too. "Yeah, I thought I was mistaken earlier, but now it really does look familiar. This monster, why does it look so much like the one from a few days ago?" Everyone turned to look at Qi Rongdao. Qi Rongdao's eyelid twitched, and his face immediately darkened. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that it was mentioned, the monster indeed looked identical to the one Qi Xiu had encountered. "Ha! I knew it." Qi Rongdao gritted his teeth and said, "So it was our little Xiu who provoked Dean Yi's prized disciple, ha?" Yi Shouju's face darkened as he said, "Dean Shi, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. This matter has nothing to do with Lin Gu." "Nothing to do with him?" Qi Rongdao sneered. "That skill that caused the monster's chest to collapse, isn't it Lin Ji's? He used it during the tournament, and everyone saw it. And that skill that made the monster flail its hands, isn't it Lin Ji's too?" Indeed, the monster had made that motion, and although it wasn't certain if it was the same one, that detail didn't matter. Right now, this monster has 3 skill effects on it, 2 of which belong to Lin Gu. "What's wrong?" Qi Rongdao sneered as he looked at Yi Shouju. "Does Dean Yi think that the abnormal skill belongs to that purple archer? Or the Bai family's little girl?" Lin Ji's skills were extremely abnormal, so everyone assumed this abnormal skill was his. Yi Shouju was speechless. Just as he was about to refute, Qi Rongdao interrupted directly, "Alright, Dean Yi, whatever happened in Purgatory is the business of the young people themselves. I don't want to say more, nor do I want to hear any explanations. In terms of strength, 10 Qi Rongdaos wouldn't be a match for Yi Shouju. In terms of status, Yi Shouju also overshadowed Qi Rongdao. But Qi Rongdao dared to talk back to Yi Shouju, even leaving him momentarily speechless. Because Qi Rongdao had the upper hand in reasoning. Coupled with the powerful influence of the Qi family, Yi Shouju couldn't argue forcefully. Yi Shouju could stand on moral high ground and declare in advance that Lin Gu was his disciple, forbidding anyone from touching him. But others could counter with reason, giving Yi Shouju a wake-up call. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone knew Lin Gu was finished. Previously, it was known that Lin Gu had offended the Sima family because of the Shi brothers incident, which surely exaggerated and spread to the Sima family. He didn't respond to the summons of the Sima family's patriarch, which had already offended them, giving the Sima family legitimate grounds to trouble him. However, the Qi family previously had no valid reason to act against Lin Gu, only maintaining close
ties with the Sima family.
But now, the monster mutation incident was proven to be related to Lin Ji's skills, and the attack on Qi Xiu could be entirely blamed on Lin Gu.
The Qi family could now openly and unhesitatingly take action against Lin Gu. Even Yi Shouju couldn't stop it.
Unless he completely broke ties with the Sima and Qi families and swept everything away with his overwhelming
strength.
But the consequences of doing so would be severe, and everyone present understood this.
So everyone knew Lin Gu was truly finished. This time, Yi Shouju would never risk universal condemnation to protect Lin Gu. Lin Gu was just an ordinary person, yet he wanted to confront a prestigious family like the Sima family head-on? It was simply living in a dream.
His fate had long been sealed.
There were even quite a few people who envied Lin Ji's outstanding talent and resented that Yi Shouju had chosen him first, secretly gloating and cheering on the sidelines. People are like this. If I can't get the good seedling, then you shouldn't either.
After a while, seeing the increasingly strange atmosphere in the tent, Lu Guanyu couldn't help but sigh, awkwardly smiling as he said, "Alright, the
monster mutation skill hasn't been confirmed to be Lin Ji's yet, so don't jump to conclusions. The most important thing now is the secret realm battle. Don't lose sight of the main goal. Isn't that simple? We'll catch up to Lin Gu soon anyway." Hearing someone speak, Lu Guanyu instinctively looked over.
He saw Sima Manyun focused on filing her nails, not even raising her head, coldly saying,
"Just look at the skills he uses, won't that tell us? After all, he's Dinya's prized disciple. We can't just falsely accuse him." Hearing Sima Manyun's sarcastic words, Yi Shouju coldly responded, "Whether it is or isn't, I know in my heart. Someone is playing tricks, and I advise everyone to restrain themselves." Sima Manyun's face darkened, blurting out, "Din Yi, you're found him. It's Lin Gu."
The crowd's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, and they all looked up at the big screen.
Wow! He leveled up. First kill. He broke the first kill record again. Ha ha ha. Idol, you're amazing. You're definitely the strongest in the world. Ha ha ha.
Lan Lan stood with her hands on her hips, laughing up at the sky. Lin Gu and his companions smiled helplessly.
Quickly divide the loot, then let's go.
We wasted 2 hours on this boss, and we're running out of time.
Got it, Idol. Right away. They had rushed over from Luotian Waterfall, running for over 2 hours before finding this giant butterfly Lingpa Silver Jade.
The result was a typical
2 hours running, 2 minutes fighting scenario. Of course, those 2 hours weren't entirely wasted, everyone leveled up after
the boss was defeated. Yan Shi reached level 50, Lan Lan level 49, Bai Jinqing and Xiaoyu level 48, and Shen Rui gained the most, reaching
level 45.
Lin Gu had enough experience to level up twice, but since he hadn't changed classes yet, his level couldn't increase 4.
Now,
the team's overall strength improved significantly.
Idol. Another gold equipment dropped. Lan Lan excitedly ran over. 2 pieces of gear. 1 orange, 1 gold. Lin Gu looked at Lan Lan holding a long dress and cloth shoes and quickly checked the chat log.
Soul Silver Jade, Gold, Growth Value, 0 out of 100 slot, Upper Body Magic Attack plus 2011 Magic Critical plus 20% Physical and Magic Defense plus 20%. Attributes, Strength plus 850, Agility plus 950, Spirit plus 1050, Constitution plus 900 Armor. 2010 Effect 1, increases spell penetration by 30% effect. 2, increases spell damage by 30% effect. 3, increases critical damage by 30% effect. 4, spell attacks have a chance to enhance skill damage and critical damage by 2%, stacking up to 10 times, lasting 30 seconds. Effect 5, easy to wear, can equip gear 40 levels higher
than your own. Effect 6, effect 7, durability, 950/950 equipment level, 100. Wow, this top is pretty good. Lin Gu raised an eyebrow and looked at Lan Lan, smiling as he said, "This top focuses on burst damage, it's perfect for you."
Ha!
Lan Lan was stunned,
looking a bit dumbfounded.
"Wait, Idol, this is gold gear? If it were orange, I might want it, but I don't want to wear gold gear." Lan Lan stuffed the long dress into Bai Jinqing's hands and said, "This treasure is better for you. I'll take the shoes instead. They're cloth armor and can increase critical damage."
Bai Jinqing's face turned red all the way to her neck.
Lan Lan, what are you even saying?
Lan Lan blinked and mischievously smiled. Hee, I'm just speaking the truth. Xiaoyu glanced at Yan Shi and secretly reminded
Lan Lan to stop talking. Lan Lan awkwardly laughed and said, you take it.
I'm just an accessory, having orange gear is already good.
Enough for me, right, Chen Rui?
Chen Rui nodded in agreement. That's right, we accessories still have our principles.
Lin Gu shook
his head helplessly. You guys really don't treat me as a true friend, huh?
Exactly.
Bai Jinqing said with a stern face, quickly returning the long dress to Lan Lan. Lin Gu already said you're a high-burst class, so this kind of gear is for you.
Seeing Lan Lan
still trying to give it back, Bai Jinqing widened her eyes and said, take it.
If Lin Gu says it's for you, then it's for you.
If there's something suitable for me, Lin Gu will give it to me too.
You don't need to worry about it. Lan Lan looked at the beautiful long
dress in her hands, hesitated for a moment, and said, Qingqing, this is gold gear, it's different from orange gear.
Bai Jinqing
shook her head, looking serious. We're true friends, sisters. There's no need to fight over a piece of gear unless you don't consider
me your sister. How could that be?
Lan Lan widened her eyes and said, no gear is more important than you, Qingqing.
Then that's settled. Take it and don't waste any more time.
Lan Lan pursed her lips, looked at Bai Jinqing, and then expectantly turned to Lin
Gu, Godfather. Is it really okay?
Lin Gu was speechless.
If you don't want it, I'll just sell it as scrap. Hey, I want it. I want it. Lin Gu asked with a puzzled expression. What are you even doing? Lan Lan awkwardly laughed twice. Idle, you're amazing, you never let a topic slide.
After saying that, she ignored the dark lines on Lin Ji's face and excitedly looked at the long dress in her hands. The gear's attributes and color weren't the most important thing, the key was that the dress was so beautiful. She could already imagine that when she reached level 60 and wore it, she would look like a beautiful butterfly princess.
Thank you, idol.
Lan Lan carefully stored the gear and said excitedly, you're my god, I'll never forget your kindness. Wah.
Lin Gu didn't
know whether to laugh or cry. It's not that big of a deal, it's just a piece of gear.
Lan Lan shook her head. You might not understand how rare golden equipment is, but that's okay. We'll get to know each other better over time.
Lin Gu smiled wryly, just about to
speak, when suddenly a strange woman's voice came from behind Lin Gu.
Everyone froze and turned to look.
5 extremely beautiful
girls approached. The girl leading the group was wearing the Dongda school uniform, her long hair flowing, blinking her curious big eyes as she said, it really is you, Lin Gu.
Oh, see, Lan Lan, Xiaoyu, Bai Jinqing?
She raised her eyebrows, her face full of surprise.
How are you all together? Seeing Lin Ji's confused expression, Yan Shi gently said, this is our senior from 3rd year, Yuan.
Wen Nuan blinked and nodded, saying, hello, Lin Gu. Wen Nuan was very beautiful, her looks comparable to Bai Jinqing and Yan Shi. However, compared to the gentle Bai Jinqing and the spirited Yan Shi, Wen Nuan was more like the playful and cute girl next door. She had a tear mole under her eye, adding a unique charm.
Hello, Senior One. Wen Nuan's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. I've heard about you for a long time, you're amazing. First place in the Dragon God tournament, well deserved.
Lin Gu smiled awkwardly, just about to speak, but Yan Shi quietly pulled him aside.
Don't move, Yan Shi whispered, instantly making Bai Jinqing and the others tense.
Yan Shi tilted her head slightly, glanced at Wen Nuan's hair accessory, and a smile appeared on her lips.
Lin Gu, quickly, greet Dean Yi.
As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Wen Nuan's group of 5 freeze, but Lin Ji's group was also stunned.
Dean Yi? Lin Gu asked in confusion, Dean Yi is here too? Yan Shi's gaze sharpened, staring at Wen Nuan.
Senior, your hair clip is
quite pretty. Wen Nuan suddenly understood something but pretended nothing was wrong on the surface. Cici, you're still so smart. Yan.
She smiled helplessly.
Senior is too beautiful, it's hard not to notice.
Wen Nuan shrugged helplessly.
I wouldn't dare call myself beautiful in front of you all.
Yan Shi raised her eyebrows, looking at Wen Nuan's hair accessory.
That's not right, Senior Wen Nuan is the flower of our class.
Wen Nuan smiled and said, I don't deserve that title, but since we've run into each other, let's team
up. We can protect you all. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Lin Ji's secret must not be revealed to outsiders, or it
would cause big trouble. This was the first thought everyone had after hearing Wen Nuan's words.
But Wen Nuan seemed intentional.
Continuing, the monsters in this secret realm go up to level 320. You all just awakened not long ago, probably only around level 42 or 43, right? With us here, you might not set any records, but at least we can ensure your safety. As she spoke, Wen Nuan gave Lin Gu a meaningful glance, slightly opened her mouth, but made no sound.
Run! Quickly!
Lin Gu froze, almost failing to grasp the situation.
In front of him.
The next second, not only Wen Nuan but the 4 people behind her also silently opened their mouths without making a
sound. Run! Quickly!
Understanding their meaning, Lin Ji's pupils contracted sharply, connecting this to what Yan Shi had just said.
Wen Nuan was carrying a camera.
Coupled with their silent mouth movements, this could only mean that behind the camera, there was
not only Yi Shouju but also the Sima family and Qi family. Or rather, the Shi family. Lin Ji's heartbeat accelerated, sensing danger.
No wonder she kept emphasizing her great achievements and protecting his safety. It turned out she had been hinting at him all
along. Thinking about it, it made sense.
No matter how strong Lin Gu was, he was just an ordinary orphan.
She clearly knew Yan Shi but
hadn't spoken much with her, which was odd in itself. He quickly typed run in the team chat while speaking and turning around.
No need, senior.
We're used to our own team, and suddenly joining an unfamiliar team wouldn't be helpful. When Nuan blinked her big eyes
helplessly. Are you sure you don't need our help?
Lin Gu glanced at the replies in the chat. Everyone had said received.
He smiled and said, no need, thank you, senior. We're leaving first, see you later.
After saying this, he turned and left with his team.
Chen Rui noticed everyone's heavy expressions and asked softly, what's going on? Why are we running?
Lin Gu didn't answer and turned to Yan Shi immediately understood and gestured with her hand. Chen Rui, stand in the middle of the 4 of us, and don't step out of this range, she said, looking at Chen Rui.
No matter what happens, don't run outside, understand?
The more Chen Rui listened, the
more confused she became. No, it's not. What exactly is going on here?
Lin Gu opened his mouth but finally sighed and said nothing. The situation was simple. The Sima family, Qi family, and Shi family wanted to kill him. If it were just him, he wouldn't be afraid.
No matter how many came, he could handle them.
But Bai Jinqing and the others were also here, and he had to consider their safety.
Of course, even if those people made a move, they wouldn't harm Yan Shi and the other 3. The problem was, if they couldn't defeat Lin Gu, they would definitely get angry. Yan Shi and the others couldn't be touched.
So who would become their only target to vent their anger
on? Listen to what you're saying. Lu Guanyu twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly.
Anyone who hears this would think
it's nonsense. Besides, he can't heal you. Does he even know how to heal? Not only Lu Guanyu, but the others were also speechless.
Although they didn't know what Lin Ji's exact profession was, from their observations, he had never used any healing skills, not even
the most basic dispel skill of a priest.
Yi Shouju pursed his lips and smiled awkwardly. Well, maybe his healing skills aren't
applicable.
Now he could only stir up confusion and lead everyone in the wrong direction.
What kind of logic is that? He's a priest. If he doesn't heal, how can he be a damage dealer?
Lu Guanyu and the others complained while glancing at Sima Chen and Qi Rongdao, who were sitting in the back, with cold smiles.
Alright, just find Lin Gu, give them the coordinates, and tell them to act quickly. What a pity that Wen Nuan couldn't team up with him. Sima Manyun frowned and asked, why is Yan Shi with him?
Qi Rongdao sneered, it
doesn't matter. Yan Shi may be troublesome, but as long as we avoid them, our target is Lin Gu. Sima Manyun thought for 2 seconds. Then won't Yan Shi? Qi Rongdao raised an eyebrow, afraid she'll interfere? Afraid she'll tell City Lord Yan? He sneered disdainfully.
Don't worry, as long as Lin Gu is dead, even Yi Shouju can't say anything.
At most, she'll be angry for a while. Once he's dead, who cares about what happens afterward? He's just an ordinary person. Sima Manyun also found this reasonable.
Yan Shi might be furious,
but as long as Lin Gu is dead, City Lord Yan wouldn't let her cause trouble. Then I'll notify them now. Wait a minute. Sure.
Shang Bin, who had been following Shi Tangfei and Shi Tangrui, suddenly spoke up.
There's news. The two immediately stopped in their tracks. What news? Is it about Lin Gu?
Shi Shangbin looked at the message, his eyes lighting up.
Yes, it's Lin Gu.
He's near 38.591.
In the Shanchuan district.
Shi Tingfei froze for a moment, quickly opened the coordinates, and was overjoyed when he saw them.
Ha! Shanchuan District? Isn't that right here?
His eyes lit up, and the next second, they turned blood red.
Good, good. Lingu, we've finally found you this time.
Shi Tingfei shouted with a sinister smile.
Brother, he's not far ahead. Use the swift talisman quickly.
Shi Shangbin was stunned and blurted out, no need to run, walking there is enough time.
But Shi Tingfei couldn't care less,
gritting his teeth as he raised the soul-severing incense in his hand.
There's not much soul-severing incense left, we have to hurry.
What if he escapes if we're too slow? Seeing his insistence, Shi Shangbin reluctantly said, alright, but Yan Shi and Bai Jinqing are both teamed up with him.
You need to be careful. What? What?
Shi Tangrui and Shi Tengfei's eyes widened in shock as they asked.
In unison, what did you say? Shi Shangbin froze.
Yan Shi and Bai Jinqing are both teamed up with him.
Do you still dare to make a move? What?
After confirming the message, Shi Tangrui and Shi Tengfei immediately panicked.
I can't take it anymore, they exclaimed.
Then, the two quickly pulled out swift talismans, slapped them on their legs, and dashed off in an instant, wishing they had more legs to run faster. They had been completely deceived by Shi Shangbin.
Wait, no way?
The two people nearby were full of surprise.
What's going on? Bin Ji, are you helping them? Shi Shangbin's mouth twitched as he finally understood. This was quite complicated, and he could only sigh helplessly. These two kids were really unlucky. Shi Tengfei and his brother anxiously chased after Lin Gu.
Others also received the coordinates and rushed toward the forest area.
The forest area suddenly became lively. When Nuan stayed behind, checking the fallen butterfly boss's corpse with her sisters. Wow! Just looking at this corpse makes my heart ache. Yeah, so many wounds. What kind of class is this junior? Didn't they say he's a white priest? Who would believe that? Can a priest deal this kind of damage? I heard Lin Ji's class mutated. Now it really seems like it. This skill is terrifying.
When Nuan remained
silent, her gaze fixed on the butterfly boss's corpse.
She seemed to have thought of something, her expression growing more serious.
Could it really be you?
She muttered softly, looking up in the direction where Lin Gu had disappeared.
Forest area. Chen Rue was fuming, watching Lin Gu wield his staff to farm monsters. They dare make a move? I'll fight them to the end. Chen Rue, furious, pulled out her short bow. Lin Gu, don't worry. If they dare come, I'll make them regret it.
Lin Gu hadn't told her the full story, only mentioning that the Shi family would cause him trouble. Of course, Chen Rue wasn't having it and argued with him for a long time. Lin Gu couldn't let her act alone, who knew if those people would target her because of their close relationship.
But taking her along
worried him too, as he feared something might happen to her, leaving Lin Gu with a headache. I'm not afraid of others, I'm afraid they'll
target you, Chen Rue said with a smile.
Lin Gu, stop joking.
I'm a tank for pulling aggro. If they dare attack me, that's even
better, she said proudly.
With the equipment and potions you gave me, unless a third or fourth tier player one-shots me, I won't die. I can even protect you. Don't worry.
If anyone wants to harm you, they'll have to step over my dead body first.
Exactly. Idle. We'll all protect you.
Lan Lan and Xiao Yu chimed in confidently.
Lin Gu smiled helplessly.
I'm not worried about you, I'm worried.
You'll get caught in the crossfire while spectating. They can't kill me.
He had 3 full health revivals and 1 chance to negate
a fatal blow.
Killing him was nearly impossible.
Then we have nothing to fear. Don't worry, they won't dare, Yan Shi said with a smirk.
Exactly, they won't dare touch us, and neither will Qingqing, she added.
So just focus on yourself. Chen Rue is in the middle of our group, she'll be safe.
Right now, the most important thing is to quickly take down that boss and secure the first kill.
Lin Gu glanced at the time. There are 18 hours left, we need to hurry. The enemy was in the shadows, and no one knew when they might strike.
Worrying was pointless, they could only stay vigilant. The most crucial thing was to secure the record.
After thinking for 2 seconds, Lin Gu came up with a good idea. Then you all, everyone, keep your distance. Don't follow too closely. The group nodded,
and Lin Ji's lips curved into a slight smile. He removed some of his equipment, switched to a beginner's staff, and began casting
skills as he walked. Polymorph, flower shake, electric step. He only used these 3 skills. Since he wasn't wearing most of his equipment or weapons, the monster's health was well controlled and barely dropped.
Ever since his plague skill leveled up to level 6, its range had expanded to 2,500 meters, almost covering all the monsters within his line of sight.
Chen Rui and the other 5 followed behind him, watching as more and more monsters were tormented by Flower Shake and Electric Step.
Their faces were full of pain, and they gritted their teeth.
Lin Gu, what are you doing?
Idle, this is just too disgusting. Lin Gu chuckled, quickening his pace.
You'll understand later.
From now on, we'll only focus on boss fights and try not to waste time farming small monsters.
Chen Rui
and the others looked at each other, not quite understanding.
Only Yanxi blinked, seemingly guessing something, and her expression gradually turned a bit strange.
With Lin Gu controlling the monster ahead, they remained in combat mode, but no monsters dared to attack
them.
It wasn't until they reached the foot of a hill and saw a massive tiger crouching on a giant platform at the top of the hill that they stopped. Lin Gu glanced at Yan Shi, who immediately understood, took out a detector, and the tiger's information instantly appeared in the team chat box. Sunlit Mountain Lord, Mythical Boss, Race, Tiger Clan Level, 230 HP, 76.34 million MP, 57 million. Armor, 83,231 Attack Power, 82,357 to 102,377 Skills, Rend, Tiger Roar, Dungeon Trap, Rockfall Strike Level 230, similar to the Spirit Silver Jade Boss, but with much higher HP. After confirming it was a boss, Lin Gu equipped his gear and summoned 62 iron zombies. He commanded them to spread out into the forest, then stared at the tiger on the hill and said, "I'm starting now. Keep an eye on the surroundings.
Don't worry, Lin Gu, I've got it covered."
Chen Rui, though seemingly careless, was actually very meticulous, and Lin Gu
trusted him completely.
Then, Lin Gu picked up the Cursed Vengeance and unleashed 5 powerful attacks in quick succession.
Instantly,
the tiger, as if its tail had been stepped on, sprang up abruptly. It roared to the sky, its voice suddenly becoming sharp and thin.
And your mouth really leaves people speechless. The person who invented idols is a genius.
Lin Gu helplessly twitched the corner of
his mouth. Stop talking nonsense.
Yan Shi rolled her eyes.
Hurry up and pick up the loot, split it, and let's get out of here. Lin Gu pursed his lips, turned around, and picked up the loot dropped by the boss. Wow, another golden item? By Jinqing and the other
4 were speechless.
Look at this, even golden items are worthless now.
The 5 were even more puzzled.
Chen Rui, this is your golden item. Chen Rui tilted her head in surprise. No, it's your golden item. Lin Gu impatiently said, do you want it or not? Stop wasting my time. Hearing this, Chen Rui's expression changed instantly, and she immediately walked over with a flattering smile. Dear Godfather, please accept my humble bow. What the hell?
Just as Chen Rui was about to walk past by Jinqing, Lin Gu suddenly
felt dizzy and froze in place, unable to move.
The next second, 3 cold flashes of light stabbed straight at Lin Ji's head from
3 directions.
By Jinqing and the others' faces changed drastically.
Shanchuan District. Sima Qing led a team of people, quietly approaching a small hill. Boss, are you sure about the coordinates? We've almost crossed half of Shanchuan District. Xiao Wu shielded
his eyes from the sun with his hand, carefully observing the surroundings. But apart from one hill after another, it seemed as if the
monsters had vanished into thin air. Sima Qing's face darkened.
He turned to look at the 6 people following behind him and confirmed, irritably in private chat, the coordinates are correct.
It shouldn't be far now. He had initially thought Lin Gu would be among
these 6 people, but he wasn't. To make matters worse, one of them was a relative of the Sima family, and he had to bring him along. A
real hassle. Keep moving forward. They're definitely here for the first kill.
He had already received relevant intel.
Yan Shi and Lan teaming up with Lin Gu was already troublesome enough.
Now Lin Gu had already taken 3 first kills, which Sima Qing couldn't accept. He had been so confident that the first kills would be his, but Lin Gu had snatched them all away. Anyone would be furious at such an obvious opportunity being taken, and it only strengthened his resolve to kill Lin Gu. Only by killing Lin Gu could he continue to claim the remaining first kills.
The more Sima Qing thought about it, the angrier he became.
He spat on the ground and said, "Move
quickly. First, wait, boss, is that Yanxi?"
Sima Qing froze and followed Xiao Wu's pointing finger.
Sure enough, behind a distant
hill, there was a woman in golden armor, holding a golden spear, with long hair flowing in the wind. Although she looked small from
Afar, Yan Shi's equipment was too distinctive. Sima Qing's eyes lit up, his excitement visible. It's her. It must be her. Xiao Wu. Let's go. The others perked up upon hearing this and quickly followed Sima Qing, running over. They moved swiftly, crossing several hills, and finally saw Lin Gu and Chen Rui talking. Xiao Wu was so excited he was almost in tears. They had been running for over 5 hours just to find Lin Gu. Now that they had finally found him, he was naturally thrilled. A glint flashed in Sima Qing's eyes as he lowered his voice and said, Xiao Wu, Chen Meng, Lu Zhang, sneak over and get ready to attack. Xiao He, Li Lei, you two go to the other side and prepare to cast debuffs. Sima Qing efficiently assigned tasks, quickly arranging everyone's positions. Then he drew his long sword, bent down, and whispered, wait for my command. Attack together and don't give him any chance to react. They all knew Lin Gu had a skill that could cause diarrhea. Although there was a significant level gap, no one could be sure if they could completely resist it. If they couldn't, they would suffer a huge loss. So the best strategy was to control him from the start to the end, leaving Lin Gu no chance to react. Everyone responded in unison, then either went invisible or spread out. Before long, only Sima Qing was left in the area. He quietly crept along the edge of the hill, stopping behind the hill where the Tiger Boss was located. From here, he could even faintly hear Lin Gu and the others talking, though he couldn't make out the words. Sima Qing slowly peeked out and saw that Xiao Wu and the other two had already gone invisible and were closing in on Lin Gu. The others were also in position. Then he took a glass dome out of his backpack, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If I kill you, I can get that treasure. Lin Gu, you're doomed. He opened the team chat and quickly typed 3 words, Xiao Wu. Take action. Sima Qing clicked send. As Xiao Wu made the first move. With a sneak attack, he threw the glass dome toward Yan Shi and her team. Lin Gu, on the scene, was caught off guard and suddenly fell into a daze. Father above. Please accept my humble, what the heck? Chen Rui's face changed drastically, wanting to rush forward to help. The next second, a transparent dome enveloped them. He ran straight into the glass dome, his nose aching sharply. What the heck? What is this thing? Lin Gu. Lin Gu. Chen Rui pounded on the glass with all his might. Yan Shi's expression changed immediately, picking up her golden spear and stabbing at the dome. But the golden dragon head striking the dome only sparked a few flashes, failing to break it. This is bad. It's a level 250 glazed white crystal dome. Bai Jinqing's face turned pale upon hearing this. Without hesitation, she pulled out her staff and shouted, summon wind. Call snow. Instantly, the temperature inside the glass dome plummeted, and snowflakes began to fall. Bai Jinqing gritted her teeth and urgently shouted, Mystic Wind Ice Crystal. As soon as the words left her mouth, a massive transparent ice spike suddenly formed in front of her, radiating an intense chill. A visible small vortex surged aggressively toward the glass dome. Bang! Crash! The moment the ice spike collided with the glass dome, it shattered into countless ice shards, scattering everywhere. Yet the glass dome remained completely intact, smooth and unscathed. Seeing 3 thieves outside simultaneously raise their daggers and charge at Lin Gu, Bai Jinqing's face turned pale. Lin Gu! Lin Gu! Yan Shi's eyelid twitched, quickly pulling Bai Jinqing aside and raising her spear, shouting, get out of the way. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly dodged to the side, while Yan Shi seized the opportunity to activate 2 powerful enhancement skills. Golden Overlord Body. Golden Sharpness. Tyrannosaurus Spear. Yan Shi's eyes turned golden red, her shout merging with a dragon's roar as she fiercely smashed her spear against the glass dome. Bang! A violent metallic collision echoed, causing Bai Jinqing and the others to instinctively cover their ears. Despite the impressive impact, the damage was minimal. Yan Shi's strongest strike failed to leave even a crack on the glass dome. What was even more terrifying was that at this moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered above Lin Ji's head, lightning streaking across the sky. Meanwhile, more than 10 enemies quietly appeared around them. Among them, some wielded staffs that emitted flashes of light, each flash adding a layer of negative effects to Lin Gu. Archers continuously shot arrows, precisely targeting Lin Gu. Bai Jinqing even saw a druid raising both hands, chanting and gathering power. In an instant, Lin Gu, who had been dazed all along, was surrounded by colorful skills, almost completely engulfed. Bai Jinqing's pupils contracted sharply, her heart seemingly skipping a beat. Don't forget, Those who could enter the Emerald Dreamland were all elite students from the top 10 schools. These students generally had extremely high potential, almost all with black or orange potential. So many people attacking at once, what did that mean? No explanation was needed. At that moment, she felt time slow down, and everything around her seemed frozen. Just then, a man in shining armor, his face twisted in rage, raised his sword and slashed at Lin Gu from behind. Bai Jinqing felt all her strength drain away, as if all hope had been extinguished. Then, a piercing and hysterical scream rang out. Lin Gu! Bai Jinqing watched helplessly as countless skills and damage rained down on Lin Gu. Not only her, but Yan Shi and the others also heard a series of muffled groans. Afterward, strange cries echoed from all directions. What the heck? Ow, what the heck? My wrists, my ankles. Ah, it hurts. Mom! Mom! Where's my voice? What the heck? Ah, why has my voice changed? Hey, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Hey, brother. Xing. Something's wrong. I feel like I've turned into a sheep. Bai Jinqing, initially heavy-hearted, froze upon hearing the bizarre sounds coming from all around. She stared blankly along with Yan Shi and the others, watching as the three thieves who had charged at Lin Gu with their daggers suddenly turned into sheep one by one. They knelt on the ground, hopping around in panic, their expressions filled with terror. Why did this happen? Let's rewind time by 5 seconds. At that moment, seeing the dizziness icon appear above Lin Ji's head, Xiao Wu was secretly delighted. In his view, as long as Lin Gu was controlled, this level 40-something cloth armor class would be an easy target. Even if Lin Gu was fully equipped with orange gear, his health was only 70 to 80,000. Xiao Wu himself was a level 93 third-tier rogue, fully equipped with orange gear and possessing orange potential. With his level and equipment advantage, under the circumstances of Lin Ji's class being restricted, Lin Ji's PvP damage per second was only 120,000. The enemy wouldn't even need 3 skills to finish him off. But what Lin Gu didn't expect was that his excitement quickly faded. The dizziness countdown above Lin Ji's head was only 3 seconds. What the hell? What kind of resistance is this? My sap can stun a level 150 boss for 10 seconds, but it only stuns him for 3 seconds? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ji's dizziness ended, leaving Xiao Wu stunned. Xiao Meng, quickly use another sap. Hearing the shout, Chen Meng hurriedly followed up with another sap. Seeing this, Xiao Wu immediately raised his dagger and charged at Lin Gu. Eviscerate. Slash. Damage minus 33,254. What the hell? Seeing his critical hit only deal a little over 30,000 damage, Xiao Wu froze. What shocked him even more was that Lin Ji's health bar had barely moved, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. Even stranger, when Xiao Wu's dagger struck Lin Gu, a ripple suddenly emanated from Lin Ji's body. The next second, Xiao Wu felt a sharp pain in his chest and back, but now wasn't the time to think about that. He instinctively looked at Chen Meng and Lu Zhang. This guy's defense is off, and his health bar is off too. Quickly, increase the damage. Before he could finish speaking, his voice suddenly became sharp, like a bleeding sheep. Chen Meng and Lu Zhang were momentarily stunned. However, their coordination was seamless, and as soon as they heard Xiao Wu's shout, they had already raised their daggers to strike. But when the two saw that their critical hits only dealt a little over 20,000 damage, they froze soon as Sima Xing saw Xiao Wu. He immediately dropped his longsword in excitement and hugged him tightly. Lu Zhang suddenly felt his world collapse. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the heck? What is going on here? Want to know? Lu Zhang froze for a moment, instinctively turned his head, and saw Lin Ji's faint smile, which made him feel like he was facing a demon. It's you? It's all you. You did this. Lu Zhang was shocked and finally understood what had happened. Lin Gu sneered coldly. Just realizing now? Isn't it a bit late? Lu Zhang grew weaker and weaker. Lin Gu didn't rush to act but instead looked at Sima Qing, who was bullying Xiao Wu, and at Ma Hahuan and Chen Meng, who were kneeling and wailing. To be honest, I have no grudge against the Sima family or the Qi family. They just shouted at me for the sake of their pride. Lin Gu turned to Lu Zhang and said, "Tell me, aren't those high and mighty aristocratic families a bit strange? I understand them because, in their eyes, I'm just a country bumpkin, unworthy of refusing their orders even if the Sure family is behind all this. But the one thing you all should never have done is Lin Ji's gaze turned cold. His voice calm yet filled with menace. Make my woman afraid, make her worry. Lu Zhang gritted his teeth, his face pale, and glanced at Sima Qing. This has nothing to do with me. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Lin Ge didn't argue, speaking softly. Alright, then go die. Lu Zhang's pupils shrank sharply, not expecting Lin Ge to be so decisive, killing without hesitation. But this thought only lasted for a second. The next moment, Lin Ge activated his skill. All of you must die. Armor explosion. Boom. In an instant, everyone's equipment shattered, even affecting nearby people. Kneeling before Lin Ge, Lu Zhang saw how this move made Sima Qing and those controlled by the strange skill so much lighter. They began to attack their companions randomly, flailing their hands and stomping like madmen, their movements both ridiculous and frenzied. Lu Zhang couldn't help but vomit. Ugh! But Lin Ji's revenge had only just begun. He raised his staff expressionlessly and unleashed another skill. Chest-crushing stone. Boom! Lu Zhang and the other's chest suddenly caved in, splitting open with dozens of wounds, writhing in pain on the ground. Many couldn't help but beg for mercy. Ah! It hurts! Stop hitting me! Ah! I'm dying. Fr. Just as Lin Ge was about to ask why the glass dome wasn't working, Bai Jinqing suddenly threw herself into his arms without saying a word, just holding him tightly. At this moment, she didn't care if there were others around, she just wanted to cling to Lin Ge, afraid he might disappear the next second. Feeling Bai Jinqing trembling slightly in his arms and noticing the dampness on her clothes, Lin Ge opened his mouth but ultimately just held her gently and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Hearing this, Bai Jinqing hugged him even tighter. Lin Ge could only remain silent, quietly protecting her. He knew Bai Jinqing must have been terrified. That piercing scream earlier said it all, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry. Chen Rui glanced at Lin Ge, then at Yan Shi, who was staring at the corpse, said nothing, and turned to start rummaging through the body. Lan and Xiaoyu saw this and quietly moved to another side to start searching the corpse as well. Yan Shi looked at the two embracing and sighed, expressionless, as she picked up the now shrunken glass dome. Once the owner of a prop dies, it becomes unclaimed, so she casually tossed the glass dome to Lin Ge. This thing is yours now. Lin Ge was about to speak when Yan Shi suddenly glared at him. Anything that can block my strongest single target skill must be good. Keep it and play with it. After saying this, she rolled her eyes at him again, feeling slightly better inside. Lin Ge chuckled bitterly, looked at the glass dome in his hand, and silently put it into his backpack. Being able to trap professionals and monsters below level 250, it was indeed a treasure. At this moment, Bai Jinqing secretly glanced up at Lin Ge, just in time to see him grinning broadly. She was startled, her face instantly turning red, and quickly lowered her head again. Lin Ge glanced at Yan Shi, who was watching the scene with her arms crossed, and smiled awkwardly. Alright, Jinqing, I'm really fine. I have over 2 million HP, they can't kill me. Not only Bai Jinqing but Yan Shi was also stunned. Wait, what? How much HP do you have? Yan Shi leaned forward to ask. Lin Ge looked innocent. 2.65 million. Put. Yan Shi spat out a mouthful of blood. No way. I've been worrying about this and that, and you have more HP than a boss of the same level? Sometimes I really want to fight you freakishly talented people. Seeing Yan Shi ranting, Lan and Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he's a warrior, we're saved. Lin Ge was speechless, pursed his lips, and squinted as he said, the main thing is, my physical defense is 340,000, magic defense is 600,000, and I have a shield skill that halves damage. Ah! Yan Shi's eyes widened and quickly interrupted, alright, stop talking. If you say one more word, I won't be friends with you anymore. Put. Finally, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Lin Ge wrapped his arm around her waist and said, feeling better now? I've already told you. Alright. Bai Jinqing quickly interrupted Lin Ji's deliberately boastful words. Although she knew he was saying this to reassure her, hearing it was still frustrating. But on second thought, everything Lin Ge did was for her, and her heart instantly felt as sweet as honey. Still, it felt particularly strange. Just then, Chen Rui ran back excitedly. Lin Ge, we hit the jackpot. Ah, oh my god. We got so much orange equipment and props, plus over 300,000 gold coins. Lin Ge raised an eyebrow slightly. That's great. See if there's any equipment you can use. Chen Rui's
Expression changed, and she quickly opened the trade menu, tossing a small storage bag to Lin Gu.
Forget it, Lin Gu, you can keep this junk and sell it yourself. Lin Gu didn't react at first.
It wasn't until he saw Lan Lan and Xiao Yu pinching their noses and stuffing the items they had picked up into the small storage bag that he understood.
No way.
You guys find it disgusting, but I find it disgusting too. Saying this, he grabbed by Jin Qing, who was trying to run away, and smiled helplessly yet mischievously. Jin Qing, where are you going? By Jin Qing awkwardly laughed twice.
Didn't go anywhere. Then I've decided, today I must carry you. Somewhere in Shanchuan district.
Sima Qing's hair was a mess, his clothes disheveled, his eyes bloodshot.
Leaning against a tree,
he gritted his teeth and shouted, Lin Gu.
Lin Gu. Brother Qing, something's wrong, really wrong, woo. Sima Qing froze for a moment and instinctively looked behind him. He saw Xiao Wu,
whose hands had turned into sheep hooves, clutching his chest with a panicked expression.
Brother Qing, why am I still like this even after being resurrected?
Although his voice was panicked, the
lingering effects of the sheep transformation gave it an oddly cute tone. Sima Qing gritted his teeth but couldn't resist his instincts. Stumbling, he grabbed Xiao Wu. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu. It's okay. I'll tell you what's going on, and we'll work through this together. Ha! Brother Qing, no, Brother Qing, hey. Half a day later, Sima Qing roared in tears, Lin Gu. I swear I'll make you pay. I'll make you pay. Inside the camp.
Seeing the data behind Lin Gu update again, everyone was stunned. In less than 7 hours, Lin Gu had already claimed 4 first kills. This was unprecedented in the history of the Emerald Dreamland.
Old G, what is going on? Is he aiming to sweep all the championships?
Lu Guanyu looked at Yi Shouju in shock. Yi Shouju was equally
astonished.
He increasingly felt that his earlier judgment was wrong. He had thought he had already given Lin Gu the highest possible evaluation. Now it seemed he had not only underestimated Lin Gu, but completely misjudged him. Lin Ji's future potential was absolutely beyond imagination, far exceeding what he could comprehend. Think about it, 6 hours, for first kills in the vast map of the
Emerald Dreamland. Even those 12 top experts at level 40 couldn't achieve this.
He clearly remembered that the last person to sweep all the championships was Dragon God 40 years ago.
At that time, Dragon God had already completed the second class transfer, with enhanced skills and attributes. But Lin Gu definitely hadn't undergone the second transfer yet.
The results were self-evident. And here, there was another key point that was easily overlooked. This map was simply too large.
Enormous. The gatekeeping bosses couldn't leave their designated areas, but their spawn points were entirely random.
In other words, while the speed of killing bosses might not differ much, Lin Gu was far ahead of Dragon God in finding the bosses.
This indicated that Lin Ji's luck was simply abnormal. Yes, luck. Because the boss spawn points were completely random, finding them was entirely dependent on luck. If you guessed the right direction, you'd encounter them immediately, but even a slight deviation could drag on endlessly.
The dungeon was an open field, unlike a maze with walls or obstacles. This was one of the reasons Yi Shouju believed Lin Gu would achieve great things in the future. Because luck is part of success. Sometimes, luck accounts for 90%, becoming the key to victory. This is practically divine intervention. Maybe he really could become the first student in 40 years to win a Grand Slam. And that matter. Yi Shouju muttered, his eyes suddenly lighting up. His attitude toward Lin Gu completely changed. Yi Shouju and the others stared at the data on the big screen, each lost in thought. Behind them, Sima Chen and the others were also too shocked to speak.
Sima Qing's team was completely wiped out? Are you sure? Qi Rongdao nodded. Grimly. Sima Qing just sent word.
Only 2 people are left in their team, and they've lost the glazed white crystal shield as well.
What? They lost the glazed white crystal shield? This is bad. Sima Chen's eyelid twitched, his expression changing drastically.
If it weren't for the crowd, he would have lost his temper on the spot.
Sima Manyun glanced at him calmly, frowning as she said, over. A dozen third transfer professionals couldn't take down a level 40 plus white priest. That's very strange. Indeed.
Qi Rongdao raised his eyes to look at her. The surviving Xiao Wu in the team said that one of his skills only took less than 2% of Lin Ji's health.
Sima Manyun was stunned. What does this mean? Such a big level difference, yet his defense is still so high? Qi Rongdao shook his head and said meaningfully, do you know how much Xiao Wu's critical damage is? Sima Manyun was stunned again.
Shi Rongdao gritted his teeth and said, over 30,000.
What? Hearing this number, Sima Manyun and Sima Chen were both shocked, their mouths agape.
Over 30,000 damage accounted for less than 2%, which meant Lin Ji's total health was at least 2 million.
Level 40-something? Health over 2 million? Sima Chen tilted his head in surprise and asked, brother, is this even reliable?
Shi Rongdao's eyelid twitched and he snorted impatiently.
Reliable or not, that's what Xiao Wu reported personally, and Sima Qing confirmed it. He checked the battle log. Lin Gu only lost over 40,000 health.
Although they had limited knowledge of Xiao Wu's equipment and damage, they were very familiar with Sima Qing's strength. With Sima Qing's ability, dealing over 40,000 damage was no small feat, which was enough to show how abnormal Lin Ji's
health and defense were.
The two exchanged glances, utterly dumbfounded.
What kind of monster have we encountered? Sima Manyun's expression changed, as if she had thought of something. Could his class have mutated into a super defense type?
Shi Rongdao shook his head, his expression serious, and lowered his voice.
Do you remember the skill that can turn monsters into sheep? The two's faces darkened upon hearing this. Fortunately, Shi Rongdao didn't keep them guessing. That skill belongs to Lin Gu.
As soon as Lin Gu used it, Shi Rongdao's expression immediately changed.
Lin Gu used that skill?
That's right, Xiao Wu got hit and still hasn't returned to normal. Shi Rongdao suddenly shivered, as if recalling some troublesome matter.
But Sima Manyun and Sima Chen were focused
on confirming whether the skill belonged to Lin Gu and didn't notice his unease.
Damn it! I've said all along that this guy needs to die. Shi Rongdao gritted his teeth. Although Qi Xiu had been killed 4 times and barely survived, Sima Wei had lost even more people.
Sima Wei was the Sima family's top guard, and not a single one could be spared, let alone the loss of over 1,000 men.
Qi Rongdao's face turned icy.
This guy must die, but we can't send teams to their deaths one by one. The two looked at him, and he squinted his eyes. Based on Sima Qing and Xiao Wu's reports, Lin Gu not only has high defense but also deals heavy damage, with a large attack range.
My suggestion is that we gather everyone first and attack together. No matter how large his range is, it can't cover over 2,000 people.
As long as we can control him, over 2,000 people attacking together can easily take him down.
Sima Chen and Sima Manyun's eyes lit up. Yes, let's do that. Sima Manyun's eyes sparkled.
Since he's taken down the 4 bosses in the lake and mountain areas, he's definitely aiming for the Grand Slam. Next, he'll surely head to the forest area to find the last 2 bosses. We have the numbers. If we can find them before him, we can set up an ambush in advance. If we're slower, we can still steal his bosses and kill his team, preventing him from achieving
the Grand Slam. Sima Manyun sneered.
His level isn't high, but his health and defense are extremely high, which means his equipment is top-notch, possibly even golden gear.
The Golden Dragon. Seed of the Dragon God is probably with him too, right?
This time, we'll take him down and seize all his equipment.
Wait, what's going on? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Lin Gu got another first kill? Everyone was baffled.
In the forest area, beside the corpse of a 1,000-year-old tree demon, Xiao Yu excitedly held the equipment in her hands.
All of this is for me? Lin Gu smiled helplessly. Yes, it's all for you.
A golden longbow and a pair of orange leather boots. Besides Xiao Yu, no one else could use them.
Wow! Idol, you're the best. Xiao Yu cheered and jumped up. If Bai Jinqing
hadn't lightly tapped her forehead with a finger, she would have thrown herself into Lin Ji's arms to thank him. She helplessly tapped her forehead and quickly pulled her away.
Let's go. There's only one more boss left. After we kill one more zone guarding boss, the floating island will open.
She said as she dragged the excited Xiao Yu, who was rubbing her face against the equipment. The boss on the floating island doesn't need to be searched for, they will appear in very obvious locations. We still have 14 hours, plenty of time.
Lin Gu nodded and glanced at the excited Xiao Yu. Let's go. I feel like that boss isn't far from here.
No one found it strange. Lin Gu always said this when looking for a boss, and they always found it quickly.
After gathering the loot, the team set off again.
Lin Gu still didn't attack the small monsters but instead took off his equipment and switched to a beginner's staff, casting polymorph and electric trap on the monsters.
Along the way, these 2 skills would last indefinitely as long as he didn't cancel them. It was undoubtedly the best interference tactic.
However, when Lin Gu noticed that some of these monsters were chattering in beast language while others were cursing in human language, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, when you were farming monsters, did you ever encounter bosses or small monsters
that seem to have their own thoughts?
Everyone froze at his question.
Have their own thoughts? No.
Bai Jinqing and the other three shook their heads, looking puzzled.
Idle, although some monsters can speak human language, it's actually just like the cutscenes in games.
What they say is preset and not truly conscious, Lon Lon explained, but it wasn't the answer Lin Gu was looking for.
No, you don't understand.
Lin Gu thought of the mermaid boss he had encountered before, his heart filled with doubt.
That was the second boss he had met who complained about humans before dying.
The first was the corpse king named Titoriel.
From their reactions, it seemed as if humans had genuinely wronged them. This feeling was completely different from ordinary cutscenes.
Are you
saying that monster called Slopwater said something strange? Yan Shi asked. Lin Ji's mouth twitched slightly. Yes. I'm just curious. Yan Shi nodded. You're not wrong. Some monsters do indeed
have their own consciousness.
Everyone was stunned in surprise. Yan Shi smiled and looked at Lin Gu. I can tell you with certainty that high-level monsters from non-human factions like Purgatory, Abyss, and the Demon Clan all have consciousness. And many bosses and small monsters also have their own thoughts.
As for why they have consciousness and how to determine if they do, I can't explain
it clearly. I can only say it's innate.
Yan Shi paused and waved her hand.
But this doesn't necessarily mean that Slopwater is a conscious monster.
Like Lon Lon said, some monsters' words are
just fixed lines. They may seem conscious, but they aren't. By the way, this is all a secret. Don't tell anyone.
Everyone nodded solemnly, promising not to spread the word. But Lin Gu understood in his heart that this world was far more complex than he had imagined, with too many things he didn't understand.
Let me tell you another secret.
Yan Shi seemed to remember something, raising her eyebrows and looking at Lin Gu. In the northern Purgatory, the eastern Abyss Rift, and the southern Demon Clan territory, many small monsters and bosses have their own consciousness.
They're quite similar to humans. Some small monsters are even smarter than humans.
Lin Gu froze for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly as he nodded lightly. Yan Shi's words made him feel that something
was off, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart.
On the other side of the forest,
Sima Cheng and Sima Chi's group finally regrouped. Split up and search for Lin Gu. Report his coordinates as
soon as you find him, but don't act rashly, Sima Ching ordered. However, none of the 2,000 people moved, which made him so angry his face turned red.
Don't you want to complete the Ancestors' bounty mission? Sima Chi sneered.
The bounty mission must be completed, but we don't want to follow the orders of a loser.
What if we all get wiped out? You! Sima Ching's face turned livid as he gritted his teeth and roared in anger. Sima Chi, don't forget. This was personally instructed by Aunt Man Yun. Sima Chi sneered disdainfully, giving him a once-over.
If it weren't for Aunt Man Yun's
instructions, we wouldn't have bothered to come. Sima Ching's eyelid twitched as he instinctively glanced around.
Sure enough, even the Chi family members were looking at him with mocking eyes.
Sima
Ching's face turned pale, and he shouted furiously, I'm the only one who truly understands Lin Gu.
He's not the useless person you think he is. His damage is high, and his skill range is wide. If one-on-one. Enough. Sima Chi impatiently interrupted him.
Even if he's just a level 40-something white-tier priest, look at you, acting all scared.
What? Got beaten to a pulp by a useless guy? The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this. Sima Chi waved his hand, his eyes full of disdain.
No matter how strong he is, he's just a white-tier trash priest. If you got counter-killed by
him, that's on you. We're not useless.
With that, he ignored Sima Ching's livid face and waved his hand.
Brothers, less talk, more action. Since Aunt Man Yun wants us to act together, let's do it.
Find that fool, lock onto his coordinates, and once everyone's here, take him down and claim the reward.
The crowd cheered. Athi immediately noticed.
Lin Gu had already walked out of the forest
and arrived at a massive cliff platform.
Before he could observe his surroundings, Xiao Yu suddenly exclaimed, Wow!
It's so beautiful. Lin Gu was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked over.
The creature before him left him dumbfounded. If the mermaid boss was the most beautiful humanoid monster he had ever seen, then this one was the most beautiful beast-like monster he had ever encountered. It was a unicorn, its entire body covered in snow-white fur and wings that shimmered like mirrors, dazzling under the sunlight.
But the most captivating features were its rainbow-colored tail and
mane, along with the unique spiral horn on its head. especially as it ran from the distant sky, its body surrounded by tiny rainbow-colored starlights. It was so beautiful it felt like a dream.
Wow, what a gorgeous unicorn! Oh my god! This unicorn is so stunning, I really want to ride it.
Lin Gu and Chen Rui simply thought it was beautiful, but Bai Jinqing and the others were completely
mesmerized, starting to babble nonsense. I want to ride it too. Let's take turns riding it. Sure. Sister Shi, I'll take you flying. This unicorn can fly. I want to ride it myself. By the way, is this unicorn considered a horse or a beast? It should be a horse, right? A beast, maybe? Then, is it edible? Hey!
Lin Gu widened his eyes, unable to believe they would
say such things, and quickly interrupted. Stop talking, everyone. If you keep this up, the unicorn will end up as our dinner.
Bai Jinqing and the others squinted and pouted in unison.
Such a killjoy. What? Talking about it is romantic?
Lin Gu was speechless, thinking to himself how he could still encounter such bizarre people these days.
Stop wasting time, let's kill it and eat. No. I mean, let's kill it quickly. It's the final boss of the forest area.
She wiped the corner of her mouth seriously, and Lin Gu felt so exasperated he wanted to roll his eyes.
Truly speechless. To the extreme. I can't believe these people.
Lin Gu, before he could finish speaking, a teasing voice came from behind.
Lin Gu turned around and was instantly stunned. Yan Shi and the others also turned around, their faces turning pale with fright.
Behind them, a dense crowd of over 2,000 people appeared, making their scalps tingle. At the forefront, as soon as the leading figures
appeared, Yan Shi frowned. Sima Qi? Qi Xingho?
Sima Qi scratched his ear. Yan Shi, this has nothing to do with you. If you take Miss Lan and Miss Yu and leave now, we'll pretend we didn't see you.
Sima Qi raised an eyebrow. How about it?
Yan Shi sneered but hadn't spoken yet when Lan and Xiaoyu were already standing in front of Lin Gu, hands behind their backs.
Stop spouting nonsense. I'm right here, let's see who dares to touch Lin Gu.
Yeah,
who dares to touch my idol? Do you have the guts? Sima Qi's face immediately darkened.
Young ladies, blades and swords have no eyes.
Cut the crap. If you have the guts, come at us.
Lan rolled her eyes, appearing fearless on the surface, but secretly forming seals with her hands behind her back, signaling Lin Gu
to retreat quickly.
However, behind them was the boss, and behind the boss was the cliff. They had nowhere to run. Seeing no way out, Chen Rui spat on the ground, pulled out a short bow, and stood beside
Lan. That's right. If you want to touch Lin Gu, you'll have to step over my dead body first.
Although Bai Jinqing said nothing, her determined gaze spoke volumes.
She tightly held Lin Ji's
large hand, expressing her unwavering support, which warmed Lin Ji's heart. Everyone says the true feelings are revealed in moments of hardship.
Although Sima Qing didn't react at first, this time
she made her stance clear. After careful consideration, they had decided to stand by Lin Gu. This was no longer a matter of whether they could win or not, it was a reflection of their attitude and
position.
From the moment they stood up for Lin Gu, they had fully aligned themselves with him. No matter what happened in the future, they would forever be labeled as part of Lin Ji's team. This might not matter much in school, but in society, the impact would be significant.
Don't forget, they all come from prestigious families, with backgrounds far stronger than Shurjia's. Their influence cannot be underestimated.
At this moment, Sima Qing was clearly flustered and embarrassed by Lan's repeated rejections. Furious, he pulled out a dagger and shouted, "If that's the case, don't
blame us for taking action. Brothers, attack!"
As soon as he finished speaking, Sima Qi's figure flickered, and along with nearly 50 people behind him, they all disappeared from the spot.
Yan Shi's face changed drastically. This is bad, they're heading for Lin Gu.
Just as the words left her mouth, the opposing crowd began unleashing all kinds of skills in a frenzy.
In an instant, a
barrage of colorful attacks came crashing down like a tidal wave.
Chen Rui quickly raised her short bow and shouted, "Lin Gu, get behind me. I'll protect you with the earth shield."
Lin Gu chuckled, lightly patted Chen Rui on the shoulder, and said, "Don't move, stay put, and close your eyes." He stepped past Chen Rui, ignoring the astonished looks from Bai Jinqing and the others, and directly
used a glazed white crystal shield to enclose the 5 of them.
Then, with a peculiar expression, Lin Gu picked up his staff and said, "This is honestly the first time I've seen someone so eager to die." Facing the overwhelming attacks, not only did he not dodge, but he also spread his arms, closed his eyes, and smiled as he welcomed the incoming skills.
The opponent's eyes lit up with joy.
thinking that Lin Go had chosen to sacrifice himself to protect Bai Jinqing and the others.
In their minds, they envisioned the rewards from the Sima family after defeating Lin Gu. However, in the next moment, as all the skills hit the transparent shield around Lin Gu, a series of numbers floated out, every single one showing 0 damage.
The dagger struck the shield, causing ripples, but Lin Gu remained
completely unharmed. The excitement on the opponents' faces froze instantly. Wait, what is going on? Why is there no damage at all? Sima Qi was dumbfounded, staring at the numbers above Lin Ji's head. This is bad. This guy is invincible.
His face turned pale, and he hurriedly ordered the 50 close combat fighters to retreat. But just as he turned around, the shocking scene before him
shattered his worldview completely.
The teammates closest to him were all kneeling on the ground, immobilized by a binding skill, their wrists and ankles locked, daggers discarded.
Another was also kneeling, trapped, spewing skill effects like a fountain.
Others were striking bizarre poses, pointing to the sky with their hands on their hips, dancing strangely, grinning foolishly, crawling to others and stepping on imaginary electric switches, their clothes tattered, some even crying with visible injuries.
A series of chaotic scenes unfolded one after another. Sima Qi's teammates had completely descended into chaos.
Just as he stood there in a daze, trying to figure out what was happening, he felt strange sensations in his chest and waist. Looking down, his eyes nearly popped out
of his head. The next second, he raised his hands, shaking them as he let out a sharp, piercing cry, "Bah! Ah!" Hearing himself bleating like a sheep, Sima Qi was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why am I like this?
Not only had his voice changed, but it had turned into a sheep's bleat, making Sima Qi question his very existence. He quickly realized the reason he was unscathed was that at the moment the skill was activated, he triggered the additional effect of the Earring Spirit's Watch, Blessing of Spirit's Watch, which made him immune to damage for 5 seconds.
But the attack still happened. His Poison Slayer shield mechanism works by first absorbing 50% of the damage when an attack comes, and then applying the remaining damage to himself. Whether he is invincible or takes damage is not something the skill considers. However, as long as he is attacked and absorbs that 50% damage, another effect of the skill is immediately triggered. In other words, it randomly reflects one of Lin Ji's own skills with only 50% damage. So, when more than 2,000 people attacked him simultaneously, not only was he unharmed, but he also caught his opponents off guard. The 5 people watching this scene, hiding inside the crystal-clear glass shield, breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but hug their arms, getting goosebumps all over. Fortunately, Chen Rui reacted quickly and said with a smile, "Fools. Still thinking about killing Lin Gu? Dream on. Lin Gu can take you all out with just a random skill. You bastard." Sima Qi was so angry that he waved his hand and cursed at Chen Rui. "You little brat. Come out and fight me one-on-one. I'll kill you." Chen Rui made a disgusted face. "Ugh. So gross, a one-on-one fight? If this lady wants a duel, it would be with a real man. Bastard. I am a man. A real man. You bastard." Sima Qi kept cursing, but at least he was still conscious. Lin Gu had a sudden idea and said, "Is this newly paved road smooth or not?" Hearing this, Sima Qi stopped cursing and looked at Lin Gu with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean?" Lin Gu spread his hands. "Aren't there any pebbles?" Sima Qi and Chen Rui didn't understand. "This iron material is no good, it has impurities," Sima Qi instinctively said. "What do you mean?" Lin Gu sneered. "It needs to be refined again." Ha 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 ha. Everyone finally understood. Bai Jinqing was the first to laugh, followed by Chen Rui and the others. Seeing Sima Qi still confused, Chen Rui laughed loudly. "Stop it, Lin Gu. If you keep going, he'll fall off the cliff." Ha 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 ha. Bai Jinqing and the others couldn't help but laugh. Finally realizing what was going on, Sima Qi was so angry he jumped up and down, drinking a red potion while shouting, "You bastard! How dare you say I have no skills? How dare you say I still need to train? Once I return to my human form, I'll kill you for sure." Lin Gu scratched his ear and mimicked Sima Qi's earlier tone, saying, "Sima Qi, the farm just called me." Sima Qi froze and blurted out, "What do you mean?" Lin Gu raised an eyebrow. "You're too weak." Ha 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 ha. Bai Jinqing and the others couldn't help but laugh at the scene. The 5 people trapped in the glass shield were laughing so hard they were doubled over, while Sima Qi's face turned red with anger. Seeing this, Chen Rui quickly added fuel to the fire. "Lin Gu is too kind, he always says things that make people wanna die. Ha ha, and you didn't let him off either. So funny. Ha ha ha. Seeing their schadenfreude, Sima Chi completely lost it. You bastards. Shameless scum. I'll fight you to the death. Sima Chi charged at Lin Gu like a madman. Lin Gu didn't hold back and unleashed a move. Tendon snap. Thud. Halfway through his charge, Sima Chi's body suddenly went limp, and he fell to his knees in front of Lin Gu. Immediately, blue energy rings appeared around his wrists and ankles. Ah! My hands! The pain almost made him scream. Lin Gu had no intention of letting him go and followed up with another move, Disease Burst. Coincidentally, Sima Chi was hit with cough. Instantly, he was coughing and shouting, his throat almost catching fire. Lin Gu showed no mercy. After all, his opponent wanted to kill him, so he couldn't afford to go easy. He knew Sima Chi must have a resurrection gem on him. But that didn't matter. Lin Gu wanted to crush him psychologically, to make him tremble at the mere mention of his name and never dare to cause trouble again. If once wasn't enough, then twice, hitting hard every time. One day, Sima Chi would truly be afraid. If worse came to worst, even death was fine. Getting beaten was better than being trampled on. At that moment, Shi Tingfei and his group reached the edge of the forest. Brother! We found him! It's Lin Gu! Shi Tingfei shouted excitedly, just in time to see Sima Chi kneeling in front of Lin Gu, spitting blood. Enemies meeting face to face only fueled the fire, and the hatred from his memories surged back into his heart. Dynasty, surrender immediately! Brother! Let's take him down! Shi Tingfei roared and charged forward, completely abandoning their previous plan. He couldn't help it, his mind was consumed with the thought of charging into battle. Shi Tengrui didn't have time to stop him. Tengfei, wait! Don't be impulsive! But Shi Tengfei had already burst out of the bushes, heading straight for Lin Ji's side. His shouts were useless. Shi Tengfei's mind was filled with only two thoughts: kill Lin Gu, or die trying. Shi Tengrui cursed angrily and stood up, ready to chase after him. At that moment, Lin Gu, who was staring at Sima Chi, raised his staff. Suddenly, Shi Tengfei, who was halfway through his charge, went limp and fell to his knees not far from Sima Chi. He began mimicking Sima Chi's exact movements, forehead to the ground, hands clutching his ankles, as blue energy rings erupted from his body. Lin Gu glanced at him in surprise and raised his staff, pointing it at Shi Tengfei. Shi Tengfei's entire body trembled, and he screamed to the sky before joining Sima Chi in spitting blood. Shi Tengrui's eyes turned red at the sight. He cursed furiously, ignored Shi Xingbin's attempts to stop him, and charged forward as well. Just then, Lin Gu raised his staff again, releasing a skill toward the distant group of enemies. Shi Tengrui couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the tendon-severing technique, causing him to collapse to his knees. To make matters worse, he knelt right in the path of Shi Tengfei's energy blast. Shi Tengrui screamed in pain, tilting his head back. Then, a flying dragon face smash came crashing down on him. Ah! It hurt so much. He quickly lowered his head, but the pain forced him to bang his head against the ground. However, the ground was already covered in Shi Tengfei's energy, leaving him in an awkward position where neither lowering nor raising his head was an option. The intense pain in his wrists and ankles nearly drove them to the brink of collapse. Lin Gu! Dynasty, surrender immediately! Dynasty! Shi Tengrui cursed angrily while vomiting. But Lin Gu looked innocent. Don't pretend to be innocent. I'm not even wearing any equip. Shi Shangbin glanced at his brothers beside him and hesitated, saying, something's not right about this. This Lin Gu. The other two nodded in agreement. Lin Ji's skills are just too abnormal. The damage doesn't seem high, but the torment is unbearable. Shi Shangbin smiled bitterly. I think his most powerful ability is his control. Look at Shi Tengrui and Shi Tengfei, they can even play a blood spray relay race. Brother Bin, that's not what I meant, one of them quickly explained. Sure. Shangbin shook his head. I know, I'm just saying Lin Ji's skills are too abnormal, purely torturous. The two exchanged glances and asked, Brother Bin, what should we do then? Shi Shangbin was deeply conflicted. If they could defeat Lin Gu, the Shi family could not only align with the Sima and Qi families but also earn a hefty reward. More importantly, taking down Lin Gu, this tough nut to crack, would instantly make them famous. But if they failed and ended up as miserable as the Shi Tengfei brothers, their fame would still come just as a laughingstock. He understood that Lin Gu was tormenting them because many of them had resurrection abilities, and Lin Gu was deliberately stalling.
It was hard to tell if Lin Gu was truly giving it his all.
The current situation showed that Lin Gu hadn't taken a single hit, which meant they hadn't even touched him.
After thinking for a long time, Shi Shangbin glanced at the unicorn leisurely grazing near the cliff behind by Jinqing's
group of 5.
Gritting his teeth, he said, "We're not going up."
The two were stunned and blurted out, "Brother Bin, don't you want the reward?"
"I don't want it," Shi Shangbin said firmly.
After
giving up, Shi Shangbin let out a sigh of relief, and a trace of relaxation finally appeared on his face. He bent down steadily and said in a low voice, "Let's hide for now and observe the situation.
I just noticed that Sima Qing hasn't shown up yet. He might still be preparing a big move in the dark.
They have more people, and some of them might be able to resist Lin Ji's skills.
Once they get into chaos, we'll immediately take Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrui and retreat." The two exchanged glances and tentatively asked, "Brother, what if Lin Ji's time runs out and he uses his skills again?"
Shi Shangbin was dumbfounded, his heart filled with surprise and helplessness.
"Ha? Brother? Brother! Stop worrying about that for now."
Shi Shangbin looked puzzled.
"What do you mean? Brother, look quickly. Someone dared to attack Lin Gu."
Shi Shangbin immediately became alert and looked toward the field.
Sure enough, Lin Gu was once again stunned. This time, because he wasn't
wearing equipment, the stun duration was noticeably longer, his health bar dropped significantly, and a critical damage number of over 60,000 floated above his head.
Seeing this, not only Shi Shangbin, but even Sima Qi, who was performing his fountain-like artistic behavior, was stunned. Because the person who attacked was someone he was very familiar with. Xiao Wu. Is that Xiao Wu? Seeing the cloven-hoofed Xiao Wu busily working on Lin Ji's right side, Sima Qi almost popped his eyes out, even feeling the mock ring on his body weaken a bit. But Xiao Wu had no time to pay attention to him, or rather, didn't want to. "Why do you look like this now? You're way too bold. I'm asking you a question." "Shut up."
Xiao Wu spat at him angrily, coughed twice in frustration, and, suppressing his dizziness, stabbed Lin Gu hard again. This time, he finally couldn't hold on. His body went limp, like a dam bursting, completely unable to control the mock rings on his hands and feet.
"Put."
At this moment, Sima Qi looked up, ready to scold him, but before he could say a word, he was dumbfounded by Xiao Wu's actions.
"Ugh."
Sima Qi's face turned pale, and he quickly dropped to the
ground, vomiting uncontrollably.
Meanwhile, as Xiao Wu bent over, he casually stabbed Lin Gu, who had already recovered, once more. The severing effect instantly intensified, and Lin Gu collapsed to the ground, following Sima Qi's bent-over figure, falling flat. Sima Qi didn't know whether to protect his head or his feet, and the scene descended into chaos. Lin Gu watched the entire time, gritting his teeth, his face dark as if he had swallowed poison. He stared at Xiao Wu, who was kneeling before him, crying bitterly, with a look of utter disdain. Taking out the solar god water, he said coldly, "Not bad, you managed to stab me for over 400,000 HP.
If you'd put in a bit more effort, maybe you'd actually kill me." Although he wasn't wearing equipment, Lin Ji's robust physique translated to over 1,000,000 HP. Xiao Wu tilted his head, looking at Lin Gu holding the solar god water, his eyes full of despair, and shouted, "Brother Cheng, act now. He's drinking the solar god water." Just as Xiao Wu finished shouting, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air came from Lin Ji's right side. Lin Gu had been prepared all along.
Calmly, he moved the solar god water away from his mouth, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his lips.
"I've been waiting for you."
A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as Lin Gu instantly equipped all his gear.
His smile vanished, and he coldly stared at the rapidly approaching Sima Qing.
After all this time, they should have learned their lesson. Even that useless Shi Tengfei has come, looks like they have enough manpower. Perfect, I'll send you all to meet the King of Hell together. If it weren't for aiming for the Grand Slam, Lin Gu would have long lost patience with them.
Just as he was about to raise his staff to attack the desperate Sima Qing, Shi Shangbin's eyes lit up, and he shouted urgently, "Now's the time." With that, he shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he ran to Shi Tengfei's side from the flank and delivered a clean blow to the back of his head, knocking him out. Sure enough, the mock rings on Shi Tengfei began to disappear. Shi Shangbin immediately stuffed a pill into him, wrapped him in a camping rug, and carried him off. His two brothers used the same method to take away Shi Tengrui. Even Lin Gu didn't have time to react. However, Lin Gu had no time to deal with those two. Sima Qing's attack was already within reach. Chaos spell. Put. Sima Qing's sword technique, descending from the sky, was interrupted by Lin Ji's move.
The backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood mid-air and crash heavily in front of Lin Gu. Before he could say a word, Lin Gu sneered, "Chest-crushing stone." Ah! Sima Qing rolled on the ground in pain, screaming miserably. "Lin Gu, you deserve a horrible death." Lin Ji's smile grew colder, his voice low. "You came to kill me, but ended up being counter-killed by me. You're the ones who deserve a horrible death. Before I die, I'll make sure you taste suffering first." 10 fingers connected to the heart. Bang bang bang. Not only Sima Qing, but also Xiao Wu, Sima Qi, and the over 2,000 soldiers Sima Qi had brought along were all caught in Lin Ji's explosive attack. Blood mist sprayed everywhere, and screams echoed incessantly. It was like hell had descended. Within a second, most of the enemy's health bars hit zero, and they were completely wiped out. 2 seconds later, Sima Qing shouted tearfully in rage, "Lin Gu, I will never let you go. I will kill you." Ah! With one final scream, Sima Qing also fell, disappearing from the battlefield alongside Sima Qi. The world fell silent once more. Lin Gu surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses, then turned to the unicorns, whose terrified gazes were fixed on him. They were so frightened by the earlier carnage that they were about to flee. Lin Ji's expression changed. He put away the glazed white crystal shield, raised his staff, and shouted, "Trying to run? Chest-crushing stone." Bang! Moo! The unicorn's chest was struck heavily, splitting open with dozens of wounds. Its wings folded, and it let out a long, mournful cry. Lin Gu had no time for mercy that he came for the first kill in the Grand Slam, but had been delayed too long by Sima Qing and the others, with no time to waste on this boss. Then, Lin Gu unleashed several powerful single-target attack skills in succession. At this moment, Bai Jinqing and the other 4 walked over. Seeing the blood-stained battlefield before them, their eyes were quickly drawn to the blood-red unicorn. "Oh my, so pitiful. Yeah, with such thick meat, it probably doesn't taste good." Lin Gu was dumbfounded. "My hometown has a type of free-range chicken that runs around all day, and its meat is especially delicious. Do you think if we let it run more, its meat would become firmer and tastier?" Lin Gu was even more confused. "That makes sense. Yeah, that really makes sense." Lin Gu stood to the side, utterly stunned. He had never seen a living deity, but today he had encountered living hellions. The unicorn across from them howled in pain, seemingly understanding their words. It lowered its head in fury and fired a laser beam from its horn. This startled Bai Jinqing and the others, who quickly dodged in a panic. "Oh my! This boss is so mean, it actually dared to fight back against us." Lin Gu was speechless. "I mean, since it's a boss, why wouldn't it attack you?" His mouth twitched, and he couldn't even be bothered to retort. However, to prevent them from being killed by the enraged unicorn, Lin Gu intensified his attacks. As long as there wasn't absolute immunity, no boss could evade his skills. His abilities could control the enemy's limbs, interrupt their moves, and sever their tendons, attacking from all directions. Among all the monsters he had encountered, none had been completely immune to his skills. So, within minutes, the unicorn let out a piercing wail and collapsed to the ground. "You defeated," gaining 1,821,225 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! First kill of the Forest Zone. Boss, 2 halves, in Dreaming Emerald Paradise completed. Reward, 100,000 gold coins. Reward, 10 million experience points. Obtained equipment, Dark Venom Fawn, gold. Ding! Congratulations! Defeated. Forest Zone Boss, 2 halves, in Dreaming Emerald Paradise. 8 hours, 32 minutes, and 23 seconds remaining to defeat other bosses. It's dead. It's dead. The boss is dead. Look. The unicorn's body is glowing gold. Could it have dropped gold again? Lon Lon and the others' eyes lit up, eager to grab the loot. Such a beautiful boss must have dropped amazing equipment. Just then, a whistling wind arose. What's that sound? What's happening? Everyone froze, and Yan Shi's expression suddenly turned serious. This is bad. It's an earthquake. As soon as she finished speaking, the earthquake intensified, erupting without warning. The ground cracked, mountains shattered, and countless forests were swallowed in an instant. It was like the end of the world. What's going on? Why is the earthquake so strong? Oh no! It feels like the entire secret realm is collapsing. Yan Shi grabbed Lon Lon and Xiaoyu's arms tightly. Lin Gu, hurry and grab the loot. The boss is about to fall. Lin Ji's face changed drastically as he rushed forward to touch the corpse. Just as he finished collecting the loot,
the boss's body plummeted with the collapsing cliff. Lingu quickly retreated in fright. Run! This place is going to collapse.
Fortunately, they reacted quickly and found a large tree that hadn't been swallowed, using it as temporary shelter. But as they looked at the surrounding destruction and devastation, Lingu was filled with questions.
What on earth is going on? Why is everything collapsing?
Yanxi had just opened her mouth to speak when the earthquake suddenly stopped. But it only paused for a second before resuming with even greater force. This time, instead of causing further ground collapse, the earthquake flung all the fallen soil and rubble into the sky. It was as if countless powerful magnets in the sky were pulling up the dirt, rocks, and even the swallowed trees. The floating debris and soil spread out in a fan shape, randomly arranging themselves in the air. They were connected by stone steps made of rubble, forming floating islands of various sizes.
My goodness, this is just too much. It's so spectacular. Bai Jinqing couldn't
help but exclaim softly, breaking the silence among the group.
Oh my, what is this? Why is the ground floating in the sky? Linda looked at the devastated land, then raised his head to gaze at the massive floating rocks in the air, full of confusion. Could this be?
That's right, Yanxi slightly raised her eyebrows.
This is the fourth area of the Emerald Dreamland, the floating island zone. Wow! Roar!
As soon as Yanxi finished speaking, several beastly roars echoed from the sky.
The next moment, various monsters appeared on the floating stones of different sizes, suspended mid-air.
Some resembled beasts, others looked human, all sorts of shapes and forms, like an exhibition cabinet in the sky.
Oh my, what kind of monster is that? A minotaur? Why does it have a leopard's body? My goodness, is that an eagle or a peacock? How could there be such a strange combination? Wait!
Bai Jinqing's expression changed as she pointed at the monsters in the sky.
Look, they seem to be very scared.
Scared? The group was stunned, tilting their heads to observe carefully.
It was indeed so.
The monsters appeared extremely frightened, constantly searching for
gaps to hide in the trees and bushes. They roar.
Before Bai Jinqing could finish her sentence, a deafening roar descended from the sky.
The next moment, a massive figure, at least 30 meters tall, crashed onto the largest floating island on the right. It used its feet like hands to grip the protruding parts of the rock, raised its head, puffed out its chest, and pounded the giant rock furiously. Roar! Roar! The beast's roars were deafening.
Even from such a distance, Lingu and the others had to cover their ears with their hands.
Is that a gorilla? Why is it completely black? And only its outline is visible?
Xiaoyu's face was full of pain, but her eyes were brimming with curiosity. Yanxi shook her head and said, "It should be a gorilla, but you can't see the details
unless you get closer."
Although they seemed close to the gorilla, in reality, they were at least 20 miles away, giving the impression of a mountain that seemed near but was far away.
Roar!
At that moment, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the sky, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the monsters on the floating islands to tremble in fear.
Even the gorilla, which had been pounding its chest, fell silent. The group was stunned and looked up at the sky.
They saw the silhouette of a massive dragon, stretching thousands of miles, weaving through the clouds.
It even blocked the sun, dimming the light of the entire secret realm. What's going on? Was that a dragon's roar? Could the final boss be a dragon? Chen Rui exclaimed. The dragon's roar echoed again. Then, a
massive dragon whisker extended from the clouds, followed by the enormous shadow of its head slowly emerging.
Wow! It's really a dragon. Everyone's eyes widened in excitement. This was a legendary
creature, and it had appeared right before their eyes.
No one could contain their excitement.
As the shadow of the dragon's head emerged from the clouds, its enormous figure circled once in midair, before slowly landing on the largest and highest floating island in the center. On a small hill in the mountain river zone, Sima Cheng, who had just been resurrected, knelt on a large rock, staring at the sky in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Beside him, Xiaowu widened his eyes and asked, "Brother Qing, is that really a dragon?"
A dragon! Sima Qing's eyelid twitched, and his expression changed. This is bad.
Lingu got the first kill again and unlocked the floating islands. Xiaowu bit his lip, hesitating as he asked softly, "Brother, should we still go for revenge?"
Go! We absolutely must go. Hearing this, Sima Qing instantly snapped back to his senses.
His eyes were filled with hatred, his body trembling with anger as he roared, "Lingu must die.
I will definitely get my revenge."
Xiaowu pressed his lips tightly together, the hesitation in his eyes gradually turning into determination.
All right, As long as it's for Brother Ching, I'll always stand by you.
Sima Qing clenched his teeth, staring at the sky, and said, "Don't worry, I've already contacted Sima Qi and the others. This time, they've learned their lesson and know how to cooperate.
This time, there will absolutely be no problem.
The floating island zone has just opened, and no one has claimed the first kill of those two bosses yet.
He will definitely go for it. Plus, all those
floating stones are in the air. The area is very small, he won't have anywhere to hide even if he wants to run."
More importantly, Sima Qing clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he said, "I figured out his combat style and skill effects. This time, we will definitely take him down."
Lake District.
Under the Luo Tian waterfall,
the group led by Wen Nuan, who had just been dividing up equipment, stared at the sky in shock.
"Sister Nuan, is that really a dragon?"
When the Emerald Dreamland opened before, there were no dragons among the bosses in the floating
island zone. What on earth is going on? Is this real?
Wen Nuan squinted her eyes and stared for a long time. That shadowy figure and the black silhouette emerging from the clouds were unmistakably
dragon-like.
Even if she said it wasn't, no one would believe her.
But the question was, why would a dragon boss appear this time? The bosses in the mythical secret realm appear randomly each time, but there is a certain pattern. How could this happen? Wait. When Nuan froze, suddenly thinking of something. Lin Gu? Could it be Lin Gu?
Her eyelid twitched, and a thought she had previously speculated but was unwilling to admit surged in her mind.
Could it be that because he came, the monsters in the secret realm started to change?
She looked at the carp boss that had just been defeated on the ground, her expression growing more serious. He clearly killed a mermaid, but what respawned was a carp.
This doesn't match the previous rules. And the mermaid, how could it be? A mermaid? That kind of monster shouldn't even appear here.
When Nuan muttered to herself, the more she thought about it, the more something felt off.
Could it be everything changed because of him?
Her expression shifted slightly, as if she had thought of something, and she subconsciously clenched her small fists. Then, she looked up, staring seriously at the massive dragon shadow in the
sky, and murmured, "Is it you, Lin Gu? Is it really you?" Bang. How is this possible? Inside the tent,
Yi Shouzhua slammed the armrest in shock.
How could it be a dragon? This. Lu Guanyu's face was grim as he stared at the large screen showing Wen Nuan's perspective and asked coldly, "Olji, can you identify this dragon?"
Yi Shouzhua frowned, his face darkened as he said,
"They all look similar. I couldn't get a clear look, so I can't tell." Baihu Academy's dean, Qin Wanli, furrowed his brows. "This isn't right, Olji. No matter which dragon this is, it's not something these kids can handle. Should we quickly have the students retreat?"
Hearing this, Shi Rongdao and the others' expressions changed drastically.
"No way. If we retreat now, who will bear the students' losses?"
Everyone turned to look at Shi Rongdao, who said seriously, "We all know the mythical secret realm only opens once a year. The experience and loot inside far surpass those of the
epic secret realm. We agreed to open it for 3 days, and it's only been a little over 10 hours. Many students haven't even defeated a boss yet. If they're lucky, they might even get a golden item. If we withdraw now, the opportunity will be gone. Can you compensate for that?"
Yi Shouzhua sneered, making no effort to hide his disdain as he said, "You're against retreating because..."
Everyone knew exactly what was going on. Shi Rongdao's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Dean Yi, don't make baseless accusations." "Enough." Lu Guanyu frowned, interrupting the two of them. "What are we arguing about here?
They're the ones actually in the secret realm, not us." Yi Shouzhua sneered, his eyes full of mockery.
"Old Lu, are you trying to play both sides again?" "You." Lu Guanyu trembled with anger, slamming the armrest.
"Olji, I don't want to argue with you. My suggestion is to inform all the students about the seriousness of this matter.
As for whether they quit or continue, it's entirely up to them to decide. That's the fairest way. By then, if something happens, they can't blame the school." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. "Good idea. Let's do it this way,
so no one comes crying to the school later. The students who make it to the top 10 usually have significant family backgrounds.
If things escalate, it's uncomfortable for everyone. But by giving the choice to the students, the school can also absolve itself of responsibility. It's a prudent and clever move."
Yi Shouzhua felt displeased after hearing this, but before he
could react, Lu Guanyu noticed his expression and quickly grabbed his arm, signaling him not to speak. Then, Lu Guanyu quietly sent him a message, "Don't argue. This is the best way to protect Lin." Goo.
Yi Shouju was taken aback, but after calming down, he immediately understood Lu Guanyu's intention.
Indeed, once emotions take over, it's easy to lose reason. Yes, this is the best way.
Seeing that he was no longer angry, Lu Guanyu softly asked, "That dragon,
you really can't tell who it is?"
Yi Shouju shook his head, looked up at Lu Guanyu, and said in a low voice, "I don't know who it is.
But no matter who it is, even
if it's just their substitute, even if they're restricted to level 320, Lin Gu can't handle them." At this point, he paused and looked at Lu Guanyu meaningfully, "And
don't tell me you don't know what consequences come with winning the Grand Slam." Lu Guanyu's face darkened. If that dragon is the final boss, Lin Gu might not be able to defeat him. Hearing this, Yi Shouju immediately fell silent. Without defeating
the final boss, the Grand Slam couldn't be achieved. Without the Grand Slam, that thing wouldn't happen next. Seeing his silence, Lu Guanyu tentatively suggested, "How about
letting Lin Gu decide for himself? This secret realm is clearly beyond expectations."
Yi Shouju shook his head.
"Although I haven't interacted with him much, I understand his personality.
If we suggest he quit just because
it's difficult, it's absolutely impossible. Then what do we do? Are you just going to stand by and watch?"
Yi Shouju looked at Lu Guanyu, shook his head, and said, "No, I've decided to leave the choice to him."
Wow, what incredible luck! Another piece of golden gear, and it's a mage's dress. After checking all the
manifestations in the floating island area, everyone decided to distribute the equipment first and then challenge
the boss.
After all, there were still 8 hours left, plenty of time. The ground suddenly collapsed, and the corpse fell through, forcing Chen Rui to temporarily abandon her idea of looting it.
However, the equipment dropped by this unicorn boss was indeed excellent.
Lin Gu took a screenshot of a piece of golden gear and an orange gear and sent it to the team chat, making everyone ecstatic.
Wow! Following our idol brings such good luck. Another golden gear, amazing. Idol, you're incredible.
Lan Lan and another teammate kept praising him non-stop. Lin Gu smiled and took out a white dress that sparkled in the sunlight, saying, "This
top with endurance attributes should go to Jin Cheng." "No problem."
Lan Lan was the first to raise her hand in agreement.
"This cloak mainly boosts endurance.
I'm a high burst class, and these two pieces
of equipment don't really increase critical damage, so I don't need them."
Just as Bai Jin Qing was about to speak, Lan Lan blinked her big eyes and reminded her, "Qing, don't forget, I took all the equipment
dropped by that butterfly boss. It's perfectly fine for you to take some of the unicorn's equipment."
Lin Gu nodded, agreeing that it was reasonable, and the equipment should indeed go to Bai Jin Cheng.
Seeing that
Bai Jin Cheng was still a bit hesitant, Lin Gu opened the trade interface and said, all right, we agreed on this earlier.
Take it."
Bai Jin Cheng's face turned slightly red, and she bit her lip lightly, then,
"Okay."
Seeing her accept the equipment, Lin Gu affectionately ruffled her hair.
"Let's go, time to claim the first kill in the floating island area."
Bai Jin Cheng shyly looked up and asked, "You've given all the equipment to us.
What about yourself?" Lin Gu smiled and playfully poked her nose. "Did you forget? The first kill reward is mine. I've already got 6 pieces of golden gear, and I'm wearing them all."
Hearing this, not only Bai Jin Cheng but also Yan Shi and the other 3 were speechless.
"I won't say more."
Bai Jin Cheng twitched the corner of her mouth with a dark expression, feeling
utterly helpless. Lin Gu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Let's go, time to claim the first kill reward."
Bai Jin Cheng snorted arrogantly, grabbed Lan Lan and Xiaoyu by the arms, and walked
off. Chen Rui followed behind with a look that said, "I don't care about anyone."
Lin Gu awkwardly chuckled twice, and as he turned around, he locked eyes with Yan Shi.
Seeing Yan Shi's
aggrieved expression, he felt even more awkward.
He suddenly remembered that while everyone else had gotten equipment, Yan Shi hadn't received a single piece.
Although the first kill reward
was an orange tier item and Yan Shi didn't like gear, how could this situation feel fair?
Well, there are still 2 more bosses, there's still a chance.
Seeing Yan Shi snort arrogantly,
Lin Gu shrugged helplessly. Besides, no skill books have dropped yet.
You?
Yan Shi's eyes widened in shock.
"No way?" I just casually asked, "Are you being targeted?" Just as Yan Shi
was about to complain further, the chat system suddenly chimed.
Yan Shi was startled and instinctively opened it to check.
After reading it, she looked at Lin Gu with a puzzled
expression. "Yi Qingtian added you as a friend?
Ha?" Hearing Yan Shi's words, Lin Gu looked confused.
But he still accepted Yi Qingtian's friend request through Yan Shi. What does he want? With you?
Lin Gu shook his head, looking bewildered.
I have no idea.
Yi Qingtian didn't waste words and directly relayed what Yi Shouju wanted to tell Lin Gu.
After reading it, Lin Gu fell silent.
Yanxi, curious, crossed her arms and asked, "What's wrong? What could make you so quiet?" Lin Gu looked up at her with a serious expression and said in a low voice, "There's
something wrong with this secret realm."
Yanxi scoffed, "I know that.
As long as it involves you, when has anything ever been normal?
Lin Gu pursed his lips helplessly. What I mean is, Din Yi told me that this secret realm has become uncontrollable, and he asked if I wanted to exit. Yanxi froze, instinctively glancing at the dragon's shadow floating in the air behind
them. Because of that dragon boss? Lin Gu nodded.
Yes, he said that dragon boss is very special, and with my current level in the 40s, there's no way I can defeat it.
Yanxi was stunned for a moment, then raised an eyebrow curiously.
She sneered, flipping her hair. So, what did you say? Lin Gu closed the chat log and said, I've already replied.
Yanxi wasn't surprised at all.
She turned around and slammed her spear heavily into the ground, her gaze locking onto the floating island in the air. The floating island area has already appeared, and everyone can see where the boss is, so, we need to pick up the pace. By the lakeside, on a section of the shore, Shi Tengfei groggily sat up, suddenly gasping in pain as he rubbed the back of his head, his expression pained.
Hey, Tengfei, you're awake?
Shi Shangbin quickly stepped forward to support him.
How are you feeling? Shi Tengfei shook his head. Nothing serious, just a headache, a bit dizzy. He groggily looked around. Hey, where's my brother? Right next to you. Shi Tengfei looked over, and sure enough, Shi Tengrui
was lying beside him. But when he nudged Shi Tengrui, his eyes were full of confusion.
Hey, why are our clothes wet?
Shi Shangbin awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth.
There was an earthquake just now, water spilled, almost drowned you. Ha! This sentence left Shi Tengfei dumbfounded for a moment.
But he quickly realized something was off.
Wait! Hiss! He gasped again, rubbing the back of his head. Bin Ge? I remember we. Damn it! Where's that bastard Lin Gu? The password! I'm going to kill him!
Before he could finish speaking, Shi Tengfei suddenly snapped awake, becoming instantly agitated. Beside him, Shi Tengrui, upon hearing the name Lin Gu, seemed to have a switch flipped and sat up abruptly, cursing loudly.
I told you! That password bastard Lin Gu. He's dead meat. I must teach him a lesson.
Watching the rap show between the two brothers, Shi Shangbin helplessly scratched his face, thinking,
you really haven't learned anything from your mistakes.
If it weren't for my help, you two would have already turned into fountains in the water.
I told you. Lin Gu, you're doomed. Ha! 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 What's going on?
Shi Tengfei was cursing when he suddenly noticed something unusual and pulled Shi Tengrui in surprise.
Brother, look at the sky. How did that monster fly? Up there?
Shi Tengrui froze for a moment, instinctively looked up, and was instantly shocked.
What the? Is that a dragon? The shadow at the highest point, is it a dragon? What the heck? It's really a dragon. Brother, we're going to strike it rich.
Shi Shangbin was speechless.
Tengfei, get up. Quick, quick, quick. Let's go fight that dragon. We're going to make a fortune. Shi Shangbin's face was full of question marks. Are you too blind? You can't even handle the basics. You just got beaten by Lin Gu so badly you couldn't even open the door, and now you want to challenge a dragon boss? Honestly, if we weren't family, Shi Shangbin would have wanted to ditch these two foolish brothers immediately. These two are pure idiots.
The two people beside him hesitated for a moment and whispered in Shi Shangbin's ear.
Brother, why don't we leave? These two are so single-minded, it's like handing out flyers. For free.
Shi Shangbin twitched his mouth and hesitated a bit.
Yeah, brother, let's go. My mom doesn't allow me to hang out with fools. You didn't spare him either. Shi Shangbin
glared at him, almost exploding with anger.
How did second uncle give birth to these two? Bin Ge? Are we going to fight the boss? To settle the score with Lin Gu? Watching Shi Tengfei
excitedly stand up, Shi Shangbin gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Serves you right.
Are we going, Bin Ge?
Shi Shangbin stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and said
calmly, the dean just issued a notice to everyone.
The secret realm has undergone uncontrollable changes, and the danger level has reached its peak.
Now, you can choose to continue challenging the secret realm or opt to withdraw. We've already decided to retreat. If you want to strike it rich, go ahead. We're not participating. Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrui were completely confused, and before they could say anything, Shi Shangbin turned around and left with his two underlings. What bad luck, we didn't even get a chance to shake hands. Watching their backs, Shi Tengfei blinked in confusion. Brother, what does he mean? This is clearly a great opportunity to make money, why give it up? Who cares? If we weren't family, I wouldn't bother teaming up with him. Shi Tengrui cursed while patting his clothes. Damn, why is my shirt wet?
There was an earthquake just now, water spilled everywhere, almost drowning us.
What?
Shi Tengrui looked dumbfounded, while Shi Tengfei ignored him, hesitated for a moment, and said, Brother, do you think? We've been beaten by Lingu twice already, what if?
What? Are you scared? Don't want revenge anymore? Shi Tengrui noticed Shi Tengfei's hesitation and said coldly, well, if you don't want revenge, that's fine.
But Bai Jinqing was carried home
by Lingu and pampered by him. Damn it! Get him!
Thinking of his goddess Bai Jinqing being carried away by Lingu, Shi Tengfei's eyes turned red.
Damn it, get him! Shi Tengrui
saw him trembling with anger, patted his hair, and said, Don't worry, I saw earlier that Sima Qi and his group brought about 2,000 people to kill Lingu.
Although they didn't succeed in killing Lingu and were instead counter-killed by him, don't forget.
Shi Tengrui glanced at him sideways, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Those people are at least top-tier potential talents. To get into Dongda, who among them has a simple background? If their families find out their children were killed by Lingu and tortured before dying, do you think they'll let it go?
Shi Tengfei's eyes lit up, starting to grasp the gravity of the situation, while Shi Tengrui's gaze turned ruthless. This time, Lingu killed them. Whether or not there's a resurrection method, he's completely offended nearly 80% of the major forces and clans in the imperial capital.
Moreover, their friends are also in the same school. Tell me, if their brother was killed by someone from another school, would they tolerate it? Not to mention, Sima Qing, Sima Qi, Sima Rui, Sima Jin from the Sima family, and Qi Xingho, Qi Xingmu from the Qi family are all here. Shi Tengfei's eyes sparkled as he looked at Shi Tengrui. Brother, are you saying? Shi Tengrui smirked. That's right. This time, even if we don't kill Lingu, he will still be hunted endlessly. Offending those major powers, even our Shi family would tremble in fear. Why wouldn't a nobody like him be afraid? And Shi Tengrui looked at the massive shadow in the sky.
There's no need to search for the boss of the floating island zone. To achieve a grand slam, he has no choice but to go for
the first kill. So, Tengfei, what do you think?
Shi Tengfei's eyelid twitched as he stared at the shadow in the sky, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips.
Wow! Idol! You're amazing! You can take down a level 200 plus monster in just 1 second.
On the floating island, Lan Lan and Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as they excitedly watched Lingu display his prowess.
Every move he made elicited their exclamations. Even Bai Jinqing was thrilled.
You have to understand, these monsters were at least level 220.
For an average level 60 professional, it would be hard to even break their defense.
Yet Lingu completely dominated the battlefield, keeping the monsters at bay and taking out a huge chunk of their health with a single move.
Chest crush.
Minus 6,533,256 10 fingers to the heart.
Minus 7,367,433 roar. Boom.
Watching one monster after another fall and turn into experience points, Lingu shook his head and continued
charging into the fray.
Lingu shook his head. The monsters here have much higher resistance than the ones on the lower levels, and their health is significantly greater.
3 skills are no longer enough to take them down in one hit. Everyone exchanged glances. Here we go again.
Lingu, you should stop walking on pedestrian paths in the future.
Lingu squinted at Chan Rui. What do you mean by that? Chan Rui shrugged.
It just means you're not strong enough.
Lingu looked confused, while the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Go pick up the loot already. Got it.
Chen Rui, amused, quickly went to loot the monster corpses, lightening the mood instantly. Lingu glared at him in mock annoyance, picked up his staff, and headed toward the stairs. The floating islands were connected by a single staircase, and each island varied in size. To fight the boss, one had to clear the islands one by one, starting from the first. After over 2 hours of traveling, Lingu only needed to clear the island in front of him before reaching the territory of the giant gorilla.
Ascending the new floating
island, Lingu wasted no time, locking onto an owl perched on a tree and casting his skills.
Chaos spell. Armor break. Boom. As soon as the two skills were unleashed, the owl and dozens of other monsters like howling moon wolves immediately bristled.
Without waiting for the monsters to react, Lingu cast Chest Crush again.
In an instant, the monsters began bleeding
and scattering, howling in pain as they charged at Lingu. The ranged monsters' attacks hadn't even reached him before they were already in his face. Lingu was used to this and didn't bother to block, letting the attacks hit him and losing over 300,000 health. But it didn't matter, his poison shield reflected the ranged attacks, shattering the wrists and ankles of all the ranged monsters. As the ranged monsters howled in pain, the melee monsters were closing in. Lingu remained calm, raising his staff. 10 fingers to the heart. Boom! Minus 742,342, you have killed, gained plus 55,485 experience points. You have killed, gained plus 68,145 experience points. You have killed, gained plus 68,452 experience points. Although 3 skills were no longer enough to one-shot these monsters, the bleeding effect combined with 4 skills was still enough to take them all down. The only downside was that his monster clearing speed had slowed by a third. Of course, what was slow for Lingu was still instant kill speed for others. Wow! I leveled up! I leveled up! The monster had just fallen, and Lon and the others excitedly raised their hands to pick up items, as if they had struck gold. Idol, you're amazing! Forever a legend! Ha ha ha! So much money! This is awesome! Although Lon and Xiaoyu's family backgrounds weren't as affluent as Yin Shi's, they never lacked money or equipment. But picking up gold coins and gear from monsters they defeated themselves brought a completely different sense of accomplishment. Some monsters could drop tons of gold coins, as well as purple and orange gear, making it feel like opening blind boxes, thrilling and addictive. Even though these monsters weren't killed by them, it didn't dampen their excitement in the slightest. Lingu shook his head helplessly and looked toward the mist-covered steps in the distance. Hurry up and clean up, we're heading to fight the gorilla. Got it. The 3 quickly sped up their looting and then followed Lingu toward the floating island steps where the gorilla was located. The steps were very long, and starting from here, both the steps and the floating island were shrouded in a thick fog that obscured visibility. Without getting closer, it was impossible to see what lay ahead. The group wandered around and climbed for a full 10 minutes before reaching a platform. As they stepped into the gorilla's territory, the voice of the worlds will suddenly echoed in their minds. Lingu froze for a moment and instinctively looked at Yen Shi. Yen Shi frowned, as if recalling something, and quickly took out a detector. Walking a few steps forward, as she approached, the mist on the floating island gradually dissipated. Not far away, the massive black shadow towering 30 meters high slowly revealed its true form. It was a monster resembling a gorilla, but everyone felt it was far from an ordinary gorilla. Its skin wasn't covered in black fur like a typical gorilla but appeared petrified, with a grayish tone overall. Its limbs and torso were clad in worn stone armor, which was riddled with scars from blades and swords. The right shoulder had a noticeable break, but overall, it resembled a humanoid beast. Especially the muscles exposed outside the armor, which seemed ready to explode at any moment, and the terrifying wound that stretched from its left brow to the right corner of its mouth. Coupled with its crimson eyes, its aura was overwhelmingly fierce. Oh my god! Lon and Xiaoyu looked up, covering their faces, too shocked to speak. Chen Rui clutched her head, unable to believe the sight before her. Holy crap! Lingu, is this really a boss? It's several times bigger than King Kong. From afar, it was just a black shadow, but up close, the overwhelming impact was palpable. Especially its aura, it was so intense that Chen Rui couldn't even think about attacking. As expected, Yen Shi murmured, taking out the detector to display the boss's attribute interface. Take a look at this boss's stats, and you'll understand why it's so formidable. The group immediately focused on the chat window. Titan Zog Ragnar, Lord level boss, low health, race, Titan level, LV 300 HP, 7.9 billion MP, 60 million armor, 362,345 attack, 3.36 million, 4.23 million skills, earthshaking. Power, iron skin and steel bones, tenfold gravity, exhaustion of strength. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched. A Lord level boss? 7.9 billion HP? Yen Shi nodded, her expression serious. This is one level higher than a legendary boss, with significantly increased HP and attributes. Legendary bosses usually only have around 3 billion HP. Level 300 is a major threshold monster.
strength undergoes a qualitative leap. You'll understand this later. But I need to remind you, this boss's mana is crucial.
Lin Gu stared at the boss's stats again, a hint of doubt in
his eyes.
She didn't keep him guessing and explained directly, for most monsters and bosses, HP and MP are relatively balanced. But this boss has an HP of 8 billion and only 60 million.
MP, indicating it's purely strength-based. Lin Gu nodded, understanding. Low MP means it rarely uses skills or doesn't need them at all. Its attacks rely primarily on its powerful physical strength. This is the so-called one punch knocks out 10.
Judging by the boss's size and appearance, it indeed seemed to be a pure strength-type monster.
Lin Gu glanced around
and handed the crystal glass cover to Bai Jinqing.
The space here isn't large, and I haven't figured out its attack range yet. You all go wait on that small platform over there while I
test how strong this boss really is.
To gain experience and rewards, a fight was inevitable.
Standing at the staircase entrance would definitely be out of range, so they had to move to the
other small platform.
Everyone nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. When dealing with a boss like this, staying safely out of the way and not causing trouble was the best way to support
Lin Gu.
A boss of this level was far beyond what they could handle recklessly. Lin Gu watched them take their positions, then took a deep breath and fixed her determined gaze on the massive
boss.
She slowly took a step forward. In the next second, the previously motionless titan seemed to activate, its eyes instantly shooting out two beams of red light.
Immediately after,
its massive fist came crashing down toward Lin Gu like a mountain. Bai Jinqing and the others cried out in alarm. The sound of the air being torn apart filled the space. Lin Gu felt her entire body grow heavy, her head spinning, and her health plummeted. Before she could react, the voice of the world will echoed in her mind, the level gap is too large.
Titan Zog Ragnar
is immune to your counter skill polymorph. Lin Gu had already anticipated this outcome, but her expression still darkened.
However, this boss was different from others. It wasn't just about skill immunity.
Such a colossal creature would typically have some kind of movement warning before attacking, especially when spreading its arms to descend from above, which should
logically take time.
But the Titan's attack was so fast it felt like teleportation, leaving Lin Gu no time to react. Bai Jinqing and the others watched in disbelief, as if the laws of physics
were being completely ignored.
Moreover, ordinary bosses would usually roar a few times as a warning before initiating combat, but the Titan gave no such indication.
The moment Lin Gu
entered its alert range, its fist came crashing down.
There was absolutely no fairness to be found. Lin Gu looked at the massive fist and let out a cold snort. The sound of the air being torn apart rang out again.
Her expression changed as she quickly dodged forward, narrowly avoiding the attack thanks to her speed.
Boom!
A deafening crash accompanied by a cloud of dust erupted behind her. Lin Gu had no time to be distracted. Seeing the massive crater left by the attack, she immediately raised her staff and began casting a spell.
Chaos spell. The level gap is too large. Titan Zog Ragnar is immune to your skill. Flower hand technique. The level gap is too large. Titan Zog Ragnar is immune to your skill.
All of Lin Ji's skills were being nullified, and Yan Shi's face immediately changed.
This is bad.
The level gap is too big, and all of Lin Ji's skills are being resisted. Bai Jinqing quickly grabbed Yan Shi's hand. Her voice filled with urgency.
What should we do? Should we go help him?
This boss can take out nearly a tenth of his health with one hit.
If
Jinqing, calm down.
Yan Shi interrupted
her, looking steadily at Lin Gu, who was dodging back and forth in the arena.
If even Lin Ji's skills can't land, we'll only make things worse if we go. Then what should we do?
Bai Jinqing grew even more anxious. Yan Shi pressed her lips together tightly and said, "Don't worry. He brought Sun God water, a bunch of potions, and even a resurrection stone.
He won't die. The only thing we can do now is trust him." Bai Jinqing was momentarily stunned, then realized Yan Shi was right. If even Lin Gu couldn't handle it, there was nothing they could do to help.
In the arena, Lin Gu frowned deeply as all 5 of her consecutive skills were nullified. Although each skill dealt millions of damage, it was far below her expectations.
If control skills from the upper path don't work, then let's try something else.
Back in the Inferno, the rending technique had proven effective, so she wanted to see if it would work on this boss
as well.
Relying on lightning-fast movements, Lin Gu dodged another heavy punch and cast a spell while running.
10 fingers linked to the heart. Bang!
-904,423. This one works. Lin Ji's eyes lit up as she saw the Titan's fingernails shatter and scatter. She immediately followed up with chest-crushing stone. The results proved that this skill was indeed effective, although the boss's pain response was not obvious. As long as there was damage, the effect was achieved. Lin Gu saw that these two skills were indeed effective, so he kept using them to apply status effects to the boss. Before long, watching the boss stagger, feeling dizzy, and even starting to clutch its chest and groan in confusion, Lin Ji's lips slowly curled into a smile. Just as he was about to pick up his staff to try other skills, the roars of monsters came from the floating island in the upper left. He could clearly feel the monsters over there, starting to stir, rushing toward him with hatred. Lin Gu was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing, it's the plague skill. He immediately opened the skill panel. Sure enough, the plague skill has leveled up to level 7, and its range has expanded to 3,000 meters, 500 meters more than before. Lin Gu looked into the distance, dodged the Titan's attack, and felt elated. After the skill upgrade, the range had increased, so when the Titan was hit by the 10 fingers linked heart, the monsters on the upper level were also infected by the plague. Although the number of monsters would increase, Lin Gu was not afraid at all. As long as the skill was effective, the more monsters there were, the more advantageous it was for him. It seems the lower level skills are more useful than the upper level ones. Of course, looking at your huge size, you're a pure strength type monster. Your brain is probably all muscle and can't withstand the upper level plague skill. Few-1265462 Amazing. Seeing a flash of light over the Titan's head and a glint in its eyes, Lin Gu was not surprised that the active effect of the plague skill worked. Since the passive poisoning and infection effects were effective, the active effect of reducing 30% of its attributes and movement speed was even more likely to work. As long as its attributes could be reduced, Lin Ji's damage would only increase. In this way, no matter how thick its health was, Lin Gu could slowly wear it down and take it out. What did you say? Inside the camp, Sima Chen's eyes were about to pop out. All dead? Qi Rongdao's face was grim. Yes, the news came directly from Qi Xingho. Except for those with resurrection stones, everyone else is dead. At least 1,200 people. Hearing this, the faces of the Sima and Qi family members changed drastically, their anger boiling over. Bastard! 1,200 people are dead? That Lin Gu. He's courting death. Those people were from the major families and forces of the imperial capital. How dare he kill them all so recklessly? Elder Qi, give the order. I'll go into the secret realm right now and kill him. Enough! Qi Rongdao glared at him with a dark expression. Can you even enter the secret realm? Qi Rongdao snorted coldly. Don't worry, so many people have died, and their sacrifices cannot be in vain. We must capture Lin Gu to appease the public's anger. The students who followed Sima Qing all understood their purpose. Now that such a major incident had occurred, no matter how aloof the Sima and Qi families were, they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Qi Rongdao understood this clearly. Lin Gu must die. He thought for 2 seconds, then turned to the messenger and said, immediately inform their families of this news. Then deliver these items to Qi Xingho. He will know what to do. The messenger's pupils shrank sharply when he saw the items in the trade window. These items. What did you say? Oh my god, keep your voice down. Lu Guanyu was startled and quickly covered Yi Shouju's mouth. The Sima and Qi family members are right behind us. Yi Shouju's face darkened as he shook off Lu Guanyu's hand and said, it's over. Lin Gu has really caused big trouble this time. To be able to join forces with the Sima and Qi families, it was definitely not a small force. He killed so many people at once, how could they possibly let him go? Let it go? Even if this happened to the Sima family, it wouldn't be easy to handle. Lu Guanyu sighed and said, that kid Lin Gu, a warning would have been enough. Why did he have to kill them all? Yi Shouju glared at him, furious. That's easy for you to say. Over 2,000 people came directly to attack him, and you still expect him to let them go? If it were you, could you hold back? The demeanor and conduct of the aristocratic families, who doesn't know about them? Lu Guanyu could immediately imagine how ugly the scene Lin Gu faced must have been. But now that things have come to this, what can be done? The person is dead. Lin Gu is your disciple, so you protect him yourself. Yi Shouju snorted coldly, growing angrier the more he thought about it. This group of useless fools, full and idle, causing trouble as soon as life gets better, completely disregarding our interests. Always shouting about those few acres of land.
If it weren't for... Hey! Lu Guanyu was startled and quickly covered his mouth. Olji, what's wrong with you? You used to be so composed. Why are you so impulsive today? Yi Shouju's veins bulged in anger as he broke free from Lu Guanyu's hand, gritting his teeth. What do you know? You don't understand at all. Lin Gu is crucial. Extremely crucial. It's very likely. The words stuck in his throat, and he forcibly swallowed them back. Lu Guanyu's eyelid twitched as he asked suspiciously, What do you mean? Lin Gu is that important? Yi Shouju waved his hand impatiently. Don't ask. Lu Guanyu frowned. Olji, this isn't like you. Yi Shouju suddenly turned his head, his gaze cold. Lin Gu is not at fault. Even if this escalates to General Nangong, I will still say the same thing. I stand by my words. Anyone who dares to touch Lin Gu will face my wrath. They don't treat people as people, don't understand how hard-earned these good days are. Then I'll make sure they learn their lesson. After speaking, he turned to the vice dean and instructed, Go. Inform Wen Nuan, Rong Ning, Huyan Hanhai, and Suya to protect Lin Gu at all costs. If anyone dares to harm Lin Gu, start a war immediately. Lu Guanyu's pupils shrank sharply. Olji, are you crazy? Are you really letting them take action? Yi Shouju gritted his teeth. Lin Gu must not be harmed. Absolutely not. If my guess is correct, the consequences. His pupils contracted slightly as he issued another order to the vice dean. Hurry! Watching the vice dean's retreating figure, Lu Guanyu was stunned. This was the first time he had seen Yi Shouju so anxious and out of control. In truth, Yi Shouju had every reason to be anxious. The impact of this matter far exceeded their expectations. After Qi Rongdao sent back the news of over 1,200 deaths, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar, with many people rushing to the Eastern University. Meanwhile, students from various factions within the secret realm also received the same news through the Sima and Qi families. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on the shadowy floating island in mid-air, which roared incessantly like a giant ape. On the floating island, Lin Gu never gave the Titan boss a chance to catch its breath, continuously using plague skills. After 15 minutes of relentless output, the Titan boss's health bar had dropped by 2/3. The minions rushing down from the floating island had all been defeated by Lin Gu, turning into experience points lying at the entrance of the stairs. Chest-crushing stone. Crunch, -4,364,534. Roar. The Titan boss's chest armor was almost completely deformed, unrecognizable. Fortunately, its blood was black and blended with its body, otherwise, the blood would have splattered everywhere. Moreover, because of the poison, Lin Gu was poisoned, causing his attributes and movement speed to decrease by 30%. However, his bleeding damage remained astonishing, reducing over 2 million health per second with very noticeable effects. Beside him, Lan Lan and Xiaoyu kept jumping around excitedly, cheering him on, adding a rare touch of fun and lively atmosphere to his boss fight. Soon, the boss's health bar dropped to 30%. Lin Gu struck again, dealing over 2 million damage. And the Titan's eyes suddenly emitted 2 crimson sword-like beams. Ignoring its shattered armor and bleeding wounds, it tilted its head back and roared furiously, pounding its chest with force. Roar! Roar! With the deafening roars, Bai Jinqing and the other 4 couldn't help but cover their ears, their faces contorted in pain. Even more terrifying, the Titan's body suddenly grew taller again, becoming even more massive. Especially its fists, which were larger than its head. When clenched, they resembled 2 small mountains. It's over. The boss has started to rage. Yanxi's face changed drastically, quickly, reminding Lin Gu. Lin Gu waved his hand dismissively, as he knew this was just the first stage of the rage. Sure enough, the Titan roared angrily at the sky again, and a layer of transparent golden light appeared around its body. The sound of it pounding its chest became as deep and powerful as striking a metal plate. Roar! Then, it raised its arms, glaring fiercely at Lin Gu and roaring, its fists glowing red. Its speed doubled compared to before, and it suddenly smashed towards Lin Gu. The unexpected acceleration caught Lin Gu off guard, and he failed to dodge the attack. Boom! The violent impact and tremor caused dust to fly under Lin Ji's feet, even shaking the floating island slightly. Fortunately, Lin Gu had high health and defense, so the punch only took away over 200,000 health points. Before the dust settled, he charged out. The boss's damage has greatly increased after raging. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin GE's eyes as he ran and frantically unleashed skills. Chest crushing stone. Creek minus 4,433,433 10 fingers connected to the heart. Boom. Minus 6,442,323. You killed Tang Min, you killed Fu Shan, you killed Sima Qi, you killed. Ha! Lin Gu froze, dodging the Titan's attack and instinctively opening the battle log. To his surprise, it showed that he had killed more than 10 enemies. He looked at Yan Shi with a puzzled expression, only to find that they were equally bewildered. What does this mean? Someone ambushed Lin Gu here? Probably got caught in the crossfire along the way? Fools appear every year, but this year there are especially many. Indeed. Bai Jinqing and Yan Shi were speechless. But now was not the time to dwell on this matter. Lin Gu glanced below, guessing that those people had followed the boss here, likely intending to deal with him. Don't worry about them, they'll come to us on their own. Bai Jinqing. And the others were speechless, you didn't spare them either. Lin Gu focused on the Titan, whose health bar was nearly depleted, and immediately increased his firepower. He continuously unleashed 10 fingers connected to the heart, dealing over 5 million damage per second, enjoying himself immensely. Finally, a minute later, the Titan beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, its health bar empty. As its massive body slowly fell, gold coins and equipment rained down like a storm. Lan Lan and Xia Yu's eyes lit up, and like two little maniacs, they excitedly rushed forward. Wow! So much money! Wow, more gold drops! And it's double rewards! Wait! This is a skill book! Oh my god, idol, a skill book dropped! Ha! Where am I? What happened? At the top of a large tree deep in the forest, Sima Qi touched his cheek, looking utterly confused. Did I die? Not far away, Fu Shan lay on a branch, blinking his dazed eyes and replied, it seems so. Damn it! Sima Qi suddenly burned with anger, slapping the branch hard with his palm. That bastard Lin Gu deserves to die. He used too much force, and the branch below him snapped. Unsurprisingly, Sima Qi fell along with the broken branch, landing hard on his backside. Ouch, my old back. Sima Qi clutched his waist in pain, his face full of grievance. Ouch, my tailbone, it hurts so much. Fu Shan and Tang Min exchanged glances. Their expressions complicated, as if they had swallowed something hard to digest. But since Sima Qi had already gone down, they could only brace themselves and jump down as well. Brother Qi, are you okay? Help me up. You really have no sense. Sima Qi wiped his tears, gritting his teeth and pitifully saying, that bastard Lin Gu, I didn't even see him before I died, sob. Fu Shan impatiently looked away, rubbing his waist and said, Brother Qi, there's something off about Lin Ge's skill range. What's off about it? Sima Qi asked anxiously. I personally measured it with Zhao Shan and the others. His plague skill range is only 2,500 meters. Our floating island was over 2,900 meters away from him. Fu Shan and Tang Min looked at each other after hearing this, hesitating a bit before asking, then, what's going on here? Nonsense. Always asking me. Can't you use your brains? Sima Qi snapped angrily. Fu Shan also fell a bit down. Brother Qi, Zhao Shan and the others don't have any resurrection stones left. They're really dead. Sima Qi's eyelid twitched, unable to curse. It's fine, I'll remember them. Once we're out of the secret realm, I'll compensate them. Sima Qi twisted his waist and rubbed his still aching thigh, saying, no, if this keeps up, I'll run out of resurrection chances too. We need to find Sima Qing. My fourth uncle seems to have given those items to him. Fu Shan hesitated. Brother Qi, but wouldn't we have to share the rewards with them? Sima Qi rolled his eyes. Nonsense, our team only has a few people left. There's no way we can beat Lin Gu alone. We have to team up with Sima Qing. Sharing the rewards is better than getting nothing at all. Sima Qi looked up at the floating gorilla island in the sky, gritting his teeth. I hope he can use those treasures to take down Lin Gu, otherwise this time. On the floating island, Xia Yu excitedly stuffed the equipment and skill book into Lin Ji's hands. Idol, take a look quickly, what skill is this? It was the first time she and Lan Lan had seen a boss drop a skill book, and they were beyond excited. Lin Gu didn't keep them in suspense and directly shared the skill book and equipment. Images in the team chat. Bronze Skin and Iron Bones LV1 Universal Skill Effect, enhances the body, increasing all 4 attributes in physical/magic. Defense by 10%,
with a 30% chance to resist skill interruption. Titan Ring, Gold, Growth Value, 0/100 slot, Ring Physical Attack plus 1550 Physical Crit plus 30%. Attributes, Strength plus 1220, Agility plus 980, Spirit plus 900, Constitution plus 1050. Effects, increases strength by 30%, increases your physical damage by 30%, increases your physical penetration by 30%, increases your physical crit damage by 30%. Strength Burst, your attacks have a chance to increase strength by 2%, stacking up to 10 layers, lasting 30 seconds. Easy wear, you can equip items 40 levels higher than your current level. Unknown effect durability. 1350/1350 equipment level, LV100 Titan Bracelet, Gold, Growth Value, 0/100 slot, Bracelet Physical Attack plus 1650 Physical Crit plus 30%. Attributes, Strength plus 1320, Agility plus 1090, Spirit plus 1000, Constitution plus 1050. Effects, increases your physical attack power by 30%, increases your physical damage by 30%, increases your physical penetration by 30%, increases your physical crit damage by 30%. Titan Strength, your attacks have a chance to increase physical attack power by 2%, stacking up to 10 layers, lasting 30 seconds. Easy wear, you can equip items 40 levels higher than your current level. Unknown effect durability, 1350/1350 equipment level, LV100. Wow. Oh my god, these must be top-tier physical accessories, right? My goodness, these stats are insane. After reading the stats, everyone stared at Yan Shi in shock. She actually blushed for once, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Lin Gu. Why are you looking at me? Lan Lan and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and couldn't help teasing Yan Shi. Oh come on, no one's looking at you, Sister Shi. Why are you so nervous? Yeah, but it's a pity these two are strength-based, not for magic users. What's so pitiful about that? Yan Shi glared at them. Why would you say it's a pity? Lin Gu and Bai Jinqing exchanged a glance and almost burst out laughing. Alright, these two accessories are yours. You don't need the skill book. Yan Shi was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved her hand. I'll take the accessories, but I don't need the skill book. She couldn't easily replace her equipment, as it was hard to swap out a complete set. But jewelry is different. These are pieces handcrafted by Lin Gu himself, so they can't be missed. Jewelry is a must. As for the skill book, she absolutely doesn't need it. Lin Gu was a bit puzzled. This skill can enhance your four-dimensional attributes and has a chance to prevent your skills from being interrupted. It's quite suitable for you. After all this time, he understood one thing. This skill was a unique and powerful skill for him, but for others, it was just an ordinary skill. So if he didn't learn it, others could. If others learned it, it would just be a normal skill. Don't. Yan Shi happily put the two pieces of jewelry into her backpack, waving her hand indifferently. I've taken the equipment, this skill is useless to me. Lin Gu was stunned for a moment and suddenly understood. Indeed, she had the Golden Overlord body skill, so this skill was of no use to her. Then, his gaze fell on Chen Rui, which startled her. Hey, don't say anything. Chen Rui took a step back. I have this orange weapon, plus 2 gold pieces and 9 orange pieces. Brother, I'm really rich. I absolutely don't want the skill book. Lin Gu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected the rarest skill book to become a hot potato that no one wanted to touch. After defeating so many bosses, Lin Gu had only gotten one piece of equipment. Although everyone knew that Lin Gu couldn't use that equipment and could only sell it for money, the boss was killed by him, and the experience, records, and rewards were all thanks to him. If even the skill book was divided, it would be too much. Lin Gu might not care about a few useless pieces of equipment, but they couldn't do this. Bai Jinqing saw his helpless expression and gently held his arm, saying, hurry up and learn it. Once you're done, we can go fight the final boss. Sima Qi and the others were here earlier, and those with resurrection stones are definitely planning to deal with you again. We need to hurry. Lin Gu nodded after hearing this, no longer hesitating, and directly clicked to learn. Osteoporosis LV1 Lin Gu exclusive skill description. When the skill is activated, the target enters the third stage of osteoporosis, causing their bones to become fragile and prone to breaking, while inflicting minor damage, and reducing the target's defense by 30% for 1000 seconds. Hiss. Lin Gu took a sharp breath, his expression instantly becoming complicated. He knew this Skill was powerful, but he hadn't expected learning a new skill to be so exaggerated every time.
Like a turtle? Could monsters even move? He thought to
himself, wondering if this skill was as strong as he imagined.
How is it, idle? Is the skill useful?
Lingu paused for a moment, his expression a bit odd.
It's quite useful. That's good. Everyone was happy. As long as they could help Lingu, they were satisfied. Then idle, let's go quickly. The last boss is waiting for us.
Lingu heard this and looked up at the figure at the highest point.
Alright, then let's, huh?
Before he could finish speaking, the communication
system rang. He looked at it and saw it was a message from Yi Qingtian.
Bai Jinqing noticed Lingu spacing out and tilted her head in confusion.
What's wrong? Yi Qingtian sent me a message. Everyone leaned in to look. What is it? Lingu read it and his expression became even stranger.
He said, Senior, Sister Wen Nuan and the others have been ordered to protect me and are heading to the floating island district.
Ah. Everyone was too shocked to speak. Meanwhile, on the other side,
5 beautiful figures rushed out of the forest area, heading straight for the entrance of the floating island district.
At the entrance steps, a short-haired girl looked up the stairs. Sister Nuan, the monsters have respawned. No one should have gone up yet. When Nuan glanced at
her watch, blinking her big eyes.
Alright, let's wait here then.
The short-haired girl, Su Meng, was a bit puzzled.
We're not going up? No need. Wen Nuan
smiled and found a large rock to sit on.
Junior has already been informed about this. He asked us to stop only a few people, the others don't need to be blocked. A few people?
Su Meng was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, blinking curiously and saying, Sis, do you think the Junior is just really bold?
Or simply fearless?
Wen Nuan casually took out a delicate little box and placed it on her lap.
Probably both. Anyway, if he dares to say that, he must be confident in himself. We'll just keep an eye on things. Sis, someone's coming.
At that moment, the ponytailed girl with a calm expression suddenly spoke.
Everyone
turned their heads and saw a 7-person team walking over from the mountain area. Judging by their equipment, it was clear these people were not ordinary players. Wen Nuan glanced at them but paid no further attention, continuing to open the small box. As soon as the lid was opened, the exquisite and delicious food inside immediately caught Wen Nuan's eye, her eyes lighting up.
Wow, it looks so good.
She excitedly picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of braised pork, and put it in her mouth, tilting her chin up in satisfaction, shaking her head as she savored it. So delicious, so happy.
Seeing this
scene, Yi Shouju, who had been sitting in the tent staring at the big screen, blushed, while Qi Rongdao and the others showed strange expressions.
Lu Guanyu
glanced at Yi Shouju with a smile and said, I've heard this kid really loves braised pork. Seeing it in person now, it's truly amusing.
Yi Shouju thought
to himself, it's not just braised pork, but he could only force a bitter smile to hide his inner embarrassment. At the floating island entrance, a 7-person
team approached.
The leader, a burly man standing at 1.9 meters tall, was clad in armor, looking like a human tank. Wen Nuan didn't even lift her head, continuing
to enjoy her food. You can't pass, it's too delicious. Chen Shan, Auntie's cooking is getting better and better.
The ponytailed girl beside her blushed and lowered her head without saying a word. The burly man sized up Chen Shan, who was blocking the way, then glanced at Wen Nuan, smiling as he said,
Wen Nuan, long time no see. Wen Nuan kept her eyes fixed on the braised pork in the box, responding excitedly, Yes, long time no see. Ah, so good.
The burly man awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth.
Emerald Dreamland is a public area that everyone can enter. Why are you blocking us? Dean Yi doesn't allow it.
The burly man and the people in the tent were stunned.
Sima Chen was so angry he almost stormed over to glare at Yi Shouju.
Just as Yi Shouju was about to lose his temper, Wen Nuan softly said, just kidding. Everyone was speechless. Wen Nuan looked up at the embarrassed burly man and explained
with a smile, it's Lingu, Dean Ye's direct disciple, who doesn't allow it.
That explanation was worse than not saying anything.
In the tent, Sima
Chen widened his eyes and tilted his head, staring at Yi Shouju.
Dean Yi? What do you mean? Are you monopolizing the dungeon and not letting others farm it? Is it all for your Dongda University? Yi Shouju's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, retorting, What are your people after? Should I tell everyone? Sima
Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and immediately looked aggrieved.
Finding someone to block Lingu or kill Lingu was fine, but this matter absolutely couldn't be made public. Otherwise, Yi Shouju would have grounds to retaliate openly, and everyone would be embarrassed. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would tear down this last facade, which had become an unspoken agreement among them. At the floating island entrance, the burly man laughed after hearing one Nuan's words. When Nuan, is your junior not taking enough medicine? Who is he to stop us? He's my junior. When Nuan's expression turned cold as she stared at him. What? You have a problem with that? The burly man froze, his face darkening. One Nuan. Do you think you're invincible? When Nuan replied expressionlessly. I wouldn't say invincible, but dealing with someone like you is a piece of cake. You. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Meng and the others immediately drew their weapons, and the burly man's group turned pale. Unable to fight back and afraid to curse, the burly man's face turned bright red. What? Nuan. You're being unreasonable. Is Dongda University too arrogant, daring to monopolize the dungeon? Do you not even consider our Xuanwu Academy? When Nuan glanced at him. I hate being disturbed while eating. The burly man was left speechless upon hearing this. Helpless, he snorted coldly and led the others to sit on the other side. Just then, Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrui walked out from the lakeside. Ha! Someone's here? Brother, what a beautiful girl. Slap, sure. Tengrui's face darkened, and he raised his hand for a heavy slap. What are you doing? These are all top university students here. Who among them doesn't have some backing? Don't let your lust cloud your judgment. Shi Tengfei's expression changed, and he quickly wiped the corner of his mouth. Sorry, brother. I had a momentary lapse. Don't make such low-level mistakes again. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Shi Tengrui glared at him angrily, then looked at one Nuan, who was smiling at them. Feeling awkward, he nodded, forced a smile, and dragged Shi Tengfei by the back of his neck toward the steps. The burly man nearby widened his eyes. Why can they go in, but we can't? When Nuan glanced at him sideways. They can go in because they deserve it. Do you? Shi Tengfei froze and turned back to ask, Jie, am I right? When Nuan impatiently glanced at him. Are you going up or not? If not, just stay there and glare like a guard dog. Shi Tengfei twitched his mouth and quickly pulled Shi Tengrui along as they ran off. When Nuan rolled her eyes at them. What a waste of time. She turned back to her lunchbox, her face lighting up with excitement as she ate with relish. The people around her, including Yi Shouju, were left speechless. However, after just a few bites, thousands of angry students suddenly surged in from all directions. The dense crowd was suffocating. Most of them were freshmen. But there were also sophomores and juniors among them, including Sima Qing and Qi Xingho. All of them stared at the sky with fierce eyes, as if ready to tear someone apart. Even from a distance, when Nuan could feel their fury. Su Meng and her teammates immediately turned serious. The burly man sitting on the rock nearby, however, watched Wen Nuan with a mocking smile, as if enjoying a good show. Sis, there are so many people. Su Meng frowned, feeling the pressure mount. If it were just freshmen, she wouldn't be afraid no matter how many there were, but there were many juniors here, and quite a few were her old rivals. If they all charged at once, no matter how strong they were, it would be hard to hold them off. But when Nuan remained unfazed, still excitedly eating her braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and cola chicken wings. At this moment, 3 people leading the group ran to the entrance, and Su Meng and her team immediately blocked their way. The leader, Sima Haotsong, frowned and said, Su Meng, step aside. Su Meng coldly replied, you can't go in. Sima Haotsong turned to Wen Nuan. Wen Nuan, is this how you lead your team? Wen Nuan looked up, displeased. I just want to eat. Why is it so hard? I said no one is allowed through, and that's final. Don't disturb my meal. You. Qi Meishue, standing beside Sima Haotsong, had a dark expression. Wen Nuan, this isn't your school. This is a public area. You have no right to decide. Wen Nuan ignored her. From the crowd behind, Sima Qing spoke coldly, Senior Wen Nuan, aren't you afraid of causing resentment by acting like this? Do you know what? Suddenly, a deep male voice came from the left. Everyone instinctively looked over to see a man, 2 meters tall and built like a bull, walking over with 2 giant axes on his back. 4 teammates followed behind him, looking like his entourage. Hu Yen Han Hai. Seeing the burly man appear, Sima Haotsong's face changed drastically, and he gripped his sword tightly. Hu Yen Han Hai didn't spare him a
glance, walking straight to Wen Nuan and standing in front of her.
Today, Wen Nuan's stance is clear.
As long as she doesn't nod, no one gets through.
If anyone's dissatisfied, come, form a team and talk it out one-on-one.
And if anyone dares to say another word and disturb my little sister Wen Nuan's meal,
don't blame me for being rude.
Everyone listened, trembling with anger, but they only dared to be angry without speaking, glaring at him fiercely.
Move! You're blocking my sunlight!
Hearing the warm voice behind him, Huyan Hanhai chuckled, quickly turned around to step aside, and bent over with a smile.
Sister, is it enough to eat? I also brought your favorite braised pork. It's enough, it's enough. Warmth sighed helplessly, but she remembered Lin Ji's instructions,
and turned to look at Sima Haotsong.
You and that woman of yours are not allowed in. Qi Meishue's face darkened, about to retort, but Huyan Hanhai beside
her coughed lightly, and she immediately fell silent. Warmth then turned to Sima Qing. You and your brothers can go in.
At these words, even Sima Haotsong was stunned. They can go in? Yes. Warmth replied calmly. I'm not the overlord, just the gatekeeper. If I think someone can go up, they can go up. Sima Haotsong's eyelids twitched with anger, his whole body trembling.
However, Sima Qing stopped him, whispering, Brother, it's fine, as long as I can go up.
Sima
Haotsong gritted his teeth, glaring at Huyan Hanhai, but could only let Sima Qing lead his people up.
There was no choice, he couldn't win in a fight, and he couldn't curse them out. What else could he do? Equally frustrated were Sima Chen and the others in the tent. Dean Yi, take a look for yourself, is this fair? Sima Chen shouted angrily at Yi Shouju, pointing at the big screen. Warmth has become a gatekeeper? She decides who can go in and who can't. Yi Shouju glanced at him expressionlessly. The entrance is right there. If you have the ability, go up yourself. Why are you yelling here? You! Sima Chen was so angry. He almost exploded. Lu Guanyu quickly pulled him back. Alright, calm down. Sima Chen, finding an out, quickly stepped back. Dean Yi, I advise you not to go too far.
Yi Shouju returned a cold stare.
The same words back to you. The two were about to argue again when Lu Guanyu quickly intervened, finally calming Sima Chen down.
At the entrance, Warmth sat on a large rock, with Huyan Hanhai standing beside her.
Sima Qing's people gradually ascended the steps.
Warmth not only allowed the freshmen to go up but also let the sophomores and juniors pass.
However, whenever Warmth hesitated slightly, Huyan Hanhai would widen his eyes and drive the person away.
Thus, even though she was strictly controlling the flow, over 3,000 people had already gone up.
Warmth ate the last piece of meat, tilted her head, and gazed at the massive shadow in the sky, murmuring softly, Little junior brother, could it be you? On the floating
island, Lin Gu delivered a final blow with 10 fingers piercing the heart, and the kneeling monster immediately turned into experience points, joining their
team. Wow! Leveled up again. So awesome! Lan Lan and Xiaoyu jumped up excitedly, cheering as they rushed to collect the loot from the monster. Lin Gu smiled and looked at the communication system. People are coming up, everyone be careful. Got it. Having witnessed Lin Ji's strength, they felt increasingly reassured.
As long as their levels were close, Lin Gu could handle things with ease. In comparison, they were more worried about dragging Lin Gu down.
After gathering
their things, Lin Gu led the group up the steps to the penultimate floating island.
He looked at the shadow of the dragon looming close and said, This is the last floating island. Once we clear this, we can go. Finally, we're going to take on the final boss. Not only were Lan Lan and Xiaoyu excited, but Lin Gu also couldn't contain his own anticipation. This boss would drop the second-tier class certification he had been dreaming of. Each class advancement brought a significant boost in strength. Even now, without the class change, he could easily defeat a level 300 boss. After the class change, it would surely be even easier. Moreover, he was particularly excited to see what new skills would be unlocked after the second-tier advancement, what powerful abilities he would gain, and even what his class title would become. It was bound to be even more extraordinary, right?
Lin Gu couldn't help but smile as he looked at the hundreds and thousands of monsters before him. He swiftly swung his staff and unleashed a skill.
Tendon slash. Splat. Before the monsters could react, their bodies went limp, and they collectively fell to their knees. Blood spurted from the wrists and ankles as they howled in pain. Although these small monsters could resist some damage and skill effects, the tendon slicing skill was still effective.
Lin Gu quickly applied it twice more to ensure all the monsters were affected,
keeping them continuously restrained.
Watching the monsters kneel at the edge of the floating island, bleeding and groaning in agony, Bai Jinqing and the others
looked pained. Lin Gu, why are you using this skill again?
Idle, if these monsters die, I really don't want to go pick up the loot.
Me neither. Same here.
Lin Gu twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly.
Did you all forget something?
Saying this, he opened the communication system and sent a
message to Yi Qingtian.
After reading the reply, Lin Gu immediately removed half of his equipment and began repeatedly applying the tendon slicing skill to
the monsters, ensuring they remained controlled.
Yan Shi, seeing his actions, suddenly had a flash of inspiration.
Oh, I get it, you're trying to. Lin Gu
raised a finger, gesturing a few times, and smirked mischievously as he whispered, "Shh, don't rush, just wait."
Floating island zone. On the floating island,
where the Titan resided, Yi Qingtian crouched beside the massive, wounded Titan corpse, seriously tapping on the joints of its leg armor. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of metal echoed as Yi Qingtian frowned deeply, muttering to himself, "No way." Behind him, his 4 teammates were staring in shock at the
enormous monster.
"Boss,
this boss is way too big, isn't it?"
And Ji moved closer, tentatively touching the boss, and froze instantly.
Is this made of metal or stone?
Yi Qingtian shook his head and stood up, beginning a meticulous search.
Wei Shiming asked curiously, "Boss, what are you looking for?" While tapping, Yi Qingtian replied, "Quick, help me find any damage on this boss. I want to see what's beneath its skin."
The 4 were stunned but immediately spread
out to search.
Soon, Yi Qingtian discovered a crack under the Titan's armpit, where the armor was broken, exposing torn skin. His eyes lit up, and he reached
into the crack under the armpit.
Near the armpit, he saw a massive gear partially exposed through the torn skin.
His pupils shrank instantly, and his expression changed dramatically. Could it really be that? Boss, what did you find? Wei Shiming asked.
Yi Qingtian twitched the corner of his mouth.
Nothing.
He extended his hand, just about to probe further into the crack, when suddenly the Titan's corpse began to emit a glowing light. Yi Qingtian immediately stood
up. Run! The boss is about to respawn.
Hearing this, the group quickly retreated.
With a hint of hesitation, they turned and ran. Yi Qingtian glanced at the crack, reluctant but gritted his teeth, his expression heavy, and dashed away. When the group reached the small square at the entrance of the stairs, the massive Titan corpse had disappeared, replaced by a brand new boss. But when they got a clear look at the boss, Yi Qingtian and his team were stunned. Boss? Why does this boss look completely different from the previous corpse? Yeah, boss, aren't the respawn bosses in dungeons supposed to be the same? Standing before them was a 20-meter-tall black-furred gorilla. Yi Qingtian was equally baffled. I really don't get it. How did this monster suddenly appear? Yi Qingtian?
At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. The 5 turned around and were all stunned.
Sima Qing? Qi Xingho? And this guy? Sima.
Qi's face turned red with anger, his face flushing like a ripe apple.
I'm Sima Qi. Ha!
Seeing the burly Sima Qi, Yi Qingtian's team's eyes nearly popped
out. What the? No way. Dude, are you sure you're not mistaken?
Sima Qi gritted his teeth, his face as red as a tomato, and stomped his foot.
None of your business. Stop talking nonsense and move aside. Yi Qingtian's team instinctively looked behind Sima Qi.
Over 100 minotaurs and centaurs were gathered. There, the tense atmosphere enough to give anyone goosebumps.
Boss, what do we do? Move, get out of the way, quick.
Yi Qingtian looked as if he had seen a ghost, quickly pulling Wei Shiming and Ji to open a path.
Sima Qi completely ignored Yi Qingtian's bewildered expression, rolled his eyes
at him, and charged straight toward the giant gorilla boss.
And Ji, looking at the motley group of monsters, couldn't help but scratch his arm and head, muttering under his breath, "Boss, what on earth is going on here? How would I know?" Yi Qingtian's eyes widened, completely at a loss. Today was truly an eye-opener.
If he didn't know these people, he might just find it strange, but the problem was that he recognized 80% of them,
especially those so-called brothers from the Sima and Qi families.
But now, he had no idea how to address them. Yi Qingtian was completely stunned, watching the massive crowd of over 1,000 people begin to attack the giant gorilla, and Ji, with a helpless expression, whispered, "Luckily, they're not fighting each other.
Otherwise, I Wouldn't know how they'd get along in the future. Yi Qingtian was speechless. Yeah, if they were brothers before, now everything's in chaos. I really don't know what to call them anymore. Yi Qingtian gave a bitter smile. Sure enough, everyone felt the same way.
At this moment, Wei Shiming had a sudden thought and
said, "Boss, do you think these people showing up has something to do with Lin Gu?" Yi Qingtian froze, suddenly realizing. That's right, they originally
came to kill Lin Gu, but they heard that almost all of them had been taken out by Lin Gu.
Moreover, Lin Ji's skills were extremely abnormal, just like the heavily injured titan they had just seen. This situation was very likely Lin Ji's doing.
But the problem was, Yi Qingtian looked at the 100 or so strange individuals in the crowd, his eyes filled with confusion.
What kind of skill could keep people in a constant skill state? However, he didn't have time to think
further, because with so many people, Sima Cheng and the others quickly took down the giant gorilla boss.
Holy crap! It actually dropped orange gear? That's insane. And it's from a mythical dungeon. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, after grinding dungeons for so long, I finally see orange gear. Exactly. Since my awakening, this is the first time I've seen orange gear drop. As expected of a mythical dungeon, totally worth it. Ha ha.
Wait, now's not the time to celebrate.
Have you all forgotten why we're here? Sima Qing reminded them sternly. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Sima Qing handed the orange gear directly to Xiao Wu.
This orange gear suits Xiao Wu perfectly, so it's yours. As for the other 2 purple items, you all can divide them among yourselves.
Don't worry, the bonus distribution won't be short.
And since this boss can drop orange gear, the final boss might even drop gold gear.
Let's hurry up, take down Lin Gu, and reclaim the boss. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, let's move. Take down Lin Gu and reclaim the boss. Sima Qing glanced at Goat Hoof Xiao Wu and winked.
Goat Hoof Xiao Wu's face instantly turned red. Yi Qingtian and his group of 5 almost burst out laughing at the scene.
Sima Qing led the group
onward, while Ji turned to Yi Qingtian.
Boss, what should we do?
Yi Qingtian was about to answer when the communication system suddenly rang.
Opening it,
he saw a message from Lin Gu.
After a brief exchange, Yi Qingtian's expression turned a bit strange. What's wrong, boss?
Yi Qingtian looked at the backs of
Sima Qing's group and raised an eyebrow slightly.
Lin Gu said we shouldn't go up there with them. And Ji and the others looked puzzled.
Why? Yi Qingtian shook his head, about to say he didn't know.
Suddenly, a series of screams came from the upper platform.
What's going on? Damn it! Ah! The 5 of them turned pale. What happened?
Just as they were about to go up and check, another group of people rushed up from the staircase entrance.
Yi Qingtian? Qi? Ding? Sima Yin?
Yi Qingtian stared in shock at the 2 men and the dense crowd behind them. Then he looked toward the source of the wailing above, completely
at a loss. He didn't even know which side of the chaos to watch first. Why are there so many people? Qi Ding frowned. Yi Qingtian, move aside.
Yi Qingtian forced a bitter smile, glancing at the densely packed crowd on the stairs below.
I don't want to block the way either. Anji, let's go. With that, Yi Qingtian quickly led his group up another flight of stairs.
As soon as they stepped onto the platform, a pungent, acrid smell assaulted their noses, nearly causing all 5 of them to collapse on the spot.
What is this stench? It's unbearable.
The 5 of them instinctively covered their noses and looked ahead. But after just one glance, they were struck speechless by the shocking scene before them.
On the floating island, Sima Qing and his group were holding their heads, running in agony, vomiting as they fled. Monsters were chasing after them, clutching their heads in equal torment.
Most bizarre of all was Sima Qi, who was holding his face with both hands, eyes closed tightly, his voice sharp and terrified.
It's blood. Actual blood. I recognize this stuff. Ah! Oh heavens! Why is it suddenly raining blood? What the hell is going on? The scene descended into complete chaos. Yi Qingtian and his group
instinctively looked up and saw fresh blood pouring continuously from the edges of the floating island.
Terrified, the 5 of them quickly stepped back. What's happening? It's raining blood from the sky? Wei Shiming couldn't help but exclaim.
Qi Ding and Sima Yan arrived with their team.
What is this stuff? The stench is unbearable. Brother Ding, is someone up there spitting blood?
This mechanism is way too disgusting.
Everyone recoiled in disgust, afraid the blood might splash onto them, and hurriedly retreated. However, the
People on the floating island were already thrown into disarray by the blood rain, panicking and unable to find shelter. The blood came so suddenly that many reflexively looked up, only to have their eyes blinded or their mouths clogged. As a result, some could only close their eyes or cover their faces as they ran aimlessly. But the floating island was, after all, a platform suspended in mid-air with edges. Combined with the sudden appearance of dozens of monsters, the situation spiraled further into chaos. The scene quickly turned into a boiling pot, as if hot water had been poured into an anthill. Before long, someone slipped and fell off the edge of the floating island. Others were relentlessly attacked by the blood-soaked, enraged monsters, dying on the spot. In the end, they hadn't even encountered Lin Gu, and half of their numbers were already lost. Thankfully, the blood eventually stopped flowing, and Shi Ding and the others began to recover their composure.
Damn it! It must be Lin Gu. He's definitely behind this. What do you mean, Brother Ding? Was that blood just now sprayed by Lin Gu?
Shi Ding trembled with rage and turned to slap the speaker across the face.
Idiot! You think one person can spit out that much blood? What, did he eat shit? This has to be someone else's blood.
The slapped man looked aggrieved and innocent. But besides him, there's only Yan Shi and Bai Jin Qing, who are teamed up with him. Everyone froze, then their eyes lit up with realization. Shi Ding, veins bulging with fury, delivered another slap.
You fools! Are all of you just thinking about eating shit? Everyone! Shi Ding?
Seeing the helpless and resentful expressions around him, an awkward silence fell.
Shi Ding's brow twitched violently. Take down all those monsters immediately. Gather whoever's left, and push forward to the next level. I already said so. Shi Ding bellowed in frustration, backing up a few steps in his rage. But the platform was too slippery to stand firmly.
Watching the fallen monsters and hearing the voice of the worlds will echo in his mind, Lin Gu sighed and donned his gear.
What a pity. These monsters didn't hold up.
From a distance, Bai Jin Qing and the others darkened at his words.
Idol, could you act a little more human for once?
Lin Gu pursed his lips and glanced around.
Let's go. Time to take down the final boss.
At his words, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Overcome with eagerness, they dashed towards the stairs leading to the final level. Lin Gu shook his head and followed them at a leisurely pace.
We're about to face the dragon boss. So thrilling. Do you think it'll be like the legendary dragons from our myths?
It does look a bit like it, but there was
fog at the time, and it descended so quickly that I couldn't see it clearly. I really want to know what this dragon boss looks like. Didn't Idol say that his second job certification came from this dragon boss? Yeah, Idol is already so strong. If he completes the second job change, he'll definitely be even more powerful. Hey, Sister Shi, what do you think? If Idol gets the first kill on this boss, wouldn't that mean he achieves the Grand Slam? How many rewards could he get?
Yan Shi smiled and said, first place in the rankings gets one reward, the top 10 battlefields get another, achieving the Grand Slam earns a reward from the school, and getting the first kill will also get a reward from the dean. Bai Jinqing's eyes lit up, and she blurted out, so that means Lin Gu can get 3 rewards? That's right.
Yan Shi raised her eyebrows, smiling so widely her mouth couldn't close. As long as he, wait?
Yan Shi's words were cut off, and her expression suddenly changed.
Why am I starting to lose health?
The others froze for a moment, instinctively opening their status panels,
and exclaimed in shock. I'm losing health too? Extreme cold domain? What kind of negative effect is this? Oh my god, losing 30,000 health per second? That's way too much. Seeing everyone panicking, Lin Gu quickly stepped forward to ask, what's wrong?
Bai Jinqing tightly held his hand.
We're losing health. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, and he instinctively looked toward the shadow in the fog not far away. Is this its skill? Yan Shi's expression changed as she looked at the ground beneath her feet and quickly said, most likely. Everyone, step back a few steps.
They were already standing on the small platform at
the staircase exit.
Sure enough, after stepping back a bit more, once they stood on the stairs, Lin Gu realized he was no longer losing health.
It really
is the boss's skill, he said in surprise. He had fought many bosses before but had never seen a skill with such a large range. The diameter of this floating island was at least 3,000 meters, comparable to the range of his own plague skill.
Moreover, this skill drained 30,000 health per second, 300,000 in 10 seconds. Ordinary classes wouldn't be able to withstand it.
Lin Gu thought for a moment, clenched Bai Jinqing's hand, and looked at Yan Shi.
I'm not sure about
the exact range of the skill. When I go to challenge it, take them along the outermost edge to find a safe place to hide.
If there's no other option, hide behind rocks and use potions to hold on. No matter what happens, don't worry about me. Your safety is the most important. Yan Shi and her companions knew that. Sima Qing and his group were just below and would definitely come up to seek revenge on Lin Gu. She understood Lin Ji's intentions, said no more, and handed him the detector after nodding. Don't worry, I know what to do.
The detector can still be used 6 times and can detect monsters up to level 350.
Lin
Gu didn't refuse, took a deep breath, and walked into the fog with the detector in hand. He was also curious about whether this dragon boss was the legendary
dragon.
As soon as he stepped onto the platform, a system notification sounded in his mind. You have lost 30,000 health, extreme cold domain. He turned to look at Bai Jinqing and the other 4 following behind him, nodded, and then stepped into the thick fog.
The moment he entered the fog, Lin Gu immediately
felt the temperature around him plummet, as if he had suddenly gone from summer to autumn. His health continued to drop by 30,000 per second, but with his over 2 million health, he could still endure it. After walking about 100 meters, the fog gradually thinned, and Lin Gu finally saw the dragon boss coiled around
the towering pillar. This, he exclaimed in shock. It looked exactly like the legendary dragon over 10 zhan long, its entire body snow white, with 4 claws.
Each time it exhaled, the breath from its nostrils turned into cold wind and snowflakes. What shocked Lin Gu even more was the dragon's body, coiled around the pillar, covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds. Its scales were shattered, and dark blue blood flowed from the injuries, starkly contrasting with its white body, making it exceptionally striking. Even so, when it opened its icy eyes and looked at Lin Gu, the oppressive feeling hit him like a mountain. And even his hair was coated with a thin layer of frost.
It's injured?
Lin Gu muttered under his breath. Seeing that the dragon remained motionless, he
quickly raised the detector to check its attributes. Ice Dragon Frost Sky Sovereign, Lord Level Boss, Afterimage, Race, Ice Dragon Clan Level, LV 320 HP, 1.2 billion MP, 2 billion Armor, 2,347,356 Magic Resistance, 3,423,545 Attack Power, 5,843,445 to 6,923,544 Skills, Extreme Cold Domain, Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Roar, Frozen Miles, Absolute Zero. Oh my god. 1.2 billion HP?
Lon Lon exclaimed in the team chat.
Attack power is actually 7 million? This is terrifying. She continued.
Bai Jinqing nervously whispered, this boss is too strong, Lin Gu. Yan Shi smiled confidently and said, trust him, his stats are
also insane.
Indeed, Lin Gu agreed with this, but the boss's stats were clearly much stronger than his. He always thought of himself as a stats monster, but compared to this boss, he was no match. Moreover, the opponent's magic resistance was as high as over 3 million, so it would probably take him a long time
to defeat it.
Fortunately, there were still 6 hours left, plenty of time. Lin Gu took out a small red potion, instantly restoring his HP to full, then pulled out the cursed malice.
Armor break.
Due to the significant level difference between you and Ice Dragon Frost Sky Sovereign, your armor break was
resisted.
Hearing the system prompt, Lin Ji's expression remained unchanged. The ice dragon had only been staring at him without attacking, and he wasn't annoyed
at all.
He was only level 60, while the ice dragon was level 320. It was normal for his skills to be resisted twice. He had already tested his skills on
the Titan boss and wasn't worried at all.
If one didn't work, he'd use 2. He didn't believe that all of his dozen skills would be useless. If they really were, then he'd have to get serious.
At that point, he'd activate demonization and cursed malice and fight the boss to the end. Suddenly recalling the Titan
boss, he remembered a new skill he had just learned. When fighting the Titan earlier, the Plague skill had been instrumental, allowing subsequent skills to
deal damage.
Thinking of this, Lin Gu quickly raised his staff and shouted, Plague!
Minus 783,434 whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, and a green light appeared above the ice dragon's head. Lin Ji's eyes lit up.
But before he could celebrate, the ice dragon roared in pain.
Roar! The ice dragon raised its head and let out an angry dragon roar.
Then, as if activated, its snow-white eyes turned blood red.
It blared down at Lin Gu with fury and bellowed, Despicable human! It was you who broke the pact between us. It was you who destroyed our home. It was you Who caused my daughter to fall into the endless abyss? Give me back my daughter. Give me back my daughter. Roar! The ice dragon raised its head and roared in rage. The next second, without warning, it lowered its head, opened its massive jaws, and spewed a dragon breath 10 meters long. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, and he quickly dodged, but the attack was too sudden, and he was still grazed by the edge of the breath. Crack! In an instant, half of Lin Ji's body was covered in a thick layer of ice, followed by a critical
damage number of over 600,000. Lin Ji's expression changed drastically, and he quickly drank a bottle of solar god water, instantly restoring his HP to full. Then he raised his staff and frantically cast skills. Intimidate. Due to the significant level difference between you and Ice Dragon Frost Sky Sovereign, your Intimidate was resisted. Polymorph. Due to the significant level difference between you and Ice Dragon Frost Sky Sovereign, your Polymorph was resisted. Lingu used 6 commonly used skills in a row, all of which were ignored. High-level skills were completely ineffective. Lin Ji's face darkened as he ran and cursed. That Titan was brainless, and you're brainless too? I don't believe this. Osteoporosis. Crack. -1354652. As soon as the skill was cast, Lingu heard a crisp cracking sound, and the breath attack stopped abruptly. He instinctively looked at the ice dragon, only to see its front claw, perched on the towering pillar, suddenly slide forward in an odd manner, like someone twisting their ankle while walking. An awkward atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire floating island. The ice dragon, who had been cursing moments ago, froze in place, blinking in confusion. Lingu slowed his steps, inexplicably, feeling embarrassed as well. Well, maybe it's just old age, the legs aren't as nimble anymore. After saying this, he actually noticed a faint blush appear on the ice dragon's face. You bastard! Damn human! The ice dragon finally lost its temper, and raged and humiliated, unleashing its skill. Frozen lands. As the ice dragon raised its head, a snow-white beam, twice as wide as its breath range, shot out like a freezing machine, heading straight for Lin Gu. Behind Lin Gu was the entrance to the staircase. Startled, he leapt aside just in time, as Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrui excitedly rushed up. Wow! Bro! I just heard a dragon roar. Is it weight? Shi Tengfei hadn't even finished speaking when suddenly, a massive ice pillar erupted from the entrance, instantly freezing everything within a 20-meter radius into ice sculptures. The Shi brothers were no exception, their surprised expressions frozen into statues. The ice pillar's range was so vast that even their frozen forms were knocked off the floating island. From a distance, 2 black ice blocks could be seen falling from the pillar. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun, squinting in confusion. Ha! What are those silly-looking things? Lin Gu glanced back, scratched his head, and thought, did someone just say something? Forget it, don't let it distract from the main task. He took a sip of a potion, dodged the ice dragon's breath, and stared into its massive eyes with a grin. Since you dare to use that skill, let me give it a try. The ice dragon looked bewildered. Osteoporosis. Lin Gu shouted. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the ice dragon's body, along with its front claw, suddenly slipped several meters downward. The ice dragon's expression changed drastically, roaring, You bastard! What did you do to me? Lin Gu grinned smugly. Chest-breaking stone. Boom! This time, the ice dragon couldn't withstand it. Its already damaged body was struck even harder. Arg! The ice dragon howled in pain, its eyes nearly popping out. Lin Ji's eyes lit up as he intensified his attacks. 10 fingers connected to the he watching its chest continuously collapse, bleed, and crack open. Accompanied by crisp snapping sounds, the ice dragon completely panicked. It raised its head in anger and roared, Humans! I will! Crack! Before it could finish speaking, its voice abruptly stopped because its jaw had fallen off. From Lin Ji's perspective, the ice dragon's jaw suddenly dropped down. If not for the flesh still connecting it, the jaw would have completely separated from the mouth. At that moment, Lin Gu even saw fear in the ice dragon's eyes. The next second, a series of crisp snapping sounds came from the ice dragon's neck. Its entire head began to bend backward unnaturally, hitting its own body. Coupled with its tail curling forward, Lin Gu was stunned. Whoa! Double fold? No matter how it folds, it looks cool. Ice dragon? Bro, are you making pancakes? Can you add some crispy bits? I don't like pickles, nor do I like lettuce. Add more chile. Poof! Finally, the ice dragon
couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of old blood.
Seeing this, Lin Gu laughed uncontrollably.
Bro, I didn't even use any skills. The ice dragon
Trembled all over, clearly panicking.
Wang Hadang. Poof.
The ice dragon spat out another mouthful of old blood, struggling furiously in frustration. But Lin Gu noticed that the sound of bones cracking hadn't stopped. The more the ice dragon twisted, the more its bones shattered, making the entire dragon jump
around like an out-of-control puppet. Bone fragments quickly emerged from various parts of its body. Not only was Lin Gu confused, but even by Jinqing and the others, who were hiding behind a big rock drinking potions, couldn't help but wonder, Sister Shi, is it New Year's?
with all these crackling sounds. Is
someone setting off firecrackers? Ice dragon? No way, there's still 2 months until New Year's. Then is someone getting married? Ice dragon?
Hearing their casual chatter, the ice dragon was so furious it almost stopped breathing. At this moment, Lin Gu also realized something.
Hey, bro,
Your ribs
are cracked. Hey, your hip bone is broken. Whoa, bro, your spine is exposed. Can this still be called a dragon bone? Hey, whoa, bro, stop twisting. If you keep twisting, you won't survive. Humans, dynasty, immediate support.
The ice dragon, already unable to stand, coupled with Lin Ji's sharp tongue
and relentless skills, let out a skyward roar of anger and shouted furiously, I want you all dead. All of you dead. Absolute zero. Just as the ice
dragon angrily leaned back, preparing to unleash its ultimate move, Sima Qing rushed over with his team.
I heard a dragon roar. It's really a dragon. Whoa. It's actually a dragon. Sima Qing was the first to charge onto the platform, initially extremely excited. But upon seeing the ice dragon in this strange posture,
lying on the ground, he froze. However, when he saw Lin Gu and the ice dragon's health bar, his eyes lit up immediately. This ice dragon has already lost
half its health. Brothers, charge. Steal Lin Gu. Steal the boss.
Upon hearing this, the crowd's morale soared, and they rushed forward.
Everyone shouted excitedly as they charged toward the ice dragon. A dragon. It's really a dragon. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be a dragon-slaying hero. Wait. 30,000. Health? Who the hell hit me? Hey, what's going on? Extreme Coldfield? Whose skill is this? Don't push me. Don't squeeze. I'm losing health. The
3,000-strong team, driven by the temptation of the ice dragon boss and Lin Ji's head, surged forward madly. The noise was so loud that those in the back couldn't hear what the front was saying, with only 2 thoughts in their minds, kill Lin Gu quickly, steal the boss. Soon, the crowd pushed and shoved their way onto the platform. But at that moment, the ice dragon boss suddenly unleashed its skill, apart from Sima Qing, who was using the tool given by Sima Chen. Qi Xingho, who was using the tool given by Qi Rongdao, Qi Ding and Sima Yan, who were observing their surroundings, and Sima Qi, who was wrestling with Xiao Wu. Everyone else was frozen in place, turned into ice sculptures. Xiao Wu, who had been arguing heatedly with Sima Qi, was dumbfounded at the sight. What was even more shocking was that a gust of wind blew past, and those ice sculptures shattered instantly. Terrified, Xiao Wu grabbed Sima Qing's arm and shouted, Brother! 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 Sima Qi looked disgusted and said, Stop calling me brother, it's so gross. Xiao Wu exploded with anger, You're the gross one. Always pretending in front of my brother. Sima Qi was stunned, Are you out of your mind? He's my brother. Besides, aren't you the same? Isn't he the same? Xiao Wu was about to retort when he saw Lin Gu looking their way. Frightened, he quickly pulled Sima Qing and said, Brother, look, they're all dead. They're all dead. Sima Qing and the others froze, instinctively looking toward the ice dragon. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? Where are the others? Where are they? Xiao Wu pointed at the ice shards on the ground with a tearful face and said, They're all dead, all killed instantly by the ice dragon. Boss. Wah? Sima Qing's face turned pale instantly, and then he roared in anger, Damn it! That damned Lin Gu. Dynasty, move out immediately. Brother. Qing, it was the boss who did it. Wah? Boss Dynasty, move out immediately. Brother Qing is so awesome. Wah? Qi Xingho and the others twitched. Their mouths took a step back, and their faces looked as if they had swallowed something unpalatable. At this moment, Bai Jinqing and the others saw Sima Qing's team of over 3,000 people turned into ice sculptures, their expressions drastically changing. Lin Gu, watch your back. Hearing Bai Jinqing's Shout, Qi Xingho's face changed, and he said, "Stop showing off here, Lin Gu has already noticed us, act quickly." Qi Xingho's words snapped Sima Qing and the others back to reality. Right. Kill Lin Gu first. As long as he's dead, the boss is ours. A cold glint flashed in Sima Qing's eyes as he took out a scroll and sneered, "Perfect, the boss is already at half health. We should thank Lin Gu, ha ha ha." While dodging the Ice Dragon boss's attacks, Lin Gu raised his staff, preparing to cast a skill. Sima Qing directly threw out the scroll, Infernal Hell. The scroll, infused with magical energy, instantly emitted a dazzling light. Within an 800-meter radius centered on Sima Qing, including the Ice Dragon, everything was engulfed in blue flames. Bai Jinqing's pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed drastically. "Lin Gu, don't move." Yanxi tightly grabbed Bai Jinqing, who was about to rush out, her face pale as she stared at Sima Qing and said, "Don't rush. Don't go over there. If you go, you'll only cause trouble for Lin Gu. Trust him. Trust him. He's not hurt yet." Jinqing froze, his eyes reddened, and he could only hide behind a large rock, staring intently at Lin Ji's health bar in the team interface. Sima Qing, seeing Lin Gu trapped in the sea of fire and hearing the Ice Dragon's continuous wails, burst into laughter. "Lin Gu, oh Lin Gu, how does it feel to taste a level 7 ultimate skill from a 4th turn expert? Ha ha ha." His eyes were filled with malice as he sneered, "Don't you have 5 seconds of invincibility? Impressive, huh? Ha! My skill replication scroll lasts exactly 5 seconds, and..." Sima Qing pulled out another scroll and threw it. "I have more than one scroll. Thunderstorm. City. Crackle, crackle." As the scroll activated, the sky above the sea of fire was instantly shrouded in lightning, and the Ice Dragon's wails echoed continuously. The Ice Dragon was in the worst state, suffering from osteoporosis, with fractures all over its body, unable to escape. Both scrolls were skills from 4th turn professions, fire and lightning wreaking havoc, causing its health bar to plummet. As for Lin Ji's whereabouts, the Ice Dragon couldn't care less. Damn it! Damn humans! Sima Qing and his group had crazed expressions, as if they wanted to devour Lin Gu and the Ice Dragon alive. Sima Qing knew in his heart that he couldn't give Lin Gu any chance to catch his breath, preventing him from counterattacking with his skills. He pulled out another scroll and shouted, "Qi Xingho, stop holding back. Hurry up and throw out all the scrolls and items. Don't give him any chance. Today, Lin Gu, that fool, must die." Qi Xingho sneered, "Exactly what I intended." He pulled out a small square box. "This is called the Silent Treasure Box. Once released, Lin Gu won't be able to use any skills." The small box floated above the sea of fire, emitting a faint glow. Qi Xingho then took out another box. "This is the gravity trap, it. Stop wasting time. Just do it." Sima Qing cursed, snatching the box and throwing it out directly with magic power. Qi Xingho wanted to retort, but, seeing the cautious expressions of Sima Qing and Xiao Wu, he held back. "All right, let's do this." He then threw out all the items Qi Rongdao had given him. Qi Ding and Sima Yan weren't idle either. As 3rd turn professionals, they had their own long-range area attack skills. Instantly, various skills flew around, turning the entire floating island into a battlefield. Even the Ice Dragon's health bar dropped to 30%. Ah, damn humans. You all deserve to die. The Ice Dragon finally couldn't bear it anymore, triggering its berserk bloodline. Like a final burst of energy, it raised its head and unleashed a massive icy breath. Sima Qing and the others were startled and quickly used their abilities to dodge. But after all, it was a level 320 boss, and the damage was extremely high. Even a slight graze caused their health to drop by half instantly. Helpless, they retreated to the steps to avoid further danger. Once the boss's skill dissipated, the group charged back in, continuing to throw items without hesitation. The Ice Dragon prepared to unleash another skill, but Sima Qing, burning with rage, pulled out a golden scroll and threw it out. "Die. You and Lin Gu can die together." The scroll instantly erupted with dazzling light, transforming into a 10-zhang-long golden spear surrounded by arcs of lightning. Yan Shi's face changed dramatically. "This? Thunder Saint Spear? Bai Jinqing froze, asking anxiously, "What kind of skill is this?" Yan Shi's face turned pale, clenching her fists tightly. "This is the Sima family's strongest single-target output skill. He is a golden potential magic-type variant profession, known as the King of Thunder Domain.
The power of this skill had already reached the level of a 5th turn professional strike. This damage. Forget Lin Gu, even your Deanling from Apocalypse Academy wouldn't survive. What? Bai Jinqing's eyes widened sharply upon hearing this, her face instantly turning pale. Sima Qing's eyes burned with fervor as he stared at the giant spear gathering energy. Fool Lin Gu. This time you're dead for sure. I don't believe you can walk out alive. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Qi Xingho's eyes flashed. With a hint of light. He said, the Sima family is impressive, but my Qi family can't lose either. Come out, my box. Sima Yan was speechless, while Qi Ding helplessly rubbed his forehead, smiling awkwardly. This kid. Qi Ding pointed to his own head, and Sima Yan and the others immediately understood. But the most important thing now was to kill Lin Gu, so no one thought much about it. Qi Xingho had already pulled out a golden box and thrown it out. Everyone waited to hear news of Lin Ji's death. As for whether it would hit, they weren't worried at all. First, Lin Gu had already been locked as the target earlier. Second, the skill's range was vast. Unless Lin Gu ran out of the previous sea of fire, he had no chance to escape. Even though the smoke and dust obscured their vision, making it impossible to see Lin Gu and the ice dragon was still screaming, and its health bar was dropping. Lin Gu was still within the skill's range, and that was enough. The energy of the giant spear was fully charged. Sima Qing, looking at his nearly depleted magic power, shouted. With madness in his eyes, Thunder Saint Spear. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, Bai Jinqing and the others didn't even have time to react before the giant spear shot out like a bamboo splitting apart. Boom! Roar! The spear pierced through the smoke, and the ice dragon let out a horrific wail. Imperial Dynasty! Imperial Dynasty! The ice dragon was pinned to the ground by the spear, struggling and cursing furiously. Underneath it, Lin Gu looked at the spearhead that was dangerously close, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Good thing I hid here, otherwise I'd be done for. The ice dragon furiously cursed, clearly directing its anger at Sima Qing and his group. This stupid dragon, take him down. Exactly what I was thinking. Qi Xingho couldn't hold back. The ice dragon insulted his family, so he wouldn't let it go. Void Shadow Array. The golden box opened, releasing countless purple needles that shot into the smoke like a meteor shower. Roar! Howl! Bastards! Bastards! Amid the dust and scattered ice crystals, the ice dragon was pinned to the ground, struggling incessantly. You lot, what a miserable way to die. Don't let me catch you. The ice dragon's health dropped to 30%, and after a relentless assault from the Thunder Holy Spear and Void Shadow Array, it lost another 15%. It was furious. At this rate, it would be worn down to death. To protect the dignity of the Ice Dragon clan, it forcibly raised its head and claws, using the last of its magic power. Absolute zero. Howl! The ice dragon roared, and the temperature plummeted instantly. The entire floating island was suddenly covered in ice. Although Bai Jinqing's group of 5 had retreated far away, they were still affected by the cold, losing a significant amount of health. Sima Qing and his group were in a dire situation. They had no time to react and were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. After using its skill, the ice dragon's head weakly slammed to the ground, its mouth crooked. It was out of options, its bones as fragile as glass, unable to withstand any more strain. However, as the dust settled and it saw Sima Qing and his group turned into ice sculptures, the ice dragon's anger subsided considerably. It sneered smugly, mere humans, daring to go head-to-head with the ice dragon clan? Truly seeking death. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as the ice began to fracture. The ice encasing Sima Qing and his group shattered instantly. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Sima Qing's eyes as he quickly pulled out a potion and gulped it down. If it weren't for my group immunity scroll, I would have been done in by this stupid dragon. Sima Qi's face darkened as he downed 3 bottles of potions in a row. Hurry! Lin Gu must be dead. Kill this mana-drained dragon first, then check his corpse. I have to personally piss on his face. Everyone's eyes lit up, no one doubted Sima Qi's words. Forget that he was a level 40 plus white priest after enduring 5 minutes of item bombardment, plus the area attacks from Qi Ding and the other third-tier professionals. How could Lin Gu survive? Not to mention the terrifying skill the ice dragon had just unleashed. Sima Qing sneered, pulling out his last 2 items. This dragon still has at least 1 billion health left. Don't rush, let's hit it with these treasures first. After all, the items would eventually have to be handed in, so why not enjoy them now? If the dragon retaliated before dying, they'd have nowhere to cry. I also have a little box. Let's throw them together.
Shi Xingho grinned wickedly, tossing his last
item alongside Sima Qing.
In an instant, the ice dragon's curses were drowned out by a sky full of fire and lightning explosions.
Bastards! Bastards! I'll fight you to the death. The ice dragon, watching its health bar plummet, furiously raised its head and forced out one last dragon breath. Sima Qing and his group, thinking victory was assured, were caught off guard and hit by the dragon breath. Fortunately, the ice dragon was on the verge of collapse, and this final attack couldn't kill them, only reducing their health to the brink. Good thing I didn't charge in earlier. This stupid dragon.
At this moment, Lin Gu, who had been hiding beneath the ice dragon, realized Sima Qing and his group were out of items. Seizing the moment while they cursed and ranted, he emerged.
Heh, I've been waiting for this moment. Out of items, huh? Now it's my turn to use skills. Sima Qing and his group's expressions changed, while Bai Jinqing's group of 5 were overjoyed. The contrast between the two sides was stark. He's not dead? This is bad. Before Sima Qing could finish speaking, Lin Gu raised his novice staff and shouted, "Polymorph!"
Sima Qi and Xiao Wu were shocked, looking down at themselves, only to find they were indeed starting to
transform.
They initially thought the skill wouldn't deal much damage, as it only caused them to lose about 30,000 health.
But in the next second, their eyes widened in disbelief as they watched themselves transform from humans into sheep. In less than 3 seconds, they were completely turned into sheep. My goodness! Why has my voice changed? Ba ba! Sima Qing shouted in horror, looking up. Oh no! I've turned into a sheep, ba! Yan Shi and the other 4 also began to cry out hoarsely.
Looking at Sima Qing and the others, who had turned into a group of panicked little sheep not far away, the scene was both comical
and awkward. Despite the transformation, Lin Gu couldn't hold back. Ugh! Ugh! On a large rock in the lake area, Shi Tengfei groggily opened his eyes. Where am I?
Sitting across from him, Shi Tengrui's face was dark.
Damn it! We're dead! Shi Tengfei scratched his face, confused, and asked, Huh? How did I die? I don't remember a thing.
Shi Tengrui spat on the ground, stood up, and glared angrily at the sky. Damn it!
Lin Gu! Shi Tengfei also became furious, suddenly standing upright and shouting, I've had enough. That bastard Lin Gu. Bro, let's go settle the score with him. Let's go. We must get revenge.
The two cursed as they jumped off the rock and headed straight for the floating island area. In front of the ice dragon,
Sima Qing and the others
stared at Lin Gu in panic, their expressions flustered. Lin Ji's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly in a good mood.
Thanks to you guys for taking down over 30% of this boss's health.
If it weren't for you high damage players, I would have had to grind for another half an hour.
Sima Qing and the others were furious and immediately began cursing Lin Ji's ancestors for 18 generations. Lin Gu, you're dead. You bastard. Lin Gu sneered, raising his staff. You came to kill me, and you expect me to just sit here and let you do it? If you kill, you must be prepared to be killed. It's the simplest logic, whether you understand it or not, you have to accept it.
Sima Qing, enraged, drew his sword and shouted, Lin Gu,
I'll fight you to the death. The others, equally furious,
drew their weapons and charged at Lin Gu.
Lin Gu, prepare to die. Lin Ji's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Prepare to die? Alright then, chaos. Spell.
A sudden light appeared above Sima Qing's head as he charged at the front, and his eyes became dazed.
Where am I? Yahoo! I've turned into a butterfly. Baba sheep, so beautiful. Ha ha ha. I'm the #1 in the world.
Sima Qing began to babble nonsense, and the others soon fell into chaos as well. Seeing this, Lin Gu wasted no more time. He had already looted what needed to be looted and reaped plenty of rewards. After tangling with them for over
an hour, he needed to quickly deal with the ice dragon.
Once he claimed the rewards, he could continue farming monsters and leveling up. The experience here
was quite abundant.
Equipping his gear, he casted 10 fingers linked heart spell, ending the battle directly.
With the chaos spell and polymorph still in
effect, they would have a hard time recovering. Lin Gu was confident that even if they had resurrection methods, they would suffer greatly once they left the
secret realm. Alright, it's just you and me now.
Lin Gu stretched lazily, turning to face the ice dragon, which had lost its former glory, with a mocking
Smile. Any last words?
The ice dragon raised its head, gritting its teeth and breathing heavily.
Human, you will pay for this.
Lingu spread his hands.
So what? You're a monster, and I'm a professional player. We're natural enemies.
Besides, if I don't kill you, how will I get the first kill reward in the
class advancement proof?
The ice dragon twitched its mouth, glaring coldly at Lingu before letting out a chilling laugh.
Heh, it doesn't matter. This is just a projection, nothing significant. But I've remembered you.
I swear, for what you've done today, you will pay the price.
Lin Ji's heart skipped a beat. You have intelligence?
The ice dragon froze, its expression changing drastically, and it suddenly opened its mouth to roar in fury. You bastard.
Damn. Human. Die. Lingu frowned slightly, watching its enraged state. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows again and let out a cold laugh. Oh, then bring it on. Chest-crushing stone. 10 fingers linked heart. As Lingu unleashed a continuous barrage of skills, going all out, 5 minutes later, the massive ice dragon let out its final, mournful roar before collapsing with a thunderous crash, transforming into a massive amount of experience points. You have defeated Ice Dragon Bingling Tianzuan, gaining 15,246,584 experience points. Ding! Congratulations!
Completed the first kill of Emerald Dreamland Floating Island.
Boss, 2 halves.
Gained 100,000 gold. Gained 10 million experience points. Obtained equipment, Moonlit Wheel, gold, ding.
Congratulations! You have completed all first kills in Emerald Dreamland and achieved a Grand Slam. Ding! Secret Realm Announcement. Secret Realm Announcement. System Announcement, Lingu has achieved a Grand Slam of all first kills in Emerald Dreamland. Reward, 1 million gold reward, 100 million experience points. Obtained equipment, Phantom Gloves, asterisk, obtained treasure chest, asterisk, ×1 obtained title, Life Grand Slam, gold. Wow, what's this? A secret realm announcement? Lingu blinked, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile.
Bai Jinqing and the other 4, upon hearing the announcement, instantly jumped up in excitement.
Holy crap! It's a secret realm announcement. Lingu is just too strong. Ha ha ha. Now everyone in the secret realm knows our idol got the Grand Slam of all first kills. That's amazing. Ah! All first kills. Grand Slam. Idol is invincible.
The group ran and jumped around excitedly, raising their hands high and
shouting, as happy as children. Lingu looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. However, thinking about his second job advancement quest, he quickly picked up everything the ice dragon had dropped. Gained 1264 gold, 32 silver, 45 copper. Obtained ice dragon's heart. Obtained ice dragon's eye. Obtained ice dragon's
magic core. Obtained guild token. Obtained equipment, ice shard celestial staff, gold. Obtained equipment, ice shard wings, gold. Obtained skill book.
Ground explosion. Obtained second job advancement quest scroll, exclusive, second job scroll. Lingu was overjoyed and immediately took out the scroll to check.
Second job advancement quest scroll, exclusive, description, quest item, indestructible, non-tradable. Exclusive to Lingu, Venomous Priest. After confirming it, Lingu directly used the scroll.
Ding! Congratulations! You have unlocked the second job advancement quest. Quest 1, kill 10,000 undead creatures above LV 200. Kill 1 undead boss above LV 300. Kill 10,000 demon race creatures above LV 200. Kill 1 demon race boss above LV 300. Collect the spirit of the dead in the demon king's heart, and deliver them to the hidden one. Mingyun what? Lingu was stunned.
Killing 10,000 demon race creatures above level 201. Demon race lord above level 300 was fine, he could just go to the southern demon race territory.
But undead creatures? What the heck? None of the dungeons or secret realms he knew of had undead creatures. The corpses and ghosts in the inferno didn't count as undead, they were completely different things. And this is just quest 1? Does that mean there's a quest 2 for the second job advancement? Even stranger, why do I have to deliver these items to the hidden one, Mingyun? Mingyun? Does that mean I have to find him myself?
Luckily, last time I, borrowed a barrier-breaking pearl from him, so at least I don't have to worry about not finding him.
What a pain, though. That NPC is so stingy, it's ridiculous. Lingu.
At this moment, Bai Jinqing called out to him excitedly, interrupting his complaints. He instinctively looked up and saw Bai Jinqing running toward him with her arms wide open. Lingu smiled gently, his eyes full of warmth, and opened his arms to welcome her.
Lingu, you're amazing.
Lingu chuckled and was about to respond when he suddenly felt a wave
of darkness before his eyes, dizziness overwhelming him. Ha! What's going on? Lin Gu squinted, feeling his body about to collapse. The 5 people opposite him clearly noticed his abnormality, especially Bai Jinqing, who was running toward him and had the clearest view. Lin Gu! Bai Jinqing's face changed dramatically as she sped up, but everything happened too quickly, and Lin Gu couldn't react in time. That he watched as Bai Jinqing ran toward him in terror, but her body suddenly fell straight to the right. The moment she hit the ground, it felt as though she had fallen into water, breaking through a thin layer of water film. A faint sound of water echoed in his ears for a second, and then his body quickly flipped, head and feet reversed, and the world shifted. However, compared to the sunny place he had just been, this place was as eerie and terrifying as hell. Though it seemed slow, all of this happened in just 3 seconds. Lin Gu felt his dizziness finally subside and rubbed his brow helplessly. Where is this? Why is it so cold? He muttered, taking a deep breath and instinctively opening his eyes to look around. As soon as he opened them, he froze. About 3 kilometers ahead, there was a village, about 2 kilometers deep. The village was filled with mud brick houses, but the buildings were dilapidated, as if they had just endured a meteor shower. The village was completely deserted, with countless scattered bones of various sizes on the ground, human and beast alike. The streets, alleys, rooftops, and courtyards were all covered in chilling white bones. The most horrifying sight was a path paved with bones leading straight to the depths of the village, where a throne of bones stood. The throne was made of a massive beast's skull, about 2 meters wide, and seated upon it was a humanoid figure clad in black armor. One hand gripped a sword, while the other supported its chin, as if in slumber. Just one glance was enough to make one's scalp tingle and body tense. The place was cold and damp, with the air thick with the scent of death. Lin Gu felt as though he had fallen into hell. Where is this? Lin Gu snapped back to reality, his eyelid twitching as he instinctively looked around. Apart from the scene before him, everything else was pitch black, with nothing visible. From the bone throne onward, there seemed to be nothing else. This was the entirety of the space. He frowned and tried the random teleportation stone, but the system kept indicating teleportation failure. He opened the communication system, only to find it grayed out and unusable. Looks like I have no choice but to stay here, Lin Gu said helplessly. Despite the eerie and terrifying surroundings, he wasn't scared at all. As the saying goes, skill breeds courage. At worst, he could use a resurrection stone. He still had 3 chances left. Surely, he wouldn't be stuck here forever, right? Oh, right, let's check the loot first. The voice of the world will had my head aching earlier. There must be something good. Since he was here, he decided to sort through his rewards. The first kill had given him a pair of golden pants, and the Grand Slam rewarded him with a golden glove, both of which had better attributes than his previous equipment. He swapped them out without hesitation. As he was rummaging through his backpack, he suddenly discovered a weapon. Ha! A staff? Ice Sovereign Staff, Gold, Growth Type. 0/100 slot, Weapon Physical Attack plus 2050, Magic Attack plus 2050, Magic Critical Rate plus 30%, Magic Critical Damage plus 30%, Magic Attack Power Increase plus 30%, Attributes, Strength plus 1050, Agility plus 1050, Spirit plus 1360, Constitution plus 1050. Effects. All 4-dimensional attributes increased by 20%, Spell Penetration increased by 20%, Skill Damage increased by 20%. All ice attribute skills freezing effects enhanced by 10%. All ice attribute skill damage increased by 10% when casting ice attribute skills. Freezing effect duration extended by 10% when casting ice attribute skills. There is a chance for enemies to suffer double freezing damage. Cold effect. When casting skills, there is a certain chance to increase one's spirit by 1%, stacking up to 10 layers. Ice shard effect. When casting skills, there is a chance to summon an ice shard phantom to deliver a frost breath attack effortless. Can equip items 40 levels higher than one's own level. Effect? Durability, 1500/1500 equipment level, LV 120. This is insane, a level 120 gold staff? Lin Gu blinked, holding the snow-white coiled dragon staff and examining it carefully, his expression gradually becoming complicated. This weapon is practically tailor-made for Jinqing. Although the base attributes of this equipment are much stronger than the venomous curse in his hand, that weapon is his exclusive item, and its additional attributes are incomparable. Besides, even if he wanted to use it, his level isn't high enough yet. He'd have to wait until level 80 to equip it.
but giving it to Bai Jinqing might last her until her fourth
class advancement. Let's save it for Jinqing first, Lin Gu muttered as he put the staff back into his backpack.
Then turned his attention to another piece of golden equipment. Ice feather wings, gold, slot, cloak magic. Attack plus 1250 magic attack power plus 30% physical defense plus 20%, magic defense plus 20% attributes, strength plus 850, agility plus 850, spirit plus 1050, constitution plus 900 armor, 1230 effects, spell penetration plus 30% spell damage plus 30% skill damage, plus 30% cold resistance plus 30% ice feather effect. When actively triggered, it can block one attack from an enemy up to 50 levels higher than you. Effortless, allows equipping items up to 40 levels higher than your own level. Effect. Durability, 950 out of 950 required level, LV 100. Looking at the snow-white cloak adorned with feathers in his hand, Lin Gu immediately knew that such a beautiful item must belong to Jinqing.
He wouldn't wear something so feminine.
Accessories were fine since they could be hidden, but a cloak like this, which was so obvious, would make him look like an old lady walking down the street. Forget it. Let's just put it in the backpack and check out the skill book instead. While rummaging through the equipment earlier, he had found a skill book with a name that sounded incredibly powerful.
Ground Explosion Lin Gu exclusive skill description, your jumping
ability is greatly enhanced, allowing you to take off freely without any assistance.
Upon jumping and landing, you
will crash into the ground like a missile, causing explosions and area damage. This skill is passive, does not
consume mana, and has no cooldown.
The explosion effect and damage can be toggled off.
After reading the description, Lin Gu almost burst out laughing. Whoa, this skill is way too badass. It's literally a flying bomb. Can't you act normal for once?
Lin Gu was dumbfounded. But to be honest, this skill was indeed explosively cool.
Lin Gu
snapped back to reality, his eyes widening and his breathing quickening.
This was a flying skill. In the entire
Dragon Kingdom, aside from innate class abilities, very few people possessed flying skills, at least, he didn't know
many who did. Without hesitation, Lin Gu immediately clicked to learn it.
Beside the ice dragon's corpse, Bai Jinqing was stunned.
Lin Gu?
Lan Lan Xiaoyu and Chen Rui ran over, looking around in shock.
No. Where's Lin Gu? Idol? Where are you, idol?
Yan Shi saw this scene and her eyes suddenly narrowed.
It's true. That thing actually happened. Hearing Yan Shi's quiet muttering, the others quickly turned to her. Yan Shi, do you know what's going on?
Yan Shi snapped out of it and hurriedly grabbed Bai Jinqing's hand.
Don't worry.
Lin Gu probably triggered the hidden Grand Slam dungeon.
Ha! Everyone was stunned. Hidden dungeon? What's that? If it was just a dungeon, Bai Jinqing relaxed a little.
After all, Lin Gu had no problem clearing dungeons. She had been worried that someone had suddenly attacked Lin Gu. Yan Shi nodded, her expression serious.
Mythical and ancient level secret realms have Grand Slam rules. If you achieve a Grand Slam, you have a chance to enter a random hidden dungeon. Hidden dungeons are bound to have good loot, no doubt about it.
At this point, Yan Shi
hesitated. But what? Just say it. Bai Jinqing grew nervous.
Yan Shi pursed her lips, her gaze complicated.
In hidden dungeons, if you don't defeat all the monsters, you can't get out.
Bai Jinqing froze, her eyes suddenly
widening. What do you mean? Are there a lot of monsters?
Yan Shi sighed.
Yes, not only are there many, but
their levels are at least the highest level of the secret realm.
Seeing everyone's expressions change, Yan Shi gave a helpless smile.
In other words, Lin Gu has to face monsters starting from level 320.
And the secret realm
will close in 2 days. If he doesn't make it out by then, he'll have to drift along with the secret realm.
At least for a year. What?
Bai Jinqing's face turned pale, as if she had thought of something, and she quickly shook
her head. No.
Yan Shi squeezed her hand.
Don't worry. I'm not worried. Bai Jinqing took a deep breath, calming her emotions. I believe in him. She glanced at the ice dragon and smiled. If he can defeat a level 320 boss, the smaller monsters won't be a problem. I believe in him.
Bai Jinqing looked seriously at Yan Shi and
repeated, I believe in him. Yan Shi nodded. That's exactly why I suggested he go for the Grand Slam. Although
It's dangerous, risk and opportunity always come hand in hand.
If he can clear the hidden dungeon, the rewards will exceed our imagination.
This was a life or death gamble.
Apart from believing, there was no other choice. Inside the hidden dungeon,
Lingo looked helplessly at the skill bar, his expression grim.
Who came up with this name? It's so annoying.
He sighed, glanced around, bent his knees slightly, and pushed off the ground with force.
Boom!
In an instant, he left a crater on the ground and shot up like a cannonball, leaping over 10 meters.
High.
Strangely, he didn't fall back down but instead stopped mid-air, just as he had imagined.
Seeing the white skeletons in the dilapidated village below, Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of joy. Wow, I can actually fly?
Lingu tried moving with his mind, and his body began to move freely in the air forward, backward, left, right, even up and down, completely following his will.
He even tried mimicking Superman's flying pose but felt it looked too silly, deciding that gliding horizontally looked much cooler. Who doesn't want to fly? Flying is
everyone's dream, and Lingu was no exception. Getting this skill book made him happier than obtaining top-tier
equipment.
It was like how the mermaid's crown made by Jin Cheng and Lanlan so happy.
Lingu played around in the air for
a while, then, with a thought, flew back to the ground. But as he was about to land, he slammed down like a cannonball.
Bang!
The massive impact kicked up a cloud of dust, shaking the dilapidated village.
Lingu walked out
of the dust helplessly, patting the dirt off his clothes.
Who came up with this skill name? It just sounds unreliable. Whatever, as long as I can fly.
I'll just turn off the landing effect, he muttered as he opened his backpack. This time, he had hit the jackpot, with so many items he hadn't even checked yet.
Sure enough, behind the ice dragon's heart, he found a black token. What's this?
Lingu curiously took it out, and the token's information immediately popped up before his eyes.
Guild token usage instructions. With this token, you can go to the Adventurers Guild in any major city, find a registrar, and create your own guild. Wow, it's a guild token? Lin Ji's
eyes widened in disbelief. In this world, anyone could create a guild, but without a guild token, no matter how many people you had or how strong you were, the world wouldn't recognize it. A guild recognized by the world came with many benefits: guild space, guild storage, guild bonuses, guild teleportation arrays, and more.
You could even establish branches across the country and participate in guild wars for rewards. Having a guild token was like unlocking unlimited possibilities. At first, Lingu hadn't considered building a faction, thinking it was easier to conquer the world alone and less of a hassle.
But as his level and experience grew, he realized this world
wasn't that simple. One person couldn't handle everything unless they were truly invincible. He wasn't there yet. He needed time and growth. Moreover, the higher the level, the more responsibilities there were. He couldn't do everything himself, it was too exhausting.
Having others help share the burden was a necessity.
This idea began to change after Liang Hu and Liang Ying, the sibling duo, came to find him.
With someone to handle the trivial matters, he could focus entirely on becoming stronger. Of course, establishing a guild also has its drawbacks.
Unlike a family,
which is bound by close blood ties and deeper emotions, a guild grows quickly and has abundant resources, unlike
a family that relies on generations to slowly accumulate. After all, he was only 18 years old now. Playing with
the token for a while, Lingu glanced at his backpack again.
Ice Dragon's Eye, Ice Dragon's Magic Core, huh? There's also a treasure chest? He was stunned and quickly took it out. Wow, a golden treasure chest? He hurriedly
opened the battle log, flipped through it, and discovered
Lingu had actually obtained a treasure chest and even earned the title Life Grand Slam. Quick, open the chest. Let's see what the title looks like. He rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes fixed on the treasure chest. Open sesame. Ding.
Obtained 100,000 gold coins.
Obtained 1 million experience points. Obtained equipment, Phantom Soulfire, red. Holy crap. A red tier item? Lin Ji's hand trembled, and he couldn't help but curse. Holy crap, God tier gear. His eyelids
twitched uncontrollably, and his breathing became rapid. Without hesitation, he quickly opened his backpack and found
the equipment glowing with a red light.
Phantom Soulfire, red, type, headgear attributes, physical and magic. Attack plus 3265 physical and magic critical rate plus 50% physical and magic critical damage plus 50% physical and magic skill. Damage plus 50% casting speed plus 50% armor plus 32,546 strength plus 2,800, agility plus 2,800, spirit plus 3,800, constitution plus 3,000 special. Effects, all 4 main attributes increased by 40%, spell penetration increased by 40%, spell damage increased by 40%, resistance to mental skills increased by 40%, mental skill damage increased by 40%, enhanced effects. When casting mental skills by 40% ignores resistance of targets up to 50 levels below the user when casting skills. Phantom, can create an illusionary space, trapping targets up to 50 levels below the user for 30 seconds.
Soulfire, when casting skills, there is a 30% chance to absorb 100 points of a random 4-dimensional attribute
from the opponent, stacking up to 10 layers. The absorbed attributes are permanently retained, and the target permanently loses the corresponding attributes, effective only on professionals. Stacks reset upon target's death. Effortless, allows equipping items up to 40 levels above the user's level, with additional bonuses, upgradable. Durability, 1000/1000 equipment level 120 what? This can actually permanently absorb someone else's attributes? This is practically the ultimate weapon for PvP. Just think about it, stealing 1000 attribute points during a fight is like wearing a level 100 gold tier item or gaining 12 free levels. The advantage is massive. Of course, the opponent would need to survive long enough for the 10 stacks to accumulate, otherwise, it would be wasted. But honestly, this equipment is absolutely top tier. Too bad I need to be level 80 to wear it. Lin Gu shook his head and put the equipment back into his backpack. Oh right, there's also the title. Let's check its attributes. He searched his entire backpack but couldn't find the title. He opened his character panel, but it didn't show up there either. He even checked the trading system, but still, nothing. Strange, the battle log clearly showed it. Lin Gu was puzzled. This was beyond his understanding, his teacher hadn't taught him about it, and there was nothing in the books either. Forget it, I'll figure out how to leave here first. I'll ask Yin Shi later, she should know. He remembered it was Yin Shi who suggested he aim for the first kill Grand Slam, so she must know something. Alright then. He looked around and saw only one path ahead. Picking up his staff, he headed toward the village, muttering as he eyed the skeletons in the distance. These skeletons aren't actually alive, are they? Like in the movies, where they suddenly jump out to scare people? Speaking of which, how do I get out of here? Do I have to kill the person sitting on the throne? That person is? Before Lin Gu could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed one of the skeletons on the ground move slightly. Could they really be alive? Clatter, the sound of bones colliding grew louder, as if the entire village was beginning to awaken. Scattered white bones started to piece themselves together and stand upright. Soon, the ground and rooftops of the village were densely packed with skeletal monsters. From a distance, all the way to the skeletal throne, it was a sea of white bones, almost completely obscuring the original appearance of the village. Even though they had no eyes, being stared at by so many skeletons made Lin Ji's scalp tingle. Instinctively, he tried to check the monster's attributes, but his interface was filled with question marks. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wow, at least level 120 monsters. A rough estimate put their numbers at no less than 10,000. Was this a fight he had to face head-on? Intimidate. Ineffective due to the large level gap headstand. Ineffective due to the large level gap plague. Ineffective due to the large level gap even the plague skill was immune, and Lin Ji's expression changed instantly. Not even the ice dragon could resist the effects of plague back then, yet these skeletons could. More importantly, the ice dragon nearly resisted, while these were outright immune. This meant their levels were far beyond 120, at least 300, to fully manifest their skeletal forms. Skeletal manifestation meant they lacked soft tissues like intestines, nerves, or brains. So, they wouldn't get diarrhea or fevers. Some monsters, like the iron corpses in the Inferno, were only a little over level 100 and couldn't achieve full manifestation, making them susceptible to status effects. But level 300 was a threshold. Recalling what Yen Shi had mentioned before, Lin Gu suddenly panicked. This meant all his main offensive skills, targeting the upper and lower body, were completely useless. Even his chest smash and 10 fingers piercing
heart were ineffective. These monsters were practically his nemesis. Do I really have to use resentful poison and demon transformation to fight them head-on?
Lin Gu smiled bitterly, hesitating. It wasn't that he didn't want to use them, but those skills only lasted 5 minutes and had a 10-minute cooldown. What would he do for
the remaining 5 minutes after using them?
If it were just 1 or 2 monsters, he could kite them to buy
time.
But with so many monsters in such a small space, there was no room to maneuver.
Sigh, this is such a headache. What should I do?
Staring at the dense crowd of skeletal monsters, Lin Gu looked utterly helpless. Old Yi, congratulations. Your East University won first place in the Secret Realm competition again this year.
Yeah, and you guys achieved a full first kill Grand Slam. It's unbelievable.
When Dragon God got the Grand Slam back then, it was only
by barely squeezing through the timeline, right?
But this time, Lin Gu actually achieved a full first kill Grand Slam.
That's incredible.
In the tent, everyone surrounded Yi Shouzhu, showering him with praise. Yi Shouzhu, however, remained calm,
maintaining a natural demeanor.
You're exaggerating. Lin Gu is only level 40-something and hasn't even undergone his second
class change. How can he compare to Dragon God? Noticing the corners of Yi Shouzhu's mouth twitching upward, Lu Guanyu said sourly, stop pretending. Lin Gu is only 18 years old. Forget about anyone here, even Dragon God couldn't achieve a mythic level Secret Realm Grand Slam at 18.
Exactly, old Yi, your mouth is practically splitting from smiling.
Stop pretending. Ha ha ha.
Everyone burst into laughter, forming a stark contrast to the gloomy expressions of Sima Chen, Qi Rongdao, and the others in the back.
Sima Chen's face darkened as
he glanced at the muttering old men, then gritted his teeth and glared at Qi Rongdao.
They're all dead, for real?
Qi Rongdao's face was ashen as he nodded.
Yes, all 3,000 plus people who went up.
Qi Xingho reported that they were all one-shot by the Ice Dragon boss. As for those 7, they were killed by Lin Gu.
Sima
Chen trembled with rage, gripping the armrest so tightly he nearly broke it.
He could withstand a level 320 Ice Dragon boss, endure so many item and scroll attacks,
and even manage to claim all the first kill rewards. This guy.
He absolutely cannot be allowed to live.
He was only level 40-something and could already defeat monsters far above his level.
If he leveled up further, how would anyone else even play?
It'd be like setting the game time to 3 a.m., nobody else would stand a chance.
That's right, this person cannot be spared.
Sima Manyun coldly looked at Qi Rong, her gaze.
I see.
After everything they had been through, they had all recognized Lin Ji's extraordinary nature. Now that the two sides were mortal enemies, it was a matter of life and death.
The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes growing colder. We must strike first, inside the hidden dungeon.
Facing the lifelike skeleton army before him, Lin Gu stroked his chin.
In thought. None of the 3 skill paths work, and control skills are ineffective too. So, what skill could possibly work? Wait. Suddenly, Lin Ji's eyes lit up. That's right. I think I just learned a skill that might work.
He recalled the skill he had recently acquired. Since these skeletons could avoid many skill damages and effects due to their
realistic bodies, this skill would definitely be unavoidable. Osteoporosis.
With that, Lin Gu raised his staff and struck the nearest skeleton.
Just as he expected, the skeleton,
hit by the skill, started convulsing uncontrollably, unable to hold on to the axe in its hand. With a crack, the axe in the skeleton's arm bone broke and fell to the ground.
The
skeleton's frame, as if weathered for 1,000 years, collapsed into dust.
Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. The next second, the voice of the world will suddenly rang out, shocking him.
You have killed, experience points +1, 235, 733. You have killed 1 undead creature. Wait, what?
Lin Gu froze, quickly opening the quest list. Sure enough,
the progress for killing undead creatures in his second-tier quest had changed to 1/10,000.
Lin Ji's eyes brightened, and he jumped for joy. So this is an undead creature? He could hardly believe it.
The skeleton monsters before him were practically a golden opportunity handed to him on a silver platter.
He instinctively looked at the figure on the skeletal throne.
If these are undead creatures, then that person.
Lin Ji's breathing quickened, and his heart raced. Oh my god, this is like a pie falling from the sky. Earlier, he had
been worried about farming undead creatures and was even considering asking Yi Shouzhu for help. Who would have thought that the undead creatures were right in front of him?
And the best part, These monsters could almost be killed in seconds. 5 to 8 seconds per monster on average. How was this any different from a quest monster delivered straight to his doorstep? Moreover, the experience points these monsters gave were in the 7 digits. 1,000,000 experience points. If he cleared out all these monsters, how much experience could he gain? At least tens of billions. By the time he finished, his level would definitely shoot up to at least 75 once the second tier quest was unlocked. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curse in excitement, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the endless skeleton army before him. Damn, this place is literally my paradise. The monsters outside only gave me 30 to 50,000 experience points. This place is on a whole different level. And just as these skeleton monsters counter my skills, my osteoporosis skill perfectly counters them. Now is the time for a reversal, little birds, here I come. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Ji's eyes as he raised his staff and cast a skill toward the horde of monsters. Osteoporosis. Crack. Minus 13,224,663. Holy crap. 10 million damage? Lin Ji's eyes widened in complete shock. He had been so focused on observing the changes in the skeleton monster earlier that he hadn't noticed the damage numbers. Now he understood why it had died so quickly. It turned out this skill could deal over 10 million damage in a single second. Instantly, centered on that skeleton monster, all the skeleton monsters within a 2,900 meter radius had massive 8-digit critical damage numbers appear above their heads. As they trembled, their bones fell piece by piece to the ground. A few seconds later, they all turned into piles of bone powder. You have killed, experience points. +1, 235, 733. You have killed 2 undead creatures. You have killed, experience points. +1, 235, 733. You have killed 3 undead creatures. You have killed, gained experience. +1, 235, 733. You killed 4 undead. Watching the skeleton monsters in front of him fall one by one, the sound of level up notifications kept ringing in his ears. Lin Gu was in a great mood, almost unable to suppress his laughter. Then, he continued to release skills while advancing forward. Wherever he went, it was like a plague sweeping through the skeleton. Monsters that didn't even have time to approach him turned directly into bone powder, scattering with the wind. From a distance, Lin Gu, stepping on crushed bones, looked like a war god, his eyes shining as he resolutely walked toward the towering throne of bones. Floating island zone. At the edge of the platform where the ice dragon resided, Bai Jinqing and 4 others sat at the entrance of the stairs, silently staring at the newly refreshed frost 3-clawed eagle boss in a daze. The ice dragon's corpse had already disappeared, replaced by this snow-white giant eagle. Since they hadn't entered its alert range, the eagle remained asleep, its head tucked in rest. Lin Gu had been gone for an hour. Bai Jinqing grew increasingly silent. Although she believed in Lin Gu, she couldn't help but worry. While staring blankly at the eagle, her small hand kept stroking the ring Lin Gu had given her. Chen Rui glanced at her and had just opened her mouth to speak when Yi Qingtian came running up with his group. Oh my god, finally made it up here. Lin Gu, congratulations. A full sweep of first kills. Cleared all secret realms. He ran up the stairs excitedly, but upon seeing the silent group of 5, he immediately grew curious. What are you all doing here? Where's Lin Gu? Chen Rui turned her head to look at him, her hesitant expression instantly freezing Yi Qingtian's smile. What's going on? Did something happen? Did something happen to Lin Gu? Chen Rui glanced at the dazed Bai Jinqing and said softly, a bit sorrowfully, Lin Gu might not be here anymore. Yi Qingtian and the others were full of confusion. What do you mean? Not here? Yo, why is everyone here? Before Yi Qingtian could finish speaking, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Everyone instinctively turned their heads and saw Wen Nuan's warm and pretty face. But in the next second, the atmosphere turned somber, and a shadow loomed over her petite figure. Senior Wen Nuan? Senior Han Hai? Yi Qingtian was a bit stunned. Why are you here? Of course. Junior took an unprecedented full sweep of first kills, we had to come up and celebrate. Su Meng was the first to speak, walking with her hands behind her back, looking very proper. That announcement about clearing all secret realms, everyone heard it, right? So cool. Of course. When Nuan walked to Yi Qingtian's side, curiously looking at the silent group of 5. Junior really made a name for himself in the top 10 this time, didn't he? When Nuan suddenly stopped. Where's Junior? Chen Rui smiled lightly, a bit awkwardly. Lin Gu, why are you looking for Lin Gu? Yen Shi opened her eyes and coldly interrupted. When Nuan blinked. We're all in the top 10, classmates, right?
Junior helped our academy take first place and achieved a full sweep of first kills.
As his senior. Wait? What? Nuan's expression changed, and she couldn't help blurting out, he entered the hidden instance?
Yi Qingtian and the others were so shocked by her words that they couldn't speak.
What? Lingu really entered the hidden instance? No way.
That's the stuff of legends.
Yi Qingtian's breathing quickened.
I heard that after achieving a full sweep, there's a
chance to enter the hidden instance. But didn't Dragon God already debunk that? He said it's just a myth.
When Nuan's expression grew complicated as she looked at Yan Shi with an
indescribable gaze. Yes, Dragon God did debunk it, but just because he couldn't enter doesn't mean Lingu can't. Yi Qingtian looked at Yan Shi, then at the absent-minded Bai Jincheng, his mouth slowly opening in shock.
Oh my god, the hidden instance. If they were as clueless as Chen Rui, they wouldn't have been so shocked. But they all knew how complex and difficult this was, which is why they couldn't believe for a long time that Lingu had actually entered the hidden instance.
And it was the hidden instance. The loot from it didn't even need to be mentioned. It was undoubtedly top tier. However, high returns always come with high risks. Thinking about the rules of the hidden dungeon, Yi Qingtian and the
others finally understood why Bai Jincheng and her group had remained silent. Indeed, Lingu mentioned Dai Xianlai, who was only at level 40-something, facing monsters starting at level 320. It was simply impossible to handle easily. Although everyone was curious about how Lingu defeated the final boss guarding the dungeon, one monster is completely different
from 100 or 1,000.
Even if they were small monsters without any skills, the sheer number would fundamentally change the situation.
Unless it seemed they thought of something.
Yi Qingtian and Wen Nuan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from serious to peculiar, eventually breaking into a bitter smile.
Both understood what the other meant.
Wen Nuan noticed Bai Jincheng had remained silent, thought for a moment, then squatted in front of her and said with a smile, for anyone else, clearing a hidden dungeon at
level 40-something would be incredibly difficult.
But the junior brother is different. Seeing Bai Jincheng snap out of her thoughts and look at her, Wen Nuan playfully blinked.
Did you forget? He's very skilled at group battles.
Hearing the words group battles, everyone inexplicably thought of Sima Cheng and his group.
Then, ha ha ha, Bai Jincheng's group burst into laughter, amused by Wen Nuan.
Inside the hidden dungeon, Lingu had already reached the village entrance. From a distance, it didn't seem particularly
special.
But upon closer inspection, the village was quite large, and there were even more skeleton monsters. Especially as he walked, all the skeletons turned to stare at him in unison. The feeling of being watched by countless hollow eyes was particularly creepy.
Guys, can someone tell me why I'm being stared at by a bunch of skeletons? Lingu scratched
at the goosebumps on his arm, feeling the temperature drop further. But the monsters still needed to be cleared, and the task had to be completed.
He continued forward. The number of monsters had already exceeded 3,000.
Judging by the current situation, the total number of monsters in this space must exceed 10,000. As long as he completed the task of killing
the undead, it would be fine.
The only uncertainty now was whether the figure sitting on the throne was a lord-level undead. Lingu guessed it probably was, otherwise, it wouldn't
make sense.
Just then, as he stepped into the alert zone, all the monsters suddenly froze.
The next second, they raised their farming tools, pots, and pans, shouting as they charged at Lingu. Intruder! Kill him! Damn outsider! You brought disaster upon us! Give me back my daughter's life! Kill him! Kill him!
Lingu was stunned. He hadn't expected
these monsters to speak.
The skeleton beasts he'd encountered earlier hadn't made a sound. Looking closely, he noticed that their hollow eye sockets were burning with green flames, the size of soybeans. Although they were just bones, Lingu could feel intense anger on their faces. Filthy outsider! You ruined our village! Kill him! Kill him! A skeleton, standing atop the ruins, raised a half-meter-long ram's horn hammer, desperately commanding the other skeletons to charge. They surged forward like a white tide, rushing at Lingu. Seeing this, Lingu immediately raised his staff.
Osteoporosis. Crack! The first skeleton charging forward was the unlucky one.
As it ran, its thigh bone began to crack. The ho! In its hand, Lingu was startled. He hadn't expected to receive a quest here.
And this monster was called a Bone Reaper? Accept.
Ding! Quest successfully accepted. As soon as the world will finished speaking, the middle-aged man's voice grew even more excited.
Thank you. Honorable outsider. I will remember you forever. Please accept the only thing I can offer in return. May it aid you. As his words fell, the two green flames flew into Lin Ji's forehead.
Immediately after, the world will spoke again.
You have obtained the
flame of faith of the departed souls. Lin Gu curiously touched his forehead, finding all of this a bit strange. But it was just a quest, and he didn't have time to think too much about it. As wave after wave of bone reapers charged at him, the passive plague skill caused them to fall one by one.
Voices of gratitude echoed in Lin Ji's mind, along with requests to help bury loved ones in Mercy Tree Village.
After a while, as more and more bone reapers fell, the village gradually became desolate. Finally, even the horned hammer-wielding skeleton standing at the highest point collapsed in front of Lin Gu.
The entire village fell silent at last.
Lin Gu had slain over 5,000 bone reapers, more than ever before. As for the quests, he had accepted over 2,000 of them, all with similar content. They all boiled down to a task called burial. Looking at the ground covered in bone dust, Lin Gu couldn't help but stroke his chin, filled with doubt. His forehead tingled slightly.
Flame of Faith? Mercy Tree Village? Mortal City? What are these places? Lin Gu suddenly felt like he understood less and less about this world.
Who? At that moment, a deep horn sounded from the back of the village.
The bones on the ground quickly gathered, instantly forming a massive army.
Among the skeletons were elephants, lizards, tigers, lions, and even giant beasts resembling T-Rexes. Each one was enormous, forcing Lin Gu to look up to see their full forms. The next moment, the figure seated on the bone throne slowly lowered his arm and opened his eyes. Two green flames suddenly ignited in his pupil-less eye sockets. Unlike the bean-sized flames in the villager's eyes, his flames filled his entire sockets. Apart from those burning green eyes, his entire body was encased in black armor,
leaving no gaps.
Who's there? His voice was heavy and hoarse.
Lin Gu froze. It has its own consciousness? How dare you trespass on my domain?
Lin Gu was speechless. Soldiers! The figure on the bone throne raised his long sword.
Eliminate the intruder. Lin Gu thought to himself, these soldiers are just me, aren't they?
There was no time to think further, as the beast-shaped bone army was already charging at him. To Lin Gu, no matter how large or strong the bone monsters were, they were just free experience points.
Lin Gu raised his staff, preparing to cast osteoporosis.
However, he didn't notice the slight tremor in the flames within the eyes of the figure on the throne as he squinted slightly.
Osteoporosis.
Crack, the mammoth skeleton at the front had barely charged forward when its tusks snapped and fell. Then its tail, hind leg bones, and pelvis shattered one after another. Its massive size and momentum caused it to crash down, sending a cloud of bone dust flying toward Lin Ji's face. Startled, Lin Gu quickly stepped back.
But the massive bone
monster's inertia was too great, forcing him to keep retreating to avoid being covered in bone dust. The good news was that the reward notifications from the world will in his mind lifted his spirits. Each bone monster granted over 1,000,000 experience points. He had already taken down more than 8,000 of them. The quest was almost complete.
This efficiency was far better than when he farmed monsters in the Inferno.
Half an hour later, he had retreated to the road behind the village. As the last bone monster fell, the notifications in his mind finally stopped. At some point, the quest had been completed. Now, only the boss on the throne remained. Watching his entire army crumble, the boss finally propped himself up with his sword and slowly stood. He stood atop a mountain of bones, gazing down like a king overlooking the world. Even from a distance, Lin Gu could still feel the icy killing
intent emanating from him.
Intruder, do you deserve to stand before me?
I accept your challenge.
Lin Gu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, feeling that this boss
was a bit pretentious. The ice dragon was like that too, and so was he.
However, curiosity drove him to take out the detector. Sure enough, the detector displayed nothing but garbled text. This time, it wasn't question marks but a screen full of gibberish, as if his level couldn't decode it at all.
Perhaps this action was seen as provocation. The skeletal boss raised his longsword and leapt directly from the throne. Whoosh! Boom!
The heavy armor landed, kicking up a cloud of dust and bone powder. Without waiting for the dust to settle, he waved his hand, instantly dispersing the smoke.
Quite bold, daring to intrude on my territory.
His voice was hoarse, clearly unused for a long time, but much better
than before.
Lin Gu raised an eyebrow slightly.
I've always been bold.
I just want to see if you're truly a lord-level undead. He tried a few skills, heartstrings.
Skill ineffective. Due to opponent's high level, intimidation. Skill ineffective, polymorph.
Still ineffective, the staff kept flashing, and the skeletal boss looked puzzled. What exactly
is this guy trying to do? Intruder, prepare to pay the price. Wait a moment.
Lingo raised his hand to stop him, his gaze falling on the flashing staff.
Let me try another skill. Electric shock. Ineffective, tendon sever.
Lingo smiled bitterly. It seemed he was being countered again. The skeletal boss ignored him and swung his sword.
A crescent-shaped
sword beam over 10 meters long shot out at high speed, leaving Lingo no chance to dodge.
Boom!
Ripples spread around Lingo, and his health bar above his head instantly
dropped by a third. Damn it! Lin Ji's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but curse.
He had a poison shield, which should have halved the damage, yet he still lost a third of his health.
How terrifying must the boss's attack power be? With no time to test skills, Lingu countered with osteoporosis. Crack! -3,226,565. A crisp sound echoed, and Lin Ji's eyes lit up with joy.
Looks like osteoporosis really works on undead like you. The skeletal boss's neck tilted, and over 3 million damage numbers popped up
above his head. Although his health didn't visibly decrease, any damage was good news.
Curse you, intruder!
You've angered me. Reaper slash.
The skeletal boss raised his long sword. In fury, slashing out a massive cross-shaped sword beam toward Lingo. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched as he quickly activated a skill, triggering the active ability of his boots.
His speed instantly doubled, as if stepping on rockets, leaving 2 golden whirlwinds in his wake.
With this, he easily dodged the sword beams every time. After evading over a dozen attacks, the skeletal boss finally lost his temper, charging forward with his sword. Lingo saw that his speed couldn't keep up and laughed heartily.
Buddy, your speed is way too slow.
Unable to hit with sword beams and unable to catch up, no matter how high the damage, he could only be slowly worn down. Just as Lingo was getting carried away, the skeletal boss roared, "Come forth, my old companion. Together, let's crush this intruder."
Nay. As soon as the words fell, a thunderous hoarse neigh echoed from the direction of the skeletal throne. The sound pierced through the clouds, straight into the eardrums, deafeningly loud.
The next moment, Lingo was shocked to see the skeletal throne collapse,
with a loud crash, transforming instantly into a massive skeletal warhorse.
This warhorse was entirely made of bones, covered in heavy armor and a saddle.
The strangest part was
the green flames burning in its eye sockets, which extended from its lower legs to its hooves, matching the flames in its eyes.
The warhorse raised its front hooves and let out a
long neigh, then charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Even standing far away, Lingo could feel a scorching, icy wind rushing toward him. Before he could react, the warhorse had already reached the skeletal boss's side.
Without hesitation, the boss mounted the warhorse, pulling the reins tight.
The warhorse raised its front hooves again and neighed, while the boss burst into laughter.
"Old friend, it's time for us to fight side by side again today.
Let those invaders be completely crushed here." As soon as the words were spoken, the warhorse charged toward Lingu. What made things even more troublesome was that Lin Ji's gale acceleration effect had disappeared, and his movement speed quickly returned
to normal.
Although he ran faster than professions wearing leather armor, how could he possibly outrun a 4-legged warhorse the size of a small mountain?
In desperation, he
instinctively raised his staff, aimed at the warhorse, and shouted, "Osteoporosis!"
Crack!
The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible.
The warhorse's 4 legs showed obvious cracks in the bones.
It howled in pain, and the skeletal boss's expression changed drastically. But Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he began frantically casting skills.
Osteoporosis! 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 Crack! Crack!
The warhorse screamed even louder in pain, but its speed remained fast, unable to stop. Finally, the accumulation of osteoporosis effects became too much, and the warhorse's 4 limbs suddenly splayed outward, forming an awkward bow-legged stance.
The entire horse, along with the skeletal boss, rolled on the ground for over 10 meters.
When it stopped, the warhorse's head fell to the ground with a snap, leaving only a limbless body in armor.
This scene left Lingu dumbfounded, and even
the skeletal boss sitting on the horse's back was stunned.
He instinctively looked up at Lingu. Lingu blinked and looked back at him. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became extremely awkward.
Lin Gu could even see a hint of embarrassment in the green flames of the skeletal boss's eyes.
Haha. Lin Gu couldn't help but burst into laughter. The skeletal boss sitting on the horse's back turned red with anger. You bastard! The skeletal boss shouted furiously, swinging across Slash. Lin Gu dodged in fright but kept talking. Brother, you're really not cutting it, huh? Making such a fuss during the summoning, but as soon as the battle starts, you get beaten up? I haven't even exerted myself yet, and your old buddy is already down. Isn't this a classic case of being weak and overconfident? If you can't handle it, go back and practice some more. Bastard! Bastard! The skeletal boss jumped off the warhorse in a rage, and Lin Gu quickly continued to taunt. You and your old buddy are like smoke inhaled into the lungs. Pure lung fog. Aren't you helping the invaders? I'm going to kill you. Seeing him truly enraged, Lin Gu raised an eyebrow, full of mockery. Oh, dropping the act now? Then I'll take you on osteoporosis. Crack. Although the skeletal boss didn't splay out like his warhorse, this strike made his legs feel as if they'd been hit by a heavy hammer. He clutched his knees, veins bulging, and roared, "Old buddy, activate phase 2. Completely destroy these bastards. Invaders!" Lin Gu froze, unable to run far in time. Suddenly, the fallen warhorse twitched violently. In the next moment, its body floated into the air, like a magnet, absorbing its fallen head, legs, and the scattered bones from the collapsed skeletal thrown onto its torso. As its body continued to expand and grow larger, it sprouted a pair of massive bone wings, a spiked bone tail over 10 meters long, and 2 pairs of sharp talons on its abdomen. The front pair larger than the rear, resembling eagle claws. Finally, the enormous skull extending from its spine ignited green flames in its pitch-black eye sockets. A colossal bone dragon appeared before Lin Gu, blocking out the sky and sun. What? Outside the tent, Yi Shouju was shocked as he looked at the deputy dean. Lin Gu entered a hidden dungeon? The deputy dean hesitated for a moment and nodded lightly. It was reported by Wen Nuan. Although she didn't see it herself, it's true. Yi Shouju's eyelid twitched, and his expression suddenly turned grim. Why are you only telling me now? How long has it been? The secret realm is about to close. The vice dean said with some difficulty. I'm not sure either. Yi Shouju bit his lip, his hand behind his back tapping incessantly. This is a mess, a complete mess. He wasn't a fool, he understood immediately. It must be by Jin Qing and the others trying to delay the news from leaking too early, which would be disadvantageous to Lin Gu, hoping to buy him some time. But this news would inevitably come out sooner or later. The Sima family and the Qi family must have already prepared for this. How could they possibly give Lin Gu any chance? However, none of that mattered. As long as Lin Gu was by his side, everything would be fine. The most critical issue now was that Lin Gu had entered a hidden dungeon. You can't leave a hidden dungeon without killing all the monsters inside. Moreover, the monsters in a hidden dungeon start at the minimum level of the secret realm's cap. The hidden dungeon Lin Gu entered has a boss of at least level 400. With only 2 days, how could he possibly defeat it? He knew Lin Gu was extraordinarily capable, but even so, facing a level 400 boss, 2 days was simply not enough. How could he not be worried? The more he understood Lin Gu, the more he realized how unpredictable he was. Especially since he had just found a lead on that matter and was waiting for Lin Gu to test it. If something happened to Lin Gu, the consequences would be significant. Besides, he genuinely liked this stubborn young man. Otherwise, why would he have been so eager to take him as a disciple after Lin Gu won double first place? Long before that, he had thoroughly investigated Lin Ji's past. One could say he understood Lin Gu better than Lin Gu understood himself. Dean, then, what should we do? The vice dean saw Yi Shouju's furrowed brows tightening and the rhythm of his tapping quickening, and he asked softly. Yi Shouju snapped out of his thoughts, took a deep breath, and said, "He's in a hidden dungeon. I can't save him now unless we find that person." The vice dean's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Dream celestial?" Yi Shouju glared at him, and the vice dean immediately shut his mouth. Yi Shouju sighed inwardly. Go tell Wen Nuan to quickly take Bai Jinqing and the others out of the floating island zone. The vice dean quickly replied, "Rest assured, Wen Nuan has already taken them out of the floating island zone. They're now in the lake zone leveling up." Yi Shouju nodded, feeling a bit relieved. This was why he trusted Wen Nuan. The girl was smart, quick-witted, and adept at analyzing the current situation. With her around, taking Bai Jinqing and the others,
there was no need to worry about any accidents. But thinking about Lin Gu still trapped in the hidden dungeon made Ji Shouju's head ache terribly. He glanced at his watch, his brows furrowing even tighter, and muttered under his breath, less than 10 hours, there are only 10 hours left. You must come out safely. Damn it! Facing the massive bone dragon in front of him, Lin Gu couldn't help but curse. Although this dragon was just a character from a children's story and not the mythical dragon of the Dragon Kingdom, a dragon was still a dragon, and its aura was undeniably overwhelming. Especially since this bone dragon was enormous and so close that Lin Gu could even see the hot air puffing out of its nostrils. The skeletal boss laughed triumphantly as the giant dragon revealed itself, bending its legs and leaping fiercely. The dragon, being quite intelligent, bent down to catch him, letting him stand on the highest point of its spine. Old buddy! Together, let's completely destroy this intruder. The skeletal boss stood on the dragon's back, staring at Lin Gu with a smug expression. This time, he was smarter and didn't hesitate, immediately commanding the dragon to attack. Old buddy, charge! Roar! The dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar, opening its massive jaws to unleash a stream of green flames. The humiliation it had suffered earlier, it was determined to make Lin Gu pay for it this time. The skeletal boss didn't remain idle either. Raising his long sword, he unleashed a skill. Flaming Sun Slash. Whoosh! As the sword swung down, 3 fiery sword beams shot out like arrows, following closely behind the dragon's flames, heading straight for Lin Gu. Lin Ge's expression changed drastically. Gripping his staff, he ran for his life. But it was no use. The sword beams seemed to have a tracking mechanism, relentlessly pursuing him no matter how he tried to escape. Even more outrageous, the flame breath acted like a personal tracker, spraying wherever Lin Gu ran. Faced with a double assault, Lin Gu had no way to escape and could only watch as the sword aura and flames closed in step by step, surrounding him completely. Boom! Rumble! The moment the sword aura touched Lin Gu, it exploded. Instantly, the dragon's flames continued to spew, engulfing Lin Gu in smoke and a sea of fire. The skeletal boss laughed uncontrollably. Damn intruder! Your time has come. After speaking, he raised his sword again, but this time he didn't swing it, he directly unleashed a skill. Inferno Scorched City. Woo! Like the sound of an ancient horn, the pitch-black sky instantly gathered dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. In the next second, countless small flames fell like raindrops, accompanied by scorching heat waves, as if they were about to swallow the entire village. Whoosh! Lin Gu was instantly surrounded by green flames, the sea of fire devouring him. The skeletal boss laughed heartily. His anger instantly burned away. Shameless intruder, die for me! Who said I was dead? Just as the skeletal boss finished speaking, Lin Gu burst out of the sea of fire, glowing with dazzling golden light. He raised an eyebrow slightly and shouted at the skeletal boss in the sky, I won't die. I'm here to infuriate you. How about that? You! The skeletal boss trembled with rage, furiously swinging his sword. You insolent intruder! How dare you speak to me like this, truly ignorant of your place? Inferno Scorched City. Osteoporosis. Crack! Lin Gu and the skeletal boss almost attacked simultaneously. However, while the skeletal boss targeted Lin Gu, Lin Ge's skill was aimed directly at the bone dragon. Flames chased Lin Gu as they fell, and Lin Gu ran while unleashing the skill Osteoporosis, relentlessly attacking the bone dragon. As a result, before the skeletal boss could finish his skill, the bone dragon's body began to emit the sound of bones cracking. The skeletal boss's expression changed drastically, and he quickly increased his power. The heavenly fire's attack suddenly became more intense, with the speed and frequency of fireballs falling increasing instantly. Damn intruder, die for me! Crack! Crack! Boom! The skeletal boss sensed danger but had no time to react. The 20th Osteoporosis skill hit him, and the bone dragon's body trembled violently before shattering in midair, breaking into arm-thick white bones. The skeletal boss's pupils contracted sharply, and the flames burning in his eyes visibly dimmed, but he still fell heavily to the ground along with the flying bone fragments. Boom! The massive impact not only created a large pit but also struck a heavy blow to the boss's spirit. He climbed out of the pit in a rage, roaring, Ah! My brothers! My old comrades! Ah! Then, he furiously pointed at Lin Gu. You insolent intruder! You're asking for death. Lin Gu shrugged and smiled, You can't fly anymore, can you? The skeletal boss burned with anger but froze upon hearing this. What do you mean? Lin Gu sneered, bent his knees, and while the boss was stunned, leapt
into the sky. Forgot to tell you, I can fly.
The skeletal boss's eyes widened, visibly trembling.
You damn.
Lin Gu sneered, raised his staff, and
continuously unleashed osteoporosis.
Crack! Hearing the familiar sound of bones breaking, the skeletal boss's expression changed drastically, instinctively swinging 3 flaming sword auras.
Unfortunately, Lin Gu flew too fast, and the sword auras couldn't catch up.
Lin Ji's attack at this moment was entirely to lure the boss into using his last resort. As it turned out, he guessed completely right.
Whether chasing or using skills, the skeletal boss couldn't hit the flying Lin Gu. The summoned warhorses and bone dragons either collapsed to the ground or disintegrated mid-air.
The skeletal boss was utterly defeated, standing on the ground, pointing at Lin Gu in the sky, cursing endlessly.
You damned bastard. Damn it. Come down if you dare.
Lin Gu retorted while unleashing his skills. Come up if you dare.
Come down if you dare. Osteoporosis. Come up if you dare. Who? Can't shout louder? Crack, ow. Damn bastard.
As he kept cursing, his health bar dropped rapidly, like fractured bones. But in his rage, he didn't notice at all.
Finally, after half an hour of tug-of-war, his health bar hit rock bottom.
I'd never seen such a shameless guy. The originally green flame eyes turned blood red, mirroring his explosive
mood. Just you wait. Don't let me catch you. Or you're dead. Ah!
The skeletal boss roared furiously, then his emotions plummeted, and he slowly knelt to the ground.
My brothers, my old comrades. I failed you all. It was my stubborn arrogance that harmed everyone. I caused your demise. If time could rewind, if I could return to that day, I would pay any price. Even if it means falling into hell forever, I would bring you back to life.
After saying this, 2 streams of fiery tears flowed from his eye sockets, and his body collapsed forward. Lin Ji's mind echoed with the voice of the world's will. You defeated, gaining 1.1 billion experience points, countdown 4 minutes and 59 seconds before you. Will, as Lin Gu was teleported out of the dungeon, his eyes lit up instantly, and he was overjoyed.
Wow! 1 billion experience points. He couldn't help but laugh out loud and
immediately rushed back to the ground, eager to loot the skeletal boss's corpse.
Time was limited to 5 minutes, so he had to hurry.
After all, such a powerful boss would surely
drop valuable items.
You obtained 35,453 gold coins, 32 silver coins, and 65 copper coins. You obtained the skull of the undead Commander Morales. You obtained the token of the undead Commander Morales. You obtained the last wish of the undead Commander Morales. You obtained the spirit of the dead. You obtained reins of the undead skeleton, red quality. You obtained equipment, skeletal throne, red quality. You obtained equipment, cloak of the undead commander, red quality. You obtained skill book, repulsion technique.
LV1, whoa.
You killed a murloc, experience points plus 34,581. You killed a murloc, experience points plus 34,581. Sis.
We're almost at the boss.
Huyan Hanhai ran forward carelessly,
shouting excitedly.
Several murloc corpses were scattered on the ground. Lan Lan and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, showing helpless expressions.
Sister Nuan, maybe we should head back. Yeah, we only have a little over 4 hours left.
When Nuan paused for a moment, looking at them in confusion.
What do you mean? Are you saying we're slow at grinding mobs?
Lan Lan smiled awkwardly.
No, not at all. It's just that time is running out, and I'm afraid we won't make it. When Nuan looked puzzled and raised a finger. Come on. In less than a day, we managed to grind from the floating island to the murloc boss in the lake area, and you call that slow?
Lan Lan wiped the sweat off her forehead.
Sister Nuan, guess how long it took Idol to help us achieve all first kills and grand slams?
When Nuan and the others were speechless.
Even when people are speechless, they can't help but laugh. Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. The thing is, you guys are grinding way too slow. We've been at it for over a day and still haven't leveled up. Maybe we should go back and wait for Idol. Lan Lan said, when you encounter a lot of mobs, you take detours. When you face a few mobs, you spend ages hacking at them, as if you're reluctant to kill them.
If it were Idol, 2 skills would wipe out a whole group of mobs. Xiaoyu was also puzzled. How did you even level up after your 3rd class change?
Did you not grind for good gear? Lan Lan, isn't grinding mobs just about using skills to instantly kill them?
Warmth looked confused, tilted her head, and said, do you even know what
you're talking about? These are level 260 mobs, not level 60. Do you understand level resistance?
Warmth was dumbfounded.
Ha! Since my awakening, this is the first time someone
has complained that I'm slow at farming mobs.
Yen, she said expressionlessly.
But it is slow. Warmth was speechless. She glanced at Bai Jinqing, who had been silent all along.
Let's just go back, Warmth said helplessly.
Bai Jinqing pursed her lips and then said, yeah, let's go back. I'm afraid I won't make it to see him.
Ha! You guys?
Warmth's eyes widened, her head buzzing.
These kids are just too hard to handle. Too hard to handle.
After saying that, she stomped her foot and turned away angrily.
Hu Yen Han Hai
looked at her, utterly confused.
Warmth, why aren't you farming anymore? Going back. Not farming anymore. Oh my, I'm really done. I'm so mad. Unbelievable. Complaining that I'm slow?
I need to team up with him and see just how fast he really is.
What a tough character.
Watching Warmth storm off in anger, Bai Jinqing looked up at the floating island area, her eyes first filled with worry, then gradually becoming resolute.
Inside the hidden dungeon,
Lin Gu cursed under his breath as he opened his backpack.
The items dropped
by the skeleton boss were truly incredible. Not to mention the materials and the spirit of the deceased required for the quest, just the 3 pieces of red equipment and the skill
book were enough to drive anyone crazy.
He had owned red gear before, but only ever obtained 1 piece at a time, never 3 at once.
Without wasting time, Lin Gu quickly checked the equipment details.
Great Cloak of the Overlord of Souls, red, slot, cloak physical and magical attack plus 3050 physical and magical critical rate plus 50% critical damage plus 50%. Attack speed plus 50% movement speed plus 50% armor plus 34,236 attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution plus 3,000 each, spirit plus 3,500 effects, increase all 4 main attributes by 40%. Increase physical and magical penetration by 40%, increase physical and magical damage by 40%, increase skill damage by 40%, increase spirit power by 40%, increase resistance to spirit-based skills by 40%, enhance effects of shadow-based skills by 40%, enhance effects of spirit-based skills by 40%, ignore level resistance not exceeding 50 levels below. Your own when casting skills, chance to increase own shadow damage by 2% when casting skills, stackable up to 10 layers effects, souls, normally, undead creatures will not
actively attack you.
If they do, their attributes are reduced by 40%, Overlord, you can control undead creatures not exceeding 50 levels below your own, easy wear, allows equipping gear up to 40 levels higher than your own, upgradable durability, 1000/1000 equipment level, LV 120 what the? Lin Ji's eyes nearly popped out as he quickly stashed the treasure away. With this, he wouldn't have to fear undead creatures anymore. Moreover, the equipment didn't specify a quantity limit, meaning no matter how many undead he faced, as
long as their level didn't exceed his by 50, he could control them. Even better, as long as he didn't provoke them, these undead would absolutely not attack him. This gear was truly worthy of its name.
Of course, it wasn't entirely without flaws. So far, in all the dungeons and secret realms, he hadn't heard of any undead creatures appearing.
So whether he could actually use this effect remained uncertain.
He placed it next to the Phantom Soulfire, rubbed his hands together, and took out the second piece of red equipment.
Skeleton Throne.
Red, part, external equipment attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution plus 3,000 each effect, increases all 4 attributes by 30% effect, increases physical and magical attack power by 30% effect, active casting can remove 1 instance of stun, dizziness, knockdown, disarm, or immobilization.
Cooldown, 5 minutes. Description, when used, summons
a skeleton throne beside you. Sitting on the throne makes you ridiculously powerful.
After reading, Lin Gu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This equipment was
clearly something he'd never seen or heard of before, and its attributes were excellent.
As long as it was in his bag, it would take effect. It could even help him escape a negative status once, making it a survival weapon in PvP.
No more worrying about ambushes or being stunned by rogues.
But that description, honestly, it was pretty funny. However, time
was tight now, and he didn't plan to use the equipment immediately.
Lin Gu put the miniature version of the skeleton throne into his backpack. After all, as long as it was in the
bag, he could gain the attributes, so there was no need to care about its appearance. Next, he set his sights on the last piece of red equipment. Reins of the Undead Skeleton, red.
Universal mount unique after use. You will learn to ride the undead skeleton mount. What the heck? A mount? Lin Ji's eyes widened in shock.
The skeleton boss earlier
Could transform into a warhorse and a bone dragon mount, and he suddenly connected the dots to this item. No way, is this it?
His heart raced with excitement.
The skeleton throne was clearly the seat the boss had been sitting on before, and now it had dropped a mount.
It was almost certain that this was the skeleton boss's mount.
Thinking of this, Lin Gu couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken, and his breathing became rapid. Snapping back to reality, he clicked learn without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations!
You have learned to ride undead skeleton, red, mount. The voice of the worlds will immediately echoed in his mind, followed by a flood of complex runes and knowledge.
3 seconds later, Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the skill panel. Sure enough,
2 new icons had appeared, one for the skeleton horse and one for the bone dragon.
Undead skeleton, red.
Mount, summon the undead skeleton mount.
This mount has 2 switchable forms.
Phase 1, skeleton warhorse. Phase 2, undead bone dragon. It really is that mount.
Lin Gu clapped
his hands in excitement and immediately reached out, shouting, undead skeleton.
Hiss! With a thunderous warhorse neigh, a section of spine suddenly appeared in front of Lin Gu. In the blink of an eye, the spine grew limbs and a skull.
A saddle gradually formed, and red flames ignited in its limbs and eye sockets.
It raised its front hooves and neighed
to the sky before running up to Lin Gu, happily nuzzling him with its skeletal head.
Lin Gu burst into laughter and patted its head. Alright, I know you're amazing, ha.
Looking at this skeleton warhorse, Lin Gu was overjoyed.
Who wouldn't want a cool and powerful skeleton horse? Not to mention it could transform into a bone dragon. Lin Gu was ecstatic, grabbing the reins and leaping onto its back.
The skeleton warhorse, seeing him mount, excitedly raised its front hooves and neighed.
Lin Gu laughed as he flicked the reins. Let's go! Hiss!
The warhorse neighed and shot forward like an arrow, leaving 2 trails of flames behind. It ran faster and faster, steady on any terrain, and Lin Gu didn't
feel a single bump while riding. Ha ha ha!
What a horse! Truly a great horse!
Ha ha ha!
Lin Gu laughed uncontrollably as he sat on the horse's back.
As they approached the village, he patted the warhorse's neck and said, Buddy, transform. Let me see your bone dragon form.
The skeleton warhorse neighed, raising its head and charging into the sky.
With the
sound of galloping hooves, accompanied by 2 trails of red flames, its skull ignited with a soul-piercing red fire.
The flames spread, and the warhorse's skull gradually transformed into a massive bone dragon head.
Then, the bone dragon's body, limbs, and tail began to take shape step by step. Finally, Lin Gu steadied himself, and the massive bone wings sprang
out from his spine. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the bone dragon carried Lin Gu straight into the sky. Ayo! The bone dragon roared furiously, shaking the heavens and earth.
Lin Gu could even feel the vibrations from the village below his feet.
Just as he was about to savor the moment, everything before him suddenly, flowers vanished into darkness. Dean Yi, come quickly, take a look for yourself. Outside the tent, Sima Chen's face was ashen as he pointed
at Sima Qing, Sima Qi, and the others, who looked like children caught doing something wrong.
These grown men have been turned into sheep. Who am I supposed to complain to about this? Lu Guanyu and the others bit their lips, some looked away, while others sneaked glances, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. No one could bear to look at Sima Qi and his group. Otherwise, it was impossible to hold back. Half an hour ago, the students had already started returning to camp. The dungeon had closed and wouldn't reopen for another year.
Instead of cutting it close, it was better to return early. A few minutes didn't matter.
So, the area outside the tent was bustling, with everyone exchanging stories about their loot from the past 3 days and the news of Lin Gu achieving a grand slam.
Yi Shouju and the deputy dean, along with the senior staff of Dawn University, were initially in high spirits, standing outside to welcome the students, mainly to show their faces and put on a good front.
But when
they saw Sima Qing and the others in their bizarre state, unrecognizable as any kind of creature, Yi Shouju was fuming inside.
He
had thought Lin Gu would at most use some torturous skills like breaking stones on the chest or 10 fingers connected to the
heart. He hadn't expected Lin Gu to go this far.
It reminded him of the scenes of monsters wreaking havoc in the Purgatory reports. It was hard not to suspect they hadn't done those things.
But here's the problem. As soon as he thought of this, looking at the pitiful sheep and Sima Chen, they naturally thought of it too. And so, the complaints began. Yi Shouju scrutinized Sima Qi.
And Qi Xingho then glanced at the furious Sima Chen and Qi Rongdao.
This matter hasn't been confirmed to be Lin Ji's doing. What do you mean, not confirmed?
Before Yi Shouzhu could finish, Sima Qing said with a face full of grievance, we all saw him use the skill with our own eyes, and there's a battle record too.
Dean Yi, you can't protect your student like this. Exactly. Sima Chen suddenly roared, startling Sima Manyun and the others. Dean Yi, can you stop lying through your teeth? Sima Chen was trembling with anger. Hurry up and get your precious disciple to turn us back into normal people.
Yi Shouzhu wanted to argue, but Sima Chen gritted his teeth, glaring and shouting furiously.
Dean Yi, I'm still talking to you. Now, but if their parents find out, if the family elders find out. Sima Chen's eyes reddened.
It won't just be as simple as turning back to normal. Yi Shouzhu's face twitched awkwardly.
And Sima Qing's sheep bleating was truly spine-chilling.
Nearby, Lu Guanyu and the others turned their faces away, their shoulders shaking as they tried to suppress their laughter.
But I'll definitely ask Lin Gu about this when he returns.
No, you must ask.
Absolutely must. Sima Chen roared, his voice echoing.
Not far away, Yan Shi and the other three covered their mouths,
stifling their laughter. Serves them right. Ha, our idol did a great job. Exactly.
These jerks wanted to kill our idol? Let them stay as sheep forever.
Let Lin Gu turn them back? Not a chance.
They should stay as sheep for life.
Ha ha ha.
Nearby, when Nuan and the others couldn't help but laugh, their faces full of disdain.
To be honest, the first time they saw Sima
Qing and the others in that state, it was truly revolting. Those little sheep hooves, little sheep legs, tsk. When Nuan had never seen such ugly sheep before.
Junior brother's skill is really impressive. Of course. Our idol is amazing, every move is a killer.
When Nuan looked at Lan Lan with a smile.
Sister, I admit your idol is incredible.
After all, he achieved the first full sweep Grand Slam.
But if you
say he kills monsters faster than me, I don't believe it.
Lan Lan shrugged.
I know you definitely won't believe me when I say my idol swept through
everything with us, and I can't be bothered to explain.
In the future, if you get the chance to team up with my idol or see him take down monsters above his level with your own eyes, you'll naturally understand. It wasn't that she didn't want to explain, but she couldn't.
First, when Nuan wouldn't believe it. Second, it would expose Lin Ji's strength. So joking about it was the most appropriate approach. Sure enough, when Nuan nodded. Alright, I definitely want to see it for myself, but don't worry, there will be an opportunity soon. Lan Lan was stunned. Opportunity? What opportunity? When Nuan blinked,
a sly smile on her lips. The situation at the Void Canyon frontline is tense, and it's highly likely that the top 10 students still in school will be
sent to assist.
The Triennial 10 Academies Exchange, which is also the ranking competition, is about to begin.
The team competition is likely to take place in the Void Canyon.
Seeing Lan Lan and the others in a daze, when Nuan raised her eyebrows playfully.
You guys definitely don't qualify to represent
Eastern University, but junior brother should have no problem. So, I'll also get to see him show off his skills.
They really didn't know about this. After hearing it, the two exchanged glances, their faces full of surprise.
When Nuan said smugly, your idol better be as amazing as you say, or else.
Humph. Our idol is the best. The strongest. That's right. Our idol is invincible.
The two snorted proudly, raised their heads, and looked haughty. Ever since witnessing Lin Ji's damage output, they had become his die-hard fans. When it came to Bai Jinqing, they believed blindly, like obsessed fans.
When Nuan couldn't help but laugh, lowering her voice. Alright, I'll wait and see. The two snorted again, clinging tightly to Bai Jinqing's arm, ignoring Wen Nuan.
This scene made not only Wen Nuan but also Sun Meng and the others chuckle, their moods lifted. Yan Shi noticed Bai Jinqing's
persistent silence.
After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, Qingqing, don't worry, he will definitely come out.
Bai Jinqing nodded, staring intently
at the forest ahead, and said softly, I believe in him. He will definitely come out. Yan Shi glanced at her watch, her brows furrowing.
Because there
were only 10 minutes left until the secret realm closed. Bai Jinqing's small hands clenched tighter and tighter, and Yan Shi also began to grow anxious.
At that moment, Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrui appeared out of nowhere. Jinqing, where is Lin Gu?
Shi Tengfei asked in a low voice, suppressing his anger. Bai Jinqing turned to look at him, frowning.
I don't know. You don't know? Shi Tengfei's expression changed, and his voice rose. You're with him. Every day. How could you not know where he is?
Saying this was like cutting into his heart with a knife, but for the sake of revenge, he didn't care.
Bye.
Jinqing glanced at him coldly, a smile on her lips. Not only am I with him every day, but we're also inseparable, holding hands, hugging.
But do I have to know where he is? Crack.
Bai Jinqing's words were like needles, piercing Shi Tengfei's heart with every word. His face turned pale, his whole
body trembling as if struck by lightning. Jinqing, how could you? I don't know you. Don't call me so intimately. Crack. Another sharp stab, and Shi Tengfei's face turned even paler. He was completely dumbfounded. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Crack. Shi Tengfei's face turned ashen, and
he staggered back 2 steps, almost falling. Fortunately, Shi Tengrui caught him in time.
Bai Jinqing.
Shi Tengrui gritted his teeth, his face flushed
red, and said through clenched teeth, Tengfei is sincere to you, how can you do this? Are you done? Bai Jinqing frowned, asking coldly. If you're done, please leave. You.
Shi Tengrui trembled with anger, glanced at the utterly despairing Shi Tengfei, and pointed at Bai Jinqing furiously.
Bai Jinqing. Have you no shame? Who do you think you are?
Chen Rui saw that he was about to make a move and immediately jumped in front of him, glaring.
Want to hit Qingqing? She's my sister-in-law, you know? Sister-in-law.
Shi Tengfei felt as if he had been struck by lightning again, his face
turning ashen.
Trembling, he looked at Bai Jinqing, his eyes full of sorrow.
Jinqing, you. Stop meddling. Chen Rui slapped his hand away, making Shi Tengfei almost explode with anger. Chen Rui. Who do you think you are?
He didn't dare lose his temper with others, but Chen Rui was the only one he could vent on, so he showed no mercy. Just as Shi Tengfei was about to make a move, the tip of a gun suddenly pointed between the two of them.
The Shi family is truly impressive.
The two were startled and followed the direction of the gun, only to see Yan Shi standing there expressionless.
Their
faces changed, fists clenched tightly, joints cracking audibly.
Miss Yan, this is between Jinqing and me.
Yan Shi gently pushed the gun forward, and the two immediately stepped back.
Shi Tengfei, are you pretending to be stupid or are you truly clueless? Don't you know the relationship between me and Qingqing?
Shi Tengfei's eyelid twitched as he glanced at Bai Jinqing, who was staring at the forest.
Gritting his teeth, he said, Jinqing, I will definitely kill Lin Gu to prove to you that I'm better than him.
Chen Rui sneered, you really don't know your place, your timing is completely off. If it weren't for Lin Gu considering you as a classmate, he would have dealt with you long ago. And here you are, shamelessly shouting nonsense.
Chen Rui
pointed in the direction of Sima Qing and the others. If you don't start using your brain, Lin Gu might even bring harm to your parents, turning them
into helpless lambs. Chen Rui's voice was loud, and Shi Tengfei's voice earlier wasn't quiet either.
Coupled with their knife and gun confrontation, the
surrounding students' attention had long been drawn.
Especially Sima Qi's resentful gaze, which made the two shiver.
Fine, just you wait. Sooner or later, boom.
Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently.
Damn it.
Yi Shouju's face changed drastically.
Ignoring Sima,
Chen and the others' complaints, he urgently shouted, the secret realm is about to close. Everyone, leave the forest immediately, at least 100 meters
away. Hurry.
The students who were still arguing quickly ran back upon hearing this. Only Bai Jinqing remained motionless.
Upon hearing Yi Shouju's
words, she instinctively glanced at her watch. Seeing that there was only 1 minute left, her face changed dramatically. Then, she abruptly withdrew her arms that were holding Lan Lan and Xiaoyu, and before Yan Shi and the others could react, she swiftly ran toward the forest.
Yan Shi's face changed, and she
hurriedly chased after her.
Qingqing, don't go in. The secret realm is closing. If you go in, you won't be able to come out. Lan Lan and Wen Nuan,
seeing this, also hurriedly followed.
Qingqing, it's dangerous. Don't rush in.
Bai Jinqing ignored them, her gaze resolute, with only one thought in
mind: rush into the forest.
At that moment, the ground's tremors suddenly intensified, and the rumbling sounds grew louder.
Bai Jinqing's face changed as she
prepared to accelerate her escape. Suddenly, a piercing sound of glass shattering came from the sky.
Crack!
Screech as the sound of shattering grew more frequent, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the sky. Bai Jinqing, Yan Shi, Lan Lan, and the others, who were running, couldn't help but
slow down and look up.
They were shocked to see two massive skeletal claws emerging from a spatial rift, tearing the space apart as if it were paper. The next second, the sound of glass shattering erupted, and the rift rapidly expanded. A colossal figure flew out from the dark fissure. Yi Shouju and the other students were filled with shock. At the very last moment before the secret realm closed, a thunderous dragon roar pierced the sky. Roar! The enormous figure, accompanied by the dragon's roar, instantly stunned everyone present. Even the experienced Yi Shouju and others were frozen in place, unable to believe their eyes, let alone the tens of thousands of students. As the shadow dispersed and everyone adjusted to the darkness, they realized it was a skeletal dragon. My God, it's really a dragon! A dragon! Someone shouted, instantly igniting the crowd. The scene erupted into chaos. Holy crap! Holy crap! A dragon! It's really a dragon! Damn! It's a bone dragon! A bone dragon! Where did this bone dragon come from? Could it be a world boss? Should we attack it? It must be a world boss. It's guaranteed to drop legendary gear. The students excitedly discussed whether to take action, while Yi Shouju, who had just finished investigating, turned pale. What's going on? I can't check its stats? Hearing this, the others turned even paler. If even Yi Shouju couldn't check the monster's stats, it meant its power had reached an extremely terrifying level. Wait! Lu Guanyu's eyelid twitched as he pointed at the bone dragon circling in the air. It looks like there's someone on its back? Ha! Everyone froze, instinctively shielding their eyes with their hands to look carefully at the sky. Sure enough, after a closer look, there was indeed a figure on the bone dragon's back. Who is that? What's going on? Does our dragon nation actually have dragons? Wait, why is the bone dragon flying down to the ground? As the Vice Dean spoke, everyone immediately realized something was wrong. The bone dragon wasn't circling in the air but was flying straight toward the ground. Following its direction, everyone looked down. It was Bai Jinqing, who was excitedly raising her hand and looking up at the sky. Those who didn't know Bai Jinqing were full of confusion. Those who did were even more puzzled. Hey, old Yi. Lu Guanyu swallowed dryly, his face stiff as he said, This dragon, could it be Lin Gu? What? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Sima Chen and Sima Cheng, who were utterly shocked, their expressions as if they could fit an egg in their mouths. Not only were the higher-ups stunned, but the students below were also frozen in place. Sure Tengfei's eyes widened as he swallowed hard, stammering, Why? Why is it flying toward Jinqing? The person on its back is. Sure Tengfei's mind went blank, unable to form words. As the bone dragon flew lower and lower, the figure on its back became clearer and clearer. It's Lin Gu. It really is Lin Gu. Chen Rui's eyes lit up, and she jumped up excitedly. Ha ha ha. Damn. It really is Lin Gu. Ha ha ha. Lin Gu got a bone dragon mount. Lin Gu has a bone dragon. Chen Rui screamed, and her die-hard fans Lan Lan and Xiaoyu immediately joined in, screaming along. Ah, my idol. It's my idol. Ah, my idol is amazing. My idol is riding a dragon. Ah. The three of them jumped up and down in excitement, their eyes sparkling. Nearby, Wen Nuan and Huyan Hanhai were even more shocked, staring unblinkingly at the bone dragon that was about to land. Compared to their surprise and excitement, the most emotional person was undoubtedly Bai Jinqing. Her eyes were red as she raised her right hand, staring intently at Lin Gu, who was smiling while standing on the dragon's head. She had waited for so long, almost until the secret realm was about to close before deciding to enter, willing to be trapped inside with him. Even if it took him a long time to come out. Even if he never came out, at least she could be closer to him. But fortunately, everything turned out fine. Lin Gu came out, and he brought a bone dragon with him. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she couldn't speak. As the bone dragon flew lower and lower, just before landing, it suddenly spun and flipped, its skull and back facing the ground. At the moment of landing, Lin Gu grabbed Bai Jinqing's small hand. As Lin Gu held her, the bone dragon slid along the ground, spun, raised its head smoothly, and flew back into the sky. It raised its head high, carrying Lin Gu, who was holding Bai Jinqing, back onto its back, letting out an excited roar. Roar! Seeing this scene, Yanxi's big eyes sparkled as she stared intently at the figure flying away. The other students at the scene went even crazier, completely losing it. Damn! A bone dragon mount. It can actually be a mount. Ah! A dragon.
I saw a dragon take away a girl. Oh my god. That girl is so lucky. Boo-hoo, I want a dragon boyfriend too, boo-hoo. That's Lin Gu. It's Lin Gu. I just saw his face. He's the champion of this year's Dragon God tournament. What? It's actually Lin Gu? Damn. He got the seismograph and even has a bone dragon mount? Wow. Just how strong is he? He's incredible, everyone. This year's top freshman is definitely him. Who could possibly compare? Crying with envy, everyone. This guy is flawless, handsome, powerful, and that bone dragon mount is just too cool, sob sob. Damn. A bone dragon. So awesome. I want one too, sob sob. Absolutely stunning. Can anything be cooler than this? Unless he rides a skeleton horse. A skeleton horse isn't as cool as a bone dragon, damn. I'm dying of envy. When will I ever get a dragon mount? Ah. Seriously, I'm so envious I can't even speak. He's got a bone dragon mount, and I'm still driving a beat-up car. No wonder I don't have a girlfriend, sob sob. The students were so envious they were almost in tears. Even Yi Shouju and the others couldn't help but feel jealous. After all, it was a dragon mount. No matter what kind of dragon, a dragon is a dragon, absolutely mind-blowing. Damn it. That damn Lin Gu, I've lived all these years and never seen a dragon mount, and this kid just gets one. Lu Guanyu wiped his drool, utterly envious. Yi Shouju and the others kept staring at the bone dragon flying away, laughing and cursing. That little brat, he didn't even greet me. His master, when he showed up. Yeah, doesn't respect his teacher at all. Got a bone dragon mount and doesn't even care about his master anymore. Lu Guanyu said indignantly, pretending to be serious. Old Yi, if it were me, I wouldn't tolerate him. I'd expel him immediately. This kid. Sigh. You're finally back. In the air, on the back of the bone dragon, Bai Jinqing tightly hugged Lin Ji's waist, nestled in his arms, bouncing with excitement. Lin Gu chuckled and rubbed her hair. Did I scare you? I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. It's already been 2 days in the blink of an eye. Bai Jinqing shook her head coquettishly, looking at him with admiration in her eyes. It's okay, as long as you're back. Lin Gu smiled and asked, did you miss me? Bai Jinqing's face turned red, shyly staring into his eyes. I did. Lin Gu smiled indulgently and gently tapped her forehead, making Bai Jinqing blush all the way to the base of her neck. This time, suddenly entering that small dungeon was unexpected, but luckily my luck was good. I got this bone dragon mount. Bai Jinqing's heart raced as she leaned against Lin Gu, smiling. You're amazing. Lan Lan and Shan Rui went crazy with excitement when they saw you riding the bone dragon. The other classmates were so envious, especially Senior Hu Yen, he almost cried. Even Senior Wen Nuan was speechless. Lin Gu helplessly hugged her slender waist. Don't be envious. I can take you flying on the bone dragon every day. Bai Jinqing pouted proudly and turned her head away. This scene made Lin Gu laugh heartily as he held her delicate waist. Hold on tight, I'm going to make the bone dragon speed up. Okay. Bai Jinqing also got excited. Who doesn't love flying? She turned around, her back to Lin Gu, and the bone dragon suddenly accelerated, flying a kilometer in the blink of an eye. Ah! So fast! Bai Jinqing laughed excitedly, waving her hands to feel the wind in the air. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Ji's mind. World will notification, you have discovered a new map, Forgotten Plains, huh? Lin Gu froze, and Bai Jinqing clearly heard it too. Forgotten Plains? Isn't that the territory of the demon race? Bai Jinqing looked down at the vast grasslands and distant forests below, then turned to Lin Gu in confusion. Could the entrance to the Emerald Dreamland be in the demon race's territory? They hadn't been flying for long, so this was the only reasonable explanation. Lin Gu scanned the surroundings, his thoughts stirring, and opened the task list. Sure enough, the second-tier quest requiring the elimination of 10,000 demon race creatures lit up. Looks like the Emerald Dreamland really is in the demon race's territory. That wasn't surprising. Thinking back carefully, the maps in the Emerald Dreamland were quite similar to this place, except the Dreamland's environment was more fantastical thinking. Of this, Lin Gu suddenly remembered that after killing the skeleton boss, he had been busy studying the newly acquired bone dragon. After leaving the dungeon, he was in a rush to travel and forgot to examine the skill book. Bai Jinqing noticed Lin Gu in a daze and curiously asked, if this is the territory of the demon race, we need to head to the border town to use the teleportation array if we want to return quickly. Lin Gu, what's wrong? Nothing. After killing the boss, I got a skill book, but I was too busy traveling to look at it.
Lin Gu opened his backpack and found the skill book among a pile of materials.
Repulsion Technique LV1 Lin Ge's exclusive skill description. When
activated, the target is continuously repelled and takes sustained damage during the process.
Duration, 1000 seconds. I knew it would be this kind of skill. Lin Gu smiled bitterly, his expression complicated.
Any skill of his always turned out to be so absurd it was both laughable and frustrating. Bai Jinqing tilted her head and asked,
"What's wrong, Lin Gu?"
Lin Gu forced a laugh and said, "Nothing, this skill is quite powerful.
I'm just a bit shocked."
Bai Jinqing looked at him in confusion but didn't
think much of it. Then let's hurry to the border town, or we won't be able to return.
Lin Gu nodded in agreement. He indeed needed to head back first. He hadn't claimed his
rewards yet, and he had a pile of items to hand over to the Liang Hu siblings to sell. Moreover, his second-tier advancement quest was in the demon race's territory, and who knew
how long it would take to complete. There was also the world quest to handle. He needed to get everything in order.
The imperial capital. The Sima family. After listening to Sima Chen's furious report, the Sima patriarch slammed the table with a loud bang. Outrageous! That Lin Gu is simply too much. Sima Qing and Sima Qi immediately knelt down, crying out, "Patriarch, you must stand up for cheer."
"Yes, Patriarch, that Lin Gu is too ruthless. Not only did he harm our clan members, but he also killed many of our friends. We just wanted justice, for him to apologize for not attending your meeting last time, but instead, he came at us with violence. If it weren't for our resurrection methods, we would have long been." Seeing their aggrieved faces, the Sima patriarch stood up, heart-aching, and embraced the two.
Sima Qing and Sima Qi were the juniors she valued most, and seeing them like this, how could she bear it? "Good children, the patriarch understands your feelings. Don't worry, the patriarch will get justice for you."
After speaking, she patted their heads and turned to Sima Chen. "Prepare the carriage, we're going to Dongda."
Sima Chen quickly asked, "Going to Dongda now?"
"The entrance is crowded with the parents of the deceased students. I think we need to unite and put pressure on Yi Shouju."
The Sima patriarch sneered. "Fine, I'll go personally and see
what tricks Yi Shouju can pull." The Qi family was also in chaos at this moment. Qi Xingho and the other children were crying uncontrollably in their mother's arms, while their father, Qi Xiu, was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, looking as if he was ready to kill someone. Qi Xiu suddenly jumped up from his chair and roared, "Damn
it! Shut up! Second uncle! I'm going to Dongda to find Lin Gu right now. I must kill him."
Knowing that the sheep transformation spell was Lin Ji's doing, he had already been
seething with anger. Now that all the children had turned into sheep, how could he possibly hold back?
Qi Rongdao ignored him and instead looked at the elder seated at the head of the table. The old man seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes, causing the air to drop by several degrees. He glanced at Qi Xingho, his gaze growing even
more sinister. "Let's go to Dongda Eastern Academy." Inside the dean's office,
Yi Shouju, who had just returned,
was busy organizing rewards for Lin Gu. "He's probably already level 50. Should I give him?" Bang! The door was suddenly slammed open, startling Yi Shouju. "Why are you in such a rush? At least knock." The head instructor wiped
his sweat and hurriedly pulled him along.
"Dean, come quickly. There's about to be a fight at the entrance."
Yi Shouju was baffled.
"A fight at the entrance?"
"That's right. Someone spread the news that Lin Gu killed many of his classmates, and now the parents of the deceased have stormed the academy entrance to cause trouble."
"What?"
Yi Shouju was stunned. "If you don't go now, they'll break in," the dean said urgently. Yi Shouju's face darkened, and after realizing the situation, his gaze turned displeased as he
walked quickly. The Sima family really spares no effort, resorting to such childish tactics. The dean frowned. "Are they the ones who leaked the information?" "Not just that."
Yi Shouju recalled the expressions of Sima Chen and others at the entrance of Emerald Dreamland when they saw Lin Gu riding the bone dragon, his brows furrowing tightly. They've seen Lin Ji's potential and want to crush him at the starting stage. The truth of the matter didn't require evidence, it was obvious upon thinking.
Never underestimate
those big families and forces. They won't falter because of a few foolish descendants. They have so many descendants that they wouldn't place all their hopes on one person. So, if a few descendants get into trouble, it doesn't affect the bigger picture.
They're doing this because they've seen Lin Ji's limitless potential and want to strike first. After all, the Qin family was wiped out back then due to post-event retaliation.
The more Yi Shouju thought about it, the angrier he became, and his pace quickened significantly. At this moment, the entrance of the Eastern Academy was crowded like a marketplace. Many people were shouting to see Yi Shouju, while several groups held banners and chanted slogans, creating a fiery scene.
Hand over the murderer. Give me back my child's life. Restore my child's form. Lin Gu is the murderer, hand him over. Hey, Dean. Yi is here.
Someone spotted Yi Shouju and immediately shouted, drawing everyone's attention to him.
Yi Shouju.
Yi Shouju coldly stared at the prominent figures before him,
and asked bluntly, what exactly are you all doing gathered at the East Gate? Do you really intend to cause trouble and attack the school? Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed instantly.
They all knew that in the Dragon Nation, anyone daring to harm schools or students faced a death sentence.
Anyone who dared to target a school would be executed on the spot, and no one would take responsibility for it.
These words made everyone tense.
Dean Yi, don't say that.
We're here to seek justice, not to attack.
The Eastern Academy, someone quickly stepped forward to explain. Besides, they didn't have the capability to do so.
Just Yi Shouju alone was enough to suppress them, not to
mention the other experts within the school.
Sure enough, as soon as the words were spoken, someone immediately echoed, that's right, Dean Yi, look at our child. He used to be a strong young man, but now he's been turned into such a weak state. It's truly heartbreaking.
Exactly, Dean Yi, our children have been turned into cattle, sheep, and horses. How are we supposed to live like this? A group of mothers held their children, crying sorrowfully, their voices choked with emotion.
But Yi Shouju understood what they
truly wanted.
Everyone, calm down, he shouted expressionlessly.
What era are we in now? Do I really need to explain further?
The crowd's faces grew even darker, but Yi Shouju didn't wait for their response and continued, every day, countless professionals lose their lives in dungeons.
Don't they have families? Becoming a professional, especially entering dungeons, means life and death are commonplace. This is their own choice.
If you insist on blaming the death of those who tried to surround Lin Gu but failed on him, I can only say one thing, if you don't have the ability, don't mess around.
You.
The crowd was furious after hearing this, but they couldn't deny that Yi Shouju was
right. If you provoke trouble and get countered, who can you blame?
Yi Shouju's words were already considered giving them face. At this moment, Shishio stepped out from the crowd,
his cold voice ringing out, Dean Yi, are these your words?
The crowd quickly made way as Shishio walked expressionlessly to Yi Shouju.
Are you saying that those with ability can challenge freely, and those without ability shouldn't cause trouble?
That's right. Yi Shouju replied disdainfully. I don't oppose private duels, nor do I fear you
fighting each other. As long as you have the strength, fight however you want. If you lose, accept it. If you die, don't blame others. Of course, if someone wants to bully the weak, this old body of mine won't sit idly by. Is that so, Dean Yi?
At this moment, an aged voice rang out, immediately causing a commotion.
It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch of the Sima family. Patriarch, you finally arrived.
Please uphold justice for our Lu family.
The Sima Patriarch, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, slowly walked up to Yi Shouju. Rest assured, the Patriarch has come personally today to seek justice. She calmly looked at Yi Shouju, who could only speak helplessly, Patriarch. The Sima Patriarch snorted coldly, a trace of mockery at the corner of her mouth.
My old body is failing, I won't live much longer.
But as long as I'm alive, my descendants must not be bullied. Dean Yi, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Hand over Lin Gu, and I'll leave immediately. He cannot go with you.
At this moment, Yan Shi walked out of the school with Lan Lan and Xiao Yu, her face expressionless as she said, not only is he not here, but even if he were
here, you cannot take him away. The Sima Patriarch sneered coldly. So it's the daughter of City Lord Yen. Quite the bold tone.
Yan Shi remained calm, her expression steady as she looked at her and said, I said,
you cannot take him away, and that means you cannot. Little girl, you are truly arrogant. The Sima Patriarch waved her hand, interrupting Shishio. And if I insist on taking him away?
Yan Shi gently raised the corner of her mouth. Then the consequences will be borne by your Sima family alone.
The Sima Patriarch heard this and laughed bitterly, in anger.
In the Dragon Nation, there is no one I, Sima Guizhi, cannot take away.
He has the infernal order. The Sima Patriarch's cold smile froze instantly upon hearing this. What did you say?
Yan Shi smiled faintly, her voice soft yet laced with mockery.
I said, he has the infernal order.
The Sima patriarch's face changed
Drastically, trembling with rage. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What's that in the sky?"
Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see the sky suddenly darken. Immediately, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth.
"Own! Is that a dragon?" Everyone was so shaken that they quickly covered their ears, feeling as though the very air around them was trembling.
Then, a fierce wind swept across the ground. The immense pressure made everyone shiver, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss.
"It's a bone dragon! It's Lin Gu! Lin Gu is here! He's provoking us! This is outright provocation! He's the murderer, Lin Gu! How bold! Does he think he's invincible just because he has a dragon mount? How dare he provoke us?"
The crowd, realizing what was happening, pointed at the bone dragon in the sky and cursed angrily. The students at the school, upon hearing the dragon's roar,
immediately became excited. "It's Lin Gu! Lin Gu is back! Quick, go see the bone dragon! Go see the dragon! Oh my god! The bone dragon is so huge! So cool! I'm so jealous of Bai Jinqing. Her boyfriend actually has a dragon mount."
Everyone rushed outside to the yard or playground, jumping with excitement and staring intently at the bone dragon in the sky.
Meanwhile,
Sima Laozu and the others wore grim expressions as they watched a dark figure leap off the bone dragon's back, carrying someone.
The bone dragon let out another roar as the two landed,
then slowly dissolved into dust and disappeared into the air.
Whoosh! Boom! The dark figure landed at an incredible speed, creating a large crater beside Yishouju. The crowd's
expressions changed as they quickly stepped back, fanning away the dust in front of them. As the dust settled, Lin Gu was revealed, holding by Jinqing as he slowly stood upright.
The scene fell into complete silence. All eyes were fixed on Lin Gu.
No one had expected that a child who had only recently awakened could bring such overwhelming pressure. A chill ran down everyone's
spine, and their faces grew tense.
Especially those students who had been transformed by Lin Gu before they began to waver, wanting to retreat. But Lin Gu paid no attention to the crowd's stares. Only Bai Jinqing's face turned red all the way to her neck.
Unable to handle the attention, she gently poked Lin Gu and whispered, "Quick, put me down." Only then did Lin Gu let her go. Just as Yan Shi and Lan Lan Xiaoyu approached, Bai Jinqing finally had some company.
Lin Gu glanced around, taking in the banners and various posters.
Finally, his gaze landed on the people glaring at him angrily.
From start to finish, he didn't even spare Sima Laozu a glance.
"Everyone, why are you looking for me? If it's because your kids came to trouble
me, and not only failed to win but got countered by me instead, then please, uncles and aunties, spare me the complaints."
"You!" Hearing Lin Ji's words, the crowd trembled with rage. "Lin Gu, how dare you say that? Killing someone is one thing, but look at what you've done."
At this moment, a parent, clutching their child, was red with anger.
"What about my son? How is he supposed to live his life now?"
Lin Gu cast him a cold glance, his tone devoid of emotion. "It's not that he has no path to take, he just has only one path left, and that's a dead end."
Ha ha! Not only did Lan Lan and Xiaoyu burst out laughing, but even Yan Shi and Bai Jinqing almost couldn't hold back their laughter. "You?" The parent trembled with anger, furiously. Turning to Yi Shouju, "Dean Yi, is this the kind of student you cultivate? Your prized disciple?" Yi Shouju looked at Sima Laozu with an expressionless face. "I've said before, I don't oppose private duels, nor do I oppose fighting and killing.
In today's world, only those with strength can survive." With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Shouju spoke firmly.
"Since Lin Gu is here, I'll make my stance clear. He is my disciple.
Whether you think I'm protecting him or favoring him, I accept it. As long as you don't bully the weak, I won't interfere.
But if anyone crosses the line,"
Yi Shouju glanced at Sima Laozu,
"no matter who it is, I will personally deal with it." Sima Laozu sneered coldly, her hands trembling with anger.
But Yan Shi's words and Yi Shouju's stance forced her to reconsider. In other words, if she really insisted on taking action today, Lin Gu wouldn't be taken away. Seeing this, Lin Gu smiled
and said to everyone, "The teacher is right, and I agree. As long as you're my peers, you're welcome to challenge me." "Good, good." Sima Laozu sneered and nodded, her face turning red with anger.
But things had already reached this point, and saying more would only bring shame to the Sima family. In the end, she could only lift her head fiercely, let go lightly, and turn to leave with her people. The others saw this and their expressions changed drastically.
Laozu. You can't leave, the murderer hasn't been severely punished yet. What about my son?
They just said he still has a dead end.
A dead end. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately became complicated. Even Sima Laozu had been defeated and left in disgrace. Staying here would only be asking for trouble. Realizing this, they could only glare coldly at Lin Gu. This matter isn't over for the Zhao family. The Li family won't let you go either. Lin Gu, just you wait.
Lin Gu smiled indifferently, completely ignoring them. He was no longer the boy who had just awakened. Now that he had strength in his hands, he naturally wasn't afraid of their revenge. At that moment, a large group of students suddenly poured out from the direction of the school behind Lin Gu. There were freshmen, as well as older students from sophomore and junior years, with girls making up the majority. Each one was excited and frantically running toward Lin Gu, shouting his name as they ran. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Gu and his friends. Lin Gu, you're amazing. You actually got the bone dragon mount. Lin Gu, where did you farm it? Was it the final boss in the floating island area? Lin Gu, you're so strong. How did you achieve the full first kill grand slam? I haven't even heard of it. Lin Gu, you're incredible. When you got the grand slam, the entire secret realm was broadcasting it. You're truly the pride of us freshmen. Lin Gu, I'm from Apocalypse City too. Do you remember me? I'm in the class next to yours. Lin Gu, just now. Those people from the Li family were my relatives, but I'm not close to them, don't misunderstand. Listening to the excited chatter around him, with everyone vying to get close to him, Lin Gu was both amused and exasperated. But by Jinqing and Yan she were furious, as many girls were secretly trying to touch Lin Gu, forcing them to surround him tightly to block those ill-intentioned hands. There was no helping it. Lin Gu was handsome, strong, and the personal disciple of Ding Yi, with limitless prospects. Who wouldn't be moved upon seeing him? The only one feeling a bit helpless was Yi Shouju. Everyone, quiet down for a moment. I have something to discuss with Lin Gu. You should all go back and rest. Lin Gu needs to rest too. Tomorrow is the awards ceremony? Cheer for Lin Gu then and be his cheer squad. Hearing this, everyone agreed. Alright, see you tomorrow. Don't worry, tomorrow will be Lin Ji's hype team. That's right. We'll be the hype team and make students from other schools jealous. Amid the laughter, Yi Shouju finally led Lin Gu away from the scene. Watching Lin Gu constantly wiping his sweat, Yi Shouju smiled and asked, how does it feel to be surrounded by everyone? Lin Gu glanced at him, looking helpless. Don't even mention it. I'd rather be with you, old man. Blocking those hands was exhausting. Yi Shouju chuckled bitterly, you brat, you really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Lin Gu shook his head, completely uninterested in such trivial matters. By the way, I actually have something to ask you. Yi Shouju raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with amusement. Go ahead, what is it? Lin Gu turned to look at him. I farmed a guild token and want to. Wait a minute. Stop right there. Yi Shouju stopped in surprise. Not only did you get the bone dragon mount, but you also farmed a guild token? Lin Gu, somewhat puzzled, took out the token. Isn't it just a guild token? Can't you farm one casually? Yi Shouju's face turned blue and purple with anger. You little brat, you're really infuriating. He pointed at Lin Gu, unable to resist giving him a scolding, and finally sighed helplessly, pack up your things and follow me. As Yi Shouju walked, he muttered under his breath, clearly flustered. However, Lin Gu didn't notice that when Yi Shouju turned around, the corners of his mouth almost split into a smile. When they arrived at the dean's office, Yi Shouju locked the door. Lin Gu asked curiously, old man, why are you locking the door? Yi Shouju cleared his throat. Nowadays, people are becoming more and more unruly, barging in without knocking. He led Lin Gu to the sofa. Sit down first, no rush. Once they were seated, Yi Shouju waved his hand, and a tea set and tray suddenly appeared. Lin Gu watched curiously. As Yi Shouju proudly poured him tea, you want to ask me whether the guild token should be sold or used? Lin Gu nodded. That's about right. Actually, I want to start my own guild. Yi Shouju scrutinized Lin Gu for a moment, and Lin Gu felt a bit puzzled. You don't support it? Yi Shouju smiled. Of course I support it. To start a guild, you need to take the token and a recommendation letter from any city lord to the guild NPC at the Adventurers Guild in the Imperial Capital to register. Before that, you need to choose a plot of land to build the guild hall or use an existing one. You'll also need to find a formation master in the Adventurers Guild to set up the guild teleportation array. Lin Gu froze for a moment, not expecting that establishing a guild would be so complicated. Before he could speak, Yi Shouju took a sip of tea and said calmly, "You don't need to worry about these things. I'll give you the recommendation letter, and I'll also arrange the guild hall and teleportation array for you. You just need to focus on building your guild."
Next question. Lin Gu twitched his mouth,
feeling both helpless and touched. After all, this old man truly cared about him.
Thinking of this, he organized his thoughts and asked, "Old man, do you know about the Darkland?"
The
Darkland?
Yi Shouju was a bit surprised and looked up at him. "Why are you asking about that?" Lin Gu just stared at him without speaking. Yi Shouju frowned. "You should know that our
Dragon Nation has 3 ancient secret realms, right?"
Lin Gu blurted out, "Of course I know, Void City, Time City, and the Dark." As he said this, his eyelid twitched, and his expression
immediately changed. Dark City? The Darkland is in Dark City?
No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the Darkland in the World Quest. It seemed like he'd heard of it somewhere
before. Turns out, it's in Dark City.
The 3 ancient secret realms of the Dragon Nation are unique to the country, rumored to be connected to some ancient secrets.
However, the teacher didn't explain much back then, as she hadn't personally been there either.
Yi Shouju waved his hand and threw 3 tokens in front of Lin Gu. "These should have been given to you long ago, but there was never an opportunity."
Any other questions?
Lin Gu picked them up and saw that the 3 tokens were of different colors, engraved with different characters.
Clearly entry passes to the ancient secret realms. After putting them away, he asked curiously, "Do you know about Sishu village?"
Yi Shouju thought for a moment and shook his head. "I
don't."
Lin Gu nodded, then suddenly looked up and stared at Yi Shouju, asking, "Why did you hide from me that some monsters actually have intelligence?" Yi Shouju froze for a moment, opened his mouth, and said, "You are still young.
You'll understand in the future." Next question.
"That's all."
Lin Gu shook his head. There were some things he didn't know how to ask, and he didn't really want to ask Yi Shouju either. After all, he wasn't sure himself.
Yi Shouju nodded. "All right, I won't say more.
I'll leave you some time." Lin Gu tilted his head, looking completely speechless.
"In 2 months, there will be the 10 Great Academies Exchange Conference, where each school will send a team of 5.
Like the Dragon God Tournament. You'll enter a map to fight monsters.
As for which map, it hasn't been decided yet this year, but it's most likely Void Canyon."
"Wait?"
Lin Gu was surprised. "Old man, are you planning
to send me to the abyss?"
Yi Shouju replied matter-of-factly, "Of course.
You are my proud disciple. If I don't send you, who else would I send? Don't worry, I've already found 4 other teammates for you. All you need to do is focus on grinding monsters and defeating opponents." "What are you even talking about?"
Lin Gu widened his eyes.
"Are you treating me like a tool?"
Yi Shouju picked up his teacup.
"All right, off you go."
Lin Gu was dumbfounded.
Seeing his reaction, Yi Shouju was secretly delighted.
This was his first time turning the tables.
Last time, Lin Gu almost drove him crazy. Just as Lin Gu was about to leave, Yi Shouju tossed him a small storage pouch. "This is a personal reward from me. Inside, there's also a token. With that token, you can enter the library on the east side. The 3rd floor of the library is my private treasure trove. You can take whatever you want from inside, but remember to leave half for me."
Lin Gu raised an eyebrow and made a gesture of thanks.
"Thanks a lot." Yi Shouju smiled. Lin Ji's expression became complicated. "Do you blame me?" Yi Shouju asked.
Lin Gu paused for a moment, almost forgetting to take a step. But he quickly reacted, understanding Yi Shouju's meaning, and casually waved his hand.
"Blame you? How could I? It's not your fault. Besides, this counts as practice. Didn't you also tell them not to cheat?"
Hearing this, Yi Shouju laughed.
"I'm very confident in my own abilities. Our Yi family isn't a small clan. I can completely control everything happening around you."
"But I didn't stop them because I wanted you to understand that a true strong person must endure various hardships on the
path to growth.
I'm not someone who's afraid of hardship, but real combat is the fastest way to improve strength."
"I'm glad you understand." Lin Gu helplessly waved his hand. "Stop bragging about yourself. I'm leaving." Yi Shouju was left speechless. "Oh, by the way."
Lin Gu had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly remembered something and turned back.
"I need to take a leave.
I'm leaving after I collect my reward at tomorrow's award ceremony." Yi Shouju looked puzzled.
"You're leaving again? Aren't we about to start classes? Lin Gu looked confused. Of course I have to leave. I still have my second job advancement quest to complete. Your second job advancement? Your second. Yi Shouju froze, his expression becoming complicated. What's going on? What's going on? Chen Rui, sitting in the passenger seat, widened her eyes and turned to ask, Lin Gu, are you planning to establish a guild? In the business car heading to the Adventurers Guild, after hearing Lin Ji's plan, by Jin Qing, Yan Shi, and the others were all shocked. No way. Yan Shi felt her mouth go dry. You actually got a guild token? Lin Gu nodded and handed the token to her. This was given by the Ice Dragon boss. Wow. So this is the legendary guild token worth a fortune. It's so beautiful. After glancing at it, Yan Shi was immediately interrupted by Lan Lan, who snatched it over. Together with Xiaoyu, their eyes lit up as they stared at the exquisite token. Bro, this thing is worth 10 million gold coins. Oh my god, if you sell it, someone would definitely offer an even higher price. You'd instantly become a multi-millionaire. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, and he quickly opened his backpack. Don't scare me. I already have over 10 million gold coins in my backpack. Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. Hearing Lin Ji's words, Lan Lan, Xiaoyu, Yan Shi, and Bai Jinqing burst into laughter, coughing as they weakly patted Lin Ji's arm. Idle. After recovering, Lan Lan widened her eyes and smacked Lin Gu. Can you be more reliable? Have some decency. You're making us laugh to death. Exactly. Xiaoyu pounded Lin Ji's chest with her small fists, angrily scolding, Idle, you're so bad. You're driving me crazy. Wah! I'm going to beat you to death. Yan Shi sighed, her face full of helplessness. I've always known there's no such tea well. Hello, trillionaire. Lin Gu smiled bitterly. Can I say something? The crowd snorted arrogantly and turned their heads, ignoring him. Lin Gu sighed, so, I do. Seeing Lan Lan and Xiaoyu answer in unison, Lin Gu was completely confused, not understanding what was happening. Seriously? Why are you saying I do? Do you even know what I'm asking? What if I was proposing? Upon hearing this, Lan Lan and Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Ha? No, right? Ha, Xiaoyu, we become a pair, and now our idol is proposing to us. What? Yeah, from now on, the three of us. Together. Lin Gu? No, it's the four of us. By Jinqing? Then let's make it 5, as long as we're happy. Yan Shi? Exactly, we'll be happy for a lifetime. Oh, remember not to pronounce the word happy. Wait, are you all crazy? Looking at the two who were overly excited, Lin Gu was completely dumbfounded. Are you all losing your minds? Glancing at Bai Jinqing and Yan Shi, who were trying to hold back their laughter, Lin Gu widened his eyes and said, We're talking about serious matters here, okay? At this moment, Chen Rui cautiously poked her head in, coquettishly brushing her non-existent hair. If it really doesn't work, I can join too. 6 of us living together works for me. Chen Rui? Seeing Lin Ji's bewildered and shocked expression, everyone finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Ha, Idol, your expression is hilarious. I'm dying of laughter, everyone, Idol, ha. As Lin Gu snapped back to reality, veins started to pop on his forehead, and the group quickly restrained themselves, more or less. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to join my guild? Lan raised her eyebrows proudly and said, I want to be the vice president. The guild name will be Lan Guild. Lin Gu? Then I'll be the president. The guild will be renamed Xiaoyu Guild. Lin Gu? How about Chen Rui Guild, and I'll be the president? Lin Gu? Are you all crazy? Humph. So, what should we name our guild? In the Adventurer Guild Hall, 6 people sat around a corner table, glaring at each other without saying a word. The materials were submitted, forms were collected, and information was filled out. Everyone was registered as vice presidents, except for the guild name, which hadn't been decided yet. Fortunately, the maximum number of vice presidents was 5, and more could be added as the guild leveled up. Otherwise, this group would have started fighting in the car. So, what should the guild be called? Lin Gu twitched his mouth, glanced at his watch, and scanned the group before saying, How about Lin Gu Guild? As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately snapped out of it, their eyes lighting up, eager to hear his brilliant idea. Forget it. Everyone looked disgusted, crossed their arms, and turned their heads away. Why not Lan Guild? I think Xiaoyu Guild sounds better. Why can't it be Yan Shi Guild? Why? Jinqing Guild sounds nicer. Just Chen Rue Guild then. Get lost.
The four spoke in unison, directly shutting Chen Rue down to the point of wanting to crawl into a hole.
Lin Gu
helplessly pursed his lips, just about to speak when suddenly a voice interrupted him.
Lin Gu? Brother Lin?
Lin Gu froze, turned his head toward the voice, and his eyes lit up.
He stood up and waved, come, quickly over here.
The group saw this and instinctively stood up as well. Seeing a burly man accompanied by a petite and adorable little girl, by Jin Qing and the others looked puzzled. Lin Gu smiled and patted the burly man's shoulder, saying, "This is Liang Hu, and this is his sister Liang Ying.
They are my assistants." The two froze for a
moment, exchanged glances, and quickly concealed the emotion in their eyes.
"Hello, my name is Liang Hu."
"My name is Liang Ying, you can just call me Xiaoying," she said.
Although Liang, who was the oldest, he was well aware that the 5 people in front of him were not ordinary, especially by Jin Qing, Chen Rue, and Yan Shi. He knew who they were. The 5 of them, though,
unsure of what was happening, still greeted them with smiles. Bai Jinqing glanced at Lin Gu, who gently shook his head, helped the two sit down nearby, and said, "It's perfect that you're here.
We're deciding on a name for the guild. Do you have any suggestions?"
The two were stunned for a moment, exchanged glances, and seemed a bit awkward.
"Lin Gu, this matter." Lin Gu waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's fine. Everyone can pitch in ideas. No need to be formal among brothers."
Liang Hu clenched his fists upon hearing this.
To be honest, when they first signed the master-servant contract, he had a moment of regret. Handing over one's life to someone else always comes with some resistance.
But Lin Gu trusted them greatly, never giving
them any strange orders.
He even handed over a lot of purple and orange equipment for them to handle, gave them money, and helped them get a new house. Such gestures upon their first meeting
indeed put them at ease.
Now, even for something as important as the guild's name, Lin Gu sought their input. When Lin Gu said brothers, he truly meant it, not just as a casual remark.
How could Liang Hu not be moved?
With this thought, Liang Hu adjusted his mindset and racked his brain for a name. After a long while, seeing everyone deep in thought, Liang Hu softly said, "Lin Gu, I think the guild's name should either relate to the leader's name, like Heavenly Saint Guild, or to the leader's abilities, like Beastmaster Guild."
That would be the simplest and most distinctive. Lin Gu was momentarily stunned, realizing Liang Hu had a point.
The idea of relating it to his name had just been dismissed.
What about relating it to his abilities? His eyes lit up as a name suddenly came to mind. Do you all know about the 4th calamity?
The others looked puzzled and asked, "Of course, isn't that what players are
called in games?" Wait a second. As soon as they said this, everyone realized something, their eyes lighting up.
"Idol, are you saying?"
"Exactly." Lin Gu smiled, "Our guild will be
like the 4th calamity, capable of infinite expansion, becoming the nightmare of this world, the strongest guild." Everyone's eyes sparkled as they excitedly said in unison, "So, the
name of our guild is..."
Lin Gu raised his index finger, "Lin Gu Guild."
Everyone was dumbfounded. "What are you even talking about?
Lin Gu, are you crazy?
I can't even with you right now. Grandma crawling into bed, you've hit my funny bone."
"Lin Gu, you're so unreliable." Lin Gu twitched his mouth awkwardly and laughed, "Just kidding, huh?"
Seeing
everyone looking at him with disdain and grumbling, Lin Gu cleared his throat and said seriously, "So, the name of our guild will be Calamity.
Imperial Capital, Eastern Academy." On the field, 3rd-year students from the 10 major academies were neatly lined up in formations, orderly and disciplined.
The happiest and liveliest group here was undoubtedly the students from
Eastern University, especially the group surrounding Lin Gu.
If it weren't for Bai Jinqing and the other 3 guarding him tightly, Lin Gu might have already been overwhelmed by the crowd.
"Junior, you're amazing. After the event, let's team up for a dungeon run." "Yeah, Junior, I can tank and fight. Come team up with me." "Wow, the more I look at you, the more handsome you are, Junior. The more I look, the more I like you. Come into my arms." All right, stop it, you guys."
Warmth, who had been watching the commotion from the side, finally couldn't
help but interrupt. "This is a school, not a place for you to act cute and flirt. Wipe your drool, sit down, and line up properly." As soon as Warmth spoke, the crowd around Lin Gu immediately quieted down. Watching them walk away, Warmth sighed helplessly.
"I really can't stand this group of fangirls."
Lin Gu smiled awkwardly and quickly pulled Bai Jinqing in the
Others away from the scene unexpectedly, when Muan raised her eyebrows slightly, blinked, and playfully said, Lin Gu, you're famous this time because you won first place in the Dragon God tournament and achieved a full sweep of first kills. You've now firmly secured the 48th spot on the Dragon Nation's Tianjiao ranking. Lin Gu was stunned, pointing at himself in confusion. Me? 48th place? That's right, it's true. Bai Jinqing and the others widened their eyes in shock. Our idol made it onto the Tianjiao ranking? Wow, this Tianjiao ranking is really something, letting our idol make the list. Xiaoyu, stop talking. This is simply unbelievable. The Dragon Nation's Tianjiao ranking is a strength-based leaderboard for young people aged 18 to 25. The ranking primarily considers strength, with battle achievements as a secondary factor. The Tianjiao ranking has only 50 spots, while the population in this age group is as high as 300 million. Those who make the list are the rarest top talents, at least possessing golden level potential. So don't underestimate Lin Ji's 48th place position. This is a major achievement that can bring great honor to a family. Even the contestants who dropped off the list in the last round, even those ranked 50th, are now big shots in various regions, with formidable strength. How could they not be shocked? Seeing Lan Lan and the other four staring in disbelief, Wen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. It's true, you can check the professional forum. It's already been officially verified. Hearing this, everyone quickly took out their phones and opened the forum, seeing Lin Ji's name indeed listed in the pinned post about the Tianji ranking. Bai Jinqing covered her mouth in excitement, and Yan Shi's jaw slowly dropped. As for Lan Lan and Xiaoyu, they were so thrilled they let out piercing screams. Ah! Oh my God, idol! You actually made it onto the Tianjiao ranking. Oh my God! My idol is actually a top expert on the Tianjiao ranking. This is amazing. Their screams naturally attracted the attention of those around them. Lin Ji's little fangirls were ecstatic, but where there is joy, there is also discontent. For instance, Shi Tingfei and Shi Tingrui from the White Tiger Academy. The two brothers glared at Lin Gu, who was surrounded by Bai Jinqing and Yin Shi, their eyes burning with anger. Then there were Sima Qing and Xiao Wu from the Azure Dragon Academy, along with Sima Qi and Qi Xingho. Some of them were already impatiently fiddling with the items at hand. Go ahead, laugh, be proud. Do you really think making it onto the Tianjiao ranking is a good thing? Sima Qing sneered, casually adjusting the hair by his ear. Qi Xingho snorted arrogantly, just wait until those two find out that a white trash priest ranked ahead of them. Ha. Exactly, Sima Qi said as he filed his nails, his eyes full of resentment as he stared at Lin Gu. We'll just sit back and watch the show unfold. And as soon as he steps out of East University, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. At this point, Sima Qi's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, now that everyone knows about his strange skills, getting rid of him will be a piece of cake. After all, even if he can turn the tables, unless he's hiding some new skill we've never seen before, heh. But that's simply impossible. Skill books aren't that easy to come by. We know all about the ones on the market, some are fakes, and some are completely useless. A trace of malice flashed in Sima Qi's eyes. This time, he's as good as dead. The others, hearing this, also smirked coldly. A prepared battle is entirely different from an unprepared one. Everyone, at this moment, Yi Shouju, standing at the center of the main stage with his hands behind his back, smiled faintly as he stood among the academy deans. Welcome to East University. The crowd immediately stopped their conversations, focusing their attention on Yi Shouju. This time, the Emerald Dreamland happens to open on the first day of school. Although the process was full of twists and turns, the outcome is still satisfactory. Lu Guanyu pursed his lips with a look of helplessness, and the other deans didn't look too pleased either. Alright, next, I will present awards to the students who performed outstandingly in the Emerald Dreamland. Yi Shouju didn't waste any more words, as everyone was busy. First, the rewards for kill records and first kill records. Recipient, the top freshman of the Eastern Academy, Lin Gu. The students of Eastern University immediately applauded, and although the students from other schools were reluctant, they also clapped along. Lin Gu waved slightly and walked toward the main stage with a smile. Next, the award for the most boss kills in the strategy record. Recipient, still the top freshman of the Eastern Academy, Lin Gu. Lin Gu had to wave in response to the applause once again. And the clearance record, which is also the first place in this top 10 ranking battle. Recipient, once again, the top freshman of the Eastern Academy, Lin Gu. Watching Lin Gu accept the awards with a leader-like smile, Shi Tingfei and his group were so furious they were grinding their teeth, wishing they could rush up and take him down.
Sima Qi and others also had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot.
But there was nothing they could
do. All 3 major awards were taken by Lin Gu, leaving everyone else as mere bystanders. Many who hadn't made enemies with Lin Gu could only applaud enviously from the audience.
Damn! This guy is incredible, taking all the awards by himself. So jealous. Say no more, Chief Lin won the Grand Slam of all first kills.
Do you know how valuable that is? The last person
to achieve a Grand Slam was Dragon God, but Chief Lin's is all first kills, even more impressive than Dragon God.
How much good equipment do you think he got?
Every first kill comes with rewards, plus the full Secret Realm announcements. This is insane. I heard the Emerald Dreamland drops special items in various tokens, and Chief Lin even got a Bone Dragon mount.
The rumors were true.
Stop it, I'm so jealous I could cry. Chief Lin already got a wave of big rewards with the first kills, and now he's taken the top 3 awards of the 10 great academies.
He's soaring straight to the top. When will I ever be as amazing as Chief Lin? Sob sob sob. The students of Eastern University in the audience were all crying tears of envy.
On stage, Lin Gu maintained a calm expression as he walked up to Yi Shouju. Yi Shouju handed him a trophy and said, "Although this won't increase your stats, it will enhance your sense
of honor.
This is your first trophy, and it holds great commemorative significance."
Lu Guanyu and the others felt a pang of jealousy in their hearts but couldn't say anything, so they could only smile along like the students below.
"Thank you, Dean." Lin Gu accepted the trophy with a smile and turned to wave at Bai Jincheng.
Bai Jincheng, seeing this from the audience, waved back excitedly, and many of Lin Ji's little fangirls cheered along.
Yi Shouju glanced smugly at Lu Guanyu and the others, who were so annoyed they didn't even want to look. After Lin Gu finished showing off, Yi Shouju, satisfied, continued speaking. "Alright, Lin Gu, the remaining rewards will be personally presented to you by the other deans." Lin Gu was momentarily
stunned and instinctively looked at Lu Guanyu beside him.
Lu Guanyu's eyelid twitched, and he forced a smile, saying, "Lin Gu, congratulations." As he spoke, he took out a small storage pouch from his pocket, sighed, and handed it over with a relaxed expression.
"This is your reward. I hope it will be helpful to you in the future."
In fact, the idea of distributing the rewards separately was proposed by Lu Guanyu. This way, Lin Gu would clearly know who gave each reward.
Moreover, by personally presenting the reward, others wouldn't know the specific contents, making it a good way to express goodwill.
Naturally, the other deans thought this was a good idea and all agreed.
Lin Gu accepted the reward and nodded slightly. He then
proceeded to receive the rewards from all the other deans in order. Yi Shouju, seeing this, couldn't stop smiling and patted Lin Gu on the shoulder.
"Good child, keep working hard. The future world belongs to you all." Lin Gu smiled awkwardly. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave."
Yi Shouju laughed heartily. "Nothing else, go ahead and take care of your business." Lu Guanyu and the others thought Lin Gu was about to step off the stage, but unexpectedly, he suddenly waved his hand, summoning a dragon. The students below immediately gasped
in amazement. "Wow! A bone dragon! So cool! Even though I've seen it a few times, it's still so breathtaking every time. What is Chief Lin planning to do? Are you trying to make us jealous on purpose?
If I had this bone dragon, I'd show it off every day, even sleep on it. It's so cool." While most students were envious, Sima Cheng and his group felt as if they'd
swallowed a fly.
"He's showing off too obviously, so annoying."
"Go ahead, keep pretending."
When they saw Lin Gu jump onto the bone dragon's back and soar into the sky, Sima Chi was
momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up with joy. "He's leaving the school. Going somewhere else." Sima Ching was taken aback, then overjoyed. "Quick, send a message. Find out where he's going. That fool actually left the school on his own, huh?"
Lin Ji's departure thrilled Sima Ching and his group. However, Lu Guanyu and the others were a bit confused.
"What? It's just the start of the semester, shouldn't there be classes? And he's just leaving like that?"
Yi Shouju looked at him riding the bone dragon and said, "Yes, he has to complete his second transfer
mission." "Ha? He's going for the second transfer mission, wait, what?" Lu Guanyu and the others were shocked and asked in unison, "What's going on?" "Wow, he actually got 5 divine martial stones, 5 divine soul herbs, and 5 9-colored stones? Dean Lu is so generous." And 100,000 gold coins? That's more than I get from farming bosses. On the bone dragon's back, Lingu sat cross-legged, happily organizing the rewards given by the 10 deans. Yi Shouju had already given his reward yesterday, only handing over a trophy today. Yesterday, Lin Go had handed over some useless items to the Liang siblings, gave them instructions, and then returned to his dorm to rest. Most of the rewards were forging materials and some high-grade edible fruits, similar to what the other deans had given. Of course, equipment and skill books were essential. Lu Guanyu and Dean Qin had given him 3 pieces of level 60 gold equipment, with decent attributes, but Lin Gu already had better ones and planned to save them for Bai Jinqing. Bai Jinqing was already level 52 and would soon be able to equip them. Speaking of which, the trip to the Emerald Dreamland had been quite fruitful. Yan Shi had reached level 57, obtaining 2 pieces of gold equipment and 8 pieces of orange equipment. Lan Lan had reached level 53, while Bai Jinqing and Xiaoyu had reached level 52, each acquiring 3 pieces of gold equipment and 10 pieces of orange equipment. Chen Rui had also leveled up significantly and received generous rewards. Lin Go had reached level 51, obtaining 2 pieces of gold equipment and 12 pieces of orange equipment. He was so excited he couldn't sleep all night and even dragged Lin Gu out in the middle of the night to see the new house her father had bought for them. After much persuasion, Lin Gu finally managed to calm her down. Lin Gu had just leveled up, acquiring 9 pieces of gold equipment, 2 pieces of red equipment, 2 skill books, a mount, and a guild token. It could be said that he had risen rapidly, instantly becoming a tycoon and surpassing everyone else. Besides them, the most excited ones yesterday were the Liang siblings, Liang Hu and Liang Ying. Lin Gu and his team had given them a large amount of equipment, almost fully equipping them in purple gear. The siblings were so moved they nearly knelt in gratitude on the spot. Actually, it wasn't because they lacked equipment, but because Bai Jinqing and the others, not yet fully familiar with the Liang siblings' relationship with Lin Gu, were cautious about giving too many good items at the start, fearing it might cause conflict. Even so, the Liang siblings were still so emotional their eyes turned red. More importantly, the siblings were very reliable. The so-called junk purple equipment in Lin Ge's eyes was sold by the siblings within 3 days. To people at their level, those items were top tier and sold effortlessly. Without using the auction house, they relied entirely on private transactions and earned over 300,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Lin Gu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Having subordinates who understood the market and sales so well was truly a relief, and he felt confident leaving guild matters in their hands. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He needed to quickly organize his rewards and prepare to use the teleportation portal to head to a small southern border town, enter the demon territory, and complete his second transfer mission as quickly as possible. The location for the world mission had also been confirmed, and both tasks needed to be completed within 2 months so he could return in time for the Academy Exchange Conference. He swiftly organized all the materials, consumed fruits that boosted his attributes and resistance, and then took out the last skill book given by Yi Shouju. Twisting Pretzel LV1 Lin Ge's exclusive skill description. Upon activation, the target enters a twisting pretzel state, unable to control themselves and continuously taking damage. Duration, 1000 seconds. What the heck? Lin Gu read the description, his mouth slowly opening in disbelief, his face full of confusion. Whose skill can even learn something like twisting pretzel? This talent was truly absurd, completely unexpected. If someone else used this skill, the battle wouldn't even start before the opponent turned into a twisting pretzel, writhing uncontrollably. Just imagining it was crazy. If paired with flower handshake and electric pedal stomp, wow, the scene would be absolutely hilarious. Lin Gu shivered, scratching the goosebumps on his arm. Forget it, I'll try it out later. With the newly learned repulsion technique, maybe it'll have some unexpected effects. He felt his skills were getting stranger and stranger, but he was increasingly looking forward to what kind of exclusive skill he would gain after his second-class advancement, and how his other skills would be enhanced. Freshly baked phoenix tail ox head. Come and try it, delicious and affordable. Sun Moon brand big pancake rolls with new flavors. Wheat-style black bean pork tenderloin, one bite makes you crave another. Southern border town. Lin Gu walked along the town's only spacious street, curiously observing his surroundings. Although he had just used the teleportation array here yesterday, he hadn't had time to look around since the array was outside the town and he was in a hurry. Now, it felt like a completely different scene. There were no skyscrapers, the tallest building was only 4 stories high. No luxury cars or high-tech gadgets, transportation relied on horse-drawn carriages and ox carts.
The town had no city lord, only a defense officer, and a permanent population of just 300,000.
Apart from people wearing modern clothing, the entire town felt like it had traveled back to ancient times, like an isolated paradise. Ha ha ha. Look over there, it's a pig. A piggy. Ah. A piggy. Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, a voice filled with manic laughter came from behind. Lingu was about to turn around to see who was shouting. Before he could, a figure bang collided with him, bouncing
off like a train hitting a wall, landing 3 meters away.
Lingu merely swayed slightly, standing firmly in place.
Ouch, ouch, ha ha ha. It's a pig. A piggy. Ha ha ha. Lingu froze.
The man who had fallen was crying from the pain, yet he was laughing uncontrollably, looking completely deranged.
Did he just encounter someone mentally unstable? Lingu helplessly twitched
his mouth, preparing to step forward and ask what was going on.
You didn't, brother? Brother! Brother!
Before he could finish speaking, a girl in a yellow dress with delicate
features ran through the crowd toward them.
She nervously helped the crying and laughing man up, her eyes full of worry, patting his clothes while bowing deeply to Lingu.
I'm sorry, my brother, it's fine. Lingu waved his hand.
Check if your brother is okay, he fell pretty hard just now. Lin Ji's body was as tough as iron, people
couldn't hurt him by bumping into him.
Besides, the man looked frail, clearly a patient, he wasn't going to make a fuss. The girl, seeing how understanding he was, froze for a moment before
quickly nodding.
Thank you, my brother often falls, it's okay, as long as you're not hurt. Looking at the nervous girl, Lingu guessed she was afraid he might make demands, so he smiled and waved his hand.
I'm not hurt. I'll be on my way now, bye-bye.
With that, he turned and left, leaving the girl stunned. Neither of them noticed that the deranged man, still laughing uncontrollably, was staring intently at Lin Ji's back until he disappeared into the crowd, before starting to act crazy again.
Lingu wandered around for a few minutes before finally
arriving at his destination, the Adventurers Guild. It resembled a bar, with many people eating, drinking, bragging, and chatting about interesting stories, creating a lively atmosphere.
He was here to buy a guiding stone
to enter the Forgotten Plains, one of the 5 forbidden zones of the Dragon Kingdom. Relying on himself alone would definitely lead to getting lost. This wasn't a matter of distinguishing directions or having a map. It seems like this place is cursed. Without a guide or a guiding stone, you'll keep wandering in circles, never finding
your way out.
It's as if you forget where you are, forget your direction.
That's how the Forgotten Plains got its name.
The demon race has been able to survive and thrive here thanks to the protection of the Forgotten Plains. Lingu walked up to the counter and said directly, "Hello, I want to buy a guiding stone." The young girl behind the counter saw the handsome Lingu, and her eyes immediately lit up.
"Hello, esteemed adventurer.
Renting a guiding stone costs 3 gold coins, buying one costs 10 gold coins.
Would you like to rent or buy?" "Buy."
Lingu didn't say much, directly laying down 10 gold coins on the table.
The young girl became even happier. Who wouldn't like a handsome and wealthy adventurer?
She bit her lip, put the coins into the drawer, and took out a small box about 10 centimeters square. "Adventurer, the Forgotten Plains have recently entered a beast tide period, making it 3 times more dangerous than
a month ago.
I've heard there's a major conspiracy among the demon race, and even General Nangong has personally come to guard the area.
If you're not in a hurry, you might want to wait a couple of days before heading out."
As she spoke, her face turned red as she stared into Lin Ji's eyes.
"In the meantime, Shanshan can accompany you around the border town."
Lin Ji's eyelid twitched, silently complaining in his heart. However, the information she provided was quite useful.
For Lingu, the more trouble, the better. "No need, thank you." Lingu unhesitatingly
picked up the small box, and the young lady immediately showed a disappointed expression. However, just as Lingu stepped out of the Adventurers Guild, a dizziness icon suddenly appeared above his head. The next second, a sharp, cold light shot toward the back of his head at lightning speed.
Thud! With just one strike, Lin Ji's health bar instantly dropped to the bottom, losing 2,653,463 HP. What the hell? What the hell? The attacker was stunned, not expecting Lin Ji's health to be so high. He had used his full-strength finishing move but failed to kill Lingu in one hit. Worse yet, Lin Ji's Poison Slayer shield reflected the attack, causing the assailant to suffer a tendon rupture.
The dagger fell to the ground, and his wrists
and ankles bled profusely.
The bleeding effect from the tendon rupture left him unable to go invisible or move. He could only lean against the doorframe, glaring viciously at the solar
god water in Lin Ji's hand.
Lin Gu drank the potion, squinting slightly as he looked at the attacker with a cold smile.
You came pretty fast, huh?
The man gritted his teeth and said,
Consider yourself lucky. Lucky?
Lin Gu sneered, glancing at the crowd gathering around, gripping his staff.
If it were just luck, I'd be dead by now.
At this moment, the young lady from the counter, who had been watching the entire scene, suddenly ran over and shouted anxiously, Adventurer,
please don't kill anyone. Private fights and killings are forbidden in the border town.
Lin Gu glanced at her, then looked at the tendon-ruptured thief leaning against the doorframe, sweating coldly.
He came to kill me, and you expect me to let him go?
The young lady looked worried and quickly tried to persuade him.
The border town has a defense force. The defense officer will deal with him.
Lin Gu chuckled at her words.
Deal with him? He raised an eyebrow, his gaze mocking as he looked at the thief. Do you even know who he is?
The young lady froze, and Lin Ji's tone softened.
He's from the Sima family. Do you think they'll deal with him? His rank might even be higher than the defense officers.
As soon as he said this, the young lady was too shocked to speak, and the onlookers began whispering
among themselves. Oh my god, someone from the Sima family? No wonder he dared to make a move in town. Impossible, right? Isn't he fine? Fine?
I just saw that guy's health drop to
the bottom.
Hearing the murmurs around him, the thief's face instantly changed.
Don't talk nonsense. I'm not from the Sima family. Lin Gu sneered, raising his staff expressionlessly. Not from the Sima family? Then you're from the Qi family. Either way, you can't escape being from one of the two. But that doesn't matter.
I don't care which family you're from.
If you dare to come after me, you'll pay the price. Chest-crushing stone. Boom!
The thief's chest caved in suddenly, splitting open with more than a dozen wounds. Blood gushed out like a fountain as he writhed on the ground in pain. The scene descended into chaos. The young lady at the counter turned pale with fright, covering her mouth and not daring to make a sound.
Move aside, move aside. Who's causing trouble here? Don't you know this is Lord Li's territory? Soon, 5 men clad in uniform
armor shoved their way through the crowd. Seeing the thief groaning in agony on the ground, they were visibly startled.
What the hell? What happened here?
The captain instinctively raised his head, scanning the surroundings until his gaze locked onto Lin Gu, a young man holding a staff, dressed in
ordinary casual clothes.
The captain immediately frowned, his face full of disdain.
He shouted, Don't you know that fighting is forbidden in this border town? Are you courting death?
Lin Gu ignored them completely, unleashing a move called 10 Fingers Connected to the Heart.
In the next moment, the thief's fingernails seemed to explode, bursting into a mist
of blood that filled the air. The onlookers gasped in horror, stepping back in fear, while the blood mist even splattered onto the 5 guards, leaving them stunned and speechless. When the crowd looked at Lin Gu again, their eyes were filled with terror and panic. Lin Gu glanced at the corpse on the ground, paid no attention
to the frightened crowd, and turned to leave.
Although he wore a mask, his youthful figure and voice betrayed his young age.
He was seriously
injured, likely due to taking some kind of potion or possessing a unique skill. Even with his venom shield having the damage, he had still
lost 95% of his health.
If not for his throne of bones, which could dispel a single stun effect, that earlier strike would have killed him.
He had no intention of letting the thief get away with it. As for the guards, they weren't even worth his consideration. In the imperial capital, at the Sima family estate, Sima Chen stared at Sima Manyun in shock. What did you just say?
Lin Gu took both the Xuanwu elixir that triples damage and the
void potion that ignores defense, and even used his 4th-tier ultimate move, but Fong Lu still didn't manage to kill him? Sima Manyun's face was dark as she gritted her teeth. Yes, and he was counter-killed.
The informant reported that Fong Lu lost over 2.6 million health, while Lin Gu still had 5% of his health remaining.
Sima Chen slammed the armrest in anger. Is this guy even a priest? He's level 60, with more health than a 4th-tier heavy armor class. Sima Manyun's expression remained icy. A white priest? What a joke. Lin Ji's class is definitely not normal. Even though the awakening stone didn't lie, his class must have mutated. Sima Chen's face darkened as he glared at the doorway, gritting his teeth. Yi Shouzhu, you better see this clearly and take action quickly. He spat angrily and turned to Sima Manyun. Send a message to Chunyu. Have him lead a team there and ensure it's a one-hit kill. Also, notify the border town's defense officer to stay on high alert. I refuse to believe we can't take him down. At the Qi family villa, Qi Xinghe was gathered with Sima Qing, Sima Qi, and a few other close family friends. They had a good relationship, though their once friendly gatherings now carried an undercurrent of hostility. Qi Xinghe said, "I just received news Lin Gu is in the border town." Sima Qing was surprised. The border town? Is he heading to the territory of the Beast Clan? That place is a mess right now. Ever since the Purgatory, Beast Clan, and Abyss factions had joined forces, regions like the Bone Hell, Forgotten Plains, and Void Canyon had fallen into chaos. Though the Purgatory forces had withdrawn, and the Beast Clan and Abyss retreated 300 miles, Beast Tides and Demon Tides could erupt at any moment. General Nangon had personally gone to the border to oversee the defense, which spoke volumes. Sima Qi's face was grim, filled with resentment. It's best if he dies there. Qi Xinghe's expression was cold as he set down his wine glass. But I know him, he probably won't die so easily. Then we'll head out now and send him on his way to the afterlife. Sima Qi's voice rose, brimming with hostility. No problem. This time, I'm determined to make him pay. I'll skin him alive, drain his tendons, and break his legs until he's begging for mercy on his knees. Exactly. Let's move. While he's just arrived and hasn't gone far, let's hurry and settle this. The Shi family, Shi Shangbin helplessly looked at the brothers in front of him, both wearing expressions of despair. Brothers, eat something, will you? He urged. We haven't eaten all day. The two brothers remained silent, their eyes hollow. Ever since they saw Lin Gu receive so many rewards in the morning, then leave coolly riding a bone dragon under the admiring gazes of Bai Jinqing and a group of fangirls, Shi Tengfei and his brother had completely broken down. Their minds went blank, sinking into endless despair. They neither ate nor spoke, just sat in front of the balcony staring at the sky. Even Shi Shangbin couldn't bear to watch anymore. I mean, you guys. Bin Ge. A familiar voice ran in excitedly. Bin Ge, I just heard that Lin Gu killed Fong Lu in the border town. The Sima family and Qi family are furious and have sent people over. Even Qi Xinghe and the others are heading there. What? He actually killed Fong Lu? Shi Shangbin was utterly shocked. The next second, the Shi Tengfei brothers heard the keywords and immediately stood up. That fool is in the border town? Let's go. We have to take him down. Without hesitation, the two jumped directly off the fourth-floor balcony of the villa, neither taking the stairs nor the elevator. Two loud thuds and two cries of pain followed. Forgotten Plains. Lin Gu descended from the sky riding the bone dragon, transforming it into a warhorse as he slowly entered the great forest. After flying for over 2 hours, he had finally arrived here from the border. He had seen some people along the way but hadn't found the camp where the counter-clerk said General Nangon was located. Perhaps he was heading in the wrong direction, but it didn't matter, he was here to complete his second transition quest anyway. Upon entering the forest, he immediately noticed monsters. Although this was the edge of the Forgotten Plains, it was already very close to the core area, so the monster levels should be high enough. If not, he would just venture further in. With this thought, Lin Gu controlled his warhorse to approach a lion-shaped small monster. Perfect for testing the new skill. He took out the Curse of Malice, pointed it at the lion, and activated the skill. Twist. As the staff glowed, the lion lost over 4 million health points and began to twist and contort. It looked like a car axle that had lost its direction, spinning dizzily. The lion stared at Lin Gu in disbelief, letting out an angry roar. The next second, its neck twisted another circle, losing a few hundred more health points. Although it was an animal, its face showed surprise and fear. Even more terrifying, its body was twisted like a wrung towel, with its head and tail tightly gripped. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lion twisted into a pretzel shape. The lion angrily tried to charge at Lin Gu for revenge, but it lost its balance. As soon as it took a step, it fell over. The sudden loss of control over its body made it anxious and panicked. It tried to stand up, but its legs were asymmetrical and couldn't support it. It was like a person wearing an oversized mascot costume slipping on ice, flailing its legs wildly, but every attempt to stand up ended in a fall. After struggling over 10 times, it was both furious and desperate, letting out enraged roars. The angry roars echoed through the sky. Finally, poof, poof, ha ha ha. Lin Gu couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach on horseback. He hadn't expected the skill to be
Even more ferocious than he imagined, while also hilariously absurd. It was hard to imagine how exaggerated the scene would be if this skill were used on a person.
Suddenly, I'm a bit curious about what's going on with Shi Tingfei. Achoo! At that moment, Shi Tingfei, riding a horse, suddenly sneezed.
Lin Gu glanced at the lion still struggling on the ground, then casually used chest-crushing stone and 10 fingers linked heart in a combo to harvest its experience points. He tightened the reins and continued forward. This time, he set his sights on a monkey with a tuft of white hair in the middle of its forehead. Lin Gu guided his warhorse forward 2 steps. As soon as he entered the monkey's alert range, the monkey immediately turned to stare at him with fierce eyes, letting out a piercing screech. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey leapt down from the tree at lightning speed, charging straight at Lin Gu.
Lin Gu raised his staff and shouted, "Repulsion technique."
432-5666. The monkey, originally sprinting at full speed, suddenly froze, its body slipping to the ground due to inertia and rolling forward 2 meters. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey stood up angrily, preparing to charge at Lin Gu again. But just as it lifted its foot, its body began to involuntarily retreat, stiff and puppet-like, bleeding as it moved. Panic flashed in the monkey's eyes. It sensed something was wrong but still trembled as it turned to charge forward.
Lin Ji's mouth twitched,
almost unable to hold back his laughter, and quickly followed up with a chest-crushing stone strike.
Boom! Bang bang!
Squeak, squeak. You defeated the monkey, gaining plus 118,989 experience points. Looking at the monkey's corpse, which lay motionless on the ground but continued to retreat, Lin Gu blinked and couldn't help but smile.
These 2 skills turned out to be unexpectedly effective, adding considerable power to his arsenal of magical abilities.
He then glanced at the task panel. The number of Demon Clan kills had increased to 2.
Confirming
that the monsters here were all above level 200, he summoned 60 iron zombie soldiers and commanded them to spread out and lure monsters. He refrained from using intimidation skills, as the level gap was too large, and even if he could control them, it wouldn't last long.
Since there weren't many monsters here, wasting time was less efficient than using the iron zombies to draw them out.
Watching the 60 iron zombies disappear into the depths of the forest, Lin Gu nudged his legs, and his warhorse immediately accelerated deeper into the forest.
What's going on? Someone's killing people in the street? Border town. Inside the defense office. Defense Officer Li Lin stood up in shock, looking at the captain of the defense team in front of him. And that person just walked away like nothing happened?
The defense team captain, Wang Gang, nodded repeatedly, still shaken.
Yes, Lord Li, the body has already been brought back.
As he spoke, Wang Gang called to the door, and 2 defense soldiers carried in Fong Lu's corpse. Li Lin glanced at the body and immediately shuddered.
What exactly happened? Wang Gang gave a bitter smile, his expression awkward and grim.
That person wasn't very old, probably a university student, dressed plainly, with a northern accent, likely
from a remote area.
Li Lin frowned, his face darkening.
Bastard! You just stood there and watched him kill someone in the street? Wang Gang explained with a pained expression. My
lord, his methods were too cruel.
Fong Lu was tortured to death. You might not have seen it, but he... Enough!
Li Lin interrupted him, suddenly thinking of something. Did you search
him? Wang Gang nodded and handed Li Lin a small storage pouch. We did.
There was nothing else in his backpack, just this small pouch.
I've kept everything else stored properly. Li Lin
glanced at him, thinking to himself that at least Wang Gang had some sense, then opened the pouch and reached inside to feel around. After a few moments, Li Lin suddenly froze,
slowly withdrawing his hand. He was now holding a pitch-black token.
Seeing the token inscribed with the ancient seal character, command, Li Lin's face instantly changed, as if struck by lightning. With a clatter, the pouch and token fell from his hands to the ground.
It's over, it's over. See, Sima.
Lord Li. At that moment, a strange and seductive voice rang out, and Li
Lin instinctively looked toward the door.
There, Sima Qing and Sima Qi, along with others, walked in lightly. Li Lin froze, his face instantly turning pale, his entire body trembling. He noticed the sheephorn hairpins on their heads, engraved with the characters Sima and Qi. Here, no one but these 2 prominent families would place such importance on their surnames. Realizing this, Li Lin glanced at the corpse and token on the ground, then looked up at the group of 10 at the door, their faint smiles sending chills down his spine.
His face turned
as white as paper, and his entire body became paralyzed with numbness.
Finished. See, Sima. Sima Qing glanced coldly at the things on the ground, his face expressionless. As he looked at Li Lin and said, Lord Li Lin shuddered in fear, trembling uncontrollably, forcing out an expression uglier than crying as he said, this esteemed lord of the Sima family, please let me explain, this person is not one of us. Sima Qing waved his hand to interrupt him. I know this matter has nothing to do with you, there's no need to be so nervous. Hearing this, Li Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, his smile becoming much more natural. Thank you for your discernment, Li Lin is deeply grateful. A person had died under his watch, and it was a member of the Sima family's most elite guard unit, the Sima Guard. Even if the matter was unrelated to him, as long as the Sima family deemed him negligent in his duties in failing to protect them, not only would he lose his position as a defense officer, but his life would also be in jeopardy. Sima Qing scrutinized Li Lin, seeing his scalp tingling and his face pale, then licked his lips and said, we know who the murderer is, and we hope to get the cooperation of the defense office. I wonder. Li Lin was startled and quickly responded, no problem. Fighting and committing murder are strictly prohibited in border towns. The murderer broke the rules, we must catch him. The more Li Lin spoke, the brighter his eyes became, because he suddenly understood. Since the Sima family knew who the murderer was, it meant the murderer had a grudge against the Sima family. Opposing the Sima family, no matter how strong the background of the other party was, it wouldn't matter. If he could use this opportunity to get closer to the Sima family, then a glimmer of light flashed in Li Lin's eyes, and he quickly raised his head and said, esteemed lord of the Sima family, rest assured. Our defense office will fully cooperate with your actions. Sima Qing and the others listened, the corners of their mouths slightly rising. Very good. Sima Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze scanning Li Lin's tense face and tingling scalp. Excellent, step on the electric gate. Ha! In the forest, the monsters tilted their heads, following the command to step on the electric gate. Lin Gu swung his hand, then unleashed a flower-shaking move. Instantly, as the monsters stepped on the electric gate and began to tremble, their bodies started to transform, shaking wildly. But that wasn't all. Lin Gu then cast sheep transformation and chaos spells. The monsters, while stepping on the electric gate, transformed into adorable sheep. Their previously angry eyes turned excited. Unfortunately, because they couldn't stop stepping on the electric gate, they could only tremble and couldn't move. They could only watch their companions nearby helplessly, unable to act. This made them even more frenzied, increasingly furious. Various wails and roars echoed throughout the forest. It was practically a large-scale mad carnival. No madness was too much, only more madness. The damage value soared directly from over 4 million to over 5 million. Soon, the voice of the worlds will echoed in Lin Ji's mind. You defeated, gained 119,752. Experience. You defeated, gained 119,752 experience. Watching the groups of monsters fall one by one before him, the task count skyrocketed, and Lin Gu couldn't help but smile. At this rate, the tasks will be completed in just a few days. Boom boom boom. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from deep within the forest, and Lin Gu instinctively looked over. 2 seconds later, he first saw his iron zombie. The iron zombie gripped a long blade tightly, running swiftly, with a dense swarm of monsters chasing behind. Tigers, lions, elephants. A group of monsters resembling a living wild zoo. What excited Lin Gu even more was that among these monsters, many were over 10 meters tall, massive bosses, and possibly even lord-level bosses. If there really were, then his tasks could be completed here. Without hesitation, he rode his warhorse into the monster swarm. Accelerate charge. Lin Ji's staff glowed, and the monsters ahead were instantly knocked down, with many small monsters pinned underneath, unable to move. Roar! Squeak squeak squeak. The monsters descended into chaos, roaring and struggling, completely out of control. Lin Gu smirked, raised his staff, and unleashed one skill after another. Sheep transformation. Chaos spell. Chest-breaking stone. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Bang bang bang. With the finishing move 10 fingers connected to the heart, the monsters spewed blood mist and transformed into experience points. The voice of the worlds will echoed incessantly in his mind. Seeing the task count surpass 2,000, Lin Gu was in high spirits and unleashed 10 fingers connected to the heart several more times on a dozen towering creatures, each tens of meters tall. Unfortunately, even after all the monsters were wiped out, the level 300 Lord task remained incomplete. Looks like I'll have to go deeper to find it.
He had already reached the deepest part of the Forgotten Plains outskirts, thinking he could easily complete the task and move on to the next step. However, it turned out he had to venture into the core area to locate the Lord Boss. Shaking his head, Lin Gu dismounted his warhorse and touched the corpses of over a dozen bosses on the
ground.
His luck wasn't bad. He picked up more than 10 pieces of orange equipment, which he could later place in the guild warehouse. These items could be used as a gimmick to recruit guild
members, as even large guilds rarely displayed such generosity. Of course, the equipment wouldn't be given away for free. He could set thresholds and contribution values later. But for now, the priority was to continue completing the task.
Mounting his warhorse again, Lin Gu glanced at the corpses on the ground, nudged the horse's flank, and the steed immediately carried
him deeper into the forest. Forgotten Plains core area. On a vast grassland stood tens of thousands of white-bodied, blue-roofed tents, each marked with a platinum lion emblem.
Inside the tallest and largest tent, a handsome middle-aged man, 2 meters tall, built like an ox, and clad in blue armor, stood with a buzz cut and no beard, frowning slightly as he stared at 3 monster corpses on the ground. The 3 corpses were of different shapes, a twisted lion, a trembling wolf, and a distorted leopard. Though it was a leopard, its body had already deformed, with its patterns barely recognizable. Its body was twisted like a pretzel, its eyes filled with terror and rage, almost losing its original animal form.
This sight left everyone present in silence.
A patrolling guard gripped his sword hilt tightly, his face showing pain, and spoke softly, "Sir, could this be another monster created by the Alliance
of the demon race and the abyss of purgatory?
I heard the demon race's high priest has been working on new creations. Over the years, the monsters they've experimented on have become
increasingly bizarre.
If this is their doing, it might be enough to make people faint just by looking at them, even before the battle starts." The man referred to as Sir was General
Nangong Jintian. He stared expressionlessly at the corpses on the ground and said, "Were these brought out from the core area?"
"Yes, our patrol team discovered that all the wild monsters in the Wolf Devourer Plains had disappeared during our patrol. Following the clues, we eventually found these monsters at the border between the Wolf Devourer Plains and the Fox Stream Forest." The patrolling guard reported the situation without hesitation. "Based on our observations, all monsters within a 50-mile radius of the Wolf Devourer Plains have vanished, gathering
at the border.
Scattered monster corpses like these can also be found in the Fox Stream Forest, all in this strange form.
This phenomenon extends deep into the Fox Stream Forest."
After hearing the report, the deputy beside him had a thought and said, "There were some messages from the abyss of purgatory recently."
"Do you think?" Nangong Jintian clasped his hands
behind his back and replied expressionlessly, "Lin Ji's skills mainly involve controlling species.
These monsters have clearly mutated into another form, which doesn't seem like his doing.
Besides, he just came out of the Emerald Dreamland and should be attending school.
It's impossible for him to be here." Everyone nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. Although these monsters were disgusting, they seemed unrelated to Lin Gu. Report.
"Sir, Sima Cheng and Sima Qi from the Sima family, along with Qi Xingho from the Qi family, have come to see you," the messenger at the door reported, and Nangong Jintian frowned slightly, as if realizing something. The deputy and other high-ranking officials also understood.
"Sir," Nangong Jin Tian sighed, waved his hand, and said, "Let them in." "Yes." After the messenger left, Nangong Jintian looked at his deputy. "Collect these corpses first." The deputy froze for a moment,
a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes, and quickly began cleaning up the bodies. Not long after, a group of people, including Sima Cheng and Qi Xingho, who looked like lambs, led their
team inside. As soon as the 10 of them entered, they greeted coquettishly. "General Nangong, hello. My father asked me to send his regards to you." Pft. The deputy was dumbfounded, pointing at the 10 coquettish lambs and exclaiming, "What kind of monsters are you?" Sima Cheng said aggrievedly, "Deputy Qin, you're really joking. I'm Sima Cheng, not some monster." Deputy Qin's mouth twitched.
Although he had seen many strange things, he couldn't help but question reality at this moment.
"What is this?" Sima Qi tugged at his non-existent ears, full of helplessness.
"This is all because of that bastard Lin Gu.
He turned us into something neither human nor ghost. We have nowhere to complain." Although they had already guessed, hearing
the answer made not only Deputy Qin and the other high-ranking officers but even Nangong Jintian's eyelids twitch, goosebumps rising all over.
However, this also revealed something. "First day of school, and you're skipping class to come here?" Nangong Jintian's words were clearly rhetorical.
The 10 lambs looked at him pitifully, their eyes full of grievance. General, we've been tormented like this, of course, we're here to settle the score with Lin Gu. Qi Xingho couldn't help but speak first.
Otherwise, why would we come all this way? And even use your camp's teleportation array? This excuse was unbeatable. Even Nangong Jintian couldn't find a reason to refute.
Being messed with by Lin Gu like this, who wouldn't want?
To settle the score? Is Lin Gu here? Hearing this, their expressions became even more pitiful. They didn't believe for a second that Nangong Jintian truly had no information, but he was the boss, and they couldn't just accuse him. In front of Nangong Jintian, the OSS members didn't dare to put on airs.
Yes, sir, he just came over after claiming his reward today,
Deputy Qin said, sneaking a glance at Nangong Jintian. Nangong Jintian's face remained stern as he asked indifferently, then why are you here to see me? What do you want? Sima Qing
quickly stepped forward to explain, we came, first, to send regards on behalf of my father and second uncle, and second, to ask for your help.
Nangong Jintian gave him a cold glance.
As for the greetings, just pass the message back. As for help, the military camp is for defending the nation, not for you people to mess around.
Sima Qing nodded. We understand.
We're not here to ask for your help, just hoping you'll allow us to operate in the Forgotten Plains.
Nangong Jintian said calmly,
the Forgotten Plains may be a restricted area, but professionals
can enter. As long as you don't cause trouble, it's fine. Hearing this, Sima Qing and the others finally showed a hint of a smile. Thank you, General.
They exchanged glances, their smiles gradually widening. Watching them leave, Deputy Qin frowned and asked, they came to you specifically, they must be planning something big.
Are you just going to let it go?
Nangong Jintian walked back to his seat with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, even Olji doesn't care, so why should I? Deputy Qin froze, falling silent.
Deep in the forest,
Lin Gu, holding his staff, had just wiped out hundreds of monsters and glanced at his task list.
6 days had already passed. Over the past few days, he had been relentlessly grinding monsters, circling the core area for more than 4 days.
He had killed nearly 9,000 small monsters, but the Lord-level boss still hadn't appeared. He had lost count of how many bosses he had killed, but none of them were the right one. It was absurd.
Thinking back to the Ice Dragon boss, a Lord-level monster above level 300, its aura was completely different.
These bosses he had killed didn't have that kind of presence at all.
It seems I can only encounter the real Lord-level boss by venturing deeper into the core area.
That place.
I remember she mentioned it's not easy to find. Io suddenly, an elderly groan echoed through the air.
Lin Gu paused for a moment and looked in the direction of the sound, which came from deeper within the forest.
What's going on? This was a restricted area, how could an old man have come here?
But he was bold, so he rode his horse toward the source
of the sound.
Deep in the forest, a short old fox, less than 1.5 meters tall and covered in white fur, was slightly hunched over. It held a cane in one hand and carried a basket full of red
apples on the other arm, walking along a smooth path.
Tired from walking, it stopped, gently patted its back with one hand, smiled as it glanced at the apples in the basket, and continued forward.
Suddenly, a terrified and angry cry came from the left side of the forest. Howl! Io, my goodness!
The old fox was startled and tried to stop, but it lost its footing on the slippery fallen leaves. Stumbling, it fell to the ground with a thud.
Bang! Io!
Its expression changed drastically as the apples in the basket scattered everywhere, and it nearly broke its back. Lying on the ground, rubbing its waist, it cried out in pain, "Oh, my goodness, my old back."
Sir, are you all right?
A rough, hoarse voice came from
behind, startling the old fox again.
Its heart raced, and its vision darkened as it grabbed the arm of the approaching figure and roared angrily, You've killed me, old man." The old fox clung tightly to the thick arm, sensing something was off. Fortunately, its vision recovered slightly, and as it looked up along the arm, it realized it was a 2-meter-tall black bear. Seeing the bear's foolish yet clear eyes, the old fox's expression changed dramatically, suppressing its anger as it growled, "You idiot! It's all your fault." The black bear looked puzzled, blinking its eyes.
"Ha? Sir, what do you mean? I don't understand. How is it my fault?"
The old fox gritted its teeth, trembling in pain.
"It's all because of you. You bumped into me, and that's why I fell." The black bear was dumbfounded.
No, I just happened to pass by and saw you fall, so I came to help."
"Rubbish!" The old fox interrupted, angrily gripping its arm. Don't try to deny it. You bumped into me. Not only did you injure me, but you also ruined my phoenix fruit. You're not leaving today unless you pay for my medical expenses and the phoenix fruit.
The black bear froze, trying to stand up and break free, but the old fox held on tightly and wouldn't let go.
No, sir, you fell on your own. I didn't bump into you.
Rubbish!
The old fox glared at it. If it wasn't you, then who else? There's only the two of us here.
The black bear paused, instinctively looking around.
Just then, it spotted a human holding a staff on the slope.
The man met its gaze, and the scene became incredibly awkward.
Wait! The black bear was confused, scratching the back of its head, feeling uneasy.
The human across from it was likely the only witness.
It quickly asked excitedly, "Buddy, you must have seen it, right?" Linga nodded. "I saw it." The black bear was overjoyed.
"Then you must know it wasn't me who bumped into him, right?
Please tell the old man it wasn't me." Lingu approached, asking doubtfully, "It wasn't you? Then why are you holding the old man?"
The old fox, hearing Lin Ji's words, immediately perked up.
See, young people these days, truly heartless. I only saw you knock the old man down. I don't know about anything else." "What? You?"
"Io, my lumbar disc." The black bear tried to straighten up, but the old fox held on tightly. It wanted to explain, but Lin Gu and the old fox kept insisting, "It wasn't you," leaving it no chance to speak. The black bear could only cry out helplessly, its face full of shock and anxiety.
"I didn't bump into the fox. I really didn't."
It gestured with its arms, watching Lin Gu help the old fox.
"Don't worry, sir. I'll testify for you."
"Io, young man, you're such a good person."
"Who says humans are all bad? You're truly wonderful."
Lin Gu laughed and said, "Come on, old man, I'll go with you to find this bear's parents.
We must make them compensate you for medical expenses and the phoenix fruit."
The old fox's eyes lit up upon hearing this.
Instantly, it broke into a smile. Good. Then let's go now."
After saying this, it turned around and glared unhappily
at the black bear. "Hurry up. Take us to your tribe right away." No? You guys? Linga glanced at the phoenix fruit on the ground.
"You silly bear, pick up the fruit quickly.
This is evidence."
The black bear's eyes widened in disbelief that such words could come out of a human's mouth.
No matter what, it could only endure for now and think of a way once it met its parents. "Bullying bears, you're all bullying bears."
Taking advantage of the old fox loosening its grip, the black bear angrily bent down to pick up the fruit from the basket. Despite its large size, its movements were quick, and in no time, it had gathered all the fruit. Looking at the phoenix fruit in the basket, although some were damaged, many were still
intact.
This made it instinctively swallow a mouthful of saliva. These were phoenix fruits, treasures that could enhance resistance and mental strength, and could only be harvested in that specific place. Moreover, their yield was extremely low. But these fruits belonged to the old fox.
"Hand them over. Do you know how precious these fruits are?"
Before the black bear could finish speaking, the basket suddenly disappeared.
In the next second, the basket appeared in Lin Ji's hand.
It clearly remembered there were 5 fruits on the top layer of the basket,
but now only 2 were left.
Lin Gu glared at it, hung the basket on his left arm, and supported the old fox while saying, "Old man, you're injured.
Let the bear carry you."
The black bear looked puzzled.
No way? Oh, my knee. Fox Dream Forest. In the grass.
Shi Shangbin and his 2 brothers helplessly looked at Shi Tingfei, whose left arm was in a cast, and Shi Tingrui, whose right arm was in a cast.
"Brothers, if we want revenge, shouldn't we heal our injuries first?" Shi Tingfei waved his right hand. "No problem, I can deal with that."
Idiot Lin Gu with just one hand. The 3 of them were expressionless, and the atmosphere was awkward. "What kind of situation is this, and you're still saying you can handle it?"
"Sure." Shangbin's brother Deng Yu couldn't help but curse, utterly speechless.
Shi Shangbin was also cursing inwardly. These 2 guys completely misunderstood the point.
This is already the core area of Fox Dream Forest. Sima Qi and the others are here too. We'll meet them there. Once we meet up, the 3 of us will set off. Shi Tengfei said nonchalantly. No problem.
In his view, killing Lin Gu was the top priority in life. Not only could he win back by Jin Qing, but he could also receive rewards from the Sima and Qi families.
At the very least, it would vent his anger, wouldn't it?
So he looked down on Shi Shangbin's behavior of wanting to retreat at the last moment.
If it weren't for their kinship, he wouldn't have been polite at all. Being killed twice by Lin Gu didn't matter. Failure was the foundation of success. As long as he learned from experience, he was sure he could kill Lin Gu next time. If he kept being timid and retreating, he would never become strong. But Shi Shangbin thought this was purely courting death. Lin Gu had spared them multiple times, yet they never learned their lesson and kept obsessing over women. It was as if they had no brains. If it weren't for their kinship, he wouldn't have brought them along, nor wasted so much medicine to heal their injuries. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to walk far. Both sides cursed inwardly, and the grass was eerily quiet. After a while, the two exchanged glances and awkwardly spoke up. Bin Ji? Deng Yu tugged at Shi Shangbin's arm, his tone growing more serious. Look over there, there's movement. Shi Shangbin froze for a moment and instinctively looked in the direction Deng Yu was pointing. Sure enough, the bushes and ground deep in the forest were trembling slightly, accompanied by chaotic footsteps. Could it be a monster? Shi Tingfei's words left Deng Yu speechless. This was the depths of the Forgotten Plains. What else could it be besides monsters? Clearly, now was not the time for sarcasm, as several figures suddenly burst out. From the bushes, their faces were pale, their eyes filled with terror, and they kept cursing under their breath. Shi Tingfei's eyes lit up. It's Sima Qi and Sima Qing and Xiao Wu. Although they had turned from brothers into weak and powerless figures, they were still the same people. After all, they were from the Sima and Qi families, so it was only natural to quickly show goodwill. Brother Qi, over here. Come quickly. Shi Tingfei excitedly stood up and called out to them. Shi Shangbin cursed him as a fool in his heart and was about to pull him down, to crouch when Deng Yu suddenly burst out with a curse. What the hell? Deng Yu froze, pointing at the group of monsters chasing after Sima Qing and the others, shouting, Bin Ji, look. Quickly, what on earth are those things? Seeing that group of monsters, not only Shi Shangbin but even Shi Tingfei, who was calling out to Sima Qing and the others, was stunned. The appearance of those monsters was too bizarre. Only by observing carefully could one distinguish which species they belonged to. Some had bodies twisted like pretzels, while others were running backward. In short, the monsters, with their blood-red eyes, chasing after Sima Qing's group to bite them, didn't look normal at all. It completely shattered Shi Tingfei and the others' worldview. No wonder Sima Qing and the others were as panicked as rabbits being chased by dogs. Anyone would scream in terror. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What kind of monsters are these? Help me. Someone save me. These monsters are terrifying. Sima Qi shouted at the top of his lungs, sending chills down Shi Shangbin and the others' spines. But sure. Tingfei reacted quickly, shouting, Guys, use your skills. There aren't many monsters, just kill them. Brother Qi, run toward me. As he spoke, he pulled out a pile of scrolls and items, throwing them forward like crazy, completely disregarding the cost. Seeing this lifeline, Sima Qing and the others rushed toward Shi Tingfei. As soon as the monsters entered Shi Tingfei's skill range, ice arrows, fireballs, and electric nets bombarded them, exploding and scattering the monsters everywhere. Fortunately, there weren't many monsters, and their health was low. With Shi Tingfei's item support, Shi Shangbin and the others also had the chance to strike. After Sima Qing's group ran into the bushes and saw the monsters behind them being suppressed by the skills, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens, these monsters are terrifying. Shi Tingfei grinned, Brother Qing, don't be afraid, these monsters can't get through. Sure enough, most of the pursuing monsters were killed. Damn it! Bastards! Xingho, attack! Xingho snapped out of it and angrily unleashed his skills. Soon, with the combined firepower and item support from everyone, the group of monsters was turned into experience points. Damned monsters, wipe them all out. Sima Qi rolled his eyes, fanned himself, and showed no signs of learning his lesson. Shi Shangbin and the other three wiped the pained expressions off their faces and suddenly felt admiration for Shi Tingfei and Shi Tengrui, who were grinning apologetically. Truly warriors. Shi Shangbin smiled bitterly, looking at the corpses of the monsters. These monsters, why do they look so strange? Deng Yu frowned as he looked at the corpses in the distance and said, Isn't it said? The demon clan's high priest has been conducting those strange experiments? Could these monsters be their creations? Everyone fell silent, their faces full of confusion. We'll know if we go over and take a look. Seeing Shi Shangbin take the lead to walk over, everyone quickly followed. Although they had seen them before, looking again still made them feel disgusted.
Sima Qing and the others frowned, crossing their arms, their faces full of disdain.
These monsters, how could the demon clan's high priest have developed these strange things so quickly?
Deng Yu glanced at Shi Shangbin, asking uncertainly, Binji, why do I feel like these monsters look a bit
familiar? Hearing this, everyone froze for a moment.
Thinking carefully and looking closer, they did seem a bit familiar.
Everyone couldn't help but exchange glances, their eyes twitching. Are you saying, these monsters? Impossible. Could they be Lin Gu transformed?
Everyone speculated wildly, and Shi Tengfei's face immediately changed, hurriedly, waving his hands, saying, impossible.
Lin Ge's skill is transformation. Seeing Sima Qing and the others' faces growing darker, Shi Tengfei gritted his teeth and cursed, these monsters are twisted like pretzels, completely different from Lin Ge's skill. So it's absolutely impossible to be him. If it really were him, I'd do a handstand in diarrhea.
Everyone's eyes shifted simultaneously to him.
Old man, are you crazy? I'm not crazy, just fine.
In the end, the black bear reluctantly carried the old fox on his back and headed toward his tribe. The old fox comfortably lay on the black bear's back, swaying his head and enjoying himself.
Lin Gu nodded, picked up a whole phoenix fruit. That's good, take your time to rest, I'll call you when we arrive.
After speaking, he took a bite of the phoenix fruit.
Ding!
You consumed, phoenix fruit gained mental power plus 799 gained heat resistance.
Plus 348 Lin Ge's eyes lit up. After silently finishing the fruit, he took out another whole one. Ding!
You consumed, phoenix fruit gained mental power plus 899 gained abnormal status. Resistance plus 465 as he walked, Lin Gu ate, a smile spreading across his face. He ran deeper into the forest for over an hour before the black bear slowed down. At first, Lin Gu could still
see monsters, but later on, there were none.
Especially after passing through the valley formed by two giant trees, the view suddenly opened up. Before him were flowers, grass, and
butterflies, with towering ancient trees densely packed.
Unlike the dark forest, the air here was fresh, and the bright sun in the sky shone brilliantly.
Honestly, this place felt even more like a paradise than Emerald Dreamland.
There was no mist here, everything before him was genuine natural beauty. You discovered a new map, you discovered the Heavenly Demon Plains.
So this is the core area's Heavenly Demon Plains.
Lin Gu blinked and slowly smiled.
My home is just ahead.
At this moment, the black bear turned back, glaring angrily at Lin Gu.
I'm really innocent. I didn't hit the fox.
Lin Gu remained calm, putting the remaining phoenix fruit into his backpack, shrugged, and said, it's fine, go find your parents and explain it
to them.
The black bear opened his mouth in protest, his temper flaring, and jostled the old fox on his back before snorting coldly and continuing forward.
After walking for another
10 minutes, the black bear led Lin Gu to a fork in the road on the left.
After crossing a small hill, Lin Gu finally saw the black bear's tribe. It was a massive basin, without human
skyscrapers, but filled with countless stone houses.
Many black bears were busy in their yards, varying in size.
A black bear led the way in front, and a few minutes later, Lin Gu was brought
to a house near the tribe's entrance. Mom! Mom!
The black bear called out twice, both aggrieved and angry. Soon, a tall wooden door was pushed open. A huge black bear head peeked out.
First, followed by its massive body. If the door weren't big enough, it wouldn't have been able to come out.
After it emerged, another slightly smaller bear followed, though still larger than the black bear carrying the old fox. The two bears stood still, instantly exuding an oppressive aura.
Shall we?
Seeing the black bear, the bear mother looked puzzled.
Weren't you going to the Fox Dream Forest to find sorrow? Why are you back so soon? Shall we became angry upon hearing his mother's words. Mom! I didn't hit that fox. It said I did. I was just
being kind and helped it up, but then it clung to me and wouldn't let me go.
That human even helped it fake evidence to extort me. Ha!
Hearing Xiao Hui's words, the two bears were
stunned. Fox? What fox?
It's me. Ouch! At this moment, the old fox hiding behind Xiao Hui climbed onto his shoulder, pulling at his fur and revealing his head.
The two bears looked and were even more dumbfounded. Chief Hu? Why are you here? The old fox twitched his ears and muttered, ouch, wasn't I going to pick phoenix fruit?
Who knows, your bear cub knocked over
my old man, ruining a whole basket of fruit. I didn't knock you over. Xiao Hui was anxious. Mom! I didn't knock him over. This fox insists it was me and wants me to pay for medical expenses and the fruit.
The two bears exchanged glances and then looked at the old fox.
Chief Hu, what is this? I said it was him. It was him. I have a witness. Pay me for the medical expenses and the fruit. Witness? Yes. That's right. A witness.
The old fox lay on Xiao Hui's shoulder smugly, and the two bears couldn't help but look at Lin Gu.
A human?
Lin Gu raised an eyebrow, his lips curling slightly.
I'll personally testify. It was your bear that knocked over my fox. Ha!
The two bears were dumbfounded.
Exactly.
The old fox, seeing the two bears speechless, immediately slid off Xiao Hui's back triumphantly, ran to Lin Gu, and picked up the basket.
And my basket? Phoenix fruit? Inside the basket were a
few scattered, rotten fruits, and the old fox's eyes nearly popped out. Just as he was about to question Lin Gu, Lin Ji's sharp gaze locked onto the two bears, and he slowly pulled out a
staff radiating an aura of resentment. Hey, my fruit. Hey, focus on the matter at hand. Why are you pulling out a weapon?
The old fox was so frightened that he quickly pressed down
Lin Ji's right hand. Hey, calm down. Calm down. It's not that serious. We just need compensation for the fruit. It's not much money, no need for violence. The two black bears looked at the old fox's reaction, completely bewildered.
But when they saw the staff in Lin Ji's hand, their pupils shrank sharply, and they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock.
The old fox, seeing the two bears still staring at each other, quickly clung to Lin Ji's arm and shouted, "Oh dear, hurry up and compensate me for the fruit. Can't you see this kid is about to explode?
This kid's temper has gotten worse, I can't control him."
The two bears? Ha!
Seeing the situation before them, the two bears were completely stunned.
The
old fox had said so much, and then looking at Lin Ji's expression, it was like a beggar eyeing a feast fit for an emperor.
The two black bears awkwardly smiled. But Phoenix, fruit only bears fruit once every 10 years. Our tribe doesn't have any.
Seeing Lin Gu about to charge forward, the old fox quickly grabbed him and persuaded, Don't rush.
It's fine. They'll definitely compensate.
Oh dear, stop talking and hurry up and compensate me for the fruit.
If you don't have fruit, then compensate with your tribes. Sacred Emperor Bee Honey. What? The two black bears were dumbfounded upon hearing this. Sacred Emperor Bee Honey? Chief Hu, did you drink too much today?
The old fox, while pressing
down Lin Ji's arm, looked increasingly anxious. If you don't compensate soon, I won't be able to hold him back. By then,
Before the old fox could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt himself being lifted by Lin Gu, spun around, and his breathing became rapid. Looking again, the old fox was locked in a chokehold under Lin Ji's left arm, his neck trapped tightly. At this moment, the old fox was so scared his soul nearly flew away.
Ah! This time he's coming for me. Ha ha ha!
The two black bears, seeing this scene, almost spat out blood, their eyes wide open.
Chief Hu, what are you doing? At this moment, Xiao Hui finally couldn't hold back and exploded. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me.
Heaven, please judge fairly.
Oh dear, stop messing around. Don't make things worse. The old man can't hold on anymore.
The old fox was so anxious he cursed, desperately flailing his limbs to escape, but Lin Ji's
arm was like an iron clamp, impossible to break free.
Lin Gu licked his lips, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. This aura is unmistakable, the detector can't even pick it up.
At least a level 300 Lord tier boss.
Plus, with the other small monsters in this tribe, this mission is completely doable.
What?
The old fox trembled all over upon hearing this.
Wait, kid. Listen to me. It's not what you think. Ugh.
Lin Gu twisted forcefully, and the old fox's eyes nearly rolled back.
Don't rush, you're next.
The old fox was so frightened
that he kept crying out, No way. We're friends. Friends, I say. Ugh. Seeing the old fox start to vomit, the two black bears finally reacted. Friends? No, please stop. Don't do it anymore.
Xiao Hui's father gestured anxiously, unable to find the right words, but he had to make Lin Gu let go of the old fox, or something serious would happen.
We are not enemies,
and we're not your target. Hearing this, Lin Gu paused. When he saw the old fox arguing with Xiao Hui earlier, he suddenly thought of a good idea.
It turned out he succeeded and even found a tribe of gathered monsters.
Although there weren't many black bears watching now, and they were far away, his plague skill had already reached level 7, with a coverage radius
of 5,000 meters. Honestly, he could easily control most of this basin. As long as he made a move, completing the task would be a matter of minutes. However, these black bears seemed to
know he was about to complete a task, understanding the situation better than ordinary intelligent monsters.
What do you mean? The old fox struggled a few times. Let me down first. Lingu thought for a moment and then released him.
The old fox rubbed his neck, cleared his throat, leaned on his cane, and looked at Lingu helplessly.
I'm already this old, fine.
Seeing Lingu glare at him, he sighed helplessly. Let me make it clear first, I didn't lie to you.
That kid and I are definitely not on the same side.
Let the heavens judge the
truth. You rascal, stop messing around.
The old fox trembled with anger and quickly kicked him. Lingu glanced at the two black bears, sneering as he continued to observe the situation.
The bear and the defiant Xiao Hui, leaning on his staff, tilted his head. So what? You're just a fox pretending to be something you're not, right? He wasn't stupid, and neither was the
old fox.
Impossible. Moreover, from what he learned from the black bears, this old fox was the leader of the fox tribe. How could such a fox be foolish? So, when the old fox appeared
and said he wanted to testify for him, Lingu already understood that this guy must have his own plans.
Everyone had their own agendas, scheming against each other. It was just that Lingu rebelled in advance, catching the old fox off guard. The old fox, seeing Lin Ji's unreasonable and ready-to-fight demeanor, could only sigh helplessly. 10 days ago, our tribe's high
priest felt her life was nearing its end, so she used her remaining time to make one last prophecy for the future of the tribe. The prophecy said that 10 days later, I would meet a
great benefactor who could save our tribe and lead us to glory. Coincidentally, today is the day to harvest the phoenix fruit. For the first time, I broke tradition and left the tribe to pick the fruit under the phoenix tree. Unexpectedly,
the old fox's eyes turned slightly red as he stared at Lingu excitedly. I really met the person the high priest spoke of.
It's just a pity that our high priest passed away 10 days ago.
If she were still here, she would have seen the day her prophecy came true.
Bang! Oh, who dares to spread rumors that our high priest is dead? Suddenly, Xiao Hui's house door was kicked open, and a sweet yet enchanting voice rang out.
Before the voice reached them, a figure appeared.
A stunning beauty,
with fluffy fox ears, wearing a flowing long dress and high heels, walked out of the door. In terms of beauty, she was on par with Bai Jinqing and Yan Shi, perhaps even more captivating
and commanding. This high priest is alive and well. How could I? Clan leader Grandpa?
Seeing the old fox, the fox-eared beauty was momentarily stunned.
What are you doing here?
The old fox twitched his mouth, glanced at the fox-eared beauty, then at Lingu, who was smiling silently. The scene suddenly became very awkward.
Ha. Lingu snorted coldly, raising his hand as if to make a move.
The old fox's face changed drastically, and he quickly shouted, "Don't do it.
We're on the same side. I'll talk. Seeing this,
Lingu slowly curled his lips into a smile, crossed his arms, and gestured for him to speak quickly. The old fox sighed helplessly and spoke seriously. Did you kill an ice dragon?
Lin Ji's face froze, his expression stiffening. The old fox's gaze grew complicated. And, did you sign a master-servant contract with an elf?
Hearing this, Lingu finally felt that something was off.
What do you mean?
The old fox did not reply directly. He glanced furtively at the staff in Lin Ji's arms and whispered, "You are in great danger right now." Inside a massive house constructed entirely of metal. The interior was scattered with various test tubes and racks, along with a dozen large cauldrons surrounded by multiple people. The test tubes were filled with potions of various colors, and the cauldrons emitted steam. Around the room, skeletal remains and skulls were strewn across the floor.
The entire place was eerie and sinister, sending chills down one's spine.
At that moment, two heavily armored trolls walked in, carrying a wooden beam with a corpse hanging from it.
They lowered the
corpse, then knelt on one knee and reported, "High Priest, we discovered the corpse of an unusual beast during patrol."
In the corner, the high priest, cloaked in black robes, was standing before one of the cauldrons, stirring its contents with a pestle.
Upon hearing the report, he slowly ceased his movements and adjusted his hood.
Unusual?
His voice was hoarse, his tone chilling, and his two large tusks gleamed as he spoke. He walked over to the corpse, staring at it in visible astonishment. The body was grotesquely twisted, resembling a piece of knotted rope, exuding an unsettling and bizarre aura.
"Where did you find this corpse?"
The patrol guard bowed his head and replied, "In the forest of Fox Dreams."
"The forest of Fox Dreams?"
The high priest frowned, his face cycling through expressions of surprise and contemplation. After a moment of thought, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he crouched down, carefully examining the peculiar corpse.
To think something like this is possible, utterly unbelievable. Who could have come up with this? Could it be some new technique? Wait, no, this isn't right.
Listening to the high priest's excited yet subdued muttering, the two patrol guards looked utterly baffled.
However, the high priest's abnormal excitement didn't last long.
Just as the two guards stood there in a daze, he abruptly stood up, grabbed the corpse from the ground, and sprinted toward the cauldron. He tossed the corpse into the cauldron and anxiously grabbed test tubes and powders, pouring them into the bubbling mixture.
This person is a genius, an absolute genius.
The high priest muttered under his breath as he worked, leaving the two guards dumbfounded. Before long, a flash of light burst from the cauldron.
The high priest's eyes widened, and he couldn't suppress a triumphant laugh. Success! Ha ha!
He set down the pestle excitedly and approached the corpse. I need more corpses like this. I also need living creatures for experiments. Most importantly, I must find the person who turned the corpse into this state. Seeing the guards still frozen in shock, the high priest lowered his voice and added, "Remember,
no matter who they are, bring them to me alive."
The two guards quickly nodded.
Understood.
Just as they stood to leave, a voice came from the doorway. "High priest, Elder Iwina of the Elves has requested an audience." The high priest froze, a look of confusion crossing his face.
"Iwina?
Why is she here?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Let her in."
"Yes."
After the guard at the door left, a woman stepped inside. She was dressed modestly, yet her striking figure was impossible to hide. Her golden hair flowed like silk, her features were exquisite, and her beauty was so radiant that it was difficult to look away. Her arrival brought an unexpected warmth to the otherwise grim and foreboding room.
"Iwina? What brings you here?"
Iwina's expression was cold as she scanned the room, her brows furrowing slightly.
She asked, "Grell is convening the Heavenly Fiend Conference tomorrow." The high priest was taken aback. "Tomorrow? So soon?"
Iwina nodded, her tone grave. "The Abyss and Purgatory have already sent their replies."
The high priest's face darkened. "They've replied?"
"Yes." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Iwina's lips.
"Now it's just you we're waiting on." The high priest nodded, and Iwina continued, "The second reason is that the lizard tribe and the wolf spider tribe have been
acting frequently lately, clearly targeting the 12 sacred tribes.
He wants to hold a meeting so everyone can discuss how to respond."
The high priest hesitated and said, "But those two haven't shown up for a long time."
"They?" Iwina shook her head, signaling him not to say more. Seeing him nod, Iwina added, "Lastly, the human camp has been
stationed on the Sirius Plains for a long time, and their harassment has become increasingly frequent recently.
It's clear they're getting restless. Maybe they've obtained some intelligence. Tomorrow's meeting must also discuss how
to deal with this matter."
The high priest listened, his eyes lighting up. "They won't know about my progress because I've just completed the first phase of the experiment.
I just need a test subject to try it out."
Iwina asked in surprise. "It succeeded?" The high priest nodded, unable to hide his excitement.
"Yes. The first phase was a success, thanks to the newly found corpses."
"Corpses?"
Iwina was a bit confused, but the high priest didn't elaborate and directly led her to the corpses.
"Look, these are the corpses." Iwina
curiously approached, and upon seeing the twisted and grotesque beasts on the ground, her brows immediately furrowed in disgust.
"So disgusting."
The high priest wasn't surprised. Elves are naturally proud in particular, so these strange corpses naturally repelled.
Horror.
However, just as the high priest was about to explain, Iwina's expression changed, and she quickly said, "Wait,
this is..."
She waved her hand lightly, and the leopard's leg was lifted, revealing a black wound on its side.
Even the high priest was stunned. "Shadow damage? Is this shadow damage?"
Iwina carefully sensed it, and her expression suddenly changed.
"No. This is the aura of the moon god."
She seemed to have sensed something, her pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints.
"It's the dark moon. Elves.
The person who killed these beasts has signed a master-servant contract with the Dark Moon Elves."
"What did you say?" "Black Bear Tribe.
Outside Xiao Hui's house."
After listening to the old fox, Lingo was momentarily stunned, frowning as he asked seriously, "What exactly do you mean?"
He was a professional, wasn't it normal
to kill monsters? Moreover, the elves had voluntarily signed a contract with him. It wasn't like he forced them. Why did the old fox's words sound like there was a problem?
Although he had long known there would be trouble, he hadn't expected it to concern his safety.
The old fox looked up, leaning meaningfully on his cane, and said, "Have you heard of the Mark of Annihilation?" Lin Gu thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up. "Are you saying that the ice dragon I killed placed a Mark of Annihilation on me?" The old fox nodded. The Mark of Annihilation is a unique skill of the dragon race. Before they die, they place a mark on their target. Simply put, as long as your level is high enough, you can see this mark. However, if it's a member of the dragon race, even a newborn dragon can see it. The old fox paused, carefully examining Lin Gu. "In our eyes, you're like a bonfire in the dark." Lin Gu instinctively looked at himself, then nodded and tilted his head slightly. "What about the elves?" The old fox sighed, pursing his lips. "The elves are the darlings of nature, born with an aura that others don't have. You've signed a master-servant contract with an elf, so naturally, you carry their aura." He spoke with a complex expression. Elves are extremely proud, to the point of being pathologically so. They look down on everyone. If others find out you've signed a contract with an elf, and you're the master. Lin Gu squinted helplessly. It was her choice. And it was an entire tribe. The old fox spread his hands helplessly. "I told you, the pride of elves is very serious. They only trust those they're willing to trust." Lin Gu was even more speechless, but he was bold and didn't think much of it. "All right, I get it. Now, tell me about my staff." The old fox froze, looking puzzled. "What staff?" Lin Ji's eyelid twitched as he picked up the cursed malice, ready to cast a skill. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" The old fox, frightened, rushed up quickly and pressed down on Lin Ji's arm. "Don't be hasty, let's talk this through." Lin Gu sneered, looking at him. "Ever since I took out the staff, all of you have been staring at it. What? Do you think I'm blind?" He had noticed this behavior before with those pretentious Dark Moon elves but hadn't paid it much mind, thinking it was a coincidence. His staff did look quite impressive. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. The old fox and the black bear's expressions had changed. The moment they saw his weapon, and their attitudes shifted drastically. This made him suspicious. The old fox, seeing Lin Gu gripping the staff tightly, glanced helplessly at the black bear and said, "Your weapon, it looks very similar to one we've heard of." But, seeing Lin Ji's face darken, the old fox quickly added with a smile, "But there are some differences." Lin Gu was taken aback. "Differences? What differences?" The old fox frowned, looking at the staff. He wanted to reach out and touch it but, noticing Lin Ji's expression, quickly withdrew his hand as if shocked. "Well," he smiled awkwardly. "Could I take a closer look?" Lin Gu smiled. And didn't mind. After all, it was a unique weapon, useless to others even if they had it. "Here, take it." Lin Gu casually tossed it over. The old fox was startled and hurriedly caught it, then began examining it closely. "Wait!" The old fox gasped, his eyes turning sharp. "This texture, this material, and this cold, sinister aura." Lin Gu, seeing him muttering non-stop, was puzzled and suspiciously glanced at the high priestess. "What is this old guy doing?" The high priestess shook her head and said, "This staff is indeed a bit strange." She tilted her head, pinching her chin. "It feels familiar, but I just can't recall why." The old fox looked up at Lin Gu. "Where did you get this weapon?" Lin Gu was momentarily stunned but saw no reason to hide it. "I got it from a chest after completing my first advancement quest." "A first advancement quest chest?" The old fox suddenly understood, his expression as if he had finally figured it out. "I knew it, she would appear again." "She? Who?" Lin Gu was confused. Ever since he got the staff, the she the old fox kept mentioning was vague, leaving him in the dark. The old fox thought for a moment, then respectfully handed the staff back. "With both hands. She cannot be explicitly mentioned. But your weapon does have some issues." Lin Gu frowned as he took the staff. "Issues? What kind of issues?" The old fox shook his head. "It's missing a crucial element." Lin Ji's expression changed slightly. He gripped the staff tightly and said in a low voice, "Can you just get to the point? I don't have much time." The old fox hesitated for a moment, then spoke after a pause. "It doesn't matter if I tell you. After all, you've already made it here and have met the elves. I guess the elves must have noticed something wrong with your weapon, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent you here." Lin Gu froze for a moment. But what did coming here have to do with the elves? Wait, no. Lin Ji's eyelid twitched as he suddenly remembered something. "You've thought of it too, haven't you?" The old fox, seeing Lin Ji's changing expression, knew he had realized something. You came here to complete a quest, but have you ever wondered who gave you the quest in the first place? Lin Ji's face darkened, and he instinctively clenched his fist. Of course, he came here for his second advancement quest, but as for who to hand it over to, did that even need questioning? Ming Yun is part of the elves? The old fox gave a bitter smile. Yes, and no. Lin Ji's face grew even darker. For the first time, he felt a lack of patience. The inexplicable irritation in his heart made his tone harsh. Spit it out already, don't make me push you. The old fox's eyelid twitched, and he opened his mouth to speak. I suspect your class mentor is different from others. But have you ever wondered why he is different from the rest? Why were you able to wield such a weapon right after your first advancement? The old fox sighed and said, I can tell you with certainty, even if your mentor isn't an elf now, he definitely was in the past. Because of this weapon, among the 3 missing treasures, only the one from the elves has always been there. 3 treasures? Lin Ji's heart stirred. That's not right. I went to the elves because of the world quest, it had nothing to do with Ming Yun. And, when did the elves ever give me a treasure? The old fox chuckled, the source of the curse, the breath of terror, the heart of malice. Guess, which one are you missing? Lin Gu froze for a moment, his eyelid twitching. The curse? Back then, the elves were cursed, and I helped them lift it. So it was back then? The old fox looked at him meaningfully. It seems you've started to figure something out, the old fox said. Lin Gu fell silent. He wasn't stupid. The old fox had laid it out this clearly. If he still didn't understand, then what was the point of playing? Where do I find the other 2 treasures? He had a hunch that once he gathered them and activated the staff, he would uncover the truth. The old fox immediately bowed respectfully. I can tell you everything, but I have a request. Lin Gu opened his mouth, seemingly guessing. Go ahead. The old fox smiled calmly. When you complete all the tasks and learn everything, can you spare our heavenly fox clan? Sure. Lin Gu answered decisively. The old fox was stunned. You? Lin Gu smiled as he put away the staff. I've already guessed some things and have a feeling, so I roughly understand your request. The old fox suddenly understood. As expected, Sir is a clever man. Speak. The old fox quickly explained, the heart of malice requires you to first go to the abyss. After obtaining the breath of terror from the Demon King, you can find it. Lin Gu waited for a moment, and seeing the old fox say no more, he felt a bit disappointed. That's it? Yes, that's it. Lin Gu sighed helplessly. Alright, then I'll go have a chat with the Demon King. Wait. The old fox hurriedly stopped him. Although I don't know the exact location of the heart of malice, it's most likely in the Forgotten Plains. Seeing the old fox's slightly awkward expression, Lin Gu nodded. Alright, I understand. With that, he summoned his bone dragon, stepped onto it, and flew off directly. Ever since he had this hunch, he had grown increasingly anxious. He felt that knowing these things in advance wouldn't do him any good. But now, he could only speed up. Midway, he sent a message to Bai Jinqing. After picking her up, they headed to the abyss together. Lin Gu, where are you taking me? On the bone dragon, Bai Jinqing nestled in his arms. With no one around to see, she naturally didn't shy away. To find the Demon King. Bai Jinqing froze for a moment and instinctively looked up. Seeing Lin Ji's serious expression and a hint of unease, she was momentarily stunned. The Demon King? Why are you looking for him? He's the strongest of the demon clan. Thinking of this, Bai Jinqing grew anxious. You haven't even undergone your second class change yet. Even if you had, you wouldn't be a match for the Demon King. Don't worry, I have a plan. Lin Gu didn't elaborate. He had a feeling that if he didn't tie Bai Jinqing to him today, it would cause bigger trouble later. He sighed and held her tighter. Don't worry. Once this is all over, I'll protect you. I'll take you away from here, to a quiet place where no one can find us. Bai Jinqing froze for a moment, her face immediately turning red. Alright. Wherever you go, I'll follow you. Lin Gu smiled and let her go. We're here. Bai Jinqing looked down. Below was pitch black, filled with black smoke. Many flying demons were preparing to attack. But Lin Gu wasn't the least bit flustered. He pulled out the curse of malice and began unleashing skills wildly. This was the outer area, full of small monsters that couldn't withstand his unlimited Skill output. Later, he simply turned off the voice of the world will, it was too noisy. However, his frenzied slaughter still caught the attention of some lords. Who dares to be so bold as to intrude on the demon clan's territory? Lingu, expressionless, held by Jinqing in his arms. I want to see the demon king. The lord, hidden in the black mist, was indistinct. Lingu didn't care, he only wanted to see the demon king. Such audacity, a mere human dares to seek an audience with our king? Cut the nonsense. Lingu cast a cold glance, unleashing skills as wildly as throwing bombs. Before long, the lord below let out a painful howl. Damn it! What kind of skill is this? I'm already level 300, how can I not resist it? Lin Ji's expression remained indifferent. If you don't take me there, I have my ways. I don't believe you can keep hiding and not come out. Watch me. Crack. Ow. The lord and the minions couldn't withstand Lin Ji's frenzied skills and turned into experience points that flowed into his body. He fought his way to the core, where a few towering bosses finally appeared. Bai Jinqing's face changed dramatically. It's the 12 guardians of the Demon King. Don't be afraid. Lingu had anticipated this and patted Bai Jinqing's shoulder before leaping down. Bone Dragon, take care of Jinqing. Transform. Demonize. Buzz. While still in midair, Lin Ji's body began to demonize, the black mist growing thicker, exuding a terrifying aura. Before landing, a cold light flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Resentful poison. Ding! The resentful poison eye lit up above Lin Ji's head, his muscles swelling. The guardians' faces changed drastically. Is this a human or one of our kind? How can he have such a powerful aura? He's only level 60 and already this strong. If he reaches level 200, how are we supposed to fight him? Go all out. Kill him. The 12 guardians stepped forward, roaring as they swung their weapons. The black mist surged like a black dragon. Lingu remained calm, and the moment he landed, he shot out like a cannonball. I don't believe it. If I kill a few of your underlings, you still won't come out. Die. Lingu extended his arms, his 10 fingers like sharp blades, using the momentum to charge at the foremost guardian. Then, as if he had activated cheats, his arm spun like a fiery wheel, furiously clawing at the lord's face. Ah! It hurts. Die. Lin Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent. After inflicting enough damage, he stepped on the guardian's chest and quickly pounced on the next one. Within 3 minutes, all 12 guardians were left with scratched faces. Just as the guardians were about to be defeated, drumbeats suddenly echoed from the depths of the black mist. Lingu sneered and lunged at another guardian. At that moment, a majestic voice rang out. Stop! Lingu sneered, ignoring it, and swung his sharp claws fiercely. The Demon King finally fell. Ah! Lord Demon King! Seeing the mountain-like boss collapse, Lingu rushed forward without hesitation. This time, the Demon King who had just spoken finally spoke again. Enough, stop fighting. Hearing his voice no longer angry but tinged with helplessness, Lingu finally stopped. He withdrew his demonic power, returned to his original form, and landed lightly. The guardians seemed to have received an order and collectively stepped aside to clear a path. A figure about the same height as Lingu slowly emerged from the black mist. He wore a tattered black robe, his face hidden under the hood, but when Lingu saw him, he couldn't help but smile. You finally decided to show yourself. The black-robed Demon King smiled bitterly and removed his hood. That face, though Lingu hadn't seen it often, was instantly recognizable. How did you guess? The Demon King asked. Lingu smiled, took out his staff, and said, if it weren't for the old fox's reminder, I wouldn't have figured it out. Now it seems that all of this was your plan, wasn't it? Is that so? The Demon King smiled faintly, his expression calm. Of course. Lingu turned to look at him, speaking with mockery, although I don't know how you deceived the world's will. But tell me, if the Beast King and Corpse King knew they had been played by you all along, how would they feel? If the human race knew that my mentor was actually the Demon King, what would they think? What do you say, my teacher? That's right. This Demon King was none other than Mingyun. Mingyun smiled, his hands behind his back, and curiously said, I think this plan is perfect, almost flawless. Is that so? Lingu raised an eyebrow. Those rats clearly had many paths to choose from, yet they deliberately picked that one. Come to think of it, it must have been for the underwater you. It seems that the formation wasn't meant to seal you, but to suppress your body. You haven't been the Demon King for long, have you? If it weren't for my help, you wouldn't have gotten this position at all. Ming Yun nodded. You are indeed clever. And that world mission, what a coincidence, sending me to the Night Elf tribe to retrieve the source of the curse. Lin Gu curled his lips, showing a hint of disdain. Ming Yun listened and laughed even more joyfully. Then why don't you just wait patiently? Wait for what? Lin Gu raised an eyebrow and retorted. Wait for you to merge with me as well?
Ming Yun's expression changed, his smile vanished.
How do you know?
Lin Gu planted his staff into the ground, crossed his arms, and smiled.
I've always wondered why so many strange things kept happening to me. After the old fox gave me a hint, I understood. Ah!
Lin Gu sighed, looking at him with a playful gaze, and said softly, to put it simply, you are me, and I am you. I crossed over here and essentially took your place.
Tell me, isn't that right?
Ming Yun was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed.
I knew I wasn't wrong about you. But this? Lin Gu sneered, took a deep breath, and said meaningfully, Ming Yun, destiny. You are destiny, and you are also my destiny. Ming Yun's eyelids twitched, clearly surprised. How, do you know?
Lin Gu sighed and gestured toward the staff with his chin.
Hand it over, I don't have time to waste.
Ming Yun remained silent for a while. Lin Gu wasn't angry, instead, he spoke calmly, I've lived 2 lives, and while
I can't claim to be worldly wise, I do have some perspective.
Whether you want to merge with me or escape my control, I don't care.
I just want to live my own life.
Ming Yun opened his mouth, then sighed helplessly.
Alright, since you figured it out, I'll give you 2 choices. First, I can give you the breath of terror, and I can also help you with the heart of malice. But once the staff is activated, this world will completely disappear. Because this world was created by you using the staff. As long as it exists, the worlds cannot survive. Second, you can act as if nothing happened, and I won't continue my plans. We'll go our separate ways. For that, I will destroy the breath of terror. Without it, the staff won't awaken, and you and I will have no further connection. I choose the second option, Lin Gu replied without hesitation. Ming Yun was stunned. You chose just like that?
Of course.
Lin Gu
curled his lips disdainfully. In this world, I have a woman, status, money, and power, everything.
If I merge with you, I'll have to go back and deal with scheming people. I don't have the time for that.
Ming Yun's mouth twitched, but he seemed relieved.
You're not afraid that all of this is just a dream? This world is already a dream created by the staff. I don't want to wake up. What's wrong with that?
Ming Yun smiled bitterly but still respectfully cupped his hands and said, then, as you wish.
Lin Gu waved his hand, put away the staff, and turned around, saying, I didn't come here for anything major. From now on, you do your thing, and I'll do mine. And don't come looking for me unless the world is ending. I'm going to take my wife and live in seclusion. That's it. Ha!
Ming Yun was stunned, not expecting this entanglement to end so simply.
You're just leaving like that? This place is so broken that even rats would cry if they came here. I don't have the time for this. After finishing, Lin Gu waved his hand, landed lightly, and instantly flew into the sky. Destiny is in your own hands. Take care of yourself in the future. Goodbye. Never see me again.